The man simply said, "System, I want to make money." There were lightning and thunder outside the window, as if the whole world was responding to his request. In less than 3 days, the world's financial headlines were shaken. An unknown account accurately bought the bottom of U.S. stocks, acquired energy giants, led the financial storm, and instantly became the new world's richest man. Wall Street executives couldn't stop shaking as they held the financial daily. Who is this? Who the hell can make 100 billion in 1 hour? The man said again, "System, I want to play games." In less than a week, he signed up for the International Esports Invitational Tournament with the lowest level in the entire server. Just 5 minutes into the game, the captain of the world champion team's face changed completely. He looked at the resurrection interface and couldn't figure out how he was killed instantly. The audience in the live broadcast room frantically commented, Is this still a human?" From that day on, the 3 words, "Big Devil," became the nightmare of all professional players. The man spoke again, "System, I want to play basketball." In his rookie season, he landed in the NBA. In the first game, he faced off against the league's top defensive center with his back to the basket. In just 3 seconds, he used 5 fake moves to trick his opponent into throwing away his shoes. The retired legend in the commentary booth was stunned, and the live commentator was incoherent. "This is not Jordan. This is more Jordan than Jordan." Then the man said calmly, "System, I want to be a star." When his first single was released, the music platform's server went down for 3 hours. At the first red carpet scene, fans broke through the cordon and 900 million girls screamed, "Husband!" The top star in the entertainment industry collapsed on the spot. "We practiced for 10 years, and he only said one sentence." It all started because Jiang Che was cheated on by his girlfriend, Xu Rue, who he had been dating for more than 2 years. After that day, he bound himself to a system called 300 billion. At this time, in a dormitory of a university in Jiangnan City, the system's prompt sounded, "Ding, the novice gift package has arrived, and the reward deposit is 300 billion. As soon as the system finished speaking, Jiang Che's mobile phone received a bank information notification indicating the change of account funds. "Can I spend these 300 billion as I please?" Jiang Duque asked in Dizbeliev. "Yes." The system answered without hesitation. "Are there any restrictions?" Jiang Che confirmed again. "There are no restrictions. These 300 billion belong to the host's personal property and can be used at will." "Fuck." Jiang Che pounded the table excitedly. "Awesome. Then does this system have other functions?" Jiang Che quickly accepted the reality that he had become tall, rich, and handsome. After all, this was not something difficult to accept. This system aims to make the host a wealthy man admired by everyone, so the host needs to collect the worship points of others. The worship points can be used to purchase items in the system mall. The system will occasionally issue special tasks, and you can get random rewards after completing them. In addition, the system has a fixed daily spending task. If you fail to complete it, you will be punished. Ding, today's random amount, 12.5 million. Please spend it before midnight today. Is there a daily spending task? Jiang Che was stunned. If you don't complete it, what will be the punishment? The penis will be half as short. Jiang Che said no more and took action immediately. Stop talking and go spend the money. He stood up, but perhaps because of his severe cold, he felt a little dizzy as soon as he stood up. He had to hold on to the table to barely steady himself. Ding, the host body is detected to be too weak, and the physical body is being strengthened and transformed. As the system's voice sounded in his mind, Jiang Che felt a warm feeling surge throughout his body, and the feeling of weakness caused by the cold completely disappeared. Not only that, he also felt his muscles twitching, and an unprecedented sense of power filled his body. Great! Jiang Che clenched his fists, his face full of joy. No man doesn't like this feeling of power. But at the same time, he also felt a sticky discomfort on his body, which must be because the impurities in his body were removed by the system. Go take a shower. Jiang Che jumped up from the chair excitedly, took a shower in the dormitory. A few minutes later, he finished his shower, wearing a pair of large shorts, and stood in front of the mirror in the dormitory. So handsome, Jiang Che exclaimed. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry a man like this. Jiang Che was originally handsome, about 1.85 meters tall, and now, after the system transformation, his appearance has been directly raised to the maximum. What is even more rare is the perfect muscle lines, which really makes him look thin when dressed and muscular when undressed. Before Jiang Che could appreciate his trained muscles, The door of the dormitory was pushed open and two roommates walked in one after another. Jiang Che lived in a four-person room, but one of them hardly lived in the dormitory, so there were actually only three of them living together. He had always had a good relationship with the other two roommates. Wang Chung and Du Yuan, who had just finished their classes, did not go to class this morning because they had a cold. Third brother, you just caught a cold, and you were still running around in your shorts. The eldest brother, Wang Chung, who was walking in front, said as soon as he entered the door, I brought you a meal. After you eat, go downstairs to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. Hey, how come your figure suddenly became so good? The second brother, Du Yuan, immediately made a surprised voice. Remember you were thin before? Oh yes, it seems you have really become handsome. Wang Chung also noticed the changes in Jiang Che and showed a hint of surprise. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Jiang Che listened to the voice constantly ringing in his mind, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is this the so-called worship value? I've always been this handsome, but you just didn't notice it before. He responded jokingly. Go to hell. You took my compliment seriously? Are you half as handsome as me? Du Yuan never gave in on the issue of room grass. Wang Chung smiled, then showed a bit of hesitation on his face, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Jiang Che noticed his expression and couldn't help asking, What's wrong? Boss, just say whatever you want to say. This, nothing. Wang Chung hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything in the end. Du Yuan obviously couldn't hold it in any longer. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long one. It's pointless for you to hide it like this, eldest brother. He said directly, Third brother, don't be angry. During class today, Shu Rue and Su Sailiai showed up together holding hands. That woman was just playing tricks on you. As roommates, Wang Chung and Du Yuan had long been fed up with Jiang Che working himself to death and buying things for Shu Rue, and had tried to persuade him, but Jiang Che never listened. They could only worry. Oh, I know about this. She sent me a message this morning saying she broke up. Jandike Said Kazwali. Aren't you sad? This time it was Wang Chung and Du Yuan's turn to be stunned. What's there to be sad about? Jiang Che said with a smile. Forget it. I won't pretend anymore. Let me be frank. I'm actually a second-generation rich man with a lot of money. I can have as many girls as I want. Du Yuan's face showed the standard "are you sick" expression. Third brother, are you confused because of the fever? If you're sad, just cry. We won't laugh at you. Wang Chung tried to comfort him with a caring tone. I really didn't lie to you. Jiang Che said with a smile, took out his phone, opened the WeChat balance, and showed it to the two. Of course, that was only the 12.5 million he was going to spend today. If he really showed the full 300 billion, I'm afraid it would scare the two of them. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Damn, more than 10 million. Wang Chung and Du Yuan were stunned. They had never seen so much money in their lives. Felt particularly happy when he heard the admiration value keep rising. He made up another story. I just broke up with my boyfriend. My dad knew about it and saw how sad I was. He gave me 10 million yuan so that I could find another girlfriend. Wang Chung and Du Yuan were completely stunned by this sentence at this moment. Is this the daily operation of the rich second generation? However, it must be said that Jiang Che's words did work, and the two of them once again contributed a large wave of admiration value. Jiang Che suddenly realized, so this so-called admiration value is just for me to show off. He smiled to himself. I'm the best at this. Then, he casually opened Alipay and showed the balance to the two of them. My mom loves me a lot, so she transferred more than 100 million to me. Seeing Wang Chung and Du Yuan's dull appearance as if they had lost their souls, Jiang Che laughed secretly in his heart. He always thought it was ridiculous for others to pretend to be cool, but now that he is pretending to be cool himself, it really feels good. He put away his phone with a smile, patted his two roommates on the shoulders, and said, You too, don't be like this. Work hard. One day you will find that. Hard work is really useless. The truth is to rely on your father. I have something to do outside. I will treat you to dinner when I come back tonight. Jiang Che did not continue to attack the two brothers. He just put on a t-shirt and walked out of the dormitory. The only thing he was anxious about at the moment was to go out and spend money. If he didn't spend money, a certain part of his body would be half shorter. This was no joke. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Jiang Che was just walking casually on the street, doing nothing, but the reminder sound of the worship value increasing kept ringing in his mind. The reason for all this, in the final analysis, is that Jiang Che is too handsome now. This is the result of the system transformation. He was wearing shorts and a short-sleeved t-shirt, and the well-proportioned muscle lines on his calves and arms were faintly visible, which inadvertently attracted the attention of many passing girls. The lingering gazes naturally brought a constant stream of admiration. This boy is so handsome. How come I never noticed that there is such a good-looking boy in school before? Oh, look at the muscles on his arms. I really want to pinch them. Don't be such a fangirl. Take a few photos secretly and bring them back to the dormitory to enjoy them slowly in the bathroom at night. Wouldn't that be nice? I really want to go up and ask for his contact information. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. TSK. He's just a loser. What's the point of being handsome? Look at his clothes. The total cost of his entire outfit is less than 100 yuan, right? Can being handsome be used to make a living? There were discussions all around, but Jiang Che was unaware of it. His attention was now focused on the system mall in his mind. A Lamborghini sports car costs 500 worship points, a medium-sized villa costs 1,000 worship points, and there are even skills like proficiency in foreign languages and proficiency in cooking. However, these skills cost 2,000 worship points, which is more expensive than a villa. Zhang sighed lightly. The content in the system mall was dazzling, ranging from cars, houses to various skills. Newbie's Guide. It is recommended that the host not redeem items that can be bought with money. The host should first redeem skills, and then earn more worship points through skills, and repeat this cycle to maximize the benefits. In addition, the system's random task rewards are all high quality, and the host needs to pay attention to them. Zhang did. He now had 300 billion in his hands, so there was no need to waste precious worship points on items that could be bought with money. As for the system task, although he had not received it yet, he would definitely take it seriously once it was released. While thinking, Jiang Che had already walked to a mobile phone store at the school gate. He planned to change his phone first. His old phone was bought 3 years ago when he just entered college. Now it takes more than 10 seconds to open an app, and it is very slow. In the past 3 years, he spent almost all his expenses except living expenses on Shu Rui, and he had no chance to buy a new phone for himself. But as soon as he stepped into the store, Jiang Che saw the person he least wanted to see at the moment, Shu Rui. What made him even more annoyed was that there was a fair and handsome young man standing next to Shu Rui. He looked good, but compared with Jiang Che, he immediately paled. Brother Silei, do you think this phone is nice? Shu Rui held up a pink phone and said to the young man in a coquettish voice, I really want it, it's too expensive. Su Silei said without hesitation, my monthly pocket money is only 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, and this phone is more than 10,000 yuan. I don't have much money left this month. Su Silei's family did have some money, but it was only 10,000 or 20,000 yuan in pocket money a month. He was naturally reluctant to spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy a mobile phone for his second-hand girlfriend. But I really like this phone. Didn't we agree that we're only here to buy a charger? It's not like your phone is unusable. Su Silei coaxed her. Shu Rui, I like simple girls. You're making me feel like you're with me just for my money. Oh, okay, I don't want it anymore. Shu Rui saw that Su Silei was unhappy and didn't dare to force him, so she reluctantly put the phone back. At this moment, Jiang Che walked in and their eyes met. Jiang Che, we've broken up. What's the point of you chasing me here? Shu Rui's voice suddenly rose. Why didn't I see that you were so shameless before? You really make me feel sick. She was obviously worried that Su Silei would misunderstand, and she couldn't wait to draw a clear line between them as soon as she saw Jiang Che. Jiang Che was furious. After more than 2 years of relationship, he turned his back on her because of money? All the past events came to his mind, and he felt that his past efforts were ridiculous. He sneered, I never realized you were so disgusting before. Is this the mobile phone store owned by your family? You can buy a mobile phone here. What kind of mobile phone can a poor guy like you buy? Come here and tell me directly. The people around showed excited expressions as if they were watching the fun. Isn't this the real-life version of the bloody drama of gold diggers, rich second generations and bootlickers? Although Jiang Che is handsome, he is wearing big shorts, a white t-shirt, and a pair of slippers. He looks like a complete loser. It's no surprise that he broke up with her. As expected, no matter how handsome you are, if you don't have money, it's still useless. I know this person, He's Jiang Che from our Economics and Management Department. I heard that he used to be very nice to Shu Rue, but I didn't expect Shu Rue to be such a person. Yeah, it's not wrong for girls to think about their future, right? Who can you blame for your incompetence? Typical loser mentality. Exactly. You have no ability yourself, but you blame others for being realistic? Jiang Che was so angry that he laughed. You said I'm poor? I bought you all these clothes, didn't I? Now you're begging another man to buy you a mobile phone. Shu Rue, you're only worth this price. He was too lazy to pay attention to her anymore. So he turned around and walked the counter and asked, "What's the most expensive mobile phone you have here?" The young lady behind the counter was already pretty. Seeing Jiang Che so handsome, she couldn't help but blush and her heartbeat quickened. She thought to herself, such a handsome boy, I would want to get close to him even if I don't have money. Seeing her stunned, Jiang Che coughed lightly. Ahem, miss, I want to buy a mobile phone. The young lady came back to her senses and blushed. Oh, okay. The most expensive one here is the Apple 20 that just arrived a few days ago. I'll go get it for you to see. The iPhone 20 is a new model that has just been launched. It just arrived this morning and has not yet been put on the shelves. It needs to be taken out from the warehouse. Okay, thank you. Gianluca responded politely. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. When I actually pay, will I be able to get another wave of admiration points? There are still many customers in the store, and they were just laughed at. If he directly buys a top-of-the-line mobile phone, the effect of pretending to be cool should be quite good. Ding, I've detected that the host pretense skills are still immature, and now I'm issuing a random task. Buy a new model of Apple 20 mobile phone for all customers in the store. Fuck, why didn't I think of that? Jiang Che couldn't help but admire the system. Sure enough, the system knew how to act cool. This way, the admiration points he gained would definitely be multiplied several times. As for the money he spent, it was not worth mentioning at all. He glanced at the customers in the store, 7 in total. But this also meant that Shu Rue was among them. Was she also a customer? Did he also want to buy her a mobile phone? Not long after, the sales lady came out with 3 different colored iPhones. She introduced them to Jiang Che with a smile. We only have these 3 colors in our store for now. Which one do you like, little brother? Can he afford it? Shu Rue sneered, as if trying to save the face she lost just now because she couldn't afford a mobile phone. Jiang Che didn't even look at her, but just picked up the black iPhone 20 and said calmly, "This is it. How much is it?" The latest iPhone 20 is priced at $16,999 on the official website, the young lady replied. For college students who are not financially independent, a phone worth $17,000 is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Jiang Che thought that if he said he wanted to buy more than 10 phones right away, the lady at the counter might think he was playing a trick on her, so he paid for 2 phones first. Okay. Jiang Che responded and scanned the code without hesitation to pay 33,998 yuan, which was exactly the price of 2 phones. Shu Rue was stunned. She knew whether Jiang Che had money or not. Yesterday, he was still delivering food to earn a living. But what surprised her even more was that Jiang Che put the black phone into his pocket and then stuffed the white one directly into her hand. Jiang Che smiled and said, I have slept with you for more than 2 years anyway. Let's say 800 days, 17,000. 800 days, that's about 21.25 yuan per night, which is pretty cheap. He paused, then added, but to be honest, your taste in people is not that good. Your new boyfriend doesn't even want to buy him a 10,000 yuan cell phone. TSK, 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 TSK. As he spoke, he shook his head with a look of regret, as if he felt sorry for Shu Rue. But looking at Shu Rue's stunned expression, he was already very happy in his heart. He just wanted to slap her in the face with money. He remembered a line he had heard before. Is being rich a big deal? Sorry, being rich really is a big deal. He didn't understand the meaning of the line when he first heard it. But when he listened again, he could already understand that the person was rich. Worship value plus 1. Worship value plus 1. Worship value plus 1. There is no doubt that Jiang Che's operation has reaped another round of worship value. The witnesses around saw the whole process from beginning to end, from Jiang Che being mocked by Shu Rue when he entered the house to him spending more than 30,000 yuan to buy a mobile phone. The scene was full of drama. It's so funny. This woman is so stupid. She thought she found a rich second-generation man, but it turned out that her ex-boyfriend was the real boss. Wow, this guy is so generous. He just gave me a phone worth more than 10,000 yuan. This girl, don't you think she is worthy of such a handsome guy? Did they break up? Then this guy probably doesn't have a girlfriend now. I'm going to add him on WeChat. I know this guy. He's Jiang Che from our department. He's been dating the beauty Shu Rue before. But when did Jiang Che become so rich? Could he be a hidden, rich second generation who came here to experience life? These words made Su Silei look extremely unhappy. Shu Rue was his girlfriend now, but Jiang Che was discussing her how much money per night in public. Wasn't this slapping him in front of everyone? He asked Jiang Che with a straight face. What do you mean? It means exactly what it says. Jiang Che showed no fear and responded with a faint smile. If you feel embarrassed, you can ask your girlfriend to throw it away. But she seems reluctant to do so. Shu Rui saw that Su Silei was a little angry and quickly assured him, Brother Silei, don't be angry. I will sell my phone on Xinyu when I get back. I won't take his things. She couldn't bear to throw it away. If she sold it on a second-hand website for more than 10,000 yuan, it would not be a loss. But she still felt a little reluctant to sell such a beautiful phone to someone else. Su Silei's expression eased a little. Jiang Che smiled, turned to the lady at the counter, and said, Miss, please help me get 10 more iPhones for 20 yuan. I want to give them away. The lady was stunned on the spot. This was the first time she had met such a conceited customer. After she realized what was happening, she became excited. She got a commission for every phone she sold. With so many Apple 20s added up, her commission was almost as much as 2 months' salary. Okay. She quickly ran to the warehouse to pick up the goods. Fuck, 10 Apple phones, plus the 2 in front. This is almost 200,000, right? Be confident. It's already more than 200,000. They say men look the coolest when they pay. And today, I finally saw it. I've never heard of such a big guy in school before. How come a hidden rich second generation suddenly appeared? He's just low-key. Even his ex-girlfriend didn't know he was rich. Wait, now she should be his ex-girlfriend. Ha ha, look at the faces of that couple. It's really refreshing. That's how you deal with gold diggers. Shu Rue and Su Silei's faces fell instantly, and the atmosphere was darker than the bottom of a pot. Especially Shu Rue, who didn't understand the situation at all. A 200,000 yuan mobile phone was given away, just like that? If he was really that rich, why would he work so hard to deliver food? Wasn't he mentally ill? Not long after, the lady at the counter came out with a bunch of packaged iPhone 20s, her face full of excitement. Handsome boy, 10 iPhone 20s, all packed. Do you want me to help you send them back to school? Jiang Che didn't waste any words. He scanned the QR code and paid directly. 170,000 yuan was deposited into his account, neat and tidy. He looked up and said with a smile, No need to send it. I won't take it back either. What do you mean you won't take it back? The young lady didn't react for a moment. Give it away. Jiang Che picked up a few mobile phones and distributed them to the onlookers on the spot. We broke up today, and I'm in a good mood. Everyone should get one. Everyone who comes will get one. The scene was suddenly silent, and then it exploded. I'm not kidding. This scene really shocked everyone. Cell phones were given away one by one, and the onlookers didn't even have time to react. Shu Rue froze. Her face was blank. Her mind was racing. She had no idea if Jiang Che was crazy or she was dreaming. She had just said he was poor, and then he threw 200,000 yuan at her. The lady at the counter was stunned, and the crowd was even more shocked. Who would have thought that when Jiang Che said, give it to someone, he actually meant to give it to these strangers at the scene? This is not a rich man. This is a super rich man. He casually gave away 200,000 yuan just to celebrate breaking up. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly a familiar reminder sound rang in Jiang Che's mind. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Almost 1 per second, continuously, even more frequent than recharges. After all, they actually received the phone, so everyone's reactions were completely different. Seeing others spend money was envy, but receiving a phone yourself was gratitude. Thank you, brother. Do you want to add WeChat? A girl held the new phone, her eyes sparkling, her voice trembling. If Jiang Che only gave it to one person, no one would dare to accept it. But now that everyone has received a mobile phone, all the concerns are gone. Brother, I am grateful for your kindness. If you need a girlfriend, I can introduce my roommate to you. Although he is a man, he doesn't mind your identity. Don't listen to him, little brother. I can introduce my best friend to you. But do you think I can do it? Oh my God, you treat me like I don't exist and cheat on me right in front of you. For a moment, the atmosphere was as lively as a concert. and everyone rushed to express their gratitude. Jiang Che looked at the rising admiration value in the system interface, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. In just a few minutes, his admiration score was almost over 1,000. As long as someone took the initiative to add WeChat, Jiang Che would of course accept them. As for men, sorry, the WeChat friend list is full. When every customer in the store had a new phone in their hands, the system's voice sounded again. Mission completed. Reward host. A Lamborghini Veneno. The key has been issued. Reward interpersonal communication artifact. Favorability display. Has been automatically bound. Hearing this, Jiang Che almost jumped up. Damn. Poison. That was a super sports car limited to the world, with a market value of nearly 100 million. It was a god-level luxury car that could not be bought with any amount of money. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, telling himself to stay calm. It's okay. I'm a billionaire now. A car worth 90 million is nothing. He immediately turned his attention to another reward. System, how do I use the favorability display? The system voice quickly answered. This device can show others true favorability towards you. Most people default to 0. The higher the value, the higher the favorability. 60 points means you can be friends. 80 points means the opposite sex may be interested in you and even willing to pursue you. Above 90, it means she already regards you as more important than herself. Of course, any goodwill that comes from your wealth will not be taken into account. Jiang Che was so excited when he heard this. This magical tool is more practical than the supercar. With it, he can easily distinguish who is sincere and who is just after his money. He then looked around, and everyone's favorability rating for him appeared in his field of vision. Most people's scores were not high, between 0 and 10, and a few girls' scores were slightly higher. He was a little confused. Wasn't everyone happy to receive the phone just now? Why are the scores so low? Some are 0. The system immediately explained. These good impressions are only because you gave me a mobile phone, not true personality recognition. The girls gave you higher scores because you're handsome. Jiang Che couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. You were quite honest. He turned to look at Shu Rui and Su Silei, and it made him feel a chill in his heart. Shu Rui, favorability 0. Su Silei, favorability high mui. Jiang Che sneered. He was not surprised that Su Silei hated him. After all, they were not the same kind of people. But Shu Rui turned out to be 0. After more than 2 years of love and sincere efforts, the result was a 0. To put it bluntly, it's like raising a dog and taming it, right? Jiang Che was heartbroken for a moment, but since they broke up, he was too lazy to make trouble for himself. He simply turned his head and looked at the lady at the counter. What surprised him was that the lady's favorability was 70. This meant that even if they were not familiar with each other now, as long as he opened his mouth, the two of them could easily become friends, and there was even the possibility of further development. Jiang Che is not interested in dating right now. He just went through a bad relationship, and he was cheated on. He still hasn't recovered. Even if a beautiful girl appears in front of him, he is too lazy to chat her up. He only thinks about making money. Let's put aside love and stuff. He just wants to make money now. Nothing else matters. But despite his lack of interest, he has to complete the system task, which is his most important goal now. There were only 7 customers in the store, and Jiang Che had already given away 4 phones, leaving the last 3 in his hand. He turned around and walked to the cashier, picked up a rose gold iPhone 20, waved it in front of the lady at the counter, and said with a smile, "Sister, do you want a phone?" Objectively speaking, the lady at the counter was pretty, even better than his ex-girlfriend Shu Rui. The lady's eyes lit up, and she smiled with narrowed eyes. "I have a share too?" "Thank you. Are you a student at Jiangnan University?" Jiang Che nodded. "Yes, I'm from the Department of Economics and Management, class of 2017, a senior." "What a coincidence. I'm from the Department of Foreign Languages, class of 2017. The young lady smiled sweetly. Now it was Jiang Che's turn to be surprised. "You are also from Jiangnan University? I thought you were just a clerk." The young lady smiled gently. "Why, don't you think so? I'm just working part-time here." She paused and asked a little embarrassedly, Can I add you on WeChat?" Hearing this, Jiang Che hesitated. In fact, he was reluctant to add her. He was not in the mood to talk to girls recently. However, he turned his head and glanced at Shu Rui standing beside him. He sighed in his heart that if he refused, the woman might think that he could not let her go. So Jiang nodded. "Okay. Anyway, There's nothing to lose by adding WeChat. As soon as WeChat was added, he looked at the nickname of the other party and smiled and praised. Fong Nanxing, you are beautiful and your name is nice. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free. Okay, it's a deal. Fong Nanxing smiled brightly and seemed to have a good impression of Jiang Che. Su Siliai's eyes widened as he watched. He realized that this lady at the counter was one of the school beauties. No wonder she looked so familiar. He was immediately filled with envy and jealousy. Jiang Che had actually taken away the school beauty's WeChat account. Xu Rui's face was not looking good at this time. In the past, Jiang Che only had eyes for her, and no matter how beautiful other girls were, he would never look at them twice. She had long been accustomed to Jiang Che's obedience to her, and he would try his best to meet any excessive requests. But now, Jiang Che actually flirted with other girls in front of her, and the other girl was prettier than her. The feeling of having something that didn't belong to her taken away by someone else made her feel very sour. Unfortunately, they had already broken up, and Xu Rui could only endure it even if she felt bad. Su Silai looked at Xu Rui's reaction and his face darkened. Jiang Che was really too much. After adding WeChat, Jiang Che exchanged a few simple pleasantries and prepared to leave. He still had 2 mobile phones left in his hand, which he planned to take back to the dormitory for Wang Cheng and Du Yuan, the 2 brothers who usually had a good relationship with him. As soon as he walked out of the door, Jiang Che took out the car key from his pocket and turned it around between his fingers twice. His movements were chic and natural. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the people around him, and some people immediately became curious. This guy gave away an iPhone, so the car should also be amazing, right? A group of people simply followed Jiang Che out of the store, wanting to see what kind of car he was driving. As soon as they arrived at the door, a gray-black sports car came into view with smooth and sharp lines, and the entire body of the car looked like it was born for speed. Not only is the appearance cool, but the fighting spirit is overwhelming. Even people who don't know much about cars will feel their heartbeat quicken when they see it. This is exactly Jiang Che's car, Lamborghini Venom, and the nickname sounds fierce. At this time, many people have gathered around the car. Some passersby are taking pictures, and some car enthusiasts recognize this limited edition super sports car at a glance. Some people excitedly took photos and posted them on WeChat Moments. This is not a good product that you can see every day. After all, the landing price of this car in China is as high as more than 90 million yuan. There are only 13 units in the world, and almost all of them are collected by bigwigs. What the hell? Su Siliai's eyes widened, and he was completely shocked. Xu Rui was also standing by and was stunned. Although she didn't know much about cars, she knew that this car was not cheap. She couldn't help but ask, "What kind of car is that? Is it expensive?" Su Siliai's tone was filled with shock. Expensive? That's not just expensive, that's outrageous. More than 90 million, there are only a few in the world, and he actually drives this? The people who heard it at the back were all dumbfounded, with unbelievable written all over their faces. Xu Rui was completely stunned. Her mind was unable to process for a moment, and there was only one thought in her mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible, she whispered. It's fake. It must be rented. How could Jiang Che have such money? But she overlooked the fact that this kind of car is really not something that can be rented casually. At the same time, on the system panel, Jiang Che's worship value continued to rise. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Jiang Che smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Every time he appeared, he had to act well enough. No, he had to earn every bit of admiration. Jiang Che just squeezed out of the subway entrance, and before he could stand firmly, he was surrounded by a crowd of people. He frowned and walked toward his car, whispering as he walked, "Make way, make way." As a result, his words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the people around him. "What are you doing? If you want to take pictures, you should line up." Someone frowned and glared at him, obviously thinking that he was just an ordinary bystander. "Yeah, if you scratch the car, can you afford to pay for it?" Another person followed up, and it seemed that they all thought Jiang Che was causing trouble. But Jiang Che was too lazy to explain. He simply pushed away the crowd in front of him with one hand and said impatiently, "It's my own car. Why should I queue up?" He acted decisively and was not afraid of offending anyone. Several passersby who were pushed away by him looked unhappy and were ready to fight back. One of the young men was even more stubborn. "You say it's your car. So it's yours? If you really drove it, Before he could finish his words, Jiang Che had already taken out the key from his pocket, pressed it, and the car door unlocked automatically. The moment the car door clicked, the whole place was silent. What did you just say? Eat it. Jiang Che raised the key in his hand, chuckled, and added, It's okay, just eat it. I won't ask you to compensate after you finish it. The man's face suddenly turned red and his neck became thick, and he opened his mouth but couldn't speak. The people around were also stunned. This young man, in a cheap t-shirt and slippers, was actually the owner of this limited edition sports car. Many people began to wonder, do rich people nowadays like to keep a low profile? The young man had an awkward smile on his face. Brother, it was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. He smiled apologetically and backed away quietly, fearing that he had really offended some big shot. But Jiang Che ignored him, opened the car door, and got in neatly. His movements were cool and cold. Everyone was still in shock, and as soon as the car window was closed, Jiang Che changed instantly. He sat in the driver's seat, his face almost bursting with laughter. Poison. This is a car that could be equated with a small goal. Can I really own one? He seemed to be floating, his eyes sparkling. Fortunately, the car could not be seen from outside. Otherwise, those who had just brushed up their worship points would probably lose their power instantly when they saw him like this. Jiang Che took a deep breath, started the engine, and stepped on the accelerator. As the engine roared, an exciting roar exploded, and the sports car sped out like an arrow from a bow. The people watching on the street could only watch him go away in a cloud of dust. Some people even couldn't help but inhale the exhaust gas, savor the smell, and whispered, This smell is really good. But Jiang Che didn't know that his step on the accelerator had triggered a friends' circle storm at Jiangnan University. The circle of friends was already going wild. Shocking. A mysterious, rich second generation driving a Lamborghini Veneno was spotted at Jiangnan University. A car like the Lamborghini Veneno would be the focus wherever it went. If Jiang Che hadn't been so fast, he might not have been able to escape the camera's siege. In fact, he also knew that he wanted to show off and earn some admiration points, but that didn't mean he really wanted to be watched like a monkey in a zoo. Jiang Che was enjoying the thrill of driving while speeding. The sports car in his hands was like a wild dog running wildly through the streets and alleys. After driving around for a while, he suddenly remembered that he still had more than 10 million yuan in his hand. Having too much money was also annoying. After thinking about it, he realized that besides buying a car, he could only buy a house. He immediately turned the steering wheel and drove to the high-end residential area in Jiangnan City, Mingjing Garden. This villa area is one of the top ones in Jiangnan City, and the housing prices are naturally ridiculously high. But for Jiang Che now, it is just right. As soon as the car stopped at the door of the sales office, another wave of onlookers swarmed in. Seeing Jiang Che getting out of the sports car, the onlookers were extremely envious. He was so young, driving a sports car, and he was handsome, a standard template of a tall, rich, and handsome man. Jiang Che got off the car and adjusted the t-shirt that cost 20 yuan for buy one, get one free. He stepped on the slippers that were on clearance sale and were worn off season with great confidence. Although he looked poorly dressed, his calmness and self-assurance made people feel that he had the demeanor of a successful person. The salesperson at the sales office immediately put on the sweetest smile when she saw him driving a sports car. Her name was Jiang Yi, and she was one of the most experienced salespeople here. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very capable. She immediately determined that Jiang Che was definitely a big customer and hurried over to greet him. However, to be honest, although Jiang Yi is excellent, her dream has long been worn away by reality. When she first entered the industry, she also wanted to work hard for her future. But over time, after seeing too many bosses bringing delicate women to buy houses, her mentality changed. She began to doubt whether working hard was really worth it. She worked so hard to save for several years, but she couldn't even afford the down payment. And those women, with just a few soft words, could live in a villa that she couldn't even dream of. No wonder she felt restless when she saw Jiang Che's handsome face with a top sports car. Isn't this the ideal boyfriend? Her eyes sparkled, so she straightened her body, showed a professional smile, and walked forward. Handsome guy, do you want to see the house? This is the top villa area in Jiangnan City. It's a rare opportunity. Jiang Yi's voice was gentle and a little coquettish. Jiang Che glanced at the sales lady beside him casually and was inadvertently attracted by the white spot on her chest. He coughed twice, reminding himself to stay calm. He is no longer the poor boy he was back then. It is not uncommon to see beautiful women. Jiang, he seemed to be used to this kind of reaction from men. She smiled contemptuously in her heart, thinking that this guy was really easy to be teased. However, she still kept a professional smile on her face. Holding the real estate brochure, she deliberately got very close to Jiang Che and introduced it softly. This apartment is not bad. It's over 300 square meters. The environment is first class. The price is also very suitable. It's only 9 million. When Jiang Che heard the price, his brows immediately furrowed, and his expression became a little unhappy. Seeing this, Jiang thought that Jiang Che thought it was too expensive and thought that this person driving a sports car might be a weak person. She quickly added, "In fact, there are small apartments around 5 million with a slightly smaller space." But before she could finish, Jiang Che interrupted her directly with an unquestionable domineering tone. "Can people live in a house that costs less than 10 million? Show me the most expensive one." Jiang, he was stunned on the spot and didn't even react. Many people who were looking at houses around were also attracted by his words. This voice caused a small stir in the sales hall, and a series of system prompts of worship value +1 rang out around. However, some people were secretly unhappy. If houses worth less than 10 million yuan cannot be lived in, then what are we living in? After a brief moment of daze, Jiang he immediately switched to enthusiastic sales mode. Her eyes brightened. "Handsome man, the most expensive one is of course Mingjing Building Number 1. It has top-notch decoration and a large area. It costs 23 million per unit, which is definitely worthy of someone like you." She spoke these words very smoothly, as if compliments did not need a draft, and every word went deep into Jiang Che's heart. Jiang Che felt comfortable listening to them. He glanced at the photos of the model room in the album and could not tell what it was. He just thought it was luxurious enough. So he waved his hand and said crisply, "Buy it. Pay by credit card." Jiang, he was stunned, wondering if she had heard wrongly. "Aren't you going to see the house yourself?" Jiang Che didn't even look at her and replied indifferently, "A house worth 20 million is not worth my time to see. Sign the contract." Jiang, he was so happy that she agreed with her mouth, and her hands and feet were almost too fast to move. This order brought her a commission of hundreds of thousands of yuan, and she was very rich that day, and her mood was flying high. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Che signed the purchase contract and put the key into his pocket. His movements were neat and tidy. At this time, Jiang Yi's attitude had become more enthusiastic, and the smile on her face seemed to be melting. When she handed the key to Jiang Che, she gently touched his hand and said shyly, "Handsome guy, can you give me a phone number?" Jiang Che was stunned for a moment, and his expression instantly became unhappy. "Phone number? I just bought an apple for 20. Why should I give it to you?" Jiang, he was stunned, thinking what kind of response was this? She didn't react for a moment. Seeing that she didn't understand, Jiang Che explained seriously, "I have used this number for 3 years. What if someone else wants to find me after you ask for it? I can't give it to you. Forget it." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Che left without looking back, leaving Jiang Yi standing alone in the messy wind. After getting in the car, he started the car and muttered proudly, "My number, can anyone get it?" In fact, he knew very well what Jiang Yi meant, and he had seen through her little tricks. This woman was interested in him not because of him as a person, but because of the way he spent money. To put it bluntly, she was a gold digger. If he had no money, she probably wouldn't even look at him. Jiang Che immediately lost interest in Jiang Yi. No matter how beautiful she was no different from Xu Rui. It's not like he had never seen a beautiful woman before, but if he really wanted to associate with such a person, he would rather be alone. Although this house was bought for a system task, it cost more than 20 million yuan, so he had to go and see it in person. Jiang Che still drove to the high-end villa area where his new home was located and took a look around. It must be said that this house is really not simple. The decoration alone is so high-end that it shocked him. He even wanted to move in directly. Living in such a place is like upgrading his life. But reason told him that the villa is too far from the school, and it is too troublesome to go back and forth every day. The commuting cost is too high. Jiang Che came out of the villa and saw that it was still early, so he decided to buy some high-end clothes first. After all, he had just become rich, so he felt that his image should also be upgraded. When he read novels in the past, he always felt that rich people were mentally abnormal. They drove cars worth millions and lived in houses worth hundreds of millions, but were reluctant to spend money on nice clothes. In the end, they were laughed at as paupers. Now, it was his turn to drive a luxury car, so he naturally couldn't follow in the footsteps of others. Jiang Che thought that the clothes should not only be handsome, but also have style. The more expensive, the more at ease. Humming a little tune, Jiang Che drove the sports car very fast, feeling particularly relaxed. But unexpectedly, at a crossroads, things suddenly went wrong. He clearly saw that the traffic light was green, and when he looked around and saw no one, he didn't slow down. Just as he was about to step on the accelerator and rush over, an electric bike suddenly rushed out. Oh my God! Jiang Che was so scared that he slammed on the brakes and turned the steering wheel. If he really hit it at this speed, it would not be solved by a minor scratch. With a loud bang, the car brushed past the electric bike and hit a tree on the roadside. Fortunately, he slowed down in time. The car was not seriously damaged, and he was not injured. The onlookers were originally just joining in the fun, but when they saw that the car that hit the tree was a luxury car, their expressions changed instantly, and they felt more distressed than the other for the electric bike owner. This car, TSK, that girl is probably going to lose everything. It's not that exaggerated, right? It's just a crack on the hood. What do you know? A car worth more than 90 million yuan. A paint chip will cost hundreds of thousands at least, and repairing it is enough to buy a house. The main reason is that the girl ran a red light. 80% of the responsibility is hers. Many people have already taken out their phones to record this scene. The scene of a 90 million luxury car crashing into a tree is really popular. Jiang Che didn't have time to pay attention to these discussions. He quickly jumped off the car to see if the cyclist was injured. He was also a little worried, afraid that something really happened. The electric bike flipped over in the middle of the road, and the person in the bike also fell to the ground. Jiang Che took a closer look and saw that it was a girl about his age, wearing a floral dress. Although he didn't really hit her, she was obviously frightened and fell hard. Her knees and elbows were scraped, and the blood was clearly visible. Are you okay? Jiang Che frowned and walked over to ask with concern. Not bad. The girl's face showed pain, but her tone was strong. Jiang Che was relieved to hear her say that everything was fine, but he still muttered in annoyance. You were so ungentlemanly when riding an electric bike. You almost lost your life by running a red light. Did you know that? I'm going to be late, and I'm a little anxious. There was a hint of grievance in the girl's voice. Just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly fell and felt a sharp pain in her ankle. Jiang Che was quick to support her. She gritted her teeth and said, Maybe I sprained my ankle. Jiang Che saw that she was unsteady and was a little worried. He could only sigh and said, I'll take you to the hospital. But I can't even walk. What a hassle. Jiang Che muttered to himself, but he didn't turn around and walked away. He just picked her up and carried her sideways. The girl blushed instantly when he held her in his arms. Jiang Che then realized that her appearance was not low, at least above 90 points. Then I thought about it again. Such a beautiful woman was riding an electric bike so fast, I was a little curious. Where are you going? Why are you in such a hurry? I have a part-time job, and I have to give my child extra lessons in the evening. It seems that I can't go tonight. The girl lowered her head and said in a low voice. Jiang Che gently put her in the passenger seat, pushed the electric bike to the side of the road and parked it, then started the car and drove towards the hospital. Although the car had a minor impact on the front, it was still driving smoothly. Along the way, Jiang Che also learned about the girl's condition. Her name is Yun Qingwei. She is a freshman at a local university. She usually earns a living by tutoring. Her family is not very well off. When she arrived at the hospital, the doctor checked her and confirmed that it was just an ordinary sprain, which only needed to be treated with simple treatment and some medicine. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was somewhat silent. Jiang Che was concentrating on driving, but Yin Qingwei seemed to be hesitant to speak. Do you have anything to ask? Jiang Che took the initiative to break the silence. How much does your car cost? Yin Qingwei asked cautiously. Jiang Che knew what she was worried about and couldn't help but smile. Not expensive, just tens of millions. Oh. Yin Qinghui's face changed instantly. Then, how much does it cost to repair it? Jiang Che deliberately looked helpless. Well, I can't afford the compensation even if I sell you. What do you say? Yin Qinghui panicked and turned pale, not knowing how to start. How about you give yourself to me, and I'll do it reluctantly. I won't ask you for compensation. I'm single recently. Jiang Che said this casually, just joking. But Yin Qinghui was stunned after hearing it, and looked at him with a complicated expression on her face. Well, that's the only way. She spoke in a low voice, as if responding to the suggestion seriously. Jiang Che looked at her with a questioning look on his face. What a joke. He was just saying it casually. Is this the legendary charm of money? Or did he accidentally unlock some wonderful plot? He stepped on the accelerator speechlessly, and the car whizzed out, not bothering to pay attention to the girl. Yin Qingwei muttered in a low voice. It was you who said it. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Jiang Che replied coldly. With your level, it's really hard to find a boyfriend. Yin Qingwei looked at him speechlessly and then muttered to herself. With this straight male attribute, I guess the ex was driven away by him. However, Jiang Che never mentioned the repair compensation again, and Yin Qingwei didn't dare to mention it again. She knew that she was responsible for running a red light first, and she really couldn't afford the compensation. Fortunately, this young brother seemed to have a good temper. At least he didn't chase her for money. Otherwise, she really didn't know what to do. Jiang Che sent Yin Qingwei back to school. She was a freshman at the normal university next door. She accidentally fell and injured her knee 2 days ago and couldn't ride a bike. For safety reasons, Jiang Che drove her to the school gate, but before she got out of the car, she attracted a lot of onlookers. The car he was driving was indeed eye-catching. Although the front bumper had a few scratches, the whole car still had a strong aura, attracting many people to stop and take pictures. Fuck, is that a Lamborghini? There are people in our school who can afford a luxury car of this level, and it's not an ordinary one. It's the Venom Edition. It's a super sports car that is limited to the world. So the car worth more than 90 million yuan that was all over my friend's circle is this one. I finally saw it alive today. It seems to be heading towards the girls' dormitory. Is he here to pick up the girls? Oh my god. It would be great if he came to pick me up. Wake up. You can't even squeeze in with your body. Get lost. After the car stopped, as expected, it stopped right in front of the girls' dormitory, and there was another commotion. Many people took out their phones and took pictures of the car, unwilling to miss this rare sight. In the car, Jiang Che glanced at Yin Qingwei and said, "Ask your roommate to help you. I won't get out of the car. You don't have to pay for the car repair, but don't run a red light again." To Jiang Che, the money to repair the car was nothing, but if Yin Qingwei really had to pay for it, she might not be able to study peacefully this semester. Hearing him say this, Yin Qingwei felt relieved and quickly nodded to thank him, finally showing a smile on her face. "Thank you, little brother. I promise I will never run a red light again." Jiang Che responded lightly, without much emotion. Yeah. But Yin Qingwei was still a little reluctant and tentatively raised her phone. Can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Che glanced at her and said indifferently, "If you want to compensate, just say so." She was stunned and quickly put away her phone, feeling aggrieved. "Then why don't you add it? Why are you so fierce?" Jiang Che glanced at the time and said impatiently, "Hurry up and ask your roommate to come over. I have something else to do." Yin Qingwei quickly took out her cell phone to make a call, and soon a girl came out of the dormitory building. It was her roommate, Wang Yi, who was also a classmate. As soon as Wang Yi came downstairs, she was attracted by the car. She quickly took out her phone and took a few photos and posted them on WeChat Moments. After taking the photos, she called, "I'm coming down. Where are you?" "I'm in the car. Come and help me. My knee hurts. It's inconvenient for me to get out of the car." Wang Yi looked around in confusion. "Car? Where's the car?" She actually automatically ruled out the top sports car in front of her and obviously did not dare to associate it with someone she knew. At this time, Yin Qingwei stuck her head out of the car window and shouted at her, "Here, come quickly." Wang Yi was stunned when she saw this scene and seemed to be stuck for a moment. "Don't just stand there. Come and help me," Yin Qingwei urged. Wang Yi came back to his senses and walked over quickly. "How did you get back in this kind of car?" Yin Qingwei smiled softly. "This is a long story. Help me down first." She felt around for a few times, but couldn't find the switch for the car door. So she turned around awkwardly and asked, "How do you open this door?" Jiang Che didn't say anything, but just rolled his eyes, then reached out to help her open the scissor door. As soon as the car door was lifted, it caused another wave of exclamations. Wang Yi finally saw Jiang Che's face clearly. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This guy is too handsome, but she didn't dare to look at him anymore and obediently helped Yin Qingwei get out of the car. Maybe she still has the shyness of a freshman, and she hasn't developed the junior style of taking the initiative. Otherwise, if a handsome guy like Jiang Che and a luxury car were in the hands of a junior girl, she would at least ask for his contact information first. Yin Qingwei got out of the car, and this scene once again caused a sensation among the onlookers. Fuck, isn't that the freshman school beauty Yin Qingwei? He also hooked up with her? Can I still believe in love? Have you ever seen a pig driving a Lamborghini? This is called money is right. What happened to that girl's knee? Could it be? Shut up, she was injured. Jiang Che sat in the car, looking at the expressions of the students watching, feeling quite proud. He used to envy others like these people, and now it was finally their turn to envy him. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Just like he said, if you bloom, butterflies will come. At this moment, he felt that he was already 100 flowers in full bloom, and the spring was brilliant. The roar of the sports car sounded, and Jiang Che drove away, leaving behind only a stunning scene. Wang Yi looked at Jiang Che's receding back and asked in a low voice, "He's your boyfriend?" Yin Qingwei shrugged, looking helpless. "I'm not that lucky. He doesn't even like me." Wang Yi thought about it, and it made sense. If he was really her boyfriend, Yin Qingwei would have quit her part-time job and laid down in the dormitory. Then why did you take his car? Do you two know each other? Yin Qingwei smiled and recounted the incident of the previous car accident. Wang Yi was almost shocked after hearing it. So, the scratch on the front of the car was caused by you? Almost. Yin Qingwei admitted in a low voice, a little embarrassed. That car must be very expensive, right? She asked. Wang Yi said seriously. Do you know what that car is called? Lamborghini Veneno, limited edition worldwide. One costs more than 90 million. The part you hit will cost at least several million to repair. You're really lucky. Yin Qingwei stuck out her tongue and said with lingering fear, Fortunately, he didn't ask me to pay for it. Otherwise, I would have to drop out of school and go home. Jiang Che drove around the city for several times and finally found a 4S shop that could repair the car. After all, the front of the sports car was scratched badly, and it would be too eye-catching if it was left unrepaired. When the boss saw Jiang Che driving the car, he was so excited that his face almost twitched, and he hurried to receive him with a bit of trepidation. Jiang Che didn't say much. After handing the car over to the store, he took a taxi to go back to school. At this time, not far from the school gate, Xu Ruei and Su Sailiai were sitting and eating, and they happened to see Jiang Che getting off the car. Su Sailiai's eyes lit up. A hint of sarcasm appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he muttered quietly, Sure enough, it's not his car, but he pretends to be the real one. Xu Ruei heard it, but didn't respond. She was actually quite annoyed. The two had just had a fight in the afternoon over a cell phone. Su Sailiai couldn't afford the cell phone she wanted, and he wouldn't let her accept one as a gift. She watched Jiang Che get off the taxi with a complicated look in her eyes. I thought he was a rich second generation, but the car wasn't his. How'd he get the 10,000 yuan to buy her a phone? Could it be that he was stimulated and took out a loan to show her? Xu Ruei had all kinds of thoughts in her mind, but she didn't go into it further because she was already in a bad mood. As for Jiang Che, he didn't pay any attention to the two of them, nor did he care what they thought. In his heart, they were no longer from the same world. When Jiang Che returned to the dormitory, the lights were on, and one of his roommates was lying down playing games, while the other was lying on the bed reading a novel, laughing from ear to ear. Come on, Daddy will treat you to dinner today. Jiang Che shouted as he entered the door, speaking with a bit of pride. You are finally back. Wang Chung sat up at once, looking like he'd been saved. Du Yuan didn't look up, still busy playing games, and only replied, It's past 9 o'clock. We've already eaten. Jiang Che was stunned and a little unhappy. Didn't we agree that I would treat you to dinner in the evening? Why did you eat first? You were nowhere to be seen this afternoon, and we thought you were out having fun again. How could we wait for you while hungry? Jiang Che thought about it, and it was true. He was indeed delayed for a while in the afternoon, and it was indeed a bit late to come back. He smiled helplessly. Forget it. I'll just order some takeout for myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled mysteriously. But look what good stuff I brought you. Then he took out 2 brand new mobile phones from his bag and threw them over. Wang Chung took them and looked at them, exclaiming, Wow, this is an iPhone 20. Du Yuan put down the game and was shocked. Is this true? Isn't this the new model? The two of them immediately gathered around and took a closer look. It was indeed the latest high-end model. Oh my god, a 17,000 yuan phone with this configuration, 5G network, and A20 chip. It would be amazing if it doesn't fly when playing games. Jiang Che smiled and said calmly, When I changed my phone this afternoon, I also bought one for you too. Tell me, am I a very awesome dad? Dad Jiang from now on. If you say east, I will never go west. Du Yuan opened the package excitedly, his eyes shining. The system interface pops up. Worship value +1, worship value +1, worship value +1. Wang Cheng was holding the phone, but he was a little hesitant. After all, he was more rational than Du Yuan. This phone is too expensive. Isn't it inappropriate for you to buy it for us? It's okay. Jiang Che waved his hand. Brother has plenty of money now. This little thing is nothing. Du Yuan also chimed in. Don't push it. The boss is worth hundreds of millions. What's a cell phone? Wang Cheng couldn't resist the temptation and finally accepted it. To be honest, he could see that he really liked this cell phone. Come on. How long has it been since we three played games together? No more words. Let's go online. Let's see how cool the new phone is. Du Yuan is most obsessed with King of Glory. When he first entered college, the three of them often teamed up to play games. But later Jiang Che fell in love, and his expenses increased a lot. He also had to go out to work part-time, so he had less time to play games. Okay, let's play a few games today. Jiang Che smiled and nodded. Anyway, he had no other plans tonight. So the three of them immediately started downloading the game, preparing for a few more exciting games. Wang Cheng and Du Yuan played the game for a while, and then stopped. It turned out that Du Yuan just wanted to try out the experience of playing games on the new phone. After one round, he stopped playing, and the two of them turned to study the various new features of the phone. Jiang Che was about to download the Shark Live app, but the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind again. Congratulations to the host. The cumulative worship value has exceeded 10,000, and the lottery function is officially enabled. When Jiang Che heard the word lottery, his eyes lit up immediately, and he asked with some curiosity, "What is this function used for?" The system patiently explained. As the name suggests, the host can use 10,000 points of worship points to draw a prize once, and there is one free chance every day, but it cannot be accumulated. Jiang Che was slightly surprised. 10,000 per time? That's too expensive. He finally understood why the system had to wait until his worship value exceeded 10,000 before activating this function. The system responded firmly. System products, absolutely worth the money. The tone was as if it was saying that you can make money without losing. Jiang Che thought about it and decided that since there was a free opportunity today, he might as well use it. So he said, "Then I'll give it a try." Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 51% of the shares of Tianyu Entertainment Company. The relevant certificate has been stored in the system space. Jiang Che was stunned when he heard this, his face full of disbelief. Tianyu Entertainment? The giant in the Empire entertainment industry? I'm a major shareholder now. He couldn't even close his mouth. You know, the market value of Tianyu is as high as more than 30 billion, and 51% of the shares are worth nearly 20 billion. This is like a dream. The system also added, the lottery content has a probability of being related to the host's most urgent needs at the moment. Jiang Gizmide, the idea of entering the entertainment industry and becoming a star had just popped into his mind, but in the blink of an eye, a top entertainment company appeared. It was simply a stroke of genius. It's really good. This lottery system is a bit expensive, but it does have something. Jiang Che was in a good mood and simply clicked on a lottery again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the voice actor mastery skill. Instantly, he felt a cool breeze flowing through his throat, and his voice seemed to be moistened with more layers and expression. Jiang Che muttered with some regret. This skill is only worth 2,000 worship points in the mall, which is a bit of a loss. However, he also knew that luck couldn't always be against the sky. It was already a lucky draw to win hundreds of millions of assets with 10,000 points. It was impossible to win all the time. Okay, we still have to control the rhythm of the lottery. Just give out one free prize every day. Don't be too greedy. He reminded himself to calm down. Just as he was thinking about it, a pop-up window of a game invitation suddenly popped up on the phone screen, and the ID was a little Zongzi. Jiang Che laughed as soon as he saw the name. It turned out to be the player he had killed more than 10 times just now. He had a very deep memory of him. You're quite persistent. Jiang Che didn't hesitate and directly clicked agree, which saved him from having to find another anchor to play with. As soon as he entered the room, a delicate complaint came from the headset with a crying tone. "Why do you always kill me? I was scolded by my teammates." Jiang Che was silent for a while. He didn't expect that he was so ruthless that he actually made the man cry. But he was not good at coaxing people. He said as soon as he opened his mouth, "You are on the blue team, and I am on the red team. If I don't kill you, will I kill my teammates?" But to Jiang Che's surprise, he was startled by his own voice just after he said this. Is this my voice? He was shocked. It was deep and magnetic and sounded particularly safe, like the voice of a top voice actor, making people want to listen to it more. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was worth spending 10,000 admiration points to get this voice. Yin Ran was a little aggrieved at first, but after hearing this voice, she was stunned for a moment and asked directly, "Brother, are you using a sound card?" Jiang Che was too lazy to explain and asked back, "You play games at home alone and you use a sound card?" Thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem very realistic. Who would need such a set of equipment to play King of Glory? Yu Yinran also felt that what he said made sense, so she didn't ask any more questions. At this time, the comments in Yu Yinran's live broadcast room suddenly changed, from the game content just now to Jiang Che's voice. "Oh my god, I love this voice. Love alert, this is too good. Brother, can you say a few more words? I just want to hear you talk. Although you have a bad mouth, the way you talk is really funny. People with nice voices are average looking. Don't be jealous. I'm moved just by your voice." Just as the barrage of comments was swiping the screen frantically, system prompts also flashed on Jiang Che's interface at the same time. Admiration value plus 10, admiration value plus 10. Jiang Che curled his lips and smiled. "I'm from music department. I have learned some voice actor vocal techniques before, so my voice is a little special." After saying this, the admiration value soared again. But the comments were much more lively than usual. Yu Yinran felt much happier. She felt that she had met a treasure boy during the live broadcast today. Not only was he interesting, but he also had a lot of jokes when he talked, and his voice was also nice. How could she care about being beaten to tears by the other party? She looked at the comments that were flooding the screen, and her eyes were almost laughing. Many fans even suggested that Jiang Che sing a song. Yu Yinran was also curious and couldn't help asking, "Brother, are you really studying music? I like to sing, but I always feel that I can't sing well. Can you sing a song for me?" Jiang Che was stunned for a second, then smiled and replied, "Of course. If he didn't show off at this time, he would be unworthy of the popularity of the live broadcast room." He immediately opened the system all and spent a little worship value to buy the Singing Mastery elementary skill. I wanted to ask again, what song do you want to listen to? But then I remembered that there are songs from another world in the system. When the system was introduced, it was said that those were the artistic essence of another civilization. If we want to show it, we have to do something different. Jiang Che simply spent another 1,000 points of admiration to buy a song, and then said seriously, "It just so happens that I wrote a song a few days ago, and you are the first listener." Yu Yinran's eyes lit up immediately. "Wow, I am so lucky." The barrage was instantly filled with 666. Before Jiang Che even started singing, he had already earned back more than half of the admiration points he spent. He cleared his throat, quickly went over the lyrics in his mind, and then started singing. A few minutes later, Jiang Che finished singing the song and became quiet, but he felt a little uneasy. Why was there no movement? Was the system's admiration value still 0? Even Yu Yinran didn't say anything, which was a bit abnormal and a little unsettling. He couldn't help but wonder, would this song fail? But he clearly bought it from the system all. How could it be wrong? Jiang Che stood there waiting for a long time. The live broadcast room was silent, and the atmosphere gradually became a little awkward. He coughed, trying to ease the atmosphere, and explained in a low voice, "I didn't bring my guitar just now, so I might not be able to sing well." "You." But before he could finish his words, Yu Yinran suddenly interrupted him excitedly. "You sing so beautifully. Did you really write this song yourself?" Like a signal, as soon as Yu Yinran said this, the barrage of comments immediately exploded, filling the entire screen in less than a few seconds. "This is too good to be true. I want to fall in love, and I want a boyfriend like him. I cried after listening to this song. It suddenly reminded me of my ex-girlfriend." The host blushed. She must have fallen for it. Ha ha. I searched around, but there is no such song on the internet. Could it be that he really created it? Then, in Jiang Che's system panel, a series of worship values began to soar, plus 100, plus 100, plus 100. The values kept jumping up. He was relieved. It turned out that the system had a delay. It was not that the song was not good, but that the response was a little slow. Hearing Yu Yinran's question, Jiang Che stopped hiding his feelings and said, "This song is called Love You, and I wrote it myself. I didn't have a guitar just now, so my performance was average." "You call this an average performance? I would believe you could debut directly." Yu Yinran's tone was full of surprise. The blush on her face hadn't faded yet, and she was still immersed in the song just now. Jiang Che smiled and said nothing more. He changed the subject softly. Let's not talk about this. Do you want to play a game? Okay. Yu Yinran agreed quickly, as if she had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Little brother, can you add me as a friend? Of course. Jiang Che answered readily, and the two quickly added each other as friends and prepared to start ranking. With a beautiful woman playing games with him, Jiang Che certainly wouldn't play the benchtop unit anymore. The two of them directly rode in the bottom lane, ready to have a sweet game. The position was assigned smoothly, and no one grabbed it, so he took the shooter position. In order to show off more in the live broadcast and earn more admiration points, he chose a hero that required skills. This time, Jiang Che did not choose the usual Umbrella King Gong Sun Li, but brought out another man who showed off his skills to the fullest, Bailey Shouyao, nicknamed Eye of Tranquility. This hero, if operated well, can do flick sniping, blind sniping, and instant sniping, which can make the opponent's scalp numb, and the damage is even more explosive. Yu Yinran chose the support hero Yao. Once this was confirmed, the team immediately went wild. A player on the third floor directly started to criticize in the team channel. Stop playing this stupid Yao. Okay? Those who play Yao are all orphans. Yu Yinran felt a little aggrieved. Her Yao win rate was obviously not bad, but this was the second time in a row that she was scolded. She didn't say anything back, but only sent a screenshot of her win rate of over 70 and explained in a low voice, "My Yao is not bad." But the third floor ignored him. What's the point of having a high win rate? Isn't it all thanks to the Jungle King? Yao is just a loser. Then, the fourth floor also made up the enemy, by Lin Yao. Two losers teaming up, they're just waiting to lose in team battles. This made Jiang Che furious. It was okay to criticize others, but it was not okay to criticize the girl he led. He replied without hesitation, "Just lie down and stop talking." The third floor was obviously not convinced. "Who do you think you are? Lie down. I think you'd be lucky if you didn't give away heads in this game." Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said to the system in his heart, "System, give me a Zon voice pack." The system responded quickly, deducted 2,000 points of worship value, and the voice pack arrived. Jiang Che immediately had a lot of ideas and typed very quickly, spouting 10 sentences per second. "Did you eat feces? You can't speak human language, right? Listening to you typing, I feel like my IQ has been lowered. Go home quickly. Maybe your father has already started planting loquat trees. Your head is so empty. Why don't you use it to plant some mushrooms? People like you live a miserable life and die unjustly, so why come to this game? If I hadn't forgotten to bring a condom that night, you would have turned into foam in the sewer." As soon as this set of Zon greetings came out, the audience in the live broadcast room was instantly excited, and the barrage of comments was full of laughter. Damn, is it so cultured to curse now? The anchor usually looks gentle and refined, but it turns out he can curse, and he's so good at it. Zwan Voice Pack, Piano Level 10, is now online. This guy is so handsome when he curses. Why do I like him more? Anchor, are you touched? He's protecting you. Jiang Che suddenly felt that his admiration value had increased again, and he was a little confused. He had just finished scolding someone, and the system actually rewarded him again? Could it be that scolding people can also accumulate popularity? This is too outrageous. But to be honest, he made a lot of money this time, because as soon as he finished speaking, the game loaded directly, not giving the third floor on the opposite side a chance to retort. Although Jiang Che's tone was a bit aggressive just now, Yu Yinran's heart suddenly warmed up. All the grievances he had just suffered disappeared, and he smiled happily. He couldn't help but ask, "What's your name, little brother? What did you mean by planting loquat trees?" Jiang Che did not hide it and explained with a smile, "My name is Jiang Che. As for the loquat tree, it is a meme in ancient Chinese literature. It comes from Zhangjic Xuanzi written by Gui Youguang in the Ming Dynasty. The original text is, there's a loquat tree in the yard, which was planted by my wife in the year she died. To put it bluntly, it was planted in the year his wife died. Now using this phrase is a way of scolding people, which is euphemistic but a bit fierce." Upon hearing this, Yu Yinran burst into laughter. "Oh, so you can curse people like this? You are so mean." Jiang Che immediately pretended to be innocent. "I am just helping you vent your anger, and you actually said I am mean." Yu Yinran couldn't help but smile and said, "Thank you then." She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little happy and blurted out, "Little brother, do you have a girlfriend?" She regretted it immediately after asking. and her face turned red. She thought to herself, how could she ask such a question after just knowing each other for a few minutes? But after the words came out, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Jiang Che was very calm and said directly, she was with him yesterday, but she was dumped today. Yu Yanran got anxious when she heard it. Are you stupid? You are so outstanding, but she broke up with you. Jiang Che chuckled. It's nothing. Many girls nowadays are quite realistic. So what if I sing well? No one will want me if I don't have money. But you have such a nice voice, you can definitely make money by singing. Yu Yanran immediately retorted. Even if I don't have money now, I can earn it in the future. She added with a stubborn tone. Jiang Che teased. If all women thought like you, I wouldn't still be single. When Yu Yanran heard that Jiang Che had broken up, she was inexplicably happy. But she hurriedly changed her words. That's great. No, it's a pity. Jiang Che looked questioning. You just said it's great? Yu Yanran quickly waved her hands. Her face flushed. No, you heard it wrong. Just at this time the game was loaded, she quickly changed the subject. The game has begun. Let's play seriously. Help me win. Jiang Che did not continue to ask and directly controlled Bailey Shouyao to go online. But the audience in the barrage did not intend to let Yu Yanran go. Host, calm down. The little Zongzi has fallen. Don't forget that you haven't seen her in person yet. Host, don't steal my husband. Yu Yanran saw these mocking comments, glanced at them, pretended not to see them, and continued to play the game silently. In this game, Sanlu chose Zhang Liang as the mid laner. When he saw that Yu Yanran did not cooperate with him and instead went to the bottom lane to team up with Jiang Che, he immediately started to be sarcastic. Do you know how to play? What's the point of not helping the mid laner to grab the line and following the shooter to the bottom lane at level 1? He had just finished typing in the team chat when a system voice echoed throughout the canyon. First blood, Jiang Che got the first kill. He didn't say a word, but typed 3 question marks in the team channel. As soon as the question marks appeared, everyone knew who it was for. Zhang Liang also kept his mouth shut this time. It was less than a minute, and the kill came out. How could he refute it? This is actually the reason why Jiang Che chose Bailey Shouyao. This hero has a very strong burst at level 1. As long as he is used well, he can almost certainly win the landing phase. Just now, after he came out of the fountain, he kept walking close to the wall, using his passive skills to speed up and become invisible to ambush in the bushes in advance. When the opponent's little Luban came online, he instinctively went to the bushes and ran into the muzzle of the gun. Jiang Che shot him in the face and then made 2 more normal attacks and then another shot. Little Luban went straight to the fountain. Not to mention Zhang Liang. Even Yu Yanran was shocked. The soldiers haven't even reached the tower yet, and Luban has already died? This is too exaggerated. However, when she thought about the high death rate of this hero in the canyon, she was relieved. After Jiang Che got this wave of kills, the system popped up a lot of admiration value prompts, and he felt so happy. Sure enough, this hero was chosen perfectly. He made a great contribution at the beginning and earned a lot of popularity. It was really great. After Jiang Che killed the enemy Luban, he did not choose to continue clearing the minion line, but quickly turned around and rushed to his own jungle area. This was because he noticed that the enemy jungler Yin Zhongjuan had already brought Zhang Fei as an assistant and started to invade their jungle area. At this time, Lu Ban had just died, and the enemy side lost an output. In comparison, their side was in a 3-on-2 situation, and they were not panicked at all. Jiang Che's jungler was a 5th floor player who chose Xian Su. This guy didn't say a word throughout the whole process, but he was obviously very experienced. He had expected that Yin Zhongjuan might come to counter jungle, so he decisively used his second skill that could capture people and took precautions. Then, Jiang Che performed another explosive operation in the jungle. Double kill. The system prompt sounded again, and Jiang Che got a double kill, earning 2 kills in just 2 minutes, and the rhythm immediately took off. Because the resurrection time was very short in the early stage, when Jiang Che returned to the line, Lu Ban had just resurrected and returned to the defense tower. In the wave of killing Yun Zhongjuan, Jiang Che hardly used any of his skills. At this time, his second skill had already charged 1.5 bullets, ready to continue pushing the line. The opponent's support kept following Yun Zhongjuan's actions, causing Lu Ban to hide under the tower by himself and not dare to come out to clear the line. Jiang Che was not in a hurry. He killed a river crab and waited for the next wave of soldiers to refresh. When the soldiers came, He did not rush to attack. He just slowly cleared the soldiers with Yu Yanran. Seeing Jiang Che being so obedient, Liu Ban couldn't help but feel proud, thinking that Bailey Shouyao was just so and couldn't even push the tower. He was feeling proud, but then he heard a muffled bang, and his health bar dropped by half in an instant. Liu Ban was so scared that he quickly moved left and right, pulling and last hitting, but there was another bang, and the second bullet hit him again. Liu Ban was completely panicked now, and he didn't care about last hitting and fled directly behind the tower, but it was obvious that he couldn't get away. As Bailey Shouyao fired his last shot, another Liu Ban corpse appeared in the canyon, and the scene was frozen in time with incredible realism. It turned out that Jiang Che did not press the tower before because he was throwing smoke bombs, making the opponent think that he would not take the initiative to attack, but in fact he was waiting for his skills to be fully accumulated. When the bullets were fully loaded, he instantly burst out to kill the opponent. His operation was extremely experienced, and he had a complete grasp of the rhythm. "Wow, your shooting skills are too accurate," Yu Yanran exclaimed, and she realized something was wrong as soon as she said it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che immediately smiled and asked back, "What do you say about me?" "That is..." Yu Yanran was about to explain, but she saw that the comments had already started to make a scene, so she quickly changed the subject. "What are you thinking about? You hooligan." Although there was some resentment in his tone, there was also a hint of coquettishness, which made Jiang Che feel itchy. He smiled and replied, "Whether my shooting skills are accurate or not, you will know when you ride on me at level 4. This is not the car for the kindergarten. I want to get off." Yu Yanran responded quickly, looking shy. The comments instantly exploded. "Brother, this driving skill is amazing. I want to ride it too. I'll help you block the comments. You guys continue." "You're still talking." Yu Yanran blushed, too embarrassed to bear the humiliation, and couldn't help but say something coquettish. Jiang Che also knew when to stop and smiled and said, Okay, let's concentrate on playing games." As they were talking and laughing, they didn't notice that Yin Zhongjuan and Zhang Fei came over and headed straight for the bottom lane. "Retreat first." Jiang Che sensed the danger and immediately reminded his teammates. He had just used up his second skill, and now he could only rely on normal attacks, which obviously did not have enough firepower. Yu Yanran quickly retreated after hearing Jiang Che's reminder, but because she was standing too far forward, Yin Zhongjuan still caught up with her. Jiang Che had no choice but to stay and support, moving around and dealing damage, trying to save the situation. Bailey's attack speed was slow, and his damage was not as good as Yin Zhongjuan's. Even with the treatment, Yu Yanran couldn't hold on and was killed instantly. "Little brother, go first," Yu Yanran shouted before she died. "Don't worry, I'll help you get revenge." Jiang Che looked at his second skill, which was about to refresh. He retreated and fought back, hoping to kill as soon as the skill was ready. Yin Zhongjuan saw that Jiang Che was still not leaving, so he used his ultimate skill to kill him. Jiang Che stared at the screen, his mind was highly focused, and he quickly calculated the HP and the damage of the opponent's skills. He had already been hit with 5 layers of passive skills. If he took the full effect of this big move, he would definitely die. At the critical moment, Jiang Che decisively flashed and avoided Yin Zhongjuan's big move. Then he used a basic attack and quickly connected with his ultimate displacement skill, hitting Yin Zhongjuan while sliding into the defense tower. Yin Zhongjuan saw Jiang Che entering the tower and wanted to chase him to deal damage, but when he saw that Jiang Che's health was too low, he thought he couldn't escape. He himself was only left with a little health, so he decided to retreat first. Jiang Che was in the 5th level of passive anyway, so he couldn't dodge it. But he never expected that Jiang Che had already prepared the final blow. As soon as he entered the tower, Jiang Che immediately crouched down and activated his second skill, aiming and locking bang. Unstoppable. The system voice sounded, and Yin Zhongjuan was shot in the head and died on the spot. However, Jiang Che did not survive. After standing for 2 seconds, the 5 layers of passive on his body exploded, and he finally fell to the ground. Although both of them died in this round, Jiang Che won the applause of the audience with his operation, and the audience exclaimed that it was wonderful. The couple returned home together. The barrage was filled again, which was both teasing and lively. Chapter 21. Cheating? Yu Yanran was extremely moved. Jiang Che didn't have to die in this wave, and he would have become a god if he killed a few more people. However, He exchanged places with Yun Zhongjuan in order to avenge her. Brother Jiangche, you are so nice, Yu Yanran said with emotion. I'm the only one who can bully my assistant. John, the said seriously. This is not Jiangche flirting with the young lady. This is what he thought when he played games as a shooter and a jungler. The support should follow him to protect him, especially his soft support. How can he let others bully him? This little brother is so warm. I love you. After hearing what the little brother said, I slapped my boyfriend in the face while he was playing games next to me. He always betrays me when he plays games. You're so good at teasing. The audience in the live broadcast room were touched by Jiangche's words, but a few of them made discordant voices. This shot, I feel like there's something wrong with it. Just now, Yin Zhongjuan was at least 2 flashes away from him, and he even used his ultimate to move back. How could he still snipe instantly? I also think that it was ridiculous that all 3 shots hit Luban. It felt a bit fake. You don't have good skills, so no matter how you look at it, everyone looks like a cheater. Yeah, Mulan was so impressive in the last game. So what's wrong with showing off a little more when playing Bailey? There was constant debate in the barrage, but generally speaking, most people believe Jiangche. After all, as long as the villain is good-looking, people's values will be determined by his appearance. The first impression Jiangche left on them was too good, so most people didn't believe that Jiangche would cheat in playing games. Yu Yanran glanced at the barrage and didn't pay much attention to it. It was common for people to quarrel over barrage, and right now, the little brother was more important. Brother Jiangche, don't worry. I will reach level 4 soon, and I will definitely protect you then, Yu Yanran said confidently. Jiangche smiled and agreed. Okay. 10 seconds later, the 2 of them were resurrected in the fountain at the same time. Jiangche controlled Bailey to go online quickly, and his second skill had already cooled down. Lu Ban also knew that Jiangche had been resurrected, so he stood in the tower and wandered around, moving nonstop. He only dared to stop and replenish the soldiers when the soldiers were left with only a little bit of blood. Jiangche was not in a hurry. He observed the health of his soldiers, and then took advantage of the gap when Lu Ban was replenishing the soldiers to shoot. Bang! Without a doubt, it hit the target directly. Lu Ban was scared after being beaten before, and now he was hit by a bullet again. He flashed back without thinking and didn't even dare to ask for his soldiers. Because Lu Ban was standing quite far away, this flash directly caused Jiangche to lose vision. However, Jiangche did not panic. He shook his second skill twice, predicted a position, and then let go. There was another muffled sound, and, judging from the skill sound effect, it hit the target. Jiangche's eyes lit up. Although the shot hit the target mainly because of his strong awareness, luck was also an important factor. However, as long as the shot hit the target, it would cause a huge deceleration of 90%. If the next shot was fired a little further forward, it would basically hit the target. But this shot made Yu Yanran stunned. How could he hit the target without any vision? Those who previously said Jiangche was cheating in the comments reappeared. Once his luck, twice still. If this wasn't a hack, I would have eaten my phone. To be honest, although this operation is a bit outrageous, but it can still be explained by luck. You can even watch this? You're so lucky. Why don't you buy a lottery ticket and play games instead? There were still some people defending Jiangche, but their number was much smaller than before. Yu Yanran looked a little unnatural. After all, she was a streamer, and playing with a cheating player would have a very bad impact. Getting banned was a small matter, and she might even lose her live streaming room. So after a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Little brother, you didn't cheat, did you?" Jiangche was concentrating on predicting Lu Ban's position and didn't hear Yu Yanran's tone. He subconsciously pretended to be happy. Cheating? Is your cheating as accurate as mine? As soon as he finished speaking, he released his second skill, and the last sniper bullet hit Lu Ban again, and the prompt sound that Lu Ban was killed sounded. The opponent Lu Ban was completely confused and typed on the public screen. Cheating? Orphan player. Chapter 22. Rage. Jiangche ignored Lu Ban on the other side. Instead, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect to be able to kill him this time. I'm lucky." Yu Yanran didn't say anything, but the comments on her computer screen had already exploded. Still pretending? You can explain this as luck. I just laugh. Just cheat if you want to. Why bother talking about luck? I didn't expect such a nice guy would cheat in games. I'm so disappointed. I liked him so much just now. Now you girls know, what looks good isn't necessarily good. It's so fucking disgusting. He's a noob, but he's still cheating on girls. What a shame. So, did he cheat when playing Mulan in the last game? How can someone be so fast? Very likely. Stop standing there, anchor. Report it now. Yu Yanran bit her lip. If she had some doubts before, now she was basically certain that Jiang Che was cheating. From the beginning to now, he had never used his second skill once, and coupled with the 2 blind sniper shots just now, this performance made her unable to help but be suspicious. Yu Yanran suddenly felt angry. It was just a game. Was it necessary to cheat? Such a person's character couldn't be that good, right? She was so touched by him just now. Seeing that Yu Yanran didn't say anything, Jiang Che didn't think much about it. After all, he couldn't see what was said in the barrage. Jiang Che just glanced at the small map and found that Yun Zhongjuan came again. This time, he not only brought Zhang Fei, but also the opposing mid-laner Zhuge Liang. Perhaps the other side saw that Jiang Che was more powerful, so they targeted him. Jiang Che not only didn't have his second skill now, he didn't even have flash. In addition, because he had just crossed the river when he was trying to kill Liu Ban, it was a bit difficult for him to escape. However, he happened to see a flash of light on Yu Yanran's Yao, which rose to level 4. So he hurriedly said, "Use your ultimate skill and come at me. With your shield, we should be able to escape. If they dare to cross the tower, we might be able to kill them." Jiang Che walked back while talking, but Yu Yanran's Yao just stood there without moving at all. "Why don't you leave?" Jiang Che urged again, but at this time Yun Zhongjuan and the other 2 had already come over. Yu Yanran's Yao moved twice casually, but did not use any skills, nor did she use her ultimate move to give Jiang Che a shield. Jiang Che had no choice but to walk and attack at the same time, trying to protect Yao. Bailey Shou Yao and Yao were very close to each other, so they naturally chose to kill Jiang Che's Bailey first. Zhang Fei used his ultimate skill directly. Yun Zhongjuan flew over and chased Jiang Che with a basic attack, while Zhuge Liang used his ultimate skill directly, ready to get the kill. Jiang Che used his third skill to avoid the stun caused by Zhang Fei's ultimate move, and quickly walked behind Yao, saying as he walked, "Help me block Zhuge's ultimate move. You can still move if you use your ultimate move again." But Yu Yanran's Yao still didn't move. The result was beyond doubt. Jiang Che died from Zhuge's energy bomb, and Yao also died under the siege of the 3 men. Jiang Che looked at the gray-white game interface on his phone and frowned. Then he suddenly remembered that Yu Yanran had just asked him if he had cheated, and he roughly guessed some of the reasons. "Are you suspecting that I'm cheating?" Jiang Che asked. "No, it's none of my business if you cheat." Yu Yanran's tone suddenly became a little aggressive. Jiang Che was originally preparing to explain, but when he heard her tone, he immediately remembered Shu Rui's attitude towards him in the past few months. Over the past few months, Shu Rui has become increasingly dissatisfied with Jiang Che, and her tone of voice has become increasingly impatient, which is exactly the same as Yu Yanran's tone at this moment. Jiang Che was too lazy to explain and turned off the microphone and speaker. He didn't say anything and couldn't hear the other person. Then he typed, "Go and follow the jungler." After that, I just didn't bother with her anymore. "I didn't cheat. You obviously blame me wrongly. Why should I be so humble and coax you and explain to you? I'm giving you face, right?" This is what Jiang Che was thinking at the moment. If it were the old Jiang Che, he wouldn't be so angry. But after what happened with Shu Rui, he simply didn't have much patience for girls. He felt that it was completely unnecessary to lower himself so much and try to please girls like a dog. Just like Shu Rui, he was so good to her, but she ended up with other men in the blink of an eye. So when Jiang Che heard Yu Yanran's tone, he was too lazy to explain. He simply turned off the microphone and speaker and played his own game. After this game was over, he would say goodbye, and there would be no intersection in the future. Chapter 23, Public Outrage. When Yu Yanran heard Jiang Che's words and couldn't hear his voice anymore, she suddenly felt empty inside, as if she had lost something important. Her face showed a look of loss. However, the comments were dissatisfied with Jiang Che's arrogant attitude. "Hey, this cheater is still getting excited, right? Haha, it's better to fight with the jungler or the mid laner than with a cheater like you. Brothers, let's get to work, report him together, and ban him for 10 years. Yes, let's go to Tencent customer service and report it. The blasting team is ready. Add him as a friend and blast him. Isn't he able to curse? I wonder if he can curse more than so many of us." Just now, these people thought Jiang Che was so outstanding, but now they hate him so much. But Yu Yanran panicked when she saw these comments, and quickly said, "Report him if you want. Don't add him as a friend and scold him. What if he's not cheating? Isn't this cheating? Isn't this a direct proof?" Big breasts and no brains. Just don't wash it now. This bastard only has a nice voice. If he were a little more handsome, could we go straight to bed? Maybe even the voice is fake. I don't know where they copied the lyrics from. Not only did Yu Yinran's explanation fail to work, but it also led to her being scolded. Anyway, they were just separated by a screen, and some people spoke without any scruples and had no manners at all. While madly belittling Jiang Che, they also scolded Yu Yinran. Some people don't even understand the whole story and just jump to conclusions. Timid in real life, but strong-arm online, refers to this type of keyboard warrior. But Jiang Che had no idea what was being said in the comments, and he controlled the newly resurrected Bailey to go online again. Yu Yinran's Yao wandered around the fountain entrance for a few seconds and finally went to the wild area. After hanging on Xian Su, she was a little dazed. Xian Su was still a little confused. The two people in the bottom lane were obviously duo queuing, and Bailey was also very powerful. Why did Yao come to find him? Jiang Che didn't count on her. He became completely serious and wanted to finish the fight quickly and leave. His economy was already more than 1,000 ahead of Lu Ban, and his level was also 2 levels ahead of Lu Ban. So he hit against the wall and went straight into the tower and attacked twice while Lu Ban was not paying attention. He then used his ultimate to hit Lu Ban while leaving the tower, crouched down, and used his second skill to send Lu Ban back again. Lu Ban typed again, "Hang up." Jiang Che ignored him, quickly cleared the minion line, and went to the bushes in the middle lane. At this time, the second skill he had used previously had been restored. The opponent's mid-laner Zhuge Liang saw that Bailey was not in the bottom lane and probably guessed that he was here to catch him. But he was not panicked at all, because he had 3 displacement stages of his second skill, and as long as he was not controlled by Zhang Liang, it was still easy for him to escape. Just as he was thinking this, with a bang, almost half of his health was lost. It hurt so much. Zhuge player was shocked, and quickly moved away and retreated backwards. Jiang Che had a blank expression on his face, and his next 2 second skills hit Zhuge Liang accurately again. "You have slain an enemy." The voice broadcast prompted that Jiang Che killed Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang was also confused and typed 3 question marks. Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang. I moved away with 3 stages of movement, and you hit all 3 shots? Zhuge Liang. Just now I thought Lu Ban was making excuses for not being able to win, but I didn't expect you to be such a cheater. Jiang Che still didn't say anything, but his heart was full of disdain. If Zhuge Liang had really moved, he might not be able to hit the target with 3 shots. After all, he only has elementary proficiency now. But just now, Zhuge Liang was obviously too confident in his 3-stage displacement. He simply moved back 3 times without moving left or right at all. It would be strange if he didn't hit the target. He simply ignored the other party's words and returned to the bottom lane to continue developing. However, Zhang Liang and Sun Su, who were already dissatisfied with Jiang Che, immediately found an excuse. Zhang Liang, oh, so you're cheating. I was wondering why your win rate is so high. You're cheating with girls. Do you still have any shame? Sun Su, so you're just a big talker, but you're really good at scolding people. Do you rely on cheats to play games? These 2 people had been scolded by Jiang Che on the hero selection interface before. Now that they finally found the opportunity, they would definitely mock him madly. Xian Su, who was still in the jungle, suddenly understood why the support suddenly followed him. It turned out that the shooter was cheating. Chapter 24, Results. Zhang Liang was still not satisfied after the taunt, so he typed on the public channel, "I have a cheater at home. It's meaningless even if I win. You guys can push it. I can still afford to lose 1 star. Sun Su immediately followed up and said, "I'll give one away first. Doesn't the cheater want to gain points? I won't let him win." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed into the opposite tower and gave a kill to the opponent's top laner. Zhuge Liang. "Okay, don't worry, I'll go out and help you report it." Jiang Che frowned, opened the battle record page, blocked everyone's messages, and operated carefully. Although it is just a game, no matter whether it is a game or not, once it has started, you have to take it 100% seriously. As for the final win or loss, you have to do your best and leave the rest to fate. That's his personality. Jiang Che continued to grow and kill people. But his top and mid laners were already giving up, and the support and jungler never came out of the jungle, obviously not wanting to win. Jiang Che was the only one playing seriously, and in this situation, not to mention beginner-level proficiency, even advanced-level proficiency might not be able to win. The most disgusting thing is that Zhang Liang kept reporting Jiang Che's location and asked the 5 people on the opposite side to capture him. Yu Yinran watched Jiang Che's Bailey defending the tower alone, developing alone, looking for that non-existent chance of a comeback, but was killed again and again by the opponent's tower dive. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little sour in her nose and an indescribable discomfort in her heart. But can't you just stop cheating? Is winning or losing that important? Yu Yinran murmured as she stared at Bailey, who died again on the screen, feeling very upset. Don't feel bad, streamer. This is how you deal with cheaters. Yeah, it's really refreshing to watch. I'm afraid you're crazy about winning. Why don't you vote for this game? Anchor, please don't vote and let him die a few more times. Orphan Bailey. About 10 minutes later, the opponent finally had enough and rushed to the high ground and pushed down the crystal. Jiang Che looked at the red word, failure, on the screen and was silent for a few seconds. It was impossible not to be angry. Winning or losing the game didn't matter, but Jiang Che was very upset about being wrongly accused and scolded for no reason. However, he couldn't hit anyone over the internet, so he left the room without saying a word. As soon as Jiang Che left the room, he saw that he had received countless friend invitations. He knew without a doubt that they were coming to scold him, so he set himself to a state where no one was allowed to add friends without even looking at them. Then he downloaded Shark Live and prepared to find a new anchor to earn admiration points. Jiang Che said, "Is it easy for me to earn some admiration points?" Yu Yinran saw Jiang Che exit the room without saying a word. She sighed softly, clicked the report button on the battle record page, checked using cheats as the reason, glanced at the comments and said softly, "Everyone, stop scolding me. I've already reported it. We'll know whether I use cheats or not soon." Yu Yinran said, still feeling a little guilty. Jiang Che had sung his newly written song for her, but she had caused him to be scolded by so many people. Now there must be a lot of people in her live broadcast room who have added him as a friend and scolded him, right? I wonder what he would think when he saw this. After the report, Yu Yinran no longer had the heart to play. After receiving some reward for daily tasks, she made an excuse of feeling unwell and prepared to go offline. But at this time, the feedback result of the report email came out. Although Yu Yinran felt that Jiang Che must have used a cheat in order to give an explanation to the audience, she still opened the email in front of everyone. But after seeing the contents of the email, the entire live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. The content of the email is very simple and can be summarized in a few words. There is nothing abnormal about the reported account. In other words, Jiang Che didn't cheat. Everyone knows Tencent. Although it likes to copy others' homework, its anti-cheating measures are still very strong. It cracks down on cheating very hard, and there will basically be no misjudgment. At this time, a few comments appeared on the computer screen. The feedback from my report also showed that there was no cheating. I also reported it to the game customer service, and they said there was nothing wrong with the account. My V9 report was unsuccessful, so he probably didn't cheat. Chapter 25, Gen CC. There were nearly 1 million viewers in the live broadcast room, and at least hundreds or thousands of people reported Jiang Che's account. They all said that there was nothing abnormal, so it was impossible to misjudge. That means Jiang Che really didn't cheat. When Yu Yinran saw the words, "no abnormalities," her heart skipped a beat, and then she felt a surge of guilt. He didn't cheat. No cheating. Yu Yinran no longer dared to think about how Jiang Che felt when he stubbornly defended the high ground alone in the last game, watching his 4 teammates wandering around in the jungle while mocking him for cheating. When his teammates scolded him, he protected them. When the opponent killed him, he would rather die together with them than avenge him. When he came, he smiled and sang to himself. And when he left, he said nothing. The audience in the live broadcast room noticed that Yu Yinran's eyes suddenly turned red, and she lay on the table sobbing and suppressing her tears, which was heartbreaking. They also felt very upset and advised, "Don't cry, Anchor. It's not your fault. We all misunderstood. Yes, don't be sad. Little Zongzi, I will give you a reward. I'm sorry, little brother. I shouldn't have doubted you. You guys are such fucking noobs. You accuse others of cheating when you can't perform an operation yourself." Of course, in addition to those who felt sorry for Yu Yinran, there were also many who felt sorry for Jiang Che. Didn't you shout the word "Guabi" happily just now? What's wrong now? Rubbish Anchor. Stop talking nonsense, unfollow me, and say goodbye. That guy is so nice. He helped you to improve your scores and sang for you. And you treated him like this? If you don't find him and apologize, I will scold you every day. Is crying useful now? Just imagine how it felt when the little brother was targeted by 9 of you in the last game. Stop arguing and think about how to apologize to them. Many female viewers fell in love with Jiang Che's voice when he sang before, and their hearts were moved by his warm behavior in protecting Yu Yanran in the game. When Jiang Che was accused of cheating, they didn't believe it, but if they said it out loud, they would definitely be criticized, so they could only choose to remain silent. But now that it has been confirmed that Jiang Che did not cheat, they are also angry. Yu Yanran no longer paid attention to what was being said in the comments. Her mind was filled with Jiang Che and his Bailey Shoya. Here, Jiang Che's Shark Live has been downloaded. He clicked directly on the King of Glory section, and the most popular live broadcast room in front was also occupied by a girl. The name of the live broadcast room is a Big White Rabbit. I clicked in and took a look. Well, it's really big and white. I seem to have heard Do Yuan mention this anchor several times. Her name seems to be Chun Cece. Jiang Che muttered to himself. Jiang Che watched for a while and found that although this anchor was a girl, her skills were very good. Of course, her skills in playing games. Don't get the wrong idea. She was the one who could carry everyone with her Han Xin. It was natural that a girl with strong skills and good looks would attract a lot of fans. He didn't hesitate and directly sent a comment. Does the anchor bring fans? Can I get on board? Before Chin Cece could say anything, the others laughed. Brother, you're a little stubborn. Can't we just watch carefully? A level 1 trumpet asked this question. Are you still asleep? You want to get on the bus without charging a cent? You have crashed a long time ago. Don't set your sights on my goddess, loser. The barrage of comments passed by, all mocking Jiang Che for overestimating his own abilities. Chin Cece happened to glance at the computer and saw this somewhat strange comment. A hint of disdain flashed across her eyes. There are always some losers who can't see their position clearly and have no idea. Which of the fans she leads has not spent thousands or tens of thousands of dollars in a live broadcast room? There are even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Moreover, the ID of the person who posted this barrage is so handsome that he got chopped down, and it is obvious at first glance that he is a complete loser. That's right, the ID Jiang Che registered for Shark was called So Handsome He Was Cut Down, which was the same as his game ID. How should I put it? Although it was a bit high profile, it didn't blow any smack. But Chin Cece was very disdainful. How handsome can he be? What's the point of being handsome without money? Most people who can come up with such names are very ugly in real life and come to the internet to find a sense of existence. The more people lack something, the more they care about it. But as a big anchor, he could only think about it in his heart. So he just glanced at the comments and said calmly, at the beginning of the season, I will rank up in a single row, and I won't bring fans for the time being. I will enter the prestige group with a rocket, and I may have a chance to get on board later. The meaning is very clear. Recharge first, and then talk. Jiang Che did not answer because he was already charging money. Taking money to slap someone in the face is Jiang Che's favorite thing. 1 super fire is 2,000 yuan. Since she said that she would not bring fans when rushing to score points at the beginning of the season, 1 super fire might not be enough, so Jiang Che planned to give 10 super fires directly, which is 20,000. But on second thought, I've already given away 20,000, so giving a little more doesn't seem to make any difference. Giving a little more can also earn me some admiration points. He did it right away and spent 5 million. Small money, don't care. Then everyone in Chun Cece's live studio saw a glittering notice at the top of the screen. Congratulations to the handsome guy who was chopped down and became the emperor in this live broadcast room. As a host, Chun Cece is extremely sensitive to this kind of golden special effects. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Is someone turning on the emperor? When I looked up, I saw that the handsome guy was chopped off. Isn't this the cool guy from before? No, isn't this the handsome guy from before? Very handsome indeed. Anyone who dares to give himself such a name is definitely a rich second generation, a rare talent. But before she could open her mouth to thank them, she saw a series of super rockets flying by. The handsome guy was chopped and sent out a super rocket multiplied by 1. The handsome guy was chopped and sent out a super rocket multiplied by 2. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket multiplied by 99. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket multiplied by 100. 100 super hot ones equals 200,000. Although you have recharged 5 million, you can only get worship value once if you give away all at once. Although it is a lot, the effect is definitely not as good as 200,000, 500,000, or 1 million. You can give it away slowly step by step. Chapter 26, Reward. But even 200,000 is enough to make people stunned. 200,000 is the amount of money that most people cannot earn in a year. Even Shinsisi has never met such a rich man. The rewards given by the anchors in the gaming area are not as good as those in the appearance area, because the rewards in the appearance area are high and they can make an appointment to discuss life. While no matter how much reward are given in the gaming area, they can probably only play games together for a while. Therefore, even an anchor of Chun Cici's caliber who is ranked number 1 on the list has received less than 1 million in total tips, and this is the total amount for the past 2 years. For someone like Jiang Che, who is super popular and can get 200,000 with just a simple handout, plus an emperor who can give 150,000, it is hard to even imagine. The boss is generous. Sorry, handsome emperor, I was wrong. I am a loser. The boss is confused. Wouldn't it be nice to buy spare ribs for 200,000 yuan? Does the handsome emperor still need a thigh pendant? It's not without reason that you, handsome emperor, were chopped down. Rows of comments flashed by quickly, and everyone was shocked by Jiang Che's generosity. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Chen Cici also smiled immediately. Thank you, Shui Huang. You are so generous. Shui Huang, do you want to get in the car? Wait until I finish this game. Forget it. I'll just go AFK, change my account, and we can play in a duo. It smells so good. Isn't it the beginning of the season to rush for points? What are you hanging up? Phone. Let's talk about the machine. Let's be civilized. Money can make people hang up. Jiang Che smiled and sent out a comment, asking, aren't you going to rank up at the beginning of the season? Chen Cici didn't feel uncomfortable at all when she saw this teasing and even somewhat sarcastic comment. She still smiled and said, it's okay. There's no rush to get the points. From an unknown little anchor to her current position, she has encountered countless troubles, big and small, so she knows very well how powerful money is. There is absolutely no need to offend such a rich man for a word. Okay, Jiang Che didn't say anything else. What's your game ID? I'll add you as my friend. The two quickly added each other as friends and then entered the room. Hello, is Shui Huang going to turn on the microphone? Chen Cici asked softly. Well, let's start. Zhang Duqiagrid. Chen Cici was stunned for a moment, then said, Shui Huang, you have a really nice voice. You should be in your early 20s, right? Jiang Che said, haha, in his heart. Yin Ran had said the same thing just now, so he was too lazy to answer and repeated, open it. Chen Cici didn't get angry and agreed obediently. Okay. The comments were just as explosive as Yu Yinran's before. This sound? Isn't it the sound card warrior? Probably not. There is still a subtle difference between the voice of sound card and a real person. This voice is at most 25 years old. I didn't expect the handsome emperor to be so young. I thought it was some bald boss in his 40s or 50s who fell in love with my white rabbit. Which boss in his 40s or 50s still plays King of Glory? Handsome emperor, I want to have a baby with you. Can't you give birth to a child? The handsome emperor is so cool. The barrage here is much more dense than that of Yu Yinran. After all, the number of people in Chun Cici's live broadcast room is several times that of Yu Yinran, and the admiration value obtained by Jiang Che is also several times out of that place, so he made a small profit. But with previous experience, Jiang Che was calmer and not so excited. After entering, they chose heroes. Jiang Che was on the 5th floor, and Chen Cici was on the 1st floor. Chen Cici immediately asked, what position does Shui Huang play? I'll help you grab it. I'll play Luna. Jiang Che did not refuse and directly pre-selected Luna, who is one of the best heroes in King of Glory and is not easily misunderstood as cheating. Okay, then what kind of support do you want? I'll choose one and follow you. Chen Cici continued to ask. Although Chen Cici is a girl, she is also an absolute jungler. She has always disdained playing support, but now she takes the initiative to play the support position for Jiang Che. Zhang Gizmaid. Money is indeed a good thing. Chen Cici is the goddess in the hearts of countless male King of Glory players, such as Du Yuan. But now she is so obedient in front of him. This is the power of money. Even the barrage can't stand it anymore. Anchor, stop licking. You'll end up with nothing left. It's over. The big white rabbit has turned into a big white dog and turned into a licking dog. Support? Did I hear that correctly? White Rabbit is going to play support. No more talking. I'm going out to carry bricks. I'll come back when I make 350,000 yuan. Brothers, wait for me. Why are you moving bricks in the middle of the night? Can't you just sleep? You can dream about anything. Chapter 27, Killing. Jiang Che heard Chun Cici's words and replied indifferently. You can choose any diamond game. I am the wife of King Gigi, and I will kill them at will. 666. The handsome emperor speaks so domineeringly indeed. Shui Huang. Even though you are rich, I still have to say that bragging is not a good habit. The red envelope has arrived. The director team is ready. I see. As the old saying goes, money can make people hang up. The comments expressed disbelief. After all, this was the Eternal Diamond, which was said to be as difficult as the 100-Star Kings game. If you were unlucky and matched with weird teammates, you might end up fighting 1 against 9, and no matter how good you were, you couldn't win. Chun Cici was somewhat skeptical when she heard Jiang Che's confident words, but she didn't show it. After thinking for a while, she said, then I'll play Tai. Naturally, she had her own reasons for choosing this hero. Tai can deal decent damage with some magical equipment and has a certain ability to turn the tables. If Jiang Che fails, she can still save the situation. But when the game started, she realized she was overthinking. At the beginning of the game, the opponent did not choose to counter jungle and lost the only chance to suppress Jiang Che before level 4. Jiang Che successfully took the red and blue buffs, and after reaching level 4, he began his personal show. His infinite combo under the moon not only made the opponent lose their way, but even Chun Cici couldn't catch up with Jiang Che when he used his ultimate. The 3 teammates immediately turned into useless people who could only shout 666. The 5 opponents were also impressed by Jiang Che's superb skills and expressed their desire to become his friend. The audience in the live broadcast room expressed their wish for Chun Cici to play Yao in the next game, because after seeing Jiang Che's skills, they wanted to see Jiang Che's first-person perspective. Compared with Chun Cici's live broadcast room, Yu Yinran's side seemed a bit dull. Yu Yinran went to the bathroom to wash her face, adjusted her mood, and returned to the camera to apologize. I'm sorry, everyone. I misunderstood the little brother before. Let's wait until he finishes this game and then invite him again to apologize. Because Yu Yinran and Jiang Che are game friends, she can see Jiang Che's game status, which has just started for 7 minutes. After hearing this, most of the comments naturally expressed their agreement, and the few who expressed different opinions were ignored. At one point, hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were waiting for Jiang Che to finish the game. Jiang Che's side completely crushed the game, pushing up the high ground in 10 minutes. Then, after flying back and forth at the opponent's fountain several times, he pushed down the opponent's crystal. Changed 3 pieces of equipment in 1 second. Godlike hand speed. Isn't this Luna too strong? The opponent is too weak. I'm not bragging. If the handsome emperor meets me, no matter how strong he is, he can only show off for 6 minutes, because after 6 minutes, I will surrender. I thought you were really going to brag. You almost couldn't hold back your 40-meter-long sword. Chun Cici's eyes were also a little surprised. As the saying goes, the layman sees the excitement, the expert sees the doorway. Judging from her level of nearly 100 stars in solo last season, Jiang Che's Luna is completely at the national level. She was now somewhat curious as to why Jiang Che would spend hundreds of thousands to play games with her. Want to score points? His own skills are more than enough. Want to pick up girls? But in this game, he was basically looking for topics by himself, and he didn't say much. Chun Cici was puzzled, but she never imagined that Jiang Che was here to collect admiration points. In other words, he was here to show off. Jiang Che looked at his own record of 17-0-3, as well as the tens of thousands of admiration points that had increased in his system. He immediately felt better, and the depression he had previously felt due to being misunderstood as cheating was swept away. But at this moment, a game invitation suddenly appeared on the screen. A little Zongzi? Jiang Che frowned and refused decisively. Isn't it enough to play me? Not only did he refuse, he also blocked Yu Yinran and ended their friendship. Jiang Che didn't know that Yu Yinran came to apologize. He thought she was here to persuade him not to cheat or to criticize him, so he naturally didn't bother to pay attention to her. Although Jiang Che is not angry now, he still doesn't have a good impression of Yu Yinran. Chapter 28, At a Loss. Seeing that Jiang Che hadn't spoken for a long time, Chen Cece asked. Shui Huang, are you coming again? Gulme. Of course. Jiang Che agreed immediately. Okay, then I'll switch back to my main account. After seeing Jiang Che's skills, Chen Cece thought about lying down behind him for a while and getting some points. Chen Cece could get up there with her own strength, but it was always easier to play duo with Jiang Che. Jiang Che naturally didn't care. He thought that he might be able to gain more admiration points by bullying the weak opponents in high-end games. So the two of them continued their journey to gain points. Yu Yanran stared blankly at the phone screen, suddenly feeling at a loss. Jiang Che not only rejected the invitation, but also blocked himself and removed himself from the friend relationship. It's not that I'm angry. After all, I did go a little too far in the last game. If I encountered such a thing, I would also be angry. But Jiang Che was just someone she matched randomly with, and the only connection between them was being friends in this game. Now that he has been unfriended, does that mean that the only connection between them is also severed? Yu Yanran suddenly felt at a loss, with an inexplicable emotion rising in her heart. She felt guilty for not being able to apologize in person. But more importantly, she felt disappointed that she could no longer hear Jiang Che's voice. It's over, my brother is angry. My friend was also blocked. I really can't find him now. Isn't that a bit stingy? The anchor has already admitted his mistake. Again, he knows the anchor is going to apologize. Does he have to forgive after he apologizes? Can't he have a little temper when he's been wronged? It's good enough that you rejected the invitation. If I were to encounter such a thing, I would have cursed a long time ago. Yu Yanran felt her head was a mess, and she didn't know what to do. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm not feeling well. Let's stop here for today. Yu Yanran really didn't want to continue the live broadcast. After apologizing, she prepared to end it. But at this moment, a few comments suddenly appeared on the computer screen. Found it. Little brother found it. It's in the White Rabbit live broadcast room next door. Anchor, go check it out. Your little brother has been seduced by another female anchor. Damn it. Don't you know that this guy is actually a rich guy? Not only did he become the emperor in the White Rabbit live broadcast room, but he actually gave a reward of 200,000 yuan to the super hot. I was shocked. There is such a thing. Yu Yanran's hand froze as she was about to turn off the computer. Of course, she knew Chen Cece's live broadcast room. After all, there were both female anchors in the King of Glory area. Not to mention that Chen Cece was a big anchor with millions of fans. But why was Jiang Che there? Was it a coincidence that they were matched? A few fans who had just passed by in more than 10 seconds came back. Little Zhongzi, the little brother is indeed there. Brothers and sisters, let's go over and apologize together. Anchor, aren't you going over there? Since it was confirmed that Jiang Che was there, Yu Yanran didn't think too much about why. She found Chen Cece's live broadcast room on the Shark Live homepage and clicked on it. In this game, Jiang Che played Li Bai, also a hero who can show off his skills to the fullest if you know how to play it well. It was the end of a team battle. The only opponent left was Sun Shangxiang, who was at low health and fled back to the tower in a hurry. The other four people's heads were all captured by Jiang Che. On Jiang Che's side, the only ones left were Li Bai with low health and Chen Cece Xiao with half health. Chen Cece saw Jiang Che get a quad kill and went straight into the tower to chase Sun Shangxiang. As she chased him, she said, Shui Huang, a pentakill. I'll help you hold the tower. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che used Jinjiu twice to catch up with the low-health Sun Shangxiang. He hit her twice and then used his second skill to take her away directly without even using his ultimate skill. Pentakill. A domineering voice announcement sounded. Jiang Che successfully got a pentakill, and this pentakill also brought him a large wave of admiration points. However, Chen Cece Xiao was killed by Sun Shangxiang before her death because she helped Jiang Che resist the tower. Thank you. Jiang Ke thanked him. Chen Cece made a great contribution to this pentakill, not just the final tower defense. It's okay, that's what a support does. Chen Cece said with a smile. After playing a game, she found that Jiang Che didn't seem to be aloof. He just seemed to be in a bad mood just now. Is this the professional shooter you mentioned? He doesn't seem that good. Zhang Duke asked curiously. That's right, the Sun Shangxiang who was just killed by Jiang Che is a professional player of KPL and a top shooter. After all, it was the beginning of the season, and all the big players were busy trying to gain points. So it was not surprising that Chen Cece matched up with professional players using her main account. Chen Cece Lao Git Dere. There was no way to respond to this. Only Jiang Che dared to say this. However, Based on Jiang Che's performance in this game, he could indeed say this. All 5 opponents were beaten by him, including those professional players. This also made her even more curious about Jiang Che's identity. Logically speaking, this kind of technology should not be unknown, and he should be so rich. 666. The top shooter in KPL is not even worth mentioning. So handsome and domineering. The handsome emperor is disdainful. That's it. Is it swollen? It's over. I feel like the handsome emperor will be scolded tomorrow. Chapter 29. Refusing to help. Jiang Che said this not to show off. He was just a little curious. After all, it was his first time meeting a professional player, and he seemed to be playing with him very easily, so he asked one more question. The two continued playing the game, but at this moment some strange comments gradually appeared on the computer. Sorry, little brother. We are here to apologize. Little Zongzi knows she was wrong, and she's here to apologize to you. Brother, come back. I want to hear you sing. Chen Cece had been paying attention to the barrage of comments and found them a little strange. After watching for a few minutes, she finally understood what had happened from the few words in the barrage of comments. It turned out that Jiang Che had been matched with a female anchor before, but because his skills were too good, he was misunderstood as cheating and was scolded. After reporting it, we found out that Jiang Che was not cheating, and now he is apologizing again. After understanding, Chen Cece felt that these people were really stupid. Judging from Jiang Che's understanding of the hero and his grasp of the game's rhythm, he is definitely a true master. I don't know how they could tell that he was cheating. Suddenly, 10 super rockets flashed across Chen Cece's live broadcast room. A little Zongzi sends out a super rocket multiplied by 1. A little Zongzi sends out a super rocket times 2. A small Zongzi sends out a super rocket times 10. 10 super rockets cost 20,000 yuan, which is roughly equivalent to Yu Yanran's monthly salary. Chen Cece immediately realized that it was probably the anchor who came over, but she didn't react in particular. She just temporarily turned off the in-game voice chat, and then thanked him as usual. Thank you, shout Zongzi, for the 10 super rockets. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Just as he finished speaking, a barrage of comments with some special effects floated by. Can the host help me? This was the comment sent by Yu Yanran. What help? Chen Cece asked knowingly. Yu Yanran briefly explained what happened before to her, and then asked, Can you help me explain it to him? I want to apologize to him in person. I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. Chen Cece's tone was gentle, but her words stunned everyone. After saying this, he didn't intend to explain anything and continued playing games with Jiang Che. Not only Yu Yanran, many viewers were also stunned. The other party had already sent 10 super rockets, but it was not enough to just say a few words. After realizing it, Yu Yanran's fans were a little angry. Isn't the anchor going too far? Even 20,000 yuan for a sentence is not enough. Is it not enough? At worst we can add some more. It's just a word. Idiot. Score-raising bitch. Ha, you fucking ride. Some fans with bad tempers started cursing directly, but this was Chen Cece's live broadcast room after all. Chen Cece's fans were immediately dissatisfied when they saw their host being scolded, and they also started to use foul language, with both sides swearing constantly. Seeing this, Chen Cece casually said, Those who stalk other anchors in my live broadcast room will be banned, and those who curse will also be given a 7-day package. After a pause, she added an explanation. I will return the 20,000 yuan to you after deducting the commission. I can't help you with this. Although she was polite, she was full of disdain for you, Yanran in her heart. Apologize? You probably only thought of apologizing after knowing that Shui Huang had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars here. Isn't it because you were impressed by Shui Huang's money ability? And even if you sincerely apologize, what does it have to do with me? Why should I push the rich people in my live broadcast room to your side? Tips are a big part of the anchor's income. So as an anchor, Chen Cece naturally wants to keep Jiang Che. She's also thinking about adding Jiang Che's personal WeChat after finishing the game. Why should she explain for her competitor? From Chen Cece's perspective, there is absolutely nothing wrong with doing this. Jiang Che was playing games and didn't open the live broadcast software, so he was completely unaware of this. While Jiang Che was still playing games, Xu Rui had already returned to her dormitory. Her roommate had gone out and hadn't come back yet, so Xu Rui was alone lying on the bed, lost in thought. Originally, she was planning to go out with Su Siliai to find a hotel to discuss life in the evening. She had been in contact with Su Silei more than a month ago, and she had just broken up with Jiang Kemming today, so going out to do something was a natural thing. But because of the cell phone incident in the afternoon, Su Silei scolded her, and she came back in anger. Lying on the bed at this moment, she unconsciously compared Jiang Che and Su Silei. She remembered that when she was with Jiang Che would never be mean to her even if she did something wrong. And today, she wanted to buy a cell phone. But Su Silei refused to buy her a cell phone with his monthly allowance of tens of thousands of yuan, and Jiang Che had worked as a food delivery man for 3 months to save money for a birthday surprise for her. In comparison, Xu Ruwei began to doubt whether it was right for her to break up with Jiang Che. Chapter 30. Firm Thoughts. People are like this. They don't cherish what they have, but only remember all the good things about the other person when they lose him or her. Over the past 3 years, Xu Ruwei had gotten used to Jiang Che being nice to her and took his concern for her for granted. But when they actually broke up, she felt a sense of loss. After seeing Jiang Che's attitude toward her today, she truly felt that Jiang Che would never be nice to her again. Especially when she saw Jiang Che asking for another girl's WeChat in front of her, she always had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Will things really be better if I have money? Xu Ruwei recalled in her mind all the care Jiang Che had shown her over the past 3 years, and the way Su Silei had just scolded her, and she was actually a little shaken. But at this moment, the dormitory door was suddenly opened, and her 3 roommates came back. Walking in front was a tall girl with a pair of long legs that were particularly eye-catching. Although her appearance was not as good as Xu Ruwei, the school beauty, she was not bad either. Her name is Zhou Qianli, and she is the prettiest girl in her class, except Xu Ruwei. As soon as Zhou Qianli entered the room, she saw Xu Ruwei lying on the bed and asked curiously, "Huh? Why weren't you with Su Silei at night? Did he ask you to come back?" Before Xu Ruwei could answer, she saw the iPhone 20 in Xu Ruwei's hand. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, the latest iPhone 20? The other 2 roommates at the back heard this and immediately came over. "Apple 20? The one that cost 17,000 yuan? Let me take a look." The few of them had a good relationship, so Zhou Qianli took Xu Ruwei's phone and said, "The texture, the screen, the appearance, it's so beautiful. It's really expensive for a reason. If anyone is willing to buy me this phone, I will immediately become his girlfriend." "Su Silei actually bought you such a nice phone. He's so nice to you. I'm so jealous. I wanted this phone for a long time, but it's too expensive and I can't afford it." Several people gathered around the phone and started talking, all with envious expressions on their faces. Xu Ruwei suddenly felt a sense of pride in her heart. Her roommate's envious expression greatly satisfied her vanity, as if this phone was really given to her by Su Silei. At the same time, the heart that had just been shaken became firm again. "I will go to apologize to Su Silei tomorrow and spend time with him at night." Xu Ruwei secretly made up her mind to make Su Silei forgive her. Seeing the reactions of several roommates, she still felt that Su Silei was better off than Jiang Che. Without even the basic living security, how could she be happy even if Jiang Che treated her well? She didn't want to live in a small rental house with Jiang Che after graduation, living frugally with a monthly salary of several thousand yuan and only being able to save enough for the down payment of a house when she was 30 years old. After the down payment, there are also various pressures such as monthly mortgage and car loan. After having children, there will be various additional expenses. Just thinking about days like this makes me feel breathless. Moreover, Jiang Che's behavior of renting a car during the day made her feel that Jiang Che was unreliable, flashy, and exaggerated. In a blink of an eye, it was already past 3 in the morning, and Jiang Che had just finished a game. "Hero, are you going to fight again?" Chen Sisi asked while yawning. It was obvious that she wanted to sleep a long time ago. Chen Sisi usually pays great attention to the maintenance of her skin and almost never stays up late. Today, in order to please Jiang Che, she did not mention the matter of ending the live broadcast. Some of the audience couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Shuai Huang, please forgive us. I feel like I'm going to be late for work tomorrow. I've already woken up and you're still playing? Sudden death warning. You really dragged the beautiful anchor to play games all night long. It's outrageous. Can you do something we want to see? Sorry, the following plot is paid content." Chapter 31, Private Message. Jiang Che felt a little embarrassed, mainly because he saw the admiration value kept growing and he was reluctant to stop. so he could only ask Chen Sisi for help. So, he casually gave another reward of 500,000 superfire to show his gratitude. Rockets rained down again in Chen Sisi's live broadcast room. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket multiplied by 1. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket times 2. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket times 100. The handsome guy was hacked and sent out a super rocket multiplied by 250. Fuck, I woke up instantly. Fuck, another 500,000. Shui Huang, are you in need of a son? One who is about your age. I don't understand the world of rich people. I spent more than 800,000 yuan here in one night. Wouldn't it be nice to spend over 800,000 yuan to find a wife? Why are you giving gifts to a female anchor here? There is no doubt that Jiang Che's actions earned him a lot of admiration points. The screen full of golden super rockets made everyone lose all sleepiness. Chen Sisi was stunned for 2 seconds before she reacted and said gently, "Thank you, Shui Huang. If Shui Huang still wants to play, let's continue. We can play all night long." Only a fool would not spend more than 800,000 yuan playing games in one night. Although Chen Sisi would not get that much after deducting the commission, Jiang Che has already proved that he is undoubtedly a big shot. Hearing Chen Sisi's question, Jiang Che said, "No, let's stop here tonight. I have something to do tomorrow." "Okay," Chen Sisi nodded. "Then, handsome emperor, can I add you on WeChat?" Usually, others would beg her to add her on WeChat like a lapdog, but this was the first time she took the initiative to add another man on WeChat. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Okay, maybe I'll need a ride in the future. I'll send you a private message. Good night, handsome emperor." Chen Sisi was actually quite happy when Jiang Che agreed. He was a real rich man, and his voice was so nice and youthful. After adding WeChat, maybe they could meet in private or something. After Jiang Che quit the game, he opened the private messages in Shark Backstage and found a bunch of private messages. After all, he had spent nearly 1 million RMB. Many people were very curious about Jiang Che, and most of them were girls. Some even sent some naughty pictures without showing their faces to ask for support and dates. Jiang Che said that those who did not show their faces would be treated as Princess Qiao Biluo, and they would all be blocked and reported decisively. Purifying the online environment would start with me. Then he scrolled down and found the private message that Chen Sisi sent him. On the other side, Yu Yanran rubbed her eyes, which were almost unable to open, but still refused to fall asleep, and the interface of her mobile phone remained on a shark background. She also sent a private message to Jiang Che. There was no way. Chen Sisi refused to help. Apart from sending Shark a private message, she didn't know how else to contact Jiang Che, so she had been waiting until now, wondering if Jiang Che would reply to her private message after he finished the game. After Jiang Che wrote down the WeChat ID that Chen Sisi sent him, he was about to quit Shark when he accidentally glanced at an unread private message. "A little rice dumpling? Why is it still her?" Jiang Che was speechless, but when he clicked on it, he found that it was different from what he thought. The other party actually came to apologize to him, and his tone was very sincere. He said that he shouldn't have misunderstood Jiang Che and wanted to apologize. Jiang Che then realized that the second time she invited him to play the game, she probably wanted to apologize, but he didn't know at the time, and not only did he refuse the game, but he also blocked her. Jiang Che wasn't a stingy person, so he wasn't angry anymore when he thought about it this way. He glanced at the time and found that this private message was sent to him by Yu Yanran at around 10 o'clock last night. It was already past 3 in the morning, so he thought that the other party must have fallen asleep. He simply replied, "Yeah, it's okay," and then quit Shark directly. Yu Yanran was half asleep when she suddenly heard the notification tone of Shark's private message. She woke up immediately and picked up her phone. It was Jiang Che who replied to her. However, when she saw Jiang Che's short 3-word reply, she, who is always carefree, didn't know how to continue the topic for a moment. Asking him if I can add him as my game friend? It doesn't seem right. Asking for WeChat directly? There's no reason for that. Yu Yanran tossed and turned on the bed, feeling distressed. She edited the message several times but deleted it again. After struggling for a long time, she finally asked, "Do you want to play games together tomorrow?" A true straight woman of steel. After sending the message, Yu Yanran lay on the bed with a look of despair on her face. She never cared when her bestie called her a straightforward woman before, but now she wanted to go to Baidu to search for how to chat with boys. "I think I may have fallen in love with a voice." Yu Yinran muttered to herself while lying on the bed, her face slightly blushing. It sounded a bit outrageous. I don't even know what Jiang Che looks like, let alone any of his personal information, but I have a strange feeling in my heart. I even have to be cautious and think repeatedly before replying to Jiang Che's private message. Yu Yinran was struggling while waiting for Jiang Che to reply to her, but after waiting for about half an hour, she still didn't receive a reply. Finally, she fell asleep in a daze with some disappointment. After Jiang Che added Chen Cece on WeChat, they chatted casually for a few words and then said goodnight to each other and went to bed. Chen Cece wanted to chat more to find out more about Jiang Che, but Jiang Che was not very interested and ignored her on the pretext of going to bed. He lay on the bed and counted his gains for the day, a total of more than 200,000 admiration points. It seems that he has to put the matter of becoming a host on the agenda as soon as possible. This is simply the only way to make a fortune. Being a star might earn more admiration points, but it would also bring more troubles. Although he had become the behind-the-scenes boss of Tianyu Entertainment Company, Jiang Che had heard about the complex environment of the entertainment industry. If he wanted to be a host, he only needed to buy a computer and authenticate his identity, which was very convenient. So Jiang Che thought that being a celebrity could be put on hold for the time being. Chapter 32, Random Mission. We didn't talk all night, but my roommate's snoring was a bit loud. Jiang Che fell into a deep sleep around 4 in the morning. There were classes the next morning, but Jiang Che obviously couldn't go. When Wang Cheng and Du Yuan were leaving in the morning, they called him. Jiang Che mumbled that he didn't want to go and continued to sleep. Wang Cheng and Du Yuan didn't say much. In their opinion, it really didn't matter whether a rich kid like Jiang Che went to class or not. It was not until 10 o'clock that Jiang Che was awakened by the alarm clock. Jiang Che set the alarm himself before he went to bed last night, because he had 2 classes in the morning. It didn't matter whether he went to the first one or not, but the second one was the counselor's class, and there was a small class meeting after class. If he didn't go or asked for leave, he would be in trouble. Jiang Che was not so arrogant as to ignore school rules and regulations. After getting up, he quickly tidied himself and went to the classroom, but he was still a few minutes late. Jiang Che looked a little embarrassed when he stood at the door of the classroom. Fortunately, their counselor had a good temper. Seeing the awkward expression on Jiang Che's face, he smiled and said, "Come in. Pay attention to the time next time. Being late is not a good habit." "Thank you, teacher." Jiang Che's counselor is Xiao Qingwan, a young teacher who just graduated from school this year. She is beautiful, kind, and gentle. She is the goddess in the eyes of many boys, but it is a pity that she seems to have a boyfriend. When Jiang Che walked in, most of the students in the class looked at him with strange expressions. One reason was that Xu Ruwei came to class holding hands with Su Silei yesterday, which meant that Jiang Che was cheated on. Jiang Che and Xu Ruwei are a talented and beautiful couple who have been dating since their freshman year, making them the envy of countless singles. However, they did not expect that they would succumb to reality in their senior year when they were about to graduate. So everyone looked at Jiang Che with some special emotions, including pity, sympathy, and even gloating. And the other reason is Jiang Che seems to have become more handsome. Jiang Che was already very handsome before. It was no exaggeration to say that he was the class flower, but now his appearance has reached a new level. Even his voice has a gentle and jade-like feeling, which makes people feel soft in their hearts. At this time, they saw Jiang Che standing at the door with an awkward smile on his face, and they couldn't help but think of the poem on the internet, "The man on the street is like jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world." It's too good to be true. Could it be that breaking up has these effects? However, after entering, Jiang Che looked around and still felt a little awkward because today's class was in a small classroom, and one of the desks in the classroom happened to be broken. So coincidentally, there was only one empty seat next to Xu Ruwei. Su Silei took leave again. Jiang Che hesitated for a second, and then walked over and sat down, pretending not to see Xu Ruwei. "Since we've broken up anyway, let's just treat each other as ordinary classmates and do." "No, it's okay to sit for a while." This is what Jiang Che was thinking at this moment. Xu Ruwei couldn't help feeling uncomfortable when she saw that Jiang Che didn't care about her at all, but they had clearly broken up. At the same time, she was also a little surprised. They had been together for 3 years. Although Jiang Che was good-looking before, he was not this exaggerated. Jiang Che didn't care what she was thinking, because as soon as he sat down, today's spending task was refreshed, 3.75 million. Fortunately, today's task is relatively easy. In addition to the money-spending tasks, Jiang Che also thought about the lottery system, and today's free lottery opportunities were also refreshed. System: draw a lottery. Jiang Kisaid. Ding congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion in cash. The system's voice sounded in his mind, and then Jiang Che's phone received a message about the deposit change. Jiang Che was immediately filled with questions. He hadn't expected that he could win cash from the lottery. He had finally spent more than 20 million yesterday, and today he received another 1 billion. It seemed that he would never be able to spend all the money, but it wasn't a bad thing. The system did not stop after issuing 1 billion deposits, and continued. Because the ex-girlfriend has doubts about the host's identity as a super rich man, a random task is issued. Inadvertently let the ex-girlfriend know his identity as a super rich man. Jiang Che couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xu Rui, letting her know his identity as a wealthy man inadvertently. Xu Rui noticed Jiang Che's gaze and puffed out her chest proudly, feeling a little proud in her heart. It seemed that Jiang Che still couldn't let her go. She was still very charming. But unfortunately, the happiness that she wanted was something that you couldn't give her. Chapter 33, Class Meeting. John frowned. This task would require some thinking. Since Xu Rui doesn't believe that he is really rich, she must think that his behavior yesterday was just a pretense. So if he still uses the same method to pretend, she will not only not believe it, but may even despise him even more. So, classmate Jiang Che, what are you thinking about? Why are you so absorbed in it? Just as she was thinking about it, Xiao Qingwan called Jiang Che's name. Jiang Che was stunned for a moment. He was being called, even though he was distracted. This was university. 8 out of 10 people around him were playing with their phones, and 2 were sleeping. So why was he called? But since he was called, Jiang Che could only consider himself unlucky. He stood up and said, I was thinking about what the teacher just said. I think what the teacher said makes a lot of sense. Oh, really? Xiao Qingwan asked with a smile. Then tell me what I was talking about just now. Xiao Qingwan had indeed not planned to care whether Jiang Che was in a daze or not. After all, he was already a senior in college and would soon enter society. She couldn't control him like she did in junior high and high school. But when she saw Jiang Che looking straight ahead with a frown on his face, as if he was thinking about something, and considering Jiang Che's appearance, he looked a bit silly and cute, she couldn't help but want to call him. Hearing Xiao Qingwan's question, Jiang Che scratched his head awkwardly. How would he know what she was talking about? But I happened to glance at the big words on the blackboard and immediately understood. Teacher, are you talking about Taylor, the father of scientific management? Then please describe Taylor's management theory. That's easy, Jiang Che said confidently. Taylor believes that the fundamental purpose of scientific management is to seek the highest labor productivity. The highest work efficiency is the basis for employers and employees to achieve common prosperity. The important means to achieve the highest work efficiency is to replace operational management with scientific and standardized management methods. Taylor believes that the best management method is task management. The main contents of Taylor's scientific management are 1. Work quota. 2. Ability and work are compatible. 3. Standardization. Jiang Che spoke a lot in a very eloquent manner, and the answers were almost the same as those in the textbook. If Jiang Che had not been looking at Xiao Qingwan while he spoke the answers, others would have almost thought that he was reading from the book. Everyone looked at Jiang Che with a little surprise. This question was not difficult, but it was not easy to recite it word for word like this, and Jiang Che's grades were not that good. Well, sit down. Remember to listen to the class carefully next time. Xiao Qingwan's eyes were also somewhat surprised. She thought she had a general understanding of the situation of each student in the class, but Jiang Che's performance at this time was somewhat beyond her expectations. Shuhui glanced at the device. She found that Jiang Che seemed to be different from before, not only in appearance, but also in his inexplicably confident temperament. What was going on? She had never noticed this before. Even Xu Rui's roommates' eyes changed when they looked at Jiang Che. After Jiang Che sat down, he thought to himself that it was a good thing that he saved a lot of admiration points last night and just bought a book on management mastery. Otherwise, this would be embarrassing. The senior year course load was not tight, so after teaching for a while, Xiao Qingwan turned the topic to the class meeting. Xiao Qingwan planned to organize everyone to go out for some fun. Although the senior year has just started not long ago, senior students have fewer classes and can finish them in less than 2 months. Then everyone will go out to find an internship. If you want to get the whole class together at that time, you will probably have to wait until graduation. So Xiao Qingwan planned to organize everyone to go out for some fun while they were still in school. This would be the last group activity during their student days, and they could also take some photos as a souvenir for the future. This matter had been discussed in the class group before, and everyone agreed and roughly determined 2 places to go. One is Tian'an Park, which is a tourist attraction in Jiangnan City. The scenery there is beautiful. You can go there in the morning and come back in the evening, and the cost is not expensive. Another place is the ancient Hansheng next to Gangnam City. Ancient Han City is a very famous tourist attraction in the entire Yanwang Empire. It is naturally much more fun than Jiangnan Park, but it is also very expensive. Moreover, it is basically impossible to go to ancient Han City in the morning and come back in the evening. Therefore, students in the class have different opinions on this issue. Chapter 33. As the class flower, this is what I should do. Squad leader, what do you think we should go? Xiao Qingwan called the squad leader up and asked for his opinion. The monitor of Jiang Che's class is Qin Sui, whose family background is similar to Su Siliai's. He can be considered a second-generation rich man. He is not arrogant, but he likes to show off his wealth unintentionally. Hearing Xiao Qingwan calling him at this time, he immediately stood up and said, "Since this is the last group activity, we must go to a better place. How can we have fun in Jiangnan Park? I suggest we go to Guhansheng, where there are places to eat, drink, and have fun. In addition, if we go to Guhansheng, I can cover all your expenses, teacher." Qin Sui looked at Xiao Qingwan and added with a smile, "Even though I know Xiao Qingwan has a boyfriend, but wouldn't that be more exciting?" Qin Sui has always liked a famous saying of Chow Chow, "I will take care of your wife and children. When we go out together, we will be happier and more relaxed. Maybe we will have a chance. TSK, TSK. It's exciting just to think about it." Qin Sui was getting a little excited as he thought about it. No. However, as soon as Qin Sui finished speaking, a thin but fierce girl stood up and spoke out against it. Her name is Shilan. She is the class representative, an absolute top student, not bad-looking. And at such a young age, she has a vast airport. Don't just think about yourself. Some of your classmates come from poor families and have limited living expenses. Going to Guhan City for a visit is a heavy burden for them. If you cover the expenses for all the classmates, we will go to Guhan City. Shilan said fiercely. "I've covered all your expenses? Why?" "Because of your airport." Qin Sui said disdainfully. "This is the last time we'll be together in college to go out and have fun together. Are you reluctant to spend a little more money? You can't be too stingy to come up with 2,000 yuan, right?" Shilan hated it most when people made fun of her body shape, and she said angrily, "If you can't afford it, don't pretend. You still want to invite the teacher to play. Are you worthy? If it weren't for your father's company, people like you wouldn't even be able to find a job." Xiao Qingwan was a little helpless. Why did they start quarreling without saying anything? It seemed that this matter would not go well today. If it is other matters, everyone can vote and decide, and the minority can just obey the majority. But when going out for fun, everyone has to be happy. If they vote directly, those obeyed minority will definitely feel uncomfortable, and they won't be able to have fun, which goes against the original intention of going out for fun. But Jiang Che, who was thinking hard, suddenly had his eyes light up when he heard this. Isn't this an opportunity? It is also an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can you prove your status as a wealthy person, but you can also gain a wave of admiration. It's just a bit too high profile, but it doesn't matter. There's no need to be deliberately low-key. It's boring to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger all the time. "Teacher, I have a way." Jiang Che stood up and said, with an aura of, "You two little brothers, please stand back a little. It's my turn to show off." "What method?" Xiao Qingwan looked curiously at the boy who had just surprised her. Not only Xiao Qingwan, but everyone else in the class also focused their attention on Jiang Che, wanting to hear what good ideas he had. "We are not going to Jiangnan Park or the ancient Han City. It would be better to go to Longhu Bay. The scenery at the seaside is much more beautiful than here." Jiang Che looked at Xiao Qingwan as a matter of course. Xiao Qingwan. Everyone, how should I put it? Everyone felt that. The voice sounded nice, but the words that came out were like farting. What is Longhu Bay? It is the top seaside tourist attraction in China. The scenery is indeed beautiful, but the cost is ridiculously high. The round-trip air ticket alone is more expensive than a trip to the ancient Hansheng. Jiang Che made this suggestion. Jiang Che, Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Qin Sui looked at Jiang Che sarcastically and said, or did you get dumped by Shu Rue and feel upset? What kind of place is Longhu Bay? Is it something you can afford to play in? In fact, when he was a freshman, Qin Sui also pursued Shu Rue, but lost to Jiang Che because of his appearance and was ridiculed by others for a long time. He has always been brooding over this, and his relationship with Jiang Che has always been bad. Now that Jiang Che and Shu Rue have broken up, of course he will gloat over it. Xiao Qingwan also shook her head and said, Jiang Che, your suggestion is not feasible. The cost of living in Longhu Bay is too high. Each person will spend several thousand just for air tickets. Ahem. Jiang Che coughed lightly, straightened the collar of his $20 t-shirt, and said seriously, after all, I've been a class flower for 3 years, so I should do something for everyone. I'll pay for all the consumption this time. Xiao Qingwan. Everyone, I have never seen such a shameless person. Although, there's nothing wrong with what he said, but how can you praise yourself like this? What's more, this is not the point at all. The point is that you pay for all the consumption. Even with the minimum consumption per person, it would cost 20,000 yuan, and the total cost for the whole class of more than 50 people would be more than 1 million yuan. You have 1 million, but you still deliver takeout every day to save up money to buy Shu Rue a gift? Chapter 35. Promotion to Campus Prince. The mockery on Qin Sui's face became even more intense, and he looked at Jiang Che as if he was a fool. But just as he was about to taunt again, Jiang Che interrupted him. I know you don't believe me, so I'll transfer a few million to the living committee as class fees, and all the expenses for this trip will be deducted from it. Jiang Che said as he took out his Apple 20. Because when we paid the class fees in the past, we transferred the money to the living committee member, so the class group has the living committee member's Alipay payment code. There were more than 50 people in the class, plus Xiao Qingwan, looking at Jiang Che operating his phone in confusion. Is this for real? Or is this just a joke? Only Wang Chung and Du Yuan had excited expressions on their faces. A few seconds later, Ding Alipay payment arrived, 8 million yuan. A clear electronic sound rang out in the quiet classroom, making the entire classroom so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The life committee member was a fat boy. After he felt his phone vibrate, he took out his phone tremblingly, opened Alipay, and his eyes suddenly widened. 8. It's really 8 million yuan. The living committee member's hands trembled slightly. He never thought that one day he would have so much money in his Alipay account. He held the phone carefully with both hands, as if he was afraid that the phone would fall to the ground and the money would be lost. But after I realized it, I took a screenshot first and then posted it on WeChat moments later, pretending it was me. Really, immediately, everyone ignored the class and gathered around the life committee member. Wow, it's really 8 million yuan. Many people couldn't help but shout out in surprise. They had never seen so much money before. The string of zeros after the 8 brought them a huge visual impact. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to be the hidden boss. Fuck, I've never seen so much money in my life. What about Shu Rue? Someone thought of the fact that Shu Rue dumped Jiang Che yesterday. But after all, they were classmates and Shu Rue was still here. So the person stopped talking as soon as he opened his mouth and just laughed twice with gloating. However, many people who heard this secretly glanced at Shu Rue and found that she really had a dull expression and a pale face. Serves you right. Most people, especially girls, take pleasure in others' misfortune. Looking at the situation now, Jiang Che is obviously a rich second generation who comes to university just to experience life. Moreover, he is from a real wealthy family, unlike Qin Sui and Su Sailiai, who can only be considered to have a little money at most. Of course, this little money is compared to Jiang Che. A second-generation rich man of this level was willing to deliver food and work part-time to support her. How good is this man? How good is he to her? Shu Rue actually didn't cherish him. Isn't this what she deserves? Shu Rue was indeed stunned, and she murmured, could it be that the phone from yesterday was real? Zhou Qinli heard Shu Rue's whisper, and her eyes moved slightly. Cell phone. However, the others soon stopped caring about Shu Rue, because they thought, since Jiang Che really transferred the money to the living committee, then they could really go on a trip to Longhu Bay. If I can go to Longhu Bay with my classmates before graduation, my university life will be truly complete. For a moment, everyone looked at Jiang Che with gratitude and admiration. and they wanted to call him Dad to show their respect. Jiang Che felt the admiration points that everyone contributed to him, and he felt refreshed. Although compared to last night, the admiration points he gained this time were much less, it was still cool to show off on the spot. In a live broadcast room, it was just to collect admiration points without any soul. However, in class, Jiang Che felt so many classmates admiring him that he became a little arrogant. When he became arrogant, he wanted to spend money. He immediately waved his hand and said, "In addition to you guys going by yourself, you can also bring your partner, no matter if they are from your class or not. I will pay for all the expenses." Brother Jiang is so generous. Everyone was delighted. It always feels inappropriate to go traveling without a partner, but many people's partners are not in their class or even in this school. It would be a bit too much to let Jiang Che spend money, but he doesn't have that much money. But now that Jiang Che has taken the initiative to speak up, there is no need to be polite with this wealthy man, and he can bring his partner with peace of mind. Feeling the admiration value rising again in the system, Jiang Che smiled slightly. "You're welcome. This is what the class grass should do." Many students also followed suit and shouted in unison, "Thank you, Jiang, the schoolboy." Jiang Che was promoted directly from the class idol to the school idol. He was very satisfied with this title. Chapter 36. Phone Call. They were all classmates and had a pretty good relationship, especially the boys. They lived in the same dormitory and often visited each other to play games. Jiang Che had a good relationship with all of them. After all, people like Qin Sui were only a minority. So when everyone compliments Jiang Che in this way, it's a bit like joking between friends, and they don't feel uncomfortable in their hearts. It is different from flattery, just like when Jiang Che brought mobile phones to two roommates last night, and Du Yuan even called him Dad Jiang. Jiang Che invited everyone out for fun, not because he wanted to show off. The main purpose was, of course, to complete the task and earn some admiration points. On the other hand, they happened to have a disagreement on the travel destination. As a member of the class, Jiang Che was happy to spend a little small money that he didn't care about at all to help everyone solve this problem. In his opinion, everyone was a group with a good relationship. Xiao Qinwan also made it very clear the significance of this trip. It was the last group activity for everyone during their student days. It was also of great significance to Jiang Che. It would be nice for everyone to have fun together for a few days and take some photos as a souvenir. He was a very sentimental person. Although he may pretend to be cool, Jiang Che never thinks that he is superior to others just because he is rich. Everyone here was cheering, but Xiao Qinwan on the podium was a little hesitant. As a teacher, she still needed to consider things more carefully. Although Jiang Che was rich, it was his own money, and it seemed inappropriate to use it to add to the class funds for class activities. So after a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Student Jiang Che, are you sure you want to spend so much money to treat everyone to a trip?" Jiang Che knew her concerns, so he smiled and said, "It's okay, teacher. This little money is nothing to me, but there are not many opportunities to go out with you. Besides, I will cover all your expenses, teacher." At this point, Jiang Che looked at Qin Sui with an inexplicable expression. "Also, since the squad leader's family is so rich, I probably don't need to meddle in other people's business. The squad leader should just figure out on his own. Who cares?" Qin Sui snorted coldly. "Can't I come up with tens of thousands of dollars? Who knows where you got the money from? There are not so many rich second generations." Qin Sui still had great doubts about Jiang Che's identity as a rich second generation. How could it be such a coincidence that he would just meet a rich second generation who pretended to be a poor boy to experience life? Anyway, he didn't quite believe it. Jiang Che sneered and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't say anything, Qin Sui thought that he had guessed it right and immediately became more excited. "We didn't use all your family's belongings to show off? You're just trying to show off. Stop nagging me," Jiang Che said impatiently. "You've been making things difficult for me for the past 3 years. I'm too lazy to argue with you. If you keep nagging me, I'll buy your company tomorrow and fire your father. Do you believe it, Qin Sui?" For a moment, Qin Sui really didn't dare to say anything. If Jiang Che really had that ability, it would be easy to destroy their company. Everyone felt relieved when seeing Qin Sui's cowardly look. In terms of popularity in the class, Jiang Che was much better than Qin Sui. "Then let's settle this. We'll go to Longhu Bay on the 11th. Xiao Qinwan finally announced. Yeah, everyone cheered. As soon as Xiao Qingwan finished speaking, the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, and Jiang Che slipped away on the pretext of having something to do. He still has to go out and spend money, as today's task of 3.75 million has not been completed. Although 8 million was transferred to the Living Committee, the money has not been spent after all, so the task is not considered completed. However, what Jiang Che didn't notice was that his phone just slipped out of his trouser pocket when he stood up to leave. In addition, the class had just ended and it was quite noisy around him, so he didn't notice that his phone had fallen. Xu Ruei and her 3 roommates were sitting next to Jiang Che. They happened to see Jiang Che's phone slip onto the bench. Xu Ruei picked up the phone and wanted to remind Jiang Che, but thinking of their relationship, she didn't know how to start the conversation. While she was hesitating, Jiang Che had already followed the crowd out of the classroom. "Give it to him under the boys' dormitory when we get back," Xu Ruei said to her 3 roommates. Zhou Qianli's eyes moved, and she said, "Your relationship with Jiang Che is rather awkward right now. I'll help you get there." Xu Ruei frowned, unable to explain why, but she just didn't want to give her the phone, so she shook her head and said, "It's okay. I can give it back to him myself." Zhou Qianli was a little disappointed, but there was nothing she could do if Xu Ruei didn't give it to her. She felt a little resentful in her heart. You broke up with her yourself, but you still don't allow other women to get close to Jiang Che? What does that mean? Just as he was thinking, Jiang Che's cell phone suddenly rang, and an unfamiliar phone number appeared on the screen. Xu Ruei was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether she should answer the call. "Answer it, in case it's something important," Zhou Qianli said. "Okay." Xu Ruei was also very curious about Jiang Che's affairs. After hearing what Zhou Qianli said, she pressed the connect button without hesitation. "Hello, is this Chairman Jiang Che Jiang? I am Pan Wenlu from the Board of Directors of Tianyu Entertainment Company." A mature female voice came from the other end of the line. I'm not. He's not here," Xu Ruei answered stutteringly, but her heart was shocked as if a 12-level tornado had blown up. "Oh my God, Tianyu Entertainment. Pan Wenlu. Tianyu Entertainment Company is the largest entertainment company in the Yanwang Empire. This is something that most people know. As a person who often browses Weibo, Xu Ruei also knows Pan Wenlu. She is the chairman of Tianyu Entertainment Company and a powerful woman worth tens of billions. But now she actually calls Jiang Che chairman. It's Chairman Jiang, not young Master Jiang, which means the real boss behind Tianyu Entertainment is actually Jiang Che. How old is Jiang Che? In his early 20s, he already manages a company with a market value of tens of billions. Before, when they saw Jiang Che nonchalantly transferring 8 million, they just thought he was rich, but now they know how terrifying Jiang Che's real financial strength is. Moreover, who knows if Jiang Che only has this one company? It's terrifying when you think about it. Pan Wenlu on the other end of the phone paused for a moment before continuing. "Then please tell Chairman Jiang to come to the company soon. There are some things in the company that need him to handle personally." "Oh, okay." Xu Ruei's mind went blank, and she just nodded in agreement. When Pan Wenlu saw that she agreed, he hung up the phone first. Listening to the beep sound after the call was hung up, Xu Ruei felt like she was dreaming. She was actually talking to Pan Wenlu just now? What was Jiang Che's identity? This was too exaggerated. Zhou Qianli and the other 2 were quite close, and they also heard Xu Ruei's voice on the phone. They were even more shocked than Xu Ruei. Is this the legendary wealthy family? The upper class? Zhou Qianli bit her lip, and without asking Xu Ruei whether she agreed or not, she directly took Jiang Che's phone and said, "Pan Wenlu must have something important to talk to Jiang Che about, and he can't be delayed. I'll give the phone back to him quickly." As he said that, he chased out of the classroom. She knew that this behavior might cause a direct fallout with Xu Ruei, but she had fought for the opportunity. If Jiang Che's identity were to be revealed, who knows how many women would rush to curry favor with him, and then there would be nothing left for him to do. Chapter 37, French Restaurant. Zhou Qianli chased out and soon saw Jiang Che outside the classroom. "Jiang Che, wait for me." Zhou Qianli shouted breathlessly at Jiang Che's back. Jiang Che turned around curiously and saw Zhou Qianli running towards him with a pair of long legs. "What's wrong?" Jiang Che asked. "Your phone fell." Zhou Qianli caught up and handed the phone to Jiang Che. Jiang Che touched his pocket and found that his cell phone was missing. "Thank you." Jiang Che took the phone, nodded his thanks, turned around, and was about to leave. "Hey, wait for me." Zhou Qianli hurried to catch up. Is there anything else? Jiang Che asked curiously when he saw that she looked a little abnormal. Someone called you, Pan Wenlu from Tianyu Entertainment, and asked you to go to the company when you have time. Zhou Qinli stared at Jiang Che's profile when she said this, and found that Jiang Che's face was indeed calm, without any surprise on his face. Jiang Che thought for a moment before nodding and saying, I understand. Zhou Qinli lowered her voice and asked, Hey, are you really the chairman of Tianyu Entertainment? What for? Jiang Che asked back. I'm just curious. Zhou Qinli smiled, but if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. At noon. Are you going to eat now? How about we go together? Or I'll treat you to a meal. Jiang Che suddenly stopped when he heard that, turned around, and looked Zhou Qinli up and down. Zhou Qinli's face flushed slightly, but she stood up straight, inadvertently straightened her plump chest, and moved her 1.2-meter long legs. Jiang Che's eyes were already showing Zhou Qinli's favorability towards him, 20 points, which was only slightly better than that of a stranger. In fact, with Jiang Che's current appearance, if he casually chatted up a strange girl on the street, his favorability might exceed 50. Therefore, Zhou Qinli's enthusiasm was simply because Jiang Che was rich. Jiang Che looked at Zhou Qinli calmly. Do we need to get a room after dinner? Zhou Qinli's face turned even redder, but she didn't show any disgust. She stammered, then, isn't that too fast? Jiang Che sneered, not wanting to pay attention to her, and turned around and left. Don't leave. Let's really go get a room. Shut up. Jiang Che turned around and warned, Don't follow me. Zhou Qinli bit her lip, looking extremely aggrieved. Jiang Che ignored him and left. When Jiang Che and Xu Rui were still a couple, they were also quite familiar with Zhou Qinli. After all, Zhou Qinli was Xu Rui's best friend, and the three of them would often eat and go shopping together. At that time, Jiang Che didn't realize that Zhou Qinli had such a side to her. I just broke up with Xu Rui yesterday, and today she came up to me and broke off her friendship with Xu Rui just for money. Jiang Che was just thinking when someone patted his shoulder and a happy voice sounded. He turned around and saw that it was Fang Nanqing whom he met yesterday when he bought a mobile phone. She was the girl at the counter and the school beauty. At this time, Fang Nanqing's face was full of smiles, and she looked very happy. Jiang Che also smiled and asked, What are you so happy about? He still had a very good impression of Fang Nanqing. With Fang Nanqing's looks, it would be easy for her to hook up with a rich second-generation man, but she would rather do part-time jobs to earn money. Moreover, Jiang Che glanced at her on the favorability display and found that her favorability had reached 78, which was a lot higher than yesterday. Because of you, you bought so many mobile phones in our store yesterday. The store manager gave me a bonus of 9,000 yuan. Fang Nanqing said with a smile. How about I treat you to a meal? Just consider it as a thank you. Fang Nanqing felt a little nervous when she said this. It was the first time she invited a boy to dinner, but she was still confident in her appearance. She thought, Sorry, I've already eaten, Jiang Che said with a smile. Fang Nanqing opened her mouth. Jiang Che looked like he had just come out of the teaching building after class. How could he have eaten? That means, I was rejected? Fang Nanqing laughed dryly with an unnatural expression. Okay, goodbye then. I'm going to the cafeteria. Well, Jiang Che still had a smile on his face. Let's get together again next time if there's a chance. Okay. Fang Nanqing bit her lip. Jiang Che said this and turned and left. As I said, Fang Nanqing is a good person, but because of Xu Rui's incident, Jiang Che doesn't have any good feelings towards girls, especially pretty girls. Now, they all look like little birds, but who knows when they will leave me? And if I don't have money, how many of these people would be willing to have dinner with me? Without thinking too much, Jiang Che told Fang Nanqing that he had already eaten, then turned around and walked out of the school gate to find something to eat. There are many places to eat in front of the university, but most of them are small stalls and shops like food stalls. Jiang Che used to go to these places, but now he wants to go to a more upscale restaurant. The most upscale place around the school is a Western restaurant. Jiangnan City's economy is among the best in the Yanhuang Empire, and Jiangnan University is located in the city center, so it is not surprising that there are some high-end consumer places around it. Jiang Che walked to the door and saw the exquisite decorations. He knew that one dish inside might have been his living expenses for a month. But now, of course, I eat whatever I want. As soon as Jiang Che walked over, a young white female waitress came up to him. Bienvenue. Jiang Che was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the waitress here was also French. Most importantly, she also spoke French. However, Jiang Che reacted quickly, replied calmly, "Merci," and walked inside. The waiter said, "Welcome," and Jiang Che replied, "Thank you." This French was naturally the one he had just bought from the system. Chapter 38. Contact Information. The waitress' eyes lit up. She had been here for several years and had never met anyone from the Yanhuang Empire with such a pure French accent. She even had to use some simple hand gestures to communicate with most people. Now, after hearing Jiang Che's fluent French, she couldn't help but have a better impression of him. Jiang Che went in and sat down. The waiter followed him over, handed him the menu, and asked him what he would like to eat. Jiang Che glanced at the menu, ordered a few dishes, and then returned the menu to the waiter. After the waiter handed the menu to the kitchen staff, he took the opportunity to pour water and came to Jiang Che again. Compared to the reserved women of the Yanhuang Empire, foreign women are more unrestrained. So when a woman saw that Jiang Che spoke French so well, she smiled and asked, "Sir, have you been to France? I have never seen anyone from the Yanhuang Empire speak French so authentically." Of course, she asked this in French. Jiang Che smiled and replied in French, "I've been to France before, and I've been to Provence." The waiter's eyes lit up. "My hometown is in Provence." "That's quite a coincidence," Jiang Che said. "I have a very deep impression of that lavender." The waiter became even happier when he heard Jiang Che praising his hometown. He immediately felt like meeting an old friend in a foreign land and enthusiastically talked to Jiang Che about the scenery there. Because of the system, Jiang Che knew everything the waiter said, and the two of them had a very pleasant conversation. During the conversation, Jiang Che also learned the other person's name, Marion. The sound of the two people talking made some people around them look sideways. It was not because they spoke too loudly, but the French they couldn't understand. Coupled with Jiang Che's yellow skin, it's hard not to attract attention, especially some girls. And then, add 1 to the worship value. Add 1 to the worship value. Add 1 to the worship value. However, this excessive pretense made some people dissatisfied. Those who come here to eat are all rich second generations who are not short of money, and many of them bring their girlfriends. But now they see that their girlfriends are always looking at Jiang Che, which naturally makes them dissatisfied. A rather large young man said in dissatisfaction, "Where's your boss? Are you going to let people eat when the waiter is so noisy?" Jiang Che and the other man couldn't help but turn their heads to look over. The young man's female companion pulled him and asked him not to cause trouble, but he pushed her away rudely. The young man didn't target Jiang Che, but looked at Marion and said unhappily, "Is this how you work as a waiter? Chatting here during work hours? Where is your manager?" "I'm sorry, I'm the owner here. I own this shop," Marion said calmly, still using Mandarin. Although it's not very standard, it's completely fine for communication. Young people, Jiang Che was also a little surprised. He thought it was just a waiter, but he didn't expect it to be the owner. "Then you can't disturb other customers while they are eating, can you?" the young man still said dissatisfiedly. "Excuse me, sir. I don't think the noise of our conversation will disturb other customers." Marion ignored the young man's unreasonable behavior and seemed very calm. The young man was a little angry, but when he thought about the fact that such a high-end French restaurant was opened here, the owner's background was probably not simple. Jiang Che glanced at him and said, "Are you bored? Can we disturb you even when we're talking so quietly? Want to fight, huh?" The young man, who was about to give up, became angry again when he heard Jiang Che's words and strode over. Jiang Che sat still in his seat and pointed at the security guard who was looking at the door. "You may have to beat him before you beat me." Marion also shouted when she saw this, and the security guard came over immediately. The young man narrowed his eyes, but finally didn't make a move. He stared at Jiang Che for a while before saying, "Boy, I'll remember you. You'd better not let me run into you outside." "Same words for you." Jiang Che shrugged, not caring at all. His physique had been transformed by the system, and he hadn't tested his combat effectiveness yet. "Oomph." The young man snorted coldly and left. "Wait a moment." Seeing this, his female companion hurriedly chased after him. Marion didn't care much about it, and turned back to continue chatting with Jiang Che about the previous topic. Soon, the dishes that Jiang Che ordered were served. Marion even said that she would treat Jiang Che to this meal, and then poured herself a glass of red wine, eating and chatting. More than an hour later, she looked at Jiang Che, who was about to leave, and said reluctantly, Mr. Jiang Che, why don't you leave your contact information? If you are free, you can come here and I will treat you to a meal. Jiang Che thought about it and nodded. Okay, just think of it as making a friend, and it's not too much to leave your contact information after having a meal with someone. Chapter 39, Wuzhou Building. After eating, Jiang Che was originally planning to go back to school, but today's spending task was 3.75 million, and he had not spent money for lunch, so Jiang Che had to find something to do. Unfortunately, when Jiang Che passed by the school gate, he happened to see Xu Ruei coming out. Xu Ruei had obviously dressed up carefully today. She was wearing fashionable clothes, carrying a small white bag, and had delicate makeup on her face. The two looked at each other, but Jiang Che didn't react, as if he didn't see her. Xu Ruei's expression was somewhat complicated. Do you regret it? I can't tell. But no matter whether she regretted it or not, they had already broken up. Xu Ruei didn't think about it anymore. She just took a look and left. Jiang Che didn't care even more and had to spend the money quickly. Just after taking 2 steps, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and the reward is a 5-continents building. Jiang Ke. Isn't this system too delayed? The task completed in the morning was not rewarded until after lunch. But it is also possible that the reward was given out just after seeing Xu Ruei. Jiang Che didn't think much about it. After all, it was just another property under his name. Not long after the system rewards were distributed, Jiang Che's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Jiang Che answered the phone. Excuse me, is this Mr. Jiang Che? The person on the other end of the phone asked respectfully. Well, who are you? My name is Chung Guan, and I'm the property manager of Wuzhou Building. The building has been transferred to your name. Do you have time to come and take a look? Okay, I'll come and take a look when I have time. Jiang Guke said casually. He didn't even ask where the office building was. He doesn't understand these things. As long as the other party transfers the rent to his card every month, why should he care so much? But Chung Guan felt that this perfunctory tone was a sign of carelessness. They didn't care about a building worth tens of billions? What kind of family is this? Moreover, the moment Jiang Che obtained Wuzhou Building, Chung Guan received a brief information about Jiang Che, including his appearance and age. Jiang Che was just in his early 20s, which surprised Chung Guan. So Chung Guan agreed in a more respectful tone. Okay, I'll be waiting for Master Jiang to come anytime. Yeah. Jiang Che said a few perfunctory words and hung up the phone. But after hanging up the phone, Jiang Che didn't know what to do for a moment. He already had a car and a house, so how should he spend the money? Jiang Che wanted to buy a house and a car for his parents, but it was not convenient for him to go back now. He could only give his parents some money to improve their lives. And he couldn't give them too much, otherwise they would think that Jiang Che had done something illegal outside. Jiang Che planned to explain it in person when he went back during the holiday, so that his parents would feel more at ease. In addition, the money transferred does not count as a consumption task, because just like the 8 million transferred into the class fund this morning, it has not been spent and can be taken back at any time. Jiang Che was struggling with his thoughts when his cell phone rang again. When he saw the number, he immediately had an idea. Hello, Sister July. Jiang Che answered the phone. This Sister July that Jiang Che mentioned is actually Tang Chiyue, a cousin of Jiang Che and the daughter of Jiang Che's aunt. His aunt's family had a very good relationship with Jiang Che's family, which directly led to the very good relationship between Jiang Che and Tang Chiyue since childhood. Moreover, Tang Chiyue was a few years older than Jiang Che and started working a few years ago. During the years that Jiang Che was in college, Tang Chiyue gave Jiang Che several hundred or 1,000 yuan in pocket money every month. As a girl who has just entered the society, Tang Chiyue's salary is not high, but she still gives a little to Jiang Che every month. She really cares about her younger brother. Hearing Jiang Che's voice, Tang Chiyue on the other end said with some dissatisfaction, "Do you still remember my number? Tell me how long it has been since you last called me." Hearing Tang Chiyue's slightly complaining words, Jiang Che felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, "I was just about to call you, wasn't I?" "Don't fool me." Tang Chiyue didn't believe it at all. After a pause, she said, "How are you doing in school recently? Do you have enough money?" "That's enough. I just got my salary today. I'll transfer 1,000 to you later," Tang Chiyue said directly. "Really, I don't spend much money recently." Jiang Guke said, "You should buy something for your girlfriend, even if you don't need it yourself. Don't let her down. I'll give you the money later, and you can take Xu Ruei out to eat something good," Tang Chiyue said without hesitation. Also, Don't go out to work part-time as a deliveryman or courier. Study hard and tell me if you don't have enough money. Jiang Che smiled bitterly and agreed. Okay, I understand. Okay, that's it. I have to go to work. Bye. Seeing Jiang Che agreed, Tang Chiyue hung up the phone in a hurry. Chapter 40. Buying a car. Jiang Che smiled while holding the phone. Tang Chiyue worked in Tianhai City, which was next to Jiangnan City. It was not far from here. If one drove fast, he could get there in about 3 hours. Moreover, Jiang Che knew where Tang Chiyue lived. So Jiang Che planned to go see her in person. He didn't say on the phone just now because he wanted to give Tang Chiyue a surprise. Coincidentally, tomorrow is Saturday, and she doesn't have to go to school, so she can stay there for one night. Jiang Che went as soon as he said he would. He first took a taxi to the Ferrari 4S store in the city center. He planned to buy a Ferrari and drive it there as a gift to Tang Chiyue so that she could go to and from get off work more conveniently without having to squeeze into the subway. It would also be a good opportunity to complete today's spending task. High-end 4S stores like Ferrari usually don't have many people coming during the day, so the huge space seems a bit empty. The group of female salespeople inside are also very idle and are chatting together. When he saw Jiang Che come in, he first glanced at him, then turned around and continued chatting, with no intention of stepping forward to sell or introduce anything. Jiang Che said that he really didn't mean to play dumb. He wanted to buy some nice clothes yesterday, but because of Yin Qinghui's incident, his car broke down, so he didn't buy any clothes, which led to today's situation. Hello, sir. Do you need to see the car? Fortunately, not all of them are snobs. A young female salesperson came over and asked with a smile. This female salesperson looked only 2 or 3 years older than Jiang Che, and she must have just started working. Jiang Che took a look at her badge. Her name was Meng Fei, and she was an intern. The more experienced salesman nearby couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. After all, he's just an intern. He has no sense of taste. How can such a person afford a car? Xiao Fei is anxious too. After all, she hasn't been hired yet. If her sales don't meet the target in the next 3 months, she will be fired. I think she will be fired in less than 3 months. Not everyone can be a Ferrari salesperson. Do you think you could do a good job just because you have a high degree? You don't have any social experience at all. It's unclear whether the older female salesperson was unhappy with her marital life or had entered menopause early, but what she said was quite unpleasant. Jiang Che and Meng Fei also heard it, but Meng Fei seemed to be used to it and ignored it. Instead, she continued to introduce it to Jiang Che with a smile. This is a Ferrari Portofino. It has powerful performance. No need to introduce it. Let's just pick the one inside. Jiang Che casually pointed to the red Ferrari at the innermost part. Jiang Che had some knowledge of sports cars before, and he had seen several models of Ferrari. Although he couldn't afford one before, he could still enjoy the sight of them. The sports car that Jiang Che pointed to was the most expensive one in this 4S store, a Ferrari 812. Needless to say, its appearance was very good, with a streamlined body and bright red color. It was very handsome and suitable for both men and women to drive. Not to mention its performance, there was no bad performance among these sports cars. Jiang Che understood that the price of this car should be around 5 million. There are of course many more expensive Ferrari models, but in this 4S store, this Ferrari 812 is already the most expensive one. Meng Fei opened her mouth slightly. Sir, the price of that car is 5.2 million. Of course, it can also be mortgaged. Full payment. Jiang Che took out his bank card without any hesitation. Sir, don't you want to try the car? Meng Fei's voice was trembling slightly, partly because she was scared and partly because she was too excited. As long as Jiang Che bought the car, her sales task for the past 3 months would be basically completed. No need, just pay directly. I have something else to do. Jiang Said, nonchalantly. Chapter 41, Accident. Jiang Che's heroic look stunned the female salespeople who had spoken earlier. They didn't expect that this man in a 3-piece suit from Taobao was actually here to buy a car. After all, he had already taken out his bank card, so how could it be fake? Several female salespeople looked at each other, then gathered around impatiently. Sir, take a look at this car. The black body suits your temperament better. Handsome man, take a look at this Ferrari 488. This car is actually more cost-effective. Sir, if you pay here, I can give you the best discount. Several salespeople who were just chatting together were now arguing next to Jiang Che, trying to win this business, because it would not only allow them to complete their sales target for this month, but also mean a commission of tens of thousands of yuan. Jiang Che, however, had a look of disdain on his face, stand further away. The powder on your face is rubbing onto my clothes." The expressions on their faces were a little awkward, but they didn't dare to say anything. They watched Jiang Che hand a bank card to Meng Fei. "Is there any service to help with document processing?" Jiang asked. "Yes, of course. If you are in a hurry, I can help you get a temporary license first, which will take about half an hour," Meng Fei said quickly. "Then I will add you on WeChat. You send me your ID information, and I will help you complete all the procedures tomorrow." This service is very thoughtful, and Jiang Che doesn't have to worry about anything. Jiang Che had no reason to hesitate and exchanged WeChat with Meng Fei. Meng Fei poured Jiang Che a cup of tea, asked him to wait in the rest area, and then went to deal with the license plate. The female salespeople next to them all had jealous expressions on their faces. Not only did Meng Fei sell a car, she also added Jiang Che's WeChat. The contact information of these rich people is the best resource. We'll keep in touch in the future. If these rich people want to buy a car for fun, or if they have friends want to buy a car, then maybe we could get a few big orders. Several female salespeople felt their hearts bleed. They had just given up such a good opportunity. About half an hour later, Meng Fei had sorted out the license issue, and the car was ready to go on the road. Jiang Che drove his brand new Ferrari slowly out of the 4S store, attracting envious glances from passersby. This car is definitely not as good as Jiang Che's previous poison car, but it is also very good and has plenty of power. In order to prevent any accidents from happening again, Jiang Che first bought a driving master skill in the system mall, raising his driving skills to the top level, and then he stepped on the accelerator and sped towards Tianhai City. Xu Rui dressed up specially for the purpose of meeting Su Sailiai. She had made up her mind last night that she would go to Su Sailiai to apologize today, and they would be good to each other in the future. At worst, she would just give up the iPhone. To be honest, Xu Rui was not a fickle woman. Otherwise, she would not have been with Jiang Che for more than 3 years. It was only when she reached her senior year and faced the pressure of finding a job, as well as being influenced by some bad social trends, that she chose to break up with Jiang Che. Although she only realized Jiang Che's good points after the breakup, she had already missed him, so she couldn't break up with Su Sailiai. Su Sailiai didn't go to class today because he had to take care of some things at his home company. In order to express her sincerity in apology, Xu Rui prepared to go directly to the company to find him. But what Xu Rui didn't expect was that when she passed the school parking lot, she unexpectedly saw Su Sailiai. Su Sailiai got out of his BMW, and another woman got out from the passenger seat. Xu Rui knew this woman. She was Su Sailiai's ex-girlfriend Wang Lu. After getting out of the car, the two of them naturally hugged each other, then talked and laughed intimately, and walked out of the parking lot from the other side, without noticing Xu Rui from beginning to end. However, Xu Rui stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning, and it took her more than 10 seconds to come back to her senses. Something happened at the company. Xu Rui finally realized that Su Sailiai had been deceiving her all along. She left the parking lot in a daze, walked aimlessly around the campus, and finally sat on a bench by the river, her head in a mess. Su Sailiai said that he had no contact with Wang Lu for a long time, and that he would be devoted to her and meet any of her requirements, but now. In fact, Xu Rui chose to be with Su Sailiai not just for money. She still had some feelings for Su Sailiai. After all, Su Sailiai was not bad-looking. When he was pursuing Xu Rui before, he tried to please her in every way and even gave her a bag worth more than 2,000 yuan. It was inevitable that Xu Rui was moved. Before coming here today, she really wanted to live a stable life with Su Sailiai and wait until next year to graduate, get married, and have children. The scene in the parking lot shattered all her thoughts. Xu Rui sat on the bench, staring blankly at the lake in front of her. Her mind was blank, and she almost lost the ability to think. She sat in this chair for more than an hour until her cell phone rang, and someone sent her a WeChat message. When I opened it, I saw it was from Su Sailiai. "Baby, I was wrong about what happened yesterday. You can keep the phone if you want it. I bought 2 movie tickets for 10 p.m. and we'll pick you up later." When Xu Rui saw this message, the confusion in her eyes gradually turned into anger. It's almost midnight when the movie at 10 o'clock ends. The dormitory of Jiangnan University is closed at 11 o'clock in the evening. Where can a man and a woman go except to a hotel if they can't go home at night? If it was before, Xu Rui might not have refused, but now she just felt disgusted. I want to ask you in person what you did today. Shu Rui stood up angrily and went to find Su Silei. Chapter 42. Arrival at Tianhai City. Jiang Che has already reached Tianhai City. Tang Chiyue rented a house here. Jiang Che had been here once before, so he knew where it was. And when Jiang Che came here last time, Tang Chiyue gave him a key and told him that he could come over by himself when he was free. It's still early, and Tang Chiyue should still be at work, but Jiang Che plans to go to Tang Chiyue's residence first. He thinks that when Sister Chiyue comes back and sees that he has prepared a sumptuous dinner for her, she will definitely be very happy. Jiang Che was driving a Ferrari, and the community security guard let him in without questioning him. This is considered a mid-range residential area. Tang Chiyue lives here and pays about 1,000 yuan in rent every month. Jiang Che parked the car, went upstairs, found room 302, opened the door, and went in. Chiyue, why are you back so early today? A strange female voice sounded, and then a half-naked woman with a graceful figure walked out of the room with a cell phone in her hand. The two looked at each other, and the air suddenly became quiet. Then, the woman screamed in horror after she reacted. Jiang Che felt that the situation was not good when he heard the woman's voice, but it was too late to leave. When he heard the woman scream, he rushed forward and covered her mouth. Don't be afraid. I'm not a good person. No, I'm not a bad person. Jiang Che grabbed the woman's moving arm with one hand and covered her mouth with the other hand. Woo! The woman screamed incoherently with a panic-stricken expression on her face. If you promise me not to scream, I'll let you go. Jiang Che explained in a negotiating tone. Also, my name is Jiang Che. I'm Tang Chiyue's cousin, and I didn't mean to barge in. Woo! The woman's emotions stabilized a little, and she nodded, but there was still a look of panic in her eyes. Okay, I'll let you go. Don't scream. Jiang Che let go of her hand carefully. As soon as Jiang Che let go of her hand, the woman immediately ran back to the room and slammed the door shut, but she did not scream. What was going on? This was a huge misunderstanding. A few minutes later, the woman put on her clothes and walked out of the room with a bright red face. When she saw Jiang Che still standing there, she immediately asked with a fierce expression, Are you Tang Chiyue's cousin? How do you have the key here? Sister Chiyue gave it to me. Jiang Che spread his hands helplessly. The woman was so angry that her teeth itched, but she couldn't do anything to Jiang Che. After all, Jiang Che didn't do it on purpose. In the end, she could only threaten him viciously. I don't want anyone else to know about this, understand? I know. I'm really sorry. Jiang Che nodded in agreement, like a chicken pecking at rice. The woman's expression finally relaxed a little. Then, can I ask where Sister Chiyue works? Jiang Yuki asked downquartedly. He was too embarrassed to stay here any longer, so he decided to go find Tang Chiyue first. In the office building in front. Walk a little further, and it's the tallest one, the woman replied impatiently. Okay, thank you. Jiang Che left immediately. Humph. The woman snorted as she watched Jiang Che fleeing in a panic and muttered to herself, I've suffered a great loss today. I'll have to ask Chiyue to treat me to a meal when I get back. But Chiyue's cousin is so handsome. No wonder I always hear her mention him. Jiang Che was driving, and soon he saw an office building that was nearly 100 stories high. However, Jiang Che was stunned when he saw the big words on the front of the office building. Wuzhou Building. Jiang Che was speechless. So it's my own building. However, Jiang Che had no intention of going on a secret visit, so he asked the security guard in the building which floor Xinyuan Technology was on and went upstairs. Tang Chiyue once said that she worked at Xinyuan Technology. Chapter 43. Furious. As soon as Jiang Che got out of the elevator, he saw a circular logo on the opposite wall, with the 4 big words Xinyuan Technology on it. There was no doubt that Tang Chiyue worked here. Although it was working hours, Jiang Che didn't care and walked in directly. He thought that if Tang Chiyue was willing, she could just resign. It was completely unnecessary to go to get off work on time every day and earn a few $1,000s a month. He could arrange a better job for her. The area here is not small, and there are about 50 or 60 people working hard in front of computers. They're all young people in their 20s, and very few are over 30 years old. When Jiang Che just walked in, he happened to see a girl standing up to pour water. When the girl saw Jiang Che, her eyes lit up and she walked over and asked, Which department are you from, little brother? Why haven't I seen you before? I'm here to look for someone. Jiang Yuki explained. Who are you looking for? Tang Chiyue, is she here? Zhang Yuki asked. She? What's wrong with her? She messed up a deal this morning and was just called to the office by the manager to be scolded. The girl said nonchalantly. Jiang Che frowned and walked directly into the manager's office. Alas, outsiders are not allowed to come in. The girl hurriedly said from behind. Jiang Che pretended not to hear and continued walking inside. At this time in the manager's office, Tang Chiyue was holding a cup of coffee and handed it to the gloomy middle-aged man behind the desk and said carefully, Manager, the coffee you asked for. This middle-aged man is naturally Tang Chiyue's manager, named Li Hui. Li Hui shouted impatiently. Just put it on the table. Look at what kind of business you're talking about. You messed up something that was easily within your grasp. Tang Chiyue was frightened by his sudden roar, and the coffee in her hand shook, spilling some onto the middle-aged man's legs. The freshly brewed coffee was still boiling hot. Li Hui stood up instantly because of the burn, his face even more angry. He knocked over the coffee with a slap, and most of the coffee in the cup splashed onto Tang Chiyue. Can you do anything? You can't even make a cup of coffee when you can't negotiate a deal. Don't you want to do this anymore? Li Hui shouted angrily. If you don't want to do this, pack up and get out. Tang Chiyue felt a burning sensation on her arms and neck, and tears were streaming down her face in pain, but she could only lower her head, grit her teeth, and endure the manager's scolding, not daring to talk back. Li Hui picked up a document and threw it at Tang Chiyue. Look at it yourself. A business worth 200,000, but I just want you to have a meal with Mr. Wang. Why wouldn't you agree? Li Hui was indeed very angry. This business not only represented 200,000, but more importantly, it was an opportunity to cooperate with Xinyu Information. Getting in touch with Xinyu almost meant that their Xinyuan technology would soar to the sky, but now they were rejected by Tang Chiyue. How could he not be angry? But Tang Chiyue tried to explain, but was interrupted by Li Hui after saying just 2 words. But what but? What's wrong with having a meal with Mr. Wang? Do you think you are so rich? And you are so unwilling. Isn't this what I pay you every month? Li Hui shouted. Go to Mr. Wang and solve it yourself tomorrow. If this contract cannot be signed, you don't have to come to work. Tang Chiyue gritted her teeth and nodded. Yes. Now take this contract and get out. Li Hui yelled with his anger still lingering. Tang Chiyue wiped her tears and bent down to pick up the contract on the ground. But at this moment, the office door was kicked open with a bang, and Jiang Che appeared at the door. Just now, when Li Hui scolded Tang Chiyue, even though the office door was closed, people outside could clearly hear Li Hui's angry roar. Jiang Che was already furious. After he kicked the door open and came in, he saw Tang Chiyue's face covered with tears. He was immediately furious and could no longer bear it. Fuck you, Jiang Che cursed, and before Li Hui could react, he punched him in the head. Jiang Che's body had been modified by genetic enhancers. The power of this punch was no less than the full force of a world-class boxer. If Li Hui was hit, it was not impossible that he would die on the spot. Fortunately, Li Hui used his arm to block it in panic. Jiang Che's punch hit Li Hui's arm hard. Li Hui screamed and fell to the ground with a painful expression on his face. Chapter 44. I have money. Jiang Che's punch not only stunned Li Hui, but also frightened Tang Chiyue. After she reacted, she quickly grabbed Jiang Che and said, Xiao Che, you can't hit me. You can't hit me. Why not fight? This kind of scumbag should be taught a lesson. Jiang Duque Said angridi. At this time, Li Hui also stood up. His right arm was hanging down, basically broken, and he had no strength at all. His face was extremely gloomy, as if water was about to drip out. Boy, you are done? You'd better not let me find out your identity. Jiang Che immediately got angry again and kicked Li Hui. You're not afraid of being beaten, right? You're still accompanying Mr. Wang for dinner. You idiot. Why don't you ask your mom to accompany you? The commotion here also attracted the people outside to gather around. Seeing Jiang Che's ferocious look, they did not dare to come over to stop the fight. They only dared to discuss quietly beside him. Tang Chiyue's boyfriend is quite fierce. He beat the manager like this. Not only is he fierce, he's also very handsome. He makes me feel so safe. What sense of security? After all, he is still too young and impulsive. He doesn't even think about the consequences after the fight. At worst, I can just quit. You think too simply. How could Li Hui have done this for Xinyuan technology without any connection? Also, write some things on Tang Chiyue's resume. It will be difficult for her to find a job in the future. Tang Chiyue also hurriedly grabbed Jiang Che and said, Xiao Che, stop it now. If you continue to hit me, something bad will happen. Jiang Che was so angry that he kicked Li Hui twice more before stopping. Li Hui leaned against the wall, panting slightly. He was quite tough. Although he was beaten like this by Jiang Che, his expression was still fierce. You two are finished. Tang Chiyue, pack up your things and get out. If you can find a job in Tianhai City in the future, I will pronounce your name backwards. As for you kid, just wait. It feels good to beat you now, right? I will make you pay back tenfold later. Liu stared at the Jiang coldly. How dare a fool like him hit him? He didn't plan to call the police at all. He wanted to find someone to take revenge on Jiang Che and let this kid know what regret is. Really? Jiang Che sneered, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. Master Jiang, do you have any instructions? Cheng Guan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Come to the 27th floor of Wuzhou building now. I'll give you 10 minutes. Cheng Guan was startled when he heard Jiang Che's tone, thinking that something was wrong with the building, and quickly agreed. Okay, Master Jiang, I'm on the first floor. I'll be right over. Calling people, Li Hui said with a sarcastic expression. Let me see who you can call. Do you think you are a gang? It's not the mafia, but you can't run your company anymore. Zhang Said Kadmri. Haha, who are you trying to scare? Do you think my company will go out of business if you find a few of your people to cause trouble? Li Hui said with disdain. This is a world of money now, don't you understand? If you find 10 people to cause trouble, I have money and I can find 100 people to retaliate against you without even taking any responsibility. Li Hui thought Jiang Che had only called some young men who knew how to fight, so he wasn't worried at all. He taunted, I've seen a lot of young people like you who have just entered society. What else can you do besides pretending to be cool? You have no money and no power. I bet you'll kneel down in front of me and apologize within 3 days. Tang Chiyue was a little panicked and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, manager. I'll do this business. I'll go and accompany Mr. Wang. My brother is still young. Please don't make it difficult. Sister Chiyue, don't say anything. Jiang Che frowned, pulled Tang Chiyue over domineeringly, and told her to shut up. He got angry when he saw Sister July, who was so nice to him, being so humble, and kicked Li Hui again. There is no other way. If you are angry, you have to hit people. Li Hui is the only one who can hit here. And Tang Chiyue is like this because of Li Hui. Jiang Che feels that Tang Chiyue may have suffered more grievances here before he came. I just want to see how rich you are. Jiang Che cursed and kicked Li Hui to the ground. Is this kid going to die? Young people are impulsive. It turns out he's Tang Chiyue's brother. I thought he was her boyfriend. You're really good at pitting me. The crowd watching couldn't help shaking their heads. Tang Chiyue looked desperate. She didn't know what to do anymore. Now all we had to do was call the police and spend some money to lock Jiang Che up for several years. Chapter 45, 50 billion. Get out of the way. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s came over with several people wearing security uniforms and holding electric batons. Several security guards pushed away the people around them to make way for the middle-aged man. Li Hui, who had been beaten up by Jiang Che without much reaction, saw this man and quickly got up from the ground, putting on a flattering smile. Uncle Guan, why are you here? However, Cheng Guan gave him a cold look and said, Who is your Uncle Guan? Call me by my name. We are not that familiar with each other. As soon as Cheng Guan saw this scene, he knew what had happened. It turned out that this blind guy had offended young Master Jiang. No wonder young Master Jiang's tone was so angry before. So it was not too late for him to distance himself from Li Hui now. So he simply ignored him. Li Hui was stunned for a moment. It wasn't like this the last time Cheng Guan came. The two of them had a good conversation. What happened today? But what made him even more confused was yet to come. Cheng Guan actually walked up to Jiang Che and respectfully called out, Master Jiang. Are you Cheng Guan? Jiang Che looked at him and asked, his expression indifferent, with a bit of the feeling of a domineering president. Yes. Cheng Guan lowered his head, feeling a little panicked. He was considered a high-ranking person in Tianhai City, relying on his status as the general manager of Wuzhou Building. But Jiang Che was the owner of Wuzhou Building. Moreover, he speculated that Jiang Che should have more than just one business. So this seemingly young man in front of him was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. And the most important thing is that Jiang Che only needs to say a word to replace him. Jiang Che didn't say anything after hearing his agreement, just looked at him indifferently. While Jiang Che didn't say anything, Cheng Guan kept his head down, looking respectful. The whole office was silent. Li Hui was completely confused. Who was I? Where was I? Was I dreaming? Those who had previously said that Jiang Che was young and impulsive were now too frightened to speak and stared at the scene in front of them in shock. They didn't know Chung Guan, but they had seen Li Hui's fawning attitude towards Chung Guan before. He was undoubtedly an important figure, but why was this important figure so respectful to Tang Chiyue's younger brother? Tang Chiyue was also confused at this time. When did her younger brother become so powerful? After a while, Jiang Che finally spoke. How long will the lease of Xinyuan technology last? He was indeed very angry just now. Tang Chiyue's position in his heart was no less than that of Xu Rui in the past. Seeing that she had suffered such a great injustice, Jiang Che was naturally very angry. But when he calmed down and thought about it, this matter had nothing to do with Chung Guan, so there was no need to make things difficult for him. Chung Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Che did not blame him. He quickly replied, "Their lease expired half a month ago." Jiang Che frowned. "Then why haven't you moved out yet?" "Because Li Hui promised to pay the rent next month at a price 10% higher, and our financial department estimated that Xinyuan Technology will indeed be able to repay next month, so we gave it a 1-month grace period," Chung Guan replied. "Then let him pay back the rent for half a month, pack up his things, and get out." Jiang Che said, "It would be best if the entire Tianhai city could not accommodate him." Li Hui had previously said that Tang Chiyue would not be able to find a job in the entire Tianhai city, and now Jiang Che had fulfilled his words. "Okay." Chung Guan nodded, turned to look at Li Hui. His expression turned cold. "Do you understand? Either you pack up and leave, or I throw you out, and the Tianhai market will have nothing to do with you in the future." Li Hui stared at Jiang Che in a daze, muttering to himself in disbelief. Why? Why is this happening? Who are you?" Chung Guan sneered. "You don't need to know who young Master Jiang is. You just need to know that this entire building belongs to young Master Jiang." "Impossible. This building belongs to Mr. Sunday. It's a well-known fact in the entire Tianhai city." Li Hui suddenly became excited. "But this morning young Master Jiang bought it for more than 50 billion, so you'd better accept your fate." Chung Guanxin also felt a little resentful towards Li Hui. After all, Jiang Che almost took his anger out on him because of Li Hui. After hearing Chung Guan's words, Li Hui's heart sank completely, and a feeling of despair spread from the bottom of his heart. This time it was really over. He actually offended such a terrifying big shot. The breathing of the people around them gradually quickened. More than 50 billion. How much money is that? Tang Chiyue actually has such a rich brother. Some people who had a bad relationship with Tang Chiyue before began to tremble slightly. Some young female employees were already showing lust when they looked at Jiang Che, but they also knew that they could not get along with such a young and handsome, rich second generation. Jiang Che stepped forward and patted Li Hui's face, saying calmly, "You are right about one thing. This is a world that values money. Unfortunately, I am much richer than you, so don't show up in Tianhai City in the future." After saying that, he ignored him and pulled Tang Chiyue to leave. Li Hui originally had a look of having lost his soul, but when he saw Jiang Che was about to leave, he suddenly knelt down, hugged Jiang Che's thighs, and kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Master Jiang, I was wrong. Please let me stay in Tianhai City. If I leave Tianhai City, my company will be gone." Li Hui started from scratch and founded Xinyuan Technology. He spent most of his life to build Xinyuan Technology to its current scale. In the early days, in order to attract investment, Li Hui borrowed money everywhere and begged people everywhere. He suffered countless cold stares and finally built up the company. In the middle decades of development, he encountered countless difficulties, but Li Hui survived them time and time again and finally made the company reach its current scale. It can be said that Li Hui poured half of his life's hard work into it, and the company is closer to Li Hui than his son. His company developed in Tianhai City, and all of his partners and customers were basically in Tianhai City. So Jiang Che asking to leave was basically a death sentence for Xinyuan Technology. How could he accept that? This was also the reason why he had refused to bow his head, even after being beaten up by Jiang Che, but was now kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. The company's bankruptcy would be more painful than killing him. But Jiang Che had no mercy on him at all. This kind of person is a bully who only fears the strong and bullies the weak. Did he ever think so much when he spilled coffee on Tang Chiyue and asked her to accompany President Wang? It's too late to admit your mistake now. Jiang Che kicked him away expressionlessly and walked out with Tang Chiyue. leaving a room full of people with different thoughts. Chapter 46. Your car. Tang Chiyue still didn't react until she left the house. Those people might speculate about Jiang Che's identity, but Tang Chiyue knew very well that her brother was just an ordinary college student. But when she saw that Jiang Che looked unhappy, she didn't dare to ask for a while. In the elevator. Do you go to work like this every day? Jiang Duque suddenly asked. Not really. It's just that sometimes there are some difficult customers. Tang Chiyue tried to explain. Why don't you quit when you meet a boss like this? Jiang Duque asked coldly. But it's hard to find a job now. If I quit and don't find a job in short time, I won't even be able to pay the rent. Tang Chiyue pulled Jiang Che's arm and whispered, Okay, don't be angry, I'm fine. It will be too late if something happens later. Jiang Che sighed, grabbed Tang Chiyue's white and tender arm and asked, Does it still hurt? Tang Chiyue's nose felt sore and she threw herself into Jiang Che's arms. It hurts. After all, she's still a girl. In the past, when she was scolded or wronged, she could only be strong on her own. Now that she has someone to rely on, her soft side naturally appears. Jiang Che patted her head and said, Don't hold back when you're wronged in the future. I'll support you. Got it. Tang Chiyue responded muffledly with her head buried in Jiang Che's arms. Let's go to the hospital and apply some medicine. Jiang Che said, By the way, who is this Mr. Wang you mentioned before? He's the boss of another company. He rented 3 office floors on the top floor of the Wuzhou building. Tang Chiyue said, Then there's no need to bother. I'll ask Chengguan to kick him out together. By the way, is this Wuzhou building yours? Tang Chiyue just remembered this and looked up and asked. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment before saying, I have a little bit of shares. I tried to do business with a rich second-generation classmate in school before. We opened a company and made some money. It was difficult for him to admit it. After all, a building worth more than $50 billion could not make so much money in a short period of time, even if he drove a truck to rob a bank. So he could only say this. But Tang Chiyue was already very happy and said with a smile, Xiao Che has made great progress. I don't have a job now, so I will just follow you and eat and drink for free from now on. Okay, I promise to make you plump and white, Jiang Che said with a smile. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived at the parking lot in front of the building, and Jiang Che brought Tang Chiyue to the front of the car. Tang Chiyue looked at the handsome Ferrari sports car in front of her and asked in disbelief, Xiao Che, don't tell me this is your car. It's not mine. Jiang Che paused before saying, It's yours. Huh? Mine. Tang Chiyue didn't react for a moment. Yes, I just bought it at noon. It's a special gift for you. Do you like it? Jiang Che said, took out the key and pressed it to open the door of the Ferrari. Tang Chiyue opened her mouth slightly. Really? This car should cost several million, right? Xiao Che, how much money did you make from your business? She didn't feel anything in the building before. After all, she worked there every day, but now, looking at the visually impactful sports car in front of her, Tang Chiyue was completely shocked. She had only seen this handsome sports car on her mobile phone before. Just over 5 million. More than 5 million. Come in, you'll get used to it after driving for a while. Jiang Che helped her open the passenger door. Tang Chiyue sat in the car blankly, while Jiang Che sat in the driver's seat. Seeing Jiang Che start the car, Tang Chiyue's eyes moved, and she suddenly felt itchy. Xiao Che, how about letting me try it? I haven't driven such a good car yet. No. Jiang Che refused decisively. The wound on your arm hasn't healed yet. Oh, just try it and satisfy your urge, Tang Chiyue said coquettishly while pulling Jiang Che's arm. If you say no, then no. Wait until your arm injury is healed. You could drive as you like, but not now. Jiang Che's tone left no room for negotiation. Okay, Tang Chiyue had no choice but to give up. Chapter 47, Top Chef. Jiang Che took Tang Chiyue to the hospital. Fortunately, it was just a simple burn, so they applied some medicine and went back. Hey, Chiyue, what's wrong with your arm? After the two came back, the woman that Jiang Che had met before immediately asked when she saw Tang Chiyue's injured arm. Don't mention it. It's still our manager, Tang Chiyue said, and then introduced the two people. Xiao Che, this is my roommate, Tang Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu, this is my younger brother I told you about before, Jiang Che. Jiang Che smiled awkwardly, but Tang Xiaozhu ignored him and continued to ask, What happened to your manager? Is your arm okay? So Tang Chiyue explained to Tang Xiaozhu what had happened before. When she talked about being bullied by the manager, her tone was still a little angry. But when she talked about Jiang Che helping her later, her tone was full of pride and boasting. After all, not everyone has such a brother. Tang Xiaozhu was also shocked after hearing this, and looked at Jiang Che in disbelief. How could this little gangster be so rich? He actually had shares in Wuzhou Building? That was a building worth tens of billions in the center of Tianhai City. In fact, Tang Xiaozhu didn't have a very good impression of Jiang Che before. Although she didn't know Jiang Che, Tang Chiyue's monthly living expenses were not enough, and she often sent money to Jiang Che. In her impression, Jiang Che became a person who was always asking for things. Now it seems that I'm misunderstood, Tang Xiaozhu said secretly in his heart. But, Xiaozhu, I'm sorry to trouble you with dinner tonight, Tang Chiyue said, waving her injured arm. Tang Xiaozhu looked at Jiang Che's hands full of vegetables, with an expression that seemed to be hesitant to speak. So, you bought so many vegetables at once? Tang Chiyue smiled shyly. My brother is here, of course I have to buy more vegetables. How about I help you cook for a week while my hand is healed? No need, let me do it. Jiang Che was too embarrassed to trouble Tang Xiaozhu, so he took the initiative to say it. You do it? When did you learn to cook? Tang Chiyue asked. Isn't it okay to just learn something like cooking? Zhang said confidently. As long as he had the system, there was nothing he couldn't do. Don't waste such a good dish, Tang Xiaozhu said with some concern. How about I do it? No need, just sit on the sofa for a while and wait for dinner. Zhang said. Seeing Jiang Che spoke so confidently, the two of them said nothing more and nodded in agreement. Jiang Che carried the dishes to the kitchen and then spent 3,000 worship points to purchase basic cooking mastery. After making the purchase, when Jiang Che looked at the dishes again, various cooking methods automatically emerged in his mind. Jiang Che suddenly asked curiously, System, how can I unlock the advanced mastery? What effect will it have after unlocking it? Host, please explore on your own. Jiang Che, I should have expected this answer earlier. Jiang Che didn't think anymore and started to process the ingredients. First, clean the ribs. This can be used to make soup. Then there is a fish and a bag of chicken wings. Jiang Che started to process them one by one. With his mastery of cooking skills, his knife skills and control of heat were no less than the best chefs. Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu were leaning on the sofa outside and were a little surprised to hear the rhythmic sound of cutting vegetables coming from the kitchen. Seems quite professional. Half an hour later, their expressions gradually changed because a hint of fragrance was already wafting out from the kitchen. It smells so good, what did he do? Tang Xiaozhu took a deep breath, with an exaggerated expression on his face. It smells like pork rib soup. Tang Chiyue stopped playing with her phone and looked towards the kitchen. And my favorite fish. Tang Xiaozhu's mind already had an image of a braised fish that was fragrant on the outside and tender on the inside. About an hour later, Jiang Che brought the dishes up from the kitchen. Okay, it's time to eat. Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu couldn't wait to run over. These dishes looked delicious. The two women swallowed inelegantly. Tang Xiaozhu picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish, pulling out a very elastic sugar thread, and a sweet smell spread out. Tang Xiaozhu took a light sniff, with an intoxicated expression on her face. This is so fragrant. Jiang Che was speechless. It's not that exaggerated, right? Why not? Tang Chiyue had already put a piece of cola chicken wing into her mouth and said vaguely, Xiao Che, when you say business, you don't mean to open a restaurant, right? When did you learn this skill? The dishes are much better than those made by Xiaozhu. TSK, what you cooked isn't much better. The two of them kept insulting each other while eating. Eat slowly. There are other dishes in the kitchen. Jiang Che shook his head helplessly and brought out the remaining dishes and pork rib soup from the kitchen. Why do I feel that even this ordinary cucumber salad tastes so much better than what I make? Tang Xiaozhu picked up a piece of cucumber salad and put it in his mouth. His expression was shocked, but also a little enjoyable. It's crisp and refreshing, and has a hint of sweetness. Can it be the same as what you made? Tang Chiyue also picked up a cucumber slice. The thickness of each cucumber slice in this plate is almost the same, and the sweetness is also uniform. The cucumbers you made are all cut into triangles. That's true. Tang Xiaozhu didn't refute this time. The two of them ate up everything in a flash, without caring about their ladle-like image, and the food on the table was gone at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Che never knew that girls could eat so much. Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu, two seemingly petite girls, quickly finished up the whole table full of dishes. Half an hour later, Tang Chiyue leaned back in her chair with a look of despair on her face. No, I can't eat anymore. I can't eat anymore, but I still want to drink that soup. Tang Xiaozhu looked at the pork rib soup in the pot with some envy, but unfortunately his heart was full of soup, but his stomach was not full, so he had no choice but to give up in the end. Xiao Che, you have such great cooking skills, but you've never cooked for me. Tang Chiyue said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Didn't you just learn this recently? Janguke Said El Plisli. To be honest, he wasn't really full yet. He didn't expect these two girls to eat so voraciously. If he had known, he would have cooked more. You two sit for a while, I'll go wash the dishes. Jiang Che said as he picked up the empty plates on the table, wiped the table clean, and started washing the dishes. This life is so comfortable. Tang Xiaozhu had a very enjoyable expression on his face, like a salted fish that had lost its dream. Chiyue, let your brother stay here for a few more days. I'm a little reluctant to let him go. Dream on. Tang Chiyue said with disdain. By the way, does your brother have a girlfriend? Tang Xiaozhu suddenly asked in a low voice. Hee hee. Tang Chiyue laughed foolishly. What? Do you still want to be an old cow eating young grass? I'm just asking out of curiosity. Besides, what does it mean that an old cow eats young grass? Tang Xiaozhu said dissatisfiedly. He already has one. He had a girlfriend when he was a freshman. Then his girlfriend is in for a treat. Tang Xiaozhu had an envious look on his face. After this meal, his impression of Jiang Che had completely changed. Chapter 48, Sharp Post Bar. Jiang Che had originally planned to go shopping with Tang Chiyue after dinner to buy some clothes, but seeing how lazy they both looked, he was afraid they would not go out, so he had to give up the idea. But it's okay not to go out, because I can have more time to play games at night and earn some worship points. Today's experience made Jiang Che understand more clearly the importance of admiration value. As long as he has enough admiration value, he can get any skill he wants. It's so cool. Jiang Che said something to the two of them and went to take a shower first. When he came out of the shower, the two girls' eyes were fixed again. Tang Chiyue took advantage of the fact that Jiang Che hadn't put on his t-shirt yet and stretched out her hand to pinch his upper body muscles. Xiao Che, when did you train these muscles on your body? They're so hard. So hard. Jiang Che always felt that something was wrong. Seeing Tang Chiyue looking like a female hooligan, he quickly put on his clothes and said, I practiced it when I had nothing to do. Sister Chiyue, are you done? What's wrong with pinching you a few times? We used to take a bath together when we were kids. Tang Chiyue said nonchalantly. Jiang Che, what else can I say? Tang Xiaozhu looked at Jiang Che's perfect muscle lines and felt a little dry in the mouth. A girl's good figure can attract boys, and a boy's good figure is also very attractive to girls. Tang Xiaozhu, a girl who has never had a boyfriend, couldn't take her eyes off Jiang Che for a moment when she saw his figure. Xiao Che, why do I feel like you've changed so much in just 2 months? You made so much money and learned how to cook. Moreover, your muscles are better than those handsome fitness guys I saw on videos. Tang Chiyue asked curiously. Jiang Che did not answer directly, but asked, I also learned King of Glory. Do you want to play with me for a while? Yes. Sure enough, Tang Chiyue immediately stopped worrying about the previous question and quickly agreed. As a phenomenal mobile game, Honor of Kings is played by few young people, and Tang Chiyue also likes to play occasionally. Now, she is naturally very happy to be able to play with Jiang Che. Wait for me to take a shower. Then you can lie down and play comfortably. Tang Chiyue said. Yes. Janduke nodded in agreement. Take one with me. I'll come too. Tang Xiaozhu said hurriedly. Januke naturally wouldn't refuse. So the two of them hurried to take a shower. Sister July, please be careful. The place where you apply the medicine must not come into contact with water. Jiang Che looked at the two of them who were so anxious and gave them a worried reminder. I know. I'm not a child. Tang Chiyue said dissatisfiedly, but she felt warm in her heart. Seeing this, Jiang Che said no more. He lay down on the sofa and took out his cell phone. He opened his phone and found that his two roommates had sent him several penguin messages, asking Jiang Che where he had gone that night, whether he would be back, and whether he should leave the door open for him. Jiang Che replied to the two of them that he would not be back at night and ignored them. However, just as he was about to quit Penguin Messages, he was suddenly attracted by a push message from Penguin Highlights. Shocking. A mysterious expert who beat a professional player was suspected of cheating? Is it true that he spent nearly 1 million RMB in the live broadcast room in one night? who caused the two beautiful anchors of shark to confront each other. Normally, Jiang Che wouldn't bother to pay attention to this kind of stupid title, but when he saw this message, he was stunned. This seems to be talking about me? Out of curiosity, I clicked on it, and after reading the article, I found that the person it was talking about was indeed me. This article describes in detail how Jiang Che was suspected of cheating when playing duo with Yinran last night, and then he went to Chen Cici's live broadcast room and gave her nearly 1 million RMB in rewards and beat up professional players. Jiang Che didn't expect that his casual behavior last night would become a hot topic. There should be more than one article like this. However, when Jiang Che scrolled to the bottom, he found that the article had only been posted for a few minutes and there was not a single comment. His eyes suddenly lit up and he slowly typed 2 words in the comment section: sofa. Only then did he quit Penguin News with satisfaction. After thinking about it, Jiang Che opened the Shark forum again because the article said that many people in the forum were discussing this matter, so Jiang Che wanted to go and take a look. After entering the forum, Jiang Che realized that the popularity of this matter was much higher than he thought. He randomly flipped through a few posts today and found that 5 or 6 of them were discussing Jiang Che's affairs. Everyone's focus was different. Some people were discussing the 850,000 in rewards that Jiang Che had given out, some were discussing Jiang Che's skills, and there were even quite a few strongest kings who thought that Jiang Che was cheating. Of course, there were also some people who were only interested in the song that Jiang Che sang. Jiang Che actually discovered that many people were scolding him. The professional player who was beaten by Jiang Che last night is called Yang Tian. He is the shooter of the CG team in KPL. He is considered a relatively strong professional player in the entire KPL, so he must have a lot of fans. When Jiang Che got a pinnacle last night, he said, "Is this a professional player? He doesn't seem to be that good." This made many of Yang Tian's fans dissatisfied, and they started to criticize Jiang Che. Jiang Che clicked on the most popular post. The post only contained 2 web links, and the poster did not express any opinions. Jiang Che clicked on the 2 links and took a look. The first link was a collection of his kills last night, and the second link was a video link of himself singing, which had been edited by someone. There are thousands of comments on this post. Jiang Che flipped it over casually. "Isn't this kill collection too impressive? What is the Jungle King? This is it. There are all kinds of jungle heroes. It seems like there's nothing this guy can't do." Let's see. The 2 comments with the highest number of likes were relatively normal, both expressing admiration for Jiang Che's gaming skills. But the third comment was a bit unfriendly. "Haha, are the 2 above blind? Can't they see this obvious cheat?" Not to mention that Bailey's second skill was always on target in the first scene, but in the following scenes, he basically dodged all the skills that could be dodged. If this isn't a script, I'll eat my phone. You can donate your eyes to people in need if you don't need them. Tencent's customer service said they didn't see it? Are you more stupid than Tencent? So what? It's normal for the test to be wrong, right? Hundreds of thousands of people watched it together, and thousands reported it. Was it all detected wrong? Why not? It's just that the probability is small. If you're so argumentative, you should go to the construction site. Tiaba is not suitable for you. You guys can stop arguing. I'm just here to listen to the songs. I don't know if he cheated or not. I just think this guy is too arrogant. He killed Xiaotian a few times in the casual game, and he started to mock him. If he is so awesome, why doesn't he go pro? That's right. Do you know how hard it is for professional players to train? This taunt might affect Xiaotian's performance in the game. Jiang Che was a little speechless watching these people's discussion. Is it a mockery for just saying something casually? If you are so sensitive, why don't you play a few professional games? Chapter 49, Regret. Jiang Che was browsing the forum while Xu Rui returned to the dormitory in a daze. She looked a little embarrassed, and most importantly, there was a bright red slap mark on her face. When she opened the door, her 3 roommates were surprised. "Xu Rui, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Qinli hesitated and asked. Although there was some unpleasantness at noon because of Jiang Che's cell phone, the 2 did not really fall out. The friendship between best friends for more than 3 years cannot be faked. In addition, after being rejected, Zhou Qinli had given up her fantasy about Jiang Che. There were too many outstanding girls around that kind of outstanding boy, and she had no advantage at all. Since she was rejected, there was no need to think too much about it. So when she saw Xu Rui like this, she asked with concern. Xu Rui sat on the edge of the bed in a daze, as if she didn't hear what Zhou Qinli said. "Xu Rui, what's wrong with you? Why are you so dirty?" The other 2 roommates also came over and asked with concern. I fell down. Shu Rue finally spoke. What about this on your face? The three of them looked at the slap mark on Shu Rue's face and were hesitant to speak. Su Silei beat me. Shu Rue burst into tears when she said this. He lied to me. He and his ex-girlfriend had never broken up. When I exposed him, he got angry and beat me. He also called me a slut. Oh. After being scolded by Su Silei, Shu Rue realized that in his heart, she was just a gold digger who could get a room with a little money, and he didn't take her seriously at all. But think about it. In Su Silei's opinion, Shu Rue abandoned Jiang Che for money this time and was with him. Will she dump him again next time when she meets someone better? Who can trust such a girlfriend? Others are not fools either. So the reason why Su Silei was so nice to Shu Rue and even spent thousands of dollars to buy her a bag was just because he wanted to sleep with her. But now Shu Rue had a falling out with him because of Su Silei's ex-girlfriend. Su Silei did not achieve his goal, but instead wasted so much money. Naturally, he was angry and ashamed. That's too much. The three of them didn't expect that Su Silei, who looked so righteous, was actually this kind of person. Zhou Qinli sat next to Shu Rue, wiped her tears, and comforted her. Don't cry. It's not worth it for such a scumbag. Let's expose this matter tomorrow and let everyone know what kind of person he is. Bat imis Jiang Ke. Shu Rue lay in Zhou Qinli's arms and cried intermittently. In the past, no matter what happened, no matter if he was right or wrong, he would always give in to me. Every time I was sad, he would come to comfort me. Shu Rue thought of the time when she was with Jiang Che. Every time she encountered sad things, she had a warm embrace to rely on. Jiang Che would comfort her and coax her. But this warmth was destroyed by her own hands. Now, when she was wronged, she didn't even have a shoulder to lean on. After being cheated and slapped by Su Silei once, she finally realized that it is not easy to find a man who is truly good to her. Jiang Che may be the best man she has ever met. Zhou Qinli and the other two roommates looked at each other with a helpless expression on their faces. You may miss them, but they may not miss you. You ignored Jiang Che yesterday, but today's Jiang Che is no longer within your reach. Shu Rue ignored them and took out her cell phone while crying. I want to call him. I want to see him. Jiang Che was looking at Sharks Forum when the phone rang. He glanced at the number on his phone and frowned, then hesitated and answered it. What? Jiang Ke asked impatiently. Woo, I was wrong. Jiang Che, let's make peace. Shu Rue's voice sounded extremely sad. Haha, Jiang Che was too lazy to pay attention to her and hung up the phone casually. There's something wrong. However, within a few seconds, Shu Rue called again. Jiang Ke, woo, I was really wrong. Please forgive me. If you bother me again, I will block you. Jiang Ke interrupted there. Don't block me. Then don't bother me. Jiang Che sneered and said, if you really don't care about me and Su Silei being together, I would think highly of you. Yesterday, when you knew I had no money, you dumped me and got together with Su Silei. Today, when you knew I had money, you cried and wanted to reconcile again. Do you love money so much? No, it's not like that. Shu Rue tried to explain while crying, but Jiang Che hung up on her before she could finish her words. Wow, Jiang Che is ignoring me. What should I do? Shu Rue wiped her tears, her face looking a little flustered. She wanted to call him again, but was afraid that she would be blocked. She realized that she and Jiang Che might never be able to go back. He must be angry with you for what you did yesterday. Why don't you calm down first and apologize to him in person tomorrow? Zhou Qinli advised. He was so good to you before, he must love you very much. 3 years of relationship can't just disappear like that. Take your time. Maybe he will forgive you once he softens his heart. Yes. After hearing Zhou Qinli's words, Shu Rue's eyes gradually became firm, as if she had found her goal. As long as the feelings are still there, I will be able to slowly move him. Chapter 50, for girls. Xiaoche, are you talking to Shu Rue on the phone? By the way, why didn't you bring Shu Rue with you this time? Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu had already taken a shower and changed their clothes. And I have broken up. Jiang Ke Said, truthfully. Tang Chiyue was a little surprised. When did it happen? Yesterday. You two have been together since freshman year and could have gotten married after graduation. Why did you suddenly break up? Tang Chiyue asked in surprise. You didn't abandon her just because you had some money? She's been with you for 3 years. You can't do this. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Che said helplessly. She broke up with me herself. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's play games. Tang Qiyu wanted to ask more, but seeing that Jiang Che didn't want to say more, it was not a good idea to ask too many questions about such a thing, so she had to give up. Tang Xiaoju's eyes lit up. We broke up. Tang Qiyu and Tang Xiaoju sat on Jiang Che's left and right. They had just taken a shower and still had the scent of shower gel on their bodies. They were really two fragrant beauties. But Jiang Che didn't think much about it, and the three of them logged into the game together. Because Yu Yanran had already apologized to Jiang Che before, and Jiang Che was not that petty, he released her from the blacklist and restored their game-friend relationship. So when Jiang Che came online, he saw that Yu Yanran had been playing for 15 minutes, which meant it should be almost over. So he clicked on the game reservation. You can make a reservation to play together next time, and said to Tang Qiyu and the others, wait a few minutes. A friend of mine is coming. The anchor must bring one along. After all, earning admiration points is the most important purpose of playing games. Tang Qiyu and the other person naturally agreed. Yu Yanran was playing a game when a red suddenly appeared on the right side of the screen. She clicked it and saw that it was a game reservation sent by Jiang Che. She was immediately surprised and agreed. Other viewers in the anchor room also saw this message, and the number of comments increased instantly. A handsome guy got chopped off? Isn't this the guy from yesterday? The handsome emperor is coming. Everyone line up to welcome him. Great. It seems the little brother is not angry anymore. I've finally waited for this. I came here from Tieba just to see how great a player is that can beat professional players. Are you still singing today? I came here from watching this little brother's singing video on Bilibili. Before he died, my roommate wanted to see the great master Bailey Shui again. Now he can rest in peace. Out of nothing, Yu Yanran glanced at the comments and was happy. She said, don't worry, let's fight quickly and get out soon. Then he clicked surrender. Barrage? Is this what you mean by hit faster? Yu Yanran's 4 teammates were also confused. They had already reached the opponent's high ground. Why should they surrender? They refused decisively. Yu Yanran was a little anxious when she saw that her 4 teammates refused to surrender. What if Jiang Che got impatient and started first? And it would be even worse if he went to Chin Cici's live broadcast room again. So without thinking twice, he directly controlled his auxiliary shield mountain and rushed forward. In this game, Yu Yanran's team had a big advantage and had already pressed onto the opponent's high ground. However, since the opponent's top laner was Li Exen, the high ground guard, and the mid laner Wang Zhaojun was also an expert in clearing soldiers, and the shooter was Huang Zhong, the soldiers were cleared every time they entered the tower, and they could not break the opponent's high ground at all. When Yu Yanran's teammates were looking for an opportunity to push down the opponent's mid-lane Highland tower, they only heard their own Shield Mountain click on the quick phrase, launch attack, and then saw Shield Mountain activate the Wolf Emblem, an auxiliary equipment that accelerates everyone, and rushed into the opponent's Highland tower at lightning speed, flashed forward, and used the second skill to throw out the opponent's double C, and then used another big move to disrupt the opponent's formation, making it impossible for the opponent's auxiliary to rescue them. Yu Yanran's 4 teammates were all shocked. It turned out that initiating surrender was to make the other side surrender. But they immediately realized that Shield Mountain had started such a perfect team fight, and the opportunity could not be wasted. Top laner Lu Bu followed first, and used his ultimate to cover all 5 opponents. Due to the interference of Shield Mountain, the opponents couldn't leave the range of Lu Bu's ultimate and could only take it. Jungler Zhao Yun used his ultimate to knock away the double C on the opposite side, who were still in a daze. The mid laner Bomb Cat threw 2 devastating nuclear bombs and several small bombs into the crowd. Shooter Mark entered the field last, using his second skill and ultimate to deal white true damage that exploded all over the screen. Ace! Within a few seconds, a domineering voice broadcast sounded above the Canyon of Kings, and the opposing team was directly wiped out, resulting in a perfect team battle of 1 for 5. Yu Yanran was sacrificed, and the entire enemy was killed. This auxiliary is awesome. Shield Mountain is so awesome. Is Shield Mountain a young lady? How about going out and adding her as a friend? Big boss, let's team up? Let's play together next time. The other team was wiped out, and the outcome was no longer in suspense. Yu Yanran's 4 teammates typed and praised while waiting for the line of troops. The barrage was also full of 666. But I am uneducated, so I can only say wow. Is this the power of love? I finally realized that I can't become a king. It turns out that I just need a boyfriend. Is this a diamond game? How come it feels like the KPL finals? I'll get angry with anyone who says that little Zongzi food is bad again. I came here for the little brother, but I didn't expect the anchor to be so good. I'm following him. Yu Yanran ignored the messages sent by several teammates and only wanted them to wait for the soldiers to arrive and quickly push the tower to end the game. Jiang Che was waiting for Yu Yanran when he suddenly received another message requesting to join the team. He looked and saw that it was Chun Cece who was online. Jiang Che thought about it. There were 4 of them on his side, plus her, there were exactly 5 of them. Besides, Chun Cece was also a host. 2 hosts together. Double the joy. You will definitely gain a lot of admiration points. So he clicked agree and pulled Chun Cece in as well. Hello, Emperor Shuai. Chun Cece greeted Jiang Che as soon as she came in. Hello. Jiang Che responded. Who are these 2 sisters? Chun Cece asked when she saw the portraits of Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu in the room. It's my sister and a friend. Oh. Chun Cece nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Hello, sisters. Hello. Tang Chiyue agreed verbally, but looked at Jiang Che with a questioning look, obviously thinking that this was the girl Jiang Che had picked up somewhere. This is a host. I met him while playing games last night. Jiang Che shrugged and explained. Only then did Tang Chiyue feel relieved. Chun Cece smiled and continued to ask, Shuai Huang, are we waiting for someone? Yes, he's also a host on the Sharp platform. His name is Xiao Zongzi. I wonder if you know him. Jiang Che said. He didn't watch the live broadcast when he was playing games with Chun Cece last night, so he didn't know that some unpleasant things happened between them. Oh, we just happened to communicate recently. Chun Cece said meaningfully, without mentioning the conflict that happened last night. However, many viewers in Chun Cece's live broadcast room heard that Yu Yanran would also be there soon, and they couldn't help but become interested, looking like they were eager to watch the fun. Less than a minute after he finished speaking, Yu Yanran entered the room. Hello, little brother. I'm really sorry about what happened last night. Yu Yanran suddenly stopped talking in the middle of her words. Only then did she realize that there were more than just her. There were actually 3 other girls besides her. The most important thing is that Chun Cece from last night is also here. Yu Yanran suddenly felt a little unhappy. She thought that she and Jiang Che would still be in a sweet duo like last night. But she couldn't say anything. After all, she was not related to Jiang Che, and Jiang Che didn't need her consent to play games with other girls. Tang Chiyue looked at Jiang Che with an even weirder look. Her woman's sixth sense told her that the relationship between these 2 girls and Jiang Che was not that simple, especially the one who came in later. It was obvious from her tone that something was wrong. Tang Xiaozhu secretly sighed in his heart. Such an outstanding boy can't be without girls around him. Jiang Che didn't think too much about it. He just felt that hundreds of thousands of admiration points were beckoning to him. Women will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. It's okay. I don't care about what happened last night. Jiang Che replied to Yu Yanran, and then asked, since everyone is here, shall I start? Yeah. The others agreed. Chapter 51, Grab the Assist. Entering the hero selection interface, Jiang Che is on the first floor. Jiang Che took a casual look and chose Ma Chao as a jungler. This hero had high damage and was very good, which met Jiang Che's requirements. Seeing this, Yu Yanran immediately asked, little brother, what kind of support do you want? How about Xiao Ming? I heard that Xiao Ming and Ma Chao are very powerful. Okay. Zhang Guke nodded. In his opinion, it didn't matter what he took, he could carry it. However, Yu Yanran's words made Chun Cece dissatisfied. Why should you assist? I am on the 4th floor, and you're on the 5th floor, okay? So she also said, Shuai Huang, let me assist you. I have better skills and can protect you. Ah. Jiang Che didn't know how to answer for a moment. You should play the C position only if you have better skills. I'm a bit unskilled and just good enough to be a support. Yu Yanran immediately retorted. The C position doesn't matter. We all have to rely on the handsome emperor to lead the team anyway. Protecting the handsome emperor is the most important thing. Jen Cece argued. You little brother, who do you want help from? Yu Yanran threw the question to Jiang Che. Zhang Ki. How to say this? Waiting online, very urgent. The audiences in the 2 live broadcast rooms also looked happy to see the show. 2 anchors actually quarreled over support matters. Big White Rabbit, don't you want to play support? Why are you still scrambling to play now? Don't be a coward, little Zongzi. Don't give up your support position to that slutty fox. I'm so jealous. Why is there no one to assist me when I'm playing games? Do you have money? Can you sing? Can you beat professional players? If you don't have any of these and still want to be a supporter, go be a supporter yourself. The handsome emperor actually brought 4 girls with him. The Sea King is confirmed. Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu were also confused at the moment. They both wanted to play support roles because Jiang Che had said that these 2 girls were anchors, so their skills must be very strong. Diamond players like them who had just risen up could just play support roles. Unexpectedly, these 2 people started arguing over the support position. However, this also made Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu certain of one thing. These 2 girls must be interested in Jiang Che. Jiang Che thought about it and suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong to say. These 2 people were not his girlfriends, so why shouldn't he say it? So he said bluntly, "You 2 can choose. If you really can't make it, 2 assistants will do." The scumbag is confirmed. He actually wants both. Only children make choices. Adults want them all. Only children want everything. Adults know their bodies can't handle it. I haven't even gotten in the car yet. Why are you guys already in the car? The handsome emperor is so domineering. He doesn't pamper the 2 beautiful anchors at all. Unlike people like Shui Huang. In the past, all those losers who got on the bus were like licking dogs, licking the anchor in all kinds of ways. But with Shui Huang, it's completely the opposite. There was a burst of sighs in the barrage. Tang Chiyue's eyes moved slightly, and she asked, "Where are the 2 sisters live streaming? Can I go and take a look?" "Of course," Yi Yanran said immediately. "Shark Live, just search 541465. Sister, come and see me. Just click on the King of Glory section. I'll be on the homepage. It's more convenient." Chen Sisi said immediately. Both of them knew that this was Jiang Che's sister, and she was also a member of Jiang Che's family, so they had to leave a good impression on her. Tang Chiyue was speechless. They were also arguing about this. What kind of magic potion did her brother feed them? However, she still took out her tablet and opened Shark. She first looked at Chen Sisi's live broadcast room, and then came to Yu Yinran's live broadcast room. She mainly wanted to see what the 2 girls were like. After all, they seem to have a close relationship with her brother. She has so many fans, and she's so beautiful, Tang Xiaozhu said in surprise. Tang Chiyue glanced at Jiang Che and thought that after the game was over, she would definitely ask the 2 anchors what was going on, as well as Shu Rui's matter. Chapter 52, Pig Farming. The game continued. After Jiang Che chose Ma Chao, the opponent chose Marco and Giguzi. Then it was Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu's turn to choose heroes. "Xiao Che, what are we going to play?" Tang Chiyue asked quickly. Without her support, she didn't know what to play. Jiang Che thought for a moment and said, "Take Liu Bang and the fish. One of you will go to the upper lane, while the other will go to the lower lane." He is directly preparing to use the pig raising strategy. That is, for assistants protect one C position, but generally speaking, this E position will choose a stationary shooter such as Ho, E, and Gala, because the output is high and stable, and the 4 assistants will be invincible as long as they protect the shooter. Although the damage of jungle heroes is also high, their output is relatively unstable. If they use 2 skills incorrectly in a team battle, they will be finished. In addition, most jungle heroes have short arms, and they are easily concentrated and killed instantly if they fight close to each other in a team battle. However, this problem obviously did not exist for Jiang Che. He could not possibly misuse his skills, and he was confident that he could avoid the opponent's concentrated fire. Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu had no objection. It was not difficult to take down these 2 heroes, Yu and Liu Bang, and both of them could play them. So far, Jiang Che's lineup is still very normal, with Ma Chao as the jungler, Liu Bang as the top laner, and Zhuang Zhou as the support, so the opponent didn't notice anything and continued to select players normally, picking the mid laner Gan Jiang and the jungler Han Xine. No matter how high your damage is, you are still a squishy target. Once you are sucked in and concentrated fire on it, you will die. If the other 4 positions had not already been chosen, they would have wanted to pick Zhang Liang. You can be as strong as you want, you can add Dong Wang and Zhang Liang, but unfortunately Gan Jiang has already been confirmed as the mid laner, but in their opinion, 1 Dong Wang is enough. It feels like it's going to get cold. Is the handsome emperor too confident? The archer is okay. How about Ma Chao? Haha, is this the master who beat Xiao Dian? Everyone knows that you can't play like this, right? With only Ma Chao as the damage dealer, how can you get to the high ground? Can Ma Chao push the tower? Seems like there are a lot more trolls. Don't worry about it. I came from Tieba. This is Yang Tian's dog. The comments on the forums also didn't quite believe that this lineup was playable, and quite a few of Yang Tian's fans from forums had even started mocking Jiang Che. Fortunately, Jiang Che couldn't see it and was not disturbed. The opponent chose Dong Wang and went to Jiang Che's blue zone alone at the beginning of the game. He didn't want to counter, but just wanted to annoy Jiang Che. If the opposing jungler is a hero with strong anti-jungle ability like Yin Zhongjuan or Lao Hu, he would probably go straight to steal the blue buff, but unfortunately, it is not the case. However, Jiang Che started with red buff, and when Dong Wang saw that no one was coming, he started to fight for the blue buff on his own. If no one came, he would have taken the blue buff directly, and it would not be too late to leave if someone came. The 3 magic balls surrounding him made him extremely confident. Seeing this, Chun Sisi said directly, "I'll go over." Yeah, Zhang Guqin did. Dong Huang's strength in the early stage lies in the fact that the 3 magic balls around him have terrifying recovery capabilities. In the early stage, everyone's damage is not enough, and they can't kill Dong Huang instantly, which gives him the opportunity to recover continuously. But the prerequisite for Dong Huang to recover blood is that the magic ball on his body touches other people. Chun Sisi plays Ming Shireen. She went straight forward and used her first skill to pull Dong Wang. When Dong Wang saw Ming Shireen coming, he was about to go up and hit her. Chun Sisi immediately controlled Ming Shireen to retreat. As soon as Dong Wang retreated, Chun Sisi followed him. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. Dong Wang simply ignored her and focused on killing the blue buff. Chun Sisi was not in a hurry either, so she used her first skill to hold him where he was. Dong Wang realized something was wrong as he was fighting. His health bar quickly dropped to only 2/3. He then realized that Ming Shireen's first skill also had considerable damage. In fact, apart from the blue inscription about hunting, which increases movement speed, the green and red inscriptions are all magic power inscriptions, so the damage is naturally not bad. She brought the Fa Chong inscription originally to increase the damage to Jiang Che in the early stage, but she didn't expect it to become a weapon to restrict Dong Huang now. Dong Huang watched his bloodline drop below half and finally decided to leave. If he didn't leave, he would probably die here before he could finish defeating Blue Papa. But he had just taken 2 steps when he discovered that Jiang Che had already cleared the wild monsters in the red zone and the middle lane and was coming towards him with Tai, while Ming Shireen was still using his first skill to lead him and follow behind. Dong Huang's eyes lit up. Ma Chao and Tai are both melee heroes. If they come over, he might be able to get close to them and hit them to recover some health. With the cooperation of his mid laner, he might be able to beat Ma Chao back home. But he was obviously overthinking it. Jiang Che would never make such a low-level mistake. Jiang Che directly asked Yu Yinran's Tai to entangle Ganjiang so that Ganjiang could not come to support in time. Then he saved his shot, accelerated forward, and stabbed Dong Wang with the shot. Ma Chao said that the attack range of a warrior hero is almost the same as that of a shooter. After picking up the gun, the enhanced normal attack will cause all heroes in a straight line to be damaged and will not be touched by Dong Wang at all. At this time, Dong Wang only had 1/3 of his health left and was stabbed by Jiang Che again, causing his health to drop again. Dong Wang panicked a little and used Flash to escape. However, after Ma Chao picked up the gun, his movement speed was extremely fast, making it almost impossible for Dong Huang to escape. In order to avoid stealing the kill, Chun Sisi transferred her first skill from Dong Huang to Jiang Che. Jiang Che used his second skill to speed up again and then stabbed Dong Huang with a gun. He was lucky enough to get a critical hit, and with Ming Shireen's damage bonus, he directly took Dong Huang's kill. First blood, Dong Huang was killed in battle. Dong Huang's teammates were all stunned. They didn't expect that Dong Huang would be killed directly. They thought that even if they couldn't interfere with Ma Chao, they should have no problem escaping unscathed. It's okay. Dong Huang comforted his teammates. This Ma Chao is quite capable, but he will definitely die after I reach level 4. His teammates didn't say much, as they hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem at that time. Comfortable. After Jiang Che took Dong Huang's head, he cleared the blue zone, directly reached level 4, and then went straight to the middle lane. He originally wanted to go over and take a wave of soldiers and then leave, but after seeing Ganjiang use his second and third skills, Perhaps in order to quickly clear the soldier line and go to the side lane for support, he used his first skill to clear the line. Ganjiang's first skill can push the opponent away and reduce the enemy hero's magic resistance. It is his only life-saving skill. Seeing that he used the first skill to clear the soldiers, Jiang Che was not polite. Tai Jinren took the lead, using his second skill to control Ganjiang in place. Jiang Che's Ma Chao instantly rushed out from the bushes, stabbed Ganjiang with a gun, and then delivered a critical hit, knocking away nearly 1/3 of Ganjiang's health. Ganjiang was shocked. What kind of damage was this? He immediately used his flash. But because he went forward to clear the line, he had already crossed the river, and even if he used flash, he couldn't get back to the tower. Jiang Che was even too lazy to use his ultimate skill. He just used the gun to poke at the opponent, then used the gun to poke at the opponent with his second skill, combined with the damage dealt by Tai Jinren before and the damage bonus provided by Ming Shirin. He directly killed Ganjiang in front of the opponent's tower. My gun can be returned, but your life can never be returned. Ma Chao's low voice sounded. He stepped over Ganjiang's body and rushed directly to the tyrant in the bottom lane. At this time, the opposing jungler Han Xian had just gone to the bottom lane to catch a wave, but the bottom lane was occupied by Tang Xiaoju's fish, who stayed in the tower and did not come out. They did not dare to cross the tower. If they were replaced by the fish as the C position, they would definitely suffer a heavy loss. Han Xian had no choice but to give up. He glanced at the small map and found that the tyrant would refresh in 10 seconds. So he went to the tyrant with his assistant Giguzi and ran into Jiang Che and his two companions head-on. In the other party's voice, Han Xian, do you want to fight? Ganjiang, don't fight yet, I haven't resurrected yet, and we are short of one person. Giguzi, we can't give up this tyrant. Ma Chao's economy is already very high. Once he gets another tyrant, he will be completely strong. Marco, I can't wait for Ganjiang. I'm at level 4 now, so I can fight. Dong Huang, you can fight. This Liu Bang is not very good at playing. He is trapped in a tower by me and has not yet reached level 4. There is no way for him to support. Moreover, Tai and Ming Shirin on the opposite side have not yet reached level 4. If we win, we can make up for the disadvantage in the early stage. Giguzi. Okay, I'll go first then. Giguzi activated his first and second skills as he spoke, speeding towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che, step back for a moment. Sister Xiaozhu, come here. Ming Shirin and Tai have not reached level 4 yet, and their protective abilities are still very weak. It would be very troublesome if they were pulled down by Giguzi's second skill. So Jiang Che planned to retreat first for the sake of caution and let Tang Xiaozhu come over. However, some people saw Jiang Che's retreat as a sign of cowardice. You're laughing. For against 3, you have such a huge economic lead, and you're still retreating? Is this the great god you've been bragging about? Did he really cheat in the game against Xiaotian last night? He doesn't even dare to play. I always felt that he used auto-aim in that game. Can you shut up, troll? Can't you see Giguzi's skills by dodging him? Haha, being a coward is being a coward. The skills of the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room varied. Some could see why Jiang Che wanted to retreat, while some less experienced ones thought that Jiang Che was a coward when they saw him retreating despite being so far ahead in economy. Of course, there are also some fans of Yang Tian. No matter why Jiang Che retreated, they would just criticize him first. Yu Yanran and Chun Cece both frowned after taking a look at the comments in the live broadcast room and said, the room manager should ban those people who are making comments. Permission dog, if you can't argue, will you ban me? You feel guilty, right? With so many fans of Xiaotian, I wonder how many of them can you ban? Chapter 53, 4 kills. It has to be said that as a mid to upper level professional player in KPL, Xiaotian still has quite a few fans, and these fans have all stood up for him. In fact, Jiang Che had already seen some comments criticizing him on Tang Chiyue's tablet, but being bad at esports was his original sin. He had to rely on his skills rather than his mouth to prove himself. So Jiang Che ignored the comments and continued to command, Sister Xiaozhu, go around from behind the tyrant pit. Okay, Tang Xiaozhu did as he was told. Tang Xiaozhu Zhuang Zhou did not buy any auxiliary equipment, and although she did not dare to compete with Marco for the river crab after the first wave of clearing, she ate the bird and wild monster left by Jiang Che. Now she has reached level 4 like Marco. When Tang Xiaozhu's fish arrived, Jiang Che was no longer afraid. He let Tai and the fish walk in front. Xiao Ming led Ma Chao behind, and the four of them rushed forward together. Seeing this, the Gagazi on the opposite side did not hesitate to use the second flash to get in the middle of the four people, try to pull four of them. Marco followed behind and used the second skill to get close, and used the third skill to also rush into the middle of the crowd. Han Xin used the second and first skills to lift Jiang Che's Ma Chao into the air, and then followed up with the ultimate move. The combo control was simply perfect. Of course, this was without Fish. Jiang Che was not panicked when he saw the three people rushing towards him aggressively. He said calmly, "Sister Xiaozhu, weaken, ultimate move." After being strengthened in the last version, the two skills of weakness and rage have almost become essential summoner skills for shooters and supports, especially the Rage Ho E plus the weakened Xiaoming, which almost makes S18 the glory of Ho E. The only one who can compete with him is Gala. Many players jokingly call the S18 season Blood Pump versus Gibbon. Although the weakening and rage have been weakened in this version, the damage reduction effect cannot be underestimated. As for the Fish's ultimate move, the effect is very simple. It can release group control. So these three people seem to rush up and attack aggressively, but in fact they had no control and no damage. Since the skills of these three people didn't work, Jiang Che would not be polite. To borrow Gao Jinli's line, "It's my turn to perform." Jiang Che controlled Ma Chao, first getting out of the range of Marco Polo's ultimate move, accumulating movement speed, then turned around and shot him. Moreover, the three opponents were in very concentrated positions at this time, and Jiang Che's shot dealt perfect damage to the three of them. The three of them panicked when they saw their health bars drop significantly in an instant, but at this time all their skills had been used up, and it was almost impossible to escape. Jiang Che used the ultimate move that he had not been willing to use just now, and then kept throwing guns, picking up guns, and poking them. The hero Ma Chao has high operational skills, but his skill mechanism is simple. To put it bluntly, this hero's skills can be understood at a glance, but the difficulty lies in the operation, which requires proficiency. Unlike Yuenga, who has one real body and one puppet, with a total of 8 skills. After playing 2 games of flying around, I still couldn't figure out what his skills were for. Ma Chao's first and second skills both throw out a gun. Picking up the gun will increase his movement speed and strengthen his next normal attack. The strength and normal attack is his main means of output, and his ultimate skill allows him to pick up the gun remotely. An operation was obviously not a problem for Jiang Che, so he stabbed the 3 people with the spear in his hand one by one. Marco and Han Xin, the 2 fragile ones, died first. Gagazi was a little bit tougher, but for Jiang Che, it was just a matter of one more shot. Triple kill. The triple kill was achieved easily, and Jiang Che's Ma Chao even had more than half of his health left. At this time, the opponent's mid-lane player hurriedly rushed to the scene, and then found that all his teammates were lying on the ground, so he retreated in a hurry. But Jiang Che obviously would not let him leave like this. He went up and fired 2 consecutive shots, sending Gan Jiang, who had just come out of the fountain, back again. Quadra kill. The other side's voice was silent, because they knew that this round was basically over. Ma Chao got 6 kills in 2 minutes. What a joke. After a long while, Dong Huang finally said, "Grow up first. I'll still have a chance when I reach level 4. A few people responded sullenly, but they didn't hold much hope in their hearts, because the economic gap was too big. Any tactics and routines in this game would be in vain under the absolute economic crushing. Economy is the foundation. Chapter 54. Professional team. Compared to the voice chat on the other side, Jiang Che's side was much more lively. Although she had been in the top lane, her vision had also moved to the bottom lane, and she clearly saw Jiang Che's actions. Shui Huang is really awesome. He can carry the team with any hero he picks. Chen Sisi also sighed. In fact, she was still a little worried at the beginning. After all, her own lineup was indeed a little unstable. But now there is no suspense at all. With Jiang Che's skills to get such a big advantage, it is impossible for the opponent to make a comeback. Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi's live broadcast rooms suddenly became lively. You are still as handsome as ever, but the other party is probably doubting his life now. You are the national rice planting king. Where's the troll from before? Are you coming out to yell again? Haha, it's just an economic victory. What's the point of this? Amazing. The average commentator is a national Ma Chao. Jiang Che completely ignored these stupid comments. He was already beaming with joy. This wave of quad kills gave him tens of thousands more admiration points. The combined effect of the two anchors was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that collecting admiration points was not difficult at all, right? But what Jiang Che didn't know was that a group of professional players were also watching him and saw with their own eyes that his Ma Chao got this quad kill. In the training room of the CG team, a man in his 30s looked at Ma Chao on the screen, nodded slightly, and then asked another young man who was less than 20 years old next to him, "Is this the man who abused you last night?" "Coach, what do you mean by abused?" Yang Tian said dissatisfiedly. "If it weren't for a bunch of rubbish teammates who gave up his Li Bai, could he have killed me?" "That's right. This person is Yang Tian, the Sun Shanshan player who was killed several times by Jiang Che and Li Bai last night. The man in his 30s next to him is the coach of the CG team, Wang He. His teammates last night were no less skilled than yours, and his jungler was really good." Before Wang He could speak, another young man next to him, who was also not that old, spoke up. When this person spoke, Yang Tian opened his mouth but did not dare to refute. The reason was that this person was called Roger, the captain of the CG team and the top laner of KPL. It was because of his existence that the CG team was able to become one of the top teams. Therefore, Roger's prestige in the team is very high, and sometimes it is even more effective than the coach's words. Wang He saw Luo Jie speaking, so he asked, "Luo Jie, how is his Ma Chao playing?" Roger hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "What? Not so good." Wang He frowned. As a top laner, Roger was naturally very familiar with strong top lane heroes like Ma Chao. Maybe he had noticed some details? "It's not impossible. It's just hard to say," Roger explained. "The strength of both sides in this game is still a bit low. This guy obviously doesn't take it seriously, so it's hard to see his true strength. So far, we can only say that he is very powerful, but it's hard to tell where his true limit is. In other words, we need to find him a stronger opponent to see his true strength." "Yeah." Roger nodded. Wang He smiled and looked at Yang Tian and said, "You have always been unwilling to accept it, right? Now I will give you a chance to have a solo duel with him, will you?" "A one-on-one duel with him?" Yang Tian frowned and said, "No matter how powerful he is just a passerby. After all, I'm a shooter from top team. Let me fight him solo. Isn't this bullying? How can others watch it?" To be honest, Yang Tian was also very dissatisfied with Jiang Che. Although many people were criticizing Jiang Che as a professional player, he was beaten badly by a passerby in the ranking. Therefore, there were also many black fans and passers-by mocking him. The situation was even worse than that of Jiang Che. After all, Jiang Che is just an ordinary person, and he is a professional player of King of Glory. But he was too lazy to solo with Jiang Che. If they really had to solo, winning would be the norm. If he lost, he would be criticized to death. There was no benefit in winning or losing, although Yang Tian didn't think he would lose. Roger heard this and asked, "Coach, do you really want him to join our team? Shouldn't we first check out his strength?" Wang He said, "From what we can see so far, this guy is indeed very strong, and our team's jungler just retired. If this guy is suitable, we can ask him. The winter season will be here in a few months. If he is really suitable, we can bring him in a train for 2 months to see how he gets along. If he can adapt to the game style, it would be nice to let him play directly." Wang He said. Roger nodded and said, "That's true. The former jungler retired. The substitute jungler is not strong enough, and if they can't find a suitable newcomer, they will definitely suffer a great loss in the game in a few months. It would be great if Jiang Che could fill this gap. Then Yang Tian, you can try it with him," Roger said. Yang Tian said reluctantly, "Then what position should I play solo with him? I'm not good at jungle either. Will he be willing to play one-on-one with a shooter?" "That's not important," Wang He said. "We'll ask him if he's willing to play solo marksman with you. If he's not willing, let Roger play solo jungle with him. He won't know who it is through the screen anyway, so we just need to see his approximate strength." "Okay." Roger nodded. Chapter 55, Team Battle. Jiang Che is still playing the game here. After getting a quad kill, Jiang Che's Ma Chao is in full swing. Whoever he touches will get pregnant. The opponents wanted to develop for a while before looking for an opportunity, but Jiang Che did not give them any chance at all. He directly invaded the jungle area with his 3 bodyguards. Han Xian could only stand far away and watch pitifully as Jiang Che took away his blue and red cards, not even leaving a single piglet. Moreover, the opposing lane heroes were also having a hard time. As long as Jiang Che was out of sight, They dared not cross the river for fear of being caught and killed, especially the general in the middle lane. For Jiang Che now, he could just take 2 shots. In addition to the jungle resources, the middle and lower lanes were also eaten by Jiang Che's Ma Chao. Tang Xiaoju's fish specially bought an auxiliary equipment, regardless of Jiang Che's economy. With 6 kills in the early game, and taking over 2 jungle areas of Han Xian, as well as the middle and lower lanes, you can imagine the damage that Ma Chao can do. No, I can't bear it anymore. I'm gonna go up and beat him. How can I, the great jungle king, suffer such injustice? Han Xian on the opposite side really couldn't bear it anymore. Except for the first wave of wild monsters, he had never seen his red and blue buffs until now. Let's team up. If we delay a little longer, Ma Chao on the opposite side will kill 1 person with 1 shot. Giguzi also said, okay, let's force a team fight. Dong Huang said, after I suck him in, you guys should focus on him and kill him instantly. It would be best if you can kill Tai as well, so that he can't use his ultimate. No, our damage is not enough. At most we can kill Ma Chao alone in 1 second. We can't disperse the damage any further, said the 2 C positions. That's fine. The teammates agreed. They seemed to be preparing to force a team fight. Chen Sisi saw something and said, how do we fight? Just fight. Don't worry about Dong Huang. Just focus on using your skills. Zhang Kisaid. In fact, even if the opponent didn't come, Jiang Che was ready to force a team fight. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fight if he was dragged behind and the opponent's economy caught up. Yes. All the girls nodded. They knew exactly what they should do in a team battle. Both sides gathered their troops in the middle. On Jiang Che's side, Ma Chao, one of the 5 tiger generals, walked in front with a spear in his hand, full of momentum, and 3 assistants followed closely behind him. As for Tang Qiue's Liu Bang, he was still in the top lane, and when fighting in a team, she could just use her ultimate to teleport over. As for the 5 people on the opposite side, Dong Wang took the lead and rushed over while Giguzi used his ultimate skill to turn him into an invisible and accelerated state. When the distance was almost the same, the opponent's Dong Wang used a flash and ultimate skill to suck Ma Chao in. In fact, there was no need to flash because Jiang Che had no intention of dodging, but Dong Wang felt that using a flash would be more imposing. Regardless of whether the team battle was won or not, the momentum could not be lost. Got it. Go, the Dong Wang players shouted hurriedly. Here they come. The 2 C positions and Han Xian rushed over immediately. Jiang Che was relatively calm and said calmly, activate your skills. Tang Xiaoju's fish was the first to use the ultimate skill to help his teammates get rid of the control in case they were unable to use their skills. After the ultimate skill, he clicked on weakening to reduce the damage to the opponent. And Liu Bang of Tang, July, immediately conveyed it to Jiang Che. During Liu Bang's teleportation skill, both he and the teleported teammates can obtain 30 damage reduction, which means that both she and Jiang Che's Ma Chao can obtain 30 damage reduction. In addition, a magic field is formed to provide double resistance for Jiang Che, and the first skill can help Jiang Che add shield. Chen Sisi's Ming Shireen immediately changed the line of the first skill from purple to yellow. The yellow line can also provide a certain amount of double resistance for the teammates being pulled, and then the ultimate skill adds treatment and double blood recovery. In addition, the auxiliary equipment used by Chen Sisi, Tang Xiaoju, and Yu Yanran are Whisper of the Wind to add shields to teammates, Shield of Encouragement to increase double resistance to teammates, and Star Spring accessories to help teammates share damage. The triple auxiliary equipment and various healing, damage immunity, shield, and other skills were thrown on Jiang Che, and then Yin Ran found that her Tai ultimate skill didn't seem to be needed. Chapter 56, Seeking Solo. What the hell? Why doesn't my ultimate do any damage? Ganyang's Triamet. Ganjiang's damage is well known to be high, and in an advantageous situation, it is not difficult for him to kill a squishy target with one ultimate move. But at this time, his full ultimate move only destroyed a quarter of Ma Chao's health. The same thing happened to Marco Polo. He used a big move and turned around twice. After turning around, he found that Ma Chao still had more than half of his health left. Then Ming Shireen used a big move and treatment to heal Ma Chao again. As for the damage of Han Xian and Giguzi, it can be ignored. So after the 5 opponents used a set of skills, they found that Ma Chao still had more than half of his health left. But their own Dong Wang was almost killed instantly by the backlash damage. How the hell are we going to fight this? Tai hasn't even used his ultimate move. Han Xian couldn't help but curse. There's nothing I can do. He has more than 4,000 economy and 3 levels lower than me. And with the treatment given by the auxiliary, he won't die even if I die. Dong Wang said helplessly. After 2.5 seconds, Jiang Che successfully escaped from Dong Huang's ultimate move with more than half of his health left. Chen Cixi immediately changed Ming Shurin's first skill into a purple line, and then it was Jiang Che's time to kill. With one shot, Gan Zhang's health bar disappeared instantly. It was really one shot to kill one kid. More than 10 seconds later, the voice broadcast of the Pinnacle sounded above the Canyon of Kings, and the 5 opponents immediately clicked to surrender. What a jerk! They beat the opponent into submission in just 10 minutes. One round lasted 10 minutes, one got a quad kill, and the other got a pentakill. It was so terrifying. The damage that all Ma Chao players dream of. Watching KPL is just for fun. If you want to learn skills, you have to look for me, the handsome emperor. Surrender already? Boring. Jangu Kisaid Somevat dissatisfiedly. His Ma Chao had already fully risen in this round. He was planning to show off his skills when he reached the high ground, but he didn't expect the opponent to surrender like this. He must have surrendered after such a frustrating fight. If it were me, I would have lost my temper long ago. Yu Yanran said with a smile. That's true. Zhang Guke nodded. The main reason was that he and his men had always treated Han Xian's jungle as their own, and the opponent must have felt very frustrated. As the two were talking, a golden rocket suddenly flew across Yu Yanran's live broadcast room. Yu Yanran was about to express her gratitude when she suddenly found that the rocket was followed by a sentence. Host, can I have a solo with Shui Huang? The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned for a moment, but when one of them recognized the ID, they instantly lost their composure. Shit, this is Yang Tian's shark. Is that the professional player you guys have been talking about? I originally wanted to criticize someone for paying to be bullied, but when I saw this ID, I felt that the handsome emperor was going to be in trouble. Little Tian Liuba, teach him a lesson. Let him know that professional players are not something that anyone can mock. A professional player specifically comes to a random person for a solo? Is that all he can do? Get lost, haters. You were a loser because you lost last night, but now I'm trying to prove myself, and you call me a coward? So I deserve to be criticized by you guys. This super rocket can be said to have caused 1,000 ripples. The white barrage made it almost impossible to see the live broadcast screen. There were already quite a few fans of Yang Tian in the live broadcast room. They had criticized him before, but were slapped in the face by Jiang Che's strength. The frustration in their hearts was no less than that of Han Xian, who was on the opposite side, just now. Now seeing Yang Tian coming to them and asking for a solo, they suddenly felt like they had found their backbone, and they became tough again, as if they had seen Jiang Che being taught a lesson by Yang Tian. As for whether Yang Tian would lose, they thought it was impossible. Yang Tian said that he was after all a professional player, and a professional player in a top league like KPL who had to do a lot of training every day. No matter how good Jiang Che was, he was just a passerby who played games. There was no comparison between the two. There's a saying that goes, never use your hobby to challenge other people's jobs. This is what it means. You just like to play King of Glory, but others make a living from it. You are no longer on the same level. So whether it is Yang Tian's fans or other audiences, they don't quite believe that Jiang Che can beat Yang Tian in a one-on-one fight. Yu Yanran hesitated for a moment after seeing the last sentence, and then after seeing everyone's comments on the barrage, she turned off the in-game voice chat and said firmly, No, if you want to play solo, go ask him yourself. I will return the money for the rocket to you after I finish the game. Barrage? White Rabbit rejected you like this last night. So you're going to reject others in the same way tonight. Yang Tian, you can't even ask me a question for 2,000 yuan? What can I ask by myself? In fact, Yu Yanran was worried that Jiang Che would be criticized if he couldn't beat Yang Tian. Yang Tian's fans have long been dissatisfied with Jiang Che. If Jiang Che loses in the solo, they will have an excuse to scold him. But if Jiang Che avoids fighting, he will also be called a coward and will be criticized badly. So Yu Yanran didn't tell Jiang Che directly. He didn't know it all, and you couldn't ask him, right? However, Yu Yanran's actions angered Yang Tian's fans, who started to curse. Stupid anchor. You don't know how to pick up money? You don't want to make clean money? Do you have to use the money you earn from having sex with rich people offline? Is he your father? Why do you spoil him like this? Come on, brothers, let's report it. A group of people instantly turned their anger towards Jiang Che, towards Yu Yanran. She successfully transferred everyone's anger towards Jiang Che onto herself. Some of Yu Yanran's fans wanted to refute, but they were completely defeated by the other side. After all, there was a big difference in numbers, and a professional player has a lot of fans. Chapter 57, Single Challenge. In the CG team, Wang Yi frowned when he heard Yu Yanran's answer. This person, according to what he had thought before, Yu Yanran should at least ask Jiang Che. Then Jiang Che certainly couldn't refuse, and he didn't necessarily want to refuse. A solo performance shouldn't be difficult, but the result was like this. Tisk, Yang Tian said disdainfully, with a look of contempt on his face. However, Roger looked at the comments in Yu Yanran's live broadcast room and said, Xiao Tian, you need to take care of these fans of yours. There are many people in the entertainment industry who have been ruined by their fans. Fans scolding people like this can easily bring you bad reputation. Yang Tian, however, looked unimpressed. How can I control them? Besides, they're just standing up for me. I can't just scold them, right? It's up to you. I'm just giving you a reminder. Roger said no more. The two of them were just teammates. Roger had no control over their daily lives and was too lazy to care. On Jiang Che's side, although Yu Yanran didn't say anything, Tang Chiyue's tablet was always hanging in her live broadcast room. So she also saw the barrage of comments that Yang Tian had sent before, as well as the abuse from Yang Tian's fans that followed. Xiao Che, it seems that someone named Yang Tian wants to challenge you. Tang Chiyue didn't think too much about it. Seeing those people in the live broadcast room scolding Yu Yanran, she couldn't help it. She thought that these big anchors were not as glamorous as others thought. Such a beautiful girl must feel very uncomfortable to be scolded like this, right? Oh, Jiang Che's heart moved. Yang Tian? Isn't this the professional player from last night? Defeating a professional player should earn him a lot of admiration points, right? Jiang Che took Tang Chiyue's tablet, but the first thing that caught his eye was a screen full of insults, even a lot of foul language, which was very unpleasant to hear. Jiang Che frowned immediately and watched patiently for a while before he understood the reason. To be honest, although many of Yang Tian's fans had scolded Jiang Che before, Jiang Che did not have any aversion to this person, because after all, it had nothing to do with Yang Tian himself, and he might not even know that his fans were scolding Jiang Che. But now Jiang Che has no good feelings towards Yang Tian at all. He watched his fans cursing like crazy without saying a word, and had no intention of stopping it. Moreover, Yu Yanran was scolded because Yang Tian asked for a solo. What kind of character can be said about such a person? Jiang Che felt a little angry. Yu Yanran, Yang Tian wants a solo with me, right? Jiang Kispoke. Huh? You knew? Yu Yanran asked in a panic. Well, thank you. Jiang Duke thanked him sincerity. Although there were some misunderstandings yesterday, the fact that she took the initiative to take the blame for him just now did make Jiang Che feel more favorable towards her. It's okay. Yu Yanran smiled from the bottom of her heart when she heard Jiang Che's thank you, and instantly felt that the insults in the barrage didn't matter at all. Chen Sisi snorted in her heart when she heard the conversation between the two. Let Yang Tian pull me over. Doesn't he play the shooter position? A solo shooter. Jiang Kisaid. Are you really going to go solo? What if? It's okay. Jiang Che interrupted her and said calmly, I asked him to apologize to you. It turns out that a dog is like its owner. Jiang Che said this without any concealment, and the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, as well as Yang Tian and others, could hear it clearly. But to be honest, Jiang Che doesn't care at all. He's just a professional player. Does he really take himself seriously? How much does a team cost? Million? Tens of millions? It's not enough for me, Jiang, to spend in a day. If you get angry, I will buy your entire team and teach you how to manage your fans step by step. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will use money to kill you. This is what a rich man is. Yu Yanran was immediately moved when she heard this, but she still hurriedly advised, No, it's really okay. Believe me, Jiang Che said without question, he's just a professional player. Yu Yanran felt a sense of security when she heard Jiang Che's calm tone, and finally nodded and agreed. Okay. Dang Gai. Dang Xiao. They only then realized that the man who challenged Jiang Che to a duel was actually a professional player. Tang Chiyue suddenly felt that she knew too little about this brother who she had grown up with. But Jiang Che's 2 consecutive sentences also caused the barrage to completely explode. Fuck, what a stupid thing, so arrogant. Is this what a professional player is like? Please go and become a professional before you say that. You're so confident playing in a diamond game? I can kill any hero in a diamond game. Shouty Yan, stop talking and teach him a lesson. Brother is so nice. Little Zongzi, I suggest you two get married right here. Huh, the handsome emperor is right. Let these stupid dogs crawl out. The handsome emperor is indeed domineering. Most of the comments were cursing Jiang Che, but some of you Yinran's old fans thought that Jiang Che was domineering, and that's how it should be. Is this just what professional players are like? What a piece of crap. Yang Tian couldn't help it, and immediately logged into his game account, searched for Jiang Che's game ID, sent him a friend request, then created a 5v5 room, and waited for Jiang Che to come in. Wang He used Yang Tian's Shark account to post a comment. Solo shooter, go down the route, follow the rules of 2 blood and 8-minute economy. Second blood and 8-minute economy is a commonly used rule in solo, which means whoever kills the opponent twice first wins. Or if both sides play more conservatively and neither side kills the opponent twice by 8 minutes, then whoever has a higher economy wins. Yang Tian's account was at a very high level, and the comments were quite noticeable. So Jiang Che saw it at a glance, nodded, and said, "Okay, but there's always a stake in winning or losing, right?" Yang Tian sneered and posted a message on the barrage. "Okay, you want me to apologize if I lose? I will give you 10 super fires and apologize. If you lose, just yell 3 times that you're not as good as me, and I won't embarrass you." Jiang Che naturally agreed and nodded. "Okay." So within a few minutes, Jiang Che received a game invitation from an account with the ID CG Xiaotian. He immediately clicked agree and entered the room. Yang Tian didn't say much and started the game directly. Chen Cece and Yu Yanran are Jiang Che's gaming friends, so they can watch the game. The two entered the hero selection interface. Jiang Che glanced at the shooter column and finally pointed his finger at a hero's portrait. There is only one truth. That's right, it's the master of solving cases, D. Renjia. Among shooters, the hero D. Renjia has a very strong ability to suppress players online. In one version, the standard for measuring the strength of a top laner was whether he could defend the tower under the suppression of D. Renjia. At that time, the shooter was still landing against the top laner. Probably many top lane players had some psychological shadows on the hero D. Renjia. D. Renjia. Yang Tian was able to see what hero Jiang Che chose through the live broadcast, and he directly chose the hero Yu. Needless to say, Yu's second skill makes her immune to all physical damage, giving most assassins and shooters a headache. Soon, the game entered the loading interface. Yu's summoner skill was Flash, while Jiang Che's was Rage. It was hard to say which was better or worse, but each had its uses. As soon as they entered the game, Yang Tian challenged Jiang Che. "I'll teach you how to play shooter, so you can know the difference between you and a real professional player." Jiang Che sneered and ignored him completely. The more arrogant he was now, the more embarrassed he would be later. The two agreed to go to the bottom lane, so Jiang Che directly bought an attack speed dagger and headed to the bottom lane and selected the second skill at level 1. In theory, it is necessary to choose the first skill. The fan-shaped damage of the first skill and the third enhanced normal attack it provides can greatly improve D. Renjia's ability to clear the line and suppress. But Jiang Che just used the second skill. When Jiang Che arrived at the line, the soldiers had not arrived yet, so he stood there and kept attacking the air. He knew that Yang Tian's Yu should be in the bushes nearby, but Jiang Che had no intention of moving. Since Jiang Che didn't move, Yang Tian didn't hesitate and used his first skill, Chu Guqi. A powerful crossbow arrow instantly shot out from the bushes and pierced through D. Renjia's body. The damage of Yu's first skill in the early stage should not be underestimated. In addition, the first item Yang Tian bought was a small iron sword, which increased physical attack by 20 points, directly causing Jiang Che's blood volume to drop by nearly a quarter. A quarter of his health was lost before the soldiers came out. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Che would be suppressed, not to mention that he was facing a shooter like Yu who had strong long-range poke ability. That's it. You play D. Renjia and choose the second skill at level 1, but you can't even move. So funny. Even a gold player could guess that Yu would be in the bush, right? How did you get there as a diamond player? He brags so much, but he can't even move. Yang Tian smiled. He originally thought that he would have to resort to some tricks, but now it seems, hee. Since D. Renjia has lost a quarter of his health, he won't be polite and directly controls Yuji to go forward and fight D. Renjia. Am I still afraid of you when I have lost a quarter of my health? Jiang Che showed a sneer on his face, just waiting for you to take the bait. Chapter 58, First Blood. Jiang Che did not dodge or evade, but went straight into a violent fight with him. One of the reasons why D. Renjia is so strong in the early stages is his passive. The passive skill is called Swiftness. Each normal attack can gain a layer of Swiftness effect. Each layer of Swiftness effect can increase the attack speed by 6% and the movement speed by 5%, with a maximum of 5 layers stacked up. Before, Jiang Che had been attacking the air, which meant stacking his passive skills. So now that Jiang Che has stacked up 5 layers of his passive skills, he has directly increased his attack speed by 30% and his movement speed by 25%, which is more than the attributes increased by an attack speed shoe. At the beginning, I have one more attack speed boot than others, and it is self-evident what this means to a shooter. Coupled with the damage provided by rage and the bonus of blood-sucking attribute, Jiang Che is not inferior to him at all. The health of both of them was decreasing rapidly, but it was obvious that Yuji's health was decreasing faster. Jiang Che quickly recovered a quarter of the health that had been consumed previously, but Yang Tian had no intention of retreating. Yang Tian looked at the two people's health points gradually becoming equal on the screen, and the red light on Jiang Che's body disappearing, and smiled. It's time for the Fury, right? I still have a skill. He has the 100 penetration inscription, and the damage of his first skill is ridiculously high. After the revision, Yuji is stronger in team battles with critical strike inscriptions. But if it is a one-on-one fight, it is also okay to bring 100 penetration inscriptions if you are confident in the hit rate of your first skill. After a few seconds, the health of both of them was only about 1/5 left. Jiang Che's health even had a slight advantage. If he continued to fight, Yang Tian would definitely lose. But at this moment, Yang Tian's Yuji squatted down slightly, aimed the crossbow in his hand at Jiang Che again, and used his first skill, Chu Ge. With Jiang Che's current health, Yuji's first skill is enough to kill him instantly. However, the casting action of Yuji's first skill is very obvious, and it is easy for ordinary players to dodge it, let alone Jiang Che. Jiang Che controlled D. Renjia to move to the side without wasting any time to output. With the 25% acceleration gain, he quickly walked out of the range of Yuji's first skill. Yang Tian narrowed his eyes and put his thumb on flash. Just before Yuji used her first skill, he flashed diagonally forward. Yuji's flash was not often used because it was not very useful, but in this situation, it became the key to this solo match. Yang Tian believed that Jiang Che could not dodge a flash at this distance. Besides, how could he dodge? Jiang Che did not flash at all. But Jiang Che didn't even think about dodging. The moment Yuji used her first skill, he directly used his second skill. D. Renjia's second skill has the same purification effect and has an invincibility period of 0.2 seconds. So as long as it is used well, this second skill is not only purification, but also a famous sword. Of course, this requires a very high reaction speed and hand speed from the user. After all, there's only 0.2 seconds. But this is not a problem for Jiang Che. Ding! With a crisp sound, Yuji's first skill pierced through D. Renjia's body. A dazzling white light appeared on D. Renjia's body, but he was not hurt at all. Jiang Che smiled. Flash, you can't get away. Jiang Che controlled D. Renjia, sticking to Yuji and attacking her nonstop. With only 1/5 of her health left, Yuji couldn't hold on for a moment and fell into the canyon with a scream. First blood. Jiang Che's low health D. Renjia stepped on Yuji. Not only did the entire Canyon of Kings become quiet, but even the barrage was completely silent. However, no one expected that Yang Tian, a professional player, would be killed by Jiang Che at level 1. But after a moment of silence, Yang Tian's fans suddenly exploded. Cheating. This bastard is cheating. How could he not lose blood with the last attack? He clearly hit the target. I felt like I was cheating yesterday, but you're not acting today. Do you think we're blind? Alphonse, D. This is so funny. Is this the strongest king? Go to Baidu and search for the effect of purification. Did you know that you could be invincible for 0.2 seconds? Cloud players, come and criticize me next time you play the game. The handsome emperor is so domineering. What a professional player. In the CG team's training room, Yang Tian's expression was a little dull, while Wang He and Roger both had their eyes wide open with an expression of disbelief. After a while, Roger finally said solemnly, "This person is very strong." Too calm, Wang He also said slowly, "In the first wave, he deliberately took a skill to lower his own health and trick Yuji into coming out to attack. Then he used rage and his passive to make up for the previous disadvantage. In the last wave, he could have stayed in position and used his second skill to block it directly, but he used his position to trick Xiao Tian into flashing in case he found out that his first skill was blocked and he flashed away. This person is really too calm." Yang Tian's expression slowly changed from dull to shocked. He muttered to himself, "How is it possible? How could he be so confident? With 0.2 seconds, what if he made a mistake?" But there is no if and when Jiang Che did block his first skill. Jiang Che did not waste time after killing Yuji. He first cleared the minion line and let his own minion line enter the tower. Then he ate the health pack under the opponent's tower, clicked on recovery, and added the health pack under his own tower. He directly recovered from low blood to nearly full blood without having to return to the city. Jiang Che took advantage of Yuji not coming online, yet to kill all the river crabs, thus completely widening the economic gap. Not only did he get an extra gold for the first blood, but he also pushed down a wave of soldiers and a river crab. Jiang Che was playing online games while reading the comments. Seeing that so many people were still criticizing him, he smiled and said, "Are you saying I'm cheating again? If I'm cheating, go report me. If you don't report me and get my account blocked today, I'll look down on you." As I said before, professional players are nothing more than this. What is arrogance? This is called arrogance. There are hundreds of thousands of people on the other side who are not afraid at all. Fuck your mother, you orphan. I'm going to report you now. Tencent is rubbish. They can't even report such an obvious cheat. How dare you say that? Just because of the Emperor's temper, I'm going to throw a plane with my backhand. This is so fucking satisfying. Handsome Emperor, don't indulge them. Fight them to death. The comments were still divided into two camps as usual. Jiang Che made a sarcastic remark and then ignored it because Yuji was online again. Yang Tian was in a very complicated mood at this time. He felt that it was pure luck that Jiang Che was able to use D. Renjia's second skill to block his first skill. But no matter whether it was luck or not, his disadvantage was already very big, so big that he had already lost half of the solo match. First use the first skill to consume him a few more times, and then find a chance to fight him. Don't be impatient, Yang Tian said secretly with a long sigh, steadying himself. Chapter 59, Ending. Soon, the second wave came. At this time, Jiang Che had reached level 3, while Yuji was still at a pitiful level 1. Yang Tian didn't dare to move forward at all, and could only use his first skill to clear the line remotely and look for an opportunity to consume Jiang Che. But he was obviously overthinking it. Not only did he fail to consume Jiang Che's D-Rengia, but he was constantly consumed by Jiang Che. The passive penetration distance of D-Rengia's third basic attack is also very far. As long as you adjust the angle well, it is not difficult to consume Yuji. Of course, this not difficult is only for Jiang Che's skills, and the others should just clean up the soldiers honestly. As for Yuji's first skill, it was useless due to Jiang Che's slime movements. After clearing this wave of lanes, Jiang Che was only a little bit of experience away from level 4, while Yuji barely reached level 3. Jiang Che walked directly to the tower and used his passive skill every 3 hits to deplete Yang Tianta's health. This is actually useless. In the early stage, the artillery has not come out and there is no military line. Jiang Che's damage to the tower is negligible. He does this more as a taunt, which is similar to the fountain abuse. Yang Tian was naturally furious, but after missing the target with 2 consecutive uses of his first skill, he simply gave up and stopped wasting his mana. But Jiang Che went even further. He showed off his return to city special effect right in front of the opponent's tower, and returned to the city every 2 steps, as if he didn't take Yang Tian seriously at all. To be honest, if it weren't for the previous things, Jiang Che would never have been so sarcastic. At most, he would win a game to earn some admiration points, because the opponent was a professional player after all. If he was trapped in front of the tower and didn't dare to come out, he would definitely be scolded to death, and it would even have a significant impact on his career. But since his fans were insulting Yu Yanran so brazenly in front of him, and he himself was completely indifferent, Jiang Che also wanted him to experience the feeling of being scolded. Fuck, Yang Tian couldn't help it. relying on his level 2 skill, he went straight forward to confront him, thinking that even if Jiang Che had a high economy, he would leave after his level 2 skill ended, and he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Otherwise, it would be too frustrating to be taunted in front of the tower like this. Jiang Che glanced at his experience bar, and a smile appeared on his lips. He was just waiting for you to take the bait. Yang Tian's Yuji activated her second skill and rushed over. Jiang Che didn't dodge at all. One stood in front of the tower, and the other stood inside the tower, and the two of them started attacking each other. Although Jiang Che's normal attack did no damage to Yuji's second skill, it could still stack the passive ability. 2 seconds later, Jiang Che's health dropped by about a quarter again, while Yuji was still at full health because of her second skill. 2 seconds later, Yuji's second skill expired, and Yang Tian prepared to retreat, but at this moment, a golden light flashed on Di Renji's body, and he reached level 4. Yang Tian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but it was too late. Jiang Che used his ultimate skill in an instant. A golden token was thrown out from Di Renji's hand, freezing Yuji in place. Then he went straight forward and chased Tari with a flat attack. In addition to the control, Di Renji's ultimate move also had the effect of reducing physical resistance. In addition to the economic and level gap between the two, the damage of the token that Di Renji hit on Yuji was ridiculously high. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Yuji wanted to turn around and give a try. The damage from the defensive tower in the early stage was not something a shooter could withstand. If she could kill the enemy in a counterattack, she might be able to make up for the previous disadvantage. 1, 2, 3 times. Yuji's health dropped rapidly, and Jiang Che's health also kept dropping, but the difference was that Jiang Che's health dropped mainly because the damage from the defense tower was too high, while Yuji's damage was secondary. After a few seconds, Yuji only had a trace of health left, and 2 more hits would kill him on the spot. Jiang Che's Di Renji still had nearly 1/5 of his health left, but Yang Tian's face showed an excited expression, because the third damage from the defense tower was about to fall, and it would definitely fall on Jiang Che before his next normal attack. The damage of the defense tower to the hero is increasing. The third damage of the defense tower can definitely kill Di Renji with 1/5 of his health in 1 second. But Jiang Che's expression remained calm. He focused on the trajectory of the defense tower's attack, and then his finger lightly tapped on the second skill. It was the same white light as before, and Jiang Che blocked the damage from the defense tower again. Yang Tian's Yuji was hit by Jiang Che's second skill, and then a basic attack fell down directly. After Yuji fell, Di Renji was also killed by the fourth attack from the defense tower, but it didn't matter anymore. Jiang Che had already won. The smile on Yang Tian's face in the CG training room suddenly froze, and then blocked it. Is this something a human can react to? To be honest, as a professional player, Yang Tian has been trained in using purification to block damage. In a training camp, he can ensure that his success rate is above 90%. However, when it comes to actual combat, there are too many things to consider, and success or failure depends mostly on luck. But why did Jiang Che succeed twice? In the first wave, he took his own first skill to lure himself forward to attack, and he obviously expected that he would dodge in the end. The second time, he obviously knew that he would not be able to withstand the damage of the tower if he rushed directly to the tower, but he successfully used the second skill to create miracles twice. Why was he so confident that his second skill could block the damage? Wasn't he afraid of making mistakes? Or do you still think that you will never make mistakes? In fact, Jiang Che's reaction speed and hand speed have far surpassed ordinary people under the effect of the genetic potion. Coupled with his understanding of the Game King of Glory, he is 100% sure that he can block all the opponent's skills in a 1v1 situation. Of course, in team battles, the situation where skills are flying around is a different matter. In the live broadcast room of Yu Yanran and Chun Cece, millions of viewers were already stunned. Jiang Che actually won? Kill the opponent once at level 1, and then kill the opponent by going over the tower before reaching level 4? The opponent is a professional player. In KPL, he is considered an upper-middle level professional shooter. Fuck, can a Di Renji be so showy? Give me 6 minutes. I'll go buy a Di Renji and try it out. Shui Huang, I'm writing this in blood, begging you to start the show. It's so fucking dirty. Dirty? How dare you call others dirty when you're playing games without using your brain? To borrow a phrase from the handsome guy, professional players are just like this. Because after Jiang Che used his second skill to block Yuji's flash for the first time, many people had already explained in the barrage that purification provides 0.2 seconds of invincibility. So now not many people say that Jiang Che is cheating. In addition, after Jiang Che slaughtered Yang Tian twice with absolute advantage, those haters had no face to shout anymore, and many people even stopped being his fans on the spot. Instead, Jiang Che gained a bunch of fans again. Jiang Che's understanding and operation of D-Renjia in this solo match can be said to be a textbook for all D-Renjia players, especially the 2 times when his second skill was used to block damage. Chen Cixi and Yu Yanran could already predict that after today, when this solo video became popular, many people would imitate it. Chapter 60, a long chapter. I heard someone wants to teach me how to play shooter. Zhang Duke asked indifferently. Yang Tian's face was extremely gloomy, but he couldn't refute. However, many people in the barrage heard Jiang Che's arrogant words and started cursing again, but they were quickly scolded back by more people. Esports is all about strength. Jiang Che's victory shows that he is stronger. What else can others say? Nothing they say will stand up. Seeing that Yang Tian didn't answer for a long time, Jiang Che asked, "What about the agreement that if you lose, you will give away 10 super rockets and apologize? Didn't you forget the bet we made before the solo?" In the training room of the CG team, Yang Tian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger and frustration. They were clearly going to win these 2 waves, but he didn't expect Jiang Che to have such good luck that he used his second skill to block the critical damage. According to the previous bet, he should now send Yu Yanran 10 super rockets and apologize for what happened before, but he was a little unconvinced and felt that Jiang Che won against him purely by luck. Just then, another person came into the training room, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a very formal suit. Manager Zhao. Wang He stood up to greet him. This person is the club's manager, Zhao Li. I heard that Xiao Tian lost in a solo match with others. Zhao Li asked with a smile. Yang Tian's expression turned even uglier, but he still answered, "Yes, but this guy was able to beat me purely by luck. He's just a reckless man. You are a professional player. Losing is losing, winning is winning. Will anyone in the arena tell you about luck?" Zhao Li asked. Yang Tian was suddenly speechless. Also, you're a professional player. Even if his victory was a bit of luck, his own strength should not be underestimated. Zhao Li said, looking at Wang He and Roger, and asked, "What do you 2 think of this guy's strength? Wang He, don't you want to invite him to join the team?" Roger thought for a moment and said, "Very strong. Judging from this solo match, I think his strength is not lower than Xiaoyan's. And if his 2 key skills are not luck, then his strength is simply terrifying." Oh, Zhao Li became more interested when he heard Roger say that, and asked Wang He, "What do you think?" Wang He also nodded. This person is very calm. This was the second time he had mentioned the word calm. As a professional team coach, he admired this kind of character very much. "I think this guy can be tried out," Wang He continued, "and I originally wanted him to play as a jungler, but now it seems that he may be more suitable for the shooter position. In the later stages of a game, the position with the highest output is still the shooter. Only if you're calm enough can you find the best output position in a team battle and achieve the highest output." Wang He said with certainty. "Then let's try inviting him and see what he says." Zauli Nudda. As a manager, he doesn't know much about the game, but he is responsible for the normal operation of the club and the signing of players. Yang Tian's heart sank. Asked Jiang Che to play as a shooter? What about himself? To be a substitute? But at this time, everyone's attention was on Jiang Che, and no one cared about him anymore. Just at this moment, Jiang Che's voice asking for an apology came from the tablet. 10 super rockets. Zhao Li took the mobile phone that was broadcasting live and directly clicked on 10 super rockets and sent them out. Yang Tian's face suddenly turned dark. "This is my fucking account." Jiang Che suddenly saw 10 golden super rockets floating across Yu Yanran's live broadcast room. He thought that this person seemed to be a man who kept his promise, so he didn't plan to embarrass him anymore. Unexpectedly, Rocket followed up with another sentence. "Hello, handsome Emperor. I am the manager of the King of Pesticide Division of CG Club. Are you interested in playing professionally?" Jiang Che was stunned for a moment. Playing professionally? Of course he was interested. If he could perform a move similar to someone stealing a tower without a line of soldiers, or someone starting a team fight with a shooter, it was easy to imagine how many fans and admiration points he would get. But the problem is that even if Jiang Che wants to play professionally, he will not join the CG team. If he joins their team, would he become teammates with Yang Tian? That's impossible. So Jiang Che directly refused. No, I have no interest in your CG team. Jiang Che didn't have a good impression of Yang Tian, and he didn't have a good impression of the CG team either. So he said this very directly. He didn't say that he didn't want to play professionally, but directly said that he had no interest in the CG team. Zhao Li is a businessman after all. Unlike Yang Tian, who is young and hot-tempered, he did not get angry when he heard this. He replied, "Okay, if Shuai Huang is interested in our CG team in the future, you can contact us at any time." After saying this, he also exited the live broadcast room. Seeing that Yang Tian had a good attitude, Jiang Che didn't bother him anymore. After all, he had given him 20,000 yuan as an apology. Everyone in the live broadcast room finally realized that it was Zhao Li who wanted to recruit Jiang Che to their team. The most important thing is that Jiang Che actually refused. Fuck, this is too bad. Di Renjia directly asked the manager of the professional team to recruit him. The handsome emperor is still the handsome emperor. The CG team is nothing. I reject it decisively. The most important thing is that there is no need for Shuai Huang to play professionally. He can give out hundreds of thousands of rewards a night. Would he care about the little bonus of a professional? You don't even look down on Team CG. Why are you so arrogant? Come on, don't worry about them. Let's continue playing games. Jan Kisaid. Okay. The four girls suppressed their shock. They didn't expect that Jiang Che would be directly recruited by a professional team. Tang Xiaozhu became more and more interested in Jiang Che. He became a billionaire by doing business, cooked at the level of a top chef, and even played games at a professional level. What kind of person is he? Jiang Che didn't care what they thought and started the game directly. However, just as the game started, a voice came from Jiang Che's mind. Congratulations to the host for defeating the professional player of King of Pesticides. Do you want to spend 1 million worship points to unlock the advanced mastery of King of Pesticides? Jiang Ke. Do you think I have a worship value of 1 million? Jiang Che asked back. The system remained silent. Then I won't unlock it for now. Can I wait until I have 1 million admiration points before unlocking it? Jiang Che wanted to know what advanced mastery was like, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough admiration points. Of course, the system replied. Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction, and at the same time, he roughly understood what conditions were required to unlock advanced mastery. Just like last night, Jiang Che played games with the four girls until around 2 a.m. before getting ready to go to bed. It seems like you guys are not doing well anymore, so let's stop here for today, Jiang Che said rather embarrassedly. These four girls stayed up so late just to play games with him. Well, okay, Chen Sisi said a little tiredly. Yu Yinran also responded and prepared to end the live broadcast, but some viewers in her live broadcast room were dissatisfied. Huh, just leaving like that? We haven't even sung a song yet. Yes, this fairy stayed up so late with you just to listen to the little brothers sing. Now you want to run away without singing? I originally came here from Tiaba to listen to music, but I didn't expect to see you guys playing games all night. Although the games were pretty exciting, the handsome emperor should at least express his appreciation, right? Little Zongzi, hurry up and ask the little brother to sing a song before go to bed. I can't fall asleep if I don't listen to it once. Yu Yinran actually wanted to hear Jiang Che sing, but because of the misunderstanding last night, she was a little embarrassed to speak up. But seeing so many viewers urging him, he thought for a moment and asked in a cute way, little brother, there are a lot of viewers in my live studio who want to hear you sing another song, can you? The one from last night will do. Jiang Che thought that since they had been playing games with him till this late, it would be okay to sing a song. Besides, singing could earn him admiration points, so he agreed decisively. Okay, I'll sing a new song for you. Then he went to the system mall to buy songs. Chen Sisi was no longer sleepy after hearing that. She also watched the video on the forum and listened to the song Jiang Che sang in Yu Yinran's live broadcast room last night. That feeling, she was even a little jealous, wondering why Jiang Che didn't sing when he played games with her. And now, hearing Jiang Che say that he was going to sing again, he was suddenly filled with anticipation. Tang Qiuyue became curious. Singing? When did Xiao Che learn to sing again? Tang Xiaozhu stared at Jiang Che with eyes wide open. She had a feeling that Jiang Che was definitely not just singing a song. Jiang Che randomly picked a song in the system and said, "This song hasn't been released yet, so I'll sing it for you." Ahem, the song is called Silence. Jiang Che coughed twice and spoke. The piano was all I had left to play for the day. The sleeping cello is quiet and old. I think you have made it very clear. I understand, and I know you are not reluctant to part with it. You said you would be sad, but I don't believe you. Holding your hand and accompanying me was only a thing of the past. I hope he really loves you more than I do. I will force myself to leave. After hearing this part in the tone of Jiang Che's voice, everyone understood that this was a breakup love song, and it seemed that the woman had found a new love and abandoned her old love. Then many viewers suddenly remembered that Jiang Che said yesterday that he had just broken up. Could it be that this song was written for him? The audience suddenly quieted down and listened attentively to Jiang Che's singing. And the climax begins. No matter how embarrassing it is for you to say, I don't want to separate at all. Why do I need to smile through it? I don't have the talent to tolerate you and accept him. Don't worry too much. I will always be fine. You have gone far away, and I will go away slowly. Why do I accommodate you even when we are apart? I really don't have the talent to be quiet so quickly. I will learn to give up on you because I love you too much. Jiang Che's slightly hoarse voice, coupled with the lyrics, makes people feel sad. Through the lyrics, they seem to see a passionate boy who is hurt by love. He obviously loves his girlfriend, but can only say break up with a smile. I don't have this kind of talent. Please tolerate and accept him. This sentence obviously means that his girlfriend has left him and is with someone else. I hope he really loves you more than I do. Also reflects a mind that even though he is leaving, he still wishes you happiness, which is enough to show the boy's love and blessing for the girl. You have gone far away, and I will slowly walk away too. In the end, the two had no choice but to break up, and the boy left alone. They were just skeptical just now, but after listening to the second half, they were sure that Jiang Che wrote this song for himself, for his ex-girlfriend. Jiang Che paused after singing, detaching himself from the emotions in the lyrics, and then said, Okay, we're done singing. You guys should go to bed early too. At this time, Yi Yanran suddenly choked up and said, Little brother, you don't have to be so sad. You will definitely find someone better if you leave her. What? Jiang Che was a little confused when he heard this. What did this mean? Before he could figure it out, the barrage of comments broke out again. It's so touching. I didn't expect the little brother to be such an affectionate person. Yes, little brother, you still have us. We come here to chat with you every day. Don't be sad, little brother. It's not worth it for a woman like that. Where do you go to school, little brother? I'm here to meet you in person. Jiang Che finally understood what they meant after seeing these comments. He smiled and explained, You probably misunderstood. I was just singing a random song. The little brother is so pitiful that he can only hide his sadness with a smile. Yeah, that girl is really abominable. I can't understand why they broke up with such an outstanding boy. Don't be sad, little brother. Life has to go on, and you must cheer up. Chen Sisi was also somewhat moved and said, Shui Huang, you are so rich and know so many things, you can definitely find a better girlfriend. To be honest, she tried to please Jiang Che at first, just because Jiang Che had money to reward her, and she actually didn't have any good feelings towards Jiang Che. A man casually gave a female anchor hundreds of thousands of yuan in tips. Isn't this a typical rich second-generation playboy? He gives her rewards here, sings for you Yanran there, and there may be other women in other places. It is difficult for Chen Sisi to have real feelings for such a person. But now, because of this song, her impression of Jiang Che has completely changed. How could he be a playboy if he could write such a song for his girlfriend after breaking up? He must have been hurt by love and lost hope in love. So he would look for beautiful female anchors on the live streaming platform to play games with him, spending money like water and degrading himself. Chen Sisi's liking for Jiang Che suddenly increased. Jiang Ge. You guys are so awesome. I just sang a song and you guys thought so much about me. Jiang Che felt that if he continued to explain, he would only make things worse. So he simply stopped explaining and said, Yeah, that's it. Good night, everyone. He closed the game as he spoke, but when he turned around, he found that Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu's eyes were also strange. Tang Xiaozhu has completely fallen at this moment. She has only one thought in her mind. I have finally met my destined person. Although Jiang Che seemed to have a close relationship with the two female anchors, she didn't care. Only outstanding men would be competed for. Moreover, she is confident that she is no worse than those two female anchors. Besides, she and Tang Chiyue are best friends, so the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Tang Chiyue didn't say much, but patted Jiang Che on the shoulder and said, Xiao Che, I'm sorry for your loss. Jiang Che. Is this how this word is used? Chapter 61, Getting Ready for Work. The next morning, when Jiang Che woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning, and Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu were still not out of bed. Of course, Jiang Che slept on the sofa, while Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu slept in a room. Don't think too much about it. The first thing you do when you wake up every day is System Draw Prize. Zhang Gisaid. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning an Aston Martin 1-77. Ding, today's spending task has been refreshed. Host, please spend 7.3 million before midnight today. The system's voice sounded. It just so happens that Du Yao's car is being repaired. The Aston Martin 1-77 is also a good car, Jiang Che said with satisfaction. Jiang Che also knew something about the Aston Martin 1-77. Although this car was not as expensive as the Lamborghini Veneno, it was also considered top sports car. The 1-77 is limited to 77 units worldwide, of which 5 are in China, and the price reaches 47 million. The 1-77 is equipped with a naturally aspirated 7.3 LV12 engine, with a maximum power of 760 horsepower and a maximum torque of 750 Newton meters. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 3.5 seconds and has a maximum speed of 354 kilometers per hour. In addition to its powerful power, the 1-77 also uses a carbon fiber integrated chassis structure, a composite ceramic brake system, and an adjustable suspension system. The engine output is transmitted through a 6-speed semi-automatic transmission, and the P0 Corsa tires are specially provided by Pirelli for the car. To sum it up, it is both expensive and handsome. Being expensive is also an advantage for a car. If you can't afford it, it's your fault, not the car's. After a while, Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu also got up. Jiang Che saw that it was about time, so he went to cook. Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu were leaning on the sofa like two salted fish, browsing their phones. Smelling the tempting aroma coming from the kitchen, the two thought that this was probably the legendary day that the gods would never change. During lunch, Jiang Che asked, "Do you want to go out and buy clothes this afternoon?" Jiang Che wanted to buy himself some nicer clothes. Wearing such cheap clothes was not in line with his status as a wealthy man. It's a good opportunity to buy some nice clothes for Tang Chiyue and the other person and spend all the 7 million today. Of course, it doesn't seem realistic to buy clothes worth 7 million. I have to see if there are other things that can spend the money, such as helping an old lady on the street. It is every woman's nature to like shopping, and the same is true for Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu. The two were still eating. When they heard Jiang Che talking about shopping, they immediately nodded and agreed vaguely. Yeah, okay. But there are 3 of us, and your car can only seat 2 people. How we get there? We can't take a taxi, right? Tang Chiyue asked. Actually, I could take a taxi, but it felt a little strange to take a taxi when I already had a car. Besides, Tang Chiyue had always wanted to try the feel of that Ferrari. I asked someone to send another car over this morning. Zhang Gisaid. Who sent it? Tang Chiyue asked curiously. Of course, it's my driver. This was the only explanation Jiang Che could give. You actually have a private driver? Tang Xiaozhu was so surprised that he didn't even care about drinking his soup. Of course. After all, I am a boss with a net worth of tens of millions. Isn't it normal for me to have a driver? Jiang Che didn't want to say more about this matter, so he changed the subject and asked, "Is there any place here that is suitable for buying clothes? I want something more expensive. How much does it cost?" Tang Chiyue asked. Of course, the more expensive the better. Zhang Gisaid. The only place is Qingyuan Commercial Street, Tang Xiaozhu introduced. The things there are super expensive. A bag can easily cost tens of thousands. Okay, let's go there. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. After a while, the 3 of them finished their lunch. This time, Tang Xiaozhu didn't feel comfortable asking Jiang Che to do it all the time, so she took the initiative to wash the dishes. Then they prepared to go out. The 3 of them arrived at the parking lot downstairs. Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu indeed discovered that there was another car parked next to the red Ferrari. But another sports car? Tang Chiyue asked in surprise. Yeah. Zhang Giki simply nodded. This car should be very expensive, right? Tang Chiyue didn't recognize the car logo, but she knew the model was not simple at first glance. Tang Xiaozhu also ran to the Ferrari excitedly and said, "Is this the Ferrari worth more than 5 million you mentioned?" This is the first time I have observed a sports car of this level so closely. What is the name of the car next to it? Which one is better, this one or this Ferrari? This car is called Aston Martin, and it costs 47 million. Jiang Che introduced. What? 47 million? Tang Chiyue was stunned. 47 million for a car? Where did you get so much money? Did you find a 60-year-old girlfriend after breaking up with Xu Rue? As the saying goes, a girl 3 years older than a man can bring him gold bricks, and a girl 30 years older than a man can bring him the kingdom. Tang Chiyue couldn't help but think of this. Tang Xiaozhu was also stunned. He instantly felt that the red Ferrari next to him was not so attractive. He looked at the cool black sports car next to him in shock. 47 million? If you calculate it this way, Tang Chiyue's brother is definitely worth more than tens of millions. Jiang Ge. Seeing Jiang Che remain silent, Tang Chiyue became even more worried. Xiao Che, please don't do anything stupid. We can be poor, but we can't do this kind of thing. What are you thinking? Jiang Che said helplessly. You just don't have a job, do you? Come with me tomorrow. I'll take you to my company and find you a more comfortable job. What kind of company? Tang Chiyue felt relieved when she heard Jiang Che say this. Entertainment company. Entertainment company? But I have never worked in an entertainment company. Can I go there? Tang Chiyue asked, scratching his head. It's okay. You don't need to know anything to sweep the toilet. Jiang Che said with a smile. You're kidding me. Tang Chiyue pinch Jiang Che armardi. Does your company have any vacancies? Tang Xiaozhu suddenly asked a little embarrassedly. Can I go with Chiyue? Tang Xiaozhu thought about it and felt that he had to take the initiative. Otherwise, he would have no chance after Tang Chiyue and Jiang Che left. Tang Chiyue didn't know what Tang Xiaozhu was thinking. When she heard her say that, she quickly advised Jiang Che, yes, if there are any extra positions in your company, let Xiaozhu go there too. She works very hard. Okay. Jiang Che nodded decisively. Tianyu Entertainment Company was such a big company. Jiang Che felt that it would be no problem to put 2 people in it. If that didn't work out, he could just give them an idle position where they wouldn't have to do anything. He would always have enough money to pay for the 2 people. After this was agreed upon, the 3 of them prepared to set off. Jiang Che drove his Aston Martin, while Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu got in the Ferrari. Tang Chiyue's arm injury has almost healed today, so she finally has the opportunity to experience this sport car worth more than 5 million yuan in person. Chapter 62, Guest Store. 2 such cool sports cars on the road together will attract a lot of attention, but no one dares to get close. If you accidentally hit them, your second half of life may be over. Qingyuan Commercial Street was not far away, and the 3 of them arrived in about 20 minutes. There was a large flow of people at the entrance of the commercial street, and the 2 sports cars attracted the attention of passersby. Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu were both very excited. Everyone has a vain heart. The only difference is the amount and degree. Some people can give up their dignity and face for those so-called luxuries, but people like Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu are very happy if they have them, and don't care if they don't. Relatively speaking, Jiang Che was much calmer. He had experience pretending to be cool a few times before. The only thing that could make him excited was the constant voice in his mind saying admiration value +1. The commercial street has a large flow of people, and the total amount of worship is not a small amount. Jiang Che drove the car, looked around, and finally stopped in front of a shop called Guess. The main reason was that he happened to recognize the brand. The Guess brand was founded by the Marciano brothers from southern France. They integrated the romantic and passionate French design and style into their understanding and appreciation of American Western culture. It was founded in 1981 as a jeans manufacturer and has now grown into one of the most recognized and influential brands in the world, with agents and distributors on 5 continents. Guess, which designs clothing and accessories specifically for private individuals, perfectly interprets the owner's exquisite quality of life. It is an absolute luxury brand. Jiang Che feels that if the 3 of them buy more clothes here, it will cost a lot of money. After all, today's task of 7 million is a bit heavy. After Jiang Che got off the car, Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu, who were behind him, also stopped. Are we buying clothes here? Tang Chiyue asked in surprise. I've seen this brand in magazines. I heard that the cheapest clothes there cost several thousand yuan. What's the point of wearing clothes that cost a few $1,000s? They should cost at least tens of thousands to be worthy of your status. Jiang Che said bluntly. Want to save me money? Impossible. Huh? But There's no need for that. Tang Chiyue was still a little hesitant. She and Jiang Che both came from rural areas. Although she felt that Jiang Che was very rich now, money should not be spent carelessly. It was a bit of a waste to spend thousands or tens of thousands of dollars on a set of clothes. Why is it not necessary? Jiang Che said, "You will go to work with me tomorrow. Everyone is dressed nicely. You can't just go there in clothes worth a few dozen dollars. Image is very important in an entertainment company. If they fire you, I won't be able to do anything about it." Jiang Che lied and coaxed. "It seems so." Tang Chiyue hesitated for a moment before saying, "That's fine. Just buy one to wear to work. It's a waste of money to buy such expensive clothes. You have to buy at least 2 pieces, right? One to change and one to wash." Isn't it said that women all like shopping? Why has his sister Chiyue changed? Okay. Tang Chiyue had no choice but to nod. "Welcome." Seeing Jiang Che and the other two coming in, the beautiful manager showed an extremely warm smile. Although she could tell at a glance that the clothes worn by Jiang Che and the other two were very cheap, especially Jiang Che, whose entire body probably cost less than 100 yuan, but the 2 cars at the door alone were enough for her to entertain him with the warmest attitude. As a manager of this kind of luxury store, she had received professional training, which included knowing some luxury cars, so she recognized at a glance that Jiang Che's car was an Aston Martin 1-77 worth 47 million. The most important thing was that there were only 5 of this car in the empire. To be able to drive such a car, one's net worth was needless to say, and the most important thing was the means behind it. 47 million. There are many wealthy people in Tianhai City who can afford this price, but perhaps no one can actually buy this car. So she naturally had to entertain him well. "Yeah," Jiang Che nodded calmly, and then said to Tang Chiyue behind him, "Pick one for yourself." But after saying this, Jiang Che suddenly thought that he seemed to have forgotten Tang Xiaozhu. What would Tang Xiaozhu do if Tang Chiyue went to buy clothes? She must be reluctant to buy such expensive clothes. He certainly wouldn't mind asking Jiang Che to buy a few more clothes, and he even wanted to spend more money, but Tang Chiyue was his sister, so it was normal to give her a few clothes, but what excuse could he use to buy clothes for Tang Xiaozhu? The relationship between the two didn't seem to have reached this point, and rashly giving such expensive clothes might seem a bit abrupt and cause misunderstandings. But if Tang Chiyue was asked to buy clothes, it would seem even more excessive if Tang Xiaozhu was watching here. After thinking for a while, Jiang Che pretended to be indifferent and said, "Sister Xiaozhu, why don't you go and pick one too? Why are you standing there?" Tang Xiaozhu was stunned for a moment. "I'm going to." "Of course. Didn't you say you'd go to work with Sister Chiyue tomorrow? You can't still wear this outfit, right?" Jiang Che said with a smile. "After all, I introduced you to the company, so you can't dress too shabby. Xiaozhu, come over here with us." Tang Chiyue also understood what Jiang Che meant, and directly pulled Tang Xiaozhu over to pick out clothes. Tang Xiaozhu hesitated for a moment, but did not resist much. If someone else gave her such expensive clothes, she would definitely not accept it. But if it was Jiang Che, she would even feel a little happy in her heart, even though she knew Jiang Che had no other intentions. "This dress seems pretty good. It's black and suitable for work. After all, it is a luxury brand. Although the price is expensive, the clothes are really beautiful." Tang Chiyue quickly set her eyes on a black dress. "It's really good." Tang Xiaozhu also nodded. But when Tang Chiyue flipped open the price tag on the clothes, she was stunned. 73,999? Who said this dress is nice? What kind of clothes? Even ones inlaid with diamonds can't be that expensive, right? Tang Chiyue complained in her heart. Seeing this, Jiang Che reluctantly reminded, "Sister Chiyue, just look at the style, and you don't need to look at the price." The beautiful manager next to him immediately showed an envious look when she heard this. "Will someone say something like this to me? It's okay to be a little one." Chapter 63. Pack a row. "Let's take this one." Tang Chiyue hesitated for a long time, chose a moderately priced piece of clothing, and wanted to try it on first. "Wait for me," Tang Xiaozhu said hurriedly. Although she did not reject Jiang Che's kindness, she only chose one piece of clothing that was considered cheap. The price of around 2,000 was indeed at the bottom among them. After choosing their clothes, the two were led inside by other waiters to change. As soon as Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu entered, there was a sharp brake sound outside. A bright red Porsche arrogantly stopped at the door of the store, and a young man and 2 young women got out. As soon as the young man got out of the car, he hugged the two women in his arms, hugging them left and right. The two women giggled and had no intention of refusing. Instead, they leaned into the young man's arms cooperatively, attracting the attention of passers-by around them. To be honest, if you have money these days, it's not uncommon to find a mistress, but hugging them left and right on the street is really indecent. Jiang Che strongly condemned this behavior and even wanted to try it himself, but he just thought about it. The young man also entered the store with two women. The store manager seemed to know the young man. He greeted him with a smile and said, "Mr. Zhong, are you here to look at clothes again?" The young man's name is Zhong Chang. He is also a rich second generation and often brings some girls here to buy clothes, so the manager of this store knows him. Hearing the manager's question, Zhong Chang hadn't spoken yet, but the beauty in his arms saw Jiang Che staring at her and immediately said in an unhappy tone, "What are you looking at, you loser? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" Jiang Che was struggling in his mind, wondering whether he should find an opportunity to give it a try, when he suddenly heard the girl scolding him. Although Jiang Che was much more handsome than Zhong Chang, his cheap clothes were really unsightly in the eyes of these two girls who only had eyes for RMB. No matter how handsome he was, they couldn't arouse their interest in him. The first time they saw Jiang Che, they thought he was the kind of dog who licked girls' lips, worked part-time to save a few $1,000s, and then came here to buy a luxury piece of clothing to please the goddess. If Jiang Che knew what they were thinking, he would probably say, "Awesome." He had indeed treated Xu Rue like this before. But with Jiang Che's current status, he was too lazy to bother with such people. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I have never seen such beautiful, sexy beauties as you two." When the woman heard Jiang Che say this, she snorted and stopped caring. She hugged Zhong Chang's arm and said tenderly, "Brother Zhong, you must promise me to buy the clothes I wanted last time." The woman on the other side also hurriedly said, "Brother Zhong, they're also mine. Buy them back, and we will wear them to show you tonight." Zhong Chang laughed when he heard this. "Buy. But it would look better if you don't wear any clothes at night." "Hey," the two women giggled again. "Jiang Che, are you thinking I don't exist?" Listening to the conversation between the three people, Jiang Che felt goosebumps all over his body and hurriedly said to the beautiful manager, "Please help me pack the clothes here and take them all away." Jiang Che had not originally planned to buy only 2 pieces of clothing. After all, he had 7 million to spend, and if he was too frugal, he would not be able to spend it all. The manager was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Will you pack up all the clothes in this row?" She also knew that Jiang Che was generous, but she never expected him to be so extravagant. The most expensive clothes in the store were all in this row. Buying dozens of clothes in this row would cost at least several million. Yes, Jiang Che nodded. The beautiful manager was afraid that Jiang Che didn't know the price, so she asked worriedly, "Sir, this row of clothes starts at least 5 million. Are you sure you want to buy them all?" "Yes, buy them all." Jiang Che nodded affirmatively again and took out his bank card. "Okay." The beautiful manager, who originally looked dignified, instantly turned into a waiter and happily packed up the food for Jiang Che. But the two women in Zhong Chang's arms were stunned for a moment. The clothes they liked were also bought by Jiang Che. Chapter 64. Sorry, please continue. The two girls never thought that Jiang Che, who was wearing cheap clothes, could be so rich. However, when they saw Jiang Che bought the clothes they liked, they couldn't help it and said to Zhong Chang, "Brother Zhong, look, he bought the butterfly dress that I liked." Zhong Chang was also surprised at Jiang Che's generosity, but he brought his girlfriend here to buy clothes today. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he didn't buy anything? So he said with a smile and a negotiating tone, "Brother, it's useless for you to buy so many. Why don't you leave that one to me? I'll pay double the price, and we'll be friends." He was so polite because he saw that Jiang Che didn't seem like an ordinary person. No, Jiang Che refused decisively. He is not a difficult person to talk to, so there is nothing wrong with giving up a piece of clothing. But these two girls called him a loser as soon as they came in. How could he give up his clothes to them now? "You're dreaming." Jiang Che ignored him and asked the beautiful manager, "How much is it in total?" "Sir, the total is 5.3 million. "Okay, swipe the card." Jiang Che handed over the bank card calmly. The beautiful manager took Jiang Che's bank card with both hands, her face full of an unconcealable smile. But when Zhong Chang saw Jiang Che's indifferent attitude, he became a little angry. When had he, young Master Zhong, ever been ignored like this? Brothers, please leave some room for each other so that we can meet again in the future. Zhong Chang said in a slightly deep voice. Who wants to meet you? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows, not taking Zhong Chang seriously at all. Zhong Chang was a little angry, but before he could continue, the beautiful manager kindly reminded him, Mr. Zhong, the 47 million Aston Martin 177 outside belongs to this gentleman. Zhong Chang's angry expression froze in an instant, and after a few seconds it turned into an extremely forced smile. The rapid change of expression made him look a little funny. Sorry, please continue. Zhong Chang stuttered. When Zhong Chang came in, he naturally noticed the two sports cars parked on the side of the road, but he didn't think much about it. The Ferrari worth more than 5 million yuan alone could crush his Porsche. As for the Aston Martin worth more than 40 million yuan, it was too far away from him. He couldn't get one, even if he sold his company. He didn't expect that the young man in ordinary clothes in front of him was the owner of the car. As a rich second generation, he naturally understood what this car represented. It represented power and status that he could not afford to offend. In this case, he could only choose to bow his head. Jiang Che curled his lips and ignored him. Zhong Chang felt embarrassed and laughed awkwardly before preparing to leave with the two girls. But the two women in his arms still looked at the clothes in Jiang Che's hand reluctantly. Brother Zhong, that dress. Shut up. Why are you still buying clothes? Zhong Chang scolded directly. Can't these two stupid women see the situation clearly? When they first came in, they actually called me a loser. Fortunately, I didn't care. After being scolded, the two girls didn't dare to say anything and could only reluctantly follow the embarrassed Zhong Chang away. Not long after they left, Tang Xiaozhu and Tang Chiyue also came out of the fitting room. Both of them changed into new clothes, which made Jiang Che's eyes light up. It is true that Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes. Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu are both extremely beautiful in themselves, and when they put on such clothes, they're like lotus flowers emerging from water, which is a feast for Jiang Che's eyes. The clothes are expensive for a reason. After the two put them on, even their temperament changed. Tang Xiaozhu blushed slightly when she saw Jiang Che looking at them, while Tang Chiyue asked directly, Xiao Che, how do you like this dress? Very good. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. I think it's very good too, but the price of this dress is a little bit expensive. Tang Chiyue said reluctantly. There is no girl who doesn't love beauty. Tang Chiyue couldn't let go of this dress, but the price really made her feel distressed. Just then, the beautiful manager packed up the dozens of clothes that Jiang Che had just bought and brought them over. She said politely, Sir, do you need me to help you get your clothes to the car? After all, it is not convenient to carry dozens of clothes in your hands. So the beautiful manager was very thoughtful and wanted to help Jiang Che deliver the clothes directly to the car. Okay, but wait a moment, I also need to buy some clothes for myself. Jiang Che nodded. Upon hearing this, the beautiful manager's face showed some excitement again. He is indeed a rich man. Tang Chiyue, who was still feeling bad for the dress worth thousands of dollars, looked at the pile of clothes in the manager's hands, and then looked at the row of empty hangers next to it. She was shocked and asked after a long pause, Xiao Che, did you buy all the clothes in this row? Well, dozens of clothes are not too many for the two of you to wear together. Isn't it normal for a woman to have dozens or even hundreds of clothes in her closet? Jiang Che said as a matter of course. So how much are these clothes? Tang Chiyue asked. Just a few million. Jiang Che shrugged. Dan Kai. Dan Xiao. You two don't have to think too much, Jiang Che explained. My company is a little bigger than you think, and the money I make is a little more than you think. You don't have to worry about this little money. Besides, if you really only buy 2 sets of clothes, wash them and change them, people will see that you only wear these 2 expensive clothes. Wouldn't they laugh at you for pretending? You might as well just wear old clothes. What Jiang Che said was true. If Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu really went to work at Tianyu Entertainment Company, and they only wore 2 guest clothes, people might say that they were deliberately showing off their wealth and pretending. It would be better for them to just wear old clothes to leave a real and simple impression on people. The most important thing is Jiang Che's spending mission must be completed. Okay, since Jiang Che said so and the money had been paid, Tang Chiyue didn't say anything more. However, she became more curious about the company opened by Jiang Che. What kind of company could make so much money? The beautiful manager's eyes were filled with even more admiration when she heard this. She originally thought that Jiang Che was a rich second generation who relied on his father, but now it seems that Jiang Che actually opened his own company? Excellent people always earn more admiration for people. In an instant, Jiang Che felt a huge wave of admiration from the beautiful manager. Chapter 65, Tianyu Company calls again. After Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu bought their clothes, Jiang Che went over to look at men's clothing, thinking that he could finally change into clothes that suited his status. Sir, this dress suits your temperament very well. It is designed by a famous Italian fashion designer and is purely handmade. The collar uses special craftsmanship. The beautiful manager picked up a piece of clothing and introduced it to Jiang Che enthusiastically. Jiang Che was not so particular about clothes, mainly because the cheap clothes he was wearing did not match his luxury car, and it would be easy for people to misunderstand him as having a bad taste of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. So he didn't listen to the beautiful manager's introduction and said directly, "Then I'll try it." Okay. The beautiful manager nodded decisively in agreement. This is a suit suitable for slightly more formal occasions. The beautiful manager took the clothes and put them on Jiang Che herself. She helped Jiang Che adjust his collar, and then came to Jiang Che to button his clothes. Jiang Che didn't care. He thought it was not surprising that the service in such a store was better. He looked at his suit in the mirror. However, the beautiful manager was standing in front of Jiang Che, so close to him that her face turned slightly red as she felt the breath from Jiang Che. When facing an outstanding person of the opposite sex, both men and women will have some strange ideas and fantasies, although some of them are not very practical. Jiang Che didn't react, but Tang Chiyue was immediately dissatisfied when she saw the shy look of the beautiful manager. There were always some slutty vixens who wanted to take advantage of Xiao Che. However, before she could open her mouth, Tang Xiaozhu next to her suddenly walked over. "Get out of the way, let me do it." Tang Xiaozhu walked over and said with a stern look on his face. The beautiful manager thought Tang Xiaozhu was Jiang Che's girlfriend and immediately stepped aside with some embarrassment. But after the beautiful manager stepped aside, Tang Xiaozhu suddenly realized, "It doesn't seem appropriate for me to come. I'm not his girlfriend." When I saw the manager sorting out Jiang Che's clothes before, I felt unhappy and walked over without thinking much. Now I seem to be a little embarrassed. However, Tang Xiaozhu reacted quickly, pretending to be generous, walked up to Jiang Che and said, "I have learned some fashion design before, so I will help you sort out the clothes." Her previous job was indeed related to clothing. As he spoke, he reached out to smooth Jiang Che's clothes and button them up. Jiang Che nodded, but the expression on his face was a little strange. If he had studied fashion design, would it look better if he buttoned the clothes? Tang Chiyue stared blankly at Tang Xiaozhu helping Jiang Che put his clothes together, and a strange feeling emerged in her heart. Could it be that Xiaozhu? But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem strange. After a day of getting along with each other, they know very well how outstanding Jiang Che is. It wouldn't be strange if Tang Xiaozhu was moved by such a boy. Tang Chiyue's expression was a little tangled. After putting on the clothes, Jiang Che looked in the mirror and felt that they were quite suitable. After all, a handsome man can wear anything, and they also feel comfortable to wear, so he bought them directly. In addition to this suit that can be worn on formal occasions, Jiang Che also bought some casual clothes for everyday wear. Together with the dozens of pieces of clothing I bought before, I spent just over 7 million, completing today's spending task. But that's not all. In addition to clothes, Jiang Che also bought them both a bag. Girls all like this thing, so he spent more than 100,000 yuan. Even when they returned home, Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu still couldn't believe it. They spent 7 million yuan just for a shopping trip in the afternoon. In the past, they would have spent at most 700 yuan. Zhang Duqi noted them. He was already worried about how to handle the spending task tomorrow. Rich people also have their own worries. Just as Jiang Che was worried, the phone rang again. "Hello, is this Chairman Jiang Che Jiang? I'm from the board of directors of Tianyu Entertainment." Pan Wenlio's voice on the other end of the phone was already slightly dissatisfied. Chapter 66, Heading to the Magic City. "Well, so what do you need?" Zhang Duqi asked. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Pan Wenlu was speechless. "What do you mean by what's the matter with me?" Could it be that he had forgotten that he had bought more than 50% of Tianyu's shares? After all, it's worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but I can't even see a single person there. And he even asked me what's the matter? But thinking that Jiang Che is now the largest shareholder of Tianyu, Pan Wenlu still said patiently, "There are some things in the company that need your personal attention. If you are free, can you come to the company tomorrow?" Jiang Che heard the hidden meaning in his words and asked, "What trouble has the company encountered?" Pan Wenlu. Pan Wenlu was completely shocked. Tianyu Entertainment was the largest entertainment company in China. It was well known that it was not doing well recently, but it was no secret in the entertainment industry. And this new chairman spent tens of billions to buy more than half of Tianyu's shares without knowing anything. What was going on? Pan Wenlu had to explain briefly. The company does have some troubles that need your personal attention, especially Dynasty Entertainment, which is gaining popularity recently and wants to replace Tianyu. In fact, the troubles encountered by Tianyu Entertainment Company are far more than what Pan Wenlu said. The share price of Tianyu Entertainment Company had been falling for some time, and many people were not optimistic about Tianyu. However, Jiang Che, his system, suddenly appeared and spent tens of billions to buy more than half of Tianyu's shares, which made many people in the entertainment industry somewhat suspicious. After all, there were not many people in the entire Yanhuang Empire who could come up with tens of billions at once. They were all wondering what big moves this big boss would make after buying Tianyu, and whether he could help Tianyu get out of its current predicament. Pan Wenlu originally thought so, wondering whether this new boss would lead Tianyu to a whole new level, but now, he was a little panicked. However, just after Pan Wenlu finished speaking, the system released a new task. Ding random task released. Help Tianyu Entertainment Company out of trouble. Jiang Che thought about it and agreed. "Okay, I will come tomorrow." Pan Wenlu was relieved when he saw Jiang Che agreed. The two talked for a while and then hung up the phone. "Is it about the company?" Tang Chiyu asked after seeing Jiang Che finish the call. "Yeah." Jiang Che nodded. "I have some things to do at the company tomorrow, so I'll find a job for you guys." "Okay, where's your company? What's its name?" Tang Chiyu and Tang Xiaozhu were both a little curious. "The company is in Shanghai. You will know the name tomorrow," Jiang Che said, "so go to bed early tonight and take a plane there tomorrow morning." The Magic City is quite far from Tianhai City. Sports cars are only suitable for driving on the streets to show off, but not for long-distance driving. Not to mention the fuel consumption. A new car will probably lose hundreds of thousands of dollars for such a long trip, so it is more convenient to take a plane. In the evening, after the three of them had dinner, they booked their plane tickets and played games with Chun Sisi and Yu Yanran as usual. Then they went to rest, but they rested early tonight. The next morning, the three of them simply packed up and headed to the Magic City. It was the first time for Tang Chiyu and Tang Xiaozhu to take a plane. They seemed quite excited and looked around. In fact, it was also Jiang Che's first time to take a plane, but he seemed much calmer. The service in first class is very good, with a variety of free drinks and snacks, and beautiful stewardesses. About 2 hours later, Jiang Che and the other two arrived at the Magic City airport. "There are so many people," Tang Xiaozhu sighed. "Those people seem to be Chiu Lei's fans." Tang Chiyu saw a large group of teenage girls gathered in the waiting hall, many of them holding signs with Chiu Lei's name on them. "Who is Chiu Lei?" Zhang Ge asked. "Aren't you running an entertainment company? Don't you know Chiu Lei?" Tang Chiyu asked with some doubt. As one of the most popular young actors today, some people who don't pay attention to the entertainment industry may not know Chiu Lei, but an insider like Jiang Che should know him, right? Is he very famous? Jiang Che did not feel guilty at all facing Tang Chiyu's suspicious gaze. Anyway, he would meet Pan Wenlu soon, so there was no need to explain so much. Of course he is famous. Tang Xiaozhu explained to Jiang Che. He is a contracted artist under Tianyu Entertainment Company. He is considered the top star in the entertainment industry nowadays. Oh, Zhang Ge nodded. It turned out that he was a member of his company and seemed to be the top star. "But to be honest, I really don't know why he is so popular," Tang Xiaozhu continued. "I watched a movie he starred in, and his acting skills." Tang Xiaozhu had an expression that was hard to describe. Jiang Che nodded slightly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. As the two were talking, a young man wearing a mask appeared, and the group of girls suddenly became excited. "Qiu Lei, Qiu Lei, Qiu Lei, I love you. Brother Chiu Lei, look at me." The group of girls screamed like crazy and surrounded Chiu Lei, but were quickly stopped by the airport security and Chiu Lei's own bodyguards, who kept their distance from Chiu Lei. Chiolei also walked outside under the protection of bodyguards and never looked at these so-called fans from beginning to end. Suddenly, a girl took advantage of a security guard's not paying attention, broke through the crowd, and ran towards Chiolei quickly with a pink box in her hand. "Brother Chiolei, this is 1,000 paper cranes that I spent a long time folding for you. Inside are what I want to say to you. Just take a look," the girl said as she ran. Chiolei still didn't even look at her, but the bodyguard next to him was quick to reach out and block the girl, preventing her from getting close to Chiolei. But maybe because she used too much force, the girl bumped into the bodyguard's arm and accidentally fell down, and the paper cranes and the pink paper box in her hand scattered all over the floor. The most important thing is that a large group of girls behind him also followed Chiolei's steps. It seemed that there was only Chiolei in their eyes, and they didn't see the girl who was knocked to the ground at all. In fact, it might be that they really couldn't see. The girls in front saw it and wanted to stop, but the group of girls behind couldn't see it and were rushing forward, so the people in front couldn't stop even if they wanted to. In this case, the people in front were forced to rush forward and step on the girl lying on the ground. It would be almost impossible for a few security guards to stop these hundreds or even thousands of fanatical fans. At this time, Chiolei finally stopped, but when he looked back at the girl who fell to the ground, he did not have any special reaction, just frowned. Jiang Che couldn't help it this time. If it was just the paper cranes that the girl had carefully made that were stepped on, Jiang Che would not bother to care at all. But stepping on them like this might result in someone's death. Jiang Che strode over, used his powerful strength to squeeze into the crowd, and pulled the girl up. However, some people in front of him had stepped on her and injured her. After being pulled up by Jiang Che, she burst into tears out of fear. The group of girls also stopped after Jiang Che intervened. "Why don't you contact the hospital?" Jiang Che frowned and said to the security guard next to him, Okay. Several security guards around nodded hurriedly, feeling lucky to have Jiang Che's help. Otherwise, if a stampede really happened, they wouldn't have to work as security guards anymore. After Jiang Che handed the girl to the security guard, he frowned and looked at Chiolei. Chapter 67, Skills Worth 100,000. "Is this how you treat your fans?" Jiang Che asked. "What's it got to do with you?" Chiolei didn't even bother to take off his mask, his eyes full of disdain. "I haven't called her stupid yet. If she really gets trampled to death, someone will blacken me again." The girls nearby were stunned, looking at the unfamiliar idol in front of them with an expression of disbelief. Obviously, they did not expect Chiolei to say such a thing. When you're being trampled to death, you only care whether someone will slander you. A middle-aged woman next to Chiolei, who might be his agent or a partner, pulled him and said, "Be careful with your words in public." Then she looked at Jiang Che and threatened, "Young man, if you don't want to be exposed online, don't meddle in other people's business. Chiolei only needs one word to make you live in unrest for a year or two." Chiolei had a completely nonchalant attitude. "It's okay. Even if it was recorded, there will be people in the company to help me clean it up. They're still counting on me to make money." Jiang Che's eyes turned completely cold when he heard that. Is this the quality of Tianyu Company's artists and agents? Just as he was about to speak, a woman in her 20s walked over quickly. The woman was dressed in a formal business suit, which fully showed off her curvy figure. She was wearing a pair of high heels, which made a ding-dang sound as she stepped on the airport hall. She exuded the temperament of a strong woman. "Director Jiang?" The woman walked up to Jiang Che and asked, "Well, are you Pan Wenlu?" Jiang Che guessed something. When the system sent Tianyu Entertainment Company to Jiang Che, Pan Wenlu obtained a simple information about Jiang Che, so he knew that Jiang Che's appearance was the same as the one in Wuzhou building before. "Yes," Pan Wenlu nodded. Both of them were a little surprised. They didn't expect the other person to be so young. Seeing that she agreed, Jiang Che didn't say anything else. He pointed at Chiolei and asked, "Is this the artist promoted by our company? Is he very popular?" Pan Wenlu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and agreed. "Yes, now he's one of the most popular male stars in the company." When she saw Jiang Che, she also saw Chiolei, but compared to him, Jiang Che was naturally more important, so she came to greet Jiang Che first. When Chiolei saw Pan Wenlu coming, he changed his previous disdainful attitude, walked over with a smile and greeted, "Hello, Sister Lu. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you at the airport." As he spoke, his eyes were looking at Pan Wenlu, with a hint of barely perceptible greed in his eyes. Pan Wenlu's attitude was somewhat lukewarm, and he agreed indifferently. "Come and pick up our new chairman." The new chairman. Chiu Lei slowly looked at Jiang Che, with an ominous premonition in his heart. Is it him? Yeah. Pan Venlu nodded calmly. Chiu Lei suddenly felt awkward, not knowing whether to speak or not. It was his manager who reacted first. He quickly pulled Chiu Lei to apologize to Jiang Che and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Director, I didn't recognize you before. It was totally unintentional to offend you. Chiu Lei immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Chairman. I really didn't recognize you. Don't take what I said just now to heart. Jiang Che didn't even look at him and said to Pan Wenlu expressionlessly, with an artist of this quality being promoted to such a high level, isn't it natural for Tianyu to be surpassed by Dynasty Entertainment? This sentence made both Chiu Lei and Pan Wenlu extremely embarrassed, but they dared not refute. Let's go to the company headquarters. Jiang Che turned and walked outside, ignoring Chiu Lei's words from beginning to end. Pan Wenlu hurriedly followed. She came here to pick up Jiang Che. After they left, Chiu Lei's expression gradually turned from awkward to gloomy. He looked at Jiang Che's back and whispered, Wait until I go to Dynasty Entertainment. Let's see how long Tianyu can hold on. It's okay, go back. The agent also changed his previous respectful look and said indifferently, He won't do anything to you, even if he's angry. After all, he still relies on you to make money, especially with Tianyu's current condition. Jiang Che and 3 others got into the car driven by Pan Wenlu. Pan Wenlu drove, and Jiang Che sat in the passenger seat. As for Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu, who were sitting in the back row, they were completely stunned. Start a business? Start at Tianyu Entertainment Company? Chairman of Tianyu Entertainment Company? Pan Wenlu came to pick me up at the airport in person. They both felt like their brains had lost the ability to think. It was like a dream. Jiang Che didn't care about their feelings. After getting in the car, he directly said to Pan Wenlu, Do you have any information about Chiu Lei? Since it is a system task, Jiang Che is ready to complete it seriously and rescue Tianyu from the predicament, so he starts with some unqualified artists. Yes. Pan Wenlu nodded, took out a file from his mobile phone, and sent it to Jiang Che's phone. Jiang Che received the document and said calmly, You drive. I'll take a look first. Okay. Pan Wenlu nodded and started the car. To be honest, Pan Wenlu is usually a strong person, but for some reason he doesn't seem to be strong at all in front of Jiang Che. However, she was still very happy to see Jiang Che's attitude. As soon as he got in the car, he started to care about the company's affairs. He had a calm temperament, unlike those so-called young heroes she had met before who couldn't walk when they saw her. The super rich who can directly take out hundreds of billions are indeed different from ordinary rich second generations. Sometimes it is like this, you try to plant flowers but they don't bloom, but you plant willows by accident and they grow into a shade. Jiang Che's cold attitude actually made Pan Wenlu like him more. After Jiang Che received the file from Pan Wenlu, he did not open it immediately. Instead, he searched for it in the system all. In a few seconds, he found what he wanted, mastering primary enterprise management. This is not just some armchair theory in books. It incorporates the lifelong insights and experiences of hundreds of outstanding entrepreneurs in business management. It is precisely because of this that this skill requires a full 100,000 worship points, but Jiang Che feels that it is totally worth it. After learning this, it will be easier to deal with any company, so Jiang Che directly chose to buy it. In an instant, Jiang Che felt a huge amount of information in his mind, which he quickly digested with the help of the system. After digesting it, Jiang Che thought about Tianyu Entertainment Company again and suddenly had some different opinions and views in his mind. Then he opened Chiu Lei's information and started reading it. Chapter 68, Tianyu Headquarters. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Che finished reading Chiu Lei's information. With a thoughtful look in his eyes, Chiu Lei was not famous before and only became popular after signing with Tianyu. Yes, he became famous after starring in a movie, and the company also gave him a lot of resources. Pan Wenlu hesitated and said, But Tianyu is in a recession now. He wants to go to Dynasty, but the penalty is a bit high. Plus, we are obstructing him, so he is still trying to find a way. Jiang Che was speechless. Can you guys make this ungrateful person burn with one hand? He also understood why Pan Wenlu seemed too lazy to pay attention to Chiu Lei at the airport. Pan Wenlu pursed his lips and said nothing. From a personal perspective, the company is in recession and it is fine for artists to go elsewhere for better development. However, although Tianyu is facing many crises now, it is still the #1 entertainment company in the empire, and the resources allocated to Chiu Lei have never decreased. It is really disheartening that he is so eager to leave and go to the rival Dynasty Entertainment Company. What's more, Chiolei was made famous by Tianyu, and he has absolutely no gratitude at all. If he wants to leave, let him go. There's no need to stop him. Just make him pay the penalty in full and get out. John Kisaid Kalmri. But given the current situation of our Tianyu, if he goes to the dynasty, it will be even more difficult for us. Pan Wenlu said with a frown. You want to go to dynasty after leaving me? Jiang Che sneered. What happened at the airport today must have been filmed by quite a few people, who then posted it online to condemn Chiolei. You let his team clear his name first, then keep the video, and then release it after the contract is terminated, saying that the subsequent investigation has made it clear that it did happen. So the company took the initiative to terminate the contract with an artist like Chiolei, who does not meet the quality standards. There will definitely be a lot of people who don't believe it at first, especially Chiolei's fans, so they hired some internet trolls. You are more familiar with this matter than I am, so I don't need to explain it. If Chiolei leaves Tianyu, who will help him clean up? Can he defeat our entire company by himself? Moreover, a person like Chiolei must have more than one scandal. If more scandals are exposed by passers-by, I don't believe Dynasty will dare to sign him. Pan Wenlu felt a chill in his heart. This new boss was a bit cruel. First, they used the penalty to drain Chiolei's family's wealth, and then completely discredited him before he joined Dynasty. In this way, Chiolei has completely lost his foothold in the entire entertainment industry. However, Pan Wenlu hesitated for a moment and said, this will indeed prevent Chiolei from turning over, but I think it is completely unnecessary. After all, this will not benefit Tianyu at all. On the contrary, it will cost a lot of money to buy Water Army and other activities. But if Chiolei stays in Tianyu for a while, he can bring us a lot of benefits. Indeed, the purpose of setting up a company is to make money. Putting Chiolei to death will have no effect on Tianyu except to vent its anger. However, delaying Chiolei for a while and letting him participate in some activities while he is still an employee of Tianyu Company can bring a lot of benefits to the company. I can't pay wages to vent my anger, but I can pay benefits. I don't care what you think, I care what I feel. Jangu Kisaid lightly. Pan Venyu. Do you think he's the only one who wants to leave Tianyu now? Jiang Che asked back. Once Chiolei successfully starts this, the whole company will be unstable. So let those who have ideas see that our Tianyu is not a charity. It is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Even if it's a top star like Chiolei, it would only take the company a moment to destroy him. Only if we calm down those people in the company temporarily can the next action proceed smoothly. Otherwise, if 5 out of 10 artists want to leave, how can we fight back against Dynasty? Because of his skill of mastering primary business management, Jiang Che not only had the insights of those entrepreneurs, but also had the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. His series of rhetorical questions made Pan Wenlu, a strong woman in the eyes of others, completely speechless, and she could only remain silent. Do you have any information about Dynasty Entertainment? Jiang Che asked again. Yes. Pan Wenlu agreed sullenly, and while waiting for the red light, he sent the information he had collected during this period to Jiang Che. Jiang Che was reading the information sent by Pan Wenlu, and the atmosphere in the car became quiet for a moment. Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu didn't dare to speak at all. Did they discuss Chiolei's fate in just a few words? In the eyes of both of them, Chiolei used to be an absolutely unattainable person. Although they both disliked Chiolei, it was undeniable that he had achievements and status. But now Jiang Che decided his fate with just a few words? What kind of power is this? One can imagine the impact Jiang Che's words had on both of them. Tang Chiyue was stunned, as if she didn't recognize her younger brother at all. Was this still the little Che who used to play with her? After Tang Xiaozhu was shocked, a look of admiration and love appeared in her eyes. This is what a man should be like. The temperament he exudes in his every move makes people obsessed. About half an hour later, the four of them finally arrived at the headquarters of Tianyu Entertainment Company. Jiang Che first asked Pan Wenlu to find a place for Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu to rest, while he and Pan Wenlu went to Tianyu's conference room. The headquarters of Tianyu Entertainment Company is also a building, but unlike Jiang Che's Wuzhou building, this building belongs only to Tianyu. Tianyu's conference room is on the top floor. Since Jiang Che had already notified yesterday that he would come today, Pan Wenlu had already notified the company's major shareholders and heads of various departments to come to the meeting in the morning. When Jiang Che and the other arrived, everyone in the conference room was already there. The person next to me is our new chairman, Mr. Jiang Che. Pan Wenlu introduced to everyone. Welcome, everyone. Everyone stood up and said, Welcome, Chairman Jiang. After all, he is a controlling shareholder holding 51% of Tianyu shares, and no one dares to neglect him. However, there was a look of surprise in everyone's eyes. Pan Wenlu knew some basic information about Jiang Che, but others didn't, and they were all shocked at Jiang Che's age. Because he is so young, he looks like the new college graduate who has just joined the company. Of course, Jiang Che's age had nothing to do with them. What they cared about was that Jiang Che was able to buy 51% of Tianyu shares at his age. It was basically impossible for him to do it through his own efforts. They had never heard of such a young, rich man in the country. So it depends on the family behind it. What kind of family would be so generous as to spend tens of billions to buy a company for their descendants to practice? Chapter 69, Talented Director. Jiang Che didn't know what these people were thinking. He smiled and greeted them. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's okay, it's okay. No one dared to have any opinions. Pan Wenlu then introduced Jiang Che. This is our company's third largest shareholder, Zhou. He is a veteran of the company and founded the company with my father. Jiang Che smiled and nodded at him. Zhou also welcomed Jiang Che warmly, but Jiang Che noticed the flash of dissatisfaction and hostility in his eyes. Jiang Che pretended not to see it and continued to look at the next person. And this is... Pan Wenlu introduced them one by one. Jiang Che nodded and smiled frequently, looking harmless. After a while, Pan Wenlu introduced everyone present, and Jiang Che also had a general understanding of these important figures in the company. The most influential among them is the company's third largest shareholder, Zhou, who holds 17% of the company's shares. The first shareholder is naturally Jiang Che, and the second shareholder is Pan Wenlu, who holds 21% of the company's shares. Pan Wenliu's shares originally belonged to her father, but her father died in a car accident a year ago, and these shares were inherited by Pan Wenlu. As for Zhou Wen's hostility towards Jiang Che, it is not difficult to guess the reason. Before Jiang Che came, he was the oldest veteran in the company, and he was only 4% away from Pan Wenlu. As long as he got more than 4% of the shares, he would become the largest shareholder of Tianyu. But now Jiang Che came with 51% of the shares, and his dream was shattered. Jiang Che didn't care about his hostility at all. He had 51% of the shares. Even if Zhou Wen was dissatisfied, what could he do? If he dared to make any small moves, Jiang Che wouldn't mind taking over more than 10% of the shares from him. Everyone sit down, Jiang Che said with a smile. I came here today mainly to understand the basic situation of Tianyu and how to deal with the dynasty. I already have a general idea of Tianyu's situation now. So what solutions do you have for the rapid development of the dynasty? Jiang Ge asked. No one spoke. No one knew what the new boss Jiang Che's temper was like, so they didn't dare to speak rashly. Besides, if they had any good ideas, Tianyu would not have fallen into its current predicament. Jiang Che didn't expect the crowd to say anything, so when no one spoke, he continued. I learned about dynasty entertainment. They're mainly strong in music and movies. Of course, this is also the main development direction of the entertainment company. They have been producing many hit songs and music recently, and have made several popular movies. Then, they started to poach people from Tianyu, trying to suppress us. On the other hand, we at Tianyu don't seem to have anything to show for it these days, especially in terms of movies. Those few bad movies, you know what they are even without me telling you. Jiang Che naturally learned this information from Pan Wenlu, and as for movies, Jiang Che often heard his classmates complain about the crappy movies that Tianyu Entertainment Company had recently produced. Everyone remained silent, but many people looked at Zhou Wen because those bad movies had a lot to do with him. Jiang Che ignored everyone's thoughts and continued. Now that the problem is clear, it's very simple. As long as we have better lyrics and music and movies than his, it will be fine. Everyone, isn't this bullshit? But the question is where to get better? Jiang Che knew what everyone was thinking by looking at their expressions, and explained, I have the lyrics and the movie script. You just need to manage it well. Zhou Wen couldn't help asking, did Director Jiang find any talent? It's true that you could buy these things with money, but it's not easy to buy high-quality ones. It's not that Zhou Wen doubted Jiang Che's financial resources, but literary and artistic creations rely on professional talent and inspiration, not just money. Moreover, Tianyu Company has a lot of talents in this field, all of whom are the best in the country. Where can Jiang Che find better lyrics and movies? It is even more impossible to find foreign ones because of the cultural differences. The question Zhou, when asked, was also what most people were curious about, including Pan Wenlu. They were also puzzled, but Jiang Che had no intention of explaining it to them. There was no need to explain so much to these people. I have my own way of doing this. I am personally responsible for the music aspect. Every month, I will select an artist from the company and release an album whose quality can surpass Dynasty. Jiang Che's face was full of confidence. Produced by the system, it will definitely be no problem to crush Dynasty Entertainment Company. Without waiting for anyone to comment, Jiang Che said again, "Also, regarding movies, I want to know which talented director in our company directed those 2 bad movies?" Jiang Che asked bluntly. Jiang Che didn't mention the names of the movies, but everyone knew which 2 he was talking about. Those 2 movies have been criticized by netizens on Douban, with shockingly low ratings. Everyone looked at Zhou when silently. Of course, those were not the films he shot. After all, Zhou was a major shareholder of the company, and he couldn't lower his status to make movies. However, the director of those 2 films was his nephew, whom he recruited into Tianyu. Zhou said somewhat awkwardly, "It was filmed by our company's director, Zhou Changping. Even he thought those 2 movies were really bad. Then let him pack up and leave tomorrow. Our company doesn't need such talents." Zhang Yuki said lightly. Zhou's face changed, and he immediately said, "Zhou Changping has been in our Tianyu for nearly 10 years. Even if he has no merits, he has worked hard. I'm afraid it will be disheartening to directly fire him like this." It would have been fine if he didn't say anything. As soon as he said it, Jiang Che got angry. "How could you let such a person stay in the company for 10 years? Is there something wrong with your brain? He hasn't made any contribution in 10 years, and you still want to work hard? How many resources at Tianyu has he wasted go? And see if he has a good movie in these 10 years. I don't know how such a person got into the company." Zhou's face turned red and white, and there was some anger in his eyes. When had he ever been scolded like this before? Especially by a junior like Jiang Che. He didn't expect Jiang Che to completely ignore him in front of so many people. Jiang Che thought about this and suddenly asked Pan Wenlu, "How did Zhou Changping get in? How could he stay in the company for 10 years with such a level of ability?" He really didn't know the relationship between Zhou and Zhou Changping. After all, Pan Wenlu hadn't told him about it before, so how could he, an outsider, know about it? But now that he thought about how such a person could stay in Tianyu for 10 years. Chapter 70, Momentum. Pan Wenlu explained, "Uncle Zhou recruited him at that time. Zhou is of the same generation as his father and helped a lot when his father founded Tianyu Entertainment Company, so it is not an exaggeration to call him uncle." However, after Pan Wenliu's father passed away, Zhou's mind changed a lot. When Pan Wenliu's father was alive, he kept Zhou Changping out of consideration for the relationship between the 2, but he did not use him in a high position. He just gave him the title of director. However, after Pan Wenliu's father passed away, Zhou let him take sole charge and make 2 movies. The result was no surprise. The company is in a recession now, and Pan Wenlu also wants Zhou Changping to get out. However, every time Pan Wenlu mentioned this, Zhou would object with the excuse that your father didn't fire Zhou Changping at that time. There's a feeling of pressure from the elders. In addition, Zhou is a veteran of the company, has a high prestige, and holds a high number of shares, so Pan Wenlu has never been able to get what he wanted. Hearing Pan Wenlu say this, Jiang Che instantly understood that it was definitely nepotism. But Jiang Che didn't ask any more questions. He had no control over what the relationship was before, but now, since you were the one who hired him, you should fire him. There's no point in keeping such a person in the company. Jiang Che said without question. "Why did you fire him?" Zhou asked dissatisfiedly. Even when Director Pan was in office, he didn't do anything to him. The worst that can happen is that he won't be used. The Director Pan was obviously not referring to Pan Wenlu, but Pan Wenliu's father. Jiang Che glanced at him coldly and said, "Director Pan is Director Pan, and I am me. Why should useless people stay in the company? Our company does not keep useless people. In addition, I am giving orders, not discussing with you. You just need to execute what I say." Everyone was slightly shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Che to have such a kind smile when he first came in, but now he was so tough when talking about business, and he didn't care about Zhou's face at all. It turned out that people who can control a company with a market value of tens of billions are not simple people regardless of their age. Zhou has hit a wall this time. And the most important thing is that the aura that Jiang Che exudes when he speaks is no weaker than when Pan Wenliu's father was in power. Momentum is a mysterious thing. It cannot be seen or touched, but you can definitely feel its existence. The most obvious example is people who have been in high positions for a long time, who always have a sense of oppression in their every word and action. Pan Wenliu's father started from scratch and successfully founded Tianyu, the largest entertainment company in the Yanwang Empire. The aura he possessed was accumulated after going through countless ups and downs in his life. And how old is Jiang Che? He has such an aura at such a young age. Sure enough, the younger generations trained by top families are different. Unconsciously, everyone felt a little more in awe of Jiang Che. Zhou Wen's face turned pale and blue, as if he finally understood that this young man Jiang Che was not as easy to deal with as he thought. But for a moment, he was unwilling to bow his head. Zhou Changping is indeed not suitable to stay in the company anymore. Pan Wenliu also spoke at the critical moment. Pan Wenliu felt somewhat pleased when he saw Zhou Wen's embarrassed look. Before her father got into trouble, Zhou Wen could indeed be considered her elder, so it was natural for her to call him uncle. However, after her father passed away, Zhou Wen always teamed up with other shareholders to interfere with her decisions and even wanted to swallow up her shares. Pan Wenliu no longer had any respect for him, but she could not do anything about him. It's bad luck for him to meet Jiang Che now. Jiang Che and Pan Wenliu objected in succession, and there was nothing a small Zhou Wen could do, so even if he was extremely dissatisfied, he could only endure it. He sat on the chair with an angry face and stopped talking. Jiang Che ignored him and continued. I will be responsible for the music. For the film, please find me a good director. I also have the script. Is there anything else you want to say? Everyone was silent. Zhou Wen had been criticized like this. Who would dare to object? Seeing that no one was talking, Jiang Che announced, That's it, everyone go back. You all have to work hard during this period. You will naturally not be left out of the benefits of maintaining the position of the #1 entertainment company in the Tianyu Empire. Zhou Wen stood up first and left with a grim look on his face. Upon hearing this, the others also left in 2s and 3s. Some even said goodbye to Jiang Che politely before leaving. In the end, only Jiang Che and Pan Wenliu were left in the office. Director Jiang, do you really have good lyrics and movie scripts? Pan Wenliu asked impatiently after they left. Just call me by my name. I'm not used to it. Jiang Che said, As for those things I said I had, of course I had them. Do you think there are any artists with good voices in the company? Let's ask them to come over and try now. Xiaomu happens to be in the company. How about I ask her to come over? Pan Wenliu asked. Xiaomu. Jiang Che read the name. This person is one of the signature stars of Tianyu Entertainment Company. She is also a little queen of the music scene in the empire. She has been very popular a few years ago. Jiang Che naturally knows her. The strength of this type of singer is naturally unquestionable, and he is fundamentally different from traffic stars like Chiolei. But Jiang Che thought about it and shook his head. No. Are there any less famous artists? It would be much more beneficial to support a little-known artist. It is like the difference between providing timely assistance and adding icing on the cake. Moreover, influenced by Chiolei, Jiang Che felt that making an artist too popular would not be good for the company, as it would make the artist more arrogant, an artist with a lesser reputation. Pan Wenliu thought for a moment and said, I do know one. She has not been in the company for long, but she has good singing skills. It is only a matter of time before she becomes famous. I have a video of her singing. Do you want to see it? Let me see. Jiang Che became interested. Pan Wenliu herself was also knowledgeable about music. Since she said so, this artist must be really good. Pan Wenliu took out his cell phone and watched it with Jiang Che. On the screen was a pretty girl singing without any accompaniment. Jiang Che's first impression of this voice was that it was very penetrating. This girl's name is Yin Yadong. She came to our company just a month ago and is very talented, Pan Wenliu introduced. A song lasts about 3 minutes, and the two of them finished listening to it quickly. With Jiang Che's current understanding of music, he could naturally tell that the girl's singing skills were very good, and he immediately decided, this person is okay. Is she in the company? Yes. Pan Wenliu nodded immediately. Should I ask her to come over? Yeah. Jiang Che naturally agreed. So Pan Wenliu called his assistant and asked her to bring Yin Yadong over. Jiang Che and the other person waited in this conference room. While waiting, Jiang Che entered the system again and started looking for songs, looking for a song that would be suitable for becoming famous. Chapter 71. The Star That Points the Way. Within a few minutes, Pan Wenliu's assistant brought Yin Yadong over. She looks like a very delicate girl, and was even a little shy when she saw Jiang Che and Pan Wenliu. If you only look at her appearance, you would never imagine that her singing voice would be so penetrating. "Hello, Director Pan." Yan Yatong greeted Pan Wenliu. Yes, Pan Wenliu nodded and introduced. "This is our new chairman of Tianyu. His name is Jiang Che." "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Yin Yadong immediately greeted Jiang Che with some curiosity and nervousness in her eyes. I was naturally curious because of Jiang Che's age and appearance, and I was nervous because I didn't know why Jiang Che and Pan Wenliu called me over. Jiang Che smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I just thought your voice is very unique, so I asked you to come and sing." "Sing? What to sing?" Yin Yadong felt relieved. Singing was what she was best at. "Here." Jiang Che handed over his phone, on which was the lyrics of a song that had already been composed. Jiang Che directly asked the system to transfer the song to his mobile phone. Yin Yadong took Jiang Che's phone curiously and started looking at it. Within a few seconds, her eyes lit up. For a singer, a good song is like the feeling of a swordsman encountering a peerless sword. It is exciting. Yin Yadong fell in love with this song at first sight. As she watched, she began to hum unconsciously. Can the brightest star in the night sky hear the person looking up at it? The loneliness and sigh in my heart. Oh, the brightest star in the night sky. Can you remember the figure that once walked with me and disappeared in the wind? I pray to have a transparent heart and eyes that can shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, go beyond the lies and embrace you. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I get lost in the darkness. Janguke nodded secretly. The voice was indeed good. It was such an effect after the first trial singing. Yin Yadong simply thought that the lyrics and music were good and would become popular, but the lyrics had a different meaning to Pan Wenliu. The brightest star in the night sky. Does the night refer to the current state of the universe? So this star refers to Jiang Che himself? Does it mean that Tianyu will walk out of the darkness and return to the top under the leadership of Jiang Che? Pan Wenliu's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Jiang Che. He was indeed amazing. Of course, if Jiang Che knew she had thought so much, he would definitely give her a full score for reading comprehension. This comprehension ability is simply terrifying, but I really just simply found the lyrics of song. About 2 minutes later, Yin Yadong finished reading the lyrics, and with excitement in her eyes, she asked Jiang Che and Pan Wenliu, "Is this song really for me?" On the one hand, she felt that if she could get this opportunity, her career would truly take off. On the other hand, it was simply because she loved the song. Jiang Che nodded and said, "Of course it's for you, but the prerequisite is that you have to prove your ability. Sing it once for me to listen to. If I think it's okay, I have 9 other songs of the same quality, just enough to make an album. It's enough to make you popular for a long time, and even if you have the ability, you can continue to be popular." "There are 9 more songs?" Yin Yadong was surprised for a moment, then immediately said excitedly, "Okay, I'll try it, but can I get my guitar?" "Of course." Janguke nodded. Seeing Jiang Che agreed, Yin Yadong ran out excitedly. "Director Jiang," Pan Wenliu asked curiously, "where did you get this word from?" She also studied music before inheriting the shares of Tianyu Entertainment Company, so she could naturally see the quality of Jiang Che's song. With Tianyu's publicity capabilities, it would be no problem for the song to become a hit. The only thing she was curious about was where the lyrics came from. "Of course I wrote it myself," Jiang Che said as a matter of course. "You wrote it yourself?" Pan Wenliu looked at Jiang Che doubtfully. A rich second generation like this actually knows about writing lyrics and composing music? Jiang Che also noticed that she didn't quite believe it, but he didn't explain too much. As long as it became popular, it was fine. There was no need to force others to believe that he wrote it. After a while, Yin Yadong came back with a guitar. "Mr. Jiang, shall I start?" Yin Yadong asked. "Yeah." Janguke nodded. Yin Yadong cleared her throat and spoke. "The brightest star in the night sky." The sound of the guitar accompanied by Yin Yadong's penetrating voice made Jiang Che very satisfied. The effect was almost the same as he had imagined. "The brightest star in the night sky. Please light my way forward." A few minutes later, Yin Yadong finished singing the last line, then looked at Jiang Che expectantly and asked, "Boss Jiang, have I passed this?" Not bad. Jiang Che nodded and said, but some details in the middle are not perfect enough. Where? Yin Yadong felt that there should be no problem with her singing. Some of the lines in the middle are a bit low, especially that one. Jiang Che felt that it was a bit difficult to describe it with words, so he said directly, "Give me the guitar." Huh? Oh. Yin Yadong was stunned for a moment before she reacted and handed the guitar in her hand to Jiang Che. Pan Wenlu looked even more curious. Jiang Che could also play the guitar? Jiang Che didn't care what the two of them thought. He just picked up the guitar and started to sing the line in the middle. "I don't want to forget your eyes. Give me the courage to believe again." Jiang Che sang the lyrics directly, which immediately amazed Yin Yadong and Pan Wenlu. When Jiang Che sang in the live broadcast room before, those people just thought he sounded good, but as the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement while experts watch the doorway. The two professionals, Yin Yadong and Pan Wenlu, instantly heard how powerful Jiang Che's singing skills were. It can even be said that he is not inferior to the queen of singing, Xiamu. Jiang Che said before that he wrote the lyrics himself. Pan Wenlu was a little bit unconvinced, but now he has no doubts at all. It is completely normal for someone with such strong singing skills to write lyrics. Pan Wenlu even thought about letting Jiang Che sing this song himself and make him famous. This beauty, this singing skill, this talent, and the mysterious identity, it will definitely kill all those so-called traffic stars in seconds. Pan Wenlu is confident that Tianyu can have another star of Xiamu's level, but she felt that Jiang Che might not be willing to do so. "Director Jiang, can you sing it again?" Yin Yadong asked Jiang Che with admiration in her eyes. "I think you sang so well. There are many things I can learn from you." "Okay, then I'll sing the whole song again, and you remember it." Jiang Said. "Yeah." Yin Yadong nodded quickly. Chapter 72. Iceberg Secretary. After Jiang Che sang it once and explained the details in detail, Yin Yadong left reluctantly. She thanked Jiang Che profusely and said that she would practice the song as soon as possible. It is very important to develop a noble person in the entertainment industry. Now it seems that Jiang Che can be said to be Yin Yadong's noble person. As for the remaining 9 songs, they have not been selected yet, so Jiang Che plans to let Yin Yadong learn this song first. After Yin Yadong left, Jiang Che discussed other situations in the company with Pan Wenlu and discussed how to deal with Wang Chao next. Of course, it was mainly Jiang Che who was talking and Pan Wenlu who was taking notes. The two talked until noon when they felt hungry and stopped. At this time, Pan Wenlu was completely convinced of Jiang Che. Many of the methods and insights proposed by Jiang Che opened her eyes, and she benefited greatly from them. "By the way, please help me find a secretary. I have to go back this afternoon. If I need anything in the future, I could just ask my secretary to come over." Jiang Said. As things become more and more, it is definitely not possible to do everything by yourself. Besides, Jiang Che still has to go to classes, so it is impossible for him to come in person every time there is something. As for the secretary, I have a good candidate. Pan Wenlu took out a document and handed it to Jiang Che. "What do you think of this person?" Jiang Che took the information and started reading it. Her name was Mu Hanxue. She was 25 years old, had 2 doctoral degrees, and her profile listed various awards. It was obvious that she was an absolute top student in school. If possible, let her come over and try it out for a while. Jiang did. This resume is very impressive. Just looking at the resume, this person is indeed a rare and outstanding talent. However, a resume is a resume, and it will naturally take some time to test his actual performance. Okay, but she said she wants an annual salary of 1 million. Pan Wenlu added, "Originally, she wanted to come to the company to apply for an assistant position, but I rejected her because she wanted such a high annual salary." 1 million? You are very confident. Jiang Che nodded. "If you can make such a request, you must be quite capable. However, as long as you are capable enough, the price is not a problem. Even for a postdoctoral fellow without any work experience, an annual salary of 300,000 or 500,000 is considered good. An annual salary of 1 million is earned only after years of hard work and becoming a senior executive in a company. Of course, if you have a good father, just ignore what I said." So Mu Hanxue's asking price was indeed a bit high, but for Jiang Che, as long as he found the right person, 1 million a day would not be a problem. He had more than that many spending tasks every day. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't care about the price, Pan Wenlu called Mu Hanxue. After a conversation, Mu Hanxue expressed her willingness to come over, so Jiang Che and the other person continued to wait in the conference room. While waiting, Jiang Che remembered his sisters Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu, so he said, "My two sisters came with me. Are there any vacancies in the company? They don't have to be important positions. Just give them something to do. How about being Yin Yadong's assistant and manager for the time being?" Pan Wenlu asked. "Or if they both want to enter the entertainment industry, I can find someone to teach them. Then let them be Yin Yadong's assistants first." Zhang said, "As a new artist, Yin Yadong does not have an assistant or team yet, but once the album Jiang Che gives her is released, she will soon become popular. The company will naturally equip her with the relevant personnel team at that time. It will be a good thing to let Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu go there first." In addition, Jiang Che felt that Yin Yadong had a very good personality, and Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu would not be wronged by her. The three of them might become good friends. In addition, being Yin Yadong's assistant does not mean that she is inferior to her. If we really talk about status, Tang Chiyue is still Jiang Che's sister, so this is just a position and has nothing to do with status. After waiting for about half an hour, Pan Wenlu's assistant came to inform him that Mu Hanxue had arrived, and Pan Wenlu asked his assistant to bring her in. After Mu Hanxue walked in, Jiang Che's face showed some surprise. He didn't expect that Mu Hanxue was not only a top student, but also a beauty. She had shoulder-length hair, a tall figure, delicate features, and fair skin, no worse than Fong Nanqing. However, the cold expression on her face seemed to suggest that no stranger should approach her. She seemed to be an iceberg beauty. Jiang Che didn't look at her for long. He was looking for a secretary, not a wife. It would be more pleasing to the eye if she was good-looking, but the most important thing was her ability. "Director Jiang, Director Pan." Mu Hanxue called Jiang Che and Pan Wenlu without any humility. Pan Wenlu had already explained to her on the phone that he was Jiang Che's secretary. Jiang Che agreed and said, "I've read your resume. It's excellent, but after all, you have no work experience." Mu Hanxue didn't say anything. "So, I'll give you a probation period for now. If your work ability satisfies me, you can stay, but if not, I can only say sorry." Zhang continued. "How long is the probation period?" Mu Hanxue asked. Jiang Che thought for a moment and said, 3 months. "What about the salary during the probation period?" "A monthly salary of 100,000 is a bit higher than the annual salary of 1 million you mentioned before. How about it?" "Okay, but..." Mu Hanxue paused before asking, "Can I get an advance on my salary?" "How much advance?" Zhang asked. 300,000. Jiang Che, "Are you afraid that I won't pay you?" Even Pan Wenlu looked at her speechlessly. How could someone ask for an advance of so much salary just by asking? Jiang Che looked at her and asked, "What do you think? All the wages were advanced before I even started working?" Mu Hanxue's eyes dimmed slightly, and she said nothing. Jiang Che thought for a moment and said, "I don't know if you are in a hurry to use the money or for some other reason, but this is not a charity. Since you're my employee, I can advance you 1 month's salary. The rest of the money depends on your ability." In the past, Jiang Che might have just given it to her. 300,000 was not even a drop in the bucket for Jiang Che. However, after acquiring the skills of business management, Jiang Che's thoughts were different from before. It is against the rules to expect money without doing any work. If Mu Hanxue had worked for him for a long time and done a lot of things, Jiang Che would definitely not refuse an advance on her salary. No matter how much, it would be fine because they were very familiar with each other and had a good relationship. But this was their first meeting, and she wanted money without any work. "Okay, thank you." Mu Hanxue also knew that it was a rare thing that Jiang Che was willing to give her 100,000 first. She had applied for jobs in other companies before, but no one was willing to give her an advance on her salary. Of course, there were many bosses who were willing to give her money, but it was not a salary. It was to support her. "Since you agree, let's go to Jiangnan City tomorrow and find a place to live by yourself, or I just happen to have an idle house." Zhang said. "Not in the Magic City?" Mu Hanxue asked after a moment of hesitation. "No, I'm studying at Jiangnan University." Jiang Che explained. "So you should be working in Jiangnan City for a long time in the future." "Studying at Jiangnan University?" Mu Hanxue and Pan Wenlu were both surprised. They thought Jiang Che had returned from studying abroad, and, at the very least, should be studying in a top university like Peking University or Tsinghua University. However, they did not expect that he was still studying at Jiangnan University. Jiangnan University is considered to be a good university, but it is obviously not high enough for someone of Jiang Che's status. However, Mu Hanxue was only slightly surprised. Since Jiang Che said he was in a Jiangnan city, then he would go to Jiangnan City. It didn't make much difference to her. Okay, I'll go back and pack up and come to Jiangnan City to see you tomorrow. Mu Hanxue said. Yeah, Zhang Ge nodded. Chapter 73, Lightning Speed Police Dispatch. After settling the matter of Mu Hanxue, Jiang Che went to find Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu. Pan Wenlu had arranged for the two of them to rest in Jiang Che's exclusive chairman's office and had someone take them to the company cafeteria for lunch. The two seemed a little restrained in Jiang Che's office, and they finally felt relieved when they saw Jiang Che coming over. Xiao Che, you're finally back. Tang Chiyue breathed a sigh of relief. There's a lot to do, so let's make a deal now. How about you two work here from now on? Zhang Ge asked. When Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu heard Jiang Che say this, they still couldn't believe it. It felt like they were dreaming. Xiao Che, is this really your company? Tang Chiyue even spoke with some caution. Yes, Jiang Che said with a smile. It may be difficult to explain to you all at once, but now I am indeed the controlling shareholder of Tianyu, so you two can work here without any worries. Tang Xiaozhu's eyes were a little excited and a little nervous. What are we going to do? Will the work be difficult? Of course she was willing to work in such a company, but she was afraid that she would not do well. So she was both excited and nervous. Be an assistant and manager for an unknown artist. This artist has a good personality and should be easy to get along with. Besides, with my status, no one would dare to let you two suffer any injustice. Zhang Ge said, this assistant, agent, we don't seem to be very good at it. Tang Chiyue said worriedly. What if it goes wrong? It's not a difficult thing, and someone will teach you, so don't worry. Jiang Che said, let's go back to Tianhai City to pack up first. You two can come by yourselves tomorrow. I have to go back to school. Hearing Jiang Che say this, the two of them were reluctant but could only nod and agree. Okay. The three of them returned to Tianhai City together. Jiang Che drove his Aston Martin directly back to Jiangnan City, while Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu packed up and prepared to report to Tianyu Entertainment Company tomorrow morning. A few hours later, Jiang Che arrived in the urban area of Jiangnan City and slowed down his car. However, just as Jiang Che passed an intersection without a traffic light and slowed down a turn, an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s suddenly lay down in front of Jiang Che's car. If Jiang Che had not braked quickly, he would have been run over. Fuck. Jiang Che opened the car door and saw the old man lying in front of his car groaning. My leg is broken. But the sound was so fake. Do people who commit fraud these days risk their lives? Jiang Che was so angry when he saw the old man. What are you looking at? Why don't you send me to the hospital? Without 20,000 yuan, my leg can't be healed, the old man shouted at Jiang Che. This is the city area and there are a lot of people around. The commotion here quickly attracted a lot of passers-by to watch. This young man is probably going to be in trouble. I live next door and have seen this old man several times. There is no surveillance here, so I'm afraid it's hard to explain this clearly. Isn't there a dash cam in the car? Some angles of the dash cam may not be clear. Everyone around was talking about it and felt sympathy for Jiang Che. Jiang Che was immediately furious when he saw the old man's rogue look. He had seen many such news reports before. Many people were framed when they were clearly helping an elderly person out of kindness. If there was evidence, it would be fine. If there was no evidence, he would have to suffer in silence. For an ordinary family, tens of thousands of dollars was not a small amount of money. But no matter whether there is a clear explanation in the end or not, the person who is falsely accused will probably never dare to meddle in other people's business again, and those elderly people will at most only be criticized and educated. The cost of committing a crime is too low. The so-called troublemakers are these kinds of people. Many social customs are corrupted in this way, and Jiang Che hates such people extremely. And from the discussions of the people around him, it seems that this old man is not doing this for the first time. But since Jiang Che has caught him, he wants money, right? I just happen to have a lot of money. 20,000 is too little. I'll give you 200,000 for burial expenses. Jiang Che said as he got into the car, started the car, and then stepped on the accelerator. Of course, Jiang Che didn't plan to run over him, but it was necessary to let him stay in the hospital for a while to improve his memory. The roar of the 48 million sports car engine gave people a feeling of blood boiling, But obviously the old man, lying in front of Jiang Che's car, would not have this feeling. He was frightened by the huge roar and jumped up instantly, and jumped onto the sidewalk next to him. With his legs and reaction speed, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is an 18-year-old boy. However, this old man was probably too impatient. When he rushed to the sidewalk, he tripped over the steps of the green belt and fell directly to the ground. This time he fell really hard and lay on the ground with a distorted expression in pain, unable to get up for a long time. But Jiang Che obviously had no sympathy for him. He got out of the car and asked, "Is your leg injured? Didn't you run very fast?" The old man didn't answer, and he couldn't answer, but suddenly a big man over 1.80 meters tall rushed out from the crowd of onlookers, holding a wrench in his hand, and walked directly towards Jiang Che. "What's wrong with you, young man? This is your attitude after you knocked down an old man?" The big man spoke in a fierce tone, as if he saw injustice. The old man on the ground heard the big man's voice and hurriedly said through gritted teeth, "Big man, take me to the hospital quickly, my legs and arms are broken." The big man turned around and said, "Dad, Uncle, you got the wrong person, but don't worry. I'll help you get the money back and send you to the hospital." Janguk is needed. These two people are truly kind father and filial son. It would be strange if such people could teach their sons well. But he was not afraid. He had not taken any action since he was strengthened by the system. Today was a good opportunity to try it. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't say anything, the sturdy man hit Jiang Che's car with a wrench in his hand casually. "Boy, I'm talking to you." When the sturdy man inadvertently looked at Jiang Che's Aston Martin, his eyes were filled with greed. He must be very rich to drive such a good car, right? He will definitely make a lot of money this time. But if he knew the real price of the car, he would never dare to ask for it like this. Jiang Che's eyes twitched as he looked at the sunken spot on the car door. He knocked on it casually. The strong man would have to pay at least hundreds of thousands. But just as Jiang Che was about to speak, an alarm suddenly sounded not far away. Chapter 74. The Use of Luxury Cars. What's going on? This police car seemed to be a patrolling traffic police. Seeing so many people gathered here, they drove the police car directly over here. 3 people got off the car, all in police uniforms, a middle-aged man and 2 young men. "Chief, it looks like someone was hit," said the younger policeman next to him. "Why does it look like I'm committing fraud?" said another person. Jiang Che's heart was moved. Director? Was he lucky or unlucky? The director came to patrol the streets in person. The middle-aged director first noticed the wrench in the sturdy man's hand and said directly, "Put down what you have in your hand." The sturdy man thought about it and decided not to confront the traffic police, so he threw the wrench on the ground. "What's wrong with you? Did you hit someone or commit fraud?" The middle-aged director walked over only after he saw the burly man put down his weapon. As the police chief, he has encountered this kind of situation many times. In his opinion, it is most likely a scammer, a gang member. The old man pretends to be hit first, and then his accomplices rush out to threaten and intimidate the car owner. If the car owner is timid, he will probably just give the money directly. What's more, this person was holding a wrench before. But the sturdy man had an expression of injustice. "Comrade police, it's really injustice. Do you think my father looks like he's pretending?" The sturdy man pointed at the old man lying on the ground. Before, he pretended to be a kind-hearted passerby, but now the police are here and they can confirm the relationship between the two with just a simple check, so he simply stopped pretending. Anyway, his father was really hurt because of Jiang Che. The chief signaled with his eyes, and one of the young policemen behind him immediately ran over to check on the old man. "Chief, he is really injured. Preliminary judgment is that his calf and arm are both broken," said the policeman. Although the police are not professional forensic scientists, they know something about this profession, so they can still make simple judgments. "Comrade police officer, I didn't lie, did I?" When the sturdy man heard that his father had a broken bone, he didn't feel any heartache or guilt. Instead, he showed a smug expression. "Young man, did you hit someone?" The director looked at Jiang Che. Since the old man was really injured, he had to be taken back for investigation regardless of whether it was Jiang Che who hit him. But he immediately noticed Jiang Che's car, took a look, and said, "This car looks pretty good. It must cost several million, right?" As a director, he is considered a person of some status in Jiangnan City. Although he cannot afford and dares not buy such a luxury car, he often deals with some businessmen. Sometimes those multimillionaires even ask him to do some things, so this kind of million luxury car is not rare to him. The young policeman behind him paused for a moment, then leaned close to his ear and said, "Chief, this car is called Aston Martin, a limited edition, and it costs $47 million." The director's legs went weak, and he almost lost his balance. He turned around and asked in disbelief, "How much?" $47 million, and it's a limited edition. There are only 5 in the Empire. You can't buy it just because you have money. The policeman explained. The strong man also heard it and was stunned. $47 million? Can't you buy it with money? Did he meet some big shot? Jiang Che, who had been silent, also spoke up at this time. "Comrade police, this is none of my business." He was the one who tried to scam people first, and then he fell down like that. "If you don't believe me, there's a dash cam. We can take a look," Jiang Che said as he took out his cell phone. The driving recorder is bound to the mobile phone app, and the relevant playback can be viewed on the mobile phone. "Let me see." The director's attitude towards Jiang Che suddenly changed. This person might really be the son of a wealthy family. If he could make friends with him, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. Jiang Che found the video on his phone and played it. After reading it, the director understood that it was indeed the old man who came over to try to scam people, and then he ran away and fell. However, the action of Jiang Che getting back into the car in the middle was indeed a bit inappropriate. Jiang Che explained, "Look, police officer, he fell in front of my car on purpose. I got out of the car to argue with him and felt that it was really dangerous for him to lie in front of my car, so I wanted to back up a little to prevent him from getting hit. But I don't know why he suddenly stood up and ran to the side and even fell down." "You're talking nonsense." The sturdy man didn't expect Jiang Che to lie like that, and he immediately said angrily, "It was you who wanted to drive forward and hit my father, so he ran away in a hurry." "How do you know I wanted to hit him?" Jiang Che asked back. "Did I drive my car forward?" After Jiang Che got in the car, he just stepped on the accelerator, and the old man ran away before the car even started moving. Therefore, it was impossible to tell from the dash cam whether he wanted to crash forward or fall backward. "I heard you," the strong man said angrily. "All right, stop arguing." After hearing this, the director roughly knew what the process was. Jiang Che didn't know whether he wanted to drive forward or reverse. He only knew that he couldn't afford to offend someone who drove such a car. If Jiang Che really hit someone, he must be taken back, no matter what car he was driving. There is no evidence to prove that Jiang Che wanted to hit the old man. Besides, Jiang Che must be someone extraordinary since he could drive this car, so he couldn't possibly have to make things difficult for Jiang Che. The most important thing is that this strong man and the old man are undoubtedly a scammer gang, and they are not in the right no matter what, so Xiao Wang, handcuff him and put him in the police car. "Let's send this old man back to the hospital for the time being," the director ordered. Yes. The 2 young policemen immediately took out handcuffs and restrained the strong man. "It was clearly him who hit someone. Why are you arresting me?" the sturdy man struggled. "Still not being honest? Get ready to be sued. I hate people like you who corrupt the social morals the most." The director looked indignant, but then he put on a kind smile when he looked at Jiang Che. "Young man, we will deal with these social parasites seriously. We will never wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let a bad person go." Jiang Che immediately showed a grateful expression. "Thank you so much, police comrades. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I should do." But what Jiang Che was thinking was that if the police hadn't come, the old man might not be the only one going to the hospital. Seeing Jiang Che's good attitude and not having the arrogant temper of those rich second generations, the director immediately smiled and said, "This is what we should do. The damage on your car door was caused by him. Right, don't worry. They're basically responsible for this matter. After the damage is estimated, I will let them compensate you." "Thank you, police officer. But the money doesn't matter. The repair will cost a few $100,000 at most. If they can't pay the compensation, they can just keep him in jail for a few more years." Jiang Said. The 2 young policemen choked when they heard this. Just a few $100,000? Is this what a human being would say? The sturdy man looked ashen when he heard the conversation between the 2. He really provoked a big shot this time. The director smiled when he heard Jiang Che's words, but he certainly couldn't agree to anything verbally. He just said, "Don't worry, we will handle this impartially. In addition, we also need your dashcam video and your phone number. We will contact you at any time if there is anything later." Originally, he was planning to take Jiang Che back to take a statement, but after thinking it over, he gave Jiang Che some convenience and did not let him go to the police station. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che naturally cooperated and sent the video over, left his number, and then drove back. As I said before, If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 75, Anger. About half an hour later, Jiang Che returned to the dormitory, and his two roommates were there too. After all, for those of them who didn't have girlfriends, there wasn't much else they could do on Sundays except lie in the dormitory. When the elder Wang Chung saw him coming back, he smiled and asked, "You are finally back. Where have you been these past 2 days?" Upon hearing this, Du Yuan suddenly sat up from the bed and said, "Damn it, third brother, you're so famous. You beat all the professional players. A KPL professional player like Yang Tian actually lost in a one-on-one duel with you." "Huh? How did you know?" Jiang Che asked curiously. "Did you watch the live broadcast too? What are you live streaming? You can find your one-on-one video on any video app. I've seen you on TikTok at least 5 times. Du Yuan said excitedly, "You don't know how many teams are looking for you and want to invite you to try out. There are also many people in the forum trying to find out your true identity." "So popular?" Jiang Che was curious and opened the Shark forum on his phone. Sure enough, 8 out of 10 posts were talking about the one-on-one duel between him and Yang Tian. Not many people criticized him this time. After all, he did win the game based on his strength. However, many people criticized Yang Tian for being a waste and asked him to stop playing professionally. Of course, there were also some die-hard fans of Yang Tian and some nitpickers who said that Jiang Che was just lucky or was suppressed by a hero. Jiang Che was too lazy to pay attention to such people. "If I hadn't been born a master of mechanics, the construction site would have been dark forever. There is absolutely no need to pay attention. But there are quite a few people scolding you on Weibo." Du Yuan hesitated and said, "This morning, Yang Tian posted a Weibo saying that you look down on the CG team, and he also posted a short video of you rejecting the invitation from a CG team. This Weibo post was deleted about half an hour later. I don't know whether it was deleted by him or by the team management, but many people had already forwarded it before, or someone took a screenshot and then posted it. In short, there are many CG team fans on Weibo scolding you." Du Yuan explained. Yang Tian's skills can be ranked above average in KPL, and the number of his fans can only be said to be not small, but if compared with the entire CG team, the difference can be said to be worlds apart. You must know that CG team is considered a top team in the entire KPL, and the number of its fans can only be described as terrifying. Jiang Che remembered that he had no good feelings towards the entire CG team last night because of Yang Tian, so he was very straightforward when he rejected Zhao Li. He didn't say that he didn't want to play professionally, but only said that he didn't want to join the CG team. In addition, Yang Tian's guidance. Moreover, Jiang Che's disdain for the CG team almost meant that he looked down on every member of the team and then every one of their fans. Jiang Che probably knew how he was criticized on Weibo. "I'll go take a look." Jiang Che didn't care. He wanted to see how those people criticized him. Jiang Che left the forum and went to Weibo. After searching, he found that many people were scolding him. It's nothing more than saying that he was too arrogant and looked down on the entire CG team after winning against Yang Tian. In the CG team, the player with the most fans is Roger. Many of Roger's fans even clamored for Roger to challenge Jiang Che and teach him a lesson. Jiang Che had a calm expression and didn't care about these words at all, because the two sides were completely not on the same level. If he got angry with these people, it would only bring shame to his own status. However, after watching for a while, Jiang Che's expression changed a little, because not only were people criticizing him, but even Chun Sisi and Yu Yanran were implicated. Some people even said that they would go to their live broadcast rooms to wait for Jiang Che. John Duque frowned immediately. He didn't care at all what those people said, but Chun Sisi and Yu Yanran were the anchors. If someone went to their live broadcast room to lead the rhythm, it would be very troublesome. Jiang Che thought about it and logged into Shark with his secondary account, first entering Yu Yanran's live broadcast room. At this time, Yu Yanran had already started broadcasting, and there were indeed many fans of the CG team in the barrage. "Where's the handsome emperor you were talking about? Isn't he too scared to come?" "That's it. Broadcaster, your operation is really bad. Can you please stop cheating people?" "Where's that ignorant person from yesterday? The one who looked down on Team CG? Gone. Can the trolls go away?" "That's right. I can't even watch a live broadcast quietly." Yu Yanran's face was also extremely ugly. In the end, she couldn't help but defend Jiang Che. He just had something to do these 2 days. Besides, Yang Tian lost in the first place, and he didn't mean to look down on the CG team. Can't he refuse the invitation? However, her response made those people in the barrage even more excited. Yang Tian lost the game, so he lost. But based on his attitude last night, do you think he looked down on Team CG? Is it unfair for him to go to Team CG? He refused the invitation personally from a top team. Isn't this ungrateful? How you dare say that those 2 times you dodged the damage with your second skill wasn't just luck? And you even made it known to the whole internet. Does looking down on Team CG mean looking down on Roger? Do you have the guts to ask him to go and have a solo with Roger? Provincial 3rd D Renjia requested to go to the battle. Call that handsome emperor here. I will beat him to tears. Jiang Che frowned, looked for a while, and then turned to Chun Cici's live broadcast room. Not surprisingly, there were many people cursing in Chun Cici's live broadcast room. But relatively speaking, Chun Cici's reaction was much calmer. The room manager directly banned those who cursed and stirred up trouble. As many as there were banned. Chun Cici said calmly, playing the game nonstop. As for those who want to challenge Shui Huang, first tell me which professional team you are from in KPL. Don't tell me that you haven't even become a professional player, then you are not worthy of challenging him. Or you can go and challenge Yang Tian first, and then come back if you win. Chun Cici added. As soon as these words were spoken, many barrage heroes became angry and began to greet Chun Cici's female relatives one by one. However, after just one curse, they received a luxury package of being banned from speaking for 3 months. For a moment, the barrage was not so chaotic. Jiang Che had a hint of anger between his brows. Chun Cici and Yu Yanran could be said to have been implicated by him in the trouble they encountered. Yang Tian, I gave you a chance. Jiang Che left the live broadcast room with an ugly look on his face and directly called Mu Hanxue. Chapter 76, Planned Acquisition. Mr. Jiang, is there anything wrong? Mu Hanxue's voice came from the other end of the phone. Have you come to Jiangnan City? Zhang Guqi asked. Not yet. I'm currently dealing with things in the Magic City. You can come over tomorrow morning. Mu Hanxue said. Okay, tomorrow morning you go contact the owner of CG Club and acquire the entire CG Club. Zhang Guqi ordered. CG Club. Mu Hanxue seemed to be unaware of the CG Club. It's the CG Club in the esports circle. Their Club King of Glory section is very strong. Zhang Guqi explained. CG Club has many sections, and King of Glory is just one of them. Of course, it is also the strongest one. The other sections, such as Chicken Dinner and League of Legends, have mediocre results and can only be regarded as a second-rate team. Okay. After Mu Hanxue understood the situation, she didn't ask any more questions and agreed directly. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Che showed a cold smile on his face. He wondered what Yang Tian's expression would be when he knew that he had become the boss of the CG Club. As for not being able to buy it, impossible. A club is not expensive for Jiang Che. Jiang Che's offer value is higher than the value of the club itself. The owner behind it will definitely sell it. Jiang Che was making the call outside the dormitory balcony, mainly because he didn't want these things to create a distance between him and his roommates. Imagine that one is a wealthy man who always talks about millions, and the other is an ordinary senior student who is still in a period of confusion. Even if they got along well before, their relationship is likely to deteriorate now. After Jiang Che finished the call, he lay down on the bed, then opened Weibo again to see if there was any movement from Tianyu. But when he saw the content on Weibo, he suddenly said to himself, has the action already started? Jiang Che just realized that Xiao Lei had actually become a hot topic on Weibo. Of course, it was not because of any good thing, but because of what happened at the airport yesterday. The most important thing is that Tianyu did not whitewash the matter as usual, but directly acknowledged the truth of the matter and announced that he had officially terminated the contract with Xiao Lei because of his quality, skipping the step of whitewashing first and then smearing as Jiang Che had said before. Jiang Che watched for a while and roughly understood how this matter unfolded. First, some netizens and paparazzi revealed what happened at the airport that morning. As one of today's top stars, Xiao Lei's name already brings traffic, not to mention such a big scandal, so related posts quickly became popular. Then Tianyu did not explain as usual, but directly admitted that the incident was true and said that Tianyu's chairman Pan Wenlu happened to be at the scene that morning. The general public does not know that the chairman of Tianyu has been replaced, so on the surface Pan Wenlu is still the chairman. Pan Wenlu was indeed present at the scene of yesterday's incident, and the media also photographed her. Then after Tianyu's official Weibo acknowledged Xiao Lei's airport incident, Pan Wenlu also posted a private Weibo. The general content is that he met the company's artist Cholet at the airport today and witnessed the whole process of the incident. He felt that such a person was not worthy of being called an idol, so the company has terminated the contract with him. Finally, some official language was added, such as the character and quality of the artist are equally important. This is basically confirmed. Who is Pan Wenlu? He is the chairman of Tianyu with a net worth of 10 billion yuan. Cholet is just an artist no matter how popular he is. One represents capital, and the other is just a small shrimp. The identities of the two are completely on different levels. It is absolutely impossible for Pan Wenlu to frame Cholet with his identity. Therefore, for a while, many people praise Pan Wenlu as a conscientious capitalist. Even if Cholet was a cash cow, he would cut him off without hesitation as long as his quality was not good enough. Unlike some companies, they only cared about money and ignored other things. Therefore, this wave of operations also invisibly earned Tianyu and Pan Wenlu a lot of good reputation. In addition to Cholet's matter, Tianyu has also been warming up for Yin Yadong's new album, which is scheduled to be released on October 1st. Time was a bit tight, but the lyrics and music given by Jiang Che were also ready, and Jiang Che even sang it himself. Yin Yadong just had to sing along. It was not difficult for a professional singer, so there was no problem in recording an album before October 1st. People were a little skeptical about this news. Who is Yin Yadong? I've never heard of her. Can such an unknown little star sing a good song? There were even fans of Cholet who cursed at Tianyu below the post, saying that without Cholet, they would continue to boycott Tianyu and slander him for the rest of their lives. After Jiang Che finished reading it, he turned off his phone and thought about it. Tianyu was generally fine now. He just had to wait for Yin Yadong's album to be a big hit and make a good start. Then he could officially fight back against Dynasty. Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Che's phone rang again. It was Pan Wenlu calling. Jiang Che walked out of the dormitory before answering the phone. Director Jiang, we have terminated the contract with Cholet. Pan Wenlu got straight to the point without any nonsense. This afternoon, he mentioned the termination of the contract again and even came with Dynasty's people, so I asked him to pay the penalty and let him go. We started exposing his negative material right after he signed a contract with Dynasty. Coupled with my Weibo post, it's almost impossible for him to clear his name now. Until now, Dynasty hasn't dared to announce that it has signed a contract with Cholet. They can be said to have suffered a loss in silence. Pan Wenliu's tone was slightly pleased, and it was obvious that she was very happy to make Dynasty suffer a loss. As for Cholet, who was accidentally injured in the fight between the two behemoths, Pan Wenlu didn't take it to heart at all. Although only half a day had passed since the news was exposed, with the speed of information dissemination today and the powerful force of the spectators, Cholet had almost become a rat crossing the street, despised by everyone. If Wang Chao announced that they had signed a contract with him at this time, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? Besides, Tianyu just terminated the contract with him because of his poor quality. Although this excuse seems like a joke to people in the circle, the spectators can't think that deeply. They only believe what they see with their own eyes. Then Wang Chao immediately signed Cholet, who had left Tianyu. Isn't this a bit too much? Wang Chao only cares about money. They also signed such an artist. There is a saying that it is all about peers, so now Dynasty has signed a useless person who cannot show his face at the price of top star. You can imagine how frustrated they are. Although this matter was somewhat different from the discussion between Jiang Che and Pan Wenlu in the morning, it still achieved its goal and tricked Wang Chao by the way. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, not bad. As for Yin Yadong's album, we should promote it more vigorously and emphasize that Tianyu will release a quality-guaranteed album every month. This will attract more attention. I will give the other 9 songs to her later. Okay, Pan Wenlu agreed. Also, we need to hurry up and find a director, Jiang Che emphasized. The album is just an appetizer. The movie is the main thing. Dynasty has spent a lot of money recently to make a big movie. Let's make a movie and schedule it in the same time slot as them. Let's see who loses and who will be embarrassed. Is this too hasty? Pan Wenlu said with some concern. The Dynasty has been prepared for a long time, and we still have nothing. It's okay. The longer they prepare and the bigger the investment, the greater the loss will be in the end. We can use this movie to drag them down. Jiang said confidently. Seeing Jiang Che speak so confidently, Pan Wenlu felt even more excited. So he agreed. Okay, I will do it as soon as possible. Dynasty Entertainment at this time. The atmosphere in the conference room seemed a bit dull, and a group of dynasty executives looked unhappy. The middle-aged man on the main seat slowly said, "The new boss of Tianyu is quite decisive. He is willing to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of his own. This person is the chairman of Dynasty, Hua. Unlike Pan Wenliu's father, he took over the company directly from his father. He received systematic education since childhood and has rich experience in managing the company. Also, have you heard of the star named Yin Yadong? I have a feeling that the album is just their first step," Hua continued. "No, probably a little-known celebrity." A middle-aged man next to him answered, "In fact, there is no need for us to care about this matter. As long as we prepare this movie, it will definitely surpass Tianyu. What can an album change?" Hua nodded. "That's right. We have invested hundreds of millions of dollars, invited the best directors and various stars. This will be a milestone in the imperial film industry. But for some reason, I always feel a little uneasy." Chapter 77, Unknown Anger. The next morning, System, Draw the Lottery. Jiang Che had already formed a conditioned reflex and asked in a daze before he woke up. "Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a building at the Yulong Hotel. Ding, the spending task has been refreshed. Please spend 3 million yuan before midnight today. Ding, today's spending task has been completed." Jiang Che came to his senses. "There's a bug? I haven't spent it yet." The expenses of the host's subordinates industries are also counted into the host's hands. The system explained. "So that's it." Jiang Che immediately understood. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. For example, 51% of Tianyu Company's shares belong to Jiang Che, so 51% of Tianyu's funds also belong to Jiang Che. Then if Tianyu spent 1 million to package an artist, then 510,000 of the 1 million was spent by Jiang Che. If he earns back 2 million later, then 1,200,000 will belong to Jiang Che. However, the system only counts the money spent, and the money earned doesn't matter. Jiang Che just needs to keep it. Jiang Che currently has 3 businesses under his control: Tianyu Entertainment Company, Wuzhou Office Building, and the Yulong Hotel that he just won. Tianyu has been making big moves recently, and naturally a lot of money is spent every day. Office buildings also have property management costs, not to mention hotels. The profits are high, but the costs are also high. Therefore, these 3 industries directly completed Jiang Che's spending task for today. In this way, when we have more industries in the future, we won't have to worry about the daily spending tasks. Jiang Che smiled. This also saved a trouble. Spending hundreds of millions every day is also very troublesome. Buying houses and cars every day seems strange. As for investment, Jiang Che knows how to do it now, but no one invests every day. Now these industries have solved this problem for Jiang Che. After getting up and washing up, Jiang Che prepared to go out and buy a better computer and some other live broadcast equipment. The sooner you start live streaming, the sooner you can earn admiration points. So Jiang Che plans to get the live streaming equipment ready in the next 2 days and then start live streaming after acquiring the CG team. However, one thing is that if you do live streaming, you cannot live in the dormitory. After all, if you do live streaming, you have to talk and play games all the time, which will definitely affect your roommate's rest. So after much thought, Jiang Che decided to move to the house he bought before. Although it was a bit far from the school, fortunately he had a car. Jiang Che had already discussed this with his 2 roommates last night. But Jiang Che didn't expect that he would see Xu Rue waiting in front of the boys' dormitory as soon as he went downstairs. Xu Rue looked a little haggard, with slightly red and swollen eyes, obviously having cried. The slap marks on her face had not completely faded, and she must have been waiting here for quite some time. Jiang Che just glanced at her calmly and prepared to leave without paying any attention. Xu Rue bit her lip and stood in front of Jiang Che. Jiang Che frowned, looked at her, and asked, "What?" Xu Rue didn't say anything. She just looked up at Jiang Che. Her eyes were filled with grievance, regret, stubbornness, and many other things that were hard to explain. "What are you doing?" Jiang Che became a little impatient when he saw that she didn't say anything. Xu Rue bit her lip and still didn't say anything, just kept looking at Jiang Che. But Jiang Che didn't have the patience to stay with her, so he walked around her and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Xu Rue reached out and grabbed Jiang Che's sleeve. She opened her mouth and her voice was choked again. "Jiang Che, let's make peace." Jiang Che took a look at the favorability display, 89. This favorability is already on par with Fong Nanqing. It seems that he is truly repentant, and it has nothing to do with money. But Jiang Che didn't react much. What if he really changed his mind? He had already missed it. He could leave if he wanted to, and come back if he wanted to. He hates betrayal. Jiang Che shook off her hand without changing his expression. You should go find your Su Siley Eye. I don't have time to play with you. Jiang Che, I was really wrong. Shu Ruwei held Jiang Che's arm and refused to let go, saying with tears in her eyes, just forgive me. I don't want money. I don't want anything. I just want to reconcile. Ooh. Hearing her crying, Jiang Che suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. He shook off Shu Ruwei's hand and flipped through the WeChat chat history on his phone, angrily saying, look for yourself. What did you tell me 2 days ago? What's the point of being nice to me? What I hate most is a man's useless gentleness. Are you asking me to follow you in delivering food from now on? Look at Su Siley Eye. He's handsome and rich. How can you compare to him? Did you send me these 3 sentences yourself? Now you want to make peace. Who do you think I am? Go find your Su Siley Eye. Chapter 78, Small Collision. As a man, Jiang Che absolutely cannot tolerate betrayal. Although Jiang Che is different now after obtaining the system, Shu Ruwei's 3 words have always been like a thorn in his heart. No matter how high his position or how rich he is in the future, he will always remember that even his beloved girlfriend looked down on him. This was a violation of Jiang Che's dignity. Just like a demon in his heart, no matter whether Shu Ruwei is truly repentant now, Jiang Che can never get over the hurdle in his heart. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. The deeper Jiang Che's feelings for Shu Ruwei were, the more hurt Shu Ruwei's words were to Jiang Che. A man is very naive when he is in love and can do anything for the other person, but it is difficult to get him to come back after he is truly heartbroken. Even a broken mirror that has been mended will still have cracks. During this period of time, Jiang Che had been indifferent to Shu Ruwei, but that was just because he suppressed his resentment deep in his heart. Now that he saw her actually talking about reconciliation, Jiang Che couldn't help but explode. When Shu Ruwei heard Jiang Che's words, she had already covered her mouth and cried bitterly. But her other hand was tightly holding Jiang Che's sleeve and refused to let go, because she knew that if she let go, she might never be able to hold this once very familiar hand again. Many students passing by cast strange looks at them, but they thought nothing of it since they were just a couple having conflict. Seeing that Shu Ruwei still refused to let go, Jiang Che continued, then let me ask you again, what were you doing on Friday night? Shu Ruwei covered her mouth and couldn't speak. Jiang Che sneered. Are you with Su Siley Eye? You don't need to make excuses. I saw your moments. You and Su Siley Eye were having dinner at a couple's restaurant near the school. The food there's indeed much better than the roadside stall I took you to, right? Do you know where I am? I didn't eat dinner and was delivering food in the heavy rain, saving money to buy you the bag you wanted last time. Jiang Che sneered. I woke up with a bad cold the next morning and saw the breakup message you sent me. You're asking me to reconcile now? Do you think it's possible? Woo-woo. Shu Ruwei was completely unable to speak and kept sobbing. What's past is past now. I don't want to bother with you anymore, and you don't have to bother me anymore. Jiang Che shook off Shu Ruwei's hand with a cold face and turned away. Shu Ruwei's eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Jiang Che's receding figure blurrily and squatted down helplessly. Zhou Qianli, who had been waiting under a tree in the distance, walked over when she saw Jiang Che leaving, supported Shu Ruwei, and slowly comforted her. Jiang Che was in a good mood when he went out, but he felt a little unhappy after Shu Ruwei made such a fuss. To be honest, Jiang Che still has some special feelings for Shu Ruwei. After all, it is his first love, and Shu Ruwei also gave her first time to Jiang Che. 3 years of living together day and night have left many indelible things, which cannot be erased just like that. Otherwise, Jiang Che wouldn't have such big emotional fluctuations. If it were someone who didn't care, Jiang Che wouldn't bother to pay attention. But Shu Ruwei's words before really chilled Jiang Che's heart. So let the past be the past. Jiang Che came to the parking lot and got into his Aston Martin with an uneasy mood. He had made an appointment with Fong Nanqing before and planned to go together to buy live broadcast equipment, which could also be considered as going shopping together. So he had to go and pick up Fong Nanqing now. But just as he was about to back the car out, he heard another bang. Jiang Che glanced in the rearview mirror and realized that he had hit a BMW passing by behind him. Jiang, que look tel please. His two cars were really full of troubles. The first Venom hasn't been repaired yet. The door of this Aston Martin was dented by someone yesterday, and I bumped into it again today. But now I think it is indeed my own fault. I was distracted while reversing and was still thinking about Shu Rui. Jiang Che got out of the car and prepared to apologize. At most, he would have to pay a little more for the car repairs, which was not a big problem. However, after getting out of the car, I found out that the owner of the BMW was actually Su Sailiai. Su Sailiai and his girlfriend Wang Lu got out of the car together. Wang Lu started to curse. "Are you blind? Didn't you look behind you? When you reverse, can you afford to pay for this BMW worth more than 1 million yuan? Su Sailiai originally wanted to tell his girlfriend to shut up. Wang Lu didn't recognize the car, but he did. It was an Aston Martin 1-77, which was enough to buy dozens of BMWs of his own. Anyone who can drive this kind of car must be extremely extraordinary and not someone he can afford to offend. So he plans to take the initiative to admit his mistake and apologize. It would be even better if he could take this opportunity to make friends with him." But what he didn't expect was that the person who got out of the car was actually Jiang Che. Su Sailiai was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately smiled mockingly and said, "2 days ago you drove a Lamborghini Veneno, which is limited to only a dozen units worldwide, and today you drove an Aston Martin, which is limited to only 5 units. Who are you trying to scare? Modifying the shell is more expensive than the 20,000 yuan engine inside, right?" Obviously, he thought that Jiang Che's car was modified randomly and was just a broken car with a new shell. But think about it, it's extremely difficult to get a car of this level, and Jiang Che has 2 cars to drive in turn. No one will believe it. And the most important thing is that Su Sailiai and Wang Lu went out to fool around during the class meeting that day and were not in the class. Then there were 2 more Sundays, and he did not meet other people in the class. So his impression of Jiang Che still remained in the past. Jiang Che was already very upset because of Shu Rui's matter, and now he met Su Sailiai. Shu Rui and Jiang Che had a falling out because of Su Sailiai before. Jiang Che kicked the back of Su Sailiai's BMW without saying a word. With a bang, the BMW's headlights were kicked out by Jiang Che. The BMW with the handbrake on was also kicked forward for a distance by Jiang Che. The car's alarm sounded instantly, and the double flash lights also lit up. This tremendous force made Su Sailiai's eyes twitch. "Don't you look at the road while driving?" Jiang Che asked back. Although it could be said that Jiang Che was not paying attention to the road, Jiang Che felt that there was no need to reason with someone like Su Sailiai, and he was too lazy to do so. Su Sailiai. The words he originally wanted to mock Jiang Che were instantly swallowed back into his stomach. Even Wang Lu was stunned by Jiang Che's violent kick. "Why aren't you talking?" Jiang Che kicked the trunk of his car again, completely defusing it. Su Sailiai, who the hell dares to speak? Seeing that he was silent, Jiang Che felt bored and warned him, "Be careful when driving next time. I scratch a little paint on my car. Even if I sell your car, it won't be enough to compensate." After saying that, he got in the car and drove away. Su Sailiai looked at his car, which was almost scrapped by Jiang Che, and his face was extremely ugly. "Jiang Che, you dare to kick my car? I will smash your car." Su Sailiai felt extremely aggrieved. He was actually frightened by Jiang Che to the point that he dared not speak. But in his heart, he had already sentenced Jiang Che's car to death. "Don't you like to show off with your car? I'll smash your car and see what you will do." Chapter 79. Refurbished Goods? After Jiang Che got in the car, he received another call from Mu Xiuhan. "Hey, have we arrived in Jiangnan City?" Jiang Che asked while driving. "Well, we're here," Mu Hanxue said directly. "Director Jiang, I think you can reconsider the matter of acquiring the CG Club that you mentioned last night." "Why?" Jiang Guqi asked. "Because I think that buying the CG Club now will not be profitable and may even result in serious losses," Mu Hanxue explained. "On the surface, the CG team is still the top team in the KPL, but their jungler just retired not long ago, and there is only a substitute jungler left in the second team. The strength is far behind before. In addition, their team's main shooter Yang Tian has been caught up in public opinion these days. It seems that because he lost a duel with a stranger not long ago, he was scolded by many people online. It is even a question whether he can perform normally in the official competition. In the next competition, CG team's performance may be very poor, so it is not cost-effective to acquire them now." Mu Hanxue analyzed bit by bit. Jiang Che couldn't help but nod secretly when he heard this. Last night, Mu Hanxue didn't even know about the CG team. It was obvious that she didn't know much about the esports circle. But this morning she was able to analyze so much useful information for him. Her ability was indeed very strong. However, Jiang Che didn't care about whether it was profitable or not. He wasn't going for the money. Besides, Jiang Che thought that if he bought the CG club, he would be able to participate in the next competition himself. So, bad results? Impossible, Jiang Che said directly. I know this information. You don't need to worry about it. Just go ahead and make the acquisition. Mu Hanxue hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Okay. The first thing to do to get live streaming equipment is to buy a computer. So Jiang Che went to the computer city. Jiang Che didn't know much about computers, but he didn't worry. He had the system. However, the basic computer proficiency required 70,000 worship points, which was not much different from business management proficiency. The system's explanation was that this proficiency did not simply mean that Jiang Che was good at choosing computers. With this skill, Jiang Che was already one of the world's top hackers, so it was naturally a bit more expensive. Jiang Che couldn't help but sigh after making the purchase. He originally thought that his hundreds of thousands of worship points would be enough for a while. But now it seems that not only can the high-level mastery of King of Glory not be unlocked, but it's not enough to buy other basic mastery skills, so he has to hurry up and go live. Now that he understood, Jiang Che prepared to assemble it himself. About half an hour later, Jiang Che had chosen the accessories and spent more than 50,000 yuan. This configuration was more than enough for live streaming and playing games. In addition to a desktop computer, Jiang Che also needs a laptop. Jiang Che came to a store that specialized in selling notebooks and asked, "Boss, how much is your best notebook?" The owner of this store was a thin, middle-aged man. When he saw Jiang Che asking this, his eyes lit up immediately. Asking directly about the best? It was obvious that he was a wealthy man. The boss immediately became enthusiastic and said with a smile, "Our best notebook is this, Yan Huangren. It can run almost all the large-scale games on the market. If it can't run the games, other notebooks can forget about it." The boss was talking big while holding a notebook. "How much does this cost?" Jiang Che asked, taking the notebook from his hand. 32,000, the boss said. "You are students too. If you really want to buy it, I'll give you a discount of 531,500. Jiang Che didn't say anything but smiled. "What? You think the price is too high?" The boss thought Jiang Che thought the price was not good, so he gritted his teeth and said again, "About 31,200? It can't be any cheaper." Jiang Che finally spoke slowly. "Your computer, is it refurbished?" The boss's face changed. "Young man, don't say that. If you can't buy it and put it down, how can you say it's a refurbished machine?" "Really?" Jiang Che smiled and turned on the computer. Although the computer had not been turned on before, Jiang Che, with his computer proficiency, keenly noticed that something was wrong with the computer. The boss watched Jiang Che coldly as he turned on the computer and did some operations without saying a word. "Is it so easy for you to check the things I refurbished?" But just 3 minutes later, Jiang Che placed the computer in front of the boss and asked with a chuckle, "Look, these files were created 2 years ago. I didn't just put them in, did I?" The middle-aged boss's expression froze, and then his back felt cold, and a trace of cold sweat appeared. Shouldn't these documents have been cleaned long ago? How would they find this? Chapter 80, Viewing the Mansion. Met an expert. This was the boss's first reaction, and after thinking about it, he could only say, "I admit defeat." Admit defeat? Jiang Che exerted force with his hand and broke the computer directly. "Just admit defeat after I cheated you?" "You." The boss looked angry. Although this computer was refurbished, it cost several thousand yuan and was considered a fine product among refurbished machines. But now it was broken by Jiang Che's hand, and both the motherboard and the shell were broken. It was impossible to refurbish it, which meant that he lost several $1,000s in vain. Jiang Che looked at the angry boss and asked with a faint smile, "What? You want to hit me? You can try it yourself, or you can call the police and see whether the police will arrest me or you." He looked like he was so angry that he wanted to kill himself. The boss looked at Jiang Che's height of more than 1.8 meters and the muscles on his arms, and after thinking about it, he gave up the idea of taking direct action. As for calling the police, he was even more afraid to do so. He had so many guys here, and a computer cost thousands or even tens of thousands, and the amount involved was already huge. So he can only take this loss. Jiang Che smiled. ignored him, and left. However, after leaving, Jiang Che called the police to report that someone was selling fake goods here. Jiang Che thought that if he called the police directly, the man would definitely be on guard, and he couldn't just stand there and watch. But if Jiang Che left first, the boss would definitely think that Jiang Che had broken his computer and was now calm. So he would let his guard down and then be caught off guard. So resourceful. Jiang Che went to another store, bought a notebook, and drove back to the mansion in Mingjing Garden. Jiang Che didn't look at the house carefully when he bought it. Now that he has nothing to do, he can take a good look at his house. The mansion is divided into 2 floors, or to be exact, 3 floors, the first floor, the second floor, and the basement. The first thing to visit is naturally the lobby on the first floor. The size of the entrance, the space from the door to the lobby, is just right, and the floor is clad in light-colored herringbone stone, which makes people feel relaxed when they return home. The first thing you notice when entering the living room on the right is the BT vintage crystal chandelier above your head. Combined with the hollow living room with a height of more than 6 meters, it gives people a great sense of space. This kind of pure handmade mouth-blown crystal glass requires very high craftsmanship, and its price is naturally not low. The segmented floor-to-ceiling glass curtain wall allows the owner of the house to fully enjoy the sunshine. The living room wall has sharp lines on one side and raw stone on the other, creating a symmetrical contrast that does not look out of place. The full set of polyform sofas, coffee tables, and lounge chairs in the living room can be exchanged for Sue Siley's BMW. There's a 13-meter balcony, one upstairs and one downstairs. One is for growing flowers and plants, and the other is for pets to have fun. Of course, Jiang Che doesn't have a pet yet. In front of the living room is a study with Giorgetti's desk and Cassina's chairs. This study is simple yet noble and luxurious. Coming out of the study and passing through the living room, you will come to the south-facing bedroom. The floor is also a herringbone floor. The visual level is progressive and the appearance is clear and distinct. Apart from being too expensive, there is almost nothing unsatisfactory about it. The full set of PF beds and seats can only be described as comfortable. Next to the bed is a separate dressing room, which is convenient and spacious. Coming to the kitchen, the entire set of chairs are from Italy's MC, with a sense of contemporary sculpture. The various kitchen utensils in the kitchen are all top brands, coupled with Jiang Che's cooking skills. Wow. On the second floor, the open living room is the finishing touch. Although the space is not large, it gives a panoramic view of the whole house. Needless to say, there are all kinds of luxurious furniture. The most exquisite one is the PF leather cabinet next to it. It is said that PF's leather is divided into 12 types of characteristics, including North American cow, South American cow, European cow, oily skin, dry skin, thin skin, thick skin, etc., each with 92 colors, striving to provide customers with the most satisfactory and qualified products. So, there's a reason why it is expensive. In addition to these, there is another master bedroom and collection room on the second floor, where the owner of the house can collect some of his favorite antiques, famous paintings, and the like. As for the basement, it is relatively simple, a place for leisure and entertainment. The heated swimming pool, private gym, and unique bar are perfect for relaxing after work. Chapter 81. Fake Car. Jiang Che had almost finished reading when the phone in his pocket rang. It's Mu Hanxue's call. Hello, Mr. Jiang. The acquisition of CG Club has been completed. When are you free to come and sign the contract? Mu Hanxue said. So fast. Jiang asked in surprise. He was clearly saying in the morning that there would be no loss, but the acquisition was completed before noon? Well, due to the reasons I mentioned this morning, the owner of the CG Club is eager to sell the club, so I negotiated with him to buy his CG Club for 30 million. Mu Hanxue explained. Okay. Jiang Che agreed. He was very satisfied with Mu Hanxue's efficiency. Besides, the price of 30 million is not high at all. He originally thought that in such a hurry to acquire the company, the other party might deliberately raise the price. But this price is even a little lower than usual. Now it seems that Mu Hanxue does have a chance to earn 1 million yuan a year. This single business deal saved me millions. I have something to do now. Come over at noon. Jiang said. Okay. Mu Hanxue agreed and hung up the phone. Jiang Che has to go back to school now to pack up some things in the dormitory. After Jiang Che parked his car in the parking lot, he returned to the dormitory. Actually, there's nothing much to pack, just a few clothes and some small items. You don't need to bring daily necessities or anything like that. They are all there. Besides, sometimes I might have to come back and stay for a few days, so most of my things are still left in the dormitory. After packing up his things and saying hello to his two roommates, Jiang Che prepared to go back. However, when Jiang Che arrived at the parking lot, he found that his car had been smashed. Three young men were holding steel pipes, wooden sticks, and even hammers surrounding his Aston Martin. The entire car had been smashed beyond recognition. The exterior was full of potholes, the glass was smashed by a hammer, the front hood was lifted, and the tires and seats inside the car were cut by sharp objects. They even brought paint to throw in the car. It was completely destroyed, and one of these three young men was Su Silei. In addition to the three of them, there were many students passing by and watching. After all, it was rare to see someone openly smashing someone else's car in a garage. Moreover, whether they knew Jiang Che's Aston Martin or not, they could tell at a glance that it was very expensive. Jiang Che was stunned for a moment when he saw this, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he walked over and said with a smile, "It was smashed pretty hard, and you didn't even give me a chance to fix it. Although the car has only been driven for 2 days, there is nothing to feel bad about. For Jiang Che, it is just a matter of changing the car. But for Su Silei, this car was enough to bring his family into an irreparable situation." Su Silei heard the voice and turned around to see Jiang Che. He didn't know what he was about to face yet, so he sneered and said, "I let you show off every day, and now I smash your car. Do you feel good?" His beloved car was kicked twice by Jiang Che in the morning. Now he finally got his revenge. Su Silei felt so relieved. "Are you so sure that this is a fake car?" Jiang Che asked. "Nonsense. Can this be a real car? 47 million. Have you ever seen so much money?" Su Silei said disdainfully. Everyone around immediately understood when they heard this. It turned out to be a fake car. No wonder it was smashed like that. By the way, the look in his eyes towards Jiang Che was filled with some contempt. If you have no money, then you have no money. Why are you pretending to be a rich man? Chapter 82, Call the Police. Okay. Jiang Che smiled and took out his phone and dialed a number. It was the police chief he met on the road yesterday. He wanted to make friends with him, so he left his private number to Jiang Che when he left. After the call was connected, Jiang Che explained the situation here and immediately said that he would bring people over. Seeing this, Su Silei looked nonchalant. "Call the police. My dad just had dinner with Director Wang a few days ago. I don't even have to pay for your car worth tens of thousands of dollars." "Really? Then let's just wait." Jiang Che didn't care even more. "I can wait for you. But what about you kicking my car like that this morning? Even if I sell your broken car, it probably won't be enough to cover my repair costs, right?" Su Silei sneered, weighed the wooden stick in his hand, and walked towards Jiang Che. The other two young men followed him, with unfriendly expressions, obviously wanting to teach Jiang Che a lesson. Jiang Che put down what he was holding and said without any fear, "Want to fight? I don't want to fight. I just want to teach you a lesson. It's revenge for my car." Su Silei was usually arrogant. He smashed Jiang Che's head with the wooden stick in his hand. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, waited for the right moment, and kicked Su Silei in the abdomen, at the same time bumped his arm and snatched the stick. Su Silei screamed and knelt on the ground, hunched over like a cooked shrimp, covering his stomach with both hands, his face full of pain. As for the two young men at the back, Jiang Che gave each of them a stick. The two of them had no time to dodge the wooden stick swung by Jiang Che with such strength. So in less than 10 seconds, the three of them were lying in front of Jiang Che. The onlookers were immediately bewildered. They had seen Su Silei and his three men holding weapons and thought Jiang Che was going to suffer a loss, but they did not expect such a big reversal to happen in less than 10 seconds. Jiang Che kicked Su Silei, who was lying on the ground, and asked with a sneer, "Want to teach me a lesson?" Su Silei lay on the ground and groaned twice, but could not utter a word. Jiang Che ignored him and called Mu Hanxue after thinking for a while, saying, "Come to the parking lot of Jiangnan University to pick me up. There's something wrong with my car." Mu Hanxue was stunned for a moment before answering. "But I don't have a car?" "Then take a taxi to the Lamborghini 4S store on Hankei Street to drive my car out. It should have been repaired. I'll tell the boss." Jiang Ge instructed. "Okay." Mu Hanxue agreed. Next, Jiang Che called the 4S shop owner again and found out that the car had indeed been repaired, so he told him that someone would go and drive the car away soon. Then we waited for the police to arrive. Perhaps he was very concerned about Jiang Che's situation, because just 10 minutes later, the director from yesterday came over with several police officers. Su Silei had recovered by then. Seeing the police chief, he ran over as if he had found a lifeline and said, "Chief Wang, you're here in person." The director's name was Wang Hua, and he was acquainted with Su Silei's father. Wang Hua indeed ignored Su Silei. He glanced at the almost scrapped Aston Martin in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Who the hell did this? How dare they do this? Brother Jiang, what's going on? Wang Hua asked enthusiastically. After not seeing Jiang Che for just one day, he started to address him as Brother Jiang. Jiang Che didn't care about the name. He just pointed at his car and said, "Look, the car was smashed." "Did he smash it?" Wang Hua looked at Su Silei and said, "Yeah, Zhang Gukinod did." Wang Hua was speechless. He knew Su Silei's company, and its total assets were only around 10 million yuan. But now he had smashed someone's car worth more than 40 million yuan. What is a pitfall? This is it. Su Silei was a little confused when he saw Wang Hua's attitude towards Jiang Che, but then he realized that it was probably because of the car and immediately went over to explain. "Director Wang, don't be fooled. Jiang Che is my classmate, but he is from an ordinary peasant family. How could he afford a 47 million car? It must be a modified one." "Modified?" Wang Hua's eyes moved, and he motioned a police officer behind him to go over and take a look. The young policeman walked to the Aston Martin and inspected it carefully. He then looked at the interior and said, "This is a real car, Chief. There are no signs of modification. It should be a new car and has not been driven for more than 2 days." Before Wang Hua could say anything, Su Silei's eyes froze for a moment. His heart suddenly sank, and his back felt cold. This policeman didn't look like he was joking. However, he still held on to a glimmer of hope, and with a smile uglier than crying, he asked, "Director Wang, are you kidding me?" Chapter 83. Poison Reappears. Who has the time to tease you? After Wang Hua confirmed that Jiang Che's car was real, his attitude towards Su Silei became a little colder. He said to the police officer behind him, "Detain these 3 people first." Yes. Several police officers rushed forward, but Su Silei did not resist at all. He looked like he had lost his soul, and 2 words kept echoing in his mind. It's over. The life of a rich second generation, a good family background, a beautiful girlfriend, all gone, and he is facing jail time. As for the 2 young men behind, the one holding the steel pipe earlier did not dare to move at all. Su Silei still had some family background, while they were just small hooligans with nothing but their lives. "Brother Jiang, your car." Wang Hua showed a trace of regret. Su Silei couldn't afford to pay for it. Even if he was locked up for life, Jiang Che would have lost a car worth tens of millions in vain. "It's okay." Jiang Che waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's just one car. I have other cars." "Wang Hua? Just a car? This car is worth more than 40 million. The crowd watching was also shocked. It wasn't a fake car, and according to Su Silei, this car was worth 47 million. There are many famous rich second generations in the school, but I have never seen anyone who can drive a 47 million yuan car to school and then look unconcerned after getting smashed. For a while, everyone speculated about Jiang Che's identity, but as more and more people gathered here, some people recognized Jiang Che, and then the news spread. Department of Economics and Management, Jiang Che. This name is remembered by many people. Some girls looked at Jiang Che with shining eyes. He was so handsome, so rich, and had great resources. The police officers also noticed the girls' gazes towards Jiang Che, and they couldn't help but feel envious, especially the young police officers. With so many pretty girls, they really had to be rich. But a car like this is usually not available when you are born, and is hard to own in the future. Some things cannot be obtained by hard work alone. Wang Hua also smiled, but did not take Jiang Che's words seriously. How could he not care at all when a car worth tens of millions of yuan was smashed? It was impossible. This indifference was probably just an act. After all, there were so many classmates watching around. Young people always have some face and vanity. This is what Wang Hua thought in his heart. But regardless of whether Jiang Che really didn't care or not, it was undeniable that he was a top-notch second-generation rich man. So Wang Hua still said politely, "Don't worry, Brother Jiang. We will definitely make him do his best to compensate you and recover your losses to the greatest extent possible." "Thank you." Jiang Che nodded, but his expression still didn't show much concern. Then, just as Wang Hua was about to speak, he heard the roar of a sports car. The students around him looked in one direction with excited expressions on their faces, and many of them even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Wang Hua turned around curiously and saw a black steel beast coming towards him. The black body, the cool lights, the perfect lines, the exciting sound. There is no man who doesn't love this steel beast. Not to mention men, even women want to go up and experience the feeling of speed and passion. The students watching around became excited. WC, isn't this the poison car that appeared at our school gate last time? Is it really from our school? Last time I saw a classmate post on WeChat Moments saying this car costs over 90 million. This is not just a matter of 90 million. 90 million people is a lot, but there are only a dozen of these cars in the world. What kind of person with all the connections can get this car? Seeing two limited edition luxury cars worth tens of millions of dollars in one day, I feel like I'm floating. I really want to see what kind of person is driving this car. What kind of extremely wealthy person can drive this car? Just look at the car, but forget about the owner. He's probably a bald guy in his 40s or 50s. Under the envious eyes of the crowd, the black sports car stopped next to the police car, and then the cool scissor doors slowly opened upwards. Suddenly, the whole world seemed to be quiet, and everyone's attention was focused on the car, or to be more precise, the door. The crowd watching stretched their necks unconsciously to catch a glimpse of the rich man's true appearance. Some girls think that if they can drive such a car, it doesn't matter if the boss is in his 40s or 50s. After the car door opened, a pair of black high-heeled shoes stepped out first, followed by slender white calves, round and sexy buttocks, and a slender waist, until finally Mu Hanxue walked out of the car. Mu Hanxue is over 1.7 meters tall, and with the high heels on her feet, her height reaches almost 1.75 meters. She has a cold expression on her face, and the aura around her is extremely strong. The temperament of a strong woman matches the tough lines of this Lamborghini very well. However, this scene shocked everyone around. The owner of the car was not the bald boss in his 40s or 50s as they thought, or even a man, but a beautiful woman with top-notch temperament and appearance. Many boys were stunned and couldn't bear to look away. No matter whether it was the car or the person, they couldn't take their eyes off. The girls were even more envious and jealous. But what surprised them even more was yet to come. Mu Hanxue didn't care about the looks around her at all. From elementary school to college, and then to graduation and work, she had long been accustomed to such looks. She walked up to Jiang Che expressionlessly and said, "Director Jiang, the car is here." Chapter 84, heading to CG Club. Silence. Mu Hanxue's words made the expressions of everyone around her stunned for a moment. They had never thought that this car also belonged to Jiang Che. An Aston Martin worth more than 40 million was smashed, and then a Lamborghini Veneno worth more than 90 million drove over? Is this a toy for the rich? And this stunning woman seems to be just Jiang Che's secretary? When did such a big guy appear in the school? Those who already knew Jiang Che were almost jaw-dropping. Why didn't they know Jiang Che was so rich before? However, several of Jiang Che's classmates excitedly took photos of this scene and posted them in the class group. A few days ago, he invested $8 million to treat the whole class to go out for fun, and now he is driving a poison car. He is undoubtedly a world-class rich man. Jiang Che nodded calmly. "Well, let's go." Then he sat in the passenger seat, and Mu Hanxue naturally acted as the driver. After all, they couldn't let Mr. Jiang drive himself. Jiang Che said to Wang Hua from the window, "Director Wang, I'm sorry to trouble you with Su Siley's matter." Wang Hua laughed dryly and agreed, "Okay, Mr. Jiang, don't worry." Now he didn't even dare to call him Brother Jiang. The car started, and Mu Hanxue and Jiang Che only left everyone with a handsome taillight. Wang Hua quietly turned around and asked the young police officer behind him, "How much is his car?" "It costs more than 90 million, and you can't buy it just because you have money. There are only 13 of them in the world." Wang Hua's legs went weak again. It turned out that Jiang Che really didn't care before. Su Siley was completely stunned. An Aston Martin and a poison. If he offended such a person, he would be dead. However, he still couldn't figure out why Jiang Che suddenly became so rich. It was not until Jiang Che drove his car out of sight that everyone gradually reacted. They excitedly told their friends and classmates what they had seen and photographed before and showed off. On the forum of Jiangnan University, a post titled "The Strongest Rich Second Generation in Jiangnan University" quickly became popular. The post did not contain many narrative texts, but simply recounted the previous incident in the parking lot, but it was accompanied by a lot of poison and photos of Mu Hanxue. Poison and Mu Hanxue's appearance quickly attracted many people's attention, and then this post became popular. The name Jiang Che was quickly remembered by countless people at Jiangnan University. In particular, some other rich second generations in the school also wanted to make friends with Jiang Che, the wealthy man who suddenly appeared. However, Jiang Che, who was sitting in the car at this time, didn't care about these things. Mu Hanxue reported to him, "The owner of CG Club is Li Mu. He is waiting for you at the club. The contract and other things are ready. As long as you sign and pay the money, CG Club will transfer the money to your name. No need to call me so strangely. I'm not used to it." Jiang Che said, "As for the acquisition of the club, it's going very well. Then, can I get an advance on my salary?" Jiang Che. "Okay, I'll transfer the 300,000 to you later." Jiang Che was not a stingy person, and 300,000 was nothing, so he agreed directly. "Thanks. By the way, why are you in such a hurry for money?" Jiang Duque asked curiously. Mu Hanxue shook her head and said nothing. Seeing that she was unwilling to talk, Jiang Che did not ask further, and instead asked, "You just arrived in Jiangnan City today, right? Have you found a place to stay?" "I had found in advance, but now I think it's not suitable," Mu Hanxue said with a frown. "What's inappropriate? The house is a bit far from here, and sometimes I may not be able to come in time when something happens." Mu Hanxue explained, "It is true. For a job like that of a personal secretary, there is no specific start and end time. One has to work whenever the boss has something to do. If the distance is far, sometimes one may not be able to get there in time, and this may delay things." Jiang Che casually said, "Why don't you go to my place? It's quite big." Jiang Che just mentioned it casually, and he didn't think she would really agree. After all, it didn't seem appropriate for a single man and a single woman to live in the same room. But he didn't expect Mu Hanxue to hesitate for a moment, and then nodded and agreed directly. "Okay, then I'll move to your place." Jiang Che looked at her with some surprise. "What? Is it not possible?" Mu Hanxue asked. "Okay." Jiang Che agreed. Mu Hanxue didn't mind, so what was he afraid of? The two soon arrived at the entrance of CG Club. At this time, there were already quite a few people standing at the entrance of the CG Club. The one leading the group was a middle-aged man dressed very casually, in sweatpants and an ordinary short-sleeved shirt that didn't look like any brand name. But Mu Hanxue told Jiang Che that was the owner of CG Club, Li Mu. Behind Li Mu were the management and players of CG Club. Since Jiang Che bought the entire club, not only the King of Glory part, but also the management and players of other parts came, all waiting at the door to greet their new boss. There were about 40 or 50 people in total. So when they saw Jiang Che's cool poison at first sight, their eyes immediately lit up. First of all, Li Mu's mentality immediately changed. Although he had talked with Mu Hanxue for a whole morning, he had no idea about the identity of the buyer Jiang Che, not even his age or wealth. But when he saw the poisonous car, he had a general idea of Jiang Che's identity and status. Top rich man. There is no other reason. It's just that this car is too famous, with a price tag of nearly 100 million and limited to 13 units worldwide. Any label is enough to attract people's attention. Being able to get a car like this is enough to prove that Jiang Che is wealthy. This is like some people starting a business. Regardless of anything else, they have to get a car worth more than 300,000 yuan first. Convenience is partly because it helps to maintain appearances, but the main purpose is to maintain appearances. Otherwise, who would trust you if you were to talk business with customers while riding a share bike? Who would dare to cooperate with such a company? People would think your company is going to go bankrupt. But it's different if you have a good car. When customers or partners see it, they will instantly be impressed. This company is strong, and there will probably be no problems. Just like how Li Mu felt when he saw this poisonous car, he instantly had a rough idea of Jiang Che's financial resources and identity. The people behind Li Mu also saw this poisonous car. The middle-aged people in the management had similar thoughts as Li Mu. When they saw the car, their first reaction was that the identity of their new boss seemed to be very extraordinary. As for the young team members, they had envious expressions on their faces. Esports is a game that relies on youth. The age of the team members is generally under 20 years old, and there are many teenagers who are even 15 or 16 years old. This is the age when reaction ability is at its peak. Anyone over 20 years old is considered old. When these young people saw this car for the first time, they felt that it was cool, and then they were full of envy and even fantasize that they could get a sports car like this to play with in the future. However, it is obvious that this is completely overthinking. If they become top esports players in the future and earn some money, it will be possible to buy a sport car worth several $1,000,000, but as for this poison, it's better for them to take it and go to bed early. The car then stopped, and Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue got out. Jiang Che was in front, Mu Hanxue was half a body length behind, and Jiang Che came out from the co-pilot seat, so it was obvious who was the boss and who was the subordinate. Chapter 85, straight to the point. As soon as the two got out of the car, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. So young? Could it be that he was another top-notch second-generation rich man who liked games like Wong Sikong and wanted to buy a club for fun? Among the more than 10 people in the King of Glory section, Yang Tian was also among them. After seeing Jiang Che get off the car, he looked at the stunning Mu Hanxue next to Jiang Che, and a look of jealousy suddenly appeared on his face. He did not recognize Jiang Che as the man who had challenged him in a one-on-one duel. After all, Jiang Che did not show his face at that time. Yang Tian sighed softly. I wish I had such a good father, this secretary, these legs, they're so beautiful. Jiang Che was obviously not much older than him, but their status was world apart. One came here in a luxury car with a beautiful secretary and bought the entire club, while the other was just an ordinary esports player who had to train hard every day. When Yang Tian thought of this, he felt a little indignant. He worked so hard, but couldn't be as good as someone else's father. Zhao Li, the manager of the Wangzhe pesticide division, looked back at him with a cold face and warned him, if you anger the new boss, no one will speak up for you. A hint of indifference flashed across Yang Tian's eyes, but he still wisely shut up because Jiang Che was gradually walking towards him. Limu was also a little surprised to see Jiang Che. He didn't expect that the person who bought his club would be so young. But no matter what he thought, he immediately put on a warm smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the owner of this CG club, Limu. Mu Hanxue had already told him Jiang Che's name before. Jiang Che also smiled and said, Hello, I heard from Mu Hanxue that you have already drafted the contract? Yes, Limu nodded. He thought Jiang Che was dissatisfied with the price, so he quickly explained, the price has been negotiated. 30 million is really very low. Jiang Che smiled and said, I think this price is okay, so let's just sign the contract. Seeing that Jiang Che had no objection to the price, Limu immediately smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, please come in. He was more anxious than Jiang Che. Jiang Che followed Limu into the club's office. When he passed by other people, they all smiled enthusiastically and called him Boss Jiang. Jiang Che smiled and nodded in a suggestive manner. And by the way, he noticed where the King of Pesticides section was. But he didn't recognize him. After all, Jiang Che didn't usually watch the game and didn't know any esports players, so he didn't care for the time being. Limu also had a secretary beside him, a male secretary in his 30s. The four of them entered the office together. After entering the office, Limu's secretary took out a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang, is there any problem with this contract? Limu said. After Jiang Che purchased business management skills, he naturally understood things like contracts, but he didn't read them too much. He simply glanced at them and wrote his name on them. This contract was signed by Mu Hanxue and them, so Mu Hanxue must think there is no problem with it, so Jiang Che trusts her and has no doubts about her. However, Jiang Che's simple little detail softened Mu Hanxue's eyes. As for the contract, there is naturally no problem with it. Even if Limu knew that Jiang Che would not read it, he did not have the courage to cheat Jiang Che. Who knows how much power this young man has behind him? After Jiang Che signed, he did not waste any time and directly transferred 30 million to the bank card provided by Limu. Limu felt relieved immediately after seeing the text message about the money arriving, thinking that young people were indeed efficient and resolute in their work. If it was another middle-aged boss, the money might have to be transferred in installments. But being decisive is one thing, and on the other hand, Jiang Che is indeed rich. If he didn't have so much cash, he wouldn't be able to win, even if he was decisive. After the money was transferred, the transaction was completely completed. Limu stood up and said with a smile, Mr. Jiang, have you had lunch? There happens to be a restaurant next door that has good food. How about going there to have lunch together? Limu obviously also wanted to get to know and make friends with Jiang Che. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. We are all big bosses worth over 100 million yuan. You never know when we will need each other's help, and we can also take care of each other's business in the future. There's a specific circle among rich people, and friends and partners from all walks of life make it easier for them to make money. This is why the rich are getting richer, while it is becoming increasingly difficult for the poor to turn things around. Jiang Che didn't have any intention of making friends. With his status, he would only make friends with people like Taobao Ma and Penguin Ma. Li Mu's status was still a little bit inferior. However, he hadn't eaten yet, so he agreed to Li Mu's invitation. It wasn't just the four of them who were having dinner together, but managers from various parts of the club were also invited, which was a kind of work handover. During the meal, Jiang Che got to know Li Mu better. He was a real estate tycoon in Jiangnan City. 2 years ago, he saw the rise of the esports industry, so he bought the CG Club. He spent less than $10 million to buy the CG Club in 2 years, and after 2 years of development, he sold it to Jiang Che for $30 million, plus the money the CG Club made for him in the past 2 years. It has to be said that there is a reason why rich people are rich, and none of them are simple people. From suddenly investing in real estate to the esports industry, Li Mu can be considered to be farsighted. In addition to Li Mu, managers of various branches of the CG Club also introduced themselves to Jiang Che. Jiang Che paid special attention to the manager of the King of Glory branch, Zhao Li, a middle-aged man in his 40s, who invited him to join the CG team that day. But Jiang Che had no opinion on him. Yang Tian's Weibo post was just a personal behavior and had nothing to do with the club. Moreover, Yang Tian's Weibo was deleted just half an hour later, which should also be the request of the club. So Jiang Che just has a grievance against Yang Tian. If you can't beat them, then you can't beat them. You even deliberately lead the rhythm and let all the fans of CG curse at others, and even implicate Chen Sisi and Yu Yanran. This makes Jiang Che very unhappy. The meal was over quickly. Li Mu said goodbye, while Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue returned to the club with several managers. Manager Zhao, take me to the King of Pesticide training room. The rest of you go back and take care of your own business first. Jiang Kisaid. No one was surprised. After all, the King of Glory section was the most profitable part of the CG Club, and Jiang Che would definitely go there to take a look first. So Zhao Li took Jiang Che to the training room of King of Glory. These esports players simply had a lunch at noon, and then came to train. Of course, they might not be so serious at ordinary times, but today was the new boss's first day here, so naturally they had to perform better. They couldn't spend 2 hours just to have a meal. When these people saw Jiang Che and Zhao Li coming over, they immediately put down their phones and called out nervously, "Hello, boss." Jiang Che nodded in agreement, glanced at everyone, and then went straight to the point. Who is Yang Tian? Chapter 86, Yang Tian is Confuset. As soon as Jiang Che finished speaking, the expression of a certain young man opposite him suddenly became a little confused. He stood up and stammered, "Boss, I'm Yang Tian. Do you know me?" Jiang Che looked him up and down. Yang Tian looked to be only about 17 or 18 years old. He was thin and less than 1.7 meters tall. In short, he was just an ordinary teenager. Jiang Che chuckled and asked, "Why, you forgot me so quickly?" Yang Tian's expression became even more confused. He searched carefully in his mind, but after thinking for a long time, he could not remember when he had met such a big shot. Not only did Yang Tian look a little confused, but other people in the training room also looked at Yang Tian strangely. This new boss was a super rich second generation with a net worth of over 100 million. When did Yang Tian get to know such a person? Zhao Li beside Jiang Che also had a slight look in his eyes. This new boss actually knew Yang Tian. However, from the tone of his voice, there seemed to be something wrong. However, after a few seconds of silence, Luo Jie, next to Yang Tian, suddenly felt that Jiang Che's voice seemed familiar, and then he suddenly remembered the D Renjia from the previous 2 nights. When Roger looked at Jiang Che again, there was already some horror in his eyes. "No way. Boss, I'm really sorry. I really don't remember when I saw you." Yang Tian scratched his head and said awkwardly, wondering if Jiang Che had recognized the wrong person. "That D Renjia from 2 nights ago." Jiang Che reminded kindly. After being reminded by Jiang Che, Yang Tian suddenly felt that Jiang Che's voice was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be exactly the same as that passerby D Renjia player. Yang Tianru was hit hard, his mind went blank instantly, and his phone fell directly to the ground. Sure enough, Roger thought to himself, he guessed it right. "You are that D Renjia?" Yang Tian asked in complete disbelief. What do you think? Jiang Che asked back. Because of the Weibo post you posted yesterday, I bought the entire CG club. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Yang Tian. At this moment, Yang Tian felt like countless horses were galloping through his mind. How could a human being do this? Just because of a Weibo post of mine, you spent 30 million to buy the entire CG club? Is it really that serious? Not only was Yang Tian stunned, but the other players in the training room, including Coach Wang He and manager Zhao Li, were also stunned. They never expected that this new boss was actually Di Renjia, who had challenged Yang Tian that day. The most important thing is that Jiang Che bought this club just because Yang Tian offended him. The power of money is so terrifying. Zhao Li and Wang He's hearts trembled. They actually thought of inviting Jiang Che to the CG team that night. No wonder he didn't agree. Inviting a rich second generation with a net worth of over 100 million to join the team and play professionally? It was a pity that they could come up with this idea. Even Mu Hanxue was surprised. She didn't expect that the Yang Tian she had told Jiang Che before was beaten badly by a stranger player. This never-seen-before player turned out to be Jiang Che. A professional player who could beat Yang Tian must have spent a lot of time on the game, right? Is your boss so idle? At this moment, Yang Tian was completely speechless. What the hell was going on? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Che continued to ask, didn't you say on Weibo before that I looked down on the CG team? Now that I look down on you, what can I do? Yang Tian, just be happy. It's your own team after all. Seeing Yang Tian completely speechless, Jiang Che said directly, pack your things and leave. There is no way that you can stay in the CG team. I bought the team specifically to expel you. Also, remember to apologize to those two anchors on Weibo. Of course, you can choose not to apologize, but now I'm just kicking you out of the CG team. But if you don't apologize, I can guarantee that no team in the entire esports circle will dare to hire you. Jiang Che's calm tone contained an unquestionable confidence and strength. This is the confidence brought by the ability to pay. Yang Tian's body trembled slightly. After learning that Jiang Che was the Di Renjia, Yang Tian knew that he would definitely not be able to stay in the CG team. But now that he actually heard these words from Jiang Che's mouth, he still found it hard to accept. Because of his love for esports, he dropped out of school as a teenager despite his parents' dissuasion, and has been playing professionally for the CG team. At that time, neither the CG team nor he was famous. After 2 years of hard work, both the CG team and he achieved some success and gained a firm foothold in KPL. The CG team made him what he is, and he also contributed to the glory of the CG team, so he has deep feelings for the CG team. But now, the efforts of the past 2 years have gone to waste in an instant, and the CG club can no longer accommodate me. But this is not someone else's fault. Maybe it's because he became famous at a young age and was praised by fans all day long. So he got a little carried away. As a result, he offended people he shouldn't have offended. Even if Jiang Che hadn't come along, someone else would have taught him a profound lesson in the future. Everyone felt bad when they saw Yang Tian's distraught look. Although Yang Tian sometimes had a bad temper, they had been teammates for such a long time and had been on the battlefield together. They even remembered how excited they were when they pushed down the opponent's crystal together and won the championship last year. Boss, Roger suddenly said, if Yang Tian leaves CG, I don't want to play anymore. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian suddenly turned around and looked at Roger, his eyes full of disbelief. Not only Yang Tian, but several other team members also looked at Roger in surprise. They certainly wanted Yang Tian to stay, but they didn't even have the courage to speak in front of Jiang Che. To put it simply, they were afraid of getting themselves into trouble. But this is just human nature. It is easy to stop them from playing given the strength Jiang Che has shown. No one dares to gamble with their own future. Oh, Jiang Che turned to look at him. What's your name? Roger. I know you. A top winger in KPL, right? Jiang Che showed a slightly dangerous smile. Are you threatening me? No. Roger looked at Jiang Che and said calmly, I don't have the ability to threaten you, boss. The so-called top winger is just a compliment for my fans. There are many winger players in other teams who are stronger than me. Boss, you spent 30 million to buy the entire club just to fire Yang Tian. Obviously, you didn't even take the 30 million seriously. So with your financial resources, it would be easy for you to buy a top winger from another team. I don't have any capital to threaten you. Jiang Che's expression relaxed a bit after hearing this. He was a typical person who would not take tough measures, but would give into soft words. If Roger really wanted to threaten him, then they should just get out together. No one was indispensable to the CG team. But judging from what Roger said before, he is very clear about his position. Then tell me why? Jiang Guqi asked. Roger thought for a moment and said, there's no particular reason. I was already in the CG team when Xiao Tian first came in, and he called me the captain for 2 years. In the past 2 years, I have watched him transform from a passerby king to the professional player he is today. It's not easy for him to grow step by step. At that time, my teammates changed one after another. Now that I have won the championship, I feel a little tired, so if Xiao Tian leaves, I won't have much heart to play. But you still have a contract. Jiang Guqi said expressionlessly. It's almost due next month. Chapter 87, Roger's Plea. As soon as Roger said this, the expressions of some other team members changed slightly. The jungler in the team had already retired. If Roger and Yang Tian were missing, they would probably not even be a third-rate team. Even Zhao Li's expression changed. The only person who was very moved was Yang Tian himself. Although Roger was the captain of the team, he had always been a little indifferent. He thought that Roger was just a little more experienced than himself, so he usually did not take Roger seriously and just played according to his tactics in the game. But I didn't expect that at this critical moment, Roger would risk offending Jiang Che to plead for me. The saying that a friend in need is a friend indeed is true. A trace of thought flashed across Jiang Che's eyes. To be honest, Jiang Che didn't care at all about the team's strength that they were worried about. With his basic mastery of King of Glory, he could beat Yang Tian. After accumulating 1 million admiration points and exchanging them for advanced mastery, it should be easy for him to win the championship. If advanced mastery is not powerful enough, as Roger said, Jiang Che still has the money, so it would be very easy for him to buy a few powerful teammates to cooperate with him. But to be honest, Jiang Che really admired Roger's loyalty. Even though he knew Jiang Che's strength, he still dared to speak for Yang Tian. Apart from anything else, Roger was the only one in the entire training room who dared to say this. It is a blessing for CG players to meet such a captain. Only, you don't have to wait until next month. You can leave any time now. Since you are so righteous, I won't charge you any penalty. Jiang Guqi said. Yang Tian was wrong, and he was wrong. An apology could not make up for the mistake he had already made. Although Roger was righteous, Jiang Che didn't need to give him face. It was good enough that he didn't make things difficult for him. Roger heard this with a look of disappointment in his eyes, but also a sense of relief. He took a deep breath, nodded and agreed, okay. His feelings for the CG team are only deeper than Yang Tian's. Now that he is leaving CG in such an unpleasant way, he must be feeling very uncomfortable. After working so hard for such a long time, I finally led the team to win the championship. However, when I retired, I felt so desolate and helpless. It would be strange if I felt comfortable. There's a saying that things have changed and people have changed. The team is still the same team, but the people and feelings in the team have changed. It is no longer the same as when everyone worked hard together. It's like a class reunion many years after graduation. The school is still the same school, but the classmates can no longer laugh and play together as freely as they did back then. That's how Roger felt at this moment. You two can go now. Also, Yang Tian, remember your apology on Weibo. Jiang Che reminded. Yang Tian lowered his head and packed his things silently. He was completely different from the arrogant man he was a few days ago. These short 10 minutes or so seemed to have made him mature a lot. The two packed up their things and left quickly. The atmosphere in the training room was a bit depressing. No one expected Jiang Che to be so decisive and directly let Roger and Yang Tian leave together. Everyone else should train well. If anyone falls behind in the competition, I will still not be polite. Jiang Guqi instructed. Boss, our team starting jungler just retired a while ago. Now the winger and shooter are gone. The team's coach Wang, he said with a bitter face. So, I guess we can't train anymore. Where's team 2? Jiang Che asked with a matter-of-fact expression. Wang, he was a little confused. Second team? Could it be that the second team would be trained and then go to play the game? Wouldn't it mean they would be pressed to the ground and rubbed? Then he, as a coach, would be embarrassed. But the strength of the second team is not enough. Wang, he explained, they can't play in the game even if they are trained. Jiang Che thought for a while and said, how about this, when Yang Tian leaves, I will play the shooter position by myself, and I will take care of the players in the wing, lane, and jungle. For the time being, let the second team take over. In addition, I don't have time to train normally, so just notify me when there is any important game. Jiang Che didn't know how powerful advanced mastery was. It would be embarrassing if he didn't win the championship, so he planned to buy 2 players. As for why he wanted to play the shooter position, it was because it was too tiring to run around in the jungle, and shooters were more fun. After hearing Jiang Che's words, everyone's expressions looked a little strange. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Jiang Yuki asked. No problem. Wang Yi laughed dryly. In fact, there is definitely a problem. It's not that they don't believe in Jiang Che's ability. After all, the video of him beating Yang Tian that day is still very popular. If he has such strength without any training, then he will definitely be a top player after a little training. But now Jiang Che wants to go directly to the competition without training. The playing style of the competition is completely different from that of ordinary people, and the tacit cooperation between teammates is very important. But Jiang Che didn't train at all, so where did the tacit understanding come from? Even Wang Sikong back then only played 1 match, had some fun, and then was handed over to the regular team members. But from what Jiang Che said, it seemed that he would directly serve as the main shooter of the team. Would he play in all the future matches? Plus, the side lane and jungle positions are still undecided. Although Jiang Che is the boss of the team, and the team's poor performance makes him unable to make money, for a professional player who doesn't want to win the championship besides money. This is a thought that every esports player will have. Players who don't want to win the championship can't play well without a goal. This is true not only for esports games, but for everything. Therefore, the only remaining main mid laner and support in the team were already thinking about finding their next team after hearing what Jiang Che said, because Jiang Che's words gave them the impression that he was just buying a team for fun, without considering the championship at all, and didn't seem to care about losing money. However, several members of the second team were somewhat excited. Allowing them to train meant that they had a chance to stand out. If they showed extraordinary strength in training, it would not be impossible for them to enter the first team. That's it. You guys train as usual. Zhao, come with me to the conference room. Jiang Che said finally. Chapter 88, Shock. About 2 hours later, a few Weibo posts caused quite a stir in the esports circle. The first is Yang Tian's apology on Weibo. Yang Tian admitted that he had indeed instigated fans to curse before, and then solemnly apologized. He was deeply sorry for the disturbance caused to Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi, and also begged his fans not to go to other people's live broadcast rooms to lead the rhythm again. As soon as this Weibo post came out, those who were familiar with Yang Tian's temper and his many fans were immediately confused. In their minds, Yang Tian had always been a young and unruly person who became famous at a young age. How could he have ever apologized so humbly? Did he change his personality? Before anyone could figure out, the official Weibo account of CG Team came out. It was announced that Yang Tian was fired, and the reason was the same as mentioned earlier, that he instigated fans to curse. Everyone was completely confused. Expelled? So harsh. Yang Tian was one of the main players of CG, right? Even if Yang Tian's behavior was wrong, it was far from having a bad impact. Expelling a main player just because of such a thing, CG Team didn't want to be good? Many of Yang Tian's fans started cursing in the comments, asking if the CG management had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Even fans of other members of the CG Team expressed their doubts. However, the CG Team did not give any explanation and immediately released a second Weibo post, announcing Roger's retirement. Yes, not a transfer, but direct retirement. Roger's fans were furious, and the Weibo comment section was filled with, Roger is already in his 20s, so it's normal for him to retire, but this is too sudden. There was no sign before. Although Roger is not young anymore, his condition has not declined at all. It is not a problem for him to play for another 1 or 2 years. There is no reason for him to retire suddenly. Yang Tian and Roger are gone. This wave of CG operations is a bit confusing. Then came the third Weibo post from CG Club, announcing that the team had changed its owner, and at the end it also tagged Jiang Che's Weibo account. Jiang Che's Weibo account was just opened, and his ID is CG Xiao Che. So everyone quickly clicked in, and then saw Jiang Che's first and only Weibo post. Hello everyone, I am a new boss of the CG Club. I'm also the D Renjia, who played solo with Yang Tian 2 days ago. I will replace Yang Tian as the shooter of the CG team. Is he the team boss and also a regular player? What kind of operation is this? I have never seen such a boss before. How can there be such a free boss who plays games all day? However, some viewers who watched the live broadcast that day and knew some of the inside story were shocked. They finally knew why Yang Tian was fired. This has offended the boss. Yang Tian lost the solo match first, and then he deliberately made trouble and slandered Jiang Che by using the excuse that Jiang Che refused the invitation of the CG team. And then he was fired. How much money does one have to play like this? A team worth tens of millions just bought it? Just to cause trouble for Yang Tian? Many of Chen Cici's viewers still remember that Jiang Che gave nearly 1 million in tips in one night. Now it seems that he is undoubtedly a wealthy man. They could already imagine how desperate Yang Tian must have felt when he was fired. But this time, not many fans of Yang Tian criticized Jiang Che, because after the last solo incident, many fans had already stopped being fans, and besides, this incident was Yang Tian's own fault. He is trying to show off to his boss. Who can he blame? In addition, those who had previously criticized Jiang Che for looking down on CG suddenly stopped their anger. The entire CG team became Jiang Che's, and he was also a member of it. Is it a problem for others to look down on their own team? There is absolutely no problem. There are even many people who disliked Yang Tian before and have been mocking him. He refused to accept his solo loss and insisted on making trouble. Now he has hit a wall, right? The only ones who were dissatisfied were Roger's fans, because after Jiang Che's identity was exposed, they could easily see that Roger's hasty retirement must have something to do with Jiang Che. So Yang Tian's fans didn't say anything, but many of Roger's fans were cursing Jiang Che's Weibo. Of course, some people said that Yang Tian had implicated Roger, and Yang Tian was also scolded here. In response to these doubts and abuses, Yang Tian did not respond to them in the comment section as usual, but chose to remain silent, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth after posting that Weibo post. Roger then published a Weibo post announcing his retirement, and explained that his retirement had nothing to do with Jiang Che. He just felt tired, and that winning the championship made his career complete, so he retired. That's fine. However, there are still many people saying that the CG team will be swept out of KPL this year without Roger. Regarding the strength of the CG team, other teams were more concerned than ordinary audiences. After hearing the news, they immediately began to investigate Jiang Che's strength. However, there is not much information about Jiang Che's strength at most he and Chen Cici. Yu Yanran and the other two have played some ranked matches, and their ranks are not very high. The only match that can show his approximate strength is the solo match between him and Yang Tian, but the difference between solo and competition is too great. But to be honest, they didn't take it too seriously. Even if Jiang Che was strong, he was the only one. After Roger left, CG didn't have any other outstanding players. ZMM Club. The ZMM team is a strong team that is comparable to the former CG. The mid laner in the team is a top player at the same level as Roger. They lost to CG in the final last year and finished second. At this time, a thin boy walked into the club. ZMM's manager smiled and asked, "Have you decided?" "Yeah." The boy nodded firmly. This young man is Yang Tian, who left the CG team. As a shooter of a championship team, many teams want him. That's it. As long as you have won a championship, even if you won it by doing nothing, your value will be different. The 4 words champion team member are more than just a title. What's more, although Yang Tian's strength is not as good as Roger's, he is not weak. He also contributed a lot to CG's victory, so it is very easy for him to find a new team if Jiang Che does not deliberately make things difficult for him. The shooter of the ZMM team was a weak point, so Yang Tian contacted the ZMM team immediately after leaving CG. The manager of the ZMM team was naturally very welcoming to Yang Tian. After all, if they could make up for the weakness in shooter, they would have a good chance of winning the championship this year. Only, it's just that we don't have enough room for salary increase this year, so your salary will probably be much lower than when you were in CG, ZMM's manager said with a smile. Yang Tian looked at him expressionlessly. What about insufficient salary? It was nothing more than that they saw that he was eager to join a strong team and were deliberately exploiting him. But Yang Tian didn't say anything. He simply took a quick look at the contract and signed his name. Now, what he wants more than money is to prove himself. How to prove it? Win another championship and rely on himself, not his teammates. As I said, the esports circle is a place where strength speaks louder than words. As long as you prove your strength, all the rumors will naturally fall apart. In addition, he had a firm idea in his mind. Defeat CG, defeat Jiang Che. Yang Tian felt very guilty because Roger left CG due to his own reasons. However, he and Jiang Che were very different in terms of identity and status, so revenge was basically impossible. But now, Jiang Che has also become a member of CG, and he is also a shooter like him. So the canyon is the only place where he can compete with Jiang Che fairly. He wants to defeat Jiang Che and prove himself. To some extent, this is also an explanation to myself and Roger. LT Club is weaker than CG or ZMM. It can only be said to be a first-class team, but it cannot be called top. But this year, LT spent a lot of money to recruit a Jungle King. This Jungle King is only a 16-year-old boy, but he defeated many professional players and powerful anchors in the peak game of last season, topped the list, and was favored by a number of professional teams. Eventually, he was recruited by the LT team. In fact, there are many of this type of street kings, but not many can successfully transform into professional players. Therefore, many fans joke that these people attack hard in the peak game, but are timid when playing in the competition. After all, the playing styles of the competition and the peak game are completely different. Being able to achieve good results in solo queue does not mean that you are suitable for professional play. But the jungler recruited by LT was different. After trial training, LT's coach directly let him take over the main jungler position. At this time, LT's manager told the coach, "Go and arrange a training match with CG to test their current strength. Our goal this year is to win the championship, and no unexpected situations are allowed to happen." Chapter 89, The Eve of Live Broadcast. On the other side, Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue were already on their way back. Jiang Che said, "Go buy a top laner and a support for the team tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. They don't have to be too strong, just a little stronger than the ones on CG's second team. As for why they don't buy top players, it's certainly not because they're short of money. Jiang Che's main purpose of participating in the competition personally is to earn admiration points, not to win the championship trophy like other professional players. His value does not need to be proven by the trophy. To earn admiration points, Jiang Che needs to be the most handsome guy in the team and lead his teammates with his performance. Otherwise, if a bunch of top players are found, Jiang Che will just win the championship without doing anything, and he will not earn any admiration points. So it will be enough to have two players who will not hold him back." Okay, Mu Hanxue agreed, but since Jiang Che asked her to do so, she would just do it. Buying two mediocre professional players is much simpler than buying two top players. It is not just a matter of money. As Jiang Che was speaking, his WeChat suddenly rang. Jiang Che took a look and saw it was a message from Yu Yanran. "Brother Jiang Che, are you free to play with me tonight? My fans miss you." It had been 2 days since Jiang Che last played games with Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi, so Yu Yanran couldn't help but ask. Jiang Che thought about it, then replied, "It just so happens that I'm also going to do a live broadcast tonight, so we can play together." Yu Yanran replied immediately, "Brother Jiang Che, are you going to start a live broadcast too? What time?" "About 8 o'clock. Jiang Che replied, "Okay, I'll definitely go and show my support then." Yu Yanran replied immediately. There seems to be a sense of excitement between the lines. That's what I want her to say. After all, Jiang Che went there to earn admiration points. If he started from a small anchor slowly, it would be too slow. But it would be different with the help of other bigger anchors. He could just check the room and get a recommendation. With Jiang Che's gaming skills, he would take off directly. Not to mention that Yu Yanran's live broadcast room itself had many Jiang Che fans. After agreeing with Yu Yanran, Jiang Che received another message on WeChat a few minutes later. This time it was from Chen Sisi. "I heard from Yu Yanran that you will start broadcasting at 8 o'clock tonight." Jiang Che was a little surprised. Didn't these two have some minor conflicts? How come they seem to have become best friends now? Chen Sisi knew it as soon as I told Yu Yanran about it. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Jiang Che was too lazy to guess and just replied with one word, "Yes." "Okay, I'll definitely come to support you in the evening." Chen Sisi replied. Compared to Yu Yanran, Chen Sisi's answer was much more bland. But in fact, she missed Jiang Che a lot after not seeing him for 2 days. It's just that compared to Yu Yanran, Chen Sisi is more mature and reserved and will not show her feelings. To be honest, the reason why she deliberately tried to please Jiang Che in the beginning was very simple. It was because Jiang Che was rich, and if she pleased him, she could get rewards. After all, this was one of the main sources of income for the anchor. But with the contact over the past 2 days, her mentality has changed, especially after hearing Jiang Che's song Silence last time. She is now more interested in Jiang Che himself. Not long after, Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue returned to the mansion together. Mu Hanxue had already brought all her luggage with her and had agreed to move in. The house has a master bedroom on the second floor and 2 secondary bedrooms on the first floor. There are separate bathrooms upstairs and downstairs, so normally there won't be any embarrassing problems. Jiang Che helped Mu Hanxue move the luggage and quickly decorated the room. Afterwards, Mu Hanxue went to make a simple dinner. Although Jiang Che is a good cook, he is the boss after all, and it seems wrong to cook for his subordinates. Only because Tang Chiyue is his sister did he cook for her personally. As for Mu Hanxue's cooking skills, they can't be said to be great, but it's okay for a meal. However, a senior secretary like Mu Hanxue couldn't be asked to cook every day. So, during the meal, Jiang Che told her to find a nanny the next day and come back to do the laundry, cooking, and cleaning. It was already past 7 o'clock after dinner. Jiang Che returned to his room, turned on his computer, verified his identity on Shark, and officially started his career as a host. After finishing these things, it was almost 8 o'clock. Jiang Che sent his live broadcast room number to Yu Yanran and Chun Cece respectively, and then opened his own live broadcast room. Chapter 90. I brush myself. Just as Jiang Che was about to start broadcasting, the system's voice rang out. Ding system task released. Broadcast PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds live and gain 1 million fans within 2 hours. Do you want me to live stream PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Jiang Che touched his chin. In fact, he also had the idea of changing to another game to live stream. The reason was very simple. The audience would get tired of the same game after playing it too many times. No matter how exciting the operation was, the audience would get used to it after watching it too many times. Therefore, changing to other games frequently would earn more admiration points. Now that the system has spoken, Jiang Che might as well obey respectfully. However, it is a bit difficult to gain 1 million fans in 2 hours. Thinking this in his mind, Jiang Che opened his live broadcast room. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, a large number of viewers rushed in. Little brother, you are finally on air. Shui Huang, I want to see D. Renjia again. Host, where's your camera? What are you going to broadcast without the camera? Anchor, your hands are so beautiful. No wonder you are so good at playing games. Is there any connection between the two? There is no doubt that these people came from Yu Yanran and Chun Cece's live broadcast room, and most of them are female fans. Zhang Gizmide. These were all admiration values. Hello everyone, I'm your anchor. Jiang Che had no experience in live streaming, as it was his first time. He looked at the screen full of comments and casually said hello. But it was just this simple sentence that made the barrage excited again. The host's voice is really nice, even better than when I was playing games before. You are not our anchor. You are my boyfriend. Important things should be said 3 times. Se siento, se siento, se siento. Forget it. People with nice voices usually don't look very good. So let's not open it. Lemon juice. Jiang Che sighed. Are these female fans so greedy? As the discussion was going on in the barrage, a golden light suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. A little rice dumpling became the emperor in the live broadcast room. It was obviously Yu Yanran who came over. One is not over yet. After Yu Yanran, Chun Cece comes right after. A big white rabbit becomes the emperor in the live broadcast room. Wow, rich woman, please support me. I didn't expect Xiao Zongzi to be so rich. Hey, are you two going to quarrel over the support position today? Host, please take our little Zongzi back. He keeps talking about you in the live broadcast room every day. Where do you put our white rabbit? Jiang Che thanked him. Thank you, but you don't have to spend so much money. Hee, let me give you some popularity. After Yanran became the emperor, the barrage of comments she sent out was very conspicuous. Does opening the emperor have this function? Zhang Duke asked. He had hardly ever watched live broadcasts before and didn't know much about these things. Of course, Chun Cece also explained, if you open the emperor account or give away Superfire, viewers in other live broadcast rooms can also see it. Maybe some people will come here out of curiosity and grab the treasure chest. As Chun Cece spoke, she also sent Jiang Che 10 super rockets. She originally met Jiang Che hoping that he would give her a gift, but now it seems that something is not right. So that's how it is. I thought these things were given just to make money. Zhang Gikisaid. The comments were suddenly filled with ellipsis marks. and many viewers were speechless. Jiang Che was probably the only one among the millions of anchors on the internet who didn't know about this. In that case, Jiang Che suddenly took out his mobile phone, opened Shark, and then hundreds of thousands of viewers were caught off guard and saw a balance of more than 4 million renminbi. Real 4 million renminbi. In that case, I'll just give myself some money. I happen to have some money left, Jiang Che said, and started swiping without waiting for everyone to react. Jiang Che's live broadcast and gift giving are not done through the same Shark account, so there is no conflict. Then the whole Shark started raining rockets. The handsome guy was hacked in a live broadcast room and opened the Emperor. The handsome guy was hacked in a live broadcast room and sent a super rocket multiplied by 1. The handsome guy was hacked in a live broadcast room and sent a super rocket multiplied by 99. The handsome guy was hacked in a live broadcast room and sent a super rocket multiplied by 999. The handsome guy was hacked in a live broadcast room and sent a super rocket multiplied by 1,000. 1 rocket is 2,000 yuan. 1,000 rockets is 2 million, plus the previous Emperor. It is more than 2 million again. Each super rocket comes with cool special effects, and then 1,000 super rockets fly across the screen for several minutes. The shocking effect is self-evident. The most important thing is that it's not just Jiang Che's live broadcast room that is experiencing this. The live broadcast rooms of other anchors can also see the rockets flying around, so much so that they can't broadcast normally. WC, who is so generous. In a small live broadcast room with tens of thousands of people, the young anchor looked at the super rocket flying nonstop on the computer screen with a confused look on his face. He has been a host for more than a year and has quite a few fans, but he has never received a super rocket, not even one. No one needs 2,000 yuan, but few people would be willing to spend 2,000 yuan just to get the host to say thank you, my friend, unless they are true fans or a boss like Jiang Che, who has plenty of money. Brothers, let's go see the rich man. The anchor saw that his own live broadcast room would not be able to broadcast for a while, so he directly followed the rocket link and came to Jiang Che's live broadcast room. At this time, such things were happening in more than one Shark live broadcast room. Many anchors brought their viewers to Jiang Che's live broadcast room out of curiosity to see who was the rich man who gave a reward of 2 million yuan at once, especially those female anchors who are good-looking. Generally speaking, the anchors in the appearance zone receive the most tips, because if you tip the game anchor, you can at most play games with them, and the anchors in the appearance zone can also add a private WeChat account and make an appointment to have an in-depth exchange offline. Call him boss online and dad offline. Therefore, wealthy audiences who are willing to give tips are very important to them. Here, Jiang Che shook his hands gently. My hands are a little sore. I'll send it next time. Now, everyone finally realized that Jiang Che had spent more than 2 million in just a few minutes. Do people say that? Your hands are sore from making money. WC, the handsome emperor is still the handsome emperor. He gave away 2 million without blinking an eye. A little balance left? For million is called a balance. You may be rich, but it's against the rules to give yourself gifts, right? Does Shui Huang's family sell minerals? Why are they so shameless? Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. The barrage has never seen such a host who gives himself millions of gifts. The anchors who came after hearing the news finally understood the situation. It turned out that the 2 million was a reward from Jiang Che himself. They were suddenly too tired to complain. How can this guy just casually take out 2 million to reward himself and still be a broadcaster? I'm afraid he has a problem with his brain. But Jiang Che didn't care at all. He became a host not to make money, but to earn admiration points. So giving himself rewards was equivalent to exchanging money for admiration points, which was very cost-effective. However, whether it is cost-effective or not is one thing. But in fact, it is against the rules to reward yourself, because it is an unfair means of competition, just like writing a book and giving yourself votes. Of course, some anchors will give themselves rewards in order to attract audiences when they first start out, but they use small accounts or reward each other with friends. I have never seen anyone like Jiang Che who gave himself gifts in front of so many viewers. So some other anchors were dissatisfied. We worked so hard to do live broadcasts to attract so many viewers, and you actually use your money to buy them? Report immediately. In addition to the anchor himself, many other viewers also turned into messengers of justice and sent loving reports. Chapter 91. That Ruthless Person. In the office of a Shark executive. Supervisor, I found that many people reported a new anchor for giving them gifts at the same time. A young man ran into the office and said to the 40-something supervisor sitting at the desk, "How much did you spend?" The supervisor picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. $2,150,000, the young man replied. Puff, the supervisor spat out a mouthful of tea. How much? $2,150,000, the young man repeated. He was not at all surprised by his supervisor's reaction. His reaction was even greater when he first found out. New anchor, the supervisor asked again. Yes, it just started today. The supervisor fell silent. So, are we going to ban his live broadcast room? The young man asked immediately when he saw that his supervisor didn't say anything. Why ban him? The supervisor immediately said after hearing what he said. He spent $2 million, half of which was earned by the company. This is all my achievement. Send someone to sign him tomorrow. We can make some concessions on the contract. The young man was speechless. It turned out that if you have money, you can do whatever you want and don't need to care about rules. If you're still bound by rules, it must be because you don't have enough money. What about explaining to other anchors? What if they're dissatisfied? Asked the young man, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After this person goes off the air tonight, ban him for a few hours as a warning. Then, when signing the contract tomorrow, tell him to remember to use a small account if he wants to send you gifts in the future. The supervisor said directly. The young man was completely speechless and felt the evil of society. The company clearly stipulated that anchors were not allowed to give themselves gifts. However, he could only nod and agree to his supervisor's instructions. In Jiang Che's live broadcast room, there were a lot of comments on the computer screen, but Jiang Che didn't notice the comments that said they would report him. Plus, Shark didn't plan to cause him any trouble, so he still didn't know that it was against the rules to give himself gifts. Jiang Che's gifting of himself only infringed upon the interests of a small number of anchors and had no impact on most viewers. Instead, it made them feel very novel. So many people directly clicked to follow him and added this rich anchor to their harem. In just a few minutes, the number of subscribers to the live broadcast room exceeded 100,000, but it was still a long way from the 1 million viewers required by the system. Some of Yu Yanran and Chan Cici's viewers didn't care about this question. When they saw Jiang Che's 4 million, they suddenly thought of another thing. Shui Huang, are you the one who spent 30 million to buy the CG team? Shui Huang. That person said he was the D-Renjia from that night. So, he must be your D-Renjia. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence. The ruthless person who bought the CG club is this anchor? No way. Why would you come here to broadcast with 30 million? Is this a strange interest of rich people? In fact, after Jiang Che posted that Weibo for the fans of Chen Cici and Yu Yanran, it was almost like directly admitting that he was the one who bought the CG club. However, in the eyes of Yu Yanran and Chen Cici's audiences, big shots of that level were too far away from them, and Jiang Che often had time to play games with Yu Yanran and Chen Cici, and even sang for them. Now saying that Jiang Che is the big boss seems to have a sense of unreality. In addition, there are many viewers here who just came here with other anchors and don't know Jiang Che very well, so they don't dare to believe it unless they hear Jiang Che admit in person. Jiang Che obviously saw these comments as well and replied with a smile. Yes, that's me. A mere 30 million is nothing to worry about. Very classy. When it comes to pretending, I only admire you. After 2 days of not seeing you, the handsome emperor's pretense skills are still so proficient. I'm following this anchor who's blowing the whistle. I'm following this. When will I be able to say the words 30 million? If the girl upstairs is a girl, come to me at night, and I'll give you a few 100 million. If it's a man, you can try it yourself. You can drive on this broken road? But it's true that the anchor is rich. He bought a club worth 30 million during the day and gave himself 2 million in tips at night. What a coincidence. I happen to be a fan of CG. You must manage CG well. As the barrage of exclamations spread, the admiration value in the system began to rise again. Jiang Che couldn't help but reveal a smile. He hadn't done anything yet, but he had already earned tens of thousands of admiration points just by spreading rumors. When he showed off his gaming skills later, wouldn't his admiration points soar? Sure enough, the effect of doing live broadcast by yourself is different. But you can't just brag about your shortcomings when you're live streaming, right? Jiang Che looked at the time and saw that half an hour had passed. So he said directly, we're going to live stream PUBG tonight. Do you two want to come along? The people who were asking this question were naturally Yu Yanran and Chen Cici. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? The two had just recovered from the news that Jiang Che had bought the CG Club when they heard Jiang Che say this again. That's fine. The two answered in unison. Sometimes when they got tired of playing King of Glory, they would play PUBG, but their skills. Hearing this, Jiang Che smiled and said, "It's okay, you two just lie down." As he spoke, he logged into the game. The handsome emperor is so confident. Aren't you playing Honor of Kings? Why did you switch to PUBG? You actually told White Rabbit and Little Zongzi to lie down? Where? Is the bed big enough? If not, I have a big bed here. Fuck, there's really no place I can't drive. No, are you really playing PUBG? The comments expressed doubts, saying that they didn't understand why Jiang Che, who is so good at playing King of Glory, wanted to play PUBG again. But this is exactly the effect Jiang Che wanted to suppress first and then to promote. First, let them doubt me, and then use my superb skills to convince them, so as to achieve the best slapping effect and earn the most admiration points. It's all routine. Soon, Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi logged into the game, and Jiang Che directly clicked to start the game. Chapter 92, Jedi Crying Monster. Hello, is there a lady? As soon as Jiang Che and the other two entered the game, they heard a lively voice, which was the teammate they were randomly matched with. The voice didn't sound loud, probably just that of a teenager of 17 or 18 years old. Jiang Che took a look at his ID, which was Woxi, which roughly translated to, "I'm really good at AK thieves," and he seemed quite confident. Jiang Che was about to say no, but suddenly remembered that he still had the skill of voice actor mastery. This skill makes Jiang Che's voice better, but it's just a byproduct. The real job of voice actor is to dub characters in movies, anime, games, etc. Sometimes it is common for male voice actors to voice female characters, or for female voice actors to voice male characters. Moreover, it is easy for Jiang Che, a junior voice actor, to do this. Jiang Che then smiled evilly, coughed twice, and then said softly, "Yes, the three of us are girls. Can you take us to eat chicken, little brother?" As soon as she opened her mouth, she spoke in a cute, girlish voice. Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi were stunned for a moment. Holy shit, who is this? Where is Jiang Che? Not only did the two of them stop talking, the comments on the computer also seemed to be turned off suddenly, disappearing completely within a few seconds. It was obvious that the audience was unable to react for a while. But Jiang Che ignored them. Seeing that Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi were silent, he continued, "Sister Zongzi, Sister Baitu, please say something." After being reminded by Jiang Che, Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi reacted immediately. "Ha, yes, we are all girls, haha." Yu Yanran really couldn't help it, and said while laughing. Even Chen Sisi, who is a bit more stable, tried to hold back her smile and said, "Yeah, little brother, you better play well. This time we are counting on you to lead us to win the game." They both have been anchors for a long time, so they didn't ask Jiang Che why his voice changed at first, but directly cooperated with Jiang Che in acting. No matter what the reason for the voice change, this is a perfect live broadcast effect. If you want to retain your audience, this live broadcast effect is essential. The superb gaming skills dazzle the audience, and this is just one of the live broadcast effects. So when Jiang Che changed his voice into a female one, the two of them immediately cooperated. Although classmate AK was very curious about why the three girls sounded so happy, he didn't think much about it when he thought about how he had matched with three girls with such nice voices. He immediately said excitedly, "Okay, give me AK and I'll be invincible. Professional player, bring girls online." At this time, the barrage also burst into laughter when they heard this person's words. "Fuck, I'm dying of laughter. How can you play this game? I'd lose money if I sold this game to the streamer for 98. Poor guy, his brain short-circuited when he heard the girl's voice, and he even said something like a professional player. Ha! The handsome emperor is so mean. He used a voice changer to trick people into thinking they were fooling around. Girl, it's bigger than you when I take it out. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value." This wave of operations naturally made a group of audiences feel so excited that their scalps tingled and their admiration for them soared. However, no one knew that the voice was spoken by Jiang Che himself. They all thought that Jiang Che used a voice changer. Even Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi thought so. After all, Jiang Che didn't turn on the camera, so they couldn't see the situation here. When they suddenly heard Jiang Che speak in a girl's voice, The only thing they could think of was a voice changer. Jiang Che didn't explain either. Soon they boarded the plane, and Jiang Che still spoke in a cute, girlish voice. Little brother, what's your name? And where should we jump? The voice sounded so soft and cute that even though Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi knew that Jiang Che was a boy, they couldn't help but imagine a cute little sister in their minds and wanted to hold her in their arms and spoil her. They were both like this, not to mention classmate. Okay, my name is Limu. AK immediately replied, let's go to the airport in this round. Watch me kill everyone. For a single guy who meets a girl while playing games, it's like a swordsman with a big power. His IQ drops by half, so he just has to rush. What's more, poor Lin Mu met 3 girls directly, and his IQ, which was already low, was only 1/10 of what it was. However, from this sentence we can see that Lin Mu is also a straight man, making the same mistake that most players with girls make. He was so focused on showing off his masculinity in a place like the airport that he ignored the girl's technical level. What do you do if you go to fight a girl? Find a place to hide? Even if you kill all the people and the girl turns into a box, it will be useless. Girls come to play games with you, not to watch you show off your skills. They also need the gaming experience themselves. And this is after taking down the airport. If you also get killed as soon as you land, then I suggest you change a girl and start a new game. Of course, those with the protagonist halo are another matter. Jiang Che had already purchased the skill Game Mastery at the beginning of the game. It's not about being proficient in eating chicken, but being proficient in the game, the skill with a worship value of 30,000. So Jiang Che is not only confident that he will not die, but he can also protect Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi. So Jiang Che did not reject Lin Mu's proposal, and the 4 of them went straight to the airport. Chapter 93. Landing M24. The ranking system of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was updated in May, and there are several ranks ranging from bronze to master. Jiang Che only plays a bronze account, and there is no need to mention the skills of Yanran and Chen Sisi. After playing for a long time, they're only in the silver rank, and they got there by surviving. So this is a very low-end game. Most of the players in low-end games like to fight and shoot each other, which is what we call being bad at fighting. So when Jiang Che was parachuting, he turned his head and found that there were more than 20 people around him, which means that a quarter of the people jumped at the airport. However, Jiang Che was not panicked at all and was even a little happy. In his eyes, players at this level were almost the same as bots, and they were all there to give him points and admiration. Jiang Che adjusted the parachuting angle and quickly descended towards the top of the C-shaped building. Parachuting requires many skills. If you have good skills, you can land quickly and pick up the gun quickly. Just like Jiang Che now, when he landed, the person next to him was still floating in the sky. However, Jiang Che's luck was not very good. When he landed, there was only an M24 under his feet. Sniper rifles like the M24 are naturally very powerful and are even considered the gun of faith by many players. However, when the enemy is close to you, rifles and submachine guns are still stronger. But it's better than nothing. Jiang Che immediately picked up the M24 and the 30 bullets next to it. It was not until Jiang Che had finished reloading that the man next to him picked up an M4. However, when he saw that Jiang Che was holding a sniper rifle, he jumped over while reloading without fear, obviously betting that Jiang Che would not be able to hit him. The comments also mocked. It's over, this one's going to be a box as soon as it lands. Bad luck, the other side picked up a rifle. There's an M24 and an M4 on the rooftop. Why wasn't there so much when I was playing? But after Jiang Che loaded the bullets, he looked at the enemy running towards him. An inexplicable feeling came over him. He moved the mouse casually and then fired a sniper shot. Schweibe killed HDHD with a headshot. That person seemed to have died without any teammates. And Schweibe is naturally Jiang Che's ID. The barrage was immediately filled with question marks, and it was obvious that they did not understand Jiang Che's actions. But Jiang Che didn't have the heart to read the comments at this time. After all, there were so many people around him. He immediately took out the M4 from the man's box. In this situation, you should kill the person first, but it is difficult to operate with only a sniper rifle, so you still have to use a rifle. But Jiang Che had just taken out the M4 and hadn't had time to load the bullets when he heard Yu Yanran's voice. Help! 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 It turned out that he was knocked down by someone. Jiang Che took a quick look and found that the 4 members of his team were scattered in 3 C-shaped buildings. I was in the building on the left, Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi were in the middle building, and Lin Mu was in the building on the right. Since Chun Cece and Yu Yanran were on the same rooftop, after Yu Yanran asked for help, Chun Cece immediately agreed. Don't worry, I found a gun. I'll be there right away. A few seconds later, help, 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 help. Chun Cece and Yanran both crawled on the ground together. Jiang Ke. Seeing this, Jiang Che had no time to reload the M4, so he simply picked up the M24 and fired a shot. Bang! Schweibe knocked down HDGXNNX with a headshot. The comments were full of questions. Another headshot? A Jedi scientist? The first shot was probably luck, but what about the second shot? But Jiang Che completely ignored them. To be honest, the first headshot was indeed a matter of luck because the man was still jumping while reloading the bullet, and Jiang Che killed him instantly. Although the technical component was the main factor, luck was also indispensable. But the man opposite to the second shot stood still, ready to finish off Yu Yanran and the other person. With Jiang Che's skills, it was not difficult to kill him instantly. After killing this man in seconds, Jiang Che went to pull Yu Yanran and Chun Cece away. While Jiang Che was rescuing his teammates, he said sarcastically, "Wow, little brother, where are you? You promised to protect us and take us to win the game." Of course, Jiang Che was not blaming him. He was just joking. He said that simply for the effect of the live broadcast. After all, he didn't need anyone to lead him. When Lin Mu heard this, his face turned red and he said anxiously, "I didn't find a gun when I landed. When I find an AK." The sound of a series of bullets was heard. Then he saw Lin Mu lying on the ground, crying with tears in his eyes. Help, 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 help. Lin Mu felt like he was screwed. Who knew how unlucky he was? He didn't even have a pistol when he landed. The two people opposite him were from the same team, and they killed him with an Uzi. Jiang Ke. The rogues are so awesome, why don't you kill one? It's almost the same as Yu Yanran and Chun Cece. Are you forcing yourself to make the game more difficult? The audience in the live broadcast room were laughing so hard that they even forgot about Jiang Che's 2 instant sniper shots. Dad is laughing to death. Where did you find this funny guy? The show was a blast. I didn't expect the handsome guy to have the talent for live streaming. Do you want to make me laugh to death and then inherit my manhwa bay? Fuck, no bragging, but the sound of the handsome emperor's voice card made me hard. You're the one who's hard? I've taken off my pants. Fuck, are you guys so scary? I took off my pants and put them on again, it's boring. The live broadcast effect is simply explosive. Some other anchors who haven't left yet were immediately envious. It seems that they're not only rich, but also have strong live broadcasting skills. Chapter 94. Angry at the audience. After hearing the report from his subordinate, the senior executive of Shark was also very curious. Who is the rich man who has too much money and nowhere to spend it, so that he gives himself $2 million? So he went to Jiang Che's live broadcast room to take a look and was also shocked when he saw it. Live broadcast genius. As a senior executive, he worked his way up from the bottom, so he is very experienced and can basically tell the level of a host at a glance. Jiang Che's superb gaming skills, coupled with his interesting live streaming style, will definitely make him popular in the future. Don't even mention the future. Right now, Jiang Che already has hundreds of thousands of fans, and it's only been less than an hour since he started broadcasting. Although it has something to do with his wealth, it is also Jiang Che's ability to keep these people coming in. Thinking of this, he immediately called his former subordinate. "Hey, call him early tomorrow morning to discuss the contract. If it doesn't work, I'll go there myself." Jiang Che gave up on rescuing Yu Yanran and raised his hand to fire another shot, knocking down the man holding the Uzi in front of Lin Mu. Players in low-end games have a characteristic. They like to finish off the enemy immediately after defeating him, for fear that their kill will be taken away by others, and they don't care whether that person's teammates are nearby. So Jiang Che easily shot him in the head. But there were 2 people on the rooftop on Lin Mu's side. After Jiang Che dealt with one, the other one became a little panicked. He turned around, but couldn't find who was hitting him. In addition, he only had a shotgun in his hand, so he simply left his teammates behind and jumped off the roof. Jiang Che fired another shot from behind, but unfortunately he missed the head, and the shot to the body failed to kill him. An M24 magazine can hold 5 bullets. Jiang Che has fired 4 bullets so far. 3 people were hit by the 4 bullets, and 1 was left with little health. His marksmanship is truly terrifying. Seeing that all the people on the rooftops of the 3 C-shaped buildings had been cleared, Jiang Che began to pull his teammates. At this time, the barrage began to discuss again. Fuck, this shooting skill, is it fake? The above person, stop talking nonsense. If you think someone is cheating, just report it. If you succeed, come back and tell me. That's right, if anyone says I'm cheating again, I'll just turn into a Zon pianist. Brother is so nice. How could he cheat? Because of the misunderstanding that he was cheating when playing games with Yu Yanran before. Fans from Yu Yanran's side are now extremely sensitive to these two words. Their tone of voice, as if they were ready to transform into keyboard masters at any time, scared the players who were about to say they were cheating so much that they suddenly stopped talking. However, in the live streaming industry, as long as someone becomes popular, there will always be a bunch of trolls and haters looking for trouble. Just like now, no one has said that Jiang Che is cheating, but many people are criticizing Jiang Che for playing a fish pond game. Is the fish pond game fun? People just stand still and let you play. To call a fish pond is an exaggeration. This is just a fish row bureau. Fish pond game? Can you perform this instant sniping operation in any game? I will admire you if you can customize this instant sniping operation. You're not good at it, but you're jealous of others. Are you jealous of other success? While Jiang Che was saving people, he glanced at the screen and saw the comments of everyone. He turned off the in-game voice chat and said disdainfully, "Watch if you want to. If you don't want to watch, go away. Why are you trying to show off your presence here? I'm not short of money. I'm just doing live streaming for fun. Do you still want me to coax you into watching? If you don't want to watch, just leave. Why are you talking so much nonsense? They're just getting laid for free, but they still have so many problems. Where's their dignity?" Jiang Che didn't want to be scolded, but he endured it. How could a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions accept such grievances? He mercilessly scolded those people back. What he needs are audiences who can provide him with admiration, not argumentative people and keyboard warriors. You idiot, you are powerful just because you have money. The key is that the man even calls 4 million the ballots. I really can't refute it. Shui Huang, don't think you can talk like that just because you have money. I'm telling you, I won't leave. I'll just watch. Very cool. I love the host personality, unlike other hosts who act like bootlickers. Did you see that? The host told you to get lost if you don't want to watch it. Stop trying to show off your presence here. Jiang Che's words did discourage many viewers, but they also made more people click to follow. After all, such tough anchors are rare. The most important thing is that Jiang Che's live broadcast is really good to watch. He has good skills and is funny. It is hard not to be popular. In just less than an hour, Jiang Che already had 300,000 subscribers, but it was still a long way from 1 million. After all, as a new anchor, he has never played professionally before and has no fame. It is a bit difficult to break through 1 million followers in just 2 hours. Chapter 95 Big Sniper Rifle. Jiang Che quickly pulled all 3 of them up and left the M4 to Yu Yanran. Chen Cece already had a gun, but Yu Yanran didn't even have a frying pan. But Jiang Che felt that even if she got the gun, it would be useless. As for Lin Mu, who also didn't have a pot, that was none of Jiang Che's business. The main reason was that Lin Mu's opponent just now was too weak. He had used up all his bullets when he knocked Lin Mu down, so the Uzi was of no use. Jiang Che looked at the only M4 in his hand and suddenly had an idea in his mind. He said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "How about using this sniper rifle to win the game instead of the rifle? Even if he fails, there will be no consequences. The system only requires him to live broadcast PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It doesn't say he must win the game, but if he succeeds, he will get a lot of admiration points. It is a business that is sure to make money." Host, you're getting carried away. You can't play like this in a fish pond game, right? Double sniper chicken to get you a plane. The one above, I think the host may not need your plane. Isn't it enough that your 3 teammates can make things more difficult for you? Do you still want to increase the difficulty yourself? Double snipers. I love playing snipers the most. Jiang Che took a look at the reactions in the comments and found that most people were not optimistic about his use of dual snipers, so he decided to give it a try. Okay, this time we only use sniper rifles and projectiles to kill enemies. No need for rifles or other guns. Jiang Kisaid. There were more than 20 people jumping at the airport, and Jiang Che only dealt with 3 of them, so he had to be careful. Jiang Che jumped down from the building while observing his surroundings while holding a sniper rifle. "Wait for me." Lin Mu hurriedly followed Jiang Che's footsteps. He didn't have a gun, and he didn't have any medicine, so when Jiang Che helped him up, he only had 1 bar of health left. He didn't dare to go anywhere, so he could only follow Jiang Che and prepare to get some supplies. It is sad that such a professional player has fallen to this point. Yu Yanran smiled and said, "Brother, aren't you a professional player? How come you can't even beat a silver player? How can you lead us to win the game? Sister Xiaoche is really awesome." "Well, it's mainly because I was unlucky and didn't get the gun," Lin Mu explained stutteringly, and his embarrassment could be felt through the screen. Yu Yanran and Chun Cece both tried to hold back their laughter. In the past, when the two of them played PUBG, they always lost points because they were too bad at it. But this time, with Jiang Che and Lin Mu, a somewhat silly boy, the live broadcast effect was explosive and attracted many fans. The two of them thought that if they got tired of live streaming in the future, they would just come to Jiang Che's live streaming room and watch him play games. Maybe they could also gain more followers. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help laughing when they heard Lin Mu's embarrassing words. "This child is so miserable." Shoot, Jiang Che suddenly signaled them not to speak. "Someone is here. There's another one in the room on the left at the stairs on the second floor," Lin Mu suddenly said. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows. He heard the footsteps were indeed at that location. But how could Lin Mu determine the person's location so quickly? Could it be that he is really an expert? But Jiang Che didn't think much about it. He just threw a Molotov cocktail over and rushed forward. "Hey, just take the sniper and go up," Lin Mu hurriedly shouted from behind. But before he finished shouting, he heard a gunshot, and then a few words popped up on the screen. Schweibe knocked down Fusu with M24. The shot did not hit the head, but with the damage from the Molotov cocktail, Jiang Che still knocked the man down with one shot. But this is not the end. After this man fell, his teammates rushed out of the room, and then, bang! Schweibe killed JDB Cienishh with a headshot from an M24. After all, it was a low-end game. Even though the man saw that Jiang Che was holding an M24 in his hand and knew that he was wearing a level 2 helmet, he still just stuck his head out of the door of the room and shot at Jiang Che with his rifle. "Isn't this a headshot to keep for the new year?" "What did you just say?" Jiang Che pretended not to hear clearly and asked Lin Mu in an innocent, girlish voice. "Nothing." Lin Mu was completely withdrawn. He probably understood in his heart that Jiang Che was playing the pig to eat the tiger and was deliberately teasing him. For the top of the C building to hear, 6 bullets knocked down 5 people, and not a single shot missed. If this isn't a great skill, then what is it? If this game wasn't too low level. But Lin Mu couldn't say anything. After all, he was too bad at this game. There were only these 2 people upstairs. After being killed by Jiang Che, they turned into boxes directly. Lin Mu couldn't wait to run up and start looting. He had nothing but the clothes on his back. "Ak, I found a K." Lin Mu suddenly laughed. "I'm standing up. Ladies, lie down." Jand, K. Yu Yanran. Chen CC. Many viewers. Doesn't your face hurt? I just had it done once. Okay, then let's lie down. Janvike Said, indifferently. These 2 people were quite fat, and Jiang Che also found an 8-fold scope and a 98K in their bags. Now I have all the equipment and can go out and kill people. Are you really holding 2 sniper rifles? Yu Yanran looked at Jiang Che holding an M24 in his left hand and a 98K in his right hand, and couldn't help but ask. She herself felt that she couldn't even control a rifle well. So this large sniper rifle that could only fire 1 bullet at a time was simply impossible to play. "Huh, is it possible that my shot is not accurate?" Zhang Yuki asked. "It's accurate." Yu Yanran thought about it, and felt that it was indeed quite accurate. That's it. Jiang Che installed the 8x scope on the M24 and turned on the double sniper mode. My big chicken. Chicken is very accurate. What's the accuracy? What's the size of the gun? Fuck, handsome emperor, please stop doing this. You're corrupting my little dumpling. The handsome emperor is too mean. It's nothing to tease the little Zongzi. If you have the guts, tease me. The one upstairs is wishful thinking. Is the big cock gun okay? Jiang Che's driving skills were becoming more and more proficient, and he could speak fluently. Yu Yanran was unable to react for a moment. Chepter 96 Lin Mu is ak. Lin Mu was also stunned for a moment. This little sister spoke very wildly, but he didn't think too much at this time. After getting the AK and replenishing his status, he just wanted to prove himself quickly. Lin Mu jumped directly from the second-floor window and ran towards another C-shaped building next to it. Jiang Che and his companions were inside the C-shaped building in the middle. The other two C-shaped buildings next to it were also occupied, but Lin Mu just rushed in. Don't fall down. It will be too late to save you soon. John Duque reminded. Don't worry, within 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes will be enough. I will clear out all the people in the entire airport. Lin Mu vowed. Jiang Che was speechless. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Not long after Lin Mu went out, Jiang Che heard a burst of gunfire coming from the building next door. However, what surprised everyone was that the screen showed that Lin Mu had killed other people, and the teammate status bar on the left showed that he had hardly lost any blood. And this was just the beginning. There was continuous gunfire from Lin Mu's side, and in less than a minute, he wiped out the entire team in the building next door. Fuck, he's really an expert? Why do I feel like I've become a different person after getting the AK? You can't cheat even if you're fine. Why does this style feel familiar? The comments on the forum were also shocked by Lin Mu's move, and they all started discussing it. But Jiang Che was instantly unhappy. Isn't this stealing my admiration points? How can you tolerate this? So he rushed out with a sniper rifle to grab the kill. For a moment, the entire airport was filled with the sound of AK and sniper rifles, and the kill information kept jumping on the screen. Lin Mu's fighting style is very aggressive. He rushes towards people when he sees them. Jiang Che, on the other hand, is more like an elegant assassin. He can basically kill enemies without a level 3 helmet with one shot. Occasionally, when he encounters a player with a level 3 helmet, he will shoot the enemy in the head first. Then, without having to wait for a change of bullets, he will immediately switch to the second sniper rifle on his back and fire another shot. The second shot will kill the enemy regardless of whether he gets a headshot or not. It gives people a special sense of violent beauty. This style instantly attracted a large number of PUBG players, especially those who like to use sniper rifles, who followed Jiang Che without hesitation and worshipped his superb sniper rifle skills as if they were a god. The word worship like a god is no exaggeration, because no other anchor has ever been able to play the sniper rifle like this. Jiang Che is not the first anchor to challenge PUBG with dual snipers. Other anchors have tried this eye-catching thing before, and some have even succeeded in the challenge. However, in terms of viewing experience, it is nothing compared to Jiang Che's. Of course, one of the reasons why Jiang Che's headshot rate is so high is because this is a low-end game. However, even a low-end game cannot conceal the strength of Jiang Che's own skills. In just 5 minutes, he and Lin Mu took over the entire airport. In these 5 minutes alone, Jiang Che gained nearly 100,000 subscriptions. To be honest, the big cocked spear of the handsome emperor is indeed incredibly powerful. Is this guy still human? He's good at playing King of Glory, but he's also so good at playing PUBG. And most importantly, he's so rich. Compared to the handsome emperor, I feel like I am just here to make up the numbers. Oh wow, a host who never missed a shot. Report it, report it. The people upstairs, please go slowly. On the other side, Yi Yanran looked at Jiang Che's game character holding dual snipers on the computer screen, her eyes full of admiration. This man is too good. Seeing this, the audience in her live broadcast room teased her and said that she was really in love, with the eyes of a girl in love. Chen Cece also pursed her lips, her eyes a little dazed, and no one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 97. Why did the two female anchors lie on the ground? Even Lin Mu was extremely surprised. Little sister, your sniper rifle is quite powerful. The number of people you killed with the sniper rifle is actually not less than the number I killed with the AK. I'm also surprised. I didn't expect your AK to be so powerful. It's not worse than my sniper rifle. Jiang Che. He was indeed quite surprised. Although he was holding a sniper rifle, in such a low-end game, one shot would kill almost one person. In this case, Lin Mu's number of kills was almost the same as his. What you said, Lin Mu seemed to be hesitant to speak, but finally shut up. We're done fighting at the airport. Let's go out, Jiang Che said, glancing at the boxes scattered on the ground. More than half of the 20-odd people died at the hands of Jiang Che and Lin Mu. The four of them now had everything they needed. Jiang Che and Lin Mu even put together a set of level 3 equipment. In addition, the poison circle was approaching, so the four of them prepared to move their position. Okay, there's a car over there. Lin Mu ran to the side of the road first and got into the driver's seat of a Jeep. Hurry up and get in. I'm a great driver. I'm an experienced driver. I have to say that Lin Mu's personality is indeed lively and outgoing. Jiang Che just didn't want to drive because he couldn't shoot from the passenger seat, which would delay him from getting the kill. So when they saw Lin Mu offer to drive, they naturally wouldn't refuse, and the three of them got into Lin Mu's car together. To get out of the airport, you have to cross the bridge. Lin Mu drove the car steadily along the road to the bridge head. But soon after getting on the bridge, a volley of bullets swept over. Someone was actually blocking the bridge. Fortunately, the opponent's shooting skills were not very good, and all the bullets hit the car body. Jiang Che immediately leaned out from the passenger seat. Scope, aim, shot, put away your gun. The whole process only takes 2 seconds. And at the moment Jiang Che fired the bullet, the sound of gunfire from the opposite side stopped abruptly, and the man had turned into a box. Lin Mu was about to slow down, but he didn't expect that the man would be shot dead by Jiang Che in one shot. So he didn't even stop the car and whizzed past the man's box. After all, everyone was fat, so there was no need to pick up things. Flowing like water. Handsome is just one word. How dare one person block the bridge? Jiang Che said with disdain. Damn, your sniper rifle. Lin Mu simply couldn't find words to describe Jiang Che. What's wrong with my sniper rifle? Is it cheating? Jiang Che thought the second half of his sentence was to ask if he was cheating. However, Jiang Che did not feel unhappy. After all, this operation was indeed difficult, and he had been misunderstood many times, so he got used to it. Jiang Che couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes being too good is also a sin. Lin Mu explained after hearing this. That's not the case. I can still tell the difference between cheating and not cheating. I'm just amazed at your sniping skills. I didn't think much of this big sniper rifle. I even felt it was a bit effeminate. It can only be used from a distance. It's nothing like the AK, which has high damage and can be used to rush into the face. It can also be used for single shot bursts at a distance. But your sniper skills have really refreshed my understanding of sniper rifles. This instant sniping technique is very useful even in high-end games, right? Jiang Che smiled and said nothing. Useful? Can it be described with just the word useful? The reason why the sniper rifle is not suitable for high-end games is because its firing rate is too slow and its tolerance rate is low. If you cannot kill the enemy with one shot, the enemy will find cover and shoot back. However, if the accuracy is sufficient, the damage of the sniper rifle is unmatched by any other firearm. Of course, shotguns are another matter. The audience in the live broadcast room were also amazed by Jiang Che's shot. As a PUBG player, it is normal to be blocked on the bridge. Some people are even often swept off the car by their opponents. Especially for someone like Jiang Che, who had finally managed to fight his way out of the airport. The 4 people in his team were all rich and powerful and were aiming to win the game. But in the end, they were wiped out by the old bastard who blocked the bridge. His mentality was simply exploding. Jiang Che didn't even have to stop the car. He just leaned over from the passenger seat and shot the opponent down with one shot. How could this be described with just one word? Cool. Moreover, before at the airport, many people said that Jiang Che could only fight those who could not move. But now Jiang Che proved with his strength that not only could the enemy move, but he himself could also shoot the enemy in the head while sitting in a speeding jeep. I'm impressed by this sniper rifle. Shou Huang, sniper rifle. I would like to call you the strongest. Shui Huang, please stop playing low-end games. I want to see you play high-end games. They always say that snipers are useless in high-end games. My teammates won't let me pick them up, but 98K is my faith to me. The above guy, the so-called usefulness is only relative. If you have the skills of Shui Huang, your teammates will take the initiative to find a sniper rifle for you. There was a lot of discussion in the barrage, but Jiang Che and his 3 companions had already crossed the bridge. After crossing the bridge, Lin Mu drove along the road directly to the nearby Y City, but the fight here had already ended, with only a few boxes left on the ground. After turning around and not seeing anyone, Lin Mu continued driving forward. However, just as I passed by the prison, I heard a burst of gunfire coming from inside the prison. Lin Mu was like a cat that smelled fish. He immediately turned the car around and rushed towards the prison with great courage. Jiang Che was also not vague and was ready to grab the kill at any time. However, just as Lin Mu drove the jeep to the open space in front of the prison, a 98K bullet directly penetrated the secondary helmet of Chun Cece's game character. Ah, Chun Cece screamed and fell off the car, lying on the ground. Damn it, Lin Mu was also startled. He kept pressing the direction keys to control the movement of the vehicle. He never expected that there was a sniper rifle here. But his movement seemed to be completely ineffective. The sound of 98K rang again, and Yu Yinran also fell to the ground. So Chen Sisi and Yu Yinran lay on the ground again. Jiang Che quickly found the other party's location, which was on the rooftop of the prison building. He immediately reached out and fired a shot, but missed because Lin Mu was controlling the vehicle to sway left and right, and Jiang Che had no way to aim. Even an instant sniper shot required pre-aiming. Jiang Che missed, but the opponent was not polite at all. He shot Lin Mu's level 3 helmet again, and Lin Mu instantly became low on health. Lin Mu frowned. There's something wrong with this 98K. Chapter 98, Arrogance. Even if Lin Mu didn't say it, Jiang Che had already discovered that something was wrong with the 98K. Movement is relative. Lin Mu twisted his car around, and Jiang Che couldn't hit him. So the opponent should also not be able to hit Jiang Che. Because the system once said that basic mastery is the level of the world's top professions. So someone's sniper rifle level may be similar to Jiang Che's, but definitely not stronger than him. The man on the roof of the prison was shot 3 times. The first shot could be explained by luck, but being hit 3 times in a row couldn't be explained by luck. If Lin Mu didn't have a level 3 helmet, he would definitely be dead. Fortunately, before the man fired the 4th shot, Lin Mu drove the car to the wall behind the warehouse, and then used a medical kit to restore his health. However, it was obvious that Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi could not be saved. Seeing that the 98K could not hit Jiang Che and Lin Mu, it shot them both in the head with 2 shots. What a shame. This should have won the game. The handsome emperor and this funny AK are both so strong. I actually encountered a cheater. This is too uncomfortable. I am a noob, why would I cheat? This orphan's household registration book should only have him on it, right? He's probably the only one in the family photo. Low-end games are a little better, but high-end games have all kinds of cheats in order to gain points. Apparently, the audience in the live broadcast room also noticed that something was wrong with the 98K and started to speak out. But Jiang Che's expression was not tense at all. Instead, he was smiling. Is this a way to give himself admiration points? It just so happens that it's a low-end game, and everyone isn't satisfied with just watching it. Killing a god should earn you a lot of admiration points, right? It wasn't that Jiang Che was arrogant, but he could see that the guy on the other side was probably a rookie, a genuine bronze or silver level, plus a padlock. He stuck behind the wall of the warehouse and observed for a while. The man was standing on the roof with a sniper rifle, looking at Jiang Che. He didn't move and had no intention of moving at all. Of course, it could also be because he was cheating and felt fearless. But in general, this kind of motionless enemy, even if he was cheating, did not pose any threat to Jiang Che. Little sister, we're stuck this time, so I probably can't help you in the game, Lin Mu said with some regret. Until now, he hadn't realized that Jiang Che was a man. He didn't know if he was really a thick-skinned person or if he hadn't seen a girl for too long. Jiang Che smiled wickedly when he heard this. Little brother, try sticking your head out. Maybe the 2 of us can beat this guy. Lin Mu asked in confusion. How do I try? Just walk out and let him shoot. I'll see how fast his sniping is. Then I'll give it a try. Although Lin Mu still had confidence in Jiang Che's sniping skills, the opponent this time was a cheater who was 100% locked on his head. Even if Jiang Che's sniper was powerful, he couldn't beat the cheater, right? However, there seemed to be no better way than to try it, so Lin Mu decisively walked out from the back of the warehouse. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes, focused his attention, and his expression became serious. Sure enough, the moment Lin Mu walked out, the 98K on the opposite side opened fire. Jiang Che also quickly leaned forward and fired a sniper shot. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The sound from Jiang Che's M24 and the opponent's 98K almost coincided. A stream of green blood spurted out from Lin Mu and the opponent's head at the same time. It's just that both of them had level 3 helmets, so they didn't fall. Lin Mu's level 3 helmet was gone because he had been shot before, but fortunately he blocked the opponent's 98K bullet and ran back to Jiang Che with a little health left to start taking medicine. The other party also laid down immediately, and he must have been taking medicine as well. Jiang Che's shot was no less powerful than the opponent's headlock. This person probably isn't very good at playing. Jiang Che was certain this time. Awesome. Sister. Lin Mu was shocked. Jiang Che's instant sniping was so stable that he could almost hit the target 100% of the time as long as the opponent was not moving, and most of the hits are on the head. 666, what a handsome guy. It's a pity that I don't have AWM, otherwise the opponent would be killed immediately. Fuck, isn't Shuai Huang's sniping too fast? It turns out that Shuai Huang hadn't shown his true strength just now at the airport. I really want to see how good Shuai Huang is in a high-end game. The handsome Emperor's big cock. The gun is really powerful. It hits the target with one shot. Hey. Handsome Emperor, don't get cocky. What are you doing? It's over. The handsome Emperor is too proud. This is going to be wasted. The content of the barrage suddenly changed. It turned out that when the audience was discussing Jiang Che's previous shot, he walked out from the back of the warehouse and stood openly in the open space between the 6 warehouses, holding his 98K in his hand. Judging from the speed of his shots just now, Jiang Che felt that he could definitely defeat him. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party would still stand there stupidly and snipe at him like before. So since you know that the opponent can't beat you, just be a little arrogant, and you can earn more admiration points. Heart steel padlock hanging. Who else? Chapter 99. Cheating is also a color pen. About dozens of seconds later, the man showed his head again. Judging from the time, he should have hit the computer bag, which can restore full health at once instead of the first aid kit. The moment he showed his head, the 98K in Jiang Che's hand had already sounded, and a stream of green blood spurted out of the man's head again. A few tenths of a second later, a pool of green blood also spurted out of Jiang Che's level 3 head, and he also became directly reduced to a low health state. However, it was obvious from this shot that even if the opponent had a headlock, his shooting speed was not as fast as Jiang Che's, and Jiang Che still stood there motionless after firing the shot. The cheater on the other side was also shocked. Fuck, I met someone in the same field? But even if we are in the same field, you can't look down on me like this, right? The idiot couldn't stand it anymore and started pulling the bolt while standing still. Of course, Jiang Che was too lazy to move and looked down on him completely, while the man opposite him had no sense of movement. In fact, Jiang Che could have taken out the M24 behind him and killed him instantly, but he didn't do that. Instead, he chose to do the same as his opponent and wait for the bolt to be pulled after the sniper rifle fired a shot. In less than a second, the bolt was pulled, the bullet was loaded, and the two men raised their 98 Burmese shots at the same time and fired at each other. The audience also held their breath unconsciously. Their mood became tense, and they stared at their mobile phone screens with wide eyes. Flames spurted out of the muzzle of the 98K, and 2 bullets shot out, whizzing through the air and hitting the 3rd-level helmet on the opposite side. Green blood oozes out from the 2 men's heads again, but the results are completely different. The cheater fell down directly and turned into a box, but Jiang Che was unharmed. His health was still at the low level after being shot in the head by the opponent's first shot, which means that the opponent's shot did not cause any damage to him. Schweibe killed HFBXB with a headshot using 98K. A kill reminder popped up on Jiang Che's computer screen slowly. Facts have proved that even if the players in the Fish Pond Bureau used cheats, they could not beat Jiang Che. This was a crushing defeat in terms of strength. Generally speaking, with Jiang Che's skills, he would only fail if he encountered a golden immortal who had an invincible cheat that could directly lock his health. If it was just a headlock, he still had a chance to fight back. 666. Kill the immortals directly. Is this the immortal killing? Why does it look so simple? Is the Emperor too strong? What the hell? Was it the other party who did the headlock, or was it the handsome Emperor who did the headlock? I am totally confused. No, didn't you see that his health was locked? The opponent's shot clearly hit the anchor, but he didn't lose any health. Right. Logically, shouldn't they both fall down at the same time? Not to mention that he wasn't knocked down. I saw green blood coming out of his head. Haha. Cloud players, go play the next game and talk about it later. I'll explain it to these Cloud players. I'm really confused, but I don't know either. The opponent fell first, so even if his bullet hit him, it wouldn't cause any damage. That's how damage is determined in this game. Did you hear that, Cloud players? Watch and learn carefully, and don't come out and embarrass yourself. Yu Yanran and Chun Cece, who had been staring at the computer screen, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. They didn't know why, but when Jiang Che was killing the immortal just now, they couldn't help but put themselves into that tense atmosphere. Now seeing Jiang Che kill the opponent in seconds, they suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Che looked at the rows of comments on the computer screen and the ever-increasing admiration value in the system. He had already anticipated that this Zhu Xian video would become as popular as the previous video in which he used D. Renjia to challenge Yang Tian. Nowadays, Zhu Xian is not rare, but most of the broadcasters who play Zhu Xian rely on a lot of luck and help from teammates, and the opponents are basically little immortals with perspective. It is not easy to beat such a golden immortal with a lock on his head. Jiang Che not only killed the opponent, but also directly confronted Suo Tu's 98k head-on without even taking cover. This not only demonstrated the power of his marksmanship, but most importantly, it made the audience feel relieved. Everyone knows that cheats are rampant in the game PUBG. As a PUBG player, you must have been killed by cheats a few times. If you were killed because you're not as skilled as others, there's nothing to say. Just practice more if you're not as good as others. But after practicing his marksmanship hard, he was KO'd by a cheater with one shot. Who could bear this? Many people even quit the game because they were discouraged by cheaters. Everyone hated cheaters to the core. Now, seeing Jiang Che confront the cheater head-on, they felt relieved. Cheating? Even if you cheat, you are still a noob. You can't beat me even if I fight you head-on. Most of the viewers who had complaints against cheats thought the same thing when they saw Jiang Che defeat the cheater in seconds. Although it was not their own operation, they still felt extremely relieved, and at the same time, they admired Jiang Che's skills even more. Then, add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. Chapter 100, System Mission. Your sniper rifle. Lin Mu was confused again. He had repeated this sentence many times, but every time Jiang Che could use his strength to refresh his understanding of sniper rifles. He really wanted to know how to practice such an accurate sniper rifle. Even those top professional players who have been famous for a long time would find it difficult to reach this level, right? But if it comes to cheating, Lin Mu can judge from his long gaming experience that Jiang Che's operation is obviously different from those who cheat. My sniper rifle is very cool. Jiang Che continued what he said. Well, it's really cool. Even Lin Mu had to admit that Jiang Che's instant sniping skills had reached the pinnacle level. After killing this god, as if to celebrate, an airdrop fell from the sky above the prison, which was the legendary airdrop that hit the face. Jiang Che ran over and saw that it was an AWM and an intact level 3 suit. The level 3 helmet was given to Lin Mu, and neither of them needed the level 3 armor. As for this AWM, with Jiang Che's skills, getting this gun would be like adding wings to a tiger, and he would basically be invincible. Jiang Che looked at the number of people in the upper right corner. There were about 20 people left, and it was almost time for the final round. The pace of low-end games is generally faster, and people like to fight. If it were a high-end game, at least half of the people would be left at this point. After killing this immortal, Jiang Che and Lin Mu became even more unscrupulous. They drove around looking for people. These bronze and silver players posed no threat to them. In the final round, Jiang Che and Lin Mu were 2 against 4. The opponents did not know how to use the advantage of numbers. They were quickly dealt with by Jiang Che and Lin Mu like the Calabash brothers sending their grandfather away. When Jiang Che's magnum passed through the head of the last enemy, the 4 big words "battle end" appeared on the screen. Challenged the double sniper game and succeeded. Not only was he successful, he even killed a god. Ladies, are you still playing? Can you add me as a friend? Lin Mu asked with a smile. Okay, Jiang Che didn't refuse. Although this Lin Mu person is a little bit naive, his personality is generally good. Besides his skills, Jiang Che felt that he might not be just an ordinary player. Although there were some accidents at the beginning and he performed a little funny, but later on, an AK was indeed very powerful. The game continued. In the second round, Jiang Che chose the Desert Rainforest map. This map was smaller, with more opportunities for gunfights, and it was more enjoyable for the audience. It also made it easier for Jiang Che to earn admiration points. But the only bad thing is that there's too much grass, and it is easy to be killed by the old bitch. There's no need to say much about the Rainforest map. Let's go directly to the training base. In this round, Jiang Che didn't use a sniper rifle when he landed, but there was no shortage of guns on the Rainforest map, and supplies were abundant, especially in places like the training base. Jiang Che picked up an M762 as soon as he landed. The M762, equipped with a laser sight, can be said to be the most powerful rifle for close combat, except for the dog-shaped rifle, and is very suitable for landing steel guns. Lin Mu's luck turned in this round. Although he didn't have an AK when he landed, he picked up an M4, which was very easy to use. So in the next 5 minutes, the entire training base went through a process from chaos to silence. An M762 and an M4 scared the enemies in the entire training base. Of course, Lin Mu changed the M4 to AK in the middle. Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi followed behind and looted the items happily. In fact, for noobs, looting the items was also a great pleasure. Although they did not fight with Jiang Che and Lin Mu, they did not feel bored at all. The comments expressed envy, especially for the young ladies who play PUBG. If they had a teammate like this who was responsible for killing people, and they were only responsible for looting and finally lying down comfortably as a chicken, it would be so comfortable. 5 minutes later, Jiang Che and Lin Mu eliminated all the enemies in the training base and became the overlords of the training base, referred to as base. Overlord. In fact, the last game was also played by J.I.B., the airport overlord. How many did you kill? Lin Mu couldn't help but ask after the fight. I only killed 10, and you took all the heads. Jiang Che also started to loot the loot, buying himself some better equipment. Did I kill them all? Lin Mu looked as if he was about to spit blood. I only killed 9, 1 less than you. Almost all of the 20 people in the training base died at the hands of Jiang Che and Lin Mu. The two were like wolves among a flock of sheep. You are the first one who can snatch 8 heads from me. Janduke Said Aburisivity. However, although Jiang Che said this, he still admired Lin Mu's skills in his heart. I am already at the world's top level, but Lin Mu's kill count is only 1 less than mine. If you calculate this way, doesn't Lin Mu almost reach the ceiling of AK level? He said at the beginning that he was a professional player. Jiang Che felt that he might have really met a professional player, a top-notch one at that. Nothing special happened after leaving the training base. After all, with Jiang Che and Lin Mu's strength, in such a low-end game, as long as they didn't encounter cheats, they would just kill them at will. They wouldn't encounter any thrilling situations at all. They would kill people in seconds when they met them, without giving the other party any time to react. More than 20 minutes later, Jiang Che and Lin Mu took Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi to eat chicken again. When the words "battle ended" appeared on the screen, the comments were filled with 666. This is too easy to win PUBG. I was playing it myself and got beaten to autism. 666, I'll send it by plane. Even though I know you may not need it, I'll send it anyway. I really want a little brother like this to take me to eat chicken. The one upstairs can find me. Although I can't take you to eat chicken, I can treat you to chicken. The kind that is 37 degrees. The car in front of me, please stop. I haven't gotten on yet. Dang, student card. Jiang Che ignored the comments and glanced at the time on his computer. It was about half an hour before 10 o'clock. He felt that he could not play games anymore. The task assigned to him by the system has not been completed yet. There will be no punishment for not completing the task, but Jiang Che will have a task reward. The system required him to livestream PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and reach 1 million followers within 2 hours, but now he only has over 800,000, which is more than 100,000 short. If it weren't for the fan base of Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi, the gap would probably be even greater. It would be difficult to complete the task if he continued to livestream his PUBG game, so Jiang Che felt it necessary to sacrifice his looks and show his face. If it doesn't work, you can still. Chapter 101. Lin Wu's Identity. Of course, before showing his face, Jiang Che first told Lin Mu, "Let's stop here today. We won't play anymore." Okay. Lin Mu was still a little unsatisfied. Can I add you guys as my friend? We can play together next time we have a chance. Okay. Jiang Che agreed to his friend invitation. Actually, my real name is not Lin Mu. Before leaving, Lin Mu suddenly said, "I was indeed a professional player before." "Oh, what's that called?" Jiang Che asked, without any surprise in his tone. After determining that he was a professional player, Jiang Che roughly guessed that Lin Mu was a pseudonym. A person with such strong skills cannot be unknown. Even if he himself does not know him, there must be someone in the live broadcast room who knows him. However, no audience knows his name, so it is not normal. It's impossible that he suddenly becomes as proficient in eating chicken as I am, right? Hearing Jiang Che's question, many viewers pricked up their ears. They were also very curious about which professional player this expert with a somewhat funny personality was. "My name is Lin Wu. Have you heard of me?" Lin Wu asked. Although it was a question, Lin Wu's tone sounded as if he was sure that Jiang Che had heard of his name and even had a hint of pride in it. It seems not. However, Jiang Che's words were like a basin of cold water poured on his face. Lin Wu, I'm so mentally broken. He was originally planning to listen to the surprised and excited tones of these three young ladies, but now, is it possible that no one remembers him just a few months after his retirement? Although Jiang Che had never heard of it, the barrage suddenly exploded when he heard the name Lin Wu. Fuck, God of War. aka God of War. I was wondering why I felt so familiar. It turned out to be the God of War. I should have thought of such a powerful AK earlier. Wushin, I miss you so much. I didn't expect that the God of War would come to play in this bronze and silver game. I heard that he sounded like him, but I didn't dare to say it. Who would have thought that I would meet the God of War in this game? Dense bullet comments flashed across the screen, and Jiang Che asked curiously, Martial God? Is this person famous? Really? You really haven't heard of Shui Huang? I thought you were joking. Wushin is the belief of all PUBG players. How many players practice AK because of him? Damn it. Handsome Emperor, you haven't even heard of the God of War. This can be said to be the #1 player in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Currently, the #1 person in the world. That's not right. Have you noticed a problem? Judging from the previous 2 games, it seems that the Handsome Emperor's spear skills are not inferior to the God of War. And the Handsome Emperor can also use the Chicken Spear, even better than the God of War. Fuck, it seems so. In the last round, after defeating the Handsome Emperor, he still had 3 more kills than the God of War. It's terrifying when you think about it. The comments suddenly became sparse, but Jiang Che's admiration points were rising rapidly. There's a saying that goes, it's not a problem if you don't know the goods, but it's a problem if you compare the goods. When Jiang Che was playing by himself, they only saw that he was very good. Some even thought that Jiang Che was just playing a small game and that they could play by themselves. But now that they knew that Jiang Che's teammate was actually a God of War, and that Jiang Che's performance in the game was not inferior to Lin Wu at all, they felt that their brains were suddenly a little confused. Could it be that Jiang Che is more powerful than their God of War? Jiang Che read the comments and said to himself, is it so famous? No wonder AK is so strong. Upon hearing this, Chun Sisi also explained to Jiang Che, he is indeed very strong. I don't play PUBG very often, but I have heard of him all the time. He is the captain of the LCP team. He reached the pinnacle of his career right after his debut. In last year's World Finals, when all his teammates were killed, he used 2 AKs to fight 1v4 and help the Empire players win the first PUBG World Championship, becoming a legend in one battle. But not long after he won the championship, he suddenly announced his retirement. It was even more sudden than Roger's before him. He announced his retirement without any warning. Roger at least posted a Weibo post to explain after his retirement, but there was no news about Lin Wu after his retirement. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. I didn't expect to meet him here. I see. Jiang Che finally understood. No wonder he is so popular. According to what they said, Lin Wu is almost a figure of faith. You really haven't heard of it? Lin Wu couldn't help but ask. This look was somewhat similar to the look he had when he didn't find a gun in Building C before. He was just as silly and didn't look like a God of War at all. Because the in-game voice chat was turned off when Jiang Che and Chun Sisi were talking, he didn't know that Jiang Che and the others were discussing him, let alone that Jiang Che was still live streaming. His wisdom and might as a God of War would probably be destroyed today. Chapter 102, The Dark Side. I'm kidding. Who hasn't heard of your name? The God of War. Jiang Kisaid. That's right. Lin Wu's mood suddenly improved, but 2 seconds later, he felt something was wrong. Why do I feel that your tone is very calm? Aren't you surprised at all? Jiang Che, I'm not surprised at all. Why am I surprised? Have you killed as many people as I have in these 2 rounds? I was the one who helped you in the first round. Jiang said bluntly. Lin Wu, I was speechless. I'm just curious why you suddenly retired. Jiang said. This. Lin Wu hesitated. Many audiences immediately became interested and listened attentively. Lin Wu is different from Roger. Roger is in his 20s, and his retirement is a bit sudden, but also reasonable. However, Lin Wu is only 17 years old, at the peak of his career, and he has just won the championship and is very popular, but he suddenly announced his retirement. If he doesn't retire and plays for a few more years, wins a few more championships, or even wins 3 consecutive championships, He will become the king of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, just like Li Ji's status in League of Legends and Michael Jordan's status in basketball. But he suddenly announced his retirement. Of course, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Jiang Che just asked casually, and seeing that Lin Wu was a little hesitant, he didn't want to force it. It's nothing, actually. Lin Wu smiled and said, it's because of our boss. For some reasons, he asked us to play a fixed match. I disagreed, so he kicked us out, Lin Wu said with a nonchalant smile, but there was some helplessness in his tone. Even though he is a god in the eyes of all PUBG players, he has no ability to resist capital. Lin Wu doesn't want to play a fake game, but as long as the money is in place, there are many people willing to do so. Those bosses don't regard esports as a belief. All their activities are for the purpose of profit. Lin Wu was disobedient and couldn't help him make money, so he was naturally kicked out. This statement caused an uproar and many viewers were shocked. Match fixing. So there's this inside story. Many people know the boss of the LCP team. His name is Jining, the boss of the largest contraceptive manufacturer in the country. Contraceptive pills may sound a bit strange, but with the prefix the largest in the country, everyone can imagine how wealthy Jining is. He is definitely a billionaire. Such a boss actually asked the team to play a fixed game? Is it gambling? Zhang Qi asked. Esports betting is somewhat similar to football betting. When there is a game, the dealer sits in the bank and the players place their bets. For a strong team like LCP with Lin Wu, the odds must be very high, and most players believe they will win, but if their team loses, some people can make a lot of money. The boss behind LCP may have bet on his team to lose, so he asked Lin Wu and others to deliberately play a fixed game. The reason why club owners set up teams is the same as that of companies, which is to make money. The purpose of winning the game for the team owners is just to make money. They don't have any dream of winning the championship. Now that there are better ways to make money, what does it matter whether the team wins or loses? However, Lin Wu denied it after hearing Jiang Che's words. That's not the case. Our boss doesn't even think highly of the money earned from gambling. Lin Wu explained. The relationship is a bit complicated. In the finals of the World Championship last year, he made us lose to the FBM team on purpose. FBM is the top PUBG team in Country H. The boss behind it is a large medicinal materials company, so they have a lot of business cooperation with our team boss. Jining made us lose to the other side just to give face to the boss behind FBM and to facilitate future business cooperation. The benefits that the H country market brings to Jining are far greater than those of the esports team. Lin Wu's voice was somewhat bitter. Who knew how long he had worked hard for that championship? Every night, he practiced AK pressure and burst shooting in the training room alone. His strength, as the number one, was accumulated bit by bit from actual combat, just for the championship trophy of the World Championship. But the goal he pursued all his life was just something that could be exchanged for benefits at any time in the eyes of the club owner, but he was powerless to resist. This feeling, he was somewhat disillusioned with esports, and playing these low-level games was also a way of venting his feelings. Fuck, that's so disgusting. Country H is really disgusting. They resort to such crooked methods when they can't defeat them. It seems that it was Jining who took the initiative to ask LCP to lose this time. It seems to have little to do with Country H. What the hell, Jining? I won't use condoms when I check into a hotel anymore. If I use birth control pills again, I'll be a dog. Wake up upstairs. You don't have a girlfriend yet. The barrage is still as excellent as always. Chapter 103, Recruitment. That's not right. Didn't you win the championship last year? Zhang Qi asked. Last year's finals were between the Empire's LCP and South Korea's FBM teams, and LCP won the championship. So it seems like there was no match fixing, right? Isn't that me saving the world in a 1v4 match? Lin Wu said with some excitement. My teammates were a little bit slack. Otherwise, those FBM guys would have wanted to kill them. After my teammates were killed, I was the only one left. Those Koreans thought they were sure to win, but they didn't expect that I could teach them a lesson with my 2 AKs. What a bunch of little brothers. And then my boss fired me in a rage. Zhang Qi. Even though it's a sad story, why does it sound so interesting? Forgive my insincere laughter. Haha, you're all fake fans. Huh, real fans won't laugh, huh? It's so fucking satisfying. The god of war is still the best. The Koreans are all garbage. Lin Wu is a very calm person. He can still talk about such things so excitedly. This optimism is something that others cannot learn. Not only was I fired, but no other team wanted me either, so I just retired, Lin Wu said, rather embarrassedly. Jiang Che nodded, indicating that he understood. Most people would not dare to offend such a billionaire boss, so it was understandable that other teams did not dare to recruit him. By the way, you must not tell anyone else about this, Lin Wu warned worriedly. Otherwise, if Ji Ning finds out that I leaked this, he will probably come after me again. For the past 6 months or so, Lin Wu had been feeling resentful. Today, he only confided in Jiang Che and the others because they got along well. He thought that since they were all strangers, he had nothing to worry about. Now that he had finished talking, Lin Wu felt much better. Only, Jiang Che's expression was a bit amusing. This shouldn't be considered as something I said to others. It was you who said it. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard what he said, their heads were filled with ellipsis. Isn't it a little late to say this now? But Jiang Che thought about it, and it was no big deal. The reason why Lin Wu didn't dare to say anything was simply because he was afraid that Ji Ning would retaliate against him. But he just happened to have a chicken-eating team under him, and there just happened to be a PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds team in the CG Club. Didn't Lin Wu say that no team dared to hire him if he recruited him to follow him? Who would dare to retaliate against him? Jiang Che felt that Lin Wu's personality was more to his liking. So Jiang Che asked, "Do you still want to play professionally?" "Yes, of course," Lin Wu answered without hesitation. "I've been thinking about this for the past 6 months. If I have a chance to play professionally again, I will definitely beat the FBM team again, as well as Ji Ning's LCP team. They're all my younger brothers. I just happen to have a team here. Do you want to come?" Others don't dare to ask you to come, but I do. Before Lin Wu could say anything, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately became excited when they heard these words. Fuck, the handsome emperor is going to recruit Wu Shun into the CG team. Yeah, why didn't I think that the handsome emperor has another team? Although I don't know the background of the handsome emperor, but judging from the arrogance of his move, he should be more powerful than that so-and-so Ji Ning, right? It's hard to say. Ji Ning is a billionaire with a net worth of over 10 billion. I don't care. The god of war is coming back. My youth is back. Shui Huang, if Wu Shun really joins the CG team, I'll be his fan for life. I'll buy whatever advertisement your club takes. Hero, please help Wu Shun. If the CG team really dares to ask for Wu Shun, if anyone dares to criticize you again in the future, I will immediately call on the brothers and Zwan to criticize you back. Lin Wu's popularity is unquestionable. In fact, even though there's been no news about him for half a year, he still has so many die-hard fans. Now that they hear that he's going to make a comeback, everyone is even more excited than he is. When Lin Wu heard Jiang Che's words, he was stunned for a moment before he reacted and asked, "Your team? So you're also a professional player? No wonder your shooting skills are so good." "That's not right. There doesn't seem to be any female professional players." Lin Wu, this fool, still doesn't know that Jiang Che is actually a boy. Jiang Che smiled and said, "Since you have told me so much, I will also tell you a secret." "What secret?" Lin Wu became curious. "This secret." Jiang Che coughed twice, then said, "Actually, I'm a man." The first half of the sentence was still in the delicate voice of a girl, but the second half suddenly turned into a rough male voice. It was not Jiang Che's original voice, but a particularly rough male voice, which reminded people of the image of a big man who picks his toes. Fuck. Lin Wu was suddenly confused and couldn't help but swear. Fuck. Is this something a human would do? Deceiving the feelings of an ignorant teenager. Fuck. Now both Yu Yanran and Chun Cece couldn't help but burst out laughing. The audience couldn't help laughing. Why didn't they notice that Lin Wu was so stupid during previous competitions? "I have to tell you one more thing," Jiang Che said with a smile. "What's the matter?" Lin Wu asked blankly. "In fact, I have always been live streaming." Lin Wu. Lin Wu's mentality completely collapsed. This wave exploded. "But you don't have to worry," Jiang Che said immediately. "Even if your words today get out, as long as you come to our team to play, no one will dare to embarrass you." "Really? Your team's boss is so powerful?" Lin Wu asked doubtfully. "By the way, what's your name? I should know a professional player of your level, right?" "I'm from a CG club, but I'm not a PUBG player. I'm the boss of the team," Jiang Che said. "Have you heard about the change of owner of the CG club? I bought it, so as long as you dare to come, our CG team dares to accept you." Lin Wu still didn't quite react. How could such a powerful person be the club owner instead of a team player? What a mysterious operation. As for the change of owner of CG Club, he hadn't heard much about it, but he had played against the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds team of CG Club before. In his eyes, they were only a second-rate team that couldn't even make it out of the group stage. But now, as long as there's a team willing to accept him, how could Lin Wu still be picky? Besides, wouldn't it be more fulfilling to lead a second-rate team like this yourself? He wants to continue his dream of becoming a champion. Dade, why not? Lin Wu said firmly. As long as you are willing to accept me, I will make CG's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds team a world-class team within a year. Lin Wu is full of confidence. Okay, you go to the CG Club to report tomorrow, and I will arrange it for you, Jiang Che said with a smile when he saw that he agreed. Originally, he was planning to develop the King of Pesticide section of the club first, but now he happened to meet Lin Wu, so he decided to win the championship together. Chapter 104. 3 chapters combined into one. More volume without increasing the price? Next, Jiang Che exchanged contact information with Lin Wu, and Lin Wu also agreed to report to the CG Club tomorrow. After Lin Wu's matter was dealt with, there were only 10 minutes left until 10 o'clock. The number of followers in Jiang Che's live broadcast room reached more than 900,000. Jiang Che's behavior of recruiting Lin Wu invisibly won him another wave of fans. Other teams didn't dare to accept him, but Jiang Che dared to speak frankly in front of so many people and asked Lin Wu to join his team. This made many people feel good about him and naturally attracted a lot of attention. Jiang Che smiled and said, "Aren't there a lot of people who want me to turn on the camera?" The number of subscribers to the live broadcast room has reached 900,000. How about I turn on the camera when the number reaches 1 million? And there will be benefits if you reach 1 million within 10 minutes. Jiang Che tempted her. She is a beautiful anchor. She cannot show her face if she doesn't earn 1 million. Xiao Biluo is proven. Fuck, another Xiao Biluo? Number 1 girl, run. I bought your plane ticket. The number 1 on the list is his own. Okay. That's telling Little Zongzi and Big White Rabbit to run. Although everyone said this, the number of followers in the live broadcast room was increasing rapidly. Some people had been watching Jiang Che's live broadcast and forgot to follow him. But when Jiang Che reminded them, they immediately clicked to follow. Of course, most people clicked the subscription button out of curiosity about Jiang Che's appearance. They really wanted to see what kind of people were these people who took millions of dollars for granted. Normally, these top billionaires can only be admired on TV, but today they can actually interact with them in the live broadcast room, which makes everyone feel very fresh. In addition, Jiang Che's voice sounded very young and pleasant, so they couldn't help but become curious about Jiang Che's appearance. The most excited ones were Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi. Yu Yanran even felt her heartbeat speed up. I could finally see what the little brother looked like. Was it like what the audience said, that those with nice voices were all fat otakus? Or was he actually a big guy who picked his toes? Or a middle-aged boss? But as long as his appearance wasn't too outrageous, it didn't really matter for the voice. Chen Sisi was also somewhat expectant. She became completely interested in Jiang Che after he sang Quiet. She was also quite curious about Jiang Che's appearance. For these reasons, in less than 5 minutes, the number of followers of Jiang Che's live broadcast room increased by more than 100,000 and quickly exceeded the 1 million mark. Seeing this, Jiang Che couldn't help but sigh. He clearly wanted to make a living by his strength, but in the end he had to rely on this handsome face. Anchor, 1 million has arrived. Turn on the camera. I can finally see what the little brother looks like. With such a nice voice, he must be good looking, right? It's already 1.05 million. Emperor Shuai, turn on the camera. Jiang Che watched the comments floating by, and naturally he would not go back on his word. He reached out and turned on the camera next to him. Then a face with a perfect appearance appeared on everyone's mobile phone screen. It is no exaggeration to say that it is perfect. The primary genetic medicine has brought about tremendous changes to Jiang Che's body. Not to mention the increase in strength. There are only slight changes in appearance, and people can still recognize that this is Jiang Che at a glance. However, it is these subtle changes that have raised Jiang Che's overall appearance by more than one level. If Jiang Che's gaming skills are the ceiling for professional players, then his appearance is the ceiling for men in the world. He has no rivals. In Lin Wu's words, there is no rival. Fuck, who are you, handsome guy? Where's the fat otaku? All fat otakus look like this. Then I'm also a fat otaku. So if you round off, I look like this too. I'm sorry, I embarrassed this fat otaku. No wonder he's called the handsome emperor. Even a man like me has to admit that he's damn handsome. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. I knew that someone with such a nice voice must be good looking. Stop talking. I still have tens of thousands of shark fins in my account. I'll give them all to you at once as a dowry. I'll come find you tomorrow. One person wrote a letter in blood asking for the handsome emperor to debut. Why is he doing a live broadcast when he looks like this? Can't he just work in the entertainment industry? The number of barges has increased exponentially. Yu Yanran and Chun Cece looked at Jiang Che's slightly smiling face on the phone screen and felt as if their hearts were skipping a beat. Yu Yanran's eyes were full of Jiang Che at this moment. As a beauty lover, she had completely fallen for him. As for Chun Cece, her heart was also moved the moment she saw Jiang Che's face. It was impossible for her to have no feelings for such a handsome man. It was just like when a man sees a top beauty, he always wants to take a few more glances. But her heart was moved for a moment, and then she gradually calmed down because Jiang Che was too outstanding, so outstanding that he was the kind of person she could not reach. I'm just a small anchor. What qualifications do I have to have any thoughts about such a wealthy and excellent person? What's more, there were some misunderstandings when the two met for the first time. Compared to Yu Yanran, she is much more rational. Various comments and gifs were flying all over Jiang Che's computer screen. In just a few minutes, Jiang Che had received tens of thousands of yuan in tips. If the audience didn't know that he didn't need tips, there would probably be even more gifts. The number of followers has directly exceeded 1.5 million and is still rising. Jiang Che was a little confused by the speed of increase. It was much faster than the previous chicken-eating show. Jiang Che thought to himself, sure enough, a handsome guy like me still has to rely on his looks to make a living. In fact, a big part of the reason is that there are many female fans in Jiang Che's live broadcast room who did not follow him before, because the content of Jiang Che's live broadcast is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and, generally speaking, there are relatively few girls playing this game. They didn't leave because they thought Jiang Che's voice was nice. Maybe part of the reason was that they thought Lin Wu was more interesting. So they thought about leaving after Jiang Che finished playing the game, and whether they could meet again next time depended on fate. But now seeing that Jiang Che turned on the camera, no more nonsense, just follow him. Don't play games? Not playing games doesn't affect your ability to look at handsome guys. Shui Huang, didn't you say there were benefits? This is already 1.5 million. Yes, what benefits are there? Women's clothing? The handsome emperor is so handsome. He should look good in women's clothing, right? Women's clothing? I want to see white silk, bunny, mini skirt. Is the welfare singing? I came here specifically to listen to the songs. The comments suddenly mentioned the benefits Jiang Che mentioned before, and many people even asked Jiang Che to wear women's clothes, which was very vicious. As for the welfare, it is indeed singing, but it's not quite what you think, Jiang Che said. He was afraid that the number of subscriptions would not reach 1 million within 10 minutes. So he mentioned the benefit. However, he did not expect these viewers to be so supportive. Before 10 minutes were up, the number of subscriptions exceeded 1.5 million. But since he had said it, he must fulfill his promise. Jiang Che said to everyone in the live broadcast room, "Everyone wait a moment, I'll go get a guitar." In the past, I could only sing a cappella, but Jiang Che knew that he would be doing a live broadcast today, so he specially bought a guitar beforehand. And even if I don't do live broadcasts, I will still use the guitar when singing in the future. Jiang Che returned to the computer with his guitar. What a great song. Little brother, I want to hear the song Silence you sang last time. What's so good about Silence? I still prefer Love You. The voice is so sweet. I love listening to whatever my husband sings. Didn't the handsome emperor say that it wasn't just a simple song? You shouldn't be singing those things, right? I don't know. If you're not singing, why do you hold the guitar, perform a chest-crushing guitar? The audience was somewhat confused. Jiang Che smiled slightly when he saw this, coughed twice, and then said, "Didn't you just say that I was using a sound card? What about now?" When Jiang Che said this, his voice turned back into the same girlish voice as before. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? But I am uneducated, so I can only say wow. It's not a voice changer, it's just a direct voice change. Isn't this too amazing? The show of Tihua. Handsome Emperor. Turn off the camera. I feel like I can masturbate again if I just listen to the voice without seeing the face. Is the brother upstairs so cruel? But to be honest, this voice is so damn nice, so soft and cute. Jiang Che's voice surprised the audience again, and he turned on the camera. Everyone saw that he didn't touch any other part of the computer. He just coughed twice and changed his voice. It was really a show. Yu Yanran scratched her head when she heard the voice. For some reason, she suddenly felt envious. This voice is so cute and so nice. It sounds more like a girl than her own voice. Jiang Che is probably the only one who can make girls envious with a female voice. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. System task completed. Accumulated 1 million fans. Rewarded with a copy of the Dawn Medicine prescription. The accumulated worship value has reached 1 million. The system will be upgraded within 24 hours. Listening to the prompt sounds from the system in his mind, Jiang Che smiled slightly. It turned out that using live streaming as a method to earn admiration points was the right way. However, I haven't used my ultimate yet. What the hell is this system upgrade? Does the system also need a version update? However, since he was still broadcasting live, Jiang Che didn't think much about it and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "The benefit I mentioned before is that I will sing a song for you with a female voice. What do you think? I think it's okay. You're handsome, and everything you said is right. My husband can sing whatever he wants, and I love to listen to it. Sing 'I love you' again in a female voice? That's fine too. Host, please use a female voice to moan. I prefer to hear this. The guy upstairs is so filthy. He just has the same idea as me." Jiang Che ignored the audience in the live broadcast room and started singing after he finished speaking. "You know, the bed feels warmer. Sleeping here alone. You know, I dream in color and do the things I want. You think you the best of. Think you had the last laugh. Bet you think that everything good is gone. Think you left me broken down. Think that I'd come running back. Baby, you don't know me, 'cause you're dead wrong." As soon as Jiang Che opened his mouth, the audience was stunned. It was actually an English song. That's right, Jiang Che specially picked an English song. It's not that there aren't enough songs in his native language, but Jiang Che needs admiration points, so he inadvertently let everyone know that he can speak English, which will naturally earn him another wave of admiration points. Everyone knows a little bit of English, and there are even quite a few people who can sing English songs, but you have to know that this song was bought by Jiang Che in the system. So if you round it up, it means that Jiang Che wrote it himself. There are many people who can sing English songs, but who can write them? And who can write them so well? This level of foreign language proficiency is so terrifying. While everyone was stunned, Jiang Che had already sung to the climax. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter doesn't mean I'm over 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. The song given by the system is naturally the best of the best. The name of this song is Stronger. The whole song promotes a positive energy. What doesn't knock you down will make you stronger. It is especially suitable for people to listen to when they are in a low point, and it is very contagious. Although most of the audience didn't understand what the lyrics meant, they couldn't help but shake their legs along when they heard the climax. As for some people with musical attainments, they were stunned for a moment when they heard the first part, and then immediately opened the net depression music. Then they thought it was not right, because the net depression music was full of songs like, "I'm sorry for being born as a human being, so how could there be such a positive song?" So they switched to Penguin Music and searched to confirm that they did not find this song, not even on Baidu. In other words, this song was written by Jiang Che himself? So terrifying. They felt they were witnessing the rise of a monster. Soon the song was over. Although I didn't understand a word of it, it sounded really good. One person wrote in blood, requesting the Emperor to make his debut again. You can sing, dance, rap, and play games. What are you waiting for? Handsome Emperor. I discovered something very scary. I couldn't find this English song on Baidu. It seems that the handsome emperor wrote it himself. What's so strange about this? Now that you tell me that the handsome emperor can fly, I won't be surprised either. No way. No way. Is there really anyone who doesn't know that the handsome emperor can write English songs? The audience seemed to have become accustomed to Jiang Che's excellence, so they were not surprised by this incident. Jiang Che looked at the comments and said, "Okay, that's all for today." The promised benefits had been given, and Jiang Che prepared to end the live broadcast. But the audience was dissatisfied. Come on, are you just going to leave like that? You've only been live streaming for less than 2 hours. Play one more game. Listen to me. No, sing one more song. The last one. Handsome Emperor, please continue broadcasting for a while. It can't be so short and weak on the first day, right? If the Handsome Emperor sings one more song, I will give you planes, rockets, and super rockets. The audience was naturally reluctant to let Jiang Che go. From the start of the show to now, which had lasted approximately 2 hours, Jiang Che had impressed millions of viewers in the live broadcast room with his superpowers and various amazing talents. It can be said that apart from Jiang Che, these people have never seen such an outstanding person. Think about it carefully, a young man in his 20s with a net worth. I don't know how much, but it must be at least tens of billions, and his gaming skills are not inferior to the top professional players. His looks are even better, and he has no rivals. With his talent, he will have no problem entering the entertainment industry. Let alone these songs. If they can be released, they will definitely be a big hit. What can I find such a vagrant? So regardless of whether these viewers play games or not, they all admire Jiang Che. At the beginning, some people were even extremely disdainful of Jiang Che's behavior of using 2 million to reward themselves. What's so great about showing off by using the elders' money? But now they just want to say one thing. Handsome and cool. Although Jiang Che saw the comments from the audience, he was not interested in continuing the live broadcast. Today's live broadcast has been almost 2 hours. Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future. Now he still has to study the system, so he still smiled and said, "Let's stop here for today. I will broadcast live to you next time when I have time." But just when he wanted to turn off the live broadcast, the phone on the table suddenly rang, and Jiang Che answered the call first. Chapter 105. Zhao Li's phone call. Jiang Che first glanced at the number on the phone. It was a call from Zhao Li, the manager of CG Club. "What's the matter?" Zhang Guqi asked. "Boss," Zhao Li said with some embarrassment, "the LT team invited us to play a training match." "Just hit him. Why are you telling me about this?" Zhang Guqi asked in confusion. "But we only have 2 regular players. The rest are substitutes. So we were completely defeated. We played 3 games and lost all 3. In the last game, we were even shut out at the fountain." "Is that so?" Jiang Che thought for a while. It doesn't matter if we were shut out. After all, only the support and mid laner were starters on our team, and the others were substitute for the second team, so it's normal that we couldn't win. But fountain abuse is a bit too much. In official competitions, fountain abuse will be punished because it is disrespectful to the opponent. Although strength is the most important thing, there must also be an esports spirit, just like there must be sports ethics in sports competitions. Therefore, LT team's fountain abuse is a complete humiliation to their CG team. Which team is LT? Do they have a grudge against our CG? Zhang Guqi asked. Zhao Li was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect Jiang Che didn't even know about the LT team. But he reacted and explained immediately. The LT team is considered a relatively strong team. They won the 6th place in the finals last year. We are still very relaxed now. In addition, I heard that they recruited a new jungler this year. He is very strong, but we don't know his specific strength. As for the holidays, in last year's finals, they were eliminated by our CG team. The top laner on the other side was killed 3 times by Roger and almost retired on the spot, so they might be holding a grudge. Jiang Che was somewhat speechless. He was killed 3 times by a single player in the lane. He really knows how to play. Why don't you know the strength of the opponent's jungler? Jiang Che asked. Didn't we just play 3 training games? They used the old players in the last 3 games. The newly recruited jungler didn't play. Zhao Li's voice became more and more embarrassed. They didn't even use their strongest players, but they beat him badly. It was really unreasonable. But Jiang Che didn't say much. The team was short of people, and it couldn't be blamed on Zhao Li and Wang He. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't say anything, Zhao Li continued, several players on the team are in very bad shape right now, and their mentality is a bit explosive, so I want you to get the top laner and jungler to train as soon as possible. Otherwise, this year's competition may be a bit shaky. The reason why Zhao Li made this call was to ask Jiang Che to resolve the issue of the team members as soon as possible, and then get everyone together to train and play some games to adapt. Otherwise, if it continues like this, it will definitely affect the official competition later. Jiang Che nodded after thinking about it. Anyone who has played the game knows what it feels like to be beaten up. The opponent's economy is overwhelming, and then 3 of you surround one person and get killed. That kind of frustrating feeling is beyond words. 6 minutes into the game, we entered the home defense phase, watching the other side take the dragon and tower, wreaking havoc in our jungle. Moreover, Zhao Li said that LT still had a feud with their CG team, so the other party would definitely not show mercy, and they would be pressed to the ground and humiliated by their former defeated opponents. What's more, they lost 3 games in a row. Chapter 106. Purchase Advanced Mastery. The most important thing is that the loss was due to the lack of players for the CG team, not a problem of strength. Of course, the second team was indeed a little weaker than the first team. But you have to know that CG was the champion last year. Even if it was the second team, it was the second team of the championship team. In addition, LT's Jungle King was not on the court, and CG's mid laner and support were still there. With this calculation, the strength gap between the two sides was not that big. Therefore, the main reason for losing all 3 games was the problem of coordination. There is no need to elaborate on how important coordination is in professional competitions. Team 2 and Team 1 do not usually train together, so naturally their coordination is very poor. As a result, even if the strength of the players on Team 2 is not much different, they cannot perform to their full potential, resulting in a massive defeat. It's like when you're playing ranked, and you're on the top lane, and you can beat your opponent, but suddenly the network freezes and you get killed, and then your opponent asks you, "That's it?" It's so infuriating. These 3 training matches made everyone on the CG team feel extremely frustrated. If this continues, it will definitely have a great impact on their mentality. Jiang Che thought for a moment and said, "I will find the team members as soon as possible, but now you can call the LT team out again, and we can play another training match." Zhao Li was confused. Why should he continue to play after being beaten by the opponent for 3 rounds? The 2 members of the first team and the 3 members of the second team were just for show. Jiang Che didn't explain much and said directly, "Let's ask them to play another game, but I will play this game myself." Didn't they want to bully the fountain before? Now, in front of more than 1 million viewers in my live broadcast room, I will bully them back and vent my anger. After showing his face, Jiang Che's admiration value reached 1 million. After that, he sang another song, and the total admiration value was close to 1.2 million. In other words, he can now open the high-level mastery of King of Glory. The primary proficiency was comparable to the top professional players. So what about the advanced proficiency? Jiang Che wanted to know. Several members of your team are a bit depressed because they were beaten. Then, if you lead them to beat LT again, they should be able to recover, right? It's a good opportunity for me to gain some admiration points. In person, Zhao Li felt that Jiang Che was a little too confident. Zhao Li didn't know how strong Jiang Che was, but even if he was considered one of the top shooters in the KPL, he wouldn't be able to win even if they played another game together, right? King of Glory is a 5-player game, and teammates are also extremely important. One person's strength can only be icing on the cake. It is almost impossible to change the team's level by one's own strength, and this is calculated based on the level of top shooters. Is Jiang Che really that strong? Zhao Li expressed doubt, but Jiang Che is the boss, and since Jiang Che said so, Zhao Li could only do as he was told. He hung up the phone and started contacting the team members. Jiang Che put down his phone and said with a smile, "It looks like I'll have to wait a while before I can go off the air. I'll broadcast a training match for you." The audience became curious after hearing this. Training match? Who are you playing against? I think I heard Shui Huang say that Team LT was bullied at the fountain. After all, CG's Roger and Xiaodian have left. It's normal that they can't beat LT, but the fountain abuse is really disgusting. The handsome emperor is going to fight in person? So confident? Aren't you afraid of being abused again in front of so many of us viewers? Nonsense. How can they bully me? The handsome emperor? I can fight back with 4 elementary school students. Come on, husband. If you win, I'll give it to you, hee hee. The big man upstairs who picked his feet. Please watch your words. Jiang Che ignored what was being said in the barrage and directly entered the system to redeem advanced mastery of King's pesticide. Instantly, he felt a cool sensation flowing through his body, and then nothing happened. The usefulness of advanced mastery can only be seen during the competition. After Jiang Che exchanged for advanced mastery, he opened King of Glory. Within a few minutes, a game invitation came to him. When Jiang Che clicked on it, he set a delay for the live broadcast to prevent anyone from peeping at his screen. Screen peeking doesn't have much impact when you're solo, but in a 5v5 situation, vision is very important. When Jiang Che went in, the other 9 people were already there. On our side, the ID prefixes are all CG, while on the opposite side, they're all LT. When Jiang Che entered, only Coach Wang, he greeted Jiang Che. Everyone else was silent. The atmosphere was very depressing. After all, they'd been beaten for 3 consecutive games. "Why aren't you talking?" Jiang Che asked casually, as if he didn't know the reason. "Hello, boss." The 4 of them called out, but just from the sound of their voices, one could tell that they were not in a good state and looked listless. It was just a training match, and it turned out like this? Jiang Che asked with some dissatisfaction. "Just win it back the way you lost just now. It's okay to lose the game. After all, it's not their problem, but the fighting spirit must not be lost." Chapter 107, Roger's live broadcast room. However, the other 4 players were speechless. Win back? How could they win? How could they win when the gap in strength was so big? In fact, if Jiang Che was not their boss, these 4 players would not be able to help but complain, especially the mid laner and support in the team. The mid laner and the support are named Fan, Shi, and Chao Jun, respectively. They were both members of the first team before. Last year, playing LT was like playing a game, but this year, they could only lead 3 members of the second team and were ridiculed by LT. The reason for all this was naturally Jiang Che. You said you had a grudge against Yang Tian and kicked him out, but why did you get rid of Roger? What kind of operation is this? What's the point of playing CG without Roger? The 2 of them have even decided to wait until this year's games are over and their contracts expire before joining other teams to seek a new life. The current CG has left them with no hope. When Wang Yi heard Jiang Che's words, he didn't know how to respond, so he just kept silent. The voice on the LT side is much easier. "I heard that the person on the 5th floor opposite is the owner of their club. He plays the shooter position." The opponent's jungler Zhong Yao asked while looking at Jiang Che's ID. "Yes, he is a big boss. He bought CG for 30 million without blinking an eye." Xian, the middle laner, said with a smile. "So you have to take good care of him and let him feel the dangers of society." Dashi was landing against him, so he was probably defeated in the lane, right? Zhong Yao said with a smile. "I don't know if these bosses are bored at home. They buy the team and kind of playing the game in person. Isn't this asking for trouble?" Wang Qingshi shook his head and said, "He is the shooter of LT, facing Jiang Che, and is the big stone," in Zhong Yao's words. "What can a rich second generation do? He thinks he's awesome." Song Xing, who played top lane, said disdainfully, "We'll teach him a lesson this time. Let them be so arrogant last year." This Song Xing is the top laner who was killed 3 times by Roger last year and almost retired on the spot. This incident has become an indelible stain in his career, so he is full of resentment towards the entire CG. Obviously, the 5 people from the LT team didn't believe how powerful Jiang Che could be. Someone who has never played a game wants to lead a group of rabble to kill his own LT? It's simply unrealistic. Not only do they not believe it, but most of the viewers in the live broadcast room also didn't believe it. Did they really think they were omnipotent? If Jiang Che knew what they were thinking, he would answer with certainty, "Sorry, I really am omnipotent. There's nothing I don't know, only things I don't want to know." Everyone had different thoughts, and the game had already entered the BP interface. When he first asked, "Boss, what do you want to play?" Jiang Che glanced through the archer column and finally fixed his gaze on a female hero. "Let's Gong Sun Li." "Okay." Wang Yi nodded. The shooter Gong Sun Li is still very suitable for playing in the game. And since Jiang Che is going to take Gong Sun Li, this game can be played with Jiang Che as the core. Jiang Che's identity will always have some influence on his judgment. However, given Jiang Che's skills, there was no problem at all for the team to play around him. It was just that the other teammates felt a little uncomfortable. Wang Yi looked at the opponent's bans and selections and had already decided on the lineup in his mind. A few minutes later, the lineups of both teams were determined. Jiang Che's side has a shooter Gong Sun Li, the support to Qiao, the mid laner Zhang Liang, the jungler Zhao Yun, and the wing laner Lian Pe. The opponents are shooter Sun Shangxiang, support Xiang Yu, mid laner Jiang Zia, jungler Tachibana Yukio, and side laner Ma Chao. Soon, the game entered the loading interface. Besides Jiang Che's live broadcast room, there was another live broadcast room that was watching this game. In a live broadcast room of one of Shark's with millions of fans, Roger sat in front of the computer screen, leaning back in his chair with a smile on his face. He wasn't live streaming the game, but chatting with the audience. Roger smiled and said, "You don't have to feel sorry. I wanted to retire on my own. It has nothing to do with CG's young new boss. He just won the championship last year and opened a live broadcast on Shark while he was at the peak of his fame. However, at that time, he was still a professional player and had to train a lot every day, so he didn't have much time for live broadcasts. And today, after leaving the CG team, the broadcast officially started. He also has a lot of fans in his live broadcast room, close to 2 million, which is temporarily a little more than Jiang Che. This is because he almost never broadcast live before. Now that he has officially started live broadcasting, the number of fans will definitely continue to increase. Of course, Jiang Che's words would only make the price rise faster. In fact, there is no need for Roger to start live streaming so soon. He can relax for a while, play around, and then start live streaming. However, because his retirement was too sudden, many of his fans were confused, so he went on a special broadcast to explain the reason. Roger explained to the audience, "I have won the championship, and I'm 22 years old this year, so I actually had the idea of retiring before the new year, and this time I just happened to leave the team with Xiao Tian. Even if I don't retire, I definitely won't be able to maintain the same form as last year. I'm getting old, so I might as well leave before I go downhill and leave a good impression on you." Roger said with a smile, "So don't get me wrong, my retirement has nothing to do with Xiao Tian and CG's new boss. Besides, if I retire, won't I have more time to broadcast live to you guys?" Chapter 108, Ali's Emotions. After Roger's explanation, many fans immediately understood. "I see. I thought it was the CG boss who kicked you out. Brother Jia has also retired. My youth is over. Are you Qing Zhigong?" Now everyone knows this, so stop blasting people and bringing bad luck to Roger. As the discussion went on in the comments, Roger explained the situation clearly and wondered if he should play 2 more games for the audience to see. When it came to live streaming, he was actually a novice. But just as he was hesitating, several comments suddenly caught his attention. "Brother Jia, CG is playing a training match with LT next door. Do you want to go and take a look? I heard that CG has been beaten 3 times in a row before. But now the new boss of CG said that he will personally take the field and lead the players to get back the advantage. Brother Jia, do you want to go and take a look?" The new boss? The D-Ren Jia, who is very popular on the internet? He is good in single combat, but can he play in competitions? Roger was moved when he saw these comments. CG was playing a training match with LT, and they were still broadcasting live. Normally, videos of training matches are not released to the public, as there is a fear that other opponents may be able to study their tactics. Live broadcasts of training matches are even rarer. Needless to say, it must have been the new boss's idea. Roger thought about it and said, "Then let's go watch their training match. I'll explain it to you." To be honest, although he has retired from CG, as a veteran of CG, he still has deep feelings for it. After all, he has been there for several years, and CG is like home to him. Now he was concerned about how much the level of CG would decline after he and Yang Tian left. Would CG be at the bottom of the competition this year? How capable was Jiang Che, the new boss? In short, he's like an old father, worrying himself to death. Especially since I just heard in the comments that CG had been beaten badly by LT in 3 games. So according to the audience's prompts, Roger directly searched for Jiang Che's live broadcast room and saw the scene where the 2 teams had just entered the game. At this moment, Jiang Che was controlling Gong Sunli in the game, but he had a different feeling. Jiang Che even felt that perhaps the word control could no longer be used. When other people play games, the players control the heroes, but Jiang Che feels like he has become a character in the game and has become one with the hero under his command. Not only the physical feeling, Jiang Che could even sense Ali's mood at the moment. The hero in the game seemed to come alive. Flowers bloom in the spring in Chang'an, warm and happy. As Ali walked on the road, he spoke softly, and Jiang Che seemed to see through his phone the prosperous city of Chang'an, where a girl holding a paper umbrella was standing in the warm spring sunshine, happily admiring the colorful flowers around her. Who built him, who watched over him, who returned from his side in the maple leaf season. The scene changed, and Jiang Che seemed to see a girl standing under a maple tree in late autumn. The fiery red maple leaves were falling. The girl slightly raised her head and looked at the sky in the distance. There was a touch of longing in her eyes, and the promise left by the boy when he left was still echoing in her ears. Even Jiang Che was affected by this emotion, and some past events that had been buried for a long time suddenly surfaced in his heart. But after reacting, when Jiang Che looked at Ollie on the screen again, there was already a hint of shock in his eyes. This feeling and emotion were so realistic that Jiang Che even doubted whether there really was such a place, with the prosperous Chang'an City, and in Chang'an City there was Ollie and her thoughts in her heart. Is this the advanced mastery? It's like I have become one with the hero. Jiang Che was surprised and happy at the same time. This was too magical. But when he came to the line and saw the enemy hero, he found that advanced mastery was far more than that. Chapter 109, Advanced Mastery? The supports of both sides went to the middle lane to help grab the line and vision. So the only ones in the bottom lane are Jiang Che's Gongsun Li and the opponent's Sun Shangxiang. Jiang Che was distracted for a moment because of the advanced mastery issue, so he was a little slow to come online, while the opponent's Sun Shangxiang had already ambushed in the bushes in advance. Jiang Che didn't have vision of Sun Shangxiang, but he could judge from his consciousness that Sun Shangxiang came online early and probably saved up her first skill to hide in the bushes. Of course, this is just a judgment based on experience and consciousness, and it is not 100% certain. But when he was controlling Gongsun Li to pass by the bushes, he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. He sensed a faint, murderous aura coming from the bushes. In real life, those desperate criminals or mercenaries with blood on their hands do have different temperaments and looks from ordinary people, and you can tell the difference at a glance. But this isn't a game. Jiang Che's feeling came from A Li, that is, the induction between the two game characters. A Li felt that someone in the grass wanted to attack her. Just like a monkey, when passing by a bush with people, it would say, "There's a demon." When Guan Yu encounters a bush with people in it, the horse's eyes will change. This is the game mechanism, and Jiang Che's is directly sensed by the game character. It can be called a BUG. Of course, it is normal for something purchased from the system with 1 million worship points to have bugs. But Jiang Che didn't expect there would be more bugs later. Sun Shangxiang's player Wang Qingshi saw that Jiang Che was just like a fool and didn't even go to the bushes. He just stood in the middle of the line, waiting for the soldiers to come over. He sneered and said, "That's it? Eternal Diamond players also know to be careful of the bushes, right?" Since Jiang Che was so weak, he wouldn't be polite. He just stood at the edge of the bush and used the first skill he had saved up to enhance his normal attack. Sun Shangxiang was still in the bushes, and Jiang Che still had no vision of her, so he didn't know her movements. But at the moment the bullet flew out of the bushes, Jiang Che instantly clicked on the second skill. The second skill that Jiang Che upgraded when he came online was Frost Leaf Dance, which shot down flying objects and caused 2 rounds of damage. Sun Shangxiang's normal attack was naturally a flying attack, so it was directly blocked by Ali's second skill, and Ali did not suffer any damage. Wang Qingshi was stunned for a moment. Is this luck? Can he block my enhanced normal attack without revealing his vision? This normal attack flew out from the bushes here and hit Gongsun Li. The time in between was probably less than 0.1 second, right? Is this something a human can react to? It must be luck. Jiang Che was also stunned for a moment, but it was not because he blocked Sun Shangxiang's normal attack. He had known that Sun Shangxiang was in the bushes and was on guard. It was not surprising that he was able to block the normal attack, thanks to the reaction ability given by the genetic potion. He was stunned for a moment because after the opponent's Sun Shangxiang launched an enhanced normal attack, Sun Shangxiang's own vision was exposed, and then a series of data instantly emerged in Jiang Che's mind. Sun Shangxiang. Level 1. Health. 3,235. Physical attack. 187. Physical resistance. 89. Magic resistance. 50. Skills. Rolling Assault. Cools down after 2 seconds. Red Lotus Bomb. Not upgraded. Ultimate Ballista. Not upgraded. In addition, there is a series of damage calculations. Ali himself has 192 points of physical attack, plus Sun Shangxiang's 89 points of physical resistance. Then Ali's normal attack can cause 184 points of damage to Sun Shangxiang. If a critical hit is achieved, the damage is 368 points. Ali's 4 normal attacks will create a mark, and then every 3 normal attacks will create a mark, and each mark will cause an additional 264 points of spell damage. Ali's second skill has 2 segments of magic damage with a value of 324. Taking into account Sun Shangxiang's 50 points of magic resistance, it will actually cause 299 points of magic damage. In addition, Sun Shangxiang also has purification that can remove the explosion damage of one of Ali's marks. Plus, she has a recovery that can restore 106 health points per second for 5 seconds. Of course, if you are attacked, the recovery effect will be interrupted, but at least 106 health points can be restored once. In short, a lot of data was calculated in Jiang Che's mind in an instant, and the final conclusion was that if he wanted to kill Sun Shangxiang, he would need about 8 to 10 ordinary attacks, which would take about 10 seconds. Then Sun Shangxiang's damage data emerged in my mind. In the early level 1, Sun Shangxiang's first skill has a cooldown of 5 seconds. Each basic attack can reduce the CD of the first skill by 0.5 seconds. Then the damage of the enhanced basic attack is 414. In addition, Jiang Che's own second skill and purification can block the opponent's enhanced normal attack, once respectively, and so on. Taking various factors into consideration, it is calculated that it will take Sun Shangxiang about 12 to 15 seconds to kill Jiang Che's Gong Sun Li. There are also some data that are not particularly relevant, such as the damage of the soldiers in the early stage, the incremental damage of the tower, and the pulling situation between the two. Chapter 110, Fight. These data are very complicated, but after Jiang Che has integrated advanced proficiency, he does not need to think at all, and these data automatically appear in Jiang Che's mind. The damage of all heroes and King of Glory at different time periods, as well as the damage and defense after various equipment are installed, are memorized in Jiang Che's mind like a multiplication formula. He does not need to think about it at all. When he sees the corresponding hero, the corresponding data emerges instinctively. This is the change that advanced mastery brings. So, comparing his own data with the opponent's data, 3 simple and rough words emerged in Jiang Che's mind. I can beat him. Moreover, these data not only calculate the damage, but also take into account the critical strike effect. You can make 5 critical hits, and your opponent can make 3 critical hits. This was the information that appeared in Jiang Che's mind along with the data. Jiang Che didn't know how it was calculated, but he could already directly see the opponent's skill CD. Now being able to predict a critical hit didn't seem to be something unacceptable. After all, it was all the system's black technology. And the information about the number of critical hits is also extremely important. Generally speaking, Ali's red inscriptions will carry 10 sources of disaster, pursuing critical hit rate, while Sun Shangxiang usually has 7 sources of disaster and 3 invincibles in red, sacrificing a little critical hit rate in exchange for critical hit damage. 10 sources of trouble equals a critical hit rate of 16. On average, a critical hit will occur every 4 or 5 hits. But if you're unlucky, it is not impossible that a critical hit will not occur at all. Then the opponent will randomly attack with a few soul attacks. Cool. It will be useless no matter how well you calculated the damage before. So without this critical hit information, Jiang Che didn't dare to fight. But now that it is certain that the other party cannot beat me, what are we waiting for? One sword dance moves all directions. Ali muttered to himself, and directly used the second stage of the second skill, rushed to Sun Shangxiang, and started to attack. The original sentence of this sentence is, in the past, there was a beautiful woman named Gong Sun Li, whose sword dance moved the 4 directions, which is a poem by the great poet Du Fu. It is very appropriate to use it to describe Gong Sun Li at this time. Just now she was a young girl missing her lover, but in the blink of an eye she turned into a peerless female swordsman. Using an umbrella as a sword, she is extremely beautiful. Her swordsmanship is unparalleled, and her dance amazes the world. When Wang Qingshi saw how ferocious Jiang Che was, his first reaction was that Jiang Che didn't know how to play and was just a reckless man. So he didn't plan to leave, and the two of them started fighting directly. But as the fight went on, he felt something was wrong. His blood volume seemed to be decreasing faster. This is too much. Retreat quickly. But Jiang Che obviously wouldn't let him go and chased him with a normal attack. Then he hit 2 critical hits in a row, and 2 bright red 368 damage values appeared on Sun Shangxiang's body, which was shocking. Fuck. Wang Qingshi watched his character's health drop to less than 1/3 in an instant. He couldn't help but swear, and quickly used purification to escape. Jiang Che saw that the CD of the opponent's Sun Shangxiang's first skill was only 2 seconds left, and his own second skill also had only 2 seconds left. Each normal attack of Sun Shangxiang can reduce the CD of her first skill by 0.5 seconds, and Ali also has a passive CD reduction. Every time a mark is cast, the CD of all skills is reduced by 1 second. When Jiang Che came online, he used his second skill to block the opponent's enhanced basic attack. Combined with the passive effect, the CD is almost over now. Wang Qingshi looked at his decreasing health and his first skill, which was about to be ready, and he was extremely anxious. He kept repeating in his heart, hurry up, hurry up. Once the first skill is ready, we can enter the tower. Finally, 2 seconds later, Wang Qingshi saw the first skill on his mobile phone screen light up, and he clicked it immediately. Zhang Gizmaid. If your first skill is ready, my second skill might be ready too. Wang Qingshi's second skill was released almost at the same time as Jiang Che's first skill, but Jiang Che was obviously a little faster. Even if it was just elementary mastery, Jiang Che's hand speed was not comparable to his, not to mention that now he was at advanced mastery. The heroes under his command could move as he wished, and as soon as he thought about it, the second skill would be released. So the damage of the second stage of Jiang Che's second skill just hit Sun Shangxiang, who was at the edge of the skill. 2 purple 299 numbers appeared on Sun Shangxiang's body, and her health dropped again. Fortunately, after releasing her first skill, Sun Shangxiang had already rolled into the defense tower, and Wang Qingshi felt instantly relaxed. You can't jump over the tower and hit me at level 1, right? But Jiang Che obviously wanted to cross the tower and hit him. When Ali releases his second skill, the paper umbrella in his hand will appear beside him and continuously rotate with Ali himself as the center. When triggered again, Ali will appear at the location of the paper umbrella. However, the location where Ali's second skill, the paper umbrella, appears is random. It may appear anywhere around Ali, in front, behind, or even on the left or right. After it appears, it will keep rotating around Ali. But it's different now that Jiang Che has advanced mastery. He can control the location where the paper umbrella appears. After all, Jiang Che could almost see through Ali's emotions. To be honest, Ali's umbrella was his umbrella. Why couldn't he control his own umbrella? Jiang Che felt there was nothing wrong. So Jiang Che controlled the paper umbrella and appeared directly next to Sun Shangxiang. Then clicked the second skill again, instantly appearing at the position of his umbrella, which was next to Sun Shangxiang, and then used the passive skill to hit 2 normal attacks at once before turning around and leaving. Although the second passive only causes 30% damage, Sun Shangxiang already has 2 marks on her body, and these 2 basic attacks can just cause the mark to explode. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Chapter 111. Escape from Low Blood. There's a more important mission waiting for me. Wang Qingshi's Sun Shangxiang spoke a line weakly and then fell to the ground. Jiang Che really jumped over the tower at level 1 and killed the opponent. But this is not the end yet. Jiang Che had used his second skill to advance too deep before. If he wants to get out now, he will have to withstand at least 2 attacks from the tower. In the early stage, the first tower under the tower has a damage of 470, and the second tower under the tower has a damage of 752. The total damage is 1322. But Jiang Che was not panicked at all. Since he dared to cross the tower, he must have calculated the damage in advance. Bang once twice. 2 balls of fiery red light hit Jiang Che and Gong Sun Li. Gong Sun Li's health dropped to the bottom in an instant, but fortunately, he did not fall down. Jiang Che took a look at Gong Sun Li's health point, which was 37 points, which was almost a bit of health. What is 37 health points? The damage to Gong Sun Li when he is hit by a soldier at level 1 is 51. So he came out of the tower with almost no health. After coming out of the tower, Jiang Che used his recovery skills slowly, and his health finally recovered a little. Wang Qingshi was stunned as he watched Gong Sun Li walk away. The other party didn't even use purification, because Jiang Che set a delay in the live broadcast. Only after he killed Sun Shangxiang did other viewers see that Jiang Che had just controlled a Li to reach the line. Then he just stood there like a fool. Shui Huang, are you kidding me? Aren't you afraid that Sun Shangxiang will hit you if you stand here? Sun Shangxiang must be in the grass. Isn't it time for her to be exhausted if she stands here? After seeing the Emperor's actions, this game is basically over. She's out, she's out. Sun Shangxiang is hiding in the grass, and she has saved up her second skill. The audience was discussing the issue in the barrage. But when Jiang Che used his second skill to block Sun Shangxiang's enhanced basic attack, everyone was shocked. Can you block this? Can this be blocked? Fuck this bastard. This reaction speed is incredible. Don't brag. This is reaction speed? Are you gonna fly? It's definitely luck. The two of them are fighting right now. The handsome emperor is a bit fierce. This is called recklessness. Fuck, it seems like Sun Shangxiang can't beat him. Dashi Sun Shangxiang has started to retreat. Can we enter the tower? Alright, first skill is ready. Enter the tower. Fuck, the handsome emperor went over the tower directly. He's only level 1. Hey, killed him. And he came out alive. Nice. The barrage replayed Jiang Che's actions, and everyone was stunned when they saw Jiang Che walk out from under the tower with empty health. A professional player was beaten to death by a tower dive at level 1? That's outrageous. This was not only the case in Jiang Che's live broadcast room, but also in Roger's audience. When Roger first saw Jiang Che standing stupidly on the line, he instantly remembered that Jiang Che was like this when he was fighting Yang Tian. Just like a novice, he walked to the line and didn't move, as if he didn't know there was someone in the bush. But the result of the duel between Yang Tian and Jiang Che, needless to say, so now when Roger saw him like this, he did not think that Jiang Che did not know how to play like other viewers. Later, his eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Che use his second skill to block Sun Shangxiang's enhanced basic attack. It is true. This guy has absolute confidence. Even if I let you take the initiative, you still can't beat me. However, after seeing the two of them hit each other a few times, Jiang Che kept chasing Sun Shangxiang and attacking her until he finally went over the tower and killed the opponent. He was stunned on the spot, just like those ordinary spectators. He originally wanted to explain it to the audience, but now he found that Jiang Che's skills were no longer something he could understand. Finally, he took a look at the comments and said dryly, "This is amazing." He could understand what happened in the beginning. Jiang Che made a critical hit first, and the opponent got scared for a moment and prepared to retreat, and then was chased and beaten by Jiang Che. But why was Jiang Che so confident? He actually dared to jump over the tower directly? Aren't you afraid of being killed and losing first blood? The most important thing is, why didn't he use purification to block the tower's attack when he left the tower? With Jiang Che's skills, it is impossible that he couldn't react. Is the damage calculation so accurate? I just can't understand. Roger suppressed his shock and read on carefully. Chapter 112. The Intention to Kill. First Blood. The voice broadcast of the First Blood resounded throughout the canyon. And when Jiang Che's teammates saw the avatars of Gong Sun Li and Sun Shangxiang appear above the canyon at the same time, their first reaction was that Jiang Che had given away the First Blood. After all, they didn't have much faith in Jiang Che's skills before, so when they heard the sound of First Blood, they naturally thought that Jiang Che was dead. Isn't this too fast? The assistant Chao Jun was feeling a little unhappy. Wouldn't he be beaten even more miserably in this game? Before he could figure it out, he heard the voice of top laner Li Shi. "Fuck, boss, you actually killed Dashi at level 1? Chao Jun was stunned for a moment. Did he kill the opponent alone? He opened the data panel and took a look. Only then did he realize that Jiang Che really killed the opponent's Sun Shangxiang. Although Wang Qingshi's skills are not as good as Yang Tian's, he has played in LT for several years after all. Now he was killed by a single person at level 1? Boss, this is a scam. Chao Jun didn't understand what was going on. But since it was Jiang Che who killed the opponent, then he should just lick him first. The slight dissatisfaction in his heart just now completely disappeared. The other teammates were also good at flattering Jiang Che, praising his skills. They were completely different from the listless look when he was being beaten badly before. Jiang Che was speechless. Is it really that serious? Don't talk, play games. Jiang Che told them to shut up. Boss, let me come down and take you home. Chao Jun's Qiao went directly to the bottom lane and gave Jiang Che a return to city skill. The combination of Qiao and Gong Sun Li is very common both in casual games and in competitions. Because Gong Sun Li's second skill can return to the location of his umbrella, You can just leave an umbrella online and then use the Qiao's second skill to go home, so you can go online instantly without delaying your development. It is generally called the De Qiao and Gong Sunli system. In a voice on the other side, Dashi, how did you get killed by him? Asked the mid-laner Jiang Zia puzzledly. He's quite powerful. Wang Qingshi originally wanted to say that Jiang Che was lucky, as he not only blocked his enhanced normal attack, but also dealt several critical hits. But after thinking about it, he still said that Jiang Che was quite powerful. Luck is luck, but Jiang Che still has some skills. Don't worry, just play well. Jungler Tachibana Yukio didn't take it seriously. I saw the video of him and Yang Tian fighting one-on-one before. He is indeed very detailed in one-on-one fights, but whether he can deal damage in team battles is another matter. Yeah, Wang Qingshi nodded and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. The Qiao has gone down. I'll go down to help you too, said the assistant Xiang Yu. Yeah, Wang Qingshi agreed. From then on, the two sides started to fight in duos in the bottom lane. But Jiang Che's Gongsun, Li has already got the advantage of first blood. The purpose of playing the game is to continuously expand the only advantage, like a snowball, to achieve economic crushing. So after Jiang Che gained the advantage, he began to suppress the opponent, constantly harassing him, consuming Sun Shangxiang while also interfering with her farming, which made Wang Qingshi even more annoyed. The opponent Xiang Yu's combat effectiveness in the early stage was still strong, but he couldn't even touch Jiang Che's Gong Sunli. Just like a loach, too slippery. Xiang Yu player frowned. The hero Gong Sunli was naturally agile, and coupled with Jiang Che's skills, he was simply helpless. Wang Qingshi looked at his experience bar and said, let's find an opportunity to fight back. Otherwise, if we continue to let him develop like this, there will be no solution. The military line, the birds, the river spirit, and even secretly running to the opposite jungle to kill a group of small wild monsters. Jiang Che's Gongsun, Li was developing nonstop. At this time, Wang Qingshi had just reached level 3. He estimated that Jiang Che's Gongsun, Li should be almost level 4. He wanted to find an opportunity to kill Gongsun Li once, while there was no level suppression yet. Although Gongsun Li's economy is temporarily higher than hers, it will be useless if she cannot output damage. In the early stage, Xiang Yu's first skill is still very powerful. As long as you push it and then follow up with a normal attack, the enemy's health will basically be reduced to half. This period is also Sun Shangxiang's strongest period. The hero Sun Shangxiang is very special. She starts to enter a strong period after level 2, then slowly becomes weaker after level 4. In the very late stage, she becomes invincible and can kill any enemy with one shot. Therefore, with the help of Xiang Yu's flash and the control of his first skill, Wang Qingshi felt that he could kill Jiang Che's Gongsun Li in seconds. Even if I can't kill him instantly, at least I can use a purification spell on Jiang Che, leaving him with little health and limiting his development. Besides, the Qiao is not level 4 yet and cannot call teammates, so in Wang Qingshi's opinion, now is the best opportunity. LT Xiang Yu nodded when he heard this. He also felt that he had to deal with Jiang Che. If he flashed, Gongsun Li on the opposite side would not be able to react, right? As long as he was half a second late in purification, allowing Sun Shangxiang to use her first and second combo, that would be enough. Upon hearing this, the LT jungler asked, do you want me to come over and help? No need. If you come, the other side will definitely come over too. The two of us should be able to defeat them. The Qiao doesn't have the ability to protect others. Okay. LT's jungler nodded. Then you guys stay calm. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes as he watched Xiang Yu's suddenly arrogant movements. Could it be that he couldn't help but attack? Chapter 113, Terrifying Reaction Speed. In Roger's live broadcast room, he also noticed Xiang Yu's abnormal movement and said to the audience, Xiang, you should be thinking about going up. Now. Sun Shangxiang was killed once in the early stage, so she should be unable to defeat him now, right? It all depends on Xiang Yu. If we can push him, we can definitely win. Gongsun Li is amazing, but this comes at the cost of his own fragility. If he is controlled, he will definitely die. That's right. After the Qiao reaches level 4, they will have even less chance. The audience was talking about it when suddenly they saw a golden light flash across Xiang Yu's body, and then his first skill came up. Flash! Roger's eyes moved slightly, and he said, Xiang Yu's flash is very fast. In this situation, no one should be able to... Damn! Purification dodged it. Before Roger could finish his words, he saw a faint light appearing on Jiang Che's body. It was the purification, which was used almost at the same time as Xiang Yu's flash. Not only was he not controlled, but the damage of Xiang Yu's first skill was even offset. As for Sun Shangxiang on the opposite side, because she had communicated well with Xiang Yu, she rolled over the moment Xiang Yu pushed forward and prepared to receive a 1-2 combo. According to their plan, Xiang Yu should control Jiang Che, and then Sun Shangxiang would kill him instantly. However, Jiang Che was not controlled at all, so it was impossible for Sun Shangxiang to use this combo to hit Jiang Che's Gong Sun Li. Jiang Che used his second skill again, and the flower umbrella rotated to block Sun Shangxiang's skills. Neither of the two skills hit. Jiang Che then used the second stage of his second skill to rush to Sun Shangxiang's side and deal damage. When Sun Shangxiang saw that Xiang Yu failed to control Jiang Che, she felt something was wrong and turned away. But at this time, Chao Jun also reacted immediately, flashed up and used his first skill, and a small river knocked Sun Shangxiang away to prevent her from escaping. Jiang Che just kept following behind and continuously attacking. After a few seconds, Sun Shangxiang fell down again. Jiang Che successfully reached level 4. When Xiang Yu saw Sun Shangxiang fall, he no longer dared to fight and retreated immediately. But Jiang Che wouldn't let him go, so he rushed forward and used his first skill to deal damage continuously. It was indeed a bit troublesome for Jiang Che to fight Xiang Yu in the early stage. Xiang Yu, with the damage reduction effect and inscriptions, was very tanky. But fortunately, Jiang Che had a big move. Just when Xiang Yu was about to return to the tower, he pushed him back and killed him alive. Doable kill. Roger watched in shock as Jiang Che got a double kill and began to question his life again. To be honest, among Jiang Che's operations, only the purification to block Xiang Yu's flash was eye-catching, and the rest were basic operations. But how many people can do this purification in seconds? Can you do it yourself? Roger asked himself, but it was obvious that this operation was almost impossible for him. Xiang Yu dodged at such a close distance, but Jiang Che was able to react in time. He not only freed himself from the control, but also offset the damage. The reaction speed of the king's AI shouldn't be that fast, right? Fuck, let me be honest, the reaction speed of the handsome emperor is amazing. No wonder he was so accurate in the instant sniping when he was playing PUBG before. His reaction speed is on a different level. How did you predict this? It feels like you're not playing the same game as me. Who said that Shui Huang can't play professionally? Stand up. I am Xiang Yu on the opposite side. I am doubting my life now. Completely different from everyone else's surprise, Jiang Che looked calm, and even after killing the two people, his own condition was still full. After clearing the line, he said, Chun Hao, I'll take the red. Chun Hao is the jungler Zhao Yun in the team. Okay. Chun Hao agreed hurriedly, but he was trembling in his heart. The first solo kill could be said to be luck, but what about the double kill this time? The higher the level of the game, the more cautious both sides played, and the fewer kills were scored. But Jiang Che had just reached level 4, and he had already taken 3 kills. This was a training match between KPL professional teams. The other teammates had the same idea. After this double kill, they began to take Jiang Che's strength seriously and no longer regarded him as a passerby. Especially after seeing the whole process of Chao Jun, he still replayed in his mind how Jiang Che used purification to directly avoid Xiang Yu's flash. Was this luck or reaction ability? If it was pure reaction ability, it was too terrifying. Wang Yi couldn't stop smiling. His team had been badly beaten before, and he had also been mocked by the opposing coach. Now he had completely vented his anger. He could already imagine the expression of the opposing team's coach at this moment. The voice chat on the LT team side was completely silent. What's the point of fighting? Now the opponent can just keep Gong Sun Li. This level of shooter has strong self-protection ability and high economy. Once the damage starts, there will be almost no way to deal with it. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't push it, the assistant Xiang Yu said with some annoyance. It's not your fault. This Gong Sun Li is too strong. Wang Qingshi had a strange look in his eyes. It wasn't that he was weak, but Jiang Che was too strong. It's so strong that it can ignore the hero mechanism. Its reaction speed is simply terrifying. We must target Gong Sun Li and limit her development. Otherwise, we won't be able to win this game, said the LT jungler. That's what you said, but how can you target them? If you go over and catch them now, you might get killed in a 3-on-2 situation. Besides, De Qiao will be the fourth one soon. You can call your teammates. It's okay. No matter how high his damage is, he's still a squishy character. We just need to kill him before his teammates can come to support him. The mid laner Zhang Zia already had an idea in his mind. The four of us will go catch him later. I don't believe he won't die. Chapter 114. Out in full force. When Jiang Che took the red buff, he accidentally killed 3 Peppa Pigs and the bird in the bottom lane. Then when he went to gank the middle lane, he also took another wave of lanes. He felt very comfortable. However, his teammates had no objections, and Zhang Liang even took the initiative to give a line of troops to Jiang Che. This is how it should be played, because the lineup chosen by Wang He is centered around Jiang Che. Zhao Yun is a blue-collar jungler who doesn't rely much on economy. After equipping Shadow Blade, the following equipment is not that important and should be chosen according to the lineup. When fighting in a team, use your ultimate to cut through the back row, and your teammates would just have to follow up and deal damage. Someone like Nakalu is a typical jungler. She focuses on jungling and farming economy in the early stages. When fighting in a team, whoever she sits on with her 200-pound big but will die. Jiang Che's top laner Lien Pa obviously doesn't have much output. He just provides control and tankiness to the team. Of course, Lien Po's salary cannot be deducted. Jiang Che only has this one tank. If he cannot withstand the damage from the opponent during a team fight due to insufficient money, then he's done for. As for the mid laner Zhang Liang, he is a typical toolman. He builds a half tank and then uses his ultimate to reward the opponent with the highest economy. This is completely different from the playstyle of mid-core players like Diao Chan. So Jiang Che relies on Gong Sun Li for output. If not him, who else will the economy be given to? Even if Jiang Che keeps sending gifts, the finances still have to be given to him. Of course, now that Jiang Che is playing so well, he feels comfortable when his teammates give him economic support, and he doesn't feel aggrieved at all. Unlike Sun Shangxiang on the opposite side, who now eats other people's economy and is always submissive and acts according to other people's faces. After all, I am embarrassed about my record of 0 bars and 2 bars and 0. It was in stark contrast to Jiang Che. In the following time, Jiang Che completely suppressed Sun Shangxiang, pinning her in the tower and making it difficult for her to come out. Not to mention coming out, even wanting to get sick from the enemy, depended on Jiang Che's mood. If she moved a little forward, Jiang Che would dare to jump over the tower and kill her. After all, there is De Qiao, who directly puts the return skill in the tower. Jiang Che can control the time and cross the tower without any worries. Xiang Yu wandered around to see if there was a chance to capture someone in other routes. Jiang Che couldn't give up anymore. LT team voice. Come here quickly. It will be difficult to ambush him when he pushes the tower and roams around. Wang Qingshi couldn't help but urge them. The tower was already low on health. As long as another wave of soldiers came, Jiang Che would destroy it with just a few clicks. Once the tower is gone, it will be difficult for Jiang Che to hide while he is roaming around. In fact, Jiang Che is now level 8, with the highest economy and level in the game. He was just busy developing before and was too lazy to push the tower. Now that he sees that the time is almost up, he plans to use this wave of soldiers to push the tower. Okay, I'll be there right away. Jiang Zia in the middle lane agreed after hearing Sun Shangxiang's words. With the help of Xiang Yu, he used a big move to clear the soldiers and then pretended to go to the top lane. Xiang Yu also followed behind. Zhang Liang was a little slow in clearing the lane, so he immediately reminded, Haozi, the mid laner and the support are coming to find you. The jungler should also be in the upper jungle area. I will come to help you after I clear the lane. Okay, Chun Hao agreed. It's okay. I'm already strong enough. Even if there are 3 or 4 of them, they won't dare to cross my tower. But what they didn't know was that Jiang Zia and Xiang Yu bypassed the bushes and immediately headed for the bottom road. And Tachibana Yukio, who was supposed to be in the red zone, had already appeared in the bushes in the blue zone at some point. He came over without attacking the red zone, and the vision he gave Zhang Liang before was completely false. The 3 of them hid together in the small bush next to their own tower. Jiang Che was unaware of the other party's vision and thought that the others were going to gank the top lane. After clearing the minion line with De Qiao, he prepared to push the tower. But just 2 steps into the tower, Jiang Che frowned. A sense of crisis surged from his heart, and he immediately shouted, Retreat. Chao Jun was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Jiang Che meant. But when Jiang Che realized the crisis, he immediately turned around and made a very detailed move to the diagonal rear. At the moment when Jiang Che changed his direction, a big man rushed out from the bushes. It was Xiang Yu who was using his first skill. He originally planned to push first, control Jiang Che, and use Jiang Che's purification. Because after the first wave of confrontation, he felt that it was unrealistic to kill Jiang Che in an instant when he couldn't react, since he had the purification in his hand. So I'll lower my requirements this time. But he didn't expect that Jiang Che dodged him again. Missed again. LT's assistant was already doubting his life. In the first wave, Jiang Che's reaction speed was amazing, but what about this wave? It was impossible for him to reveal his vision and use the first skill to rush out directly from the bushes, and Jiang Che was right next to the bushes. How could he have any time to react? But why was Jiang Che able to dodge it? I can't understand it at all. Zhang Liang realized it belatedly and said, "It seems they haven't come yet. Boss, you two should be careful. The fighting has already started, and you just said it. Keo Yun finally reacted." However, since he was standing next to Jiang Che before, Xiang Yu pushed him down after Jiang Che dodged, making him unable to use his ultimate move to summon teammates for a while. After Jiang Che dodged Xiang Yu's first skill, he did not run away immediately. Instead, he used his first skill to create distance to the right and clicked on the defense tower twice to destroy it. In Roger's live broadcast room, Roger was also surprised when he saw Xiang Yu suddenly rushing out from the bushes. He had previously thought that the opponents were heading to the top lane, but he didn't expect that they would come to the bottom lane to look for Jiang Che. It seemed that they had been planning this for a long time. However, Jiang Che's next move surprised him even more, because Jiang Che did not escape immediately, but instead used his crucial first skill to destroy the tower. Why do you attack the tower? Can you just destroy the other side's defense tower? Then you can show off without any worries? There are 4 people on the other side. In this situation, if Xiang Yu failed to hit him, and Jiang Che released his first skill backwards immediately, and if the Qiao skill was good, Jiang Che could also leave. After all, he still had a purification in his hand. But now that I have used my first skill, there is no retreat. Chao Jun didn't understand Jiang Che's move. "Brother, there are 4 people on the other side. Can we stop showing off? Let them go. Let's go home first." Chao Jun only now realized how much pressure it was on the support to face such a confident shooter. Although he looked cool when he won without doing anything, he was really embarrassed when he chased after the shooter and used his skills. Just like in a random game, if you play Kai Wenji as a support and pair her with a shooter like Marco or Gong Sun Li, when the shooter wants to attack, the support will find that he can't keep up at all. While driving hard and chasing after him, he kept shouting in his heart, "Wait for me. Let me feed you with just one bite." It can be said that I am worried to death. Chao Jun has this feeling now, although the Qiao did not come. No, she does not have a blood recovery skill, but she also needs to release skills to cooperate with Jiang Che's operation. The first skill speeds up Jiang Che, the second skill sends Jiang Che home, and the third skill silences the opponent. These skills require the right timing to be released, but he can't be as calm as Jiang Che. He was confused when 4 opponents rushed towards him at the same time. It was impossible for him to pay attention to all the skills of the 4 opponents at the same time, like Jiang Che did. But Jiang Che obviously doesn't care what other people think. At the same time as he used his first skill, Jiang Ziya's first skill also exploded at the position in front of Jiang Che. Jiang Ziya's first skill is also very disgusting. Not only does it slow down continuously, but it can also reduce double resistance. Fortunately, Jiang Gu narrowly avoided it. After destroying the defense tower, Jiang Che glanced at the 4 people who had surrounded him and at Qiao. Their various data instantly appeared in Jiang Che's mind. Various fighting methods quickly emerged in Jiang Che's mind. His thoughts were extremely clear. The more chaotic the situation was, the calmer he was. The opponent's defense tower fell, and Jiang Che took a small step forward, and it was this small step that allowed him to avoid Jiang Ziya's second skill. Jiang Ziya was stunned for a moment, and vaguely understood why Xiang Yu had been unable to push Jiang Che before. Such a large second skill can be avoided by moving? It's outrageous. But that's not all. Both of Jiang Ziya's skills were used up, and he only had one ultimate skill left, so he simply retreated and used the ultimate skill in the opposite direction, preparing to flash. Otherwise, you can't just go up and attack normally, right? He didn't want to use his ultimate to hit Jiang Che head-on, but you can't dodge the ultimate, right? I don't believe that you are so lucky every time. While Jiang Zia was preparing his ultimate move, the others were naturally not idle either. Tachibana Yukio uses his first skill to charge forward, and then his second skill, Ai, is aimed directly at Jiang Che. After rolling over, Sun Shangxiang used her highest damaging skills 1 and 2 to attack Jiang Che. Xiangyu was naturally not idle either. After his first skill failed, he immediately turned around and charged his ultimate skill. Xiangyu's ultimate move had a large range, and he felt that Jiang Che couldn't dodge it again this time. The four people's skills were all given to Jiang Che as if they were free of charge. As for Qiao, no one paid any attention to her at all. Chao Jun finally had the chance to use his ultimate move, and several teammates immediately came to support him. But it will take several seconds to teleport over. If Jiang Che is killed instantly, even if those teammates come over, they will be like the Gord brothers saving their grandfather. Without Jiang Che's output, they will be useless. Then the advantages built up previously might be completely destroyed. So now it depends on how Jiang Che survives these four skills. Chapter 115. Isn't it enough to just have hands? There was a strange flash in Roger's eyes. It was almost impossible to avoid it in this situation. Jiang Zia has 4 skills, and a full-scale damage can be said to be devastating, and if you use the big flash, it is almost impossible to avoid. The skills of the other 3 all have control effects. Once you are hit, it will be impossible to dodge the subsequent series of skills. Many viewers were also worried. How would Jiang Che dodge this attack? Their thoughts were similar to Roger's. In this situation, they would just put down their phones and wait for resurrection. However, Jiang Che had created miracles more than once, performing operations that seemed almost impossible to them time and time again. So even though the hope was slim, when they looked at the slender figure on the screen, there was still some expectation in their eyes. Unconsciously, they all seemed to subconsciously recognize Jiang Che's strength. However, if Jiang Che knew what these people were thinking, he would definitely be confused. Huh? Is that so troublesome? Can't I just use my hands to dodge a few skills? With the help of advanced mastery, Jiang Che knew every move of his opponent. In his eyes, the skill animation of each of the opponent's heroes seemed to be in slow motion. First of all, the fastest one is Tachibana Yukio. His second skill has almost no pre-swinging action and is released instantly. But at the moment he drew his sword, Jiang Che took a slight step forward and dodged by the edge of the skill. Then Sun Shangxiang's heavy artillery fired over, and Jiang Che used another frost leaf dance, blocking Sun Shangxiang's skill for the nth time. Then, before Xiangyu launched his ultimate move, he used the second stage of his first skill to return to his original position, which was behind Xiangyu, and naturally avoided his ultimate move. At this time, Jiang Zia's ultimate move was finally charged, and he flashed back and rushed towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che calmly clicked on Purification the moment the opponent's ultimate skill hit him, making him immune to damage. The opponent was as ferocious as a tiger, but when he saw Jiang Che, he was not injured at all. After a series of skills, he didn't even touch the corner of Jiang Che's clothes. Fuck bastard. Chao Jun couldn't help but shout out. He thought Jiang Che was going to die, but he didn't expect Jiang Che to be able to perform such a move. Awesome, awesome, awesome. During the teleportation process, several teammates also turned their attention to this side. When they saw Jiang Che's amazing operation, they couldn't help but shout out. As professional players, they have an extraordinary love for this game. It is normal that they couldn't help but shout out when they saw Jiang Che's wonderful operation. Just like when football fans watch a game and see a wonderful goal, they can't help but cheer excitedly. Jiang Che's action made them subconsciously excited. They didn't see the specific situation when Jiang Che killed the opponents in the previous 2 waves, but now they finally understood it. This movement to dodge skills can be called a script. In fact, Jiang Che himself is now a script. When the 4 people on the opposite side saw this, they were immediately disappointed. If they failed to kill Gong Sunli in the first second, they would be the ones to die. But Jiang Che didn't care what they thought. After dodging 4 skills, he directly used his ultimate skill on Sun Shangxiang, killing her in a few hits. After Sun Shangxiang was gone, the mid laner and jungler also came. Zhang Liang was the first to give his ultimate to Tachibana Yukio. Zhao Yun, holding the dragon spear, jumped high, and then smashed it hard on Jiang Zia, knocking him away. Jiang Che stood beside him and output like crazy. Triple kill. With his teammates deliberately giving up kills, Jiang Che instantly got a triple kill. The other, tankier Xiang Yu was also reduced to 200 gold coins by Jiang Che under the siege of everyone. Quadra kill. The 4 men ambushed Jiang Che, but were killed by Jiang Che. A huge shame. In Jiang Che's view, this operation is just normal. It is a basic operation that can be learned by watching. But in the eyes of many viewers, Jiang Che's previous move was like dancing on the edge of a knife as he narrowly dodged one skill after another. He moved to avoid Tachibana Yukio's second skill, used Frost Leaf Dance to block Sun Shangxiang's 1-2 combo, and Xiang Yu was at a loss after showing off his second stage first skill. Finally, he used Purification to block Jiang Ziya's earth-shattering ultimate move. This series of operations made many viewers excited. This was exactly the scene that countless Gong Sunli players had dreamed of. Who wouldn't want to fight 5 people at the same time when playing such a show-off hero? Jiang Che's move perfectly satisfied their fantasy. This way could be said to be a textbook of Gong Sun Li's team battles. Roger looked at Gong Sun Li, who had just scored a quad kill on the screen, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. He plays in the side lane, and his main hero is Guan Yu. He uses Guan Yu to perfection, and almost no team dares to use his Guan Yu. His Guan Yu can be said to be the ceiling of KPL, and no one can surpass him. When he used Guan Yu, he had a special feeling. It could be said that he felt extremely smooth when using his arms and fingers. But now, as he watched Jiang Che's Gong Sun Li, he suddenly felt that his Guan Yu still had room for improvement. It seems that his Guan Yu is still some distance away from Jiang Che's level. He could already foresee that Jiang Che's video would be studied by various teams and imitated by millions of players. From now on, this would be the pinnacle operation of the hero Gong Sun Li. This is the real phantom Linglong Gong Sun Li. Keep the enemy unpredictable. Roger couldn't understand why Jiang Che could be so calm in the team battle, taking every detail and factor into consideration, as calm as a machine. Is this really a game that the handsome emperor is playing with me? Buy Gong Sun Li. Buy it now. If you don't have enough gold coins, use coupons to buy it. Is this really a training match for a professional team? Why does it look to me like Shui Huang is playing against a robot? The handsome emperor is too strong. My roommate asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. I showed him this video, and now he is kneeling next to me. No more talking. Let's ban Gong Sun Li first in the ranked match tonight. Many viewers have recorded this team battle into a video and are ready to watch and learn from it carefully. Boss, your operation is amazing. I have never seen a Gong Sun Li like you in the entire KPL. Chao Jun said excitedly, even more excited than Jiang Che himself. This is not flattery, but sincere praise. The boss really did avenge us, as he said. Now let's see if LT dares to show off in front of us again. What a bunch of mean guys. There was a sense of satisfaction in the words of mid-laner Fan Shi. This time, Jiang Che truly conquered his 4 teammates with his strength. Although Jiang Che was rich before and was considered their boss, it was still a little bit difficult for them to truly regard Jiang Che as a comrade in the competition. If you don't have enough strength, no matter how rich you are, it is almost impossible to gain the approval of others from the bottom of their hearts. Just like Fan Shi and Chao Jun before, they called Jiang Che boss, but were already considering joining other teams in their hearts. Professional players also have their own pride. But through this game, everyone recognized Jiang Che's strength from the bottom of their hearts and truly regarded him as a member of the team rather than just a club owner. Don't call me boss, it sounds awkward. Jiang Gisaid. Okay, Brother Jiang. Fan Shi called out with a smile. This title undoubtedly brought the 3 of them closer together. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere on CG's side, the LT team's voice chat was completely silent. With 4 kills in one wave, plus the 3 heads before, Jiang Che has already reached 7 points without any kills. How can he beat Gong Sun Li like this? After a long silence, Wang Qingshi finally spoke up. Wait for me to grow up. As long as you can hold me out until I get up, we can still fight. In addition, there is Song Xing's Ma Chao in the top lane. He has never died so far. In team fights, he can take the initiative to kill the opponent's Gong Sun Li. But just as he finished speaking, bad news came from the road. Chapter 116, Preparing for the Fountain. An ally has been slain. Ma Chao was killed alone by Lian Pe. Everyone. The atmosphere was very awkward. What's the point of this? Why did you get killed again? Wang Qingshi was a little upset and asked dissatisfiedly. That's true. When Roger was still around, he was killed 3 times by Roger on the court. And now Roger has retired, but he was killed by the top laner of the opposing second team. How bad is this? But Wang Qingshi's words reminded Song Xing of the past that he couldn't bear to recall. He immediately said angrily, "What do you mean by being killed by a single person again? Look at what you have done with Gong Sunli. If you hadn't killed him by a single person in the first wave, how could he be so fat now? How could he snowball?" The assistant couldn't stand it anymore and said, "What can we do about Gong Sunli on the other side who is so powerful? Didn't you see that the four of us who tried to catch him were killed?" The support and the shooter often cooperate with each other, so the relationship between the two is naturally better. The support then said something on Wang Qingshi's behalf. But it is indeed the case. Wang Qingshi was killed because Jiang Che was too strong, and Song Xing was killed because he was too weak. This is not double standards, but facts. Song Xing was even more dissatisfied now. "How dare you say that? It's not enough for the archer to send one. You went down and took him to send one to Gong Sunli, which directly made Gong Sunli helpless. I just can't understand how you, Xiang Yu and Sun Shangxiang, can't beat Gong Sunli into Qiao. What's the use of the Qiao before she reaches level 4? She has no fighting power at all. I have to say that although Song Xing's skills are not that great, he is still very good at arguing with others." Seeing that it was about to become a blame-sharing meeting, the mid-laner Jiang Zia could no longer bear it and stopped them, saying, "All right, stop talking. Gong Sunli is really powerful, so let's try to delay it for now. We still have to rely on Sun Shangxiang later." Sun Shangxiang is also a hero who can create miracles. No matter how big the disadvantage is in the early stage, as long as Sun Shangxiang gets up, there will be a chance to turn the situation around. But would Jiang Che give them a chance to delay? Obviously not. Clear out the opponent's jungle area openly and honestly, and then directly press in to force a team fight. We should push the tower first, and then clear the jungle economy. After all, this is a tower-pushing game. But Jiang Che didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he had such a huge advantage now, and the opponent couldn't turn the tables with his own skills. He should get more economic benefits, which would make it easier for him to abuse the fountain later. "How's your Lian Pe is really good. He actually killed the opponent's Ma Chao alone." As everyone pushed the tower, they talked about Lian Pe's killing of Ma Chao just now. Jiang Che also felt that Lian Pe played the role well. Jiang Che himself had felt very relaxed when facing Sun Shangxiang before, so he would often switch perspectives to see how his teammates were doing. He felt that with Chun Hao's strength, there would be no problem for him to be the starting winger in other teams. It was a bit of a waste of his talent to have him placed in the second team before. But before CG, Roger was on the wing, so he had to bear with it. Now that Roger has retired, it seems that we can directly promote him to the first team, and we don't have to bother looking for other wing players. It's okay. The main thing is that the people on the other side are a bit dishy, Chun Hao said with a smile. Everyone laughed. No matter how bad he was still a professional player. Chun Hao was able to kill him alone, so his strength must be one level higher than that of his opponent. Everyone worked together and pushed directly from the first tower to the high ground, but unfortunately the opponent resurrected quickly and failed to take down the high ground tower. However, Jiang Che was not in a hurry. After destroying the first and second towers, he and his teammates took both dragons. After returning home to rest for a while, he forced the opponent to the Highland Tower again. "What should we do? Cross or not?" Chun Hao saw the 5 people standing together in the tower and was eager to make a move, but he still asked Jiang Che for his opinion. "Okay, wait for the next wave of dragons. We can cross directly if we have a chance. Our economy has already crushed the opponent." "Okay," Chun Hao agreed. "Zhao Yun, pay attention to your ultimate move, De Qiao. Use your return to city skill well. And Zhang Liang just need to control Tachibana Yukio." Zhang Dike instructed. The 4 teammates nodded. In the past, this kind of tactics were all decided by Roger. They would play the way Roger said. But now, after just one game, Jiang Che's skills and his identity as the club owner have made his prestige in the hearts of many team members no less than Roger's. The benefits of a prestigious captain to the team are self-evident. He can promote cooperation among team members, enhance the coordination of the entire team, play better cooperation, and will not hesitate at critical moments. Among all the teams in the KPL, it can be said that no captain of any team has such high prestige as Jiang Che, because Jiang Che not only has unquestionable strength, but is also the owner of the club. When the line of soldiers just entered the tower, Jiang Zia activated his ultimate skill, ready to clear the line. However, at the moment when Jiang Zia threw out his ultimate skill. Jiang Che used his second skill to offset Jiang Ziya's ultimate skill and protected the line of soldiers. After the line of soldiers entered the tower, Chen Hao flashed in without hesitation and attacked the three of them. After the revision of Lien Pe, his control system became disgusting. And now, several people in LT have felt the disgustingness of this hero and are being hammered in the sky and cannot come down. Some players jokingly call Lien Pe's skill kiss, hug, and lift up high, because as long as you're controlled by Lien Pe in a chain, there is no chance of landing at all. Lien Pe entered the field, and Jiang Che and the others naturally did not hesitate. Zhao Yin used a big move to rush in, and Zhang Liang kept throwing skills into the crowd. Jiang Che seized the opportunity to enter the field and killed Sun Shangxiang instantly. Although Sun Shangxiang did not develop, but it was right to kill the C position first. De Qiao also used all three skills except her ultimate and added a shield for Jiang Che. With the economic advantage, the opponent was wiped out in a few seconds, while Jiang Che's side was still intact. Even the Overlord's little flying dragon was still there. After destroying the Highland Tower in the middle lane, Jiang Che said, De Qiao is using her skills. Let's go home first, and then use her ultimate to teleport over. Can we get a try? Chen Hao asked puzzledly. In this situation, the opponent's team has been wiped out, but the military line is still there, so we can definitely give it a try. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't they just abuse your fountain? We have to abuse them back. Jiang Che said as a matter of course. This isn't appropriate, right? Chao Jun said hesitantly. What's inappropriate about that? They can abuse you, but why can't we abuse them back? No, Brother Jiang, you're still live streaming. If you abuse the fountain, it may not have any impact. It's okay. Chao Jun was interrupted by Jiang Che before he finished speaking. Things that can be solved with money are not a problem. Everyone, is this the super rich? Love it. When professional teams compete with each other, fountain abuse is considered a shameful act. Every team loses sometimes, and everyone performs poorly sometimes. Why are you blocking them in the fountain and humiliating them? Hitting someone doesn't even hit their face. Therefore, if a team exhibits this kind of fountain abuse behavior, they will not only be criticized by the audience, but will also be punished by the official. When LT abused the fountain CG just now, no one saw it, but Jiang Che is now live streaming, plus Roger's live broadcast room. With millions of viewers, you can imagine how bad the impact will be. It may even cause many CG fans to quit. But Jiang Che didn't care. As I said, esports is based on strength, and when the competition comes, winning a championship is more effective than anything else. Soon, a large number of 10-year-old fans who come uninvited will come. If you bully my teammate Quan, then I will definitely bully him back. Jiang Che doesn't care about what others think. As for the official punishment, Jiang Che didn't care at all. When a competition came, Jiang Che would just sponsor a few hundred or tens of millions of dollars. When the officials saw the members of the CG team, they would all smile. Ultimately, it comes down to money. Chao Jun felt relieved when he heard Jiang Che say this. He used his second skill on the spot, and the five of them stood in the middle and prepared to go back. The LT on the other side was furious when he saw this, and the audience was also in an uproar. Chapter 117. The first live broadcast ends. Back to the city? No push. Everyone knew at a glance what Jiang Che and the others were going to do. Fuck, Shui Huang and the others are going to abuse the fountain? Aren't they afraid of being punished? What's the use of having good skills without character? I used to think this anchor was pretty good, but now I've unfollowed him. Watch if you want. Get lost if you don't. Does the handsome emperor care about you guys? I've already said that it was LT who attacked the fountain first. Is there any problem with him attacking back now? That's right. Those saintly bitches should just go away. I'll be disappointed if the handsome emperor doesn't beat them back. Fountain bullying? Is this kind of person qualified to be a professional player? Are you worthy? The audience was talking about it, and there was a lot of controversy about the issue of fountain abuse. Although Jiang Che had said before that it was LT who attacked the fountain first, the audience did not see it after all. All they saw was Jiang Che preparing to attack LT's fountain. Others think that there is no problem. They were bullied before, and Jiang Che, as the boss of CG and with such good gaming skills, should lead his teammates to fight back. This is the cool way to act. On the other side, the audience in Roger's live broadcast room were similar, each holding their own opinions. Roger frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't quite agree with Jiang Che's approach. If the game ended normally, Jiang Che's skills would have one CG a wave of fans. Yes, it is to attract fans for the entire CG team, not just for Jiang Che himself. Fans of other team members may not like the CG club as a whole, but Jiang Che is the owner of the club, and people who like Jiang Che naturally become fans of the entire CG club. So from a rational point of view, Jiang Che's fountain abuse behavior will only attract a lot of black fans for the team, and there is no real benefit in venting anger by abusing the fountain. Roger has always been more rational. But Jiang Che doesn't care what others think. He doesn't care about the truth. He just does what he wants. People live for a breath. Who cares about black fans? Jiang Che doesn't rely on these fans to make a living. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Che and his 4 companions were already standing in front of the LT's crystal. However, it would take more than 10 seconds for the opponent to resurrect, so they waited in front of the crystal. LT team voice. What should we do? They are obviously going to bully the fountain. How about we just click it? Surrender? How can you surrender in a professional game? With so many people watching, not only will you be abused by the fountain, but you will also be called a spineless person. What should I do? With Gongsun Li's current wealth, he can kill me in the fountain. Why did he sell his equipment to buy the golden body, sword resurrection armor, and then go to the fountain? Wang Qingshi said irritably, it's all Song Xing's fault. We were fighting well with CG before, but he insisted on bullying me in the fountain. Now he's getting his comeuppance, right? Why are you blaming me again? Song Xing was angry. You didn't say that when we were bullying the fountain before. You were happier than anyone else when you were dealing damage. Shiyun had a headache. You two stop arguing? Is it fun? We could just revive and fight head-on. Although we will definitely lose, at least we can show the spirit of esports and not give up. Maybe we can attract some fans. After the training match, we can make a fuss about this matter. What kind of article are you making? CG team must have the video of us abusing the fountain before. When it releases it, we will be the ones who get criticized. The support said speechlessly. Anyway, just go out and do it. Shiyun said, there's no other way. While they were discussing, Sun Shangxiang had already resurrected, so Jiang Che and the other 4 rushed into the fountain directly and blocked the entrance. In a head-on confrontation, you can't just go ahead and give in. So Sun Shangxiang rolled back a little, preparing to wait for her teammates to revive before going forward together. Jiang Che saw Sun Shangxiang standing behind him. He couldn't reach her from this distance, so he wondered whether he should change to another famous sword and rush into the fountain to push her out with his ultimate move. While he was hesitating, the LT team members were resurrected one after another. What the 5 CG members did not expect was that the opponent did not back down and rushed out directly. Xiang Yu flashed out and tried to push Jiang Che into the fountain, but Jiang Che obviously would not be touched by him. He dodged Xiang Yu's first skill by moving a little. Then Ma Chao, Tachibana Yukio, and others rushed out one after another. Seeing this, Chun Hao immediately shouted, how dare they come out? I'll take action first and get a pentakill for Brother Jiang. This flattery was just right. Okay, everyone nodded in agreement. Sensible. Jiang Che accepted it happily. So just like before, Chun Hao entered the field first, and the others also provided damage, while Jiang Che stood by and took the kills with peace of mind. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill. Quadhari kill. Pentakill. Ace. The system voice announcements sounded one after another, and Jiang Che successfully got a pentakill. After getting the pentakill, Jiang Che was too lazy to waste time and directly destroyed the opponent's crystal, ending the game. Seeing the big word victory appear in the center of the screen, everyone in CG felt like they had let out a sigh of relief and felt relieved. The LT team members immediately left the room without saying a word. Jiang Che did not rush to leave the room, but said, everyone played well. Chun Hao, you could directly take over Roger's position in the future. There is no need to find a wing player. Huh? Ugh. Chun Hao was stunned at first. Then he nodded in surprise and said, thank you, boss. He obviously didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. It seems that his flattery just now was right. Don't thank me. You got it through your own hard work. If your skills are not good enough, thanking me is useless. Jiang Che said. As for Yuan Wu was the jungler Zhao Yun from before, who was also temporarily recruited from the second team. At this moment, he heard Jiang Che calling his name, and his heart instantly became nervous. Chun Hao has become a winger in the first team, but what about me? Your strength is still lacking. You should stay in the second team for now. If you can improve before the game, I might put you in the first team. Okay, thank you, boss. Yuan Wu felt a little disappointed, but didn't say anything. He understood that his strength was indeed a little worse than Shen Hao's. In fact, Jiang Che was planning to promote him directly to the first team, but after thinking about it, he felt that if he promoted him directly to the first team, he might not have the motivation to work hard. So he just left it at that for now. In fact, Jiang Che was no longer planning to look for teammates and would let Yuan Wu play as a jungler during the game. Jiang Che was afraid that he was not strong enough before, so he wanted Mu Hanxue to find a team member, but now, I still say that professional players are just like this. After explaining the matter in a few words, Jiang Che asked everyone to exit the voice chat. Jiang Che's arrangement naturally sparked a discussion among the audience in the live broadcast room about the strength of the new CG team. However, they found that as long as Jiang Che was there, no team dared to say that they would win. The factor of Jiang Che is too variable. They cannot accurately judge Jiang Che's strength just by this one game. After explaining these things clearly, Jiang Che said goodbye to the audience. Chen Cixi and Yu Yan ran and ended his first live broadcast. Chapter 118, Back to School. It was already noon the next day when Jiang Che woke up, and he heard the system voice as soon as he woke up. Ding system update completed. Today's mission, spending money, has been refreshed. Please spend 11 million before midnight today. Ding, today's spending task has been completed. Is the update complete? Jiang Che muttered to himself and opened the system panel. 300 billion system 2.0. Ost, Jiang Ke. Worship value, 322,784. Assets, 30,954,321,123,050 yuan. Skills, music proficiency, cooking proficiency, alcohol mixing proficiency, etc. Rewards, Lamborghini Veneno, Aston Martin, Yulong Hotel, System Mall. Jiang Che scratched his head. Is 2.0 okay? He took a quick look and found that the system mainly added a few things to the mall that were not there before, and then added a system space to store some things, but the space was very small and could only store some documents and the like at most, not large goods. Another very important thing is that the system indicates that the admiration points that Jiang Che will gain through live streaming or being a celebrity through the internet will be reduced by 100 times, and the admiration points he will gain in real life will increase by 100 times accordingly. Although one is reduced by 100 times and the other is increased by 100 times, it seems that there's no change, but Jiang Che obviously lost this time because the base numbers are obviously different. In other words, the system update has slowed down Jiang Che's rate of gaining worship points. Damn it, Jiang Che muttered in dissatisfaction. Can it be weakened? It seems that I need to learn more tricks to pretend to be cool in real life. Once the host has accumulated 1 billion worship points, the system will be upgraded again and the God-level mastery will be enabled. There's also a God-level mastery. Jiang Che scratched his head. His high-level mastery of King of Pesticides could be said to be invincible, but what was God-level mastery like? All the opponents were gone with just a glance? How would he play that? It didn't look right to others either. Although his current operation was almost unsolvable, it was still within the scope of the game rules. However, his operation had already reached the limit of the game rules. If he could improve to the next level, would he be invincible? Locking his health? Wouldn't that be cheating? Others could see that something was wrong at a glance. Besides, this is just a game. I have other skills, such as cooking proficiency. What effect will it have if this skill is upgraded to advanced proficiency or God-level proficiency? Jiang Che was a little confused. Host, please explore on your own. The system replied dimly. Jiang Che knew the system would say this, so he didn't dwell on it and just said, then let's draw another prize. Let's refresh today's free draw times. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning Xinhua Airlines. Airline. Jiang Che was confused for a moment. When he heard the word aviation, his first reaction was that he had drawn a private jet, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that he had drawn an airline company. The entire airline's fleet is its own. In addition to the plane, there are also beautiful, sports cars are no longer enough. Direct airlines? While Jiang Che was in a daze, he received a call from the head of Xinhua Airlines, who reported to Jiang Che about the operating conditions of the airline. Jiang Che said that he would go and see it in person when he had time. After the lottery was over, Jiang Che took out the morning prescription, which was a system reward for Jiang Che completing the 1 million fans mission. Jiang Che took a closer look. Isn't this a prescription for birth control pills? Why do you want this thing? Paving the way for a scumbag life in the future? Only take birth control pills produced by your own family? Wonderful. Of course, this was just a joke. Jiang Che remembered that the boss of the LCP team, Ji Ning, was also the boss of Lin Wu's previous team. He was the largest contraceptive manufacturer in the country. He had previously publicly stated that he would recruit Lin Wu into CG, which might have offended Ji Ning. So the system probably left him a trump card in advance. According to the introduction on the prescription, this contraceptive is far more effective than those on the market, which are more or less harmful to women's bodies. Jiang Che's Morning Dawn prescription is not only 100% effective in preventing pregnancy, it also has the effect of detoxifying and beautifying the skin, and has no side effects on the user. Of course, anything produced by the system must be high quality, and Jiang Che was not surprised by this effect. The reason naturally lies in technology and raw materials. Jiang Che needs to use his worship points to purchase the raw materials for this contraceptive in the system, but the price is not expensive and is within Jiang Che's affordability. However, Jiang Che thought that if he really produced this contraceptive pill, other contraceptive pill manufacturers would probably go bankrupt one after another and would have no room for survival. The system has said before that the lottery system will have a higher chance of drawing what you need in the near future. It seems that the reward for this task is similar. As for this prescription, Jiang Che naturally wanted to produce it. Who would complain about having too much money? It was just that he had no idea for the time being, and he was not in a hurry, so he put it into the system space and waited for a chance to do it later. After having lunch, Jiang Che went to school. Although I have money now, I still have to go to school. However, after arriving at school, Jiang Che unexpectedly met his roommate, whom he hadn't seen for almost half a year. Jiang Che's dormitory is a 4-person room, but there are only 3 people living in it. There's another one named Su Junju, whose name sounds a bit like a girl's, but he's also a rich young man. It's not the second-generation rich, like Su Silei and Qin Sui, whose families are worth hundreds of millions, but a real family business. The children of rich families had not been in school before and were trained in the enterprise according to their family's arrangements. Although Su Junju did not spend much time in school, he had a very good relationship with Jiang Che and the other 2. When Su Junju was a freshman, he still lived in the dormitory and they often played together. He also came back several times between his sophomore and junior years to treat everyone to dinner. Now it's back again for some reason. Boss Jiang, you're finally here. Su Junju teased Jiang Che as soon as she saw him. You're really good at hiding things. I only just found out you're so rich and have a car made of poison after sleeping with you for 3 years. Obviously, he had heard about Jiang Che before Jiang Che came. As for Jiang Che's car, now, not to mention the whole school, at least half of the people know that there is a super rich second generation who drives poison in the school. After all, Mu Hanchue was too high profile last time. Su Junju's call of Boss Jiang also made the other students in the class notice Jiang Che, who had just entered the room. Their eyes were complicated, and the small car made them clearly realize that Jiang Che was much richer than they thought. As for Qin Sui, who had a grudge against Jiang Che last time, he now dared not even look at Jiang Che. He had heard about Su Silei's affairs. Jiang Che didn't care about the looks of others and agreed with a smile. How come, Master? Su, it's time to come back. Du Yuan couldn't listen any longer. You two should stop bragging about your business, Boss Jiang, Master Su. It gives me goosebumps. You are openly envious, classmate Du Jiaoxi. Su Junju said with a smile. Oh my god, Du Yuan slapped Su Junju on the leg. You are the loser, Su the loser. When everyone in the class heard the noise, they all looked over with envy. Of course, they were envious of Wang Cheng and Du Yuan. As for Jiang Che and Su Junju, they only had admiration and could not envy them. After graduation in a year, Wang Cheng and Du Yuan won't have to worry about finding a job because of their relationship with Jiang Che and Su Junju. These are 2 real thighs. As for the girls, most of them looked at Jiang Che and Su Junju. Any one of them would do, but it's obvious that they are dreaming. But when they thought of this, they immediately thought of Shu Rue again, and many of them secretly glanced at Shu Rue, who had already come to the classroom. And Shu Rue suddenly stood up under everyone's gaze, left her roommates, and quietly sat in the row of seats behind Jiang Che. Shameless. Everyone complained in their hearts. In their opinion, Xu Ruwei had taken the initiative to abandon Jiang Che and follow Su Sailiai. Now Su Sailiai has been put in jail for provoking Jiang Che, and Xu Ruwei is actually pestering Jiang Che again. Isn't this shameless? Zhang Guqi also frowned. He had made it very clear last time, but he didn't expect Xu Ruwei to still be like this. However, Xu Ruwei just sat there and didn't make any further moves, so Jiang Che couldn't say anything. He couldn't just stop her from sitting there, right? The classroom wasn't his own. What's wrong? Su Junju noticed that Jiang Che's expression seemed to be a little strange. She looked at Jiang Che, then at Xu Ruwei, and asked. He only heard Wang Cheng and Du Yuan say that Jiang Che was rich now, but he didn't know about Xu Ruwei and thought they were a couple. Nothing. Jiang Che shook his head and changed the subject. Why are you suddenly back to class now? Does the family business no longer need you to manage it? Seeing that Jiang Che didn't want to talk more, Su Junju didn't ask any more questions and explained, I used to manage a branch factory under the family business, but business was bad this year, and the family sold some factories to raise funds. The one I managed was also sold, so I had nothing to do. I just happened to come back to finish my senior year. Speaking of family businesses, Su Junju sighed, many companies have closed down this year, and our family is in trouble now. Chapter 119. Dormitory Dinner. Hearing this, Jiang Che couldn't help but ask, what business does your family do? Making medicine. Su Junju said. Pharmaceutical factory? I guess so. Suhun Funadith. What a coincidence. I was just planning to do some pharmaceutical business. Are you selling the pharmaceutical factory? Do you have any extra? Yes. Are you kidding me? Su Junju asked suspiciously. How could it be such a coincidence? I just said I wanted to sell the pharmaceutical factory and Jiang Che needed it. But Jiang Che really needed it. He was thinking about how to make the prescription for his contraceptive pill. It was a pity to leave such a money-making thing idle in the system space. And Su Junju's family happened to be in urgent need of selling the pharmaceutical factory to recover funds. It was a mutually beneficial situation. Of course, I'm not lying to you. I really need it. Jiang Che said, let's have dinner together tonight, and then we can talk about this in detail. Okay, we haven't eaten together in the dormitory for a long time. Su Junju naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. Alas, I can't even get a say in your business conversation between the two big bosses. Du Yuan Zeiten Mok Med Ankoli. Isn't it enough for us to just have a free meal? Why should we care so much about the affairs of the two big bosses? Wang Cheng said with a smile. That's true. Du Yuan nodded in agreement. The afternoon class was rather boring for Jiang Che and Su Junju. The teacher was talking to everyone about employment and providing some guidance on finding a job. This kind of course is still very useful for senior students who are about to graduate, as it can allow them to learn some skills in applying for jobs. However, it is completely unnecessary for Jiang Che and Su Junju. Instead, they can learn how to recruit employees. The afternoon classes passed quickly. After school, Jiang Che and Su Junju took Wang Cheng and Du Yuan to the best hotel near the school for dinner. This kind of hotel is a real luxury consumption place. Just ordering a few dishes would cost several thousand yuan. A plate of cabbage for 499 yuan made Wang Cheng and Du Yuan's eyebrows jump. If they hadn't been following Jiang Che and Su Junju, they would never have seen a plate of cabbage that cost 3 figures. At the dinner table, Jiang Che and Su Junju discussed the pharmaceutical factory again. Seeing that Jiang Che really wanted to buy it, Su Junju agreed to meet Su Junju's father tomorrow to discuss the specific matters. Su Junju herself could not make the final decision on this matter, so Jiang Che naturally had no objection. After the discussion, the four of them officially started eating. After eating and drinking, they prepared to go back. However, just as they were about to pay the bill, a young man with a female companion suddenly recognized Su Junju. The young man smiled and walked forward to greet him. Hey, isn't this Mr. Su? What a coincidence. Su Junju also saw the young man and said with a smile, what a coincidence, young Master Wang. When Jiang Che heard the conversation between the two, he knew that this young man was probably some rich second generation and was acquainted with Su Junju. After Su Junju greeted him, she immediately introduced him to Jiang Che. This is also a rich young man from our school. His name is Wang Jia. His father is a famous steel boss in Jiangnan City. It can't compare to Master Su's pharmaceutical factory. Wang Jia replied modestly, then looked at Jiang Che and asked, who is this? When he saw Su Junju introduced himself to Jiang Che first, he knew that Jiang Che's identity was probably not simple. These rich young men were much more sensitive to the ways of the world than ordinary people. After all, we have been following our parents since childhood and have been influenced by them. As long as we are not particularly stupid, we can learn something. This guy, Su Junju, smiled. Haven't you been talking about him these past 2 days? Wang Jie showed a puzzled look, not quite understanding what Su Junju meant. Jiang Che was also a little confused when he heard this. Talking about him? He didn't even know these rich young masters, right? He is the owner of the poison car that you've been guessing, Su Junju said with a smile. When Wang Jie heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and the way he looked at Jiang Che suddenly changed. Mu Hanxue had previously driven Jiang Che's poison car to pick him up, causing such a big commotion in the school. But for ordinary students, it was just a fun thing to watch and gave them some more topics to talk about before and after meals because this kind of thing was too far away from them and they could only use it to brag about it. As for these second-generation rich people, what they care more about is Jiang Che's true identity. With such an amazing car, what kind of business does your family run? Is there any chance for cooperation? This is a question that these rich second generations are concerned about. Even if there is no opportunity for cooperation in business, it never hurts to have a good relationship with people like Jiang Che. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths, and there will always be times when we can help each other in the future. So when Wang Jie heard that Jiang Che was the owner of the car containing the poison, he immediately wanted to make friends with him. Even the girl next to Wang Jie's eyes lit up. She is also a student of Jiangnan University, the most beautiful girl in a department. A big part of the reason why she got together with Wang Jie is because Wang Jie was attracted by her looks and thought it would be prestigious to take her out, while she was attracted by Wang Jie's money. She could easily get bags worth thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan by acting coquettishly and cutely, and live an exquisite life. The two of them got what they wanted, and after a while Wang Jie got tired of her, so he kicked her out and replaced her with another one. And she has made enough money. With her looks and money, it would be easy for her to find an honest man. There are even many dogs waiting for her. So when she heard that Jiang Che was the owner of the poisonous car that was widely rumored in the school, she immediately became suspicious and regretted why she hadn't met Jiang Che earlier. Not only was he much more handsome than Wang Jie, but he also seemed to be much richer than Wang Jie. What a loss. But now that Wang Jie was still beside her, she obviously didn't dare to reveal any inappropriate thoughts. I've heard a lot about you. Wang Jie shook hands with Jiang Che, with warm smiles on their faces. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit a smiling person. Wang Jie was so enthusiastic that Jiang Che couldn't just ignore him. So he also smiled and extended his hand for a friendly handshake. Mr. Su, you are really not nice, Wang Jie said to Su Junju with a smile after shaking hands. You knew a young talent like Mr. Jiang, but you didn't introduce him to us earlier. How would I know? Su Junju said. This guy kept it a secret. I was his roommate for 3 years before I knew he was so rich. Young Master Jiang is indeed a low-key person. When Wang Jie heard this, the words family mission suddenly popped up in his mind, so he didn't ask too much about Jiang Che's personal affairs, but continued. And these two are. Chapter 120, Ignorance. His eyes turned to Du Yuan and Wang Cheng. These two are also my roommates. We were originally having a dinner together in the dormitory. So whom fue introduced? When Wang Cheng and Du Yuan heard Su Junju introduce them, they immediately stood up and called out, Young Master Wang. The expressions of the two men were somewhat unnatural. They didn't feel anything else when they were with Jiang Che and Su Junju. After all, they were so familiar with each other. But in front of Wang Jie, the two men unconsciously felt a little restrained and even embarrassed. When Wang Jie was chatting with Jiang Che and Su Junju, they even felt that they were redundant and couldn't get a word in. In response to the two people greeting each other, Wang Jie smiled politely, but didn't say anything else. They are not from the same world, so there's nothing much to say. Today, Jiang Che and Su Junju had some contact with each other because of their relationship. There will be basically no chance for communication in the future, so there is no need for Wang Jie to say much. Then we won't disturb your candlelight dinner, and we'll go back first. Su Junju saw that Wang Jie brought a girl with him and thought that he was out for business, so she didn't plan to disturb him anymore and prepare to go back. But Wang Jie said, What candlelight dinner? Today is young Master Li's birthday. He specially requested a private room on the top floor and asked me to come over for the dinner. Do you want to join us? Mr. Li? Li Donqian. Su Junju asked. Of course it's him. Who else could it be? Wang Jie explained. It's his birthday today, and he invited a lot of people. Do you want to go up and take a look? Okay, of course I have to go up and take a look. This guy didn't even invite me to his birthday party. Su Junju was obviously very familiar with Li Dongxian, but after saying that, he looked at his roommates and said, let's go up and take a look together. Let's get to know more people. Wang Cheng and Du Yuan immediately shook their heads. No, we'll go back first. You and Lao San can go and take a look together. Although no one would stop me from following Su Junju and Jiang Che to attend Mr. Li's birthday party, there was no need to do so. Being in the same circle is called getting acquainted. But if the two of them try to get in, they can only be called bootlickers, and no one will respect them even if they go. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, let's go and take a look. Based on the conversation between Su Junju and Wang Jie, it is obvious that these rich second generations have their own circle and are familiar with each other. Jiang Che felt that there was no harm in getting to know these people, and Jiang Che was also quite curious about this kind of gathering of rich second generations, as he had never seen one before. Okay, let's go upstairs together. Wang Jie was very happy to see Jiang Che agreed, and took the two of them upstairs. Wang Cheng and Du Yuan left first and went back to school. The three of them took the elevator to the top floor of the hotel. Su Junju introduced Jiang Che along the way. Li Dongxian's father is a real estate tycoon in Jiangnan City. His family has nearly 10 billion in assets. Among the many rich second generations in Jiangnan University, he is also one of the top ones. Jiang Che nodded casually, not caring too much. Nearly 10 billion? Even his own Tianyu Entertainment Company couldn't compare to that, not to mention his entire Xinhua Airport. As expected, my rank is still far higher than theirs. Wang Jin noticed Jiang Che's expression keenly, and when he saw the indifferent look in his eyes, he was thoughtful. Could it be that these 10 billion are nothing in Jiang Che's eyes? Then this big guy's strength is a bit terrifying. It seems that people who can afford to drive a top-of-the-line luxury car like the Venom are definitely not comparable to the native rich second generations of Jiangnan City like us. He guessed in his heart that Jiang Che might be a top-notch rich second generation from a super first-tier city like Shanghai or Beijing, or from some unknown wealthy and powerful family. As I thought about it, I admired Jiang Che even more. As Su Junju was talking, he took out his phone and pulled Jiang Che into a WeChat group chat. The members of the group were all wealthy kids from Jiangnan University or other places in Jiangnan City. Being in the same group made it convenient for them to communicate, and when everyone took over the family business in the future, this group would become a huge network of relationships. Jiang Che's current identity is enough to enter. After Jiang Che went in, the three of them also arrived at the door of the box. As soon as the door opened, a white figure bumped into Jiang Che, and a glass of red wine spilled on Jiang Che's chest. What's the matter? Don't you look when you walk? The person who bumped into Jiang Che was a woman in white. She looked good, but the words she said were not very nice. In fact, she was about to curse, but when she looked up and saw Jiang Che's face clearly, she swallowed the curse and replaced it with something a little more civilized. Jiang Che looked at his shirt, which cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, and the red wine stains on it. If I had known, I would have worn the $20 one. Well, not really. Hundreds of thousands of dollars wouldn't be enough to make Jiang Che feel bad right now, but my dress is from Chanel. It costs several $1,000s each. Can you afford it? The woman complained first. Su Junju frowned when she heard this, and she pulled Jiang Che's sleeve and said to the woman, did you see this logo? Do you know guess? This dress costs at least 100,000 yuan. What kind of clothes cost 100,000? The woman obviously didn't believe it. Besides, he bumped into me. What does the price of his clothes have to do with me? Wang Jie next to him couldn't stand it any longer. It was you who bumped into me with a wine glass. As he was talking, a tall young man noticed the commotion here and walked over Wang Jie and, Su Junju, why are you here too? Why can't I come? Su Junju said, you have become successful. You didn't even invite me to your birthday party. If I hadn't met Wang Jie, I wouldn't have known about it. Judging from what Su Junju said, this young man is obviously the protagonist of today, Li Dongxian. I thought you were busy with business outside. I didn't call you because I was afraid you didn't have time. Who knew you would suddenly come back today? Li Dongxian smiled when he saw Su Junju and said, Mr. Su, I am naturally very grateful that you can take the time to show your support. I'm not so grateful as to say so. But who did this woman come from? How could she be so ignorant? Su Junju glanced at the woman in white and asked. She poured red wine on my brother's clothes and then complained first, asking my brother to pay for the clothes. Is that cool? Su Junju sounds a bit ruffian when he speaks. Your brother? Li Dongxian saw and looked at Jiang Che. He's the owner of the poison car you mentioned before, Jiang Che. Su Junju thought for a moment and added, he's also my roommate. The owner of the poison car seems to have become a synonym for Jiang Che. After all, they have never even seen a poison car in real life, let alone driving it. So Jiang Che and the others might not know, but when the owner of the poison car was mentioned, they knew it immediately. Sure enough, Li Dongxian, like Wang Jie before, immediately changed his attitude towards Jiang Che. So that car of poison is yours, young Master Jiang. Before Jiang Che could say anything, Su Junju interrupted him. Let's not talk about this for now. Who did this woman come with? Or did you find her to accompany you for drinks? Chapter 121. Too good temper? Li Dongxian glanced at Jiang Che awkwardly and said apologetically, no one brought her here. Her name is Zhao Ting. She's a little star I invited. I asked them to perform some shows during the preparation. In order to make the birthday party more dignified, Li Dongxian specially invited 2 little stars to come and let them sing in the middle of the party to liven up the atmosphere. Celebrities may seem out of reach and far away in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of these rich second generations, they are just that. If they can't afford first-tier celebrities, they can invite second-tier and third-tier celebrities to sing and dance or even drink with them. After all, no matter how otherworldly celebrities appear to be, they become celebrities to make money, and these rich second generations have money, so naturally they can invite them over. However, Zhao Ting was somewhat dissatisfied with Li Dongxian's way of addressing her, and muttered, a star is a star. What's the point of calling him a little star? A second, or third-tier celebrity? Su Junju sneered. He may not be famous, but he has a bad temper. Seeing that Su Junju seemed to be really angry, Li Dongxian said to Zhao Ting, Miss Zhao, it was indeed you who spilled the wine on Mr. Jiang's clothes. You should apologize to Mr. Jiang. Li Dongxian's tone was not too harsh. After all, Zhao Ting was quite famous, and he needed to take her identity into consideration. Zhao Ting was obviously reluctant, but she didn't want to cause trouble. Su Junju and Jiang Che both looked like they were not simple people, so she still apologized to Jiang Che reluctantly. Sorry. Su Junju was obviously a little dissatisfied with her perfunctory attitude, but Jiang Che was too lazy to care about it. He waved his hand and said, it's okay, let's just leave it at that. Let's go in first. Jiang Che didn't bother to argue out of giving face to Li Dongxian. After all, it was someone's birthday today, Zhao Ting was his guest, and he was also a guest. It would be bad to make things too awkward. Besides, Jiang Che really didn't bother to care and didn't care. As a second-tier little star in Tianyu Entertainment Company, if she wanted to talk to Jiang Che, it all depended on Jiang Che's mood. So Jiang Che really didn't take the real Zhao Ting seriously. Sometimes when your identity is different, your mentality will indeed change. However, Jiang Che's magnanimous appearance surprised Wang Jie and Li Dongxian. Such a good temper? To be honest, if Jiang Che got angry and slapped Zhao Ting twice, they wouldn't be surprised. There are many rich second generations with bad tempers, including Li Dongxian and Wang Jie himself. Even though the two of them are so polite when talking to Jiang Che and Su Junju, giving people the impression that these second-generation rich are well-educated and well-mannered. If you think so, you're totally wrong. The premise for them to be polite is that everyone is a friend and a person of similar status. If they have a bad temper, it will have no other effect except offending people. If they were other ordinary people, they would not be so easy to talk to. Maybe they were bullies outside. In their opinion, since Jiang Che could get a car like the poison car, his status and financial resources should be far superior to those of them. How could he take a mere celebrity seriously? So they were a little surprised that Jiang Che was so easy to talk to. Wang Jie even doubted whether Jiang Che had the status and position as Su Junju described. As soon as Wang Jie had this thought, he felt more and more like it. It seemed that Jiang Che hadn't said a few words since he met him. Could it be that he was guilty? As for Li Dongxian, he had similar thoughts in his mind. If he was really that powerful, would he tolerate such a clown jumping around in front of him? But because Su Junju was beside him, he didn't show any strangeness. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't pursue the matter, he immediately smiled and said, I'm really sorry. I'll personally give young Master Jiang a drink to compensate him later. Everyone, come in and don't stand at the door." As he said that, he led Jiang Che and others into the box. Although Su Junju was still somewhat dissatisfied with Zhao Ting's perfunctory apology, she had to give up when she saw that Jiang Che was not prepared to pursue the matter. After entering the box, Jiang Che found that it was not what he thought. It was not just these second-generation rich people having dinner together. There were about a dozen tables in the whole box, with more than 100 guests in total. Their ages range from teenagers to over 40, and not all of them are young. But think about it, Li Dongxian's family business is so big, there must be a lot of people who want to curry favor with him. In addition, some business partners would definitely not want to not come if they knew he was having a birthday party. Li Dongxian had to entertain them if they came. So this was probably a banquet to entertain everyone rather than a gathering for these rich second generations. After finishing the meal here and dealing with those who come to establish connections, Li Dongxian will probably go to a bar or KTV with his rich second-generation friends to get together again. That would be a real small gathering. This is also the reason why Zhao Ting spoke like that before. She thought that Jiang Che and his friends were just here to build relationships like most people, so she didn't think much of them, and even mocked Jiang Che for not being able to pay for the thousands of dollars worth of clothes. After Li Dongxian came over, she realized that Jiang Che and his friends were Li Dongxian's friends, all of whom were wealthy second generations with considerable wealth. Only then did she apologize. If all the people who came today were Li Dongxian's rich second-generation friends, she would never say such things. But now that she has offended Jiang Che, she doesn't want to bow her head. After all, she is a well-known artist. Would it be shameful to apologize so easily? Li Dongxian brought Jiang Che and others to the table in the middle of the hall. There were some young people in their 20s sitting at the table. As soon as these people saw Su Junju, they greeted him with a smile. Some even asked him why he suddenly came back. It was obvious that they were very familiar with Su Junju. Of course, some people were greeting Wang Jia, but overall, Su Junju was more popular. This also showed that there was a slight gap in their status. These young people are undoubtedly the rich second-generation friends of Li Dongxian. There were more than 10 people at the table, and most of the boys were accompanied by a beautiful female companion. Of course, there are also a few girls who are Li Dongxian's friends, not other people's female companions. That is, the legendary rich women. And she is a young, beautiful, and wealthy woman. Chapter 122, Director Jiang. Li Dongxian first introduced Jiang Che to everyone. This is Mr. Jiang Che, Su Junju's friend. He will also be everyone's friend from now on. Welcome, everyone. Li Dongxian's words meant that Jiang Che had also joined their circle, but he did not mention the owner of the poison car. Others also looked at Jiang Che, especially the girls. After all, Jiang Che's looks would always have a stronger appeal to women. If they hadn't come with a man, they would have wanted to step forward and sell themselves to him, offering free food, accommodation, and hotel bills. Those young and beautiful rich ladies were also very interested in Jiang Che and looked him up and down. However, the other boys were not so enthusiastic. After hearing Li Dongxian's words, they just welcomed Jiang Che symbolically and continued their previous topic. Jiang Che didn't care and sat down with Su Junju. What does Mr. Jiang's family do? As soon as Jiang Che sat down, a young girl asked with a smile. It doesn't look like there's any other intention. It seems like she's just simply interested in Jiang Che. The business is quite complicated, Jiang Che said after thinking for a while. It is indeed quite diverse, with entertainment companies, hotels, clubs, and even an airport. What is your main job? This question was asked by Li Dongxian. He was also very curious about Jiang Che's identity. With the girl's introduction, he continued to ask. The main thing is... Jiang Che said casually, let's start an entertainment company. Entertainment company? A young man in a sweatshirt at the table said with a smile. Miss Zhao, it happens that we are in the same industry. Zhao Ting was disdainful. Entertainment companies are different from each other. I'm a contracted artist of Tianyu. How can I be confused with his second-rate entertainment company? The obvious meaning is that he looks down on the entertainment company that Jiang Che mentioned. Since she has offended him, Zhao Ting doesn't care anymore. Jiang Che was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tianyu's artist? That's really a coincidence. But to be honest, it's not a coincidence. After all, Tianyu is the largest entertainment company in the empire. On average, 1 out of every 4 artists is from Tianyu. This is no exaggeration. So it is normal that Zhao Ting is an artist of Tianyu Entertainment Company, and it is not a coincidence. It's just that it's not a coincidence that Jiang Che met her, but it's a coincidence that she met Jiang Che. Li Dongxian had been paying attention to Jiang Che's expression, seeing that he just smiled calmly in the face of Zhao Ting's ridicule. He couldn't tell for a moment whether he was really too lazy to care or simply had no strength. The young man in the sweatshirt who had spoken earlier smiled and said, "That's true. What's the name of young Master Zhang's entertainment company? I want to see if I've heard of it." Su Junju was immediately dissatisfied when he heard his tone. "Wang Hai, how can you talk like that? Do you really need to look after my brother's company? One car is enough for your father to earn in a year. What kind of car costs hundreds of millions?" The young man looked nonchalant and obviously didn't believe it. "A car worth several hundred million? I've never heard of it." Jiang Che suddenly felt that this banquet was meaningless. He did not see any upper-class temperament in these people. He felt that they were even more opportunistic than ordinary people. But ordinary people know that they are poor and have self-awareness, while these people say that they are ordinary people but have some money, so there's always an inexplicable confidence in their words. In Su Junju's words, they speak a little arrogantly, just like the young man in front of him. Jiang Che glanced at him, and just as he was about to speak, a voice with a hint of surprise suddenly came from behind him. "Director Jiang? You are here too." Jiang Che turned around and saw that it was Yin Yadong. She was here too. "Why are you here?" Zhan Duke asked curiously. "I, Tinteng." Upon hearing this, Yin Yadong's expression suddenly changed from surprise to embarrassment. "Oh, I do some part-time work, but I've almost learned all the songs that you taught me, Director Jiang. I promise it won't delay the release of the album." Before Jiang Che understood what she meant, Zhao Ting suddenly asked, "Yadong, what did you call him?" "Boss Jiang," Yin Yadong said as a matter of course. "By the way, the song you said was very nice last time was also written by Boss Jiang. In fact, it was Boss Jiang who taught me to sing it." Director Jiang. Zhao Ting's face froze. She no longer had the mind to care about who wrote the song. Jiang Che just said that he worked for an entertainment company, but now Yin Yadong called him Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, besides the chairman, who else would be called this? Isn't Yin Yadong's chairman also his own chairman? Zhao Ting still held on to a glimmer of hope and asked dryly, "Director Jiang, which company's chairman?" "Of course it's the chairman of our Tianyu," Yin Yadong said. "But the chairman just took over the company a few days ago, so it's normal that you don't know." Zhao Ting was immediately confused, and the young man named Wang Hai was also confused. "Chairman of Tianyu? Are you kidding me?" Jiang Che took the opportunity to straighten his collar and said, "I am the chairman of Tianyu. If you have any entertainment industry investments in the future, you can come to me." Very classy. Isn't it just showing off? Who can't do that? Jiang Che thought to himself. He looked at the indescribable expressions on Zhao Ting and Wang Hai's faces and felt extremely comfortable. "You two were showing off your superiority like crazy just now. Aren't you embarrassed now?" But this was not enough. Jiang Che also specifically asked, "Do you think Tianyu Entertainment can be accepted?" "Alas, I also think it is not big enough." Everyone, Jiang Che was not just pretending to be awesome. He had other purposes. "Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value." After the system upgrade, the amount of admiration Jiang Che received in real life increased 100-fold, so he naturally couldn't miss the opportunity to earn admiration points. The admiration points gained in real life increased 100 times, while the admiration points obtained on the internet decreased 100 times. As a result, the admiration points provided to Jiang Che by these two channels were almost the same. Wang Hai's face turned pale and blue. How could he not hear that Jiang Che was mocking him? But he dared not say anything. Not only did he not dare to say anything, he also had to apologize proactively. Wang Hai immediately picked up the wine glass on his table and said, "Mr. Jiang, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I'm really sorry. This glass of wine is my apology." Chapter 123, Change of Attitude. He drank most of the glass of white wine in one gulp. It's not that he can drink a lot, but an apology must appear sincere. After drinking more than half a glass of wine in an instant, Wang Hai's expression became a little distorted, and it took a few seconds to return to normal. Jiang Che waved his hands. "What are you apologizing for? You didn't say anything." Wang Hai had a smile on his face, but he was thinking, "MMP, I've already finished my wine, and you still say this on purpose to irritate me." However, Everything was fine as long as Wang Hai apologized. After all, he didn't say anything too excessive. But Zhao Ting was different. Not only did she spill red wine on Jiang Che, she also mocked him. The most important thing is that she is still an artist of Tianyu. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Che can decide her future with just one word. Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry that I didn't recognize you before. Zhao Ting picked up the wine glass, tremblingly, and drank a glass of wine to apologize to Jiang Che. Jiang Che thought about it and said nothing. As President Jiang, it would be a loss of status if he kept fussing over this matter. So Jiang Che simply ignored her. Zhao Ting didn't care whether Jiang Che paid attention to her or not, and also swallowed the half glass of wine in her hand in one gulp. Su Junju then smiled somewhat complacently and said, "How is it? My brother's entertainment company is okay, right? Isn't there anyone who hasn't heard of it?" Su Junju didn't know Jiang Che's identity before. When she suddenly heard that Jiang Che was the chairman of Tianyu, she was as shocked as anyone else. But in this situation, she should pretend that she already knew the identity and look at other people's shocked expressions to feel comfortable. Everyone then realized that Jiang Che's status was no longer on the same level as theirs. Among all those present, Su Junju's family probably has the largest assets, but the entire Su family has only tens of billions of assets, while Jiang Che himself owns Tianyu, which is worth tens of billions. According to what Yin Yadong said, Jiang Che bought Tianyu a few days ago, so he must have other assets. This is beyond doubt. Jiang Che is so young. It is impossible for him to have earned these assets through his own efforts. They must have been allocated to him by his family. Such a young person can control a company worth tens of billions. How big would the family behind him be? It's terrifying when you think about it. When did such a big guy come to their Jiangnan city? Everyone was glad that they hadn't said anything to offend Jiang Che, but it seemed that their attitude, just now, was a bit cold. Li Dongxian still doesn't know Jiang Che's true identity. But what is certain is that Jiang Che is not someone he can afford to offend. Not someone that anyone here can afford to offend. There is one more thing I forgot to tell you. Young Master Jiang is also the owner of the poisonous car that everyone has been discussing these days. Li Dongxian mentioned this and revealed it with a smile. When Su Junju introduced it to him before, he was still a little skeptical, but now he has no doubt at all. Everyone was a little surprised to hear this, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. After all, only someone of Jiang Che's status could get a car like that, and they had never heard of anyone in Jiangnan City who had the ability to get such a car. And they finally understood what Su Junju had said before, that Jiang Che's car was enough to earn Wang Hai's father a year. It might be enough to earn money for a year, but even if you have enough money, you can't buy it. As everyone was thinking, a tall young man suddenly stood up, raised his glass, and said to Jiang Che with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, I'll toast you. I like sports cars the most. I heard that a sports car of the level of Du Yao appeared in the school before. I have long wanted to meet the owner of the car. Now I finally meet the real person." Seeing this, several people around complained in their hearts. "You like sports cars? When did this happen? How come we didn't know?" This young man obviously wanted to make himself familiar to Jiang Che. Su Junju did not expose the truth, but introduced Jiang Che from the side. "This man is Sun Du. If you want to have fun in Jiangnan City, you can find him. He is the best at having fun among this group of people." Sun Du also laughed when he heard this. Of course, there is no problem with this. If young Master Jiang wants to relax, you can come to me anytime. There is no place in Jiangnan City that I haven't played. Jiang Che didn't know what this play meant specifically, but since Sun Du was so enthusiastic, Jiang Che couldn't just ignore him, so he picked up his glass and drank a little as a token. Jiang Che's alcohol tolerance increased as his physical fitness improved, but he was too lazy to drink so much, and there was no need to give too much face to this group of people. So when Sun Du toasted Jiang Che, he took a big sip to show his sincerity, while Jiang Che just drank a little as a token of his sincerity. Li Dongxian suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have been more serious when introducing Jiang Che. This way, no one would have taken Jiang Che lightly like they did at the beginning, and Jiang Che would not be unhappy now. Speaking of Jiang Che, Li Dongxian was unhappy and glanced at Wang Hai again. This idiot! Everyone noticed that Jiang Che seemed to be in a low mood, but they not only did not care, but they became enthusiastic instead. After Sun Du, another person immediately raised his glass. "Young Master Jiang is really good at this. He can even get a car like poison. I admire you." Su Junju introduced Jiang Che again. This person is Ling Yu, and his family is a car enthusiast. If you want to buy a car, you can find him. That's right. I can't get the car that Master Jiang wants, Ling Yu said with a smile. It's very difficult to get a car worth more than tens of millions in China. Since Master Jiang can get a limited edition car like the Poison, he must have his own channels. If it's convenient for Master Jiang, can you introduce me to one in the future? Ling Yu started talking about business. After all, their family is in the sports car business. If Jiang Che has the channels to get a large number of those luxury cars that are hard to buy in the country, it will definitely be of great benefit to Ling Yu's business. But Jiang Che didn't have any channels. His car was just given by the system. Thinking this in his heart, Jiang Che raised his glass and said with a faint smile, "Okay, if there's a chance in the future, I will introduce you to it. If there's a chance, I will introduce it to you. If not, just pretend I didn't say anything." Mr. Jiang is indeed generous. Ling Yu was very happy to hear Jiang Che's words, and he also raised his glass and drank it all. After Ling Yu, there were Mr. Zhou, Mr. Han, Miss Li, and a bunch of other people toasting Jiang Che. Su Junju introduced them one by one to Jiang Che. If Jiang Che didn't have a good memory, he really wouldn't be able to remember them. Zhao Ting's but felt like it was being pricked by needles as she sat there. Jiang Che had never met her before, so she had no idea what Jiang Che was thinking. After a while, Jiang Che drank it with everyone. Yin Yadong, who was standing next to her, noticed that Zhao Ting looked a little unhappy and understood something, but she didn't know what to say. Firstly, she and Zhao Ting did not have a very good relationship, and secondly, she had no say in what Jiang Che did. Chapter 124. Yin Yadong's Singing Skills. After Jiang Che finished his round of drinking, he found Yin Yadong still standing beside him and said, "Sit down. Why are you standing all the time?" "But I have to go upstairs to sing." Yin Yadong scratched her head. Li Dongxian immediately said, "No hurry. You can wait a little longer." Yin Yadong and Jiang Che obviously have a good relationship, so Li Dongxian would naturally say what Jiang Che wants. "Oh." Yin Yadong agreed and sat down next to Jiang Che. "What part-time job do you do here?" Jiang Duque asked curiously. According to what he thought, Yin Yadong should still be practicing singing in Tianyu and working hard to prepare for the new album. Yin Yadong said somewhat awkwardly, "The main reason is that I've spent all my money and came here to earn some living expenses." Yin Yadong was just a newcomer with no fame and no works before, so she naturally didn't have much money. She was about the same as those office workers, or even worse than them. After all, it is difficult for an artist to have any income without fame, and they even have to spend money to maintain their musical instruments. So Yin Yadong is now in a penniless situation. She will be able to make a lot of money next month if the album becomes a hit, but it won't be released until the end of the month at the earliest, so she's still in a rather awkward situation. Then, after hearing that there was a business here, Zhao Ting and I came here to do some part-time work. Jiang Che nodded and said nothing. After all, he couldn't let her starve even though she had no money. "I didn't expect that I could meet Mr. Zhang's friend just by inviting someone. It could be considered as fate," Li Dongxian said with a smile. This was obviously an attempt to get close to him, and Jiang Che didn't know how to respond. How can I answer this? Reply with "It's indeed a fate." What an embarrassing group. So Jiang Che simply nodded and agreed. Yeah. But Li Dongxian didn't feel embarrassed at all and continued to find topics to chat with Jiang Che. Not only Li Dongxian, but everyone else was also trying to get close to Jiang Che. Even those goddesses and rich ladies who were completely unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people kept toasting Jiang Che, and occasionally gave him a wink to seduce him. Jiang Che didn't show anything on his face, but he was speechless in his heart. "I just came to see the lives of these upper-class gentlemen and ladies, but how come I saw a bunch of bootlickers?" But this cannot be blamed on them, mainly because the strength displayed by Jiang Che was too astonishing. Yin Yadong smiled secretly when she saw Jiang Che looking somewhat helpless. She didn't expect that Jiang Che, who was so domineering in the company, had such a side to him. However, seeing that the time was almost up, she said something to Jiang Che and Li Dongxian, and then prepared to go on stage to sing. This hotel is also Li Dongxian's family property, so Li Dongxian specially asked someone to change the layout of the interior space and leave a large space in the front. Yin Yadong simply held the guitar, sat on a high stool, cleared her throat, and started speaking. The others were also attracted by the movement from Yin Yadong's side. Li Dongxian had already introduced that he had invited artists from Tianyu Company to perform, So these people were naturally very interested. These are real stars. Definitely not those street-side cell phone sales where they just set up a stage and find a group of young girls to start jumping and dancing. This is definitely not comparable to that kind of performance. Although Yin Yadong is not very famous, she is still a contracted artist of Tianyu and can be considered a star. Other people have rarely seen stars in real life. In addition to Jiang Che's table of noble gentlemen, there are also many ordinary people here. Yin Yadong did not disappoint Jiang Che and the others. She amazed everyone as soon as she opened her mouth. Feel how the fingertips that stop at my origin freeze time in an instant. Remember to look into my determined eyes. Maybe there is no tomorrow. This song is also one of the 10 songs Jiang Che gave her. In fact, she had not originally planned to sing this song. After all, it was a song that had not been released yet, so it was better to keep it secret. But when she saw Jiang Che also change his mind at the last minute, she sang the song to everyone and also wanted Jiang Che to comment on it. Jiang Che listened and nodded slightly. It had only been a few days since the last time they met, but Yin Yadong's progress was obvious. It was obvious that she had worked hard in the past few days. Others couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when listening to the song. Stars are stars. Even if they're not famous, they're not comparable to those ordinary people. They sing really well. However, what they didn't know was that although Yin Yadong was not famous for the time being, her singing skills were among the best among all Tianyu singers. Otherwise, Pan Wenlu would not have recommended her to Jiang Che at that time. As everyone pondered, the climax gradually came. Fate brought us together outside of troubled times. Fate wants us to love each other in times of trouble. Maybe the future is light years away. I am willing to wait in the unknown. Waiting for you. One of the reasons why Jiang Che valued Yin Yadong at the time was that he felt her voice was very distinctive and had an inexplicable penetrating power, and this song perfectly showed the characteristics of her voice. This climax part gave everyone goosebumps, and Yin Yadong herself was completely immersed in it, playing out a poignant love story in her mind. It's rare to find a singer who can put his or her own emotions into a song. Jiang Che looked at her with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He really did not choose the wrong person. To be honest, Jiang Che still thinks Yin Yadong's singing voice has some flaws, and her strength is slightly inferior to those top singers who have been famous for a long time. However, her progress is extremely fast. As long as she is given a chance, she will soon catch up with those top singers. And the album that Jiang Che gave her was the opportunity. Li Dongxian looked at Yin Yadong with a little surprise. He asked 2 singers to come just to entertain people and make the party not too boring, but he didn't expect Yin Yadong to give him such a surprise. The program was originally just a decoration, but Yin Yadong attracted everyone's attention. Li Dongxian glanced at Jiang Che again. As expected, anyone who knew Jiang Che was no ordinary person. With his singing skills, although he was not famous for the time being, it was only a matter of time before he became famous. Yin Yadong, Yin Yadong. As Li Dongxian thought about it, he suddenly felt that he had heard of this name. Isn't this the person that Tianyu Entertainment Company has been promoting on Weibo these past 2 days? It seems that I invited a great god by coincidence. While she's not famous yet, try to curry favor with her. In an instant, Li Dongxian thought of many things. In fact, Yin Yadong is not completely unknown now, especially in the entertainment industry. After all, Tianyu has been promoting her new album these days. However, before she had any works, those who didn't care much about the entertainment industry had not heard of her. Most people listen to music just for the sake of listening to the music, and things in the entertainment industry have nothing to do with them. If the song is good, they will remember it immediately. If there is no work, passers-by will not remember it even if you promote it every day. Not long after, Yin Yadong finished singing the song, and the audience burst into applause. Chapter 125. 100,000, understand? Of course, it's not just about singing one song. After finishing the song, light years away, Yin Yadong took a short break and then started the next song. However, the lyrics of this song were not given by Jiang Che, but were composed by her herself. It was obviously inferior to Jiang Che's previous Light Years Away, but with her powerful singing skills, the audience was also very satisfied. Yin Yadong sang 5 songs at once before stopping. Li Dongxian smiled and said to Jiang Che, "The artists of Jiang Shao Tianyu's company are indeed amazing. With such talents, it is only a matter of time before they become popular." Yin Yadong, who was coming down from the front, also happened to hear this. Perhaps Li Dongxian deliberately let her hear it, Yin Yadong smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Li." Then he asked Jiang Che, "Mr. Jiang, how was my singing?" There was a hint of pride in his tone, but also a kind of nervousness as when a child was having his homework checked by his teacher. The 10 songs Jiang Che gave her were all of excellent quality, and any one of them would become popular, but Yin Yadong herself liked Light Years Away the most. This was also the best song she had ever sung, so she was naturally a little proud of herself, but she was also a little nervous because she was afraid that Jiang Che would be dissatisfied. Jiang Che smiled, not wanting to discourage her, and said, "It's okay, but there's still room for improvement. There are still some areas where you're not quite sure." Yin Yadong was obviously a little unconvinced, but she also knew that Jiang Che would not lie to her, so she handed the guitar in her hand to Jiang Che. "How about you teach me again?" Jiang Che naturally wouldn't take her guitar, and said with a smile, "It's not convenient now. We could go to my house after dinner to discuss it." Yin Yadong blushed, wanting to call Jiang Che a hooligan, but not daring to. In the end, she could only sit back in her seat with her guitar in her arms and not say anything. However, for some reason, she didn't feel much disgust in her heart. Su Junju looked on with envy. The boss of an entertainment company. What a tough job. Not only Su Junju was envious, all the men present were envious. Although they had no shortage of girls given their status, girls were obviously different from each other. As for the girls, there were quite a few who were envious. Of course, they were envious of Yin Yadong. When Jiang Che asked the question just now, they almost agreed on behalf of Yin Yadong. So greedy. In fact, if Jiang Che took the guitar and sang a song, he would definitely gain a lot of admiration. But it doesn't make sense. Today is Li Dongxian's birthday party. If Jiang Che is too dazzling, it would be like stealing the show. Besides, Jiang Che is now President Jiang, and his status is higher than these people. Why doesn't he take the initiative to sing for them? I want to eat fart. After Yin Yadong, it was Zhao Ting's turn. However, I don't know if she was worried about Jiang Che in her heart, or if her singing skills were just not good. After one song, the audience immediately lost interest, which was in line with Li Dongxian's original intention and became a decoration. Of course, a big part of the reason is that Yin Yadong sang before her. When the two were compared, the audience immediately felt that Zhao Ting's singing was meaningless. Jiang Che had no interest in continuing to talk to these people. So after Zhao Ting finished singing, he found an excuse to say goodbye to Li Dongxian. Li Dongxian tried to persuade him to stay. "We have a private dinner later. Wouldn't Jiang Xiao want to join us?" "No, I have other things to do tonight." If Jiang Che had some interest before, now, he might as well go back to live streaming and earn some admiration points. Li Dongxian felt extremely sorry when he heard this, but there was nothing he could do. Everyone also said goodbye to Jiang Che. Seeing this, Yin Yadong also carried her guitar and left with Jiang Che. She didn't like such gatherings very much. Since she had completed her mission, it was just right for her to go back with Jiang Che. As for Su Junju, it was not convenient for him to leave for the time being, so he stayed. When going downstairs, Jiang Che asked, "Where's Sister Chiyue and Sister Xiaozhu? Didn't they come with you?" "No." Yin Yadong stuck out her tongue, looking a little cute. "I ran away secretly, Director Jiang. Please don't tell Director Pan, otherwise she will say that I didn't work hard." Jiang Che smiled and said, "Stop talking. Shall I take you back first?" "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Yin Yadong thanked him. However, just as the two arrived at the parking lot and were about to get in the car, a figure chased them from behind. Director Jiang, wait for me." Jiang Che turned around and saw that it was Zhao Ting. "What's the matter?" Jiang Duque asked calmly. "Director Jiang, I'm really sorry about what happened just now." Zhao Ting was still worried after all, so she chased out to apologize. She was afraid that Jiang Che would fire her when he returned, and it would be too late to apologize then. Jiang Che glanced at her. In fact, Jiang Che had no intention of pursuing anything, but since Zhao Ting took the initiative to chase him out, Jiang Che slowly walked towards her, smiled faintly and asked, "Is just an apology enough? Are you going to make some compensation?" Zhao Ting looked at Jiang Che, who was getting closer and closer to her, and a hint of joy rose in her heart, but she pretended to be shy on her face. Then, "Mr. Jiang, do you want to compensate?" In her heart, she was willing to do so. If she could establish a relationship with Jiang Che, her future career would be extremely bright. Not to mention Jiang Che's looks, she could even pay for him. Yin Yadong, standing next to the car, looked at Zhao Ting and then at her own chest. Is this the reason? However, Jiang Che stopped after taking 2 steps, pointed at his clothes, and said, "Guess 100,000, understand?" Zhao Ting. Yin Yadong. Isn't this too much of show? Zhao Ting's originally shy expression froze instantly. Jiang Che had no intention of pursuing the matter, but since Zhao Ting had taken the initiative to catch up with him, Jiang Che said, "Don't blame me for being rude. 100,000 yuan, not a cent less." After sending Yin Yadong back, Jiang Che went back himself. The first thing Jiang Che did after returning was to send a video to Pan Wenlu, which was the video of Yin Yadong singing in the hotel. Of course, Jiang Che didn't intend to report her. He just wanted to use this video as a publicity tool. Tianyu promotes Yin Yadong's new album every day, but verbal statements alone have little effect and may even cause some people to be disgusted. So Jiang Che plans to let Pan Wenlu put this video under the official Weibo as promotional material. The video was not very clear and even had some noise, but Jiang Che deliberately did not shoot it so clearly to leave some mystery. Not long after, Pan Wenlu replied, "Is this okay?" Obviously, he was somewhat skeptical about the propaganda method proposed by Jiang Che, because if the unreleased songs were leaked, who would buy the album if people thought it was not good? Jiang Che's action would probably affect the sales of the entire album. But Jiang Che believes in Yin Yadong's ability. People won't buy it if they don't like it, but what if they originally didn't plan to buy it, but fell in love with Yin Yadong's singing because of this video? Jiang Che believed that with Yin Yadong's ability and the lyrics given by the system, the fans gained by releasing this video would definitely be more than the fans lost. So Jiang Che said affirmatively, "Just have someone upload this video. You don't have to say it's a song from the album. Just say it's a guest appearance by Yin Yadong on her friend's birthday." Yin Yadong didn't have any works before, and the public doesn't know much about her. This video can help others get to know her better. Seeing Jiang Che was so sure, Pan Wenlu had no choice but to agree. "Okay, I'll have someone arrange it right away." After finishing this matter, Jiang Che continued live, streaming for a while, earned some admiration points, and ended his life for the day. Chapter 126, Primary Intelligent Robot. As it had been agreed yesterday, Jiang Che took Mu Hanxue to Su Juanju's pharmaceutical factory early this morning to meet Su Juanju's father. "Mr. Jiang, look at these pharmaceutical factories. The machines inside are all intact. You can use them right away after you take over." A middle-aged man was taking Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue on a tour of the factory. Su Juanju also followed behind, but maybe because he played too late with Li Dongxian and the others last night, or because he drank too much, he followed behind with a listless look. In addition to the 3 of them, Su Bing's secretary also followed behind. And this middle-aged man is Su Juanju's father, Su Bing. This pharmaceutical factory has stopped production and there is not a single worker inside, but the machines are still there and it looks like the production has been suspended for only a few days. If our Su family didn't need a lot of money right now, we wouldn't be willing to sell it. Su Bing continued, because Su Juanju had told him last night that Jiang Che's identity was not simple. So even though Jiang Che looked very young, Su Bing did not have any intention of looking down on him, but spoke to him as a peer. But even if Su Juanju didn't say it, Su Bing would not be negligent. Regardless of Jiang Che's background, the pharmaceutical factories that Jiang Che wanted to buy alone involve hundreds of millions of dollars. It was obvious that he was not a simple person to be able to control so much money at such a young age. Jiang Che looked around and nodded. Yes, this pharmaceutical factory is indeed good. Because Jiang Che had previously obtained the enterprise management mastery granted by the system, he knew that Su Bing was not trying to trick him. I don't know if it was because of Su Juanju's relationship or because the Su family was really anxious to sell these pharmaceutical factories, but the price Su Bing gave was very fair, even a little low. In this case, Jiang Che naturally had nothing to be dissatisfied with. That's good. Su Bing was relieved when he saw that Jiang Che had no objection. Seeing that it was already noon, he invited him. "Mr. Jiang, why don't we find a place to talk while we eat?" "Okay." Jiang Duque nodded in agreement. Su Bing's secretary drove and took a few people to a restaurant that looked very high-end and asked for a private room. The 2 of them discussed the specific details. One of them was in a hurry to buy, and the other was in a hurry to sell. So as long as the conditions were similar, didn't care too much. However, Jiang Che wanted Su Bing to keep some of the workers for himself, and this condition made Su Bing feel a little embarrassed. For a factory to start operating, it needs workers in addition to machines. After all, this was Jiang Che's first time stepping in the medical field, and he had no clue where to start, so it wasn't easy to find someone in a short period of time. Of course, Jiang Che was not referring to the ordinary workers on the assembly line. Those people can be easily found as long as one has money. Jiang Che was referring to those technical personnel. Jiang Che only has a prescription. To produce the medicine, he needs a lot of professional technicians. After the medicine is produced, it needs clinical trials and so on. In short, the process is somewhat complicated and these steps require professional personnel. However, Su Bing felt a little embarrassed about Jiang Che's request because the Su family has been in the pharmaceutical business for a long time, and many of these professionals have been with the Su family for a long time. They're the foundation of the Su family, so Su Bing naturally cannot give them to Jiang Che. Even if Jiang Che asked for more money, Su Bing would not agree. Mr. Jiang, these people are the foundation of our Su family, so we can't give them to you. If we don't run the pharmaceutical factory here anymore, we still have other industries and other places that need people. So if we give it to you, our Su family will be in trouble. Su Bing shook his head and said, if you think the price of the factory is too high, we can still discuss it, but I really can't give up these people. Zhang Ge frowned. What Su Bing said made sense. He couldn't ask for more help, but when would he be able to start construction of the factory without anyone? No matter what field, those professionals are in great demand. Jiang Che thought it would be very troublesome to find them by himself. If he couldn't find them, the factory couldn't start construction, and the factory would incur costs if it stopped. So Jiang Che was a little embarrassed. But at this moment, the system suddenly spoke. It is recommended that the host check the primary intelligent robots in the mall. Jiang Che's heart moved. The last time a system was updated, this primary intelligent robot was added to the mall. Jiang Che didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but the system brought it up at this time. Could it be that this intelligent robot could help him solve the problem? However, since Su Bing was still here, Jiang Che did not delay and said hesitantly, well, okay, I'll reduce the price by another 7 million and forget about the personnel issue. This, Su Bing smiled bitterly. It's true that the young are to be feared. The 7 million that Jiang Che mentioned was just close to the bottom price in his mind. He would not believe it if it was just a coincidence. This showed that Jiang Che knew the value of the entire pharmaceutical factory very clearly. How could Su Bing not be surprised? You figured it out just by taking a look? He even suspected that Jiang Che was deliberately making up an excuse to bring up the matter of the Su family's personnel just to find an excuse to bargain. Jiang Che also smiled without explaining. With the system, these were nothing. Su Bing's words were equivalent to his approval of the price Jiang Che mentioned. The next thing was easy. After discussing some other details, the two of them drafted the contract. Jiang Che also transferred the money to Su Bing very readily. At this point, these two pharmaceutical factories completely belonged to Jiang Che. After the business was settled, they had a pleasant lunch. Then Su Bing and the other two went back first. Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue came to the pharmaceutical factory again. You go out for a while and wait for me in the car, Jiang Che said to Mu Hanxue beside him. Mu Hanxue was a little surprised, but still nodded and said, okay. Jiang Che then opened the system mall to see what the primary intelligent robot the system was talking about was. 5,000 worship values for a robot. It's a bit expensive. Jiang Che touched his chin, but let's buy one and try it out first. Jiang Che's mind moved, and the system deducted 5,000 worship points. At the same time, a metal robot appeared in front of Jiang Che. Can this thing work? Zhang Ge frowned. You can do some simple research tasks. The system explained briefly. But how do we explain this iron mass to others? Jiang Che looked at the robot in front of him that was almost as tall as himself and asked, do we have to put him in the basement to work? Host, you have one chance to choose their appearance. They will change according to what you want in your mind. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and stared at the robot in front of him. Under Jiang Che's gaze, the robot slowly turned into an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Amazing, Jiang Che exclaimed, but suddenly thought of, forget it. I don't want to think about robots anymore. Chapter 127, Shark Executives. Jiang Che thought this robot was pretty good, so he bought 4 more, making a total of 5 robots. These 5 robots all look like middle-aged men with ordinary looks. If they were thrown into a crowd, no one would even glance at them. However, their behavior is subtly different from that of ordinary people. They appear a little stiff, and you may not notice it if you don't pay attention. But over time, others will find that they are different from normal people. But this is enough for Jiang Che. Anyway, they don't have to show up in public all the time. As for its abilities, the primary intelligent robot is not very powerful and has only simple thinking skills, but it can produce the dawn contraceptive pills that Jiang Che needs based on its internal programs. With these 5 robots, the personnel problem has been solved. The next step is to find a group of ordinary production workers. In fact, this type of robot can also perform production work. But after all, each robot requires 5,000 worship points, and Jiang Che is reluctant to use them as ordinary production workers. Good steel should be used on the blade. When Jiang Che walked out of the factory, Mu Hanxue was a little confused. There was clearly no one inside just now, so why did Jiang Che bring 5 people out? But Jiang Che did not explain. He let the 5 robots stay here and left the task of finding workers to Mu Hanxue. Once all the workers were gathered, production could officially begin. Jiang Che estimated that in about a month, the chintzy contraceptive pill would be able to be put on the market and start making money. However, Jiang Che does not have any sales channels yet, so he will probably have to cooperate with the Su family in the future. But it is still early and there is no rush. After finishing these things, Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue prepare to go back. However, while on the way, Jiang Che suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar phone number. Hello. Jiang Che picked up the phone. Excuse me, is this Jiang Che, Mr. Jiang? The voice on the other end of the phone asked politely. Well, who are you? Hello. My name is Gao Hui, and I'm a senior executive of Shark. I've arrived in Jiangnan City and would like to discuss the live broadcast contract with you. The person on the other end of the phone said politely. In fact, Jiang Che's live broadcast the night before yesterday was surprisingly good. The Shark executive wanted to contact Jiang Che yesterday, but later found out that Jiang Che was not just a host, but also the owner of the CG Club, and he had no shortage of money from being a host. So the executive first reported the matter to his superior and asked how to deal with it, which delayed him a bit, so he only contacted Jiang Che now. I'm sorry, I don't have any intention of signing a contract for the time being. I don't have a fixed time for live streaming. Sometimes I may not be able to live stream for a long time due to something, so I'm not suitable for signing a contract. Jiang Che refused directly. He had thought about it before the broadcast started. After signing the contract, it would be like working for Shark. He would still have a contract to work on, which would be very troublesome. The live broadcast time every month would even need to meet certain standards. Jiang Che was too lazy to sign the contract. There was no way he would be interested in that salary. He just wanted to earn some admiration points. Gao Hui was not surprised by Jiang Che's rejection. He knew that Jiang Che would not care about that little money. So he said, Mr. Jiang, don't be so quick to refuse. Now that I'm in Jiangnan City, why don't we meet and have a good discussion? The contract that Sharp prepared for Jiang Che was naturally different from that of ordinary anchors. Jiang Che thought about it. Although he was not going to sign a contract, the other party had come all the way to Jiangnan City. It would be a bit too much if he didn't even meet him. So he agreed. Then let's meet at Xingyue Hotel. Okay. Gao Hui naturally agreed. Jiang Che turned to Mu Hanxue beside him and said, let's go to Xingyue Hotel first. About half an hour later, Jiang Che arrived at the Xingyue Hotel, but Gao Hui had already arrived and booked a private room. Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue entered the private room, reserved by the high-level meeting together. Mr. Jiang? Hello, I am Gao Hui, a senior executive of Shark. Gao Hui looked at Mu Hanxue and Jiang Che, who were about to come in, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Because Jiang Che showed his face during the live broadcast, Gao Hui recognized Jiang Che at a glance. However, he originally thought that Jiang Che had such good looks because he turned on the beauty filter during the live broadcast. However, he did not expect that when they actually met, Jiang Che's appearance was even better than during the live broadcast, and he had an inexplicable temperament. As for Mu Hanxue next to her, she was even more amazed. Any man who saw such a woman would not be able to help but take a few more glances, and Gao Hui was not surprised. There was a young man sitting next to Gao Hui. When he saw Mu Hanxue, he couldn't take his eyes off her. It was not until Mu Hanxue glanced at him coldly that the young man withdrew his gaze with some embarrassment. Hello. Jiang Che casually greeted Gao Hui and sat down, while Mu Hanxue sat next to him. Before Gao Hui could say anything, the young man stood up, extended his hand to Mu Hanxue, smiled and said, Hello, my name is Hanxio, and I'm also a senior executive of Shark. To be honest, Hanshio looks pretty good. He's about 1.80 meters tall and has a sunny smile. It's just that Mu Hanshue doesn't pay much attention to Jiang Che, and as for Hanshio, Mu Hanshue didn't even raise her eyes, as if she didn't hear anything. She had encountered at least 800 such people when she was in college, and they were all rich young men with both good looks and financial resources. However, she was very disgusted with such people. What's more, Jiang Che was sitting next to them. Hanshio didn't shake hands with Jiang Che, but shook hands with her first. If Mu Hanshue extended her hand, wouldn't it make Jiang Che look very embarrassed? Obviously, Jiang Che was the boss, so Mu Hanshue completely ignored him. Jiang Che saw it and smiled without saying anything. I originally thought that since the other party came to Jiangnan City to find me, I should treat them with courtesy even if I didn't want to sign a contract, and give them face by politely refusing them. But now it seems there's no need for this at all. When Gao Hui saw this situation, he almost wanted to throw the cup in his hand at Hanshio's head. Has this man never seen a woman before? But not only could he not fall, he also had to smile and introduce Jiang Che. This is the Shark Game Division Manager, Hanshio. He came all the way from the capital to show his respect for Mr. Jiang. Hanshio saw that Mu Hanshue ignored him and didn't care. He turned to look at Jiang Che and also extended his hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the director of the Shark Game Division, and my father is also the vice president of Shark." Hanshio specifically mentioned his father's identity, but it was unclear whether he was speaking to Jiang Che or Mu Hanshue. Jiang Che happened to have an empty glass cup at hand, the kind used for drinking tea in hotels, so when Jiang Che saw him reaching out his hand, he casually put the cup in his hand. "Just pour half of it. Thank you. I'm Ki. I want to shake hands with you, not pour you tea." Mr. Jiang is really humorous. Hanshio withdrew his hand with a bad look on his face and sat back. Jiang Che spoke again. "Mr. Han's father is the vice president of Shark?" Hearing this, the dissatisfaction on Hanshio's face instantly disappeared, especially when Jiang Che called him Master Han, which made him particularly happy. That's right. Hanshio had a smug look on his face, and he glanced at Mu Hanshue by the way, as if he was showing off his identity. But Mu Hanshue finally glanced at him, but the look in her eyes was as if she was looking at a mentally retarded person. "President Tianyu is still beside me. I don't know what you're bragging about." Chapter 128. The live broadcast room is gone? Jiang Che heard Hanshio agree, nodded and said, "No wonder Han Xiao is so young and has become the director of Shark Games. I admire you. Of course Hanshio's voice suddenly became lower, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. "What do you mean? My father is the vice president, so I can be the director of the gaming division? Although this is true, you can't mock me like this, right? How outrageous." Hanshio was unhappy again. Gao Hui showed an extremely complicated expression on his face. This was simply an IQ crush. He knew in his heart that although the contract had not been discussed yet, there was already a result. Jiang Che was not short of money, and he had said on the phone before that he was too lazy to sign the contract. So Gao Hui thought that if he was more sincere and made some concessions in the contract, he might be able to complete the task. But now, this is like playing a game and having a stupid teammate. The key is that this stupid teammate is also the C position of your team. As a support, there is no chance of a comeback. But no matter what, I still have to ask Jiang Che. "Mr. Jiang, this time we are here mainly to discuss the signing of the contract with you." Gao Hui interrupted Hanshio, who was about to speak. "I don't want to sign. I'm not short of money." Jiang Che stood up and didn't bother to talk anymore with them. He turned around and left without even asking about the conditions, without giving them any face at all. Seeing this, Mu Hanshue walked out with Jiang Che, leaving behind Hanshio with a gloomy face and Gao Hui with a helpless look. After getting in the car, Mu Hanshue suddenly apologized to Jiang Che. "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" "I seem to have disturbed your conversation." Mu Hanshue said apologetically. "It's just a live streaming platform. I don't take it seriously. Besides, I wasn't planning to sign a contract with them anyway." Jiang said nonchalantly. Mu Hanshue fell silent again. Without saying anything else, she started the car silently. After Jiang Che returned, he planned to do a live broadcast for a while. It was impossible to sign a contract, but he couldn't delay earning admiration points. But what Jiang Che didn't expect was that after opening the Shark software, he found that his live broadcast room was blocked. Jiang Che immediately changed to a small account and opened his live broadcast room to take a look. The anchor is suspected of illegal operation, and a live broadcast room is temporarily banned. There was only this sentence on the gray screen. At the same time, Jiang Che also received an email from Shark Company. The general meaning was that because Jiang Che gave himself millions of rewards last time, it was a violation of the rules, so the platform banned his live broadcast room for 3 years. 3 years. Jiang Che looked at the email on his phone with a thoughtful look on his face. I didn't mention any violations before, but the live broadcast room was gone after meeting with the 2 Shark executives in the afternoon. This must be because of that Han Xiu. It is easy for a supervisor to close a live broadcast room. Not to mention that Han Xiu's father is a senior executive of Shark. Jiang Che didn't care too much about it. Even if Shark was banned, he could still go to other live broadcast platforms such as Manga, which would not affect his earning of admiration points at all. It was just that they banned his live broadcast room, and he changed the live broadcast platform without even saying a word. Wouldn't it be embarrassing? The market value of the entire Shark is about 20 billion, which is nothing to Jiang Che. Jiang Che wondered if he could invest a little money to become the largest shareholder of Shark and then fire Han Xiu and his father. It would be nice if the system directly sent the Shark to Jiang Che. Jiang Che thought so in his heart. But at this moment, the system seemed to have heard Jiang Che's call and issued a task to Jiang Che. The rich man cannot be insulted. Ding system task released. Develop or acquire a live broadcast company and make it a rival to the Shark. The system did not ask Jiang Che to acquire Shark, but directly made him a competitor of Shark Live. That's fine. Jiang Che touched his chin. If I open my own live broadcast company, no one can block my live broadcast room, right? Then I can poach all the top streamers from Shark. It's just about money. How dare a small supervisor block my live broadcast room? Han Xiu had no idea what kind of opponent he had provoked because of his momentary lust. Jiang Ge acted immediately. He called Mu Hanxiue over and explained his plan to her. Mu Hanxiue heard this and said, Iron Hand Live announced bankruptcy a few days ago. Director Jiang, you can take it over. After thinking for a while, he added, but now there are 2 major live streaming platforms, Shark and Dragon Teeth. Most of the famous anchors are there, and it is difficult for other new live streaming platforms to take off. So, if you, Mr. Jiang, are just doing this for what happened just now, there's no need for you to create a live streaming platform yourself. There was Xiaomao Live before, and now there is Taizhou Live. They were once glorious, but now they are gone. So it's difficult for the live broadcast industry to take off now. That makes sense, Jiang Che nodded. So you should contact Taishou's people as soon as possible to see if you can buy it. Mu Hanxiu. However, seeing Jiang Che's sure look, Mu Hanxiue didn't say much. Jiang Che was the boss, and she had explained the reason clearly. If Jiang Che still insisted on taking over Taishou, then she would do as he asked. In one of Shark's offices, a middle-aged man was scolding Han Xiu. Tell me what you did? I asked you to learn something from Gao Hui, but not only did you get him to run away, you also closed his live broadcast room. This person is Shark's Vice President Han Du, who is also Han Xiu's father. Han Xiu looked unconvinced. That Jiang Che is too arrogant. He just left without even telling us the conditions. He didn't take us seriously at all. After all, Gao Hui and I ran so far to find him. Weren't you the one who provoked him first? Gao Hui told me everything. Han Du said in a tone of disappointment. Since he doesn't want to sign the contract, forget it. Go and unblock his live broadcast room now. Why unblock it? Han Xiu was obviously unconvinced. Because he is rich? He is just a rich second generation at most. What can he do to us Sharks? I'm not afraid of him. I just think there's something wrong with the way you do things. Han Du said directly. I hope you can do things based on your own abilities, instead of using the power I gave you to just block his live broadcast room. Han Du's understanding of Jiang Che was limited to knowing that he was the owner of the CG Club and a wealthy second generation, so he didn't care much about Jiang Che's identity. Jiang Che himself was indeed suspected of violating regulations, so his live broadcast room was closed. However, he was extremely dissatisfied with the way his son did things, so he asked him to unblock Jiang Che's live broadcast room in order to dampen Han Xiu's enthusiasm and temper him, so that he would not be so arrogant next time and remember to use his brain, otherwise he would be the one to embarrass himself. Therefore, whether Jiang Che's live broadcast room is blocked or not has nothing to do with whether he has violated any rules or not. It all depends on what Han Du thinks. Okay, I'll go right away. Han Xiao was extremely dissatisfied when he heard his father say this, but he could only agree weakly. But before he left, the phone on Han Du's desk suddenly rang. Chapter 129, Moon Live Platform. Han Du glanced at the number on his phone, and his tone became polite. Brother G, how do you have time to call me? Thinking about it, we haven't been in touch for a long time, so naturally I wanted to call and say hello. The man on the other end of the phone said with a smile. If Lin Wu were here, he would definitely recognize that the voice was that of his former boss Ji Ning. Come on, Han Du said with a smile. I don't know you yet. What's the matter? Judging from Han Du's tone, the two seemed very familiar with each other. In fact, after investing in the esports team, Ji Ning has cooperated with esports-related companies such as Shark and Dragon Teeth. As Han Du is the vice president of Shark, the two are naturally very familiar with each other. Haha, you really do understand me, Ji Ning said with a smile. I'm calling about a host on your platform. Anchor? Which anchor are you going to support? Han Du asked with a smile. Which anchor is so prestigious that Brother G needs to speak up in person? This time I'm not going to promote a certain anchor. I want you to help me ban an anchor on Shark. Evening Sight. Oh, who is so blind as to offend Brother G? Undo Osket. He was a little worried that it might be a big anchor, because most small anchors could not reach Ji Ning's level and had no chance of provoking him. Famous anchors cannot be banned casually. As if knowing what he was thinking, Ji Ning explained, Don't worry, he's not some big anchor. He just came to your Sharks the day before yesterday, and he probably hasn't signed yet. That's no problem. Han Du breathed a sigh of relief, then asked curiously, Who is it? His name is Jiang Che. You should have heard of him. Ji Ning said, He's the new boss of the CG team, who has become quite popular these days. Him? Han Du didn't expect that Ji Ning was talking about Jiang Che. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Ji Ning asked. No problem. I'll arrange someone to shut down his live broadcast room soon. Han Du sighed. Panda had originally planned to ask Han Xiao to unblock Jiang Che's live broadcast room, but since Ji Ning had asked, he decided to do him a favor and not unblock Jiang Che's live broadcast room. Han Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard this. No need to unblock it. Okay, thank you very much. I will go to Longya and some other live streaming platforms to tell them not to accept Jiang Che. You don't have to worry about him going to other platforms to live stream and becoming your competitor. Han Du was a little surprised to hear this. How did Jiang Che offend you? Was it because of problems with the team? Ji Ning sneered. He is just a kid who doesn't know his place. Ji Ning briefly explained to Han Du that it was simply because of Lin Wu's previous incident. After hearing this, Han Du smiled and said, In that case, I'll help you put him on the Shark homepage to give him a warning. Thank you very much. Ji Ning was naturally very satisfied. Young people nowadays are too arrogant. This time, I will teach Jiang Che a lesson. Jiang Che didn't know that Ji Ning had also intervened in this matter. He still thought that Han Xiao was just targeting him. But it doesn't matter even if he knew. He has already been in contact with the people who were broadcasting the Iron Hand Live. Taisho Live had just announced bankruptcy not long ago, and the company had not yet been deregistered. Mu Hanxue was very efficient and contacted the few remaining shareholders of Taisho the next morning to explain the idea of the acquisition. When several shareholders of Taizhou Live heard that someone actually wanted to take over their bankrupt company, they were overjoyed and transferred the company completely to Jiang Che at the bargain price of 1 million. 1 million is a good price for both parties. For the people in Taisho, it was already very good for each of them to get tens or hundreds of thousands. If Jiang Che hadn't accepted it, they might have to pay out of their own pockets, and then they would have to fight a lot of lawsuits because of the debt problem, so they were already very satisfied with the price of 1 million. As for Jiang Che, by spending this 1 million, he could directly take over the original technical staff, anchors, and personnel from various departments of Taizhou Live without having to start from scratch. He also found it very convenient, so the two parties hit it off. Of course, this 1 million is just the money paid to these major shareholders. After Jiang Che took over the company, it meant that he also took over all the debts of Taizhou Live Broadcasting Company. Not to mention, Taizhou already owed 2 months' salary to all its anchors and staff, which is another hundreds of millions. After taking over, Jiang Che also has to operate and promote the business, which requires another huge amount of money. The server rental and traffic costs alone require tens of millions of dollars every month, so a large amount of money is needed in the early stages. But isn't it just money? To Jiang Che, these are not a big deal. Besides that, Jiang Che also felt that the name Iron Hand didn't sound nice, so he naturally had to change the name when he took over. So, Iron Hand Live became Moon Live, which was very nice. After discussing with several major shareholders in the morning, he went to some government departments in the afternoon to legally transfer Moon Live to Jiang Che's name. The next day, the Moon Live app was already available in major software stores with extremely high efficiency. In the conference room of the Moon Live platform, Jiang Che sat in the main seat. Mu Hanxue stood behind him, and on both sides of the conference table were a group of executives from Moon Live. These people were also the former senior executives of Taizhou Live. They had all prepared themselves for losing their jobs, but they did not expect that now there is a ray of hope. Jiang Che actually took over Taizhou Live and was preparing to develop it vigorously. In fact, they no longer care about how Jiang Che develops. What they care about is, has the company paid the wages that were owed to you? Jiang Giki asked. It's paid. Everyone had a smile on their face. Not only did they pay, but they also paid a lot more. They said it was compensation for the previously overdue wages. They had never seen such a generous boss before. They are just company executives, not shareholders, and do not participate in the company's profit distribution. So as long as Jiang Che pays their salaries, they will naturally be satisfied. Jiang Che nodded and continued to instruct. Okay, next the people from the finance department will settle the wages of the employees and anchors below. The sooner the better. The rules are the same as yours. Give out an extra 20% as compensation for the overdue wages. A 20% increase for all? The finance manager asked in disbelief. Yes. Jiang Che nodded confidently. The situation within the company is not stable right now. We need to give our anchors a shot in the arm. After all, they're the foundation of the live broadcast company. The extra 20% is firstly compensation, and secondly, it is to tell others that our company is not short of money. They just need to do a good job of live broadcasting. In addition, this initiative can also be promoted. Maybe it can attract other new anchors to join us. Did you hear that, publicity manager? Jiang Che looked at a middle-aged man and asked. The man nodded quickly. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I will definitely publicize all the benefits of our Moon Live broadcast in detail to attract more anchors to come. Yeah. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 130, Black Technology Server. As soon as Jiang Che finished speaking, a young man in his 30s suddenly stood up and said, Director Jiang, I have another question. Speak. Jiang Che leaned back in his chair with the air of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He remembered that the young man was called Wang Xin, and he was the manager of the operations department. It was considered very capable for him to be able to hold the position of manager at such a young age. Wang Xin said, Director Zhang's move can indeed stabilize the anchors and staff under his command, but our inevitable problem, and the most important problem, is traffic. If we can't attract viewers, it will be useless even if we have more anchors. When we were still Iron Hand, we tried many publicity methods, but with little success. If we can't solve this problem, our Moon Live will not survive for long. As the saying goes, the truth hurts, and what Wang Xin said was not very pleasant to the ear. However, Jiang Che admired it very much. He thought that he must be really thinking about the company when he said that. If he just wanted to get the salary and be done with it, he would definitely not consider so much. Jiang Che thought that he could find an opportunity to promote this person in the future, and other unqualified executives would also be gradually replaced in future work. After all, Jiang Che was rich, but he was not stupid and rich. Jiang Che will not treat unfairly those who have contributed to the company, and their salaries and other things can be negotiated. However, for those who take advantage of the situation, Jiang Che will start to clean up once the live broadcast platform gradually stabilizes. But now we have to answer his question. Jiang Che motioned Wang Xin to sit down, and then said, I have naturally thought about the question you mentioned. The most important thing to attract audiences is not publicity, or it is not simply publicity, but the anchor and the content. A top anchor can bring his own traffic. Wherever he goes, the audience will go there. Or some interesting live broadcast content can also help the platform retain audiences. As for where to find such anchors, I have my own way. You will see the results in a few days. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin nodded, although there was some doubt in his eyes. Perhaps his boss really had some means. Does anyone else have anything else to say? Jiang Che continued to ask, If you have any questions, please raise them now. Everyone shook their heads. Jiang Che said, Okay, If you don't have any questions, I'll say a few more words. We're just starting out at Moonlive, and we need everyone's joint efforts, so everyone should work hard during this period. When the situation stabilizes, you will naturally get the bonus. Jiang Che, never treat my people unfairly, but if you take the salary while fooling my people. Jiang Che didn't say what the result was, but everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The elementary mastery of business administration that Jiang Che had previously integrated gave him the aura of a man with a long history in business, and also made his previous words very oppressive. Some people who originally looked down on Jiang Che because of his age suddenly lost this idea in their minds. Anyone who can control such wealth at this age, no matter what the reason, is definitely not a simple person. Some executives who were already ambivalent even broke out in a cold sweat. Even Mu Hanxue, who was standing behind Jiang Che, was slightly stunned and looked at Jiang Che's back absent-mindedly. Such a man is indeed excellent. Jiang Che saw everyone's nervous expressions and suddenly smiled. The depressing atmosphere in the entire conference room was quietly relieved a little. I know some of you don't believe that I can make Moonlive a success because you have experienced how Tai Show fell from the peak little by little and ended up in the current situation, and you know the difficulty. Jiang Che's tone revealed a sense of confidence, but I know as much about the live broadcast industry as you do. Since I dare to take over Tai Show, I have enough confidence to make it bigger and stronger. By then, everyone here will be considered a veteran of Moonlive, and the company will certainly not treat you unfairly. Jiang Che's words were very infectious, just like some great orators who could make people unconsciously follow his rhythm and drive the emotions of the audience. The situation of these executives was similar now. They were infected by the confidence and determination in Jiang Che's tone, and the dejected feeling that had formed in them due to the collapse of Tai Show quietly dissipated. Jiang Che leaned back in his chair, looked directly at everyone, and asked, "Do you understand what I mean?" Understood. Everyone responded in unison, and the aura they exuded was completely different from before. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. Jiang Duque showed a satisfied smile. Jiang Che directly took over Tai Show Live, including all the staff therein. Although it was very convenient, there was also a problem. Tai Show Live is a bankrupt company. The business world is like a battlefield. In other words, the employees here can be said to be defeated troops with low morale. Jiang Che is full of energy, but most of the employees below are still thinking about the bankruptcy of Tai Show Live. They have no enthusiasm for work, and their thinking is stuck in inertia, so they can't catch up for a while. But now, from top to bottom, the management has become motivated, which will greatly influence the people below. Emotions are contagious. Of course, relying on something as intangible as emotions is definitely not enough, but Jiang Che still has money, so the extra 20% salary compensation will also play a big role. Salaries have increased, bosses are motivated, so why would employees be lazy? In this way, the entire Moon live streaming platform will give people a positive feeling from the inside out, attracting more anchors to join in, forming a virtuous circle, and Jiang Che's goal will be achieved. This is a question of corporate culture and spirit. Just as the others were leaving, the system's voice rang in Jiang Che's mind again. Ding, mission completed. Reward, a Black Technology live broadcast server. The task previously given by the system was for Jiang Che to develop or purchase a live broadcast platform. So now Jiang Che has completed the task. When Jiang Che heard about this reward, his eyes lit up. Live streaming server. Great stuff. The importance of a good server to the live broadcast platform is self-evident. The first is the cost issue. The servers used by live broadcast platforms are generally rented, and huge rents have to be paid every month. But now the system directly rewards Jiang Che with a server, which saves Jiang Che a lot of costs. In addition, there is the impact of servers on live streaming platforms. Top live streaming platforms like Shark and Dragon Tooth naturally use top servers, so their live streaming software can accommodate tens of millions of viewers online at the same time. If the server is not working, the software will crash directly. Now Jiang Che's server is a system reward, and it is a Black Technology server. You can imagine how powerful it is. Jiang Che immediately contacted the company's relevant technical personnel and asked them to replace the server. Now that Jiang Che is broadcasting live on Moonlight, everyone in the company is doing their job, and the anchor is also broadcasting normally, so it can be said that things are back on track. So it's time to increase publicity. But what Jiang Che didn't know was that Shark had already notified and criticized him. I would like to recommend a book to you. I have 900 trillion dog-licking gold. The author is Tomato, the most handsome guy. He is handsome and his book is good. Give me Jiang some face and take a look. Chapter 131. Post on the homepage. As soon as Shark users opened the software, they found a message notification hanging on the homepage, just like the notifications of some live events in the past. It was hung on the homepage in a very conspicuous color, and the user had to actively click times to eliminate it. The content of the message was roughly that because Jiang Che gave himself $2 million during a live broadcast a few days ago and used unfair means to attract popularity and engage in vicious competition, Jiang Che's live broadcast room was permanently banned, and then there were some official words like hope other anchors will learn from it. There is no doubt that this is what Han Du and Jining promised before, put it on the homepage. To be honest, this has no substantial impact on Jiang Che. The live broadcast room has been blocked anyway, so what impact does it have on the live broadcast room, whether it is hung or not? This behavior is more like humiliating Jiang Che. Aren't you rich? Aren't you not in trouble for having millions? You were so cool during a live broadcast a few days ago, but didn't we Sharks just block you? Not only did we block your live broadcast room, we also put you on the homepage so that everyone knows. This is what the Sharks' behavior seemed to mean to everyone. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Jiang Che had fallen out with Shark or had offended someone. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Shark has banned countless anchors, but this has never happened before. Moreover, Jiang Che's live broadcast room was permanently banned. It would obviously not be so serious if he just gave himself gifts, otherwise half of Shark's anchors would be gone. So many Shark users were a little confused when they saw this news. Although Jiang Che only livestreamed twice, he had already attracted millions of followers before he was blocked because he used unfair competition methods, and his live streaming was very effective. I won't say he is a top anchor, but it's not an exaggeration to say he is a first-class anchor. If Jiang Che signs a contract with Shark, and then Shark packages and promotes him and puts him in the recommended position for a few days, he will definitely become one of Shark's top anchors in a short period of time. Therefore, the closure of Jiang Che's live broadcast room still had a significant impact in the live broadcast and esports circles. Many people were discussing how Jiang Che had offended Shark. Many of Jiang Che's fans also feel regretful. Without the live broadcast room, they can no longer watch Jiang Che play games or hear him sing, which is very annoying. Whenever I get annoyed, I'll go give Shark a bad review. So, there were a lot of one-star negative reviews for Shark app in the App Store for no apparent reason. I'm in a bad mood today, so I give a bad review. This crappy app actually requires data usage to watch live broadcasts. Bad review. My girlfriend had a leak today. It's very annoying. I give her a bad review. Such inexplicable negative reviews instantly occupied the front row of Shark software reviews. It seems that Jiang Che still has a lot of fans. However, Jiang Che didn't care about these things. He knew that Shark had put him on the homepage, but in his opinion, Shark's good days wouldn't last long. Why would he be angry with a dead man? At this moment, Jiang Che was reading comments on Weibo. He has only posted one Weibo post in total, which was the last time he announced that he had purchased the CG Club and served as the shooter of the CG Club's King of Glory team. But now the latest comments under this Weibo post are all asking why Jiang Che's live broadcast room was blocked and what is going on between Jiang Che and Shark. There are more fans who are concerned about where Jiang Che will go to live broadcast later, and said they will definitely go to support him when the time comes. Of course, where there are fans, there are also haters. Especially when Jiang Che was live streaming, he did not speak gently to the audience like other anchors, but instead just criticized them if he didn't like something, which showed that he had a strong personality, and this made some people unhappy. For those people, you may be rich and have good skills, but I just can't stand you being so awesome, so I have to blacken you. Of course, there were also some people in the same industry. When they saw Jiang Che gain millions of fans in one night, and then looked at their own pitiful few fans, they immediately became jealous. In the past, when Jiang Che was live streaming, most of the people in the room were his fans. If they dared to say anything wrong, they would definitely be in high profile immediately. But now it's different. Jiang Che's live streaming room has been blocked. It's time to add insult to injury. One by one, they decisively turned on the mocking mode and left messages under Jiang Che's Weibo. Aren't you rich? You gave yourself a $2 million reward right in front of us? Do you feel good about being reported? It's so funny. I thought you were so awesome with millions of fans a night. But now your live streaming room is gone? That's it. We're not short of money. We do live streaming for fun. Now that the live streaming room is gone, is that what you wanted? I thought you were too crazy when I watched your live broadcast that night. Are you being bullied now? You are still too young. You should just play games properly instead of imitating others singing. I don't know why so many people like this rubbish anchor. Jiang Che lay in bed and looked at the comments of these haters and fell into deep thought. How much would it cost to buy Weibo? After buying it, I would block all the accounts of those who curse me and let them see what it means to be truly rich. This feeling should be very good. However, Jiang Che was just thinking about it. After all, he still had to deal with the matter of the live broadcast platform first. As for these people, he could buy some internet trolls to scold them. Although it was useless, Jiang Che said that he couldn't stand this grievance and would scold back. Anyway, it's just money. Just spend some money. Jiang Che doesn't need to worry about it. Jiang Che thought of this and called the manager of the publicity department of his live broadcast company, asking him to find a group of internet users to promote the Moon Live app and curse some people for him. The kind of water army propaganda that appears in places like forums. After someone is discussing something related to live streaming, the water army will casually say something like, "To be honest, I think the Moon live streaming platform is really good. I'd like to recommend it." Or, "I think Moon live streaming is pretty good. I've been using it for 3 years." Although the Moon live streaming app has only been out for a few days, this does not prevent the water army from using it for 3 years. They just need to deceive people. After dealing with the problem of the water army, Jiang Che suddenly received a call from Lin Wu. Chapter 132. Headache. Brother Jiang, how about I quit the CG team? Lin Wu said hesitantly. Jianuke frowned. Oh, why? Do you think my CG team is bad? No. Lin Wu explained hurriedly. I am very grateful that Brother Jiang is willing to take me in. How could I dislike the CG team? It's just that I caused you trouble, and I feel a little sorry. What trouble? Jiang Che didn't quite understand what he meant. Jining called me just now and told me to announce my withdrawal from the CG team. Otherwise, he would cause trouble for the CG team. In addition, it should be him who is responsible for your live broadcast room being blocked this time. Jiang brother. I didn't expect him to be so petty, Lin Wu said. But don't worry, Jiang brother. I will withdraw quietly and won't let anyone know. A thoughtful look flashed across Jiang Che's eyes. He was originally wondering why the shark was targeting him. Han Xiao could close his live broadcast room, but putting that news on the homepage of the app was probably not within his ability. So Jiang Che had thought that he had offended other big shots of shark again. Now that Lin Wu said this, Jiang Che suddenly understood that it was Ji Ning who intervened. And now he asked Lin Wu to announce his withdrawal from the CG team, obviously trying to slap himself in the face. Jiang Che had recruited Lin Wu into his team in such a high profile at that time. If Lin Wu took the initiative to announce his withdrawal, wouldn't that be a slap in Jiang Che's face? At that time, I'm afraid many people would laugh at Jiang Che for overestimating his own abilities. Jiang Che's eyes flashed with a hint of danger. It seemed that the contraceptive pills had to be delivered faster. Do you want to play professionally? Jiang Che did not answer Lin Wu's question, but asked directly. Of course I do. Lin Wu answered affirmatively. It's just that I don't want to cause you so much trouble because of my affairs. If you want to fight, don't think too much about it. Just focus on training and win the championship for me. Jiang Che said calmly. As for Jining's matter, you don't have to think too much about it. But what? Just tell me whether you want to fight or not. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You're just like a woman. Fight. Lin Wu gritted his teeth and agreed. That's all. Don't worry about Jining's matter. I can solve it quickly. That's all. I have something else to do. After Jiang Che hung up the phone, he thought for 2 seconds and sent another Weibo post. My live streaming room was accidentally blocked, so I bought a live streaming platform to play around with. Now no one should be able to block my live streaming room, right? Later, he also tagged the official Weibo account of Moonlive. The official Weibo account is also operated by the publicity department. Currently, there's only one piece of content, which briefly introduces and promotes the Moon Live app. So everyone immediately recognized that the predecessor of the so-called Moon Live was the bankrupt Taizo Live. Jiang Che's Weibo post caused a huge uproar. Everyone also felt that it was impossible for Jiang Che's live broadcast room to be blocked without any action, but they just thought that Jiang Che might post a few complaints and scold Shark on Weibo, or ask all the players in the CG club to forbid them to broadcast on a Shark platform. But they never expected that Jiang Che would directly buy the bankrupt Ho live streaming platform. Your own live broadcast room has been blocked, so you just buy a live broadcast platform to broadcast live for yourself? Is this a preparation for revenge by defeating the Shark? The initial investment of a live streaming platform is at least in the billions. Jiang Che just said he would buy it. Everyone found that they seemed to have greatly underestimated Jiang Che's financial resources. How can this be called a rich second generation? Back then, classmate Wang Sikong wasn't this powerful, right? Now, there is no need for the internet trolls to take action, and those black fans before did not dare to speak nonsense, because Jiang Che's actions were too scary. To put it in one sentence, the heifer is put into the bullpen and becomes extremely powerful. Within a few hours, the news spread throughout the esports and live streaming circles, and Jiang Che's post was followed by a row of comments. Handsome King. Jiang Che posted this Weibo post for two main purposes. First, it was to respond to Shark's previous behavior. His live broadcast room was blocked, so he couldn't just say nothing, right? That would be too cowardly. So the purpose of this Weibo post is to tell the Sharks that if you block my live broadcast room, I will buy a live broadcast platform myself. Not only will I broadcast live myself, but I will also grab your market. That's how bad my temper is. The second point is that it has a publicity effect. Of course, it doesn't mean that Jiang Che's mention of Moon Live on his Weibo counts as promotion. His Weibo account has only been open for a few days, and he hasn't done any promotion, so he doesn't have many fans. Jiang Che was just trying to take advantage of the Shark's popularity. Not many people know about Moon Live, but as the industry leader, Shark Live is basically known to everyone who has come into contact with live streaming software. And now Jiang Che, a little-known Moon Live broadcaster, actually dares to challenge Shark Live broadcaster, which will undoubtedly interest many people. The live broadcast room was banned by Shark, so the second-generation rich man invested hundreds of millions to build his own live broadcast platform and made a fierce statement to suppress Shark Live. Isn't this kind of story attractive? Although Jiang Che did not say anything harsh, it doesn't matter. Some editors in the shock department and the onlookers will speak for Jiang Che. They just want to watch the fun and say anything as exaggerated as possible. As a result, within a few days, Moon Live became famous. Jiang Che's goal was achieved. This is like some celebrities who, in order to maintain their popularity, deliberately spread scandals to keep the public guessing, keep their names in the public eye, and ensure that they are not forgotten. Jiang Che is now deliberately taking advantage of Shark's popularity to let more people know about his Moon Live. He started by riding on the Shark's popularity, and then killed the Shark after he became famous. It was perfect. After bringing up the topic on Weibo, Jiang Che stopped caring about it and let the matter ferment on its own. Then he called Mu Hanxue and asked her to pay more attention to the pharmaceutical factory affairs. At the pharmaceutical factory, Mu Hanxue has gathered all the workers in the past 2 days and has gradually started production. In addition to the workers on the assembly line, there are some small bosses and 2 factory managers. This kind of ordinary labor force is easy to find. As long as Jiang Che pays 20 or 30 yuan more per day than other places and the work is not so tiring, people will rush to come. Jiang Che asked Mu Hanxue to instruct the pharmaceutical factory to speed up the process and put the drugs on the market as soon as possible without considering the cost, and use money to increase production speed. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Che's eyes were a little cold. "Jining, after the Shark, it's you?" Handu leaned back in his office chair, looking at the message on the computer in front of him with a frown on his face. To be honest, Jiang Che directly bought the Iron Hand live broadcast and changed it to his own Moon live broadcast. This was something he had not expected. Not only did it scare the spectators, it also shocked him. He knew very well how much investment was needed to run a live broadcast company, and he didn't think Jiang Che didn't understand. If Jiang Che was really so stupid and impulsive, he couldn't have such a large sum of money, enough to maintain the operation of the live broadcast platform. So Handu felt that his previous decision seemed a bit rash. He originally thought that Jiang Che was just an ordinary rich second generation, so when Jining spoke up, he did him a favor. Not only did he block Jiang Che's live broadcast room, he also deliberately put a notification on the homepage. Now it seems that I have greatly underestimated Jiang Che's identity. Regardless of whether Jiang Che can build a good live streaming platform, the fact that he bought it and maintained its operation is enough to show that Jiang Che has an extraordinary background. Thinking of this, Han Du made a phone call. Go and investigate the identity of this young man named Jiang Che. Jiang Che is also having a headache now. To be honest, he is not worried about the publicity issue. The previous Water Army propaganda and Weibo propaganda were just appetizers. Jiang Che's real killer was Tianyu Entertainment Company. Tianyu Entertainment Company has thousands of artists, including singers, actors, etc., including many top-notch superstars. Imagine that at Jiang Che's command, all these people came to his live broadcast platform to start broadcasting. How much traffic would that bring? Not only their fans, but also other people who heard about this situation, even those who didn't watch the live broadcast, also wanted to join in the fun and witness this grand occasion. Jiang Che even worried whether the black technology server could hold up, so there's no need to worry about the publicity. Jiang Che is worried about how to retain these visitors and make them not want to leave. This is a headache for Jiang Che at the moment. Chapter 133, Anchor Training Program. There is no doubt that Jiang Che's method can attract a large wave of traffic, and the influence of those top stars should not be underestimated. However, if you want to really keep the audience, you still have to rely on the anchors on the platform. The entry of celebrities is just a way to attract traffic, not a long-term solution. The most ideal way is for celebrities to attract traffic. Many people know and download Moon Live because of these celebrities and then browse the software when they are bored. They accidentally discover one or several interesting anchors and are attracted to them. They will come here frequently in the future. This is the purpose of using celebrities to attract traffic. You can't retain people just by relying on celebrities. After all, those celebrities can't come here every day. They have their own things to do. So how can we improve the level of anchors on the Moon Live platform? For the time being, it is undoubted that the level of the anchors on the Moon Live platform is not as good as those on some other live streaming platforms such as Shark and Dragon Teeth, otherwise it would not have gone bankrupt. In fact, when Tai's Ho was at its peak, it was no worse than Shark and Longya. However, Tai's Ho had no money, and the excellent anchors on the platform were poached by other platforms, especially the Shark Live broadcast platform. In addition, there were also considerable problems within Tai's Ho, which eventually led to its regrettable closure. So Jiang Che thought that the best way now was to just spend money to buy those big anchors like they did back then. Although this method is somewhat inferior, it seems to be the best and fastest method at present. However, the system doesn't seem to agree with Jiang Che's behavior. Ding's system mission released. Cultivate a group of top anchors for Moonlive. Train it yourself? How long will it take? Jiang Che felt it was a bit difficult, and I don't know how to do it. To be honest, if it is possible to train, wouldn't Jiang Che want to train a group of anchors himself? First of all, the anchors trained by the platform have feelings for the platform, and the platform has been very kind to them. Generally speaking, such anchors cannot be poached, but the ungrateful ones are another matter. This is also a reflection of the platform's strength. Secondly, if Jiang Che wants to directly spend money to buy an anchor from somewhere else, not to mention the money he spends and the penalty for breach of contract, the key point is that the other party may not be willing. Big anchors are very concerned about their reputation and personality. If they follow Jiang Che's high offer, fans will definitely scold them for being greedy for money and for having no moral integrity. It is almost inevitable that they will lose fans and be attacked. In addition, who knows what will happen to Jiang Che's Moonlive in the future? Maybe it will go bankrupt after a few days. What will the anchor do then? Go back. How embarrassing. Those top anchors can earn enough money on their own platforms. So even if Jiang Che offers a high price, they may not be willing to accept it and are unwilling to take the risk. In short, buying anchors directly is an inferior method. However, it seems difficult to train anchors by yourself, and the cycle is very long. Ding it is recommended that the host purchase the anchor training plan. Each copy only costs 5,000 worship points. Don't miss the discount. The system's voice sounded again. Jand Ki. So this is the reason why the system asked me to train anchors? It was just to increase my admiration points. Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was such a good thing? Jiang Che muttered in dissatisfaction. Give me one first. Okay. The system agreed decisively. An extra piece of information appeared in Jiang Che's mind, and his admiration value decreased by 5,000. Jiang Che closed his eyes and carefully browsed the information. A look of surprise gradually appeared on his face. Great. System, 10 more. Chapter 134, Gen CC Joints. Anchor Training Plan, Now that we have a plan, we still need anchors, so in the next few days, Jiang Che has been looking for suitable anchors on Moonlive. In 3 days, Jiang Che visited almost all the live broadcast rooms on the Moonlive platform. Jiang Che's main target is still those live broadcast rooms that are not very popular. 3 days later, Jiang Che identified more than 10 anchors as targets, and then called the manager of Moonlive directly. The general manager of Yuelyang Live is Fan Kai-chung, a middle-aged man in his 50s with rich management experience. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Fan Kai-chung on the other end of the phone was waiting for Jiang Che's instructions. "Please contact these anchors. Their room numbers are 473263, 547,689. There are 17 anchors in total. Please invite them to come to our company headquarters in 3 days." Come to the company headquarters? How do I tell them? Just tell them that the company has an anchor training program and plans to train a group of top anchors. There are recommended resources available. Ask them if they are willing to participate. Jiang Che explained. The specific content of the program does not need to be disclosed for the time being. If they are willing, you can mail them the round-trip air tickets. If they are not willing, do not force them. Okay. Fan Kai-chung agreed immediately. He knew that Jiang Che would not just sit there and do nothing. If he continued to maintain the status quo, he would just be following in Taisho's footsteps. But what on earth was this anchor training program? But since Jiang Che didn't say anything, he didn't ask. He hung up the phone and went to arrange the matter. In an upscale residential area, Chun Cece lay on the bed with a calm expression on her face, but her eyes were full of confusion. She has taken 2 days off from live streaming, and the audience is very dissatisfied. But she was thinking about Jiang Che. She heard 2 days ago that Jiang Che bought Taisho Live and changed its name to Moonlive. Logically speaking, this matter seemed to have nothing to do with her. There really was no relationship. In terms of relationship, the two of them might not even be considered very good friends. They had only played a few games together and had never even met each other. Jiang Che had given her a reward of some money, and that was all. But she had the idea of changing jobs and looking for Jiang Che. Chun Cece has always thought that she is a rational and money-loving person, and she doesn't think there is anything wrong with loving money. When she was a child, her family was very poor. She lived in a bungalow similar to a slum on the edge of the city. When Chun Cece went shopping with her mother, she often saw her mother arguing with others over a few cents. Neighbors would stand at the door and curse because a few onions and garlic were inexplicably missing from the vegetable garden. She was surrounded by gossipy women who liked to talk behind people's backs. These scenes left a deep impression on young Chun Cece. Chun Cece felt that it would be crazy to live in such a place for the rest of her life. She didn't want to become like her mother and the neighbors around her, living a life of arguing over a few cents. She wanted to get out and leave this place forever. So we have to make money. A girl who never went to college and had little education had to stumble around doing odd jobs, setting up stalls and delivering takeout. Only she knew how hard her life was. Finally, I came across the live streaming field by chance. At the beginning, I knew nothing and had to figure everything out on my own. Even when the audience scolded me, I could only force a smile for fear of upsetting them. After the show ended, I would secretly wipe away my tears, but every time I saw the number of subscribers increase, I felt that it was all worth it. Fortunately, Chun Cece has some talent in live streaming, and she has achieved something in 3 years. She moved from her original shabby rental house to her current high-end residential area. She used to cry in grievance when she was scolded, but now she can fight back against her haters without batting an eyelid. But the seed of love for money that was planted in my heart since childhood is still there, and I still feel insecure. You still have to make money. The further away from the life you had as a child, the better. But now, for some reason, I have the idea of switching to Moonlive. Switching to Moonlive meant that she gave up everything on Shark TV and the fans she had accumulated over the past 3 years. The penalty for breach of contract was enough to drain all her savings over the past 3 years. In other words, switching to Jiang Che's live streaming platform means that she has returned to the starting point 3 years ago. Chun Cece didn't know why she, who had always been rational, would have such thoughts. I haven't even met him in person. When I first met Jiang Che, I just thought he was rich and wanted to get a reward from him. Obviously, Chun Cece was just thinking when her phone suddenly vibrated. She opened it and saw that it was a WeChat message from Yu Yanran. I have switched to Brother Jiang Che's live broadcast platform. Do you want to join us? There was also a smiley face at the end. Chun Cece smiled bitterly when she saw the message. If only I were so carefree and heartless. After hesitating for a long time, Chun Cece sighed and finally typed a word. Go. Jiang Che had just hung up the phone with Fan Kaicheng when Chun Cece called again. Hello. John Duque asked doubtfully. Chun Cece had never called him before, but they did have some communication on WeChat before. Handsome Emperor, I want to tell you something. What's the matter? John Duque asked. He thought Chun Cece asked him for help. Can I come to your Moon Live broadcast? Chun Cece said hesitantly. Jiang Che was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Chun Cece to say that. Although he firmly believed that Moon Live would be able to defeat Shark soon, other people didn't know his trump card, especially Chun Cece. She probably didn't know much about him, right? What? Is it not possible? Chun Cece asked when she saw Jiang Che didn't say anything for a long time. Okay, of course, Jiang Che said with a smile, but the situation of Moon Live is not very good right now. Why did you give up the conditions at Shark and come here? Jiang Che asked out of curiosity. Yeah, why? Chun Cece herself couldn't answer it. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she said half-jokingly, water flows to the low places, people go to the high places. I came here naturally to make money. Handsome Emperor, you are so rich. When Moon Live becomes popular in the future, don't forget me. After hearing these words, Jiang Che's impression of Chun Cece improved a lot. Jiang Che remembered that when he first met Chun Cece, he was ridiculed for wanting to get on the bus without any reward. Jiang Che is not a fool. He definitely knows other people's attitude towards him. He just didn't care at that time. It was not because Chun Cece's name was Big White Rabbit. Well, there might be some reason for this. After all, Jiang Che is also a man, and it would be abnormal if he didn't take a second look. The main reason is that the anchors make money from this. If everyone gets on the bus and plays games together without spending any money, will the anchors have nothing to lose? As long as they don't deliberately deceive the audience into giving tips, it's fine. It's just that Chun Cece's reaction attitude at that time was not very good, but we are not saints, and everyone has his or her own personality. If Jiang Che could get angry over such a small thing, he would be angry to death sooner or later. Moreover, Jiang Che was also thinking about earning admiration points at that time, so he didn't care too much and just gave some money as a reward and then played games together. But even though Jiang Che understood, he would always have a worse impression of Chun Cece after being ridiculed. He was not a saint, so apart from playing games, he basically never contacted Chun Cece at other times. In Jiang Che's mind, she was just someone he knew, not even a friend. Speaking of which, Jiang Che has an even better impression of Yu Yanran, a person of good nature. But now this phone call made Jiang Che change his opinion of her. Jiang Che was also very clear about what it meant for Chun Cece to leave Shark and come to his own Moon Live platform, because he would lose all the millions of fans he had accumulated at Shark, and he would also face a penalty of nearly 1 million. Jiang Che felt that he might have had some misunderstandings about Chun Cece in the past. Chapter 135, Calling the Anchors. But now that Chun Cece is willing to come over and help, Jiang Che naturally won't refuse. Chun Cece herself is also an excellent anchor, so Jiang Che doesn't need to worry about it. Just give her a recommendation, and she will become popular soon. So Jiang Che said, Of course I welcome you very much. When you come over, I will definitely recommend you the best position. The salary and benefits will be better than those of the Sharks. You don't have to worry about the penalty. I will help you solve it. Throw me a papaya, and I will repay you with a jade pendant. As I said, Jiang Che would never treat his own people unfairly. However, Chun Cece refused and said, I'll pay the penalty myself. I can't let you lose money before you even get here. I can't make things worse. Jiang Che smiled and said, Don't worry, there's no way I would pay Shark any money. Shark closed my live broadcast room and hasn't paid me back the 2 million yet. If you change jobs and the Shark asks you to pay the penalty, just drag it out. If the Shark sues you, I have a lawyer here who can help you arrange everything. After a month or two, the Shark probably won't have the energy to take care of you. Litigation is a rather troublesome matter. The court has various trials, and a lawsuit can be resolved quickly in 2 months. After 2 months, Jiang Che felt that Shark probably didn't want to ask Chun Cece for money anymore. Moreover, in yesterday's lottery, Jiang Che also drew 3 top elite lawyers. Jiang Che has already arranged them in the legal department of his own company, and they are no less capable than the Sharks. The legal department is very important for a company. For example, Penguin started out by plagiarizing, but not only did it not get away with it, it also sued the original copyright holder and went bankrupt. Therefore, many netizens call the legal department of Penguin Nanshan Pizza Hut. I have never lost a lawsuit. The capabilities of Shark's legal department are also well known in the industry. Jiang Che felt that he needed to develop his company's legal department. Chen Cici's eyes lit up when she heard Jiang Che's words. What? No need to pay the penalty? Her own small amount of money is still there? I immediately felt much more comfortable. The two chatted for a few more minutes, agreed on a time to come over, and ended the call. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Che called Fan Kaiching again and told him about Chen Cici. As long as Chen Cici came, he would arrange a recommended seat for her. In fact, in addition to Chen Cici, there were 3 other people who had called Jiang Che before. The first one was, of course, Yu Yanran. She was the first one to call. She contacted Jiang Che almost as soon as she knew that Jiang Che had the Moon live broadcast, so she also had a part in Jiang Che's anchor training plan. The other 2 are Lin Wu and Roger. Needless to say, Lin Wu, as the #1 player in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, can definitely bring in a large wave of traffic, and it is more useful traffic than those of celebrities. Roger's joining also surprised Jiang Che a little. He has always had a good impression of Roger, so he naturally gave him a lot of preferential treatment in the contract. Although Roger is not as good as Lin Wu, he also has considerable influence. After doing all this, Jiang Che went to browse at Shark Live again, specifically visiting the live broadcast rooms of those big anchors. 3 days passed quickly, and it was the day that Jiang Che had agreed with the previous anchors. Of the 17 anchors, 11 agreed to come, but only 9 actually came. Early in the morning, Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue came to the same meeting room as last time. However, the people in the conference room now were not the same senior executives as before, but 9 young men and women, as well as Fan Kaicheng, the director of Moonlive. They were all waiting for Jiang Che. As soon as Jiang Che entered the room, Fan Kaicheng quickly stood up and respectfully called out, "Director Jiang." Ever since the last meeting, he has been completely convinced by Jiang Che and dared not do anything that oversteps the mark. Seeing this, the others dared not continue to sit there. They all quickly stood up and greeted him. They were all a little surprised at Jiang Che's age and appearance. Look at other people's 20s, then look at yourself. Why is the gap so big? Among them was a young girl who seemed extremely excited when she saw Jiang Che, her eyes full of excitement. This is Yu Yanran. Jiang Che also asked Fan Kaicheng to contact her and asked her to come over. Jiang Che had shown his face in the last live broadcast, but that was through the screen after all. This was the first time that Yu Yanran saw Jiang Che in real life. She didn't expect that Jiang Che looked even more handsome than during the live broadcast. There was a sense of nobility in his every move, which made Yu Yanran unable to take her eyes off him. However, Mu Hanxue beside Jiang Che made her feel a little bit glaring. This competitor was quite strong. Jiang Che smiled and waved his hand. "Everyone please sit down. There's no need to be so distant." Elegant, easygoing, and approachable. Jiang Che made everyone feel this way as soon as he opened his mouth. Originally, Jiang Che was the boss of Moonlive, and there were just anchors under it, and small anchors at that, the kind that could not be named. The gap in status between the two parties was undoubtedly huge, but Jiang Che's words made them feel that the distance between them was shortened a lot. When the distance is shortened, communication becomes easier. Jiang Che also noticed Yu Yanran and smiled at her as a greeting. Yu Yanran had used the camera to broadcast live before, so Jiang Che recognized her. Jiang Che's smile made Yu Yanran's heart skip a beat. He was so handsome. Jiang Che didn't say anything more. He sat down and got down to business. As you all know, the reason why we asked you to come here this time is because of the anchor training program. Although our Moonlive has just started, we must have our own big anchors. Only in this way can we become the top live broadcast platform. Jiang Che said, and this anchor training program is to train you to become the top anchors. Although everyone admired Jiang Che in their hearts, they did not believe his words too much. Because except for Yu Yanran, the others were just small anchors who could not even make ends meet, but Jiang Che directly said that he wanted to train them to become top anchors on the platform, which was beyond their comprehension. It's like pulling a beggar on the street and asking him to live in the palace. It's not very realistic. Except for Yu Yanran, who stared at Jiang Che and nodded continuously. Everyone else felt that Jiang Che was just making empty promises and saying some polite words. Chapter 136, Contract. Jiang Che knew what they were thinking just by looking at their expressions. It didn't matter if they didn't believe it, because he would soon find out whether it was true or not. I know you may not believe it, but I will not let you suffer any loss. Jiang Che said as he motioned for Mu Hanxue to take out 9 contracts, 1 for each person. Jiang Che continued, you can take a look at the terms in this contract. It will be your new contract. If you agree, the previous contract will be automatically invalidated. Everyone looked up upon hearing this. Jiang Che introduced to everyone. The general meaning of this contract is that you will broadcast the content according to the company's requirements. Of course, you will only broadcast games, and you will not be allowed to broadcast anything weird, but the way of broadcasting will be decided by the company. If your live broadcast performance is very poor, the company will help you pay for it and give you 5,000 yuan per month as a basic salary. That is to say, if you earn 4,000 this month, but it's less than 5,000, the company will give you an additional 1,000, and you will be paid 5,000. If you earn 6,000, then all 6,000 are yours. As for Yu Yanran, the base salary is 30,000, which means that if you don't earn 30,000, the company will make up for it for you. Zhang Gukia did. The others are failed anchors, but Yu Yanran is not. When she was in Shark, it was no problem for her to earn 20,000 or 30,000 yuan a month. Now that she is here, Jiang Che will not let her earn only a few thousand yuan a month. Calculated this way, Jiang Che seemed to be at a disadvantage, but as long as they followed the system's plan, they would almost certainly become popular, so the company would basically not lose money. The more popular they were, the more money they earned, and the more benefits the company would get. In fact, as the live streaming industry becomes increasingly mature, a contract similar to a buyout has gradually emerged. The so-called buyout means that the company pays the anchor a fixed salary, and then no matter how much revenue the live broadcast room makes, it has nothing to do with the anchor. In other words, those anchors get a fixed salary just like going to work. For example, Jiang Che could directly find a failed anchor, pay him a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, and then let him broadcast live according to his own requirements. For those low-level anchors who can't even afford food and clothing, this is definitely a huge temptation, and they can earn over 10,000 yuan a month. And if Jiang Che trains her to become a top anchor, then almost all the money she earns will be the company's profit. A top anchor could earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a month just from gifts, but Jiang Che only needed to pay him 10,000 yuan. Huge profits. Although other live broadcast companies do not have Jiang Che's system, they have experience and know what kind of anchors the audience likes. They then package the anchors according to the audience's preferences and establish their personalities. They may not become top anchors, but it is more than enough to make money for the company. The contracts that Jiang Che gave to these people are somewhat similar to this one, but they are much more humane. If there's not enough, the company will make up for it, but if there is too much, the company will not take it. It can be said that he considers the anchors in every way. Jiang Che always believed that if he treated these anchors sincerely, they would be dedicated to the platform. If Jiang Che directly gave them a buyout contract for 3 to 5 years, these people would hardly refuse because they may not even earn 2,000 to 3,000 a month now. So why not do it if Jiang Che directly offered 10,000? But 2 months later, when Jiang Che's training program made them famous and they could earn tens of millions every month, they would not think so anymore. It was obvious that they earned the money themselves, so why did they give it all to the company? They don't think that it is because the company has trained them that so many viewers send them gifts. They only see that so many gifts every day have nothing to do with them. Human nature is always greedy. When I was earning 3,000 a month, I thought 10,000 was enough. But when I saw so many gifts every day, I suddenly felt that my 10,000 was too little. Most people's first reaction in this situation is to go it alone. The company has already trained me, and I already have fans. Wouldn't it be nice to make money working on my own? You can imagine that, but you signed a contract at the beginning, and you're not allowed to leave before working for 3 or 5 years. Looking at my monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, and then looking at the million yuan penalty in the contract, I suddenly gave up the idea of working alone. They want to leave, but cannot. Every day, they watch a large sum of money passing by them, and they will feel that the platform has cheated them. As a result, such anchors will not only not be grateful for the platform's training, but will resent the platform and will not work so hard during live broadcasts. There has been a huge change in mentality. As soon as the contract expires, I will immediately switch to another live streaming platform. In this way, the platform itself has trained a group of talents for its competitors. So Jiang Che did not adopt this method, but directly gave them the best contract. If you don't make money, the company will make up for it. If you make money, it's yours. In this way, after they become popular, they will definitely have a deep affection for the platform. Of course, the anchor's income here refers to the money earned after sharing according to the contract. For example, if the contract stipulates that the income from gift from the anchors is split 50-50 between them and the company, then if the anchors earn 8,000 yuan a month, they should each get 4,000 yuan, but the anchors don't make 5,000 yuan, so the platform gets 3,000 yuan and the anchors get 5,000 yuan. If you earn 20,000 yuan a month, you will earn 10,000 yuan from each anchor platform. After all, a company cannot not make money, otherwise it cannot operate. Win-win is the best way of cooperation. These anchors held the contracts and listened to Jiang Che's words, all with a look of disbelief in their eyes. Is it so good? It was so good that they couldn't believe it, but what was written in the contract was exactly the same as what Jiang Che said. Fan Kaicheng, standing next to him, thought to himself that Jiang Che was indeed a man of courage. This kind of anchor training plan is to train anchors, and Jiang Che gave such a contract almost because he firmly believed that his training would be successful. Every anchor can at least reach the upper middle level. Only in this way can you avoid losing money on the anchor. But Fan Kaicheng always feels that it is not very realistic. Of course, he didn't say anything. Since Jiang Che had made the decision, he just had to do it. What do you think? Jiang Che asked with a smile. If you agree, you can sign the contract. After signing the contract, I will tell you how to live broadcast. Of course, if you don't want to, you can leave now. It won't affect your live broadcast in any way. You can go back and continue broadcasting as before. Everyone looked at each other, and they all felt that the conditions Jiang Che offered were a little too good. It's signed. While the others were still hesitating, Yi Yanran had already signed the contract, and then looked at Jiang Che with a fiery face. It felt like what she signed was not a contract, but a contract to sell her body. With Yi Yanran taking the lead, everyone else seemed to feel more at ease and signed their names on the contract in 2s and 3s. Since these people came here specially, they must want to take a chance, so although they were a little hesitant, they still signed the contract. After everyone saw that the contract was signed, it was handed over to Jiang Che. Jiang Che asked Fan Kaicheng to make a copy, in duplicate, with the anchor keeping 1 copy each and the company keeping 1 copy. Jiang Che smiled and said, "Believe me, you will be glad for your decision today. Now, Han Jinhu stays, and Fan Kaicheng, you take the others to the lounge next door and wait for a while." Jiang Kisaid. Okay. Fan Kaicheng naturally agreed and led everyone out of the meeting room. A thin young man sat there without moving, with a stiff smile on his face, wondering why Jiang Che had made a special trip to keep him. Chapter 137. The Golden Lecturer Appears. Your name is Han Jinhu? Jiang Che asked the young man with a smile on his face. Han Jinhu suddenly felt a little creepy when looking at Jiang Che's smile. Doesn't this boss have any special hobbies? But I don't look like a gigolo, do I? Do you want to resist later? At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Han Jinhu's mind. If Jiang Che knew that he was thinking so much, he would probably beat him to death. The #1 mantis in the country? Jiang Che's voice pulled Han Jinhu back. Yes. Han Jinhu nodded quickly, feeling relieved. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. Jiang Che not only understood his live broadcast style, but also investigated his identity information. He used to be a coach for a professional LOL team. After retiring, he came back to be a streamer. He has very strong skills and is a key player in high-end games on the national server. He reached the top of the national server with his mantis. In addition to live broadcasts, he also made some videos, editing the footage from his live broadcasts into teaching videos. Although he has good skills, his live streaming style is not very popular, which has led to his lukewarm status. So Jiang Che has to train him according to the plan given by the system. Well, first of all, don't play high-end games in your live broadcast in the future. Just play gold and silver games directly. Jiang Che said, the same goes for making videos. Make teaching videos of low-end games. The contract stipulated that the live broadcast must be conducted in whatever manner the company decided. So Jiang Che made his request directly. But Han Jinhu was a little puzzled. Won't the audience scold me if I bully the weak? Which would you choose, being scolded or no one watching you? Jiang Che said, do you think the number of gold and silver players in League of Legends is larger, or the number of masters and masters? How many players can understand your teaching using materials from the masters and masters? Even if they understand, they can't use it. So why would they watch you? This, Han Jinhu scratched his head. It seemed to be true, but it seemed too inhumane for him, a king, to play in the Gold League all day. Don't be afraid of being scolded by the audience, Jiang Che continued. When you play, you should show a feeling of I am teaching you how to play instead of simply bullying the noobs. Who would scold you if they learned the skills? Also, have you created a unique route for jungle clearing and counter jungle clearing? Jiang Che asked again. Han Jinhu got excited when he heard this and immediately introduced it to Jiang Che. Yes, this jungle method is very suitable for jungle heroes like Mantis and Graves who rely on economy. As long as you master it, the winning rate in games below Diamond can be as high as 80 to 90%. Han Jinhu's tone was somewhat proud. This was something he had spent 2 years researching. If it's so popular, why doesn't anyone learn it? Jiang Che asked back. I don't know either. Han Jinhu's face fell. This is the second problem with your live broadcast. It's not interesting at all. Jiang Che pointed it out bluntly. People watch live broadcasts mainly for entertainment and relaxation. Learning technology is secondary. Who will watch you teaching seriously? Han Jinhu also felt that what Jiang Che said made sense. So he asked, then what should I do? I saw the jungle method you invented. Jiang Che said, what do you think the jungle route looks like? Route shape. Han Jinlong thought for a moment and said, from my red home to the blue home, or from my blue home to the red home. A square? Yes. Then you can first give this jungling method a name, such as square jungling. If you don't even have a name, how can people learn it? Jiang Che said, square jungling, people will be curious when they hear it. What is square jungling? And add a more exaggerated title, such as 100% win rate to Diamond. Wouldn't people click on such a video out of curiosity? That makes sense. Han Jinhu thought. The name Square Jungler was indeed quite attractive. In this case, as long as the audience clicks on your video, the first step is successful, and the second step requires your content to attract the audience. Jiang Che said, your teaching of Square Jungle is indeed useful, and the video quality is impeccable, so you just need to make the video commentary more interesting so that the audience can watch it. But I'm not very good at it. Han Jinhu looked embarrassed, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Che was already filled with a hint of admiration. After Jiang Che's guidance, he felt as if he had suddenly realized that the boss is the boss and is incomparable to ordinary people like us. This is easy. Jiang Che turned on his phone, on which a video was playing. Han Jinhu looked over and saw that the video seemed to be a live broadcast clip by a certain anchor. In the lower right corner of the screen is a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses. He is playing games with a slightly lewd smile on his face. The game screen is League of Legends, and the young man is controlling the hero named Zed. However, at this time his Jia was already in a low health state, hiding in the bushes but not returning to the city. The young man squatted in the bushes, still talking. The most dangerous place is the safest place. No one will know the reverse thinking. So this ADC is gone, and this support is gone. As the young man was speaking, the opposing AD Jin and support Lux appeared in his field of vision. The young man controlled Zed to walk a few steps to the edge of the bush, then looked at the approaching Jin. He started with WEQ to knock off half of Jin's health, then used his ultimate to dodge Lux's skill and killed Jin instantly. At this time, the young man Zed had only a trace of blood left, and Lux was chasing him. The young man's expression suddenly became tense. While operating, he said, looking back to take out, Jul, I can't see the ghost knife when it's activated. I have to move around. My hands are dry. It's uncomfortable. The voice of Jin Jian is very charming and makes people can't help laughing. After a series of operations, with the help of teammates, Lux was also killed. After watching it, Jiang Che asked Han Jinhu, what do you think of this person's live broadcast? I think it's very good. Jiang Che's eyes lit up when he heard this adjective. That's right, you see, even their catchphrases are the same. What do you mean? Han Jinhu was still a little confused. What I mean is that you should follow this template in your future live broadcasts. Jiang Che said, I have a lot of such videos on my phone. Go back and watch them all. Remember some of this person's classic lines and apply them in your future live broadcasts. Then this person won't cause me trouble. No, I asked a friend to record this video specifically for the anchor training program. It is a confidential document. I only have this copy, and you can't find it online. Jangiki Said. This friend is naturally the system. The anchor training plan that the system gave Jiang Che is a template. Jiang Che just needs to find someone to copy it and put it in. Jiang Che didn't know if this would make him popular, but since the system said so, it shouldn't be a problem. The source of these templates is the same as Jiang Che's songs. They were moved from another world by the system. As for where this other world is, it is not a question that Jiang Che cares about. Han Jinu nodded and said, okay, 5,000 a month, just changing the style of live streaming, no problem. Also, when you make teaching videos in the future, you should give them a name, such as the Golden Lecturer series. Say class before the video starts, and use the classroom model from school. Learning and games are supposed to be opposites. Combining them will give people a different sense of freshness, which has become a feature of your videos, Jiang Che said. Han Jinhu nodded repeatedly and took out a small notebook to write it down. Chapter 138, Plan Completed. Jiang Che quickly explained the key points to him and sent in the video on his phone. Han Jinhu was overjoyed. Okay, that's all I have to say. You can go back first. Remember to broadcast live in the style of the video. Jiang Guqi instructed. Sure. Han Jinhu nodded, extremely grateful for Jiang Che's advice. After Han Jinhu left, Jiang Che asked Fan Kaicheng to bring in another young man. The young man is quite handsome, but his long hair makes him look a little non-mainstream. Jiang Che recognized him immediately and asked, Your name is Zhang Fenfang? Yes, boss. The boy nodded in response. As for you, first of all, you need to have a good temper during the live broadcast and absolutely cannot swear at anyone, Jiang Che instructed. I don't curse. I have never used foul language while playing games, said Zhang Fenfang. That's the best. Jiang Che nodded. Come and take a look at this video. Oh, Zhang Fenfang agreed and looked at the picture on Jiang Che's phone. This person looks a bit like me? Zhang Fenfang scratched her head. The man on Jiang Che's phone was live streaming King of Glory, controlling the hero Kai, and muttering to himself as he operated, Don't panic. I'm going over there. Watch carefully how I operate. No way, brother. This is a monster. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm moving, hey. Don't panic. Take some medicine. Are you messing with me? A monster. This person is real. Oh, this is so annoying. This person must be fake. Asai, I'm going to the bathroom. Help me choose a hero. Asai, help me. Oh, that's how sexy it is. Bro, really? I'm moving, yeah. Routine operation. His hands kept operating and his mouth kept talking dirty. What do you think of this person's live broadcast? Jiang Che asked after turning off his phone. Well, it should be pretty good. Zhang Fenfang thought for a while before answering carefully. He felt that if the person in Jiang Che's phone screen was really a live streamer, he should be very popular. Although it looks a bit silly, this kind of live broadcast works very well. The seemingly meaningless words spoken by this person in the video are actually constant interaction with the audience, making the atmosphere in the live broadcast room very relaxed and making the audience feel very happy. Basically, all an entertainment anchor needs to do is to achieve this level. Although he himself has failed, he is also learning the live broadcast methods of other well-known live broadcasts, so we can judge the level of his live broadcasting skills. It's like your own writing is terrible, but you can tell that the full score essay is well written and you know what's good about it. But it's different when you write it yourself. This is what I mean by learning something once you see it, but giving up once you learn it. As long as you think it's good, I will send these videos to you later. You can follow this style for your future live broadcasts. You could just use his lines directly. Jiang Che instructed, just like he did with Han Jinhu just now. This isn't too bad. Zhang Fenfang was stunned. Did she have to copy homework? There's nothing wrong with it. This is the training plan we made for you. There won't be any problems. Jiang Guqi said. Oh, okay. Zhang Fenfang felt relieved when she heard Jiang Che say that this was a training plan specially prepared for people like her. Oh, there's one more thing. Jiang Che suddenly remembered and added, Don't play the hero Guan Yu in the future. Huh? What? Zhang Fenfang asked, somewhat puzzled. Because this hero's damage is too high. One hit deals 300,000 damage. Zhang Fenfang scratched her head, looking confused. Obviously, she still didn't understand. But Jiang Che didn't plan to continue explaining. Instead, he said directly, That's it. You go back first. Next is Han Xiaoming. So Zhang Fenfang had to walk out with a puzzled look on her face, and at the same time another young man came in. Mu Han Xue watched Jiang Che teach them how to live broadcast one by one, with a curious expression on her face. Will this make you famous? She didn't know much about live streaming, but she had no interest in what Jiang Che said. Why would anyone like to watch these things? For example, this young man named Liu Benwei is being shown a video by Jiang Che. The young man on the screen is saying some boring words. Pour any cup of tea, please. Pour any a cup of cappuccino. 17 cards. Can you defeat me in 1 second? Can you kill me in 1 second? If you defeat me in 1 second with 17 cards today, I will eat this computer screen right here. From now on, this place is called Rubenway Plaza. Paratrooper number 1 Rubenway is ready. LBW cheats. Anyway, she didn't understand what this meant. Have you learned it? Zhang Guqi asked. I've lost my way, the young man replied. That's good. Next one. Jiang Che continued to call. Another young man walked in. Jiang Che's progress was very slow. It took him a whole afternoon to arrange the hosts. As for Yu Yanran, Jiang Che asked her to broadcast PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds instead and let her listen to a song. Beep beep, beep hey beep beep, beep beep, hey beep beep hey beep beep, hey beep beep, hey, get excited. So what if I'm a sucker? So what if I don't kill anyone? I'm the worst anchor. What can you do to me? I'm just a sucker. So what? You won't listen to what you say to me. I won't change. I'm just such a sucker. So what? Hey, 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 suwe, 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 sob, hey. Well, the sound is suitable, and the technology is also suitable. Yanran blushed a little. Really singing this? This is too embarrassing. Being a host means you have to let go, right? Look how nice and cute this voice is. Zhang Guqi. Do you like this sound? Yu Yanran looked at Jiang Che and asked. Of course, Jiang Che nodded and said, this kind of voice live broadcast effect is absolutely amazing, and your voice is very similar to this. Okay, then, after hearing Jiang Che say that he liked her, Yu Yanran thought about it and nodded in agreement. Jiang Che specially left this live broadcast style template for Yu Yanran, the reason being because she is not good at technology. Wang Zhenongyao could barely reach the king level, and it would be a compliment to say that her skills were at the bottom among many anchors, so Jiang Che directly asked her to switch to playing chicken dinner. They were all noobs anyway, and entertainment anchors made a living by live streaming, their looks, and the effects of the live broadcast, so their noob status didn't matter. Furthermore, Yu Yanran's voice is very similar to the one in the video. Jiang Che feels that this alternative live broadcast effect should also be popular. Seeing her nod, Jiang Che smiled and said, okay, then go back and practice playing PUBG for a few days, and then learn what you learned from this video. I will definitely make you famous by then. Then, can I call you when I'm playing PUBG? Yu Yanran asked with a blink. That's fine. If I have nothing to do, I'll play with you. Jiang Che nodded and agreed, but I might be a little busy these few days. Okay, then I will practice hard. Yu Yanran nodded happily and automatically ignored the second half of Jiang Che's sentence. Well, let's go back. It's time for me to go back too, Jiang Che said with a smile. Well, what do you want to do now? Nothing. How about I treat you to a meal? Yu Yanran asked blushingly. It was her first time to ask a boy out for dinner. Jiang Che thought about it and nodded. Okay. After all, the two of them are friends, and it's dinner time now, so there's nothing wrong with having a meal. Then he told Mu Hanshua, you go back first. Okay. Mu Hanshua nodded, turned around and left, but her heart was not as calm as her face showed. Do I have to go back after eating? Do I have to do something after eating? Men are really not good. Huh. Your assistant looks so fierce and cold. Yu Yanran said in a low voice after seeing Mu Hanshua leave. She's just like that. Jiang Che shook his head. Come on, let's go eat. As they were talking, the two of them went to a restaurant not far from the company to have dinner. After eating, Jiang Che put her. So I sent her to the airport and let her go back. There is no paid plot as you think. The reason why Jiang Che asked Mu Hanshua to leave first was simply because this car could only seat 2 people, so Mu Hanshua had to go back first. Chapter 139, End of September. 3 days later, Jiang Che was lying on the bed, and his phone was showing the live broadcast room of a young man named Ruben Wei. The name of his live broadcast is I and Lin Mu, AK 50 to 50. Naturally, it was Jiang Che who asked him to change his name. Take advantage of Lin Wu's popularity and make the best use of it. Jiang Che had already greeted Lin Wu, so naturally no one would come to trouble him. However, many of Lin Wu's fans were very dissatisfied with the title, mocking him for wanting to compete with Lin Wu on equal terms with his skills. But black fans are also fans and can bring popularity. Any live broadcast room with a little fame will have black fans. After leaving the live broadcast room, they may go to forums, Weibo, and other places to curse, which is basically a disguised form of publicity. Why is Kai Shukuan so popular? He became popular because of being scolded. Even people who didn't care about the entertainment industry at all have heard of his name. A video of him playing basketball has become a hit on the internet, but the original intention of the video maker was to mock him. No matter they are haters or fans who can bring traffic are good fans. Therefore, these black fans also have a huge impact, so the company did not clean them up. After they went back and started broadcasting, Jiang Che asked the company's operations to put their 9 live broadcast rooms on the homepage recommendation. The competition between Moon Live and Shark Live has not subsided in the past few days. So many people download Moon Live every day, and the software traffic is still relatively large. So there are already a lot of viewers in Ruben Y's live broadcast room. For an anchor who was originally a failure, now that he has an audience, he is full of energy and in a good state. In addition, he has almost studied the videos Jiang Che gave him in the past few days, so he has completely let go. LBW cheats. Ruben Wei was live streaming the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds when he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Everyone stand up! LBW is awesome!" Seeing this, the barrage of comments also followed suit with the phrase LBW is a fraud. Some of these were the company deliberately finding audiences to support him, increase his popularity, and help him set the pace. People always follow the crowd. Seeing so many people in this live broadcast room, they think that this anchor should not be too bad, right? So they want to click in to take a look, which will attract traffic. In addition, the location of the live broadcast room is very good. So it is easy for others to find that the number of real viewers has been very large in the past few days. When the audience saw the words LBW is a fraud being posted on the barrage, they also started posting them. And some even asked, "Brother Kai, can I sit down now?" Barrage comments are forming the unique style of this live broadcast room. Jiang Che felt relieved after seeing this and switched to Han Jinhu's live broadcast room. The name of Han Jinhu's live broadcast room was also changed to Gold Medal Lecturer Xiao Sima, corresponds to the name of the video author. As for why he was called Little Sima, Jiang Che didn't know either. His live broadcast room is the most popular among the 9 people, and he has the highest popularity. After all, he has very good skills and can basically lead every game in low-end games. He also talks about many skills during the live broadcast, including landing skills and jungle skills, which are very practical. In addition, the live broadcast style is very relaxed and humorous, so it is naturally very popular. But just as Jiang Che entered the live broadcast room, he failed. With low health, Yasuo wanted to show off to the half-health Swordmaster, but he didn't expect to be taken away directly by the Swordmaster's Q. Han Jinhu's expression was a little awkward, but he quickly returned to normal, and he forced an explanation. Based on my king's consciousness, this wave is actually not a loss. Look, I was low on health and wanted to go home, but he sent me back. The sooner I went back, the sooner I could go online. The opponent was a jungler, and he exposed his vision in order to kill me, who was low on health. According to the square jungle method I taught you before, he was finished. This game was ruined. It's totally worth it to completely figure out his jungle route with 1 kill, right? When the barrage heard what he said, they couldn't help themselves. 666. You may make a small profit, but I will never lose money. The king is the king, and his perspective on things is different from ours. Teacher Ma, I feel like you become a loser again. After seeing your Zed, I decided to buy a Swordmaster. Jiang Che left the live broadcast room after seeing this. He made rapid progress. Just let these anchors develop on their own for now. It shouldn't take long for them to become famous. Then Jiang Che can ask many celebrities from Tianyu Company to come to the moon for a live broadcast and let the 9 of them become famous with the help of that wave of traffic. By then, they should be really popular, and then Jiang Che can cut off the source of the trouble and hire a few big anchors from Shark. Under these circumstances, the Shark will be crippled, if not killed. Jiang Che was very satisfied with the training plan given by the system. After turning off his phone and worrying for so many days, Jiang Che decided to relax. Speaking of relaxing, Jiang Che suddenly remembered that September was almost over. In other words, the time has come as I promised to take the whole class to Longhu Bay. It just so happens that after going out for some fun, by the time they come back, the anchors should have a certain audience base. The end of the holiday, the day when the shark died, perfect. But before we're gonna play, there's one more thing. Yin Yadong's new album is about to be released. Tianyu has been promoting that Yin Yadong will release her new album at the end of September, and now the time is almost here. Chapter 140. Album hits the top. Tianyu was already prepared. So, 2 days later in the early morning, Yin Yadong's album was released, and so, number 1 on Penguin Music's new song chart, number 1 on NetEase Music's new song chart, number 1 on Cool Cat Music's new song chart. It is no exaggeration to say that Yin Yadong became famous overnight. Although Tianyu had helped her promote her for a long time before this, she became famous overnight. The album was released on time at midnight last night. There was no big noise at the beginning, and the data was still normal. Although Tianyu has been promoting the song heavily, Yin Yadong is a complete newcomer. Most people only spend a few dollars to buy a song to try it out just because of the name Tianyu. But gold will always shine, and this test was truly astonishing. This sounds so fucking good. Buy it. Definitely buy it. Buy the whole album. So at 2 or 3 in the morning, sales of the entire album exploded. Sales slowed down slightly at around 4 or 5 in the morning, but began to grow rapidly again at around 7 or 8 the next morning, and the momentum remained strong until now. If one person thinks it sounds good, he or she will recommend it to colleagues and friends around him or her, so the sales volume will be difficult to slow down at least within today. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, when Jiang Che was still in bed, Pan Wenlu called him. As soon as she opened her mouth, one could hear her extremely excited tone. Director Jiang, Yin Yadong's new album is a hit. It went on sale at 12 o'clock last night, and sales have exceeded 10 million this morning, sweeping all charts on major music platforms. The new songs chart, trending search chart, and sales chart are all filled with songs from her album. Pan Wenliu's tone was very excited. Jiang Che moved the phone slightly further away. It took him 2 seconds to wake up from his dazed state. He remembered that Pan Wenlu was talking about Yin Yadong's album. However, Jiang Che did not show any excessive emotion. They've been worried about this for a while, and have been staring at the data since the new album was released last night, just like waiting for final grades in elementary school. But Jiang Che was not worried at all. Before the album was released, Jiang Che knew it would be a hit. There was no special reason. It was simply because the album was given by the system. Yin Yadong's singing skills are also good. So naturally, there's no excitement at this time. Isn't this a matter of course? What's there to be excited about? Zhang Guke said speechlessly. Pan Wenliu's excited voice suddenly stopped, and after a while he asked in disbelief, Director Jiang, do you know what this result means? Even if Xiao Mu releases a new album, it may not reach this result. Not to mention that Yin Yadong's current data is still growing. So, Jiang Che still said in a nonchalant tone, you won't be so surprised if you see more in the future. Pan Wenlu was a little confused. Is this the boss? How could he be so calm in the face of data that was almost breaking the record? However, this indifference made Jiang Che seem even more unfathomable in Pan Wenliu's eyes. In the past, no matter how much Jiang Che said, it was all just talk. Although the theory was correct, there was no practical proof. Pan Wenlu had no doubts about it. But now there were real results, visible and tangible results, results that were almost record-breaking. For the entire music industry, no newcomer has ever achieved such results. Not to mention newcomers. Even for those first-tier singers, this achievement is beyond their reach. It is normal to have one masterpiece in an album, but it is almost impossible that all 10 songs in Yin Yadong's album are rare masterpieces. This is also the reason why the sales of this album are so amazing. Among the 10 songs, there's always one or several that consumers like, and they also like Yin Yadong, by the way. How can this not be popular? This new album that swept all the charts can be said to have given a shot in the arm to the increasingly declining Tianyu, stopping its downward trend. So it is understandable that Pan Wenlu is so excited. You know, this company was left to her by her father. Even though she is no longer the chairman of the company, her feelings towards the company have not changed at all. She is happier than anyone else that Tianyu is getting better. Jiang Che, however, could not sense the excitement in Pan Wenliu's heart, and continued. The new song plan for September is considered a success. In October, you can select another artist from the company, and I will give him another album, the quality of which will be comparable to Yin Yadong's. Pan Wenliu's eyes lit up. Anything else? Of course, didn't I tell you before that there would be an album every month? As long as the company is still there, I will always have it. But in a few months, Tianyu won't have to rely on this new song plan. Jiang Ge explained. Okay. Pan Venyu nodded excitedly. Now he believed in Jiang Che's words without a doubt. If Jiang Che said there was one, then it must be there. Jiang Che said the quality was no less than Yin Yadong's album. Then the quality must be good. Are there any requirements for the singer's age and gender? Pan Wenlu asked. She felt that the song in Jiang Che's hand should have been written before, because Jiang Che just took it out directly before and had no time to compose. So we need to find suitable singers to adapt to Jiang Che's songs. Jiang Che thought for a moment and said, there are no requirements in these aspects. The only requirement is that you have strong singing skills. Otherwise, no matter how good the song I give you is, it will be useless. Okay. Pan Wenlu felt a little strange, but after hearing Jiang Che say this, he nodded and agreed without asking any more questions. After Jiang Che hung up the phone, he thought about it and decided that he should go and take a look. After all, Yin Yadong was one of the artists that his company needed to cultivate. He had to go and see the situation in person and learn about the consumers' reactions. Jiang Che casually opened the NetEase cloud music app and spent a few $dozen to buy all the songs in the album. Then I clicked on the first song, which was The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Yin Yadong's familiar voice sounded. Jiang Che has nothing to complain about Yin Yadong's singing skills. There is nothing to fault with the live version. The songs recorded in this album have been beautified after post-production, so they are naturally more perfect. Jiang Che mainly wanted to see what other people thought of this song, so that he could pay attention to the issues raised by the listeners when he creates in the future. So Jiang Che opened the comment section. I grew up at my grandmother's house when I was young. I vaguely remember the summer there, with big trees, cicadas, and the little girl next door. Later, I followed my parents to the city to study and rarely went back. When I went back, I didn't have the same feeling as before. Now my grandmother has passed away for more than 10 years, and I have my own family. But every time I look up and see the brightest star in the night sky, I still think of my grandmother and the life back then, and tears flow down my face. Jiang Che had an extremely conflicted expression on his face. It wasn't even time yet, and he was already in internet depression mode. Decisively turned to the next one. I ranked third from the bottom in the class in the last exam. I don't want to see my father's disappointed look. Jiang Ge. Jiang Che simply closed the comments and was too lazy to read any further. Why go to Hahu to make up stories? Isn't this a place for listening to music? Why is it so difficult to just read a normal comment? Jiang Che thought about it and decided to go to Weibo to have a look. There should be some normal comments there. Chapter 141, Tianyu Conference. Jiang Che thought about it and opened Weibo again. As soon as I entered, I found that Yin Yadong had already become a hot topic on Weibo. Tianyu artist Yin Yadong's new album sold over 10 million copies in 10 hours. This is the trending title. Apparently, this is going viral now. Jiang Ge directly searched Yin Yadong's Weibo. Originally, Yin Yadong's Weibo had few fans, and it could almost be described as deserted. But now, it is no exaggeration to say that it is packed with people. There are a lot of comments from fans below. I'm a fan of this girl. Tong Tong sings so beautifully. My ears are pregnant. The artist that Tianyu promoted so vigorously is really not bad. Not only is it good, it really shocked me. His singing skills are no less than those first-tier singers. This young lady might be able to become a superstar singer on the same level as Xiaomu. Dynasty Entertainment has risen rapidly, but I can only say that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Tianyu's foundation should not be underestimated. Ms. Tong Tong's singing skills are undoubtedly great, but who is this Jiang Xiaoshui, who wrote the lyrics and composed the music? I've never heard of this great singer before. Yeah, I didn't expect Tianyu to have a secret weapon. Jiang Che didn't have any problem with it at first, and it seemed like everyone was very satisfied with the song. But after reading the following comments, he felt something was not right. Was it Jiang Xiaoshui who wrote the lyrics and composed the music? Jiang Che took another look at Yin Yadong's album, and sure enough, it said, Singer, Yin Yadong. Lyricist, Jiang Xiaoshui. Composer, Jiang Xiaoshui. Obviously, Yin Yadong couldn't write her own name as the composer of the lyrics. That would be deceiving the fans. Jiang Che's name was not easy to reveal, so she wrote Jiang Xiaoshui. Jiang Che was very satisfied with this title, but it was a pity that there was no admiration value. Otherwise, he could make a lot of money. What a pity. Dynasty Entertainment. Dynasty chairman Hu Hua frowned as he looked at the data on the computer. The effect of Yin Yadong's album was somewhat beyond his expectations. According to his idea, how much effect can an album have? Even if the performance is good, what will it matter? Can Qianyu turn the tide with just one album? A song is not good just because you think it's good. It also depends on whether the audience likes it. Before the album goes on sale, we can only estimate its performance roughly. Just like the college entrance examination essay, you may feel that your essay is well written and may get a high score, but who dares to say that your essay is at the level of a full-mark essay? Therefore, Hua didn't pay too much attention to Tianyu's promotion of Yin Yadong before, and even thought that they were just trying a last-ditch effort. Isn't it a joke to promote a newcomer who has never had any works in this way? But this result is a bit embarrassing. The effect of this album can no longer be described as good. Looking at the entire music scene of the empire, this album has a place in the world and has ruined many of his plans. After thinking for a while, Hua asked another middle-aged man next to him, "How is the preparation for our movie going?" "Everything is ready. We will officially start filming on October 1st, said the middle-aged man. Hua nodded, feeling relieved. He was very concerned about this movie, with a total investment of nearly 1 billion yuan and almost a year of preparation. It was the first and most important step for the company to establish a film dynasty, and there was no room for error. But the middle-aged man next to him thought for a moment and added, "I heard that Tianyu is also preparing to make a movie." Hu Hua frowned again, thought for a while, and then said, "You can handle this yourself." "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded. Having followed Hu Hua for so long, he naturally knew what to do. In Tianyu Entertainment Company, Pan Wenlu was also holding a meeting for everyone. Jiang Che is just a hands-off boss who doesn't care about anything, but she can't just ignore it. Yin Yadong's album is so successful this time, she has to say something, especially at this time when the morale of the troops is unstable. In the conference room were some executives and some artists, including Yin Yadong. Everyone has seen the success of Yin Yadong's album this time. Except for Xiaomu, no other female artist in our company has ever achieved such good results. Pan Wenlu felt that his tone of voice was much more confident than before. The new boss is more capable and financially powerful than you can imagine, so I don't want anything like Qiu Lei to happen again. Everyone looked at Yin Yadong, especially those who had been in the entertainment industry for several years but had not achieved much. They could not hide their envy and even jealousy in their eyes. I was really lucky. As soon as I arrived, I was noticed by Mr. Jiang and became an instant hit. Those who have just entered the industry are still full of hope for the future. With Yin Yadong's experience as an example, they believe that as long as they work hard enough, they will definitely have such opportunities and achieve such results when they have Yin Yadong's strength. "Come on, you are the best." Everyone had different thoughts, but on the surface they nodded repeatedly to show their agreement with Pan Wenliu's words. It cannot be said to be just on the surface. After all, they all saw what happened to Qiu Lei. Not only did he lose all the accumulation over the years, but the people in Dynasty didn't want him anymore. And his former fans have scolded him so much that they dare not go online anymore. They knew just by thinking how miserable Qiu Lei was now. Therefore, they now dare not have any inappropriate thoughts. In addition, now that the company has a new boss and is showing a thriving momentum, there is no need for them to leave. Pan Wenlu was quite satisfied with everyone's reactions and said again, "Director Zhang's new song plan comes once a month. Yin Yadong is only in the September plan. October is coming soon, so everyone here has a chance." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. This was the actual benefit. If they could be selected for this new song project, wouldn't they be as famous as Yin Yadong? Everyone was immediately filled with anticipation. But they ignored the fact that Yin Yadong's singing skills were not at the same level as theirs. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared and capable. If you don't have the ability, you won't be able to seize the opportunity even if it is right in front of you. In addition, the company is preparing to shoot a movie. Pan Wenlu continued. There were two main things to do at this meeting. One was to arrange Jiang Che's plans. Whether it was a new song plan or filming a movie, he had to find someone in the company. The second is to stabilize the people below, and Jiang Che's plan is enough to stabilize them. About 2 hours later, Pan Wenlu explained everything clearly, and everyone dispersed with different thoughts. However, there was a girl who remained sitting in her seat and did not leave. Seeing this, Pan Wenlu couldn't help but ask, Xiaomu, do you have any questions? That's right, this girl is Xiaomu, Tianyu's leading singer. Although Xiaomu has been famous for a long time, he is about the same age as Yin Yadong. In other words, she was already the queen of the imperial music scene when she was only in her teens and had a strong talent for music. Of course, hard work is also an essential factor. Xiaomu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Director Jiang. Chapter 142. Mr. Jiang is very handsome. Did Mr. Jiang really write Yin Yadong's album? Xiaomu's voice is very distinctive, fully reflecting the gentleness of the beauties in the Jiangnan area. It is soft and tender, but also has a sense of strength acquired through training. This highly recognizable voice is one of the reasons why she can become a top singer. But the questions asked made Pan Wenlu a little unhappy. Pan Wenlu frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Xiaomu also realized that his wording was inappropriate and hurriedly explained, "No, I just want to ask Director Jiang to write a song for me. I don't need an album. Just one song will do. Is that okay?" Pan Wenlu hesitated for a moment. She didn't know whether Jiang Che was willing or not. Moreover, Jiang Che seemed to want to train a group of new people for the company instead of letting these superstars go further. Seeing Pan Wenlu in a difficult situation, Xiaomu explained, "Boss Pan, you know I haven't released a new song for a long time. My former partners have written songs for me before, but I was not very satisfied with them. I think the song Jiang Che wrote for Yin Yadong is very good. So I wanted to ask Boss Jiang if he could write a song for me." Pan Wenlu couldn't refuse this, so he said, "I'll give you Mr. Jiang's contact information. You can ask him yourself. You know that Mr. Jiang is very busy. I don't know if he has time." "Okay," Xiaomu nodded. On the other side, Yin Yadong had already walked out of the meeting room with a few close friends. She only got to know these best friends yesterday. After the album became a hit, she felt that her former colleagues treated her much better. Even those who used to call themselves seniors and look down on her came to congratulate her. Of course, there are also a few new people who have been with her for only a few months, and they were good friends before. These people surrounded Yin Yadong and asked her all kinds of questions. On the one hand, they wanted to know some information about Jiang Che, and on the other hand, they were also curious about why Jiang Che chose Yin Yadong as the first person for the new song project. They were so enthusiastic that Yin Yadong couldn't just ignore them. Otherwise, she would be accused of acting like a big shot just because she became famous, and it might even get out and become negative news. So I just had a chat with them for a while. "Tong Tong, have you met Mr. Jiang?" asked a girl who looked younger than Yin Yadong. She met this girl when she used to sing in a bar, and they were good friends. "Of course I have." Yin Yadong's tone was a little proud. Not many people in Tianyu have seen Jiang Che, only the executives who attended the last meeting in Yin Yadong. Even Xiaomu doesn't know what Jiang Che looks like, let alone these ordinary artists. So they were still very curious about Jiang Che. What kind of person is he? I really can't imagine what a boss who can write songs would be like. The bosses I met before had stomachs like they were 5 months pregnant, and they could do nothing but take advantage of others, said the girl. He is different from those people. Yin Yadong's eyes suddenly changed when she mentioned Jiang Che, her face full of admiration. Director Jiang is handsome and young and talented. He sings better than me. Tong Tong, the look on your face. Are you attracted to Mr. Jiang? Another woman next to her teased. This woman is older, about 30 years old, but she is also a well-known actress in the entertainment industry and has appeared in many movies. Don't talk nonsense. Yin Yadong's face quickly turned red. I'm just telling the truth. By the way, hasn't Zhao Ting also met Mr. Jiang? Is Mr. Jiang very young? The woman didn't dare to keep joking with Jiang Che, so she looked at Zhao Ting and asked. Zhao Ting is very depressed now. Not only did she miss the great opportunity last time, but she also lost 100,000 yuan to Jiang Che. She felt really stupid. At this moment, he heard someone asking him this question, and he came to his senses and answered, about the same age as Tong Tong. He is indeed quite handsome, much more handsome than those young handsome guys in our company. So young. Everyone was surprised, and they became more curious about their boss Jiang Che. The top management of the Shark live streaming platform has been troubled by Jiang Che's Moon Live streaming these past 2 days and has held several meetings. At the front of the conference room was Naturally Shark president Wang Xiangwen, a middle-aged man in his 50s. The first person on his left is Shark Vice President Han Du. Below are the Shark's senior executives and some significant shareholders. I'm only away from the company for a few days, and you guys have caused such a big mess. Wang Xiangwen angrily slammed the table and shouted at everyone. What do you have to do? You closed the live broadcast room and still posted it on the homepage. Is it because your tasks are too idle? The executives below had gloomy faces and cursed in their hearts. Wasn't it Han Du who did it? What does it have to do with us? But he didn't dare show it on his face. He could only greet Handu's family in his heart. Handu, either you or your son will leave tomorrow. Wang Xiangwen angrily said to Han Du, you took advantage of the original supervisor's resignation to get your son promoted. You were really good at it. If I hadn't seen that you have been working for so many years, I would have asked both of you to leave. Han Du was scratching his head and was full of slander in his heart. It was obvious that Wang Xiangwen had said before that Jining was an important partner of his company and that any requests would be met as much as possible. However, now that something had gone wrong, he blamed everything on himself. If Jining hadn't called me, I would have already unblocked the other party's live broadcast room. But no matter how dissatisfied he was, after hearing Wang Xiangwen's words, he could only agree verbally, feeling a little regretful in his heart. Have you found out Jiang Che's identity? Wang Xiangwen asked again. No. Investigation data shows that he is just an ordinary college student. I don't know why he is so rich. Han Du replied with his head down. An ordinary college student? Do you believe it? Are you kidding me? Han Du lowered his head and said nothing. He knew it was almost impossible, but he only found these things. Go apologize to Jiang Che tomorrow. Wang Xiangwen ordered directly. With your son. Han couldn't sit still anymore. He looked up and asked, why? Just because he took Moon Live? I don't believe he can make Moon Live a success. Wang Xikong is so rich, but didn't Xiaomao Live still go bankrupt? Wang Xiangwen said coldly, we are all sitting here today to make money, to help Shark develop and make money. We are not here to fight with anyone. Regardless of whether Jiang Che's Moon Live can be successful, he is not a simple person. Why would he make enemies for no reason? Are you going to gamble the interests of so many of us just for your own face? Ask the other shareholders if they agree. Han Du took a deep breath and finally let it out helplessly. There was no other way. Unless he didn't want to do it anymore, he still had to apologize. Remember, you should apologize in the name of yourself and your son. It was you who did something wrong, not me, Shark, who was scared. Wang Xiangwen gave his final instruction. He was afraid that Han Du would suddenly have a brainstorm and apologize in Shark's name. That would cause a big scene, and others would definitely say that Shark was too cowardly and gave in before he even started a fight. Wang Xiangwen asked Han Du to apologize simply because he didn't want to make enemies for no reason. Everyone is out here to do business and make money, and harmony is the most important thing. Han Du offended Jiang Che, and Jiang Che will definitely blame Shark for this. Even though Wang Xiangwen didn't think Jiang Che could build the Moon live streaming platform, there was no need to offend such a powerful person. Chapter 143. Not an important matter. On the other side, Jiang Che only felt. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. Of course, these admiration values are not provided by the Shark executives. They probably only provide hatred values. Most of these admiration values are provided by artists of Tianyu Entertainment Company and some spectators. Because of the Weiyang live broadcast incident these 2 days, many people on the internet have gotten to know him. So naturally, there are some people who admire Jiang Che's behavior. The more exposure there is, the more admiration there will be. However, the heat of this incident has gradually died down in the past 2 days, and the admiration Jiang Che has received for this incident has also decreased. Just as he was thinking about it, another call came in. It was Lu Qi, the life committee member of Jiang Che's class. Last time, Jiang Che transferred 8 million to him and asked him to arrange travel arrangements for the whole class. As soon as the call was connected, Lu Qi's voice came over. Brother Jiang, I can't buy a plane ticket. Huh? Why can't I buy it? Jiang Che asked. Because I bought it late. They were sold out. Lu Qi's voice sounded frustrated. Longhu Bay is a well-known domestic tourist destination. Although the consumption level is relatively high, many people still go there during holidays, not to mention the National Day and 7-day holidays. There are many wealthy people in Jiangnan City. Lu Qi had no travel experience before and didn't know he had to book tickets in advance, so of course he couldn't buy a ticket until now. Jiang Che thought about it and realized that he seemed to have another airport. It's okay. I'll take care of this matter. You can arrange other things. Jiang Che said. Lu Qi immediately agreed upon hearing this. Okay, Brother Jiang, don't worry. Yeah. Jiang Che nodded and hung up the phone. Lu Qi was not the only one there. Today was Friday, and they were still in class at this time. Today is Friday, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are weekends, and Monday is National Day. So Lu Qi and his classmates are in class on the surface, but they are actually holding a class meeting, but the theme of the class meeting is Longhu Bay Travel Guide. Xiao Qingwan was there too. After all, with so many people traveling together, all aspects of the matter need to be arranged. The simplest thing is the departure time, the gathering time and place, and so on. If one person is late or something else happens, everyone will be in trouble. So it is better to hold a class meeting during class time to discuss it face-to-face and make it clear. At this time, Lu Qi hung up the phone and immediately reported to the waiting people. It's okay. Jiang Che said he has a way. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, Jiang Che will definitely have a way. Almost thought I couldn't go. Nonsense, Brother Jiang is treating us. I have to go to Longhu Bay. It's just a matter of a few pairs of shoes. It's a ripoff. Xiao Qingwan was also relieved and said, since Jiang Che has a solution, then it's fine. Let's discuss other things. Teacher, Jiang Che hasn't come to class for many days. Qin Sui suddenly said in a sarcastic tone. Jiang Che had indeed not come to class for a long time, probably about 10 days, as he had been busy with the Moonlight broadcast. But Xiao Qingwan would never care about Jiang Che, as he was already a senior, and Jiang Che had a special status, so it wouldn't matter if he didn't come to class. But Qin Sui took the initiative to ask, but it was a bit difficult to answer. Why not care if he didn't go to class? Just because he was rich? So Qin Sui's words are very annoying. However, before Xiao Qingwan could say anything, Su Junju spoke up in an unhappy tone. Can't you ask for leave if you have something to do? Qin Sui obviously didn't dare to provoke Su Junju, but he couldn't act too cowardly, so he muttered, what can a student do? Su Junju smiled when she heard this. What can a student do? It's nothing big. He just spent hundreds of millions to buy 2 pharmaceutical factories of my family and started some pharmaceutical business. Also, for some reason, he had some conflict with Shark Live a few days ago, so he set up a Moon Live platform and prepared to compete with Shark. Squad leader, do you think I could take a leave for this matter? Su Junju looked at Qin Sui and asked, Qin Sui? Xiao Qingwan. Everyone, as expected, they were from the same dormitory, and their pretentious styles were so similar. They vaguely remembered that during the last class meeting, Jiang Che also used this nonchalant tone to say that he wanted to invite everyone out to play. However, Su Junju may be pretending to be cool, but the Moon Live broadcast that has been making headlines online these past 2 days was actually done by Jiang Che. They didn't know what pharmaceutical factory Jiang Che bought, but the Moon Live streaming platform had been very popular online in recent days, so they had naturally heard about it. They didn't expect that the ruthless person who bought a live streaming platform after his live streaming room was blocked was actually Jiang Che. After they realized what was happening, they felt the huge gap. They had to risk having to eat instant noodles to give a few dollars to the live broadcast, but Jiang Che had already opened his own live broadcast company and competed with the largest live broadcast company in the empire. I feel like the classmates who were chatting with me a while ago are suddenly not from the same world. As for Qin Sui, he no longer dared to speak. Jiang Che's phone rang again within seconds after he put it down. Hello, who is this? I'm Handu. Handu, who is that? Jiang Che didn't react for a moment. Han Xiu's father, the vice president of Shark. Oh, Jiang Che suddenly realized, the manager of the gaming area, right? What's the matter? Handu hesitated for a long time before finally apologizing. I am here to apologize. I'm very sorry about what happened to Han Xiu. Jiang Che sneered. I'm very sorry about Han Xiu? Was it Han Xiu who closed my live broadcast room before? Yes, he's a bit young and hot-tempered, so you better shut up. Jiang Che interrupted him directly. He was the one who posted that information on the Shark homepage? Jining would contact him to cause trouble for me? He didn't even tell the truth and apologized. Besides, what's the point of your apology? I invested so much money to buy Tai's Ho Live, so I will definitely continue to do it. People in the same industry are enemies. You should think about how to develop yourselves better. Jiang Guki said bluntly. The moment he bought Iron Hand Live, he and Shark were destined to be competitors. So what's the point of talking to the enemy? Handu's expression on the other end of the phone gradually turned cold. He had apologized so humbly, but Jiang Che didn't give him any face at all. Not only Han Du, but also Wang Xingwen behind Han Du frowned. He just didn't want to make enemies, which didn't mean he was afraid of Jiang Che. Since Jiang Che is so disrespectful, there's no need to say anything more. Hang up the phone, Wang Xingwen ordered. He would not be as hot-tempered as Han Xiu and say a few harsh words in reply. Since Jiang Che was so disrespectful to him, there was nothing to say. He would just use whatever means he had. But to be honest, he didn't take Moon Live seriously. Jiang Che didn't think much when he saw the phone was hung up. Today it was the phone that was hung up, and in a few days it would be the shark that was hung up. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Che called the person in charge of Xinhua Airlines again. Mr. Jiang, the person in charge was named Yin Shun. He sounded flattered when he answered the phone, as if he didn't expect Jiang Che to call him. Jiang Che agreed and ordered directly. The day after tomorrow morning, get a passenger plane to Jiangnan Airport to pick up about 100 people and go to Longhu Bay. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Yin Shun agreed immediately and asked, Mr. Jiang, are you going to Longhu Bay for a trip? As a national day is approaching, the first thing Yin Shun thinks of is to go sightseeing in Longhu Bay. Well, but there are probably close to 100 people, so we have to get a passenger plane over. Jiang Said. Jiang Che was mainly worried that even if he brought a sophisticated private jet, it would only be able to seat about 10 people, which would be awkward, so he worriedly instructed that he wanted a large passenger plane. There are about 50 people in the class, plus some of them have partners, so naturally the number is close to 100. Okay, I'll make sure it's arranged. Yin Shun promised solemnly. Yes. Jiang Che hung up the phone when he saw that he agreed. But what Jiang Che didn't know was that after he hung up the phone, Yin Shun and half of the departments of Xinhua Company became busy. Although Jiang Che simply asked for a plane, Yin Shun didn't think so. Your boss is going on a trip? Now is the time to show off. How can we only arrange one flight for you? We must arrange everything including food, accommodation, entertainment, etc. Even go to the toilet for you. A perfect one-stop service. Licking till the end, there is everything. Chapter 144, Tour Group. On Sunday morning, dozens of young men and women carrying travel bags and dragging small suitcases in the waiting hall of Jiangnan Airport attracted a lot of attention. It looks like a tour group, but it is impossible that all the members of a tour group are young people, and generally speaking, there won't be such a large tour group with 70 or 80 people. This group of people are naturally Xiao Qingwan and Jiang Che's classmates who are preparing to fly to Longhu Bay. Where's Brother Jiang? Why hasn't he come yet? Someone asked. Yeah, we don't have plane tickets, and we don't know how to get there. Another person scratched his head and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it still not 8 o'clock? Su Junju said. At this time, Su Junju was also wearing cool clothes with a pair of sunglasses hanging on his collar, looking like a young man on vacation. How can Brother Jiang take us on the plane if he doesn't have tickets? Charter a plane? Someone said. I think Brother Jiang probably has a private jet, another person speculated. No way. A private jet costs hundreds of millions, and a private jet can't accommodate so many of us, right? While everyone was guessing, a young man and a woman were striding towards this side. The woman is tall and has a cold and arrogant temperament. Young people are as bright as stars and as majestic as the moon. There's no doubt that this young man is Jiang Che, and the woman next to him is naturally Mu Hanxue. As soon as the two appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of the people around them. Even the attention of Xiao Qingwan and her group was attracted by Jiang Che and his two companions. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they came to their senses. Someone whispered, I haven't seen you for a few days. Brother Jiang seems to have become more handsome again. He is handsome, but who is the girl next to Brother Jiang? She is so pretty. Is this Jiang Che's new girlfriend? I'm so jealous. If I didn't have no money, a boy said angrily, but before he finished speaking, a hand pinched his waist. His girlfriend behind him asked faintly, What are you going to do now that you have money? Well, when I have money, I will naturally buy you a bag, clothes, and lipstick. The boy immediately backed down. Oomph. The woman snorted disdainfully. You want to be rich with this kind of idiot? If I were rich, I would definitely find a boyfriend like Jiang Che. The boys were all envious of Jiang Che's looks, not to mention the girls. No matter if they were the girls in the same class with Jiang Che or the girls who were brought on a trip by their boyfriends, they all couldn't take their eyes off Jiang Che. Especially those girls who met Jiang Che for the first time. Even a poor guy would be willing to have such a handsome face, let alone such a rich guy. When the boys saw their girlfriends like this, they suddenly regretted bringing them here. Shu Rui stared blankly at Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue, her heart twitching violently. If Su Silei hadn't happened before, she would be the one walking with Jiang Che now. Once you miss some things, it's hard to turn back. Zhou Qinli noticed Shu Rui's expression and patted her shoulder to comfort her, but she didn't know how to start comforting her. Xiao Qingwan also came with her boyfriend. Xiao Qingwan's boyfriend is called Xiao Cheng, and coincidentally, they have the same surname. Xiao Cheng is naturally older than this group of students, probably close to 30 years old. He had failed in his business venture during this period and felt a little depressed, so he came out with his girlfriend to relax. When he saw Jiang Che, he was also stunned for a moment and said to Xiao Qingwan beside him, "Your student does look extraordinary. Aren't you talking nonsense?" Xiao Qingwan said speechlessly, "How could you spend millions to invite us out to play?" "That's true." Xiao Cheng smiled helplessly. He thought about how he was already 30 years old and had failed in his business. Then he looked at Jiang Che. The gap was too big. The gap between ideal and reality. As they were talking, Jiang Che also came up to Xiao Qingwan and the others and said with a smile, "You guys came quite early." "Hello, Brother Jiang." Everyone shouted, feeling like a big brother in society. But that was not the end. After calling Jiang Che, they jokingly called out to Mu Hanxue, "Hello, sister-in-law." Jiang Che smiled and said, "This isn't some sister-in-law. She's my assistant. Her name is Mu Hanxue." Mu Hanxue still had a cold look on her face and didn't react at all when she heard Jiang Che's introduction. When the others heard this, they all laughed. "Yes, assistant, we understand." Jiang Che was helpless. The more he talked about this, the worse it would get. So Jiang Che simply stopped talking and asked, "Are all the people here?" "We're all here," Xiao Qingwan said. "We're just waiting for you. Let's go." Jiang Che led the way without further ado. "Where are you going?" Xiao Qingwan asked. "Go through the VIP channel, and someone will arrange a special plane for us." Jiang Kisaid. Gurgle. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Poverty limits imagination. There's also a private plane for traveling. This is the first time for a young lady to ride in a sedan chair. Add 1 to the worship value. Add 1 to the worship value. Add 1 to the worship value. Everyone walked towards the VIP passage. Yinshin had already told Jiang Che before coming that the plane had been arranged and someone would naturally pick them up at the VIP channel. But what Jiang Che didn't expect was, "Hello, Director Jiang." Before Jiang Che entered the entrance of the passage, he saw 2 rows of handsome men and beautiful women standing beside the passage. They shouted in unison, and then a middle-aged man trotted up to Jiang Che. "Mr. Jiang, you are finally here." The middle-aged man had a flattering smile on his face, just like those lackeys around rich young men. But Jiang Che was a little confused. "Who are you?" "I'm Yin Shun," the middle-aged man replied. Oh, Jiang Che nodded and understood. Yin Shun had Jiang Che's simple information, but Jiang Che didn't know Yin Shun, but now he knows him. "What are you doing?" Jiang Che looked at the row of people at the entrance of the VIP channel with a confused expression on his face. Why such a big fuss? Chapter 145, Super Luxurious Private Jet. "They are here to welcome Mr. Jiang," Yin Shun said. "These people are all flight attendants specially transferred from Xinhua Airlines." Jiang Che, he didn't know what to say for a moment. "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you come over and help me get the things?" Yin Shun turned around and shouted. The male flight attendants at the back hurried up one by one to help carry things. They first took the small bag from Jiang Che's hand. The classmates behind Jiang Che were also not spared, and the small suitcases in their hands were taken away by the flight attendants one after another. The service is extremely thoughtful. Jiang Che looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. However, after thinking about it, he let them do it. However, he felt that he was being too pretentious. Jiang Che was in this state, let alone the others. They all felt a little overwhelmed. For a moment, they didn't even know whether they should let the flight attendants carry their luggage for them. But in this case, they're even more curious about Jiang Che's identity. This is no longer something that a rich second generation can explain. There shouldn't be such a big fuss when Mr. Ma goes out, right? Especially Su Junju. His family also has a private plane, but it belongs to the family. Jiang Che, an executive of the airline company, came to greet him with a group of flight attendants. What the hell is his identity? As everyone was thinking about this, they had already entered the VIP channel, where in addition to the personnel from Xinhua Airlines, there were also many bigwigs from Jiangnan Airlines. After all, this is the airport in Jiangnan City. Yinchun sent a special plane here and had to tell the people here about using the VIP channel. So, these bigwigs of Jiangnan Airlines, either out of courtesy or wanting to curry favor with Jiang Che, also came with several senior executives. They smiled politely and chatted with Jiang Che. Jiang Che had no choice but to respond with a smile. When the people behind saw this scene, they all had complicated expressions. Although they had been shocked many times, Jiang Che was able to refresh their understanding of power time and time again. A simple trip could alarm the entire airline, which was a situation they could never have imagined before. This is what human life is like. Even Mu Hanchu next to her was a little surprised. Although the expression on her face hardly changed and always looked almost the same, she became curious about Jiang Che. The first time she met Jiang Che was when she learned that Jiang Che was the chairman of Tianyu Entertainment Company at a young age. Later, when Jiang Che founded Moon Live, she found out that Jiang Che was richer than she had imagined. Now, she finally realized that her understanding of Jiang Che was just the tip of the iceberg. My boss is amazing. The students behind him saw Jiang Che chatting and laughing with these upper-class people, and that these people were even quite respectful to Jiang Che. They couldn't help but admire him even more in their hearts. They had never dreamed of doing this. Soon everyone reached the end of the corridor. Those people smiled and watched Jiang Che get on the plane. Only then did Jiang Che's ears quiet down. But Yinchun was still there. Seeing that the people from Jiangnan Airlines didn't follow, he couldn't help but ask Jiang Che, when will Director Jiang go to inspect the company? He felt that it was outrageous that Jiang Che had bought the entire airline, but he hadn't even visited the company yet. This wasn't just a small shop. Su Junju, who was standing next to him, accidentally heard this and was immediately shocked. Director Jiang? Going to inspect the company? Could it be that Xinhua Company belongs to Jiang Che? This seems to explain why these people are so attentive to Jiang Che. But Star Air is a giant airline worth hundreds of billions. The others were not too shocked when they heard this. Firstly, they had no idea about owning an airport, and secondly, they were already numb. They feel that now they won't be surprised by anything they hear. But when everyone with this emotion entered the plane, they were frightened again. The reason is simply because the interior of this plane is too luxurious. I didn't feel anything when I heard that Jiang Che had an airline, but now I was shocked by the decoration inside the plane. I could imagine how luxurious it was. In fact, the plane that Yinchun brought is called Boeing 747-8 VIP private jet. That's right, this is a private plane, not a passenger plane, but its size is not smaller than a passenger plane, so accommodating hundreds of people is no problem at all. The cabin space can reach 436 square meters, a true giant in the sky. The world's top and most luxurious private jet. This private jet is known as a sky villa. The luxury and extravagance of its interior definitely surpass many top mansions. It has everything, including spiral staircases, vaulted ceilings, wall-mounted TVs, and wooden floors. Meeting rooms, offices, kitchens, bedrooms, entertainment venues, etc. These things are also not lacking. In other words, this plane is even more luxurious than Jiang Che's villa in Jiangnan City. But that is a villa on the ground, and this is a plane in the sky. This is a real palace in the sky. Such a luxurious aircraft is naturally very expensive, costing more than 2 billion renminbi. Of course, this is just the price of the bare metal. Just like a house, you need to decorate it after you buy it. The inside and outside need to be processed according to the owner's preferences. After that, about 3 billion will be gone. This is so cool. Finally, someone couldn't help but sigh and even swore. This sigh also expressed what was in everyone's mind. They thought that after entering, they would see rows of seats like an airliner. Who would have thought that when they entered, they saw a living room and thought they had entered a mansion? As I said before, poverty limits imagination. When talking about airplanes, all they can think of are passenger planes with rows of seats. Who wouldn't be surprised when they suddenly see such a luxurious plane? Money is indeed a good thing. Everyone has already sighed in their hearts countless times. Chapter 146, The Name of J-Dragon. The plane was very fast and arrived at the airport on the other side of Longhu Bay in less than 2 hours. As soon as they got off the plane, Yinchun called a bus that had been waiting there for a long time to take everyone to the hotel. Jiang Che and the others didn't have to worry about anything. Everything was arranged well. Lu Qi was originally thinking whether he should help everyone find a car after getting off the plane, but now it seems that he was completely overthinking. In addition, he also booked a hotel, but now it seems that Yin Shin has booked a more upscale hotel. So he thought about it and decided not to mention that he had booked a hotel. Jiang Che asked, Yin Shin, which hotel are we going to? Longhu Bay is one of the top tourist destinations in the country, and there are many accommodations around it. The best is a 7-star hotel, Yulong Hotel, and the worst, sleeping on the beach probably doesn't matter to anyone. Lu Qi had made up his mind and booked dozens of rooms in a 3-star hotel. When Yin Shun heard Jiang Che's words, he immediately replied, I have booked a room at the Yulong Hotel. Everyone was excited when they heard this. Yulong Hotel. This is a 7-star hotel. As one of the few 7-star hotels in the empire, its luxury goes without saying. They don't know what's inside, but its appearance is in the shape of a coiled dragon. That's right, a dragon-shaped hotel. This is probably the origin of the name Yulong. Everyone was excited at the thought that they could actually stay in a hotel of this level and experience it. Jiang Che was stunned for a moment. Yulong Hotel. This name seemed familiar, but after thinking about it for a while, he couldn't think of where he had heard of it. Maybe he had seen it on the internet before, so Jiang Che didn't think much about it. Only before everyone got excited, Yin Shin added another twist. It's just that I only booked one hotel. Almost all the people who come to Longhu Bay for fun are not short of money, so most people don't mind spending tens of thousands of dollars to enjoy the services of a 7-star hotel. This makes it difficult to book a room at Yulong Hotel during the peak tourist season. As the second-in-command of Xinhua Aerospace Company, Yin Shun still has some means. Jiang Che called him the day before yesterday, and he was able to help Jiang Che get a luxury room, but it was impossible to get all these people into the room. In fact, Yin Shun had no idea that Jiang Che was still a student before. When he heard Jiang Che say that there were nearly 100 people, he thought that Jiang Che was bringing the employees of his company out to play. If the boss stayed in a luxurious hotel, it seemed normal for the employees to book their own hotel. But the situation is completely different for classmates. Regardless of whether they have money or not, they are equal in status, and there is no distinction between superiors and subordinates. If Yin Shin knew that Jiang Che was bringing his classmates, he would definitely not make such arrangements. So only Director Jiang can stay at the Yulong Hotel. Yin Shin said somewhat embarrassedly. Everyone was a little disappointed when they heard this. It seemed that they would not be able to experience the feeling of staying in a 7-star hotel, but they also understood that it was indeed difficult to book a room. Seeing this, Lu Qi quickly said, It's okay. I have also booked a room at the Huajing Hotel. The rest of us can go there. It won't affect us. Jiang Che shook his head. Let's take a look first. If there are no rooms, we can go to the Huajing Hotel together. I can't stay at the Yulong Hotel alone. That's fine. Everyone nodded. If you can't stay there, you can just take a look. After all, Yulong Hotel is one of the famous scenery in Longhu Bay. Take a look, take a photo, post it on your moments, and check in. It's so nice. In just a few minutes, everyone arrived at the entrance of Yulong Hotel. Even though they were mentally prepared, everyone was still shocked when they saw the huge thing in front of them when they got off the car. It's like you know you're going to see a dragon, but when you actually see it, you're still shocked. This Yulong Hotel is a real dragon, a coiled dragon. Its entire body is an exquisite jade color, and the translucent dragon scales are so beautiful under the sunlight that the only word that can describe it is magnificent. The dragon head at the top is held high, full of momentum. So handsome, everyone looked up and sighed from the bottom of their hearts. It was the kind of sigh that one could not help but make when seeing something that was beyond their understanding. Even Jiang Che was shocked. He never knew that a house could be built like this, in the shape of a dragon. What a genius designer. Yin Shin acted as a tour guide and introduced Jiang Che attentively. The Yulong Hotel is 521 meters high, with 88 floors and 2,333 rooms. Although it is not the only 7-star hotel in the empire, it is definitely the most luxurious one, costing nearly 10 billion. 521, 88, 2,333. These numbers are in line with the aesthetic standards of the imperial people, and the appearance is also the shape of an imperial dragon. It is obvious that this kind of craftsmanship and design will cost extremely high costs. Yin Chun continued. The rooms here are divided into several grades. In this peak tourist season, the cheapest room costs 20,000 yuan a night. The most expensive ones are the 9 presidential suites above, which cost about 200,000 yuan a night, but they've been booked by other wealthy people long ago. Everyone was shocked. The price was indeed worthy of the name of a 7-star hotel. The cheapest room cost 20,000 yuan a night. They will be doing internships soon. Generally speaking, their starting salary will not exceed 5,000 yuan a month, which means that they can stay in the cheapest room for one night if they don't eat or drink for 4 or 5 months. Lost all conscience. Evil capitalism. As for the presidential suite, where you can spend $200,000 a night, wouldn't it be better to buy a house of your own? However, the Yulong Hotel is quite special. The top-class room is not the 9 presidential suites, but the Dragon Head room. As the name implies, it is located at the head of the dragon, and there is a room inside. Yin Chen paused and continued, but it is generally not open to the public. Only guests of particularly distinguished status can be allowed to stay in the hotel. Following Yin Chen's words, everyone couldn't help but look up at the Dragon Head again. The entire Dragon Head must be nearly 1,000 square meters, right? A house. I don't know what words to use to describe it, but imagine standing inside the Dragon Head, more than 500 meters in the air, looking down at all living things, the pinnacle of power. Let's go in first. Jiang Che smacked his lips. To be honest, he was also shocked by this hotel. He thought that when he became more powerful in the future, he might be able to stay in Dragon Head for a few days to try it out. Everyone came to their senses after hearing Jiang Che's voice and followed him into the hotel. When you enter the hotel, you suddenly feel like you have entered another space, which is magical. A group of people walked towards the front desk. Chapter 147. It turns out to be mine. In a hotel of this level, the receptionists are naturally carefully selected. Not only are they very good-looking, but they also have good academic qualifications. Apart from anything else, to be able to work as a receptionist here, one must at least be able to speak several languages, as there are often foreign tourists here. So if we really talk about academic qualifications, among this group of people, probably only Mu Hanxue can compare with these receptionists. Jiang Che walked in front and asked the receptionist, "Excuse me, are there any extra rooms?" The smile on the receptionist's face froze for a moment. To be honest, she didn't expect the handsome guy in front of her to ask such a question. Are there any extra rooms now? Obviously not. However, his high professionalism and quality allowed him to maintain a decent smile. "Sorry, sir. There are no extra rooms if you don't make a reservation in advance." Oh, Jiang Che nodded and didn't care. He just asked casually. If he didn't get the answer, he could just go somewhere else. Then let's go. Jiang Che turned around and said to the people behind him, "Student Jiang Che, why don't you stay here?" Xiao Qingwan suddenly said, "Let's go to the Hua Jing Hotel." Xiao Qingwan always felt a little guilty about letting Jiang Che suffer with them. Upon hearing this, the others also spoke up. "Yes, Brother Jiang, you can stay in a room they arranged for you. We could just go to the Hua Jing Hotel." "No need. How can we go out together and live separately?" Jiang Che refused decisively. "Let's go together." But at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly interrupted. "It's so funny. This is the first time I see someone running directly to the front desk to ask if there is a room. What do you think is the small hotel next to your house?" Jiang Che turned his head slightly and looked over. A middle-aged man in his 30s with a charming woman took out a room card with his ID card with an arrogant look on his face. He waved it in front of everyone and said proudly, "Did you see it? You have to book in advance to get a room card?" A bunch of old-fashioned people. The expressions on the others' faces were somewhat awkward. When they arrived at the hotel, they did feel like country people coming to the city, and it seemed that they had brought shame to Jiang Che. Jiang Che had a helpless expression on his face. Why would there be such an idiot? Generally speaking, people who have this sense of superiority are not very rich. If they are really rich, they will not feel superior by staying in a 7-star hotel because they are very knowledgeable and have seen more luxurious things. Maybe their own home is comparable to the presidential suite of a 7-star hotel. In this case, how can they feel superior by staying in a hotel that costs tens of thousands? Just like some people like to show off their brand name clothes, especially shoes, but if their family is really rich, why would they feel superior because of a pair of shoes? Wealth is a temperament that comes from the inside out. Only those who have a little money and stay in such a hotel for the first time will feel that they are cheating. Jiang Che originally didn't bother to pay attention to such people, but then he thought about it and realized that there were so many girls around him. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to be ridiculed like this? So he turned around and used his ID card to get the room card of the deluxe room that Yin Chun had reserved for him, then waved it in front of the young man. Is this the one you're talking about? The young man looked at the golden luxury room card in Jiang Che's hand, then looked at the white ordinary room card in his own hand. His expression suddenly became strange. What the hell? Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang? Just when Jiang Che was showing off, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side, with some disbelief in the surprise. Everyone looked over in confusion. A young man seemed to have just come out of the elevator. He was wearing a suit and walking towards them with a surprised expression on his face. The man was probably less than 30 years old, and he was dressed in a professional suit, which clearly showed that he did not look like a tourist. Several receptionists also confirmed everyone's thoughts. When they saw the young man, they all shouted, "Hello, manager!" It turned out to be the manager of Yulong Hotel. Being able to be a manager in a hotel like this, and being so young, he is obviously not an ordinary person. But even such a person still has to call Jiang Che Mr. Jiang. However, Jiang Che's expression was a little confused. It seemed like he had never seen this person before. "Who are you?" Jiang Che asked rather awkwardly. Gu smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang is really a busy man. He even forgot about his hotel manager. I called you a while ago." Gu sounded somewhat blaming, but everyone could tell that his tone was clearly a joke. But it doesn't matter whether it's a joke or not. What matters is what Gu just said. The manager of his own hotel? Could it be that? Jiang Che finally remembered after Gu reminded him that he had won a hotel called Yulong Hotel during a lottery before, but he thought it was just an ordinary hotel at the time and didn't pay much attention to it. It turned out to be this 7-star hotel. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when I heard Yin Chen's introduction before. Jiang Che smiled awkwardly. Haha. Well, I forgot about it because I have too many businesses. After all this time, it turns out that this hotel is mine. Everyone, is this what a human being would say? How could you forget a hotel like this? Jiang Che was also a little embarrassed. He had been shocked by the appearance of this hotel just now. It turned out to be his own hotel. It seems that I need to ask Mu Hanchua to count my assets when I get back. Mr. Jiang, are you planning to move in? Gu asked, looking at the people behind Jiang Che. Well, it seems there's no room left though. If others don't have a room, then Director Jiang must have one. Gu immediately said to the receptionist, Shaoli, why don't you arrange one for Director Jiang? Oh, okay. The receptionist finally reacted and quickly apologized to Jiang Che. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I didn't recognize you before. It's okay. Jiang Che waved his hand as if he didn't care. Seeing that Jiang Che really didn't seem to take it seriously, the receptionist felt relieved and quickly operated on the computer and took out dozens of room cards. Mr. Jiang, here's your room card. The receptionist handed the room card to Jiang Che with both hands. Her face flushed slightly, her smile became sweeter, and the look she gave Jiang Che was different. Jiang Che took the room card. He didn't know whether these rooms were canceled rooms reserved by others or they were spare rooms. But it didn't matter. As long as there were rooms, it was fine. And this person, Jiang Che turned his head and looked at the young man who had mocked him before. He didn't forget. Chapter 148, Dragon Headroom. The young man was completely stunned. Who would have thought that he could mock the chairman of the Yulong Hotel with just a casual ridicule? Laughing at the hotel chairman for not being able to get a room. What the hell? I am such a talented person. Take his room card. Such a high-end hotel like ours should only have people of quality staying here, Jiang Che said. Gu immediately waved his hand, and the security guard at the door walked over quickly. Sir, please hand over your room card, said the burly security guard with a serious face. How could the young man dare to disobey? He didn't dare to offend Jiang Che at all, and didn't even dare to say a word. He immediately left the room card and left with his female companion in shame, which made everyone feel relieved. Sikin, is this okay now? Let's go in. Here are your room cards. Jiang Che distributed the room cards to everyone. Yeah, Brother Jiang is so cool. Someone cheered immediately, and everyone had an excited smile on their face. This is the Yulong Hotel. You can stay in it and experience it yourself. Everyone cheered a little loudly, but no one thought they were ignorant or uncultured. Others even felt a little envious. After all, they were classmates of the chairman. Gu asked Jiang Che, Director Jiang, do you want to go to the Dragon Headroom on the top floor to take a look? Is there no one living in it? Jiang Che's mind moved. He had just thought about waiting until he was a little more frivolous to try staying in there for a few days. Now that this hotel was his, could he just... No, the Dragon Head room is usually not open to the public. It has not been occupied for a long time, but the room is cleaned every day. Chun-gu said, Director Jiang can move in at any time. Okay, then I'll go to the top floor. Jang-gu nodded in agreement. Others were envious again. It was the legendary Dragon Head room. For Jiang Che, this is no longer a question of money. It is a symbol of status. However, they're already satisfied with the ordinary room. That costs 20,000 yuan a night. People should be content. Jiang Che thought that everyone had come out early in the morning and had not had lunch yet. So he said, everyone go to your rooms and put your luggage away. Then go to the top floor to have a meal together. Chun-gu, arrange for someone to send some food to the top floor later. Jang-gu ordered. Okay. Chun-gu naturally nodded in agreement. Okay. Thank you, Brother Jiang. The others also agreed with a smile. Jiang Che's Dragon Head room on the top floor naturally would not have only one bed like an ordinary room. Even if it is a presidential suite, it has a private cinema, private swimming pool, and so on. Jiang Che's nearly 1,000 square meters of the Dragon Head room naturally has enough space for dining together. It just so happens that it is lively when everyone has a meal together. After all, it is a group activity. The most important thing is that Jiang Che feels that everyone should not feel distant. I live on the top floor, and others live in the ordinary rooms below. Some careless people may not feel anything. It's just a room. But some other people who are sensitive and delicate may think too much. It's not that they're dissatisfied. They're still very grateful to Jiang Che in their hearts, but they just feel a sense of distance and that they are not on the same level as each other. But after a while, everyone went to the Dragon Head room on the top floor and had a pleasant meal together. Obviously, there was no such feeling. The others took their luggage and went to find their own rooms, while Jiang Che went to the top floor under the guidance of Chun-gu. As for Muhan Xue, she took the room card of Jiang Che's previous deluxe room, as she couldn't live with Jiang Che and the others. Taking the elevator, we reached the top floor in just a few minutes. As soon as you enter the door, you will see an extremely luxurious large living room. All the furniture are from the top brands and are comfortable to look at. Chun-gu didn't go in either. He just walked her to the door. He handed the luggage to Jiang Che and said with a smile, Director Jiang, if you need anything, please call me at any time. I won't disturb your rest. Okay, thank you. Jiang Che nodded and walked into the room. After entering the room and closing the door, Jiang Che threw his luggage aside and leaned back on the sofa. It's so comfortable, Jiang Che exclaimed. This sofa was obviously more comfortable than the one in his own villa. Jiang Che suddenly had the urge to change houses. Chapter 149, Seafood Feast. However, Jiang Che did not lie there for long, as the door that had not been locked was pushed open, and Su Junju brought his young wife to Jiang Che's room. It's still a while before dinner. Jiang Che was too lazy to get up, so he asked while lying on the sofa, I'm here to see what the Dragon Head room looks like, Su Junju explained with a smile. Last time, one of my cousins wanted to book a presidential suite but failed, so I want to see what's so special about this more advanced Dragon Head room. After hearing what Su Junju said, Jiang Che immediately became quite interested and said, Okay, let's take a look together. This is my first time here too. At this point, Su Junju recalled that Jiang Che had forgotten that the Yulong Hotel was his. A different expression flashed across her face. How big is your family business? How could you forget such a big business as the Yulong Hotel? I haven't even visited Xinhua Airlines, a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars, since I took it over. Isn't it normal to forget about a hotel? Jiang Che said as a matter of course. Su Junju. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. Su Junju thought about it and realized that discussing this kind of thing with Jiang Che would simply be a blow to herself. So she skipped the topic and said, Let's go take a look at this room. Let's take a look. Jiang Che shrugged. The three of them walked around the room several times and summed it up in 2 words, luxurious. It has all the facilities that a presidential suite should have. Various facilities in the room are of top brands, making the users extremely comfortable, far superior to Jiang Che's villa. However, you can take the elevator from the presidential suite to the top of the Dragon Head. There's also a small airport at the top with a helicopter that you can fly out for fun. In addition, there's a glass wall at the top, through which you can see the scenery below. This can be said to be the best viewing spot in the entire Longhu Bay. You can directly see the endless sea, but because it is too high, you can't see the people below clearly. After watching for a while, a few people went downstairs. After going downstairs, Xiao Qingwan and other classmates also came to the room one after another. After arriving, they naturally wanted to visit the Dragon Head room to see the world. If they hadn't followed Jiang Che, they would probably not have such an opportunity to come to such a luxurious room. Take photos, beautify the image, and share your thoughts in one place. After everyone had toured the room, Chungu called and said that lunch was ready and asked Jiang Che whether he had asked someone to deliver it directly. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, and everyone was hungry, so Jiang Che asked Chungu to bring the food directly to Jiang Che. Jiang Che then led everyone to the dining area in the room. The place was large, but there was no table that could seat 70 or 80 people. After all, under normal circumstances, no one would need such a table, so it would not be placed here. It didn't matter if there wasn't any. Jiang Che made a phone call and gave instructions. Within a few minutes, several people brought up a large rectangular table, along with chairs and other things. It doesn't matter if the table is too big to fit through the main entrance. Just bring it up from the roof using a helicopter and then move it in through the passage on the roof. Rich people do things so simply and conveniently. Jiang Che and his group all sat around the table. It was a new thing for everyone to have so many people eating together. Everyone was in high spirits and was chatting happily before the food was served. They're all young people. Even though some of them brought their partners with them and were not very familiar with everyone, they became familiar with each other as they chatted. In a few minutes, Chungu brought people to bring the dishes. When you come to the beach, you naturally want to eat seafood. And since it was Jiang Che's order, it must not be ordinary seafood. The first dish is jade oysters, a type of oyster. But this kind of oyster is emerald green all over, 100% natural, and extremely precious. When the dishes were served, Chungu smiled and introduced them to everyone. The first dish is emerald oysters. These top-quality oysters are labeled with the red label, which is a label provided by the French Ministry of Agriculture. It represents a very strict quality control system. Only oysters that pass the inspection standards can obtain this label. People don't understand what the standards of the French Ministry of Agriculture are, but they sound very advanced, so they just want to be upper class. Because of the number of people, Chungu specially had people prepare a lot of plates and place them on the table at intervals to ensure that everyone could reach a portion and avoid embarrassment. Jiang Che tried one himself and found it tasted really good. It tastes like cream in the mouth, firm inside and tender outside, chewy in the mouth, with a strong taste of seawater at first, which slowly becomes sweet, and then the metallic smell mixed with the hazelnut aroma diffuses in the undercurrent of gravy. The taste is slightly complicated, but it feels very good. The second dish was sashimi, but it was definitely not ordinary sashimi, but bluefin tuna, which is a type of tuna. Generally speaking, the price of this kind of fish ranges from several hundred to more than 1,000 yuan per kilogram, but some particularly huge ones are not priced according to this. Tuna weighing several hundred kilograms are often sold for millions. For example, these on Jiang Che's desk. Of course, not the whole piece was served, and they couldn't finish it. The ones served by Chungu were the belly meat slices with the best taste. But the price is naturally the most expensive part. Next up is the king crab. Chapter 150, Heading to the Beach. Portions of seafood that they had only heard of before were served on the table. Shock grew in everyone's eyes. The price of this table of food was probably beyond their imagination. On the other hand, everyone's favorable impression of Jiang Che was also increasing rapidly. They felt Jiang Che's kindness. Jiang Che did not just treat them perfunctorily, but really used good things to entertain them. From the hotel stay to the meals now, they could all tell that Jiang Che did not look down on his classmates just because he became rich, nor was he trying to show off. Well, sometimes he did show off inadvertently and made everyone look confused, but generally speaking, he still cared about his classmates. Naturally, everyone was very moved. Then, Brother Jiang, I'll toast you. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for bringing us out to play and for letting us eat such delicious food. A short-haired girl stood up with a glass of wine and looked at Jiang Che with a strange look in her eyes. This was also a classmate of Jiang Che's, but everyone could tell at a glance that the way she looked at Jiang Che was a little different. As soon as the girl finished speaking, as if the others had been reminded, another girl immediately stood up with a glass of wine in hand, looked at Jiang Che, and said, "Yes, Brother Jiang, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never have tasted these dishes in my life. I toast you too." The expressions on everyone's faces were somewhat amused. There was nothing wrong with toasting, and the reason was reasonable, but the look in their eyes showed that it was not just a simple expression of gratitude. However, some people looked at Mu Hanshua twice. Although Jiang Che said that she was just an assistant, as the only female companion by Jiang Che's side, it might not be that simple. But Mu Hanshua disappointed them. She still had a blank expression on her face and didn't even look at the two girls. Jiang Che's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "The teacher is still here. Isn't it inappropriate for you to toast me first? Let's toast the teacher together and thank him for his care over the past 4 years." As soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately recognized by everyone. Some people agreed with Jiang Che, while others thought that what Jiang Che said did make sense. In such a class dinner, they must first offer a glass of wine to Xiao Qingwan. Xiao Qingwan was also quite moved when she heard this. Jiang Che and his classmates were the first batch of students Xiao Qingwan taught, and she had deep feelings for these students. Okay, then the teacher wishes you all a bright future and great success. Xiao Qingwan raised her glass with a gratified smile on her face. Everyone raised their glasses and drank them all. Let's toast the second glass to Jiang Che and thank him for giving us this opportunity to get together before graduation. Xiao Qingwan took the lead and asked everyone to toast Jiang Che. She also saw that Jiang Che didn't want to drink alone with the two girls, so she suggested that everyone toast Jiang Che together. This way, Jiang Che wouldn't be embarrassed, and the two girls wouldn't feel awkward. Naturally, everyone had no objection and toasted Jiang Che with a glass of wine. Then let's toast to our schoolmate friendship. Shilan stood up and said in a joking tone, "When you become successful in the future, learn from Brother Jiang and don't forget us old classmates." Usually 3 cups are given as a toast, so it sounds better to make it a round number. Shilan is the study committee member of Jiang Che's class. She is a skinny and petite top student. She was the beautiful girl who had argued with Qin Sui about whether to go to Jiangnan Park or Guhanxin. Okay, everyone agreed with a smile when they heard this and drank it all again. Fortunately, the alcohol content of the wine Jiang Che brought was very low, otherwise some people might not be able to drink it. Originally, this kind of thing should be done by the squad leader, but at this time, Qin Sui, as the squad leader, just kept silent and ate. He no longer dared to provoke Jiang Che, and was lucky that Jiang Che did not hold grudge against him for offending him in the past. Only after traveling did he realize how strong Jiang Che was. So what he had to do now was to reduce his presence as much as possible and become an invisible person. After 3 glasses of wine, everyone's mood became higher, and the atmosphere was very harmonious as they ate and chatted. After about an hour, everyone had almost finished eating. After eating, it's time to go play. After a short rest, everyone couldn't wait to go to the beach under Chungu's arrangement. For most people, this is their first time to go to the beach, so they're still looking forward to it, especially the boys, because WC, that bikini girl is so pretty. Nonsense, the one next to it is more beautiful. That leg, TSK, TSK, TSK. How can you look at someone from the bottom up? You old pervert. Fuck, can you please wipe your saliva before you talk to me? Why are you looking at legs? A well-mannered person like me only looks at the parts where people are wearing clothes. I don't even bother to look at the parts where they are not wearing clothes. You are such a gentleman then. A group of boys were looking around on the beach. When you come to the beach to play, you have to go swimming in the sea, so most of the girls on the beach wore swimsuits. The boys looked over unconsciously. Of course, there were some shy and honest boys who did not look around and kept their eyes straight. In addition, those boys who have girlfriends dare not look at it randomly. This is probably the only place where single boys can feel superior. As for Jiang Che, as long as the girl looks at him, he won't bother to look at other girls. After all, I face Mu Hanxua's stunning beauty every day, and these girls basically look ugly and ugly, which doesn't arouse my interest at all. Aren't you going in to change your clothes? Jiang Che asked Mu Hanxua beside him. You want me to wear this? Mu Hanxua raised her eyebrows, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. You are indeed a scumbag. I don't know what he did with the female anchor last time under the guise of having a meal, but now he wants me to wear this kind of clothes. What else can he be but a scumbag? Jiang Che looked helpless. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Then he ignored her. There's a changing room next to the beach. When you come back after playing, you can take a shower and change into normal clothes. There are many people in Jiang Che's group, so some people have already changed clothes while others have not. Some boys also changed into a pair of shorts, while others didn't care because they were already wearing shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, so it didn't matter if they got wet, unlike the girls. Jiangche didn't plan to change his clothes either, as there was no need. Chapter 151, Body Shape. Soon everyone changed their clothes. A few girls with nice figures deliberately swayed in front of Jiangche, but unfortunately they failed to arouse Jiangche's interest at all. Mu Hanxue said she didn't want to change, but she still changed into a white beach dress. Her height of over 1.7 meters made her stand out among the people around her, and her temperament was also very different from those ordinary students. With her looks, she can easily attract attention for people around her no matter what she wears, and Jiangche's classmates are no exception. But they didn't dare to look at him anymore. After all, this was Jiangche's personal assistant. After everyone changed their clothes, they went to the beach. People who come to the beach for the first time are curious about everything, even the sand under their feet. People who walk barefoot on the beach can feel a layer of fine sand on the surface, which, under the pressure of their body weight, flows out through the interwoven gaps. It feels itchy, but very comfortable. For seaside scenic spots, the quality of sand is also a very important part, and the sand in Longhu Bay naturally feels very good, giving people a very delicate feeling. When a group of dozens of people walked towards the beach, they attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, there are many people who travel in groups of 3 or 5, but it is rare to see dozens of people traveling together. What's more, there are so many young and beautiful girls in the group. There are also several handsome guys, so many people looked over curiously. Everyone walked and laughed and chatted, and soon they all went into the water to experience the embrace of the sea. To be honest, the main purpose of coming to the beach is to see the scenery, bask in the sun, and relax. The beach is not a playground. There is nothing to play with except sand and water. But for couples, as long as there is a place, they can have a lot of fun. Jiangche sat alone on the beach, looking at the sea in the distance, completely relaxed. But what he didn't know was that Xu Rue, who was not far away, looked over here from time to time, wanting to come over, but was obviously hesitant. About half an hour later, Su Junju came over with his girlfriend. Su Junju's girlfriend's face was red, thinking that Su Junju had taken advantage of her a lot when they were in the water just now. How about my muscles, brother? As soon as Su Junju came over, he wanted to show off his biceps. Not very good. Jiangche took a look and said, disrespectfully. Su Junju was not convinced. I have been working out for 2 years, okay? Aren't these muscles handsome? Jiangche said nothing, but took off his clothes, revealing his perfect muscular body. Su Hunfu. Sorry to bother you. By comparison, mine really doesn't seem that good. You've been practicing this for many years, right? Su Junju said with envy. Who doesn't want to have a good figure, whether it's a man or a woman? You can't choose your appearance, but you can change your figure through hard work. However, few people can make up their minds and stick to it. Not long. It depends on talent, Jiangche said lightly, familiar and pretentious. Jiangche chatted with Su Junju for a while and felt quite bored, mainly because he didn't have a girlfriend yet. As Jiangche was thinking about it, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't done a live broadcast for a long time. Wait a moment, I'll go get my phone. Jiangche suddenly stood up and said, because I was going into the sea, I couldn't keep my phone with me, so I put it in the locker in the dressing room. What are you doing with your phone? Su Junju was a little confused. Making money from live streaming, making money. Jiangche almost said it as earning admiration points. Is it that important to you? Su Junju's face showed some surprise. Jiangche still cared about such a small amount of money? How could it be possible? Hundreds of billions were saved bit by bit. Jiangche said righteously. Su Hunfu. Chapter 152. Live broadcast at the beach. Jiangche ignored him and ran to the locker room to get his phone back. However, before he turned on the phone, he received a call from another unfamiliar number. Hello, Jiangche asked after answering the phone. Excuse me, is this Mr. Jiangche? The voice on the other end of the phone was very pleasant. Well, who are you? This is Xiamu, said the voice on the other end of the phone. Xiamu? Which Xiamu? Jiangche was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Xiamu. She didn't expect that Jiangche had completely forgotten her. Not to mention her status as a pop diva, she was at least one of the most profitable artists in Tianyu Company, right? She suddenly lost confidence in asking Jiangche to write a song for her. Originally, according to her idea, Jiangche was willing to help Yin Yadong write songs. Then, as one of Tianyu's most famous artists, If he could release a hit song, Jiang Che would also make money, which would be a good thing for Tianyu. But now it seems that Jiang Che doesn't seem to care about Tianyu at all. It's Xiaomu from Tianyu Entertainment Company. Do you know him? Xiaomu explained helplessly. Oh, Jiang Che finally remembered and asked, "What's the matter?" "Well, I would like to ask you to write a song for me. I read the song you wrote for Yin Yadong, and I thought it was very good. I haven't released a new song for a while, so can you please write a song for me?" Xiaomu asked. Jiang Che thought for 2 seconds before saying, "Okay, but it will take some time. I'm on vacation now." Jiang Che has been thinking about letting Tianyu's artists broadcast on the Moon Live platform these days, and he wants to know what kind of compensation he should give them. He can't let them work for nothing. Giving them money directly is undoubtedly the most convenient way, but now it seems that writing a song for them is also a good choice. So Jiang Che thought about it and agreed to Xiaomu's request. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Jiang." Xiaomu felt relieved when Jiang Che agreed. The two chatted for a few more words and then hung up the phone. "Whose call is it? I seem to have heard the name Xiaomu somewhere." Su Junju, who was standing nearby, heard Jiang Che say the word Xiaomu and asked curiously. "The singer Xiaomu asked me to help write a song. Jangike Said Kazwali." After Jiang Che's reminder, Su Junju immediately remembered that it was Xiaomu from Jiang Che's Tianyu company. But when he said that he wanted to help write songs, wasn't that nonsense? Who is Xiaomu? The queen of the music world. Even if Jiang Che is rich, it has nothing to do with writing songs, right? Even if Tianyu is your company, you can't brag about its corruption like that, right? Su Junju obviously didn't believe it. "Do you know Yin Yadong's new album that's been very popular these days?" Jiang Che asked. "I wrote it." Su Hunfu. He suddenly remembered the last time they had a dinner party in the dormitory, and then went to Li Dongxin's birthday party. At that time, Yin Yadong mentioned that Jiang Che helped her write a song. Then the lyricist and composer of that album is called Jiang Xiaoshui. "Oh, that's okay." Su Junju shut up decisively. "Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. They are both second-generation rich, but the gap is so big. Then, add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value." Jiang Che smiled in his heart. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Jiang Che thought about it and opened his live broadcast room. Jiang Che has always had a live broadcast room on his own live broadcast platform, and he has broadcast live several times before, so he has accumulated a group of fans. To be honest, Jiang Che is now the anchor with the most fans on the Moon Live broadcast platform. Many people heard about Jiang Che's story on Weibo. He bought the CG team and played the shooter position himself and defeated the LT players. Later, because his live broadcast room was blocked, he bought the live broadcast platform himself. This series of actions naturally made many people want to see what kind of person he is. Needless to say, the location of Jiang Che's live broadcast room is always on the homepage of the Moon platform, the best recommended position. In addition, Jiang Che himself is handsome and has good gaming skills, so it is easy for the audience, whether male or female, to stay. So it is not surprising that he has so many fans. As soon as the live broadcast room was opened, the fans who followed Jiang Che received background messages on their mobile phones. So in an instant, hundreds of thousands of people flocked to Jiang Che's live broadcast room, and the number was still increasing. "Fuck, the handsome emperor has started live broadcasting? Tell me, how many days have you been waiting for us? By the way, where is this? It seems to be at the seaside. Fuck, there's so many beauties. It turns out that the handsome emperor took us to see the beauties. Then I forgive you for not doing a live broadcast for a few days. Isn't that beauty in the white dress so beautiful? She looks like an immortal." When the show just started, the comments were very active, one after another. Jiang Che smiled and turned his phone back, with the camera facing himself, and said, "This is Long Hu Bei. Our whole class is going on a trip together. Does anyone want to meet us?" But when everyone saw the scene on Jiang Che's side, they no longer paid attention to what Jiang Che was saying, and they all became excited. "Wow, brother, your muscles are so handsome, aren't they? What's the point of having such strong muscles? I'm not exaggerating, but if the handsome emperor hits me, won't he beg me not to die? Shui Huang, is this your girlfriend? She's so pretty. I've unfollowed you. Watching your live stream every day makes me look like a loser. Brother in front, be more confident. If you don't watch the live broadcast of the handsome emperor, you will look like a waste. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value." Sure enough, as soon as the live broadcast started, the admiration value started to rise rapidly. Jiang Che glanced at the comments and said with a smile, "There are no games to play today, so I can only show you handsome men and beautiful women." As Jiang Che spoke, he turned his phone around, allowing everyone in the live broadcast room to see people in other places on the beach. Most of the people who came here to play were young people. However, this turn made the audience dissatisfied. "No, handsome Emperor, you and your wife are the representatives of handsome men and beautiful women on this beach. Who else do you want us to look at? Don't move. Handsome Emperor, I want to see your girlfriend." System message. User, Strawberry Head, has been banned for 30 days. Jiang Che added, "That's my brother's girlfriend. Didn't you see it when you were leaning against him? Don't say anything nonsense." It's so funny. This is the live broadcast platform of the handsome Emperor, you know? How dare you say such nonsense? I want to see muscular handsome guys. Don't move, handsome Emperor. From this angle, I can see the elegant girl in the white dress again. Barrages of comments floated by one after another, but Jiang Che ignored them. He moved his phone casually and started taking pictures of the sea view in the distance. Chapter 153, Unexpected Event. When Jiang Che started broadcasting, Yu Yanran and Chun Cece also received the notification. They are also live streaming. During the 7A holiday, many people choose to go out and play, and many people also choose to stay at home. What do they do at home? Naturally, they watch movies and play games, so the live broadcast platform has also received a lot of traffic in the past few days. Other anchors would like to broadcast for 36 hours a day, and only Jiang Che, the anchor, can live so freely. Chun Cece and Yu Yanran, one of whom Jiang Che had specifically introduced to the company, and the other was an anchor in Jiang Che's anchor training plan. Both of them had good recommendation resources, so naturally they had to take advantage of this time to attract more fans. When Chun Cece saw the information about Jiang Che's live broadcast, she hesitated for a moment. She thought Jiang Che was broadcasting a game live, and she wanted to ask Shang Yu Yanran to play with Jiang Che. She had been broadcasting King of Glory for most of the day since morning, and her head was a little dizzy. But after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. It was indeed easier to play with Jiang Che, both in the game and mentally. However, he was still a new anchor on the Moon platform. The most important thing at the moment was to attract a group of fans with his live broadcast style and gaming skills, and not to disappoint Jiang Che's expectations. I should wait until I can start live streaming, and then go find Jiang Che to play with me. So I continue to work hard. Yi Yanran obviously didn't think so much. As soon as she saw Jiang Che start broadcasting, she immediately said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Let's go find a little brother to play together. It's too tiring to play alone." When it comes to being tired, she is even more tired than Chun Cece. Chun Cece was at least still playing the game. She was probably played by the game. No need to say anything. I was not very good at playing games, so I switched to playing PUBG at Jiang Che's suggestion. I was killed 9 out of 10 times. In one game, I was suddenly killed while walking on the road. Plus, I was switching from 2D games to 3D games. I felt a little dizzy after playing for a long time. I couldn't adapt to it, and then I became even worse. Yu Yanran felt like she was about to cry with anger. But fortunately, this unique live broadcast style also attracted a large number of viewers. The popular anchors had seen a lot, and they suddenly felt a little fresh when they saw Yu Yanran. The dishes are so fresh and refined. Hearing Yu Yanran's words, the comments on the screen all teased. The host's performance is so delicious. If I watch it for a while longer, I can save money on dinner. Although she is not very good, her voice is still very nice, and the songs she sings are so magical. Looking for a little brother? Is he the rich and talented guy from last time? I heard that he is the chairman behind Moonlive. You don't even know me, handsome Emperor. Do you still want to stay on Moonlive? Yu Yanran ignored the comments and excitedly opened Jiang Che's live broadcast room to see what game he was playing. However, when she entered, she found that Jiang Che was not playing the game and seemed to have gone to the beach. It doesn't matter where he went. What matters is that he was shirtless. Yu Yanran wiped the saliva from her mouth. Wow, brother, you have muscles. I can. Don't think about it. Little brother is mine. Damn, the handsome Emperor has such a muscular body. Isn't it so handsome? Wipe your saliva. Little Zongzi, your keyboard is not waterproof. Yu Yanran smiled foolishly and said to the audience, Let's stop playing games and take a break to watch the little brother's live broadcast. Jiang Che was still unaware of these things and continued with the live broadcast, but there seemed to be some unexpected situations at the beach. And the people who got into the accident were none other than Xu Ruwei and her best friend Zhou Qianli. When Jiang Che noticed that, he happened to hear Zhou Qianli scolding another young man next to him. "If you've never touched a woman, go touch your mother." Very spicy. Obviously, after hearing these words, Jiang Che and the others around him knew what was going on. It just seemed like Xu Ruwei was touched, and Zhou Qianli was standing up for her. Xu Ruwei first glanced at Jiang Che, then pulled Zhou Qianli's arm and whispered, "Forget it. Let's not cause trouble for Jiang Che." Seeing that the young man opposite her was probably not easy to mess with, she did not want to cause trouble for Jiang Che again, so she thought she could just endure it for a while. However, Zhou Qianli's words had already attracted the attention of everyone around. The expression on the young man's face was somewhat embarrassed and a little annoyed. He heard these people's conversation from the side and learned that they were students who were out together for fun. Then, seeing that Xu Ruwei was so beautiful, he couldn't help but pretend to approach her casually and rubbed Xu Ruwei underwater. He originally thought that these students were timid or cared about their reputation and dared not say anything. If I'm a little luckier and meet someone who's more open-minded, maybe I can make an appointment with him or her in the evening. However, he didn't expect that Zhou Qianli's words would attract the attention of people around him, and he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I didn't mean to do it. Besides, what's wrong with a little touching? Why are you pretending to be innocent when you're dressed like that? The young man shouted angrily. When these words were spoken, everyone around became angry, especially the women, because they all dressed like this. Besides, what else can you wear to the beach if not a swimsuit? Long tops and long pants? And it's wrong for girls to wear less. It's 2020, and there's still this kind of thinking? It's obviously his fault, but he puts the blame on the girls. Do girls deserve to be bullied just because they are weak? The young man offended all the women around him with just one sentence. Chapter 154, Action. Even the audience in the live broadcast room were very angry. What kind of person is this? Really, he has no shame at all. Handsome Emperor, all the boys in your class should go and beat him up. Let him see how dangerous society is. That's not right. Why does this person look familiar to me? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Fuck, is this the guard from Hongyan County's basketball team? I think his name is Liang Sheng. That's him. Handsome Emperor, take a closer look and expose him. There's a lot of discussion on the barrage, but Jiang Che was too busy to read it at this moment. He stood up and looked over there, but did not go over for a while. When the classmates saw what was happening over there, they gradually gathered over there. There were dozens of boys walking in front, which looked quite impressive. What? Are there more people than us? The young man named Liang Sheng was not afraid at all when he saw this. He shouted towards the beach, and several of his companions also came over. Although there were not many people, only 6, they were all about 1.8 or even 1.9 meters tall with muscular bodies, and there was even a strong man who was over 2 meters tall. Jiang Che's classmates didn't recognize the members of the basketball team. After all, it was just a team from a county town and not very famous. But they were a little scared when they saw their muscular bodies, and their momentum suddenly weakened a bit. Don't you want to go over and take a look? Su Junju said to Jiang Che. Now everyone can be said to be following Jiang Che's lead. And if a conflict occurs, it depends on what Jiang Che does. Jiang Che said nothing, but did not move either. After all, it was Xu Ruwei's business. Jiang Che didn't want to be so active. He was even a little too lazy to go. But looking at the situation, I have no choice but to go. Jiang Che walked to the beach, and Su Junju followed him, holding his phone. Naturally, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Che, but most people's eyes were still a little strange. If it weren't for the incident between Xu Ruwei and Su Sailiai, Jiang Che would definitely not have stood in the distance for such a long time before coming over. But now, they were also very curious about how Jiang Che would handle this matter. Liang Sheng saw that everyone's eyes were looking at Jiang Che, as if they were ready to see what Jiang Che would say, and he couldn't help but look over there too. Jiang Che ignored the looks of others and looked at Liang Sheng and said, "Whether it was intentional or not, you should at least apologize, right? Just apologize and forget about it." That's right, Jiang Che was just going to let him apologize. If he had encountered such a thing in the past, Jiang Che would definitely take action directly and beat him up first. But now, Jiang Che felt that it was too much and inappropriate. As for what Xu Rui thinks, it is none of his business. But Liang Sheng was unwilling to apologize. He saw that Jiang Che and his group of students didn't dare to do anything to him. So he said arrogantly, "Apologize? Why should I apologize? What else can you do if I don't apologize? Do you think you're awesome just because you have a lot of muscles?" The 2-meter-tall, burly man next to him also said with a smile, "We're all here to have fun. Why is it so awkward? Why don't we just forget about it? You won't lose anything." It was obvious that he had made up his mind, and Jiang Che and the others didn't dare to do anything. I used to think Zhang Yuan was a nice guy, but now he seems so damn disgusting, right? No loss. There's no loss if I touch you, right? I've reported it. Once this video is uploaded, these people will definitely be banned. Idiot. Is this kind of person qualified to play basketball? The audience in the live broadcast room were also filled with indignation and cursed. These basketball players obviously didn't know that Jiang Che had started a live broadcast, otherwise they would not have spoken like that. Jiang Che was already a little unhappy and didn't have the patience to talk to them. Seeing that they didn't agree, he went straight into the water and walked in front of Liang Sheng. No apology? Oh, what? Still want to move? Liang Sheng had a look of disdain on his face, but before he could finish his words, there was no sound because Jiang Che had already kicked him in the chest. After Jiang Che's body was transformed by the system, although his muscles were not exaggerated, his strength was no less than those strongmen who challenged the Guinness World Records. He could easily lift things weighing 1 or 200 kilograms. Moreover, those strongmen are full of muscles. Although they are very strong, they lack flexibility. Jiang Che looked like he had a normal body shape, and even looked thin when he put on clothes. He was also very flexible, so he directly bought a set of Soldier King fighting skills in the mall system. With full strength and skills, Liang Sheng was unlucky. He was kicked by Jiang Che and fell into the water. He choked on the water for a few times before coming out and cursed, "Gulyulu, Gulyulu." Before he could finish his words, Jiang Che stepped into the water again, and this time Jiang Che stepped directly on his shoulder and did not let go. The people around saw Liang Sheng struggling violently in the water, with a series of bubbles rising from under the water, and their eyes towards Jiang Che change a little. I didn't realize this guy was so fierce. But Jiang Che didn't mean to drown him, so he stepped on him for about 10 seconds and finally let go. Puff, cough, cough, cough. As soon as Liang Sheng showed his head, he spat out a large mouthful of water, coughing violently, and his whole face turned red. Jiang Che pulled his hair and stood in front of Xu Rui and said in a horrified tone, "Apologize." Xu Rui felt a lump in her throat when she saw this, and she almost cried. Jiang Che was like this before. No matter if she was bullied or suffered any injustice, Jiang Che would always stand in front of her to help her block everything. She looked at Jiang Che in front of her, wanting to throw herself into his arms, listen to the familiar words of comfort, and enjoy the long-lost sense of security, but now she could only hold Zhou Qinli's arm and hold back her tears. Zhou Qinli felt the strength coming from her arm and knew what Xu Rui was thinking. During the 10 days when Jiang Che was away from school, Xu Rui could be said to be distracted, but she didn't know how to comfort her. Jiang Che didn't notice that much and was still holding Liang Sheng's hair. Liang Sheng was choked by the water and was speechless for a while, but his companions on the shore were immediately furious when they saw Jiang Che beat Liang Sheng into this state. "Boy, you're done. You were the one who started it first." Zhang Yuan, who was over 2 meters tall, was walking in front and came over angrily. Seeing this, Jiang Che threw Liang Sheng into the water again, turned around, and walked towards Zhang Yuan and the other 6 people without fear. He also had an estimate of the fighting capabilities of the men. If he relied solely on brute force, it might be difficult for him to beat 6 alone. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and these muscular men were not weaklings. But now that I have the fighting skills of a Soldier King, things are completely different. Fighting skills also talk about how to deal with one-on-many situations. Coupled with Jiang Che's terrifying strength, he is not afraid of them at all. Chapter 155, finished. The handsome emperor's muscles are indeed not for show. Liang Sheng is only over 1.8 meters tall, but he was knocked over by the handsome emperor with one kick. So handsome. If I had a boyfriend like him, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Love it, love it. A boyfriend like this makes me feel so safe. It makes me want to find a partner. It seems that the handsome emperor is in trouble now. There are 6 people on the opposite side. What are you afraid of? Shui Huang has dozens of classmates. They won't just stand by and watch, right? Just as the comment said, no one would just stand by and watch when Jiang Che took action. If you take advantage of others, you will feel guilty and will be soft-hearted. No matter whether you can win or not, you will go up to help. Su Junju took the lead and walked towards Jiang Che, and the others followed. But Jiang Che waved his hand. No, you don't need to come over. The others were stunned for a moment, and before they could react, they saw Jiang Che punching Zhang Yuan in the face. His attack was fast, fierce, and full of explosive power. Without pure strength, it would be impossible to have such an effect. However, with the fighting skills, Jiang Che used this move as if he had used it countless times. While exerting force with the sole of his right foot, his waist was also accumulating strength, and the strength was passed on to his right arm layer by layer and finally concentrated on his fist. It hit Zhang Yuan in the face with a bang, leaving him no time to react. The boxer's punches were very fast, and it was difficult to dodge them if you were caught off guard. Zhang Yuan, who was so big, was even less flexible. He was stunned by Jiang Che's punch, and he took a few unsteady steps back and then fell headfirst into the water. Jiang Che knocked him out with one punch. If the ground under the sea wasn't a bit soft and Jiang Che couldn't use his strength, this punch would have been even heavier. Seeing this, the remaining 5 people naturally couldn't just stand there, and they all surrounded Jiang Che. Jiang Che flew forward and kicked the man in front of him, knocking him down first. Some people wanted to attack Jiang Che from the back and side, but Jiang Che dodged them all flexibly. In less than a few minutes, all of them were lying in the water with bruised faces and noses. Trouble. Jiang Che dragged Zhang Yuan by his hair to the shore to prevent him from drowning. I need someone to drag me back after a fight. As for the others, although they were beaten up by Jiang Che, they were still sober and did not need to be dragged back by Jiang Che. These strong men had bruises on their faces, but the people around them were stunned. Are they professional fighters? It was obvious from their punches and kicks that they were professionally trained. Some people even wanted to ask where they learned it. Even Jiang Che's classmates were shocked by him. They had never realized that Jiang Che was so good at fighting before. But come to think of it, they had never realized that Jiang Che was so rich before. Now that they think about it, it seems that there is nothing to be surprised about. Anyway, it's right to just publish it. In the live broadcast room, the live broadcast scene on the screen could no longer be seen clearly, and the barrage of comments flew by quickly. It turns out that the handsome emperor's muscles were not developed in the gym, but were gained through fighting. Fuck is this kung fu? Emperor Shui, please accept me as your disciple. So handsome. I must find a boyfriend who can fight. Oh, it's so wet. Then comes. Add 1,000 to your worship value. Add 1,000 to your worship value. Add 1,000 to your worship value. With the simultaneous effects of the internet and the real world, the admiration value increased by 1,000 at a time. In just a few tens of seconds, he gained tens of thousands of admiration points, which made Jiang Che feel better. Why don't you get out of here? Do you want to fight again? Jiang Che turned around and asked the people with bruised faces and noses behind him. Those people suddenly didn't dare to say anything and lifted Zhang Yuan up in a very embarrassed manner and wanted to leave. You want to run away too? Have you apologized? Jiang Che asked Liang Sheng, who also wanted to leave. Even though Liang Sheng was extremely reluctant, he had to swallow his pride and said sorry to Shu Rue. Only then did Jiang Che let him go. Okay, it's okay. Let's continue playing. Jiang Che said to the classmates and sat back down. Shu Rue looked at Jiang Che, who had never even glanced at her from beginning to end. She inevitably had a disappointed expression on her face, but she still clenched her fists and said firmly in her heart, I won't give up. The other people on the beach gradually calmed down after Liang Sheng and his friends left. Jiang Che's classmates returned to the beach after playing in the sea for a while to experience the feeling of lying on the sand. After all, it was not comfortable to stay in the water all the time. Nothing much happened after that. Couples played some small games together to enhance their relationship, while singles played with sand by themselves. It was soon night, and the sea view at night was unique. Some people who did not go out during the day came specially to see the scenery at night. However, Jiang Che and his group were still enjoying the novelty and were reluctant to go back. They did not go back until after 9 o'clock in the evening when they had enough fun. After arriving at the hotel, everyone was so tired that they naturally didn't want to have dinner together. They went back to their rooms, ate something simple, and rested. And Jiang Che also returned to his dragon headroom. Chapter 156, Rough Waves. The next morning, Jiang Che saw Su Junju with a pair of panda eyes and patted his shoulder earnestly. Young man, be more restrained. Su Hunfu. After breakfast, everyone got ready and went out to play. There's been nothing to do these days except eating and playing. But today we're not going to the beach like yesterday, but to the hotel's private beach. Some high-end hotels on the seaside have private beaches, which are beaches exclusively for the hotels. Only hotel guests can go there. If others want to go in and play, they have to buy tickets separately. For example, the place Jiang Che and his friends went to yesterday was a public beach, which was completely free. The Yulong Hotel naturally also has a private beach. Not only does it have a private beach, but the private beaches are also divided into different levels. Some ordinary customers can go there, but there is a beach that is exclusively for customers of the presidential suite. After all, some rich people finally take a break from their busy schedules and find a chance to go on vacation. They certainly don't want a bunch of noisy people around them, so they can bring their family or friends to this kind of private beach where they can sunbathe and soak in the sea water without being disturbed by anyone. Moreover, there are no other tourists on this kind of beach, so there is no garbage. The environment and water quality are several levels higher and naturally more comfortable. This is the benefit brought by status and money. Besides, when you come to a place like this, you don't have to worry about the kind of thing that Xu Rue encountered yesterday. The video of Jiang Che's live broadcast yesterday has been uploaded to the internet. Liang Sheng and Zhang Yuan were directly banned from the game, and others were also punished to varying degrees. Many people have already scolded them online. Some people also wanted to cut out the video of Jiang Che beating someone and post it online, but they found that this video couldn't be edited. The reason was naturally because the programmers in the technical department of Moon Live had tampered with the system, so it was impossible for Jiang Che's evil deeds to be spread. Although Jiang Che didn't care about other people's opinions. Let's get back to the topic. There were only Jiang Che and his group on this private beach, no one else, so naturally there was no need to worry about anything, and they could play however they wanted. It is definitely boring to soak in the sea all the time, and the novelty of the sea has worn off. Now you can play some interactive games, such as beach volleyball. There are many games that can be played on the beach, and beach volleyball is one of them. There is no one else here, so they don't have to worry about disturbing others and can jump around as they please. So a group of girls went to play volleyball, and most of the boys, including Jiang Che, stood by and cheered them on. The saying, opposites attract, is always true. When boys play ball, they will be more courageous when there are girls next to them. And when girls play volleyball, they will be more active when there are boys cheering them on. Jiang Che lay directly on the beach chair and watched them play volleyball leisurely. How should I put it? Jiang Che felt like the sea in front of him, with rough waves when he watched them play volleyball. A group of girls in swimsuits were jumping and playing volleyball in front of me. The picture is so beautiful. Just imagine it yourself. So both boys and girls can enjoy it. In the evening, everyone had a beach bonfire dinner on the beach, cooking dinner directly on the beach, and having enough food and clothing by themselves. I got some barbecue seasonings and ingredients at the hotel and started trying it myself. Chapter 157, Bluff. In fact, it would be natural for Jiang Che to ask the hotel's chef to come here and help everyone prepare dinner. But how could it be as fun as doing it yourself? Some girls even felt that it was time to show off their cooking skills and were ready to show off their skills to everyone. But obviously, the ingredients provided by Yulong Hotel were different from what they used at home. So those valuable fish fillets turned into black and dark pieces in their hands. But luckily, they still have boyfriends, so they can only let their boyfriends bear with these burnt things. Many boyfriends risked their lives to eat it and still praised it for being delicious. In addition to food, things like red wine are naturally indispensable. After a night, although the food didn't taste as good as last time, everyone laughed and joked together, and their relationship improved a lot. One boy even took advantage of the alcohol to confess his love to the girl he liked. In this kind of atmosphere, everyone is very relaxed, and the success rate of confession will be much higher. Besides, when I was in school, everyone had their own things to do. When they were busy, they even felt that being single was more convenient and no one would bother them. But these past 2 days, I was out and about, eating all kinds of dog food. Others were in pairs, and I was alone. Naturally, I wanted to find a partner and try the sweetness of love. So amid the crowd's cheers, the girl blushed and took the boy's hand. making all the single guys jealous. Jiang Che also nodded with great satisfaction. Well, I can save money on a room for the next few days. 20,000 a day, that's 140,000 in 7 days, which means after rounding it off, he made another 100 million. In the evening, everyone was happy until very late before going back. The next few days were still spent eating, drinking, and having fun. It didn't matter if he got tired of playing at the beach. There were some small islands. Jiang Che asked Chingu to arrange a small boat for everyone to go to the islands and play together. Although they were much more tired than before, it was new. They even set up a tent and slept for a night on the island. It felt like camping. For most of them, this was the first time they tried it in their lives. However, no matter how happy the days are, they will come to an end. 7 days passed in a flash. By the 6th night, everyone had packed their luggage and stayed in this 20,000 yuan hotel for one final night, preparing to go back early the next morning. However, before going back, Jiang Che thought of his parents. He had a great time here, and he had to go back to see his parents and confess the money mattered to them. The last time he called them, he didn't dare to say much because it was difficult to explain. He just said that he made a little money from investment and then transferred 100,000 yuan to his family. Jiang Che suspected that his parents might not even be willing to spend the 100,000 yuan, so he had to go back in person and talk to them about this and buy them a car and a house. However, Jiang Che felt that they definitely did not want to buy a house in the city. After all, they had lived in the village for so many years and were surrounded by people they knew. It would be inconvenient and not good to go out in the city. But as long as you have money, it's not a problem. If you don't want to move somewhere else, just build a bigger house in the village. There's plenty of land in the countryside anyway. All in all, Jiang Che planned to go home after he dealt with the matter of the live broadcast platform. Chapter 158, Big Data. The next morning, although everyone was very reluctant to leave, they had to take a plane back, still on the super luxurious Boeing 747-8 VIP private jet. The first thing Jiang Che did after returning home was to lie down on the bed, take out his mobile phone, and turn on Moonlive. The net has been cast for such a long time that the fish should be caught. From now on, we should focus on dealing with sharks. Jiang Che first opened Han Jinhu's live broadcast room. Unexpectedly, his live broadcast room already had more than 3 million followers, officially becoming the #1 on Yueliang Live, which was much better than Jiang Che had expected. There have been many jokes about the gold medal lecturer circulating recently. Slogans like "looking back to take out" and "no loss this time" have become the catchphrases of many people. The most popular one is probably what Han Jinhu said unintentionally. "You only saw the 2nd floor and thought I was on the 1st floor, but in fact I was on the 5th floor." Old 1,000-layer cake. Jiang Che thought about it carefully. Although it was unexpected that Han Jinhu could gain fans so quickly, it was also reasonable. The publicity efforts of Moon Live were beyond imagination, and there were advertisements of Moon Live on various apps. For example, when Jiang Che opened Taobao, there was an advertisement that took 3 to 5 seconds to enter, and that was the advertisement for Moonlive. Of course, Taobao is just one of them. The advertising expenses spent by Yueliang Live during this period are beyond imagination. The main reason is that Jiang Che spends money regardless of cost. It cannot be said that he does not care about cost, because with the help of the system, Jiang Che firmly believes that his live broadcast platform will not lose money, and the investment now will be doubled in the future, so he will naturally invest boldly. In addition, this is the prime time of the 7-day holiday and the heat of Jiang Che's previous conflict with Shark, so the traffic on Moon Live during this period is beyond imagination. Many people downloaded it with the mentality of seeing what this software is like. Then once opened, the app will actively recommend some excellent anchors to new users, such as the 9 anchors in Jiang Che's training plan. There's actually big data analysis on this recommendation issue. For example, when reading novels, some readers who like urban novels will find that the app often recommends urban novels to them, and the same is true for fantasy novels. If you don't read the recommended novels, the app will try to change the style, such as reality novels, game novels, etc., until it recommends something you like. The most typical big data is Taobao recommendation. For example, if you search for headphones once, it will continue to recommend headphones or other related things to you for a period of time. Based on these things, you could determine a user's basic information. For example, if someone often buys women's clothes, lipsticks, cosmetics, and other things, then she is basically a female. Then you can roughly judge her age based on her shopping style. There must be a difference between the things in the shopping cart of a 20-year-old girl and that of a 40-year-old middle-aged woman. You can also roughly judge the user's economic conditions based on his or her consumption level. If he or she buys clothes or lipstick that cost thousands of dollars each, his or her economic conditions must be good, and vice versa. Big data can record most of the user's actions on the internet, so sometimes it is very important for mobile phones to protect the user's privacy. Without privacy protection, the consequences can be very serious. Although this is big data from another software, as long as you have money, it doesn't matter who it belongs to, just buy it. And by combining and analyzing data from multiple sources, we can obtain a lot of information. Therefore, the app can make accurate recommendations based on each user's age, gender, and preferences. Han Jinhu has excellent gaming skills and a relaxed live streaming style. So basically all viewers who like to watch LOL live streaming will stay. Sometimes even those who don't play games will be attracted by his live streaming style. To be more precise, it's the live streaming style given by the system. It's not an exaggeration to say that the number of fans increased so quickly. Chapter 159, Meeting. In addition to Han Jinhu, Jiang Che went to look at other people's live broadcast rooms. Those in his anchor training program were all pretty good. The worst one had hundreds of thousands of fans. Even Yu Yanran had attracted a large number of fans with her unique live broadcast style, which was comparable to her time as a shark. No anchor needs the company to actively subsidize their salary. Sure enough, the training plan given by the system is not bad. Therefore, the live broadcast styles of these anchors have basically matured, the quality of a live broadcast is guaranteed, and they have a certain fan base. Jiang Che can rest assured that the stars of Tianyu Company will lead the traffic. These anchors already have enough strength to retain the audience they attract. The next morning, at Tianyu Entertainment Company, Jiang Che notified yesterday that he would come here for a meeting today, so Tianyu was particularly lively today. The celebrities who had other things to do postponed their morning events, but not only did they not feel it was a bother, they even felt a little bit of anticipation. After all, this was the first time for most people to meet Jiang Che, the new chairman of Tianyu Company. There have been various rumors in the company these days. It is said that Jiang Che is not only young and handsome, but also very talented. With the title of chairman, naturally many people are particularly curious about Jiang Che. In addition, Jiang Che's new song Every Month plan has become a star-making plan in the eyes of these stars. Yin Yadong, who was originally unknown, instantly became a singer as popular as Xiaomu because of an album. Although this popularity may not last for a long time, it is terrifying enough. If this is not a star-making plan, what is it? Besides, Yin Yadong's treatment during this period made other people in the company jealous. Not only did the company assign her a professional public relations team, but she also received invitations to numerous shows, including variety shows and talk shows. Through these programs, others also got to know this innocent music girl better and fell in love with Yin Yadong. The number of fans increased crazily, and this has become a virtuous cycle. If you're popular, you will be invited to a show. If you're on a show, you will be more popular, and the cycle will repeat. The popularity remains high, just like the rich getting richer. So now they are all very interested in Jiang Che's new song plan, thinking that if they can perform in front of Jiang Che, maybe they will have a chance. In the conference room, everyone sat upright, waiting for Jiang Che's arrival. After a few minutes, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and everyone saw an incredibly good-looking young man walking in with a smile on his face. Then Pan Wenlu and another cold and arrogant woman followed him in. Before everyone could react, they heard Pan Wenlu introduce in a simple and shocking manner. "This is our director Jiang. Everyone welcomes him." Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. As expected, he was just as the rumors said, young and handsome, and he was too young. Those actresses who were regarded as aloof goddesses on the screen were now staring at Jiang Che's face and couldn't take their eyes off him. Those male stars also sighed in their hearts that Jiang Che's looks were enough to make his debut, and he would definitely gain a lot of fans. It's a shame that she didn't make it to the stage with such good looks. And I heard she's quite talented. Can she write songs and sing? Of course, they did not forget to welcome Jiang Che, and they all stood up and shouted, "Welcome, Mr. Jiang. Sit down." Jiang Che smiled and waved his hand. Tao naturally sat on the main seat, while Pan Wenlu sat next to him. As for Mu Hanxue, she still stood behind Jiang Che. Jiang Che sat down without any nonsense and said directly, The company's operations have been good recently. I don't have much to say. I came to the meeting today mainly to ask you for a favor." Jiang Che's words were very polite. When the others heard them, they hurriedly said, "Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. If there is anything we can do to help, we will definitely do our best to help." Chapter 160. Help. Help is appreciated. I helped Jiang Che today. If I have any small requests in the future, it should be no problem to ask Jiang Che for help, right? That's human nature. What they think is unsolvable may be just a matter of words for Jiang Che. So now that they have the opportunity to help Jiang Che, these people are naturally very willing. Jiang Che was very satisfied with everyone's reaction and continued. "Have you heard of Moon Live? It's a live broadcast platform I created. It's currently in a stalemate with Shark Live, so I hope you could go to Moon Live and open a live broadcast room. You can sing and chat or interact with fans to help Moon Live attract a wave of traffic." Everyone had different thoughts when they heard this. Live broadcast. This was not a difficult thing. Even celebrities who were not famous would often record programs. They were just programs with lower ratings, so it was not difficult to interact with the audience in the live broadcast room. It would not be like a novice anchor who would be stage fright or something. Maybe it could even increase a wave of fans. But what they didn't expect was that the Moon Live that had been hotly discussed on Weibo during this period was actually Jiang Che's industry. And the one who had a falling out with Shark was actually Jiang Che himself. So, does that mean Jiang Che has connections in the entertainment industry, esports circle, and live broadcast industry? My boss is so young, but he already has so many businesses. It seems his background is even stronger than I thought. It's just that the stronger Jiang Che's background is, the better it is for Tianyu, and it's naturally a good thing for them as well. As everyone was thinking different things, Jiang Che heard him speak again. "Of course, I won't let you help for nothing. I will write a song for everyone who has a live broadcast. It will be on the same level as Yin Yadong's album, and the sales will definitely exceed 1 million. However, in addition to singers, there are also actors, hosts, and other types of artists here." So Jiang Che thought for a while and continued. "As for the artists who are not singers, it seems that there are no other programs to do for the time being. I can pay you directly, or I will take care of you when there are projects in the future." Take care of something means using some connections and opening a back door, but Jiang Che also has a plan in mind. For example, in addition to the songs, Jiang Che has asked Pan Wenlu to prepare for the filming of the movie, but Jiang Che did not mention who would be given a place in the movie at this time. He did not mean to help with the live broadcast, but to assign a role to those actors. Because poor acting skills will affect the overall quality of the movie, but the songs were given to them, the quality of the lyrics and music are at the same level. If they sing badly, it is their own business and it will not have any impact on the company. Tianyu has many excellent actors, but there are also many excellent artists outside. Under the fierce competition, Jiang Che can take care of one or two. The level gap is not big, and giving them a role will not affect the quality of the movie. Jiang Che will give them a chance. A blacksmith must be strong himself. Without strength, it will be useless even if he is given an opportunity. When these people heard Jiang Che say that they would pay them wages, they hurriedly said, "Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. Mr. Jiang's business is the company's business, which is also our business. No wages are required." Are you kidding? What kind of salary do you want? Even if Jiang Che offered a salary of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands for each live broadcast, it would definitely be far less than a future development opportunity. With Jiang Che's status, he would naturally not try to get something for nothing. Since he said he would definitely do it, everyone could tell the difference between the two. Those singers were also very surprised. Jiang Che said that he would give them a song that was no less than those in Yin Yadong's album. Although it was only one song, they all knew what it meant. For some mediocre second-tier singers, this meant that they got the best song since they became artists. This is a great opportunity to become famous. You must seize it. Although Jiang Che spoke to them in a negotiating tone, these people were no longer rookies in the workplace. Jiang Che did not make any mandatory requirements. It sounded like they could go if they wanted to, and it didn't matter if they didn't go. If they went, he would give them benefits. But if they didn't go, who knew if it would leave a bad impression on this new chairman with an amazing background? No one is crazy enough to deliberately make things difficult for Jiang Che. Chapter 161. Slightly worse. Xiaomu nodded unconsciously. It was just a live broadcast, no problem. She was just curious about how Jiang Che dared to promise to write a song for all singers that was no less than the one in Yin Yadong's album. Every song in that album could be said to be the best of the best. How can you write so many songs at once? What kind of strength and talent does this require? In addition, Jiang Che had already told her that the song she had asked him to write had been completed, but it had not been given to her yet. She was already impatient to know what kind of work Jiang Che would write. Was it really as good as he said? For someone like Xiao Mu, who is obsessed with music, this moment is like a child waiting for his favorite toy, and he is naturally very anxious. Jiang Che was very satisfied to see that everyone was very willing to go live, and nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Pan will inform you of the specific arrangements for this matter later. Now everyone can go about their own business." Xiao Mu and Chun Ming stay for a while. Upon hearing this, everyone greeted Jiang Che and left one after another. Xiao Mu and a good-looking young man stayed. Most people in the entertainment industry are not bad-looking, especially the younger artists, regardless of gender. The reason why Xiao Mu was allowed to stay was naturally because Jiang Che wanted to give the new song to her, and Chun Ming was allowed to stay because he was the candidate selected by Pan Wenlu for this month's new song plan. Pan Wenlu had sent someone to tell him about this matter before, so Chun Ming felt flattered at the moment. He did not expect that this opportunity coveted by almost all the singers in the company would fall on a little-known artist like him. But a month ago, Yin Yadong was also unknown. In short, he was excited but also a little nervous and wanted to perform well in front of Jiang Che. After all, Jiang Che was the one who made the final decision. Jiang Che was also ready to deal with Chun Ming's problem first. He took out his cell phone, handed it to Chun Ming, and said, "Take a look at the lyrics and try to sing it." Chun Ming took Jiang Che's phone with both hands and suppressed the excitement in his heart. As long as he seized this opportunity, he might become the second Yin Yadong. The opportunity was right in front of him. Chun Ming first read the lyrics from beginning to end and went over them in his mind before picking up the guitar, calming down his nervous emotions, and slowly began to sing. If anyone is at the lighthouse, play with her hair. Thoughts are engraved on the walls and tiles. Everyone present, except Mu Hanxue, listened very attentively. The main reason was that Mu Hanxue didn't understand music very well. Xiao Mu nodded slightly. The lyrics and music were indeed well written, very artistic and coherent. However, she felt that the quality was a little worse than Yin Yadong's. Jiang Che said that every song of his would be of the same quality as Yin Yadong's album. Of course, she didn't care too much about it. After all, it was just a song in the album. Besides, there was no uniform standard for quality. If she felt it was a little worse, others might feel it was better, so she kept listening attentively. Jiang Che also listened very carefully, but there was obviously some gap between Chun Ming's performance and Yin Yadong's, especially in singing skills. But there is nothing that can be done about it. With Yin Yadong's singing skills comparable to Xiao Mu's, it would be lucky for the company to have one. If the company were full of artists of that level, why would it be afraid of Dynasty Entertainment? It was also because the surprise Yin Yadong gave Jiang Che last time was too big, so he felt a little disappointed this time. Chun Ming can only be said to be the tallest among short people, and there is still a gap between him and talented players like Yin Yadong. Chun Ming finished singing very quickly, and no one felt impressed. Jiang Che thought about it and decided not to change people. Since Pan Wenlu chose him, it meant that he should be the strongest among the newcomers except Yin Yadong, so it was acceptable to just make do. So he said directly, "To be honest, there is still a big gap between your strength and Yin Yadong's." Jiang Che didn't use any euphemisms and just pointed it out directly. Seeing Jiang Che's expression, Chun Ming thought he was disappointed. He nodded and said, "I know. I can't compare to her." "You don't have to have that expression. You can't compare to her, but you're more than good enough compared to others. So this album is handed over to you. It's up to you to see how well you can perform." Jiang Gisaid. Chun Ming's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He originally thought that he had no chance. Jiang Che stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the guitar, and I'll sing it for you. It's up to you how much you can learn." Jiang Che said this with great confidence, just like a senior educating a junior. But Chun Ming did not feel any dissatisfaction in his heart, and he obediently handed the guitar to Jiang Che. Xiao Mu became really curious when she heard Jiang Che's extremely confident tone. Yin Yadong also said that Jiang Che's singing skills were very strong, and she wanted to see how strong he was. Jiang Che coughed lightly and spoke. "If anyone is at the lighthouse, play with her hair. Thoughts are engraved on the walls and tiles. Same lyrics, same melody, But as soon as the song started, Xiaomu felt amazed. She even sat up straight unconsciously and looked at Jiang Che, with Jiang Che's deep voice echoing in her mind. Lighthouse lover, sad man. As soon as they opened their mouths, Xiaomu felt the deep sadness. Chunming sang the lyrics, while Jiang Che sang the mood. She finally understood that it wasn't the lyrics and the music that were the problem, but the difference in singing skills. She even felt that it was a bit of a waste to let Chunming sing these lyrics, and these lyrics and music might be buried forever. Although it may seem a bit disrespectful to say this, Xiaomu really feels sorry for these beautiful lyrics. Just like farmers cannot bear to see food wasted. What a waste. Chapter 162, Wind and Moon. Not long after the song was finished, the entire conference room was filled with a sad atmosphere. The song moved the emotions, and this is the infectious song. The shock in Xiaomu's eyes lingered for a long time, and she almost instantly judged that Jiang Che's singing was slightly better than hers. When it comes to singing, Xiaomu has never been defeated by anyone. She is extremely confident in her singing, just like a swordsman always believes in the sword in his hand. But now facing Jiang Che, for the first time, she feels inferior to him in music. When she heard Yin Yadong say that Jiang Che was a great singer, she thought it was an exaggeration. After all, Jiang Che was a chairman. Now she finally realized how wrong she was. It's not arrogance. Xiaomu feels that there are only a handful of people in the entire Yanhuang Empire who can match him in singing skills. But now, Jiang Che, as the chairman of a company, a position that has almost nothing to do with music, has actually surpassed him in musical attainments. I can't believe it. Just as Xiaomu was shocked, the system's voice also rang in Jiang Che's mind. Ding gained recognition from top singers. Do you want to spend 1 million worship points to unlock advanced music mastery? Last time, King of Glory got the chance to unlock advanced mastery by defeating a professional player. And this time, it was because of Xiaomu that he got the chance to unlock advanced mastery in music. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment and then chose to open it. Anyway, I have enough admiration value now, which I can use to purchase and upgrade skills. A cool feeling flowed through his body, and Jiang Che's musical proficiency was upgraded to advanced proficiency. Chunming was just as stunned as Xiaomu. He was completely immersed in Jiang Che's singing and did not react until Jiang Che's voice stopped. But before he could say anything, Jiang Che returned the guitar to him and said, "Go back and practice hard. I hope to see your progress in the album you release at the end of the month." Yes. Chunming took the guitar in a daze and walked out, Jiang Che's voice still echoing in his mind. It turns out that this song can be sung like this. After Chunming left, Xiaomu looked at Jiang Che with even more anticipation. She really wanted to know what kind of song Jiang Che had prepared for her. Jiang Che did not let her down. He took out a copy of the lyrics and said, "Take a look." The lyrics Jiang Che gave her had no music, just pure lyrics. With Xiaomu's level, it would be enough to just give her the lyrics. She would be able to handle the rest by herself. Giving her too much would become a restriction. Xiaomu took the lyrics. The name of the song was Feng Yu, which was full of poetry. As for the content, Xiaomu read it carefully. After reading it silently twice in her mind, Xiaomu frowned slightly. The lyrics were very well written, and could even be said to be on par with the song she had created during her peak period. However, to write a song of that level required luck and inspiration, and it was indeed amazing that Jiang Che could come up with one so easily. But the lyrics don't quite match my usual style. I have always been following the pure route, but the lyrics of this song have a kind of amorous meaning. One can even say that they're full of worldly flavor, which is far from my style. This song isn't quite appropriate, Xiaomu said hesitantly. It doesn't quite match your style, does it? Jiang Che said with a smile. Actually, before I gave you this song, I took a look at most of your previous works, and they all tended to be more pure in style. Jiang Che was not lying. He even specially studied Xiaomu's singing style before coming up with the lyrics for this song. In fact, Jiang Che knew something about Xiaomu without even researching. After all, every song of this queen-level singer was widely circulated. When Jiang Che was still an ordinary college student, he could often hear Xiaomu singing. At that time, Jiang Che felt that she was like his first love, pure and lovely, and also like the little sister next door, fresh and innocent. It's just that Jiang Che didn't understand music at that time. He just thought Xiaomu's singing was nice, and she was pretty. But from his current perspective, Jiang Che feels that Xiao Mu's singing style may be a bit monotonous. Trying other styles may allow her to make further progress on this path. After hearing Jiang Che's words, Xiao Mu asked in confusion, "Then why did you give me such a song?" Jiang Che replied, "Because I think you could try a different style." In fact, this song was not selected by Jiang Che himself, but recommended by the system. Last night, Jiang Che was still a little conflicted when choosing songs for Xiao Mu, because after all, Xiao Mu's identity was different from that of ordinary singers, and some of her own works were not even worse than those in the system. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the lyrics she picked out did not satisfy her? In addition, it will be of great benefit to Tianyu if Xiao Mu can release a song that surpasses all the previous ones. So Jiang Che naturally had to choose carefully. When Jiang Che was struggling yesterday, the system recommended this song to him, saying it was very suitable for Xiao Mu. Although the system didn't explain anything, Jiang Che still trusted the system, except that he didn't complete the last money-spending mission. The system said that it would be better to let Xiao Mu try this style, so Jiang Che took out this song. Change the style. Xiao Mu hesitated, a style that had never been tried before and was completely different. If the song Xiao Mu sang before were the girl next door type, then this song, Feng Yu, became about a prostitute. The change is quite big, and it can even be said to be a complete opposite. So this is also a challenge for Xiao Mu. The most important thing is that such a worldly song may destroy the pure image she has established in front of her fans in the past, which is risky for her. Seeing her in a dilemma, Jiang Che didn't want to force her, so he said directly, "Of course, I'm just making a suggestion. If you don't want to try it, I have other songs that suit your style." Since Xiao Mu was singing it herself, Jiang Che didn't need to act like an old mother and persuade or coax her to sing the song. The system said that it could help Xiao Mu make further progress, and Jiang Che believed it. But if Xiao Mu didn't believe it, then forget it. He had to seize the opportunity himself, and Xiao Mu was no exception. However, Xiao Mu did not refuse directly. Instead, he asked Jiang Che, "Then, Mr. Jiang, can you sing it for me? I want to know your understanding of this song." The lyrics Jiang Che gave her did not come with a melody, so what she had in mind must be different from what Jiang Che had in mind. She wanted to hear how Jiang Che sang it. Jiang Che thought about it and nodded. "Okay. Actually, this song is not very suitable for men to sing. In fact, for most songs, it can only be said that they have their own characteristics when sung by boys and girls. Even if the lyrics are written from a female first-person perspective, it doesn't matter much. A talented singer can still sing them well when covering them. But this song is different. It is just not suitable for male singers to sing." But for Jiang Che, a man with a system, this is not a problem. Chapter 163, The Charm of Advanced Mastery. Listen to the tips before. It will be better if you close your eyes, Jiang Che said with a smile and took the guitar. Several people were a little curious. Why did he close his eyes? But since Jiang Che said so, then just close your eyes. Even Mu Hanxue was a little curious and closed her eyes after hearing Jiang Che's words. She doesn't understand music, but she also thinks Jiang Che sings well. The three beauties closed their eyes one after another. The scene was quite tempting. However, Jiang Che did not think much about it. He gently plucked the guitar strings twice and spoke. "Take off your beautiful but rubbing high heels. Lock the door, turn off the lights, and turn your back on the noisy world." The plain face has restrained its eyebrows and eyes. Jiang Che only sang the first sentence when everyone opened their eyes instantly and looked at him in disbelief. This sound, that's right, Jiang Che used a woman's voice. This is, of course, due to the voice actor's mastery of this skill. This song is only suitable for females to sing, so Jiang Che directly used a female voice, and it was a very charming female voice. It fits the word windy and dusty very well. But the problem is that Jiang Che is a man, so there's a sense of visual and auditory dissonance, which feels quite weird. They finally understood why Jiang Che asked them to close their eyes and listen. If they didn't close their eyes, they probably wouldn't be able to concentrate on the song. However, Xiao Mu was particularly interested in Jiang Che's voice. This kind of voice should be easy to become popular no matter how good his singing skills are, right? Male voices become female voices become male voices, plus such singing skills, talent, and appearance. Xiao Mu no longer dared to imagine what it would be like if Jiang Che made his debut. However, they soon closed their eyes and concentrated on listening to Jiang Che singing. After all, listening to music is the real thing. With this seriousness, they completely immerse themselves in the song, as if they had become the heroines in the song. You know, Jiang Che has just reached advanced level of musical proficiency, which is a much higher level than before. If Jiang Che's previous singing was to create an artistic conception for the audience to feel, then now Jiang Che is putting the audience directly into the artistic conception, allowing them to become characters in the song and feel the artistic conception of the song. Just one step away, a world of difference. Jiang Che's singing soon reached its climax. At the beginning, I always thought deeply about your love and my wishes. Then there are always those who pick and choose between you and me. In the end, it will always be cold and indifferent with stars dotted around, and you will hate me and resent me. A fascinating suspense of love and love. This song is different from the ones Jiang Che gave Chunming before. The previous songs were sad love songs, telling about the sad atmosphere when men and women parted. But this song can't be described as sad, but it has an inexplicable melancholy. Xiaomu and the other two feel as if their hearts are hanging in midair, unable to go up or down, just like the experience of the woman in the song. From this climax, you can tell that this song is about a woman's mind that changes from being as clueless as a blank sheet of paper to being covered with mottled oil paint, and then from being covered with oil paint to gradually removing the paint from her body and returning to her true self. Under Jiang Che's powerful singing skills, Xiaomu and the other three have already put themselves into the protagonists of the story, as if they had personally experienced everything that the woman in the song had experienced. Lyrics are full of emotion and are something that the writer put a lot of feelings into writing. An excellent work of art can resonate with the audience or listeners, and the same goes for songs. The listeners can associate the emotions in the songs with their own experiences, thus resonating with the emotions. Just like some people can cry when listening to love songs after breaking up, this is resonance. They associate the lyricist's emotions with their own experiences. And with Jiang Che's powerful singing skills, this resonance seems even stronger. Take off your beautiful but rubbing high heels. Lock the door, turn off the lights, and turn your back on the noisy world. The plain face has restrained its eyebrows and eyes. From here, they could hear the character's attitude towards life. High heels are beautiful, but they hurt your feet. Only when you lock the door and turn your back on the noisy world can you show your true self. The so-called prostitute is just a name, referring to someone who has experienced the dust of the world. But if one does not have a heavy burden on his shoulders, who would want to experience the hardships of this world? It was only out of necessity that I had to go through the world for the sake of making a living. And whose life is easy nowadays? Everyone is experiencing the dust. In the eyes of others, Pan Wenlu is a successful person. At the age of less than 30, she is a powerful woman with a net worth of over 10 billion. But does Pan Wenlu have an easy life? Not really. Her father passed away unexpectedly, and the tens of billions of big companies were suddenly placed on her shoulders. Externally, Dynasty Entertainment Company seized the opportunity and rose to prominence. Internally, there was her so-called uncle who was deliberately trying to get the shares of the company that her father left her. It was a situation of both internal and external troubles. Who knows the pain and experience involved? Mu Hanxue is a top student in the eyes of others, and now she's also with Jiang Che and earns 1 million yuan a year. But is this easy? If it were easy, she would not have asked Jiang Che for an advance on her salary the first time they met. The same is true for Xiaomu. Only she knows how much sweat and tears she shed before she became famous. Just like a line of poetry says, people only admire the bright and beautiful flowers of success, but their buds were soaked in the tears of struggle. This little poem is very consistent with Xiaomu's experience. As amazing as she is now, she had her share of hard work back then. It's not easy for everyone, so when they listened to this song, they felt very uncomfortable. Even someone as cold and arrogant as Mu Hanxue had red eyes. It seemed that she had a lot of things hidden in her heart. Not long after, Jiang Che finished singing a song and asked Xiaomu with a smile, "Do you want to sing my song? If not, I have other lyrics." "Yes, this is the one." Xiaomu agreed impatiently. She felt it would be her honor to be able to sing such a song herself. Even though changing style is difficult and even involves considerable risks, Xiaomu still wants to give it a try. In addition, she also felt that Jiang Che did not lie to her. If she could sing to Jiang Che's level, then this song would definitely help her to take a step further. It's not about improving one's status in the music industry, but about improving one's singing skills. She doesn't care about titles like Little Queen. All she wants is to keep pursuing and climbing to the peak of music, step by step. And Jiang Che's song gave her hope for further progress. You know, it's very difficult for a singer of her level to make progress. Just like it's not difficult to go from 60 points to 80 points. But to go from 95 to 100 points will require several times more effort than before. Okay, seeing her agree, Jiang Che naturally nodded with a smile. Believe me, this song will definitely take you to another level. Thank you. Xiaomu thanked him sincerely. Whether it is success or failure, Xiaomu is very grateful to Jiang Che for giving her these lyrics. Chapter 164, Turbulence. After giving the lyrics to Xiaomu, Jiang Che's mission for this trip to Tianyu was completed. After giving instructions on the live broadcast on the Moon Live platform, the subsequent arrangements were handed over to Pan Wenlu. Pan Wenlu did not disappoint Jiang Che and had already made some moves on Weibo in the afternoon. First, the official Weibo account of Tianyu Entertainment Company posted a Weibo announcing that Tianyu Entertainment Company had reached a cooperation with the Moon Live broadcasting platform. Some artists from Tianyu Entertainment will register as anchors on the Moon Live platform and start live broadcasts to interact and chat with the audience. After this Weibo post was released, it didn't actually cause much of a response, and some bystanders just felt a little confused. Entertainment company reaches cooperation with live streaming platform. Is this another new activity? They just thought that some unknown artist from Tianyu Entertainment Company went to the Moon Live platform to broadcast live and do some promotional activities, so they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, those big stars are very busy and have so much time to deal with their announcements that they don't have time to do live broadcasts. However, after Xiaomu posted her Weibo, everyone found that things were not as simple as they thought. Xiaomu's Weibo post was very simple, just 2 sentences. See you on the Moon Live platform at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Room number 123456 is my first time as a host. I hope everyone will support me. Also, I will release a new song next month. I will reveal some information about the new song during the live broadcast. If you're interested, you can come and take a look. Everyone was stunned. What did this mean? Xiaomu was going to broadcast on the Moon Live streaming platform? Combined with the previous Weibo post released by Tianyu Entertainment, this is obviously what it meant. But being a host? Isn't that nonsense? Who is Xiaomu? A superstar singer who has become a host? For money? Not really. A singer like Xiaomu obviously can't be short of money. As for the company's strong demands, that is even more impossible. The company may make such demands on some small artists, but for a star of Xiaomu's level, the company obviously will not let her do anything she doesn't want to do. Being a host is a bit of a loss of status for Xiaomu. You have to know that some celebrities look down on those so-called internet celebrities and so-called anchors. The identities of the two are not at the same level at all. So the boss behind Moon Live is really financially strong and invited Xiaomu to promote Moon Live. In short, everyone didn't quite understand the cause and effect of this matter for a while. But the cause and effect has nothing to do with them. Xiaomu's attitude is obviously to promote Moon Live. And since Xiaomu said that he wanted to live broadcast on the Moon platform, then go. Go now. Download the Moon Live app now. Don't ask why, just go. You have to know that some Stars fans are very crazy, especially the younger ones. They are willing to spend money, effort, and time to rank their favorite idols. But just downloading a software is not a big deal. Not only do they have to download it themselves, but they also have to ask their classmates and friends to download it together to support their idols. What's more, by downloading the live broadcast software, you can also watch Xiaomu's live broadcast and interact with your favorite idol in person, which can be considered a reward. In the past, I could only watch the programs that Xiaomu participated in on my mobile phone. At most, I could buy a ticket to Xiaomu's concert and go to see Xiaomu in person. But even in a concert, he was standing on a high stage, and I was far away from him. But now it's the same with live broadcasts. I can post comments during live broadcasts, and even if Xiaomu may not respond, I can still see it. If I'm lucky, maybe Xiaomu will pay attention to my barrage. So without further ado, download it now and wait for Summer Sunset to start at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. But what no one expected was that Xiaomu's Weibo post was just the beginning. After the summer ended, hundreds of artists from Tianyu Company posted on Weibo one after another. A first-tier male singer. I will be broadcasting live on the Moon at 10 p.m. on October 10th. Waiting for your arrival. A famous actor. I don't have much to do recently, so I will chat with you on the Moon Live platform on the evening of October 8th. A well-known host said, Moon Live is a very good live broadcast platform. I will often broadcast there in the future. I hope you can support me. Weibo post after Weibo post was sent out, all from Tianyu's artists, all expressing support for Yuelyang Live. There are top singers and actors, as well as unknown and flop artists. This time everyone was really scared. If we talk about celebrities doing live streaming, I'm afraid it's only to sell goods, but that's simply because there's a lot of money. A live broadcast of a few hours can make tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. There will always be brave men who take risks when there's a big reward. If we calculate according to this standard, how much would it cost for so many artists from Tianyu Entertainment to broadcast live on the Moon Live platform? Is the boss behind Moon Live already that rich? But when everyone thought about it carefully, it seemed that this was no longer something that could be done with money. Those second and third-tier artists could be hired with money, but would first-tier stars or even top singers like Xiaomu care about money? Even if a live broadcast cost hundreds of thousands or millions, they would not bother to come. If it's not money, then it's means. It's terrifying when you think about it. Everyone realized that they seemed to have underestimated the young boss Jiang Che. Jiang Che was able to get all the artists from Tianyu Entertainment Company to come out in full force to promote Moon Live. What kind of means did this take? In just a few hours, this incident became a hot topic on Weibo and became the hottest topic in recent days. Its influence can even be said to have gone beyond the circle. Not only the entertainment circle and the live broadcast circle have heard of the name Moon Live, but other people who don't care about this matter at all have also heard of it. The publicity effect is unprecedentedly good. At the same time, the number of downloads of the Moon Live app is also increasing rapidly. According to the backend data, the number of downloads of the Moon Live app has exceeded 100 million in just one night and is still rising rapidly. According to this trend, it will not stop in a short time. However, the platforms that were most affected by this incident were other live streaming platforms. The onlookers were just surprised and watching the fun, but for other live streaming platforms, this was really the wolf coming. A hungry wolf stepped into the live broadcast industry and frantically snatched their user resources. Ultimately, this matter should be blamed on Shark Live. You asked for death, and you dragged us into it. How can we survive if such a powerful competitor is introduced into the live broadcast industry? To sum it up, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Chapter 165, Poaching. In Shark Live, Wang Xiangwen and Han Du both had gloomy looks on their faces. They didn't expect Jiang Che to have such means. What is the most important thing for a live broadcast platform? Without a doubt, it is traffic. The traffic that Tianyu Entertainment Company has brought to Yuelyang Live will be unimaginable. Even the top anchors are far behind the stars. Those top actors and singers can even become household names, but there are currently no such people among the anchors. Because the anchors are divided into sections, each anchor has his own live broadcast content. For the King of Glory anchor, his audience is destined to be those who like to play King of Glory. The same is true for other sectors. But movies and songs are different. A good movie or song can be passed down for decades, with little limitation on age and gender. But Wang Xiangwen was not panicked. After so many years in the business world, he was no longer the young man he once was. He said with a slightly gloomy expression, "What a young man. He can actually invite a top star like Xiaomu. It's just that they are still too young. Even if these stars can bring traffic to your Moon Live, most of it is useless waste traffic. You can only invite a celebrity once or twice at best. After this wave of popularity passes, your true colors will be exposed again." Live streaming platforms still rely mainly on professional anchors who are talented and famous, not these celebrities. Wang Xiaowen's idea does make sense. Under normal circumstances, even if Jiang Che paid a high price and invited these big stars to his live broadcast platform to promote it and bring in a large wave of traffic, these are only short-term. Without excellent anchors on his own platform, he cannot retain this traffic at all. Once the stars leave, the audience will also leave. This is the reason why Wang Xiangwen is not panicking. The Shark live streaming platform has the most anchors among all live streaming platforms, and there are also many big anchors with strong strength. This is the real foundation of a live streaming platform. As long as the foundation remains intact, the platform will not collapse. But what he could not have imagined was that Jiang Che was not only able to keep these stars on the Moon Live platform and broadcast frequently, But also a group of anchors on the Moon Live platform were no less capable than those big anchors of Shark in terms of live broadcast quality. It was just that the time was still short, and they had not yet surpassed them. Wang Xiangwen and Han were not clear about Jiang Che's strength, so they were not panicked. They were just a little surprised that Jiang Che had such great means. Go and have the executives of each section manage their anchors well and improve their benefits appropriately to prevent them from being poached by Moon Live. These people are our Shark's most important resources. Wang Xiangwen instructed Han Du. Also, this matter was caused by Ji Ning, so we have to get his support anyway. Understand. Han Du nu did inagreement. What they didn't know was that Jiang Che was already trying to recruit their anchor. In a high-end coffee shop, a young man who looked to be in his 20s sat in front of Jiang Che. If there are players who often watch live broadcasts of King of Glory, they can probably recognize at a glance that this young man is a well-known anchor, whose real name is Chao Dong. It is no problem for him to rank among the top 10 in popularity in the entire Shark King pesticide section. And he is also Jiang Che's target this time. But to be honest, Chao Dong didn't really want to go to Yueyang Live, but Jiang Che sent someone to contact him, and he took into account that Jiang Che's identity was not someone a host like himself could afford to offend. So he still came out to meet Jiang Che and prepared to politely refuse. Jiang Che also knew that it would not be easy to get other well-known anchors to come before Moon Live showed its strength. Even if Jiang Che invited all the artists in Tianyu, most people still thought the same as Wang Xiangwen. These traffic are just a flash in the pan. After these stars leave, the moon will still be the same moon. One day, they may not be able to continue. They don't have to gamble. But for Jiang Che, isn't it just about money? In the end, it's all about the word interest. Staying with Shark is because of interests, and not going to Moon Live is also because of interests. Jiang Che smiled at the young man in front of him and said tactfully, "Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. I could be considered a host who grew up in Shark. Shark also gave me a lot of help when I was starting out. I have no intention of leaving Shark for the time being. Also, changing the platform is like starting over again for me. I hope Director Jiang won't make things difficult for me." Jiang Che smiled and said, 1 million. Chao Dong looked at Jiang Che with some confusion, not understanding what he meant by the 1 million. Jiang Che explained, "You will be treated the same way as you were treated in Shark. As long as you agree to come, I will give you 1 million in cash." Jiang Che said as he took a contract from Mo Hanchue's hand behind him. "That is to say, as long as you sign your name on this contract, 1 million will be deposited into your account immediately." 1 million is nothing to Jiang Che. When he said this number, it was as calm as if he was giving Chao Dong $10. Jiang Che had already sent someone to investigate. With Chao Dong's fame, he could probably earn a little over 1 million yuan a year at Shark. The 1 million Jiang Che gave was equivalent to his annual salary, and the other benefits remained the same, and he gave him an extra 1 million yuan for no reason, which was considered very generous. But Chao Dong still said with difficulty, "Mr. Jiang, I am really not that kind of person. Shark has treated me well." Jiang Che thought about it and directly raised 3 fingers to interrupt him. "Since you're the first anchor I recruited, I will give you a higher price, 3 million. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. When Moon Live rises, you will not be treated this way if you want to come again." He looked like a nouveau riche, except for the money, but Chao Dong felt that Jiang Che was particularly elegant at this moment. When Chao Dong heard the figure of 3 million, his eyes lit up instantly. He took the contract from Jiang Che and said with a smile on his face, "Look at what you said, Mr. Jiang. Am I the kind of person who doesn't know how to appreciate a favor? From now on, I will rely on Mr. Jiang to take care of me at Moon Live." That's 3 million. So fragrant. Jiang Ke. Jiang Che was originally planning to praise him by saying, "A man of insight is a wise man," after he agreed, but seeing his expression now, he thought better of it. It would be a waste to use the word wise man on him. But to be honest, live streaming is just for making money. Few people can resist the temptation of 3 million. Chao Dong looked at the contract and signed his name after he felt there was no problem. The contract clearly stated that all breach of contract fees would be borne by Yueyang Live Broadcast Company. This made him feel completely relieved. After all, the penalty for breach of contract was extremely high. Seeing him sign his name, Jiang Che smiled and stretched out his hand, saying, "It's a pleasure to work with you." Chao Dong hurriedly shook hands with Jiang Che and said modestly, It can't be considered a cooperation. I'm just working for Mr. Jiang to make a living. Chapter 166. Shark's Top Anchor. Chao Dong had concluded the negotiation, and after happily signing the contract, he went back to prepare for his live broadcast on Yueyang. However, Jiang Che told him not to rush to the moon for the time being, but to continue broadcasting on Shark for a few days, because Jiang Che felt that he had to achieve the goal of not making a move, but once he made a move, he would leave the opponent no room to breathe. If Chao Dong goes to Moon Live to broadcast tomorrow, then Shark will know that Jiang Che is trying to poach their people and will definitely take some precautions. It may not be so easy to poach other anchors, but if they don't make a sound, they won't know. When Jiang Che says something, nearly half or even more than half of the anchors of Shark will leave together. I think the executives of Shark will be very confused. This can also be considered a hidden trump card. After Chao Dong went back, Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue went to the next city together. Jiang Che made appointments with 5 anchors this afternoon, in 3 cities respectively. Of course, these 3 cities are not far away. Otherwise, Jiang Che would have to run to death. And Jiang Che also changed his car. He no longer drove his previous Venom. After all, that car was too eye-catching, but instead changed to an Aston Martin DBX that was newly given by the system. This car is Aston Martin's first and currently only SUV model, with a price range of between over 2 million and over 3 million yuan. Compared to Jiang Che's previous cars that cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, the price is naturally much lower, but the comfort is not worse at all. The interior space of the SUV is very spacious, and the leather seats are also very comfortable. After being used to seeing cars worth tens of millions, a car worth 3 million may sound a bit inferior. However, a car worth 3 million can definitely be considered a luxury car. You should know that a Lamborghini SUV only costs 2 to 3 million. The reason why top-level SUVs like Rolls-Royce are so expensive is that their internal configurations are too luxurious, even extravagant. To give the simplest example, an umbrella by the door costs nearly 100,000 yuan, but it seems that this umbrella can only protect against wind and rain. The Aston Martin DBX does not have such luxurious configuration, but it has everything a luxury car should have, and its comfort level is better than most sports cars. Mu Hanxue drove the car, and Jiang Che sat in the passenger seat, and they soon arrived at another city near Jiangnan City. In fact, small matters like negotiating contracts could be directly handed over to Mu Hanxue or other senior executives of Moon Live, but Jiang Che himself had nothing to do, so doing more things himself could help him exercise his abilities. Although he had a system, he couldn't be lazy. After arriving at the agreed location, Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue were waiting there. They both arrived a little early. However, Jiang Che asked these people to go to the Moon Live broadcast, as he was asking for a favor. Coming early was considered courtesy to the wise, so it was okay to wait a little longer. However, more than 10 minutes after the agreed time, the other party still didn't come. Jiang Che didn't react and continued to sip his tea with a calm expression. He thought the tea tasted pretty good. He had never drunk tea before, but the high-end tea provided by this restaurant was pretty good, with a strong tea aroma. However, Mu Hanxue did not have Jiang Che's patience. She glanced at her watch and frowned slightly. The other party was almost 20 minutes late. If she had come by herself, she would have left directly. There's no need to wait for people like these who have no sense of time. It's not like Yueyang Live can't find people begging them to go live. But Jiang Che hadn't spoken yet, so she continued to wait with Jiang Che. About 15 minutes later, the other party finally arrived. A young man walked into the room with an apologetic look on his face and said, "Sorry, Director Jiang, there was a traffic jam on the road, so I'm a little late." The young man was probably in his 30s, with ordinary looks and a slightly plump figure. It could be said that he was the type that could not be found in a crowd. However, such an ordinary person turned out to be the #1 Shark Lord, Zhongzhe. He is one of the top 10 anchors in the entire Shark. However, although he said the words of apology at this time, his tone did not contain any apology, but rather a sense of indifference. However, it is understandable that most of these anchors were otakus who only knew how to play games before they became famous. The same goes for Zhongzhe. Before he became famous, he was just a loser who was good at playing games. He even had difficulty finding a job. But after becoming the top player in PUBG with his funny live streaming style and good gaming skills, he easily earns tens of millions a year. The surge in his deposits also made his mentality a little unbalanced, so he became a little inflated, even arrogant. It's okay. We weren't waiting for you. Jiang Che sipped his tea carefully without even raising his head. What do you mean? Zhongzhu was stunned. Chapter 167. Yu Yinran's Changes. Jiang Che picked up the cup, drank the last sip of tea at the bottom of the cup, stood up and said with a smile, "We were waiting for you for the first half an hour, and then I just thought the tea tasted good and wanted to finish it before leaving. So, I'm sorry to have made you run for nothing," Jiang Che said calmly, not at all angry about Zhongzhu's lateness. Being angry will only put you in a weak position. Only by being calm can you show strong self-confidence. Zhongzhu's face suddenly turned ugly, but he didn't dare to get angry. He paused for a few seconds before pretending to be relaxed and said, "It's okay. Anyway, I didn't plan to go to the moon to broadcast live. I just came here to refuse, so it's not a wasted trip." Zhang smiled. If he really had no idea, he wouldn't be here. Why would he come here if he had no idea? What would he do when he had nothing to do? In fact, Zhongzhu definitely had some ideas. He thought that Yin needed people right now, so he wanted to see if he could ask Jiang Che for more. If Jiang Che gave enough, he would definitely go to the moon to broadcast live. At this time, Jiang Che didn't even give him a chance to talk, which made him feel looked down upon. It seemed that he was not as important as he imagined. Since becoming the top anchor of Shark, Zhongzhu has never been treated like this. Compared with the Shark, the moon is just a small live broadcast platform. What I pursue is long-term development, so why would I go to a small place like the moon? Zhongzhu directly started talking nonsense and said with disdain. He showed an attitude of disdain towards Moon Live, as if this would tie him with Jiang Che. Look down on yourself? I also look down on you, Moon Live. A similar mentality. This time Jiang Che didn't even turn his head and was too lazy to pay attention to him. In 2 days, he will know how long-term his vision is. Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue left immediately, leaving Zhongzhu with an unhappy look on his face. After leaving here, Jiang Che went to meet the next 3 anchors. Among the remaining 3 people, 2 are big anchors at the same level as Chao Dong, and 1 is a top anchor at the level of Zhongzhu. It is easy to recruit young anchors, but they are of no use. However, only 1 of these 3 people was successfully negotiated, plus Chao Dong, which means that Jiang Che poached 2 anchors from Shark in 1 afternoon. Out of 5 people, 2 succeeded, which means the success rate is less than half. However, Jiang Che also understood that, judging from the current situation, the Shark was still very powerful, and Moon Live was still just a small platform in front of it. But Jiang Che believed that after tomorrow night, no one would look down on the moon anymore. In fact, after that long Weibo post was published, the number of downloads of the Moon Live app began to increase continuously. It paused for a while in the evening, but began to increase significantly again around 6 o'clock in the evening of the next day. By around 7 o'clock, it can be said that the growth is rapid. Because Xiaomu's live broadcast starts at 8 o'clock, these people obviously came for Xiaomu. In just about an hour, the number of downloads of the Moon Live app more than doubled. The influence of a queen-level singer should not be underestimated. These people downloaded Moon Live, but what should they do if Xiaomu hasn't started yet? Naturally, they will go to other live broadcast rooms first, watching and waiting for 8 o'clock. Many people are also very curious about the Moon Live broadcast that has been making a lot of noise recently. They want to know the level of the anchors on the platform. Now that they have downloaded it, they might as well take a look. Just like when consumers buy something, they will definitely look at the quality of the item first. And the level of the anchor basically represents the quality of a live broadcast platform. At this moment, in Yu Yinran's live broadcast room, the host is out of luck again. Is the host performing a fancy kill for us? Other people were killed as soon as they landed on the ground, but the anchor was different. He was killed in midair. Please find out the psychological shadow area of the anchor at this moment. Although it's pitiful, I still want to laugh. Ha ha. The comments were all filled with mocking tones, but while they were mocking, they were not idle either, as they sent up small gifts one after another. The gifts on the Moon live streaming platform are also related to the element of moon. A small osmanthus flower costs 1 yuan. A moon cake costs 6 yuan. A cute little jade rabbit costs 66 yuan. An osmanthus tree costs 99 yuan. A crescent moon costs 666 yuan. A full moon costs 999 yuan. And the most expensive gift is Chang'e at 2,000 yuan. The gifts form a system in themselves, which gives the audience a sense of freshness. At this time, Yu Yanran was still looking at the computer screen in confusion. She didn't know what was going on in this game, but suddenly she wanted to jump to the airport. But the result was she jumped too slowly and was shot into a box in midair. Oh my God, how come these people are parachuting so fast? Yu Yinran let out a howl with a look of despair on her face. Sorry, I should be playing landlord. She couldn't have said this before. She might have been a little shy and a little restrained before, but after seeing Jiang Che's teaching to her, can't let go. It doesn't exist. Although this wave of deaths was very frustrating, the live broadcast effect was obviously still good. Coupled with Yu Yinran's look of despair, it made people feel inexplicably cute. When some viewers heard Yu Yinran's voice, they immediately posted comments with doubts. Huh, the host's voice sounds familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. A little Zongzi? This sound, I remember it now. So you're the host of Do. Wow, Xiao Zongzi, you are broadcasting live on the moon? I always thought your voice was nice, but I never knew where you were broadcasting live. Are you all new fans? It feels like there are a lot of new people here today. Dear friends, don't miss it if you pass by. Follow us and you won't get lost. An old fan took the initiative to help Yu Yinran promote her. Yu Yinran also noticed these comments and immediately changed her expression. She said with a smile on her face, all the new friends are here for Xiaomu, but since you have seen this, just follow me. The host will teach you 108 ways to kill a box, and there will be no repetition. Wow, such a cute little sister. She'll probably cry for a long time if I punch her. Cute, I'm paying attention. Shut up, I'll tell you a number. 1 minute, 1,437 hits. I used to watch Xiao Zongzi playing King of Glory on Shark, but I didn't expect him to switch to PUBG. He's still so bad, but seems cuter. I'll definitely follow him. Thank you all for your attention. To express my gratitude, I will sing a song for you. Yu Yinran said as she bent the microphone and prepared to sing. But the barrage started to panic. No. Can I just stop paying attention to you? Don't sing. The last time I was watching Xiao Zongzi's live broadcast in the hospital, I happened to hear her singing. The old man in the bed next to me, who was already dying, struggled to get up and turn off my phone. Speaking of which, little Zongzi, where's the little brother who brought you to eat chicken? Let him sing. Woman, you are playing with fire. You will drive away all the new audience members. But Yu Yinran didn't care and said in a proud tone, I want to sing. You people will ruin my performance. Beep, 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 beep. Ride my beloved little motorcycle. He'll never get stuck in traffic. The comments posted by the audience before definitely had some exaggeration and ridicule. Although Yu Yinran doesn't have much singing ability, her voice has a natural and cute feeling that makes people feel inexplicably comfortable listening to it. In addition, such a song does not require any singing skills, so it still sounds good. At one time, he gained a lot of fans and small gifts. Chapter 168. Summer Dusk Begins. Similar scenes not only occurred in Yu Yinran's live broadcast room, but also in the live broadcast rooms of other big anchors on Yueyang Live, where there were similar barges. Comment in Han Jinhu's live broadcast room. Skin? Li Shizin's a skin. Fuck, it turns out that Square Jungler was introduced from you. After learning your tactics, I went straight from gold to platinum, and it became much easier to play. The streamer is really awesome. This anchor is really funny. After watching for a while, I realized that many of the memes out there came from him. How could such an anchor not be popular? It seems that both his skills and live broadcasting effects are better than those of the top anchors like Shark. Why are you in such a hurry? The Moon Live platform has only been established for less than half a month. Hasn't the handsome emperor already invited Xiaomu to come? It's only a matter of time before these big anchors on Moon Live become popular, and they already have millions of fans. Roger's live broadcast room. By the way, it seems like there are a lot more people in Brother Jie's live broadcast room tonight. I feel it too. Are you all here to see Xiaomu? I want to go and take a look at her later too. She's the national goddess. I was watching a live broadcast in Kai Ji's live broadcast room just now. His live broadcast room also has a lot of new viewers, but he always asks us to all stand up to watch the live broadcast. I came here because I was tired of standing. There are more people in many anchors' live broadcast rooms tonight. Speaking of which, the handsome emperor is really amazing. He can even invite Xiaomu. It's only a matter of time before Moon Live rises. To be honest, I didn't like him at first. He actually fired our brother Jie from CG. But now it seems that was really bad. I think the most popular anchor on a Moon Live platform has to be Shuai Huang. The number of people in live broadcast rooms of all sizes has increased significantly. Many people just clicked on a recommended live broadcast room out of boredom and gave it a try. Then they were surprised to find that these unknown anchors were actually very interesting, and the experience they gave to the audience was no worse than those so-called top anchors on other platforms. Moreover, a large portion of the so-called big anchors on other platforms are fake and are promoted by unions and bosses, while Moon Live relies entirely on its systematic live broadcast style to attract audiences. The two are not on the same level at all. Then they casually clicked to follow us and decided to visit often in the future. It doesn't matter where you watch live broadcasts. Since there are such interesting anchors here, why not come here often? However, as the time gradually approached 8 o'clock, the number of people in these people's live broadcast rooms began to decrease again. Obviously, they went to Xiao Mu's live broadcast room. Although there was still a little time left, even in the live broadcast room with a black screen, there were still countless viewers chatting enthusiastically with barrage comments. At around 7:50, Xiao Mu's live broadcast room became the most popular live broadcast room on the entire Moon live broadcast platform, even though she hadn't started broadcasting yet. Yu Yanran watched the audience in her live broadcast room leave one by one, and sighed in her heart that such a big star with such a high price was indeed not comparable to a small anchor like her. If she had such influence, she should be able to help Jiang Che a lot. However, Yi Yanran watched as the audience in the live broadcast room left one by one, and even some old fans had to go see Xiao Mu first before coming back. Although she felt a little disappointed, she certainly would not show it. Instead, she deliberately sighed and said pitifully, "Alas, everyone is left. Don't forget to follow us when you leave, otherwise you won't be able to find your little cutie when you look back." Oh my God, when did you learn this trick? You've changed. You've become cuter. My old man's girlish heart, where is the medic? Is it okay if I don't leave? Xiao Mu is nothing. I just want to see you. I'm following you. I'll be right back after I go take a look at the goddess. Although being cute is shameful, but it really works. Yu Yanran's actions have attracted many viewers. Indeed, many people forgot to click the follow button. If they just left like that, they might have forgotten about it later. But after Yu Yanran's soft and cute reminder, they immediately clicked the follow button. From this, it can still be seen that Yu Yanran's live broadcasting skills have indeed improved a lot. How could she have known these routines before? Of course, it could also be that Jiang Che told her last time that he liked the cute sound of Didu. After waiting for a long time, the audience in Xiao Mu's live broadcast room finally waited until sharp 8 o'clock. When the time on a mobile phone changed to 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, Xiao Mu's live broadcast room lit up on time. Xiao Mu's delicate face appeared in front of the camera, and the audience was immediately excited. The screen in the live broadcast room was almost completely blocked by the barrage of comments. Oh shit, it's really here. Moon Live is awesome. Handsome Emperor is awesome. Goddess, still so beautiful. Enough of the nonsense. Rockets, no, start brushing Changli. Goddess, are you going to release a new song? Little Twilight, is that our family in the background behind you? Go to hell, it's obviously my house. Barrages of comments and gifs were flying all over the screen, and they couldn't stop for a moment. Not only do fans send gifts, but some companies and studios also give gifts to Xiao Mu. Of course, this is different from other anchors and those who are involved in unions. With Xiao Mu's current status, naturally there are countless people who want to curry favor with her. There are even many programs and TV stations that want to invite her to appear in a show or something. There are too many people who want to establish a relationship with her. So as soon as these people heard that Xiao Mu was going to do a live broadcast, they were already prepared, ready to give tens of thousands of gifts to attract Xiao Mu's attention. But looking at the current situation, giving away tens of thousands of dollars won't even make a splash, and giving away hundreds of thousands will only make a small splash. Xiao Mu didn't care about the gifts, but greeted the audience with a smile. Good evening, everyone. Just saying hello can make countless fans excited because the feeling is so close. A national goddess-level figure like Xiao Mu holds a lofty image in the hearts of all her fans. Now that she opened her mouth, many fans suddenly became excited, feeling that they had never been so close to their idol. For those who don't like Xiao Mu, they don't feel anything. It's just a word. Who can't speak? But her fans feel completely different. It's so touching. Chapter 169, Effect. Jiang Che looked in each live broadcast room for a while and finally came to Xiao Mu's live broadcast room. At this time, Xiao Mu was talking to the audience about the new song she had mentioned before, saying that the style would change and revealing some information slightly. Of course, more specific content needs to be kept confidential. Jiang Che looked at Xiao Mu's live broadcast room, and next to him were the technical staff of Yueyang Live. How many people are online at the same time now? Jiang Che asked. 3 million and still growing, the guy from the technical department said excitedly. You should know that under normal circumstances, the number of people online at the Shark Live platform at the same time may be less than 1 million. Only when there are large-scale competitions, the number of viewers is relatively large and can exceed 1 million. And now Moon Live is 3 times higher than this number. Although it was mainly due to Xiao Mu, it was still not easy to reach this number. The most important thing is that with so many people online at the same time, the server is not stuck at all. If these 3 million people were all put on Shark, then Shark server would probably collapse immediately. At that time, various live broadcast rooms would not be able to be opened, and after opening them, they would be stuck. This would give users a very bad experience. My own server is so powerful. The technicians expressed excitement. Jiang Che nodded slightly, obviously very satisfied with this number, and stood up and said, "You continue to watch here, and don't let anything go wrong." "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang." That night, half an hour after Xiao Mu started broadcasting, the maximum number of people online at the same time on the Moon Live broadcast platform reached more than 4 million, a number that is unattainable for other platforms. Xiao Mu's live broadcast lasted for about 2 hours before ending. However, after Xiao Mu ended the broadcast, the number of people watching Yueyang Live did not decrease much, and the number of online users still remained around 3 million. Because after Xiao Mu, several singers will start live broadcasts, and the artist who will follow Xiao Mu is named Fan Jingbai. Although this singer is not as famous as Xiao Mu, he is also a first-line singer and has brought in a large number of audiences. Later, 3 or 4 more artists from Tianyu started live broadcasts. Although they're definitely not as influential as Xiao Mu, their influence should not be underestimated. This order was also arranged by Pan Wenlu, so that Xiao Mu, who has the highest fame, would be broadcast first. The following stars should move away from Xiao Mu, otherwise the audience might be attracted to Xiao Mu, which would be so awkward. This is like wearing the same clothes. It's not scary, but whoever is ugly will be embarrassed. In addition, at the end of these live broadcasts, these artists will mention, "I will come to the moon to live broadcast from time to time in the future," which means that they're not just broadcasting once to complete the company's tasks. In this way, the audience will not uninstall the app directly after watching the live broadcast and look forward to seeing their favorite idols again next time. Many people were also curious about the relationship between Jiang Che and Tianyu Entertainment Company and asked questions in the barrage, but the artists naturally pretended not to see such questions. After one night, Moon Live received tens of millions of viewers, with a maximum number of people online reaching 4.2 million. In addition, after this live broadcast feast, Moon Live became popular in major forums and other places. Those viewers who originally just wanted to watch it casually found that Moon Live was much better than they had imagined. It's like the feeling of surprise when you originally thought you could only get 60 points, but when the test paper is handed out, you find out you got 90 points. They found that some of the little anchors on this platform are much more interesting than they imagined. The popularity of Moon Live was unprecedented, and those who had been there had a sense of superiority when discussing it on the forum. I'm kidding you don't know how funny that DNF anchor is. He almost made me die of laughter last night. Can you be as good as my gold medal lecturer? You may make a small profit, but I will never lose money. First there was Lu Mao, then there was Tion. Smoking in reverse is like a god. You guys better stand aside. Don't compare yourself with others. If you want to compare who wakes up earlier. A beautiful day ends when you see Sister Zhou. What are you talking about? Some people who have never been to the Moon Live broadcast felt that something was wrong. What is this talking about? I can't understand it myself. Is it off track? You don't know this? If you go and check out the anchors on Moon Live, you'll die of laughter. I am the best shark in the world. Fuck you. Shark is just a brother. I'll give you a ride. Although the subsequent communication process is not easy to display, it can be seen that most people have a very good impression of Moon Live. As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. With these anchors, it is only a matter of time before Moon surpasses Shark. Jiang Che's methods have greatly shortened this time. However, Wang Xiangwen and other senior executives of Sharks felt something was wrong. If it was just the large number of people, it wouldn't be a big deal because those people were mainly there for the stars. But after looking at their discussions, they felt that their previous thoughts might have been a bit wrong. It seems that Moon Live is better than you thought. They also seem to have quite a few excellent anchors who come from nowhere. Wang Xiangwen felt that he needed to pay attention to Moon Live. But the business world is like a battlefield and opportunities cannot be delayed at all. Wang Xiangwen thought to himself, I'll have a meeting when I have time, and then a few days passed in a flash. This is also the reason why Shark has become the leader of the industry and has been comfortable for too long. This is what is commonly known as expansion, and there is no sense of crisis anymore. While Wang Xiangwen was thinking, I have time, Moon Live was still developing rapidly. In the past few days, because of the relationship with Tianyu artists, the daily traffic of Yuelyang Live has remained high, and the number of followers in each live broadcast room has increased rapidly, especially for those anchors ranked at the top. Pan Wenliu's arrangement ensures that there is a very famous star every night, as well as several less famous artists, so that the traffic appears to be high and stable. This is a welfare period for the anchors of the Moon Live streaming platform, a period in which their fans increase rapidly. The anchors on other platforms are envious of this hot traffic. They are all wondering how many fans they would gain if they were to broadcast live on the moon in the next few days. Even those Shark undercover anchors who had already reached an agreement with Jiang Che were getting anxious. The contract had clearly been signed, so why weren't I allowed to go to the Moon Live broadcast? Under such circumstances, it is much easier for Jiang Che to poach people. That's right, Jiang Che is still recruiting people these days, every day. It's just that the efficiency is getting higher and higher, because those anchors have seen the great prospects of Moon Live, plus the generous remuneration offered by Jiang Che. It is difficult for them to refuse. Isn't the purpose of live streaming to make money? The money has been handed to me before, so why shouldn't I accept it? As for being criticized for being money-hungry, they're no longer afraid. There's a saying that the law does not punish the masses. If one person jumps to the moon for money, he may be scolded, but if everyone goes there together, then the problem is Shark Live. If there is no problem with your platform, why are so many people leaving? In fact, the problem is not with Shark, but with Jiang Che. The problem is that he is too rich and has too much money. There is no pressure to recruit so many anchors. For example, right now, Chapter 170, Shark Brother. 100 million. How about that come to my Moon Live? Jiang Che asked the young man in his 30s in front of him. He looked very wealthy, and it was easier for him to say 100 million than 100 yuan. This young man's name is Su Guan. He is the top player on the Shark platform, the recognized top player, a LOL anchor, and a former professional player. When he was a professional player, he was very popular because of his superb skills and good temper. After becoming an anchor, he has even more fans. In addition, he has good looks and many female fans. But even so, the 100 million offered by Jiang Che was still an extremely high price. Su Guan showed an awkward smile on his face. Director Jiang, there is no need. Jiang Che shook his head and interrupted him. Add another 100 million, 200 million. It's simply inhumane. Su Guan's heart trembled slightly. 200 million. How rich is this person? He doesn't even consider money as money. In fact, Jiang Che didn't complain about having too much money to spend. He really just wanted to defeat Shark at the beginning, but now that Moon Live has already been established, why not continue to make money from it? I spent 200 million today, and I can earn it back quickly by using Moon Live in the future. Su Guan's net worth may not be worth 200 million, but his status in Sharks is worth more than 200 million in Jiang Che's opinion. Shark, imagine that Shark has been dug to the moon by himself. What do other people think? Will they think Shark is no longer good? Otherwise, why would a top anchor like Su Guan run away? This is just like a war. To catch the thief, you have to catch the leader first. It's a matter of momentum. If Su Guan followed Jiang Che to Moon Live, then Shark would be on the verge of bankruptcy. If it was just the loss of a host like Su Guan, there wouldn't be such serious consequences. But after Su Guan left, it would be much easier for Jiang Che to continue targeting Shark. The butterfly effect. Seeing that Su Guan was still hesitant, Jiang Che said calmly, 250 million. There's no more. To be honest, my goal is to completely destroy Shark. Shark will be destroyed with or without you. But the timing is just a little off. If you wait until Shark is completely destroyed and then come to Moon, you won't be treated the same way. Su Guan remained silent. He had no doubt about Jiang Che's words since he had such strong financial capabilities. So after a little hesitation, he finally nodded and said, "Okay, it's death anyway, so there's no need to be stubborn." Jangik is mild. Suguan had been recruited, so the sharks were almost finished. On the 5th day, Wang Xiangwen finally couldn't help it and once again called together all the executives of Shark to prepare for a meeting, because Jiangche's Moon Live had been developing very rapidly in the past few days. It would be fine if only the traffic of the Moon Live platform increased. After all, so many celebrities have gone there. But the problem is that the number of users of Shark Live is actually decreasing. User churn is getting faster and faster. He couldn't help but panic, so he quickly gathered people together to find solution. It was still the same meeting room as last time, with the same people with sad faces. Wang Xiangwen was a little regretful at this moment. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so stubborn and should have just apologized to Jiang Che for being late. But it's too late to say this now. There is no room for relaxation between the two. Wang Xiangwen looked at everyone and said angrily, "Why don't you think of a solution? If you have any suggestions, please speak up." Suddenly, an executive stood up and said, "Director Wang, I have something to say. Have you thought of any solution?" Wang Xiangwen looked at the man and asked, "No, what I want to say is that last night, my subordinates reported to me that 7 of the top 10 anchors in the King of Glory area are going to switch to Moon Live." Wang Xiangwen. Another person stood up. Boss Wang, the anchor of the chicken eating zone, is also Boss Wang, and the anchor of the Star Show area. When Wang Xiangwen heard the reports from his subordinates, he almost couldn't catch his breath. His eyes went dark, and he fell into his chair. He never expected that Jiang Che had such a trick. So many people have been dug up without anyone noticing. He thought about this question, but didn't expect Jiang Che to act so quickly and poach so many anchors. How much would it cost? How much would it cost? Wang Xiangwen finally realized that he had greatly underestimated Jiang Che. The cost of underestimation could be the entire shark. Now he didn't want to deal with Jiang Che anymore. He just wanted to stabilize the situation inside his shark first. So he quickly ordered, "Go and count how many anchors have been poached by Moon Live. Find a way to keep the important anchors who haven't left yet." Wang Xiangwen finally reacted, but it was too late. There's a saying that goes, "A failed army is like a mountain collapsing." If a mountain collapses halfway, can human power stop it? Obviously not. The remaining rocks will just roll down with it. This is the trend. In the beginning, Jiang Che had to coax those anchors, inviting them out one by one and promising them benefits before they could come over. But now, after those big anchors announced one after another on Weibo that they would switch to Moon Live, the other anchors would even take the initiative to contact Moon Live and want to switch over. Because they felt that the shark was about to die. In Zhongzhe's words, "We need to take a long-term view." Zhongzhe is now extremely conflicted, watching the anchors on the same platform leave one by one, but he can only stay here. He wanted to travel back in time and strangle himself to death. Why was he pretending to be so cool? If you want to act cool, then act cool. And you're even acting cool in front of Jiang Che. He also tried to contact the people at Moon Live himself. When he told them that he wanted to join them, the person on the other end of the phone was very enthusiastic. But when he proudly said that his name was Zhongzhe and that he was the #1 anchor in the Shark PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds area, the person's attitude suddenly turned cold. Zhongzhe still remembers what that person said in his disdainful tone. "You are so powerful, you should stay in Shark. Our Moon Live is too small." There is no doubt that this was also Jiang Che's order. Jiang Che is not a broad-minded person. You can refuse, but it's wrong to pretend to be cool. You're still telling me to take a long-term view? Are you teaching me how to do things? Chapter 171, Planning. Back to the Shark executives, the data was quickly compiled, and 70% of the top 10% of Shark anchors were poached by Jiang Che and moved to Moonlive. What a bunch of wicked people. Wang Xiangwen was furious after hearing this. But after his anger, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. A full 70%. All the big money-making anchors were poached by Jiang Che. So what was there for Shark to do? Although the remaining anchors were still numerous, they did not bring as much profit to Shark as the top anchors. The Sharks are now a name only. When those top anchors leave, they will inevitably take their fans with them, and the entire Sharks have entered a vicious cycle. Without viewers, there will be no new anchors joining, and those old anchors will leave one by one. Without anchors, there will be no traffic. So now it is still a leader on the surface, but its actual traffic can only be regarded as a third-rate live broadcast platform. And when those undercover, anchors, at Jiang Che's suggestion, publicly expressed their intention to go to the moon to broadcast live. This last piece of fig leaf was also lifted, and Shark's embarrassing situation was displayed to countless people without reservation. Those big anchors will naturally notify their fans when they leave and announce in fan groups, Yuba, Weibo, etc., that they will go to the moon platform to live broadcast so that those loyal fans can still find them. So when these top Sharks anchors announced this information one after another, everyone was shocked. Are the anchors going to run away? It looks like the Shark is in danger. It's only been a few days. Is Moon Live so powerful? It's been less than a month since Jiang Che had a conflict with Shark Live, and already the leader of the live broadcast industry looks like he's about to be in trouble. Hiss. So scary. Coupled with the cooperation reached between Jiang Che and Tianyu Entertainment Company, everyone became even more curious about Jiang Che's identity. But unfortunately, there was no information about Jiang Che on the internet. The more mysterious he is, the more powerful he feels. For a time, the name Jiang Che attracted the attention of countless people, just like the national husband Wang tearing onions. However, Jiang Che relied entirely on himself, as if he suddenly appeared and displayed extraordinary financial resources and power. However, Jiang Che didn't care about these things from the outside world at all. Now that Moon Live has stabilized, those anchors bought from Shark have already started live broadcasting on Moon Live. He just needs to wait until Shark Live can no longer hold on. Jiang Che can also spend a few days leisurely. Early in the morning, Jiang Che woke up in his luxurious big bed, stretched himself, yawned and said, "System, draw a lottery." Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shark Live broadcast. The system's flat voice sounded. Jiang Ge. All of a sudden, I lost all desire to sleep. What do you mean? Jiang Che asked in confusion. Shark Live is mine? I was the one who ruined Shark Live, but now Shark Live is mine? Isn't this crazy? Yes, host, the system replied. Shark Live's stock price has plummeted recently, and shareholders have been selling their shares. The stock price reached its lowest point last night, and this system acquired it. After hearing what the system said, Jiang Che understood a little. Shark is no longer viable now. Those shareholders must want to transfer their shares to cash out, and small shareholders are also eager to sell them. So the system has used some unknown method to collect them all. In other words, Shark now belongs to Jiang Che. However, this also saves Jiang Che a lot of trouble. As the saying goes, a centipede is still alive even after death. Even if the shark has reached its current condition, it can still hold on for a while. If Jiang Che wants to unify the live broadcast industry, he still can't avoid the shark. He still has to wait until the shark can no longer hold on. But now the system directly helped Jiang Che solve this problem. Jiang Che has already decided to focus on live streaming. After acquiring Shark, Jiang Che can move on to other live streaming platforms. However, internal issues must be dealt with before expansion. The merger of two large live streaming platforms may cause a lot of trouble. On the Shark side, Wang Xiangwen looked at the information on the computer with a dull expression. Name, Jiang Ke. Age, 23. Gender, male. Mobile phone number. Several shareholders had contacted each other before, discussing how to deal with Jiang Che's Moon Live, while everyone wanted to transfer their shares. Because they felt that facing the current Moon Live, they, the Sharks, were completely helpless, as the strength displayed by Jiang Che was too strong. The relationship is so strong that all the artists, including Tianyu and Xiaomu, can come to the live broadcast room to show their support. The financial resources are strong enough to poach all of Shark's most expensive anchors at once. How can we play this? So everyone wants to transfer their shares, but it is a bit difficult to transfer it. In today's situation, even ordinary people can see that Shark is not doing well, not to mention those who understand the market. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Shark is following the old path of Tai's whole life. So who dares to take over the shares of the Shark platform now? So they basically had no hope of transferring their shares. But what they didn't expect was that when they were almost in despair, someone actually contacted them and wanted to buy their shares in the Shark platform. Surprised, they didn't care who the other party was or why they were acquiring shares. They directly transferred all their shares at a very low price. Wang Xiangwen, as the largest shareholder of Shark, was a little hesitant but still followed everyone else and sold his shares. Otherwise, if the other party regretted it, having the most shares would mean losing the most, so Wang Xiangwen had no time to think about it. Fortunately, The other party was very honest. After signing the contract, he transferred the money directly, not a penny less. Then the other party gave Wang Xiangwen a document and asked him to contact this person to complete the handover. This little thing was naturally not a problem for Wang Xiangwen, but he was dumbfounded when he saw the message sent by the other party. It was Jiang Che. Wang Xiangwen was considered experienced. When he learned that it was Jiang Che who sent someone to buy his sharks, he immediately saw Jiang Che's grand blueprint. Jiang Che developed his Moon Live to become the leader in the live broadcast industry. What else can he do after acquiring Shark himself? He definitely wants to expand his live streaming business. If he was just holding a grudge about what happened in the past, he would just need to bring down Shark. There was no need to spend such a huge price to acquire Shark Live, which was almost just an empty shell. But Jiang Che acquired it anyway, which only meant that Jiang Che had further actions to take. It seemed that just because he was targeted by sharks, he bought a live broadcast platform in anger, presenting the appearance of an impulsive and foolish young man to everyone, making everyone look down on him. I was deceived by him in the same way at first, and I didn't take Moon Live seriously at all. But I didn't expect that there was such a subtle plot in secret. I don't know what method was used to secretly cultivate a group of such excellent anchors, and then use Tianyu Entertainment Company to attract traffic and completely rise. Speaking of training anchors, Wang Xiangwen felt that Jiang Che might have been preparing for this a long time ago. Otherwise, how could he train such an excellent group of anchors in such a short time? He must have been prepared long ago. Also, why does Jiang Che, who is so rich, come to Shark to be the anchor? Interest? Who would believe it? I must want to personally understand the current situation of live streaming. Wang Xiangwen felt that the more he thought about it, the more similar it was. In this way, all the things that happened before and after could be connected. High, really high. Such a long-term plan. After Wang Xiangwen figured it out, he admired Jiang Che very much. Jiang Che said that if there wasn't a system task, I would have believed it myself. It was clearly just the system that asked me to buy a live streaming platform. Chapter 172, Dealing with Employees. But no matter what I think in my heart, I still have to call Jiang Che to complete the handover. But before he could do anything, the phone rang. It was Jiang Che's number. After he answered the phone, he heard Jiang Che's voice with an inexplicable meaning. Boss Wang, why did you sell the shark? Obviously, Jiang Che asked this question on purpose. But Wang Xiangwen just smiled bitterly and said, yes, I'll sell it to you. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I am indeed not as good as Jiang Che. Now, even a live broadcast platform is not my own. There's no point in being stubborn. In addition, based on what he had just imagined, Jiang Che was no longer just some simple rich second generation in his eyes, but a young man with great strategies and means, so it was nothing to lower his head. Jiang Che was still a little bit high after taking over the Shark Live, and wanted to see the reaction of his defeated opponent, but after hearing Wang Xiangwen's tone, he didn't say much. After all, there was no grudge between him and Wang Xiangwen. So Jiang Che just said, then you get ready. I'll send someone over to take over the shark. Yeah. Wang Xiangwen just agreed and didn't say much. By the way, is Handu still in Shark? Jiang Che suddenly remembered and asked again. He didn't care much about this little guy. He didn't think about him at all when he was busy these days. It was only now that he took down Shark Live that he suddenly remembered this person. He was fired a long time ago, Wang Xiangwen said. In the eyes of those shareholders, your Moon Live incident was entirely caused by him. He caused the company to suffer such a huge loss. There is no way those shareholders would keep him. Jiang Che nodded, feeling a little regretful. He hadn't even gone back to show off yet, but he had already left, and that Han Xiu had arrogantly told him that he was the supervisor of the Shark gaming area. If he was still in Shark, he would have to ask him, is that all? However, it is difficult for them to find a new job after leaving Shark. These things are recorded in their resumes. Who would dare to hire such employees? It is almost certain that the company does not want them anymore. After talking to Wang Xiangwen about the shark for a while, Jiang Che hung up the phone and asked Mu Hanxue to take over the shark and deal with the troublesome matters. As for himself, he hadn't played games for 3 days, so he had to go play for a while. But before that, Jiang Che still had to deal with the Shark staff. There aren't many famous anchors on Shark now, so Jiang Che plans to directly integrate it into his own Moon Live and merge the two. All the anchors of Shark Live will definitely be incorporated in a Moon Live. This is not a problem. We just need to notify those anchors. However, a portion of Shark staff must be laid off. It is completely unnecessary to accept all of them. The extra people need to be paid, which is the company's operating cost. But how to lay off employees is a problem. Jiang Che plans to keep them for a while and put them together with Yue Yang's employees. After a month, the fittest will survive and only the best and most suitable ones will remain. You have to know that the current staff of Moon Live are all from the former Iron Hand Live, and they may not be as capable as Shark's, for example. The technical department. The technical department staff of Shark is definitely stronger than that of Moon. Previously, Taizo was squeezed out by several other live streaming platforms. Although it was mainly a problem of management, it was also related to the various departments below. So Jiang Che decided to wait for a month before making a decision and keep all these people here to take care of them for a month. In addition, how can we not publicize the fusion of the Shark and the Moon? Jiang Che notified the company's publicity department to publicize the matter and increase the popularity of Moon Live. So a few hours later, Jiang Che and his Moon Live broadcast were once again on the hot search list on Weibo. No one expected Shark to fall so quickly. Although there had been signs of this before, people still felt a little sad when Shark, a company with a market value of over 10 billion, actually fell. A company worth tens of billions, a leader in the live broadcast industry, didn't last a month under Jiang Che. What kind of tactics did he use? In the eyes of others, Jiang Che's solution to the Shark live broadcast could even be described as easy. It took more than 20 days, and I even went to Longhu Bay for a vacation. Before the vacation, I developed Moon Live, and after the vacation, I bankrupted and acquired Shark just for fun. It took Shark and other live streaming platforms several years to slowly squeeze out Taisho. Jiang Che took over the bankrupt Taisho, but within a month, he wiped out Shark instead. So scary. But at this moment, Jiang Che was too lazy to care about what others said. He had already gone to play games. Nice. We were still one person short. After Jiang Che killed one person with a sniper shot, he looked around for people with the AWM in his hand. Don't be tricked. This is not a small game. This is the Grandmaster's promotion match. Lin Wu couldn't help but remind Jiang Che when he saw him being so arrogant and using the large machine gun as a rifle. It's okay. I'll follow behind and help brother Jiang Che block the bullets. Move to third-level armor, Yu Yanran said. She was very clear about her position. Chen Sisi smiled and said nothing. That's right, there's still 4 rows. When Jiang Che came online, he found Lin Wu was there too, so he asked him to join in. By the way, he asked Yu Yanran and Chen Sisi if they wanted to play, and they both came, making up a complete team. While they were talking, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out to the left of Jiang Che. Jiang Che instantly swung the mouse and clicked the shoot button. With a bang, 17 kills and the chicken was won. Even though they're already accustomed to Jiang Che's marksmanship, the audience can't help but be surprised every time they see Jiang Che's instant sniping. It's really so handsome. 666. The handsome emperor's marksmanship has improved again. Is it comfortable for you, little Zongzi, to lean on my thigh? Cece doesn't play King of Glory anymore. She's going to play PUBG with her little brother. Handsome God, I want to ask how much money I need to pay to get on the bus. I want to get on the bus too. If you want to be handsome, just tell me. Do you want to lie on the bed? Chapter 173, Dawn's Advertisement. The comments were full of discussion. Jiang Che casually moved the mouse, sighed, and said, "Another boring chicken. I thought the promotion game would be so difficult. Did anyone say that? My mentality is broken. I've been playing for half a year and still haven't made it to gold. This cock and cock gun of Handsome God is really cool. I want to find a teacher." Jiang Che glanced at the comments, and the 4 of them started a new game. Unexpectedly, he heard a loud shout from the side just after entering the game. From now on, this place is called Rubin Way Square. Everyone stand up. Paratrooper number 1 Rubin Way is ready. Jand Ki. Another person who is addicted to games. However, it is obvious from the voice that it does not belong to Rubin Wei himself, but one of his fans or netizens. Jiang Che ignored the voice, but suddenly remembered another thing, and then asked Lin Wu, "By the way, has Jining caused you any trouble recently?" Lin Wu was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. This is a live broadcast, and the combined viewership of the 4 of them is several hundred million. It seems inappropriate to discuss this kind of issue. When the audience heard Jiang Che say this, they also became interested and listened attentively. Gossip is human nature. Both boys and girls have a great interest in gossip. Some people think they are not interested in gossip, but that is only because they are not interested in the protagonist of the gossip. Jiang Che didn't have as many concerns as Lin Wu and said directly, "It's okay, just tell me. I've been unhappy with this person for a long time." The conflict between Jiang Che and Shark is ultimately because of Ji Ning, not Handu. And it was Ji Ning who took the initiative to cause trouble for Jiang Che. Just because Jiang Che accepted Lin Wu, whom he didn't want, he held a grudge against him and tricked him. So Jiang Che naturally disliked him. Lin Wu was speechless after hearing Jiang Che's straightforward words. His boss was still as awesome as ever. Just like Principal Wang, you can say whatever you want to say without having to worry about too many things. This is confidence in one's own strength. Even if ordinary people are dissatisfied with a classmate or friend, they would not speak out casually. At most, they would talk about it behind others' backs for fear of offending them. However, people of Jiang Che's status no longer care. Afraid of offending people? Only others are afraid of offending Jiang Che, not Jiang Che himself. The audience was also quite excited to hear this explosive topic. After dealing with Shark, they're going to deal with Ji Ning again? Is it so fierce? In fact, Ji Ning's industry is about the same size as the Shark live streaming platform, a large enterprise with a market value of tens of billions. But the Shark didn't last more than a month in Jiang Che's hands. So if Jiang Che and Ji Ning meet again, it would be another good show for the spectators. I wonder if Jiang Che can continue to be as fierce as before. However, for these young people, live streaming platforms like Shark are relatively close to them. They often watch live streaming, while companies like contraceptive pills seem to have nothing to do with them. Of course, except for those who have girlfriends. But even if someone uses this thing, generally speaking, they don't care which factory produced it. So everyone was just curious and didn't think about what would really happen between Jiang Che and Ji Ning. But if they knew that Jiang Che's company's morning light contraceptive pills would be on the market soon, I wonder what they would think. Lin Wu no longer had any concerns after hearing what Jiang Che said. He thought for a moment and said, "He did happen before, but after you defeated Shark, there was no movement from him." Jiang Che said disdainfully, "It's nothing. I asked Shark to block my live broadcast room before. Why don't you dare to come out now?" Speaking of which, Ji Ning really doesn't dare to jump out now. He is really scared by Jiang Che. Shark's multi-billion-dollar company can be destroyed just like that. Even a company of Tianyu's level has to give face to Jiang Che, so Ji Ning is really a little scared. However, Jiang Che's words made the audience and Lin Wu curious. Lin Wu asked Jiang Che, "Did Ji Ning ask you to close your live broadcast room?" "What else?" Jiang Che said, "I spent $2 million on Shark, and they permanently blocked my live broadcast room, and they even posted this news on the homepage. Isn't that crazy?" After hearing this, everyone understood. They also felt that this matter was strange before, but they didn't expect it was because of Ji Ning. As for why Ji Ning is at odds with Jiang Che, the answer is obvious. It's because of Lin Wu. During the first Shark Live broadcast, Lin Wu talked about the conflict between him and Ji Ning. Jiang Che didn't care about that at the time and directly pulled Lin Wu into his CG team. I think it was because of this that he offended Ji Ning. The audience understands these things, so everyone was a little unhappy. "Silly bitch Ji Ning, you are so petty. It's not enough to get the God of War. You also want to get the Emperor of Handsomeness? Now you've hit a wall. Traitor, this guy is really disgusting. The Shark is gone, so let the handsome Emperor get rid of him and let him know the dangers of society." Jiang Che looked at what everyone was saying on the barrage, smiled and said, "Of course we will do it. The morning light contraceptive pills produced by my company will be on the market soon. Those of you with girlfriends will need their support. If you're single, you can buy it and try it yourself. It has a fruity flavor." As soon as these words came out, the barrage was full of, "This guy, he really got the contraceptive pill? He really planned to do it to Ji Ning too? WC, handsome Emperor, you are not serious, right? You really got the contraceptive pill. Awesome. I'm really impressed. Building $1 billion company is just like playing house. Ji Ning, I'm so panicked now. Is this true? You're not really opening a pharmaceutical company, are you? Shui Huang, I'm telling you, you can't sell medicine carelessly, or you'll get into trouble." Jiang Che looked at the content on the barrage and said with a smile, "Of course it's true. The contraceptive pills are already in production. As for the quality issues, there is no need to worry about them." I didn't come up with the idea to produce contraceptives just because of Jining's problem. I had the idea in mind a long time ago. The formula also cost a huge amount of research and development funds and took several years to develop. The effect is definitely better than any contraceptive on the market now, so you don't have to worry about quality issues at all. If Jiang Che said that he had obtained the prescription some time ago, then these viewers would definitely worry about the quality of the medicine produced by Jiang Che. After all, medicine is different from other things, so Jiang Che directly said that it took several years to develop it. Anyway, there won't be any problems with what the system gives out. Even the quality inspection is handled by robots provided by the system, so there will hardly be any problems from the prescription to the production. When the audience heard Jiang Che's words, they didn't have any doubts. After all, with the strength Jiang Che had shown, it was entirely possible that there were several companies they didn't know about. It's not surprising that these companies have some ties to the pharmaceutical industry. But Yu Yinran, who had been silent the whole time, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Jiang Che, are you really going to produce contraceptive pills?" She was curious about everything about Jiang Che. Jiang Che smiled and said after hearing what she said, "Yes, the quality is very good. Do you want to try it?" If it were the old Yu Yanran, she would have blushed and ignored Jiang Che after hearing this. Contraceptive pills, how can I try? But now she felt that maybe she should be more proactive. "Okay, can you deliver to my door? You can give it to me and try." Yu Yinran's voice suddenly became gentle, and such words made people imagine. "Jiang Ke." Jiang Che was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to respond. He originally wanted to tease Yu Yanran, but now it seemed that she was teasing him instead. However, since Yu Yanran had said so, Jiang Che naturally couldn't be timid. He nodded seriously and agreed. "Okay, then it's settled." The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help it. "Fuck, I just watched a live broadcast and ate a mouthful of dog food. Is this considered an advertisement? A hookup tool, the Morning Glory contraceptive pill. I won't use condoms when I have sex this year, and I'll only take the Dawn pills. Genius. Based on this slogan, I think the handsome emperor will have to pay you at least $2 million in advertising fees." $2 million? Do you look down on the handsome emperor? The handsome emperor should slam $20 million in my face and tell me to get lost. Buy it. Isn't it okay for me to buy it? Please stop showing off. A group of talented people in the barrage helped Jiang Che think of the advertising slogans. Shin Sisi curled her lips. Of course she knew that Yu Yanran had feelings for Jiang Che. She herself also had a little crush on Jiang Che, and then, this is a bit messy. Jiang Che and his other three played for a while before going offline. As he now has more and more viewers and his gaming skills are improving, he earns more admiration from each live broadcast. The next morning, Jiang Che prepared to go back to his hometown. When he was traveling in Longhu Bay before, he planned to go back after resolving the Shark Live broadcast issue. Now Shark Live broadcast has been merged with his own Moon Live broadcast, and there is nothing else to do recently. So Jiang Che prepared to go back. But if I go back, I must ask Tang Chiyue if she wants to go together. Tang Chiyue hasn't been back since she started working after the new year, so we can go together then. Jiang Che thought about it and called Tang Chiyue. "Hello, Xiao Che. How come you have time to call me?" It can be heard that Tang Chiyue's voice is still full of surprise. She had wanted to call Jiang Che for a long time, but she was worried that Jiang Che was too busy. Plus, it was her first time working as an assistant, and she was unfamiliar with many things, so she was too busy and had no time to call Jiang Che. Moreover, the last time Jiang Che went to Tianyu for a meeting, Yin Yadong had just become famous for a while and had to run around every day. She was not in the company that day, so Tang Chiyue naturally did not see Jiang Che. Jiang Che said, "I'm going home. Do you want to come with me, Sister Chiyue?" "When?" "Today." "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Jiang Che could tell that Tang Chiyue's voice seemed a little embarrassed. "I may not be able to leave because Yin Yadong is holding a concert these 2 days, but today is the last day. How about we go back together tomorrow?" Tang Chiyue said. Jiang Che thought for a moment and said, "Okay, where are you holding the concert? I'll go over and take a look. We're going back tomorrow. We are in the provincial capital." Yin Yadong became happy when she heard Jiang Che. "Okay, I'll come over around noon." Jiang Che nodded. The city is not far away, just a few hours' drive. If you set out in the morning, you can probably arrive by noon. After they agreed, they hung up the phone. Jiang Che had some breakfast and set off. He was going home this time, so he didn't bring Mu Hanshue with him. Jiang Che just let her go on vacation. Jiang Che drove a brand new BMW X7 to the provincial capital. This was not a gift from the system to Jiang Che, but something Jiang Che had asked Mu Hanxue to spend more than $2 million to buy for him, and he bought it specifically for his own use. Returning home in glory, people in ancient times attached great importance to this matter. After Jiang Che achieved success, he naturally wanted to go back to make his parents proud. Jiang Che's hometown is not backward. It is just an ordinary rural area. However, if Jiang Che drove an Aston Martin or a Rolls-Royce, others might not even have heard of his name. But BMW is different. Its iconic front design can be recognized at a glance. That's right. I just want to let others know that I'm making money outside. Of course, this is not vanity. First, there is no need to hide the money you earn. Second, vanity and self-esteem are two different things. Wouldn't it be nice to buy a BMW and then buy a small villa when you get home? About 3 or 4 hours later, Jiang Che arrived in Fuqing. According to the address sent by Tang Chiyue, he came to the Fuqing Cultural Center, where Yin Yadong was holding a concert. Today, Yin Yadong is one of the most popular singers. Tickets for her concerts are hard to come by. The entire venue is packed with people, and countless people are holding glow sticks and signs with Yin Yadong's artistic name and calling out her name. Jiang Che could hear the shouting from inside the venue, even from outside. As soon as Jiang Che parked the car, he saw Tang Chiyue running towards him with a smile on her face, and Tang Xiaozhu was also following beside her. "You're finally here." Tang Chiyue walked forward and hugged Jiang Che's arm, looking very happy. Tang Xiaozhu, who was standing next to them, was envious, but they were siblings, so he couldn't just go over to them. Tang Xiaozhu could only smile and greet Jiang Che. Jiang Che said helplessly, "Sister Chiyue, why are you like a puppy, jumping on me as soon as we meet?" "Bah, you're a puppy. Do you know how to speak?" Tang Chiyue said unhappily, but still refused to let go. Jiang Che naturally didn't really dislike Tang Chiyue. Seeing that Tang Chiyue refused to let go, he pulled her towards the stadium and asked, "Are you used to this job? Are you tired? Do you want me to give you another job?" "I'm still a little busy these days after Yadong became famous, but it's okay. There's no fun in working without being busy," Tang Chiyue said. Zhang nodded. As long as Tang Chiyue thought it was okay, that was good enough. Hearing this, Tang Xiaozhu said sourly, "Brother Xiaoche, why don't you ask me if I'm tired?" Jiang Che smiled and said, "It's okay if you're tired. It's good to exercise more." Tang Xiaozhu, I'm just kidding. If you think being an assistant is boring, I can make you a star," Jiang Che said. "Just based on your looks, you can gain tens of millions of fans in a matter of minutes." "That's more like it." Tang Xiaozhu was immediately happy after hearing Jiang Che's words. But forget about being a celebrity. Tang Xiaozhu is still clear about his own weight. The three of them entered the venue together. Chapter 174. Call me? Jiang Che and the other two entered the venue from the side passage. As soon as they entered the venue, they felt the cheers became louder. Yin Yadong was holding a microphone in the center of the stage, singing under the spotlight, with thousands of audiences below either singing along with her or cheering loudly. Yin Yadong has been famous for a short time, and this is her first official concert. If it were an ordinary singer, she might be a little stage fright. After all, Yin Yadong is still a girl in her early 20s. She has never experienced such a scene, and it is possible that she would not perform well in front of thousands of eyes in the audience. However, Jiang Che did not see any sign of stage fright on Yin Yadong. She was extremely confident when she picked up the microphone, as if she was born to stand in the center of the stage and be the one under the spotlight. The level of performance is even better than usual. The song she sang was also from the album that Jiang Che gave her last time, called Bubble. It was nice to listen to, but it was also very difficult to sing. However, with Yin Yadong's outstanding voice, the song was sung almost perfectly. When Jiang Che saw her like this, he felt relieved. After all, Yin Yadong is the first artist he trained in Tianyu, so Jiang Che is still quite concerned about her. "How is it? Does it look good?" Tang Chiyue asked with a smile when she saw Jiang Che staring at Yin Yadong on the stage. "It's pretty, but not as good as Sister Chiyue's." Jiang Che looked back at Tang Chiyue and said. He remembered that Tang Chiyue liked to ask him questions like this since she was very young. Tang Chiyue snorted twice, obviously not believing Jiang Che's nonsense. However, Tang Chiyue didn't say much, and the three of them walked into the backstage together. Yin Yadong was singing on the stage, and the staff behind the scenes were also extremely busy. There are behind-the-scenes staff such as sound engineers, makeup artists, lighting technicians, etc. However, when Jiang Che entered the backstage, those people respectfully called out, "Mr. Jiang," and looked at him with respect and admiration, especially the young girls. These people are also staff members working at Tianyu, and now most of the staff members at Tianyu already know Jiang Che. Jiang Che naturally smiled and nodded, greeting them. Yin Yadong's concert would not be over for a while, so Jiang Che waited backstage, moved a small chair, and sat at the back where he could just see Yin Yadong's performance. Everyone else was busy with their own things. Even Tang Chiyue and Tang Xiaozhu had their own things to do, so Jiang Che was the only one who could be so leisurely. But fortunately, there was Yin Yadong's concert to watch, so Jiang Che didn't feel bored. The cheers outside reached one climax after another as Yin Yadong sang. After singing this song, Yin Yadong interacted with the audience and then went backstage to take a short rest. She had already sung several songs, and singing is a very tiring thing. But when she saw Jiang Che sitting backstage, she was instantly surprised and all the fatigue in her body disappeared. "Director Jiang," Yin Yadong exclaimed in surprise. "You sang well." Jiang Che praised with a smile. Yin Yadong smiled sweetly. "Thanks to Director Jiang for teaching me well." Jiang Che agreed and nodded. "That's true." There was no feeling of embarrassment at all. "Yadong, stop chatting and come over here to touch up your makeup." Tang Xiaozhu couldn't help but urge Yin Yadong when she saw that she showed no sign of coming over to Jiang Che. "You know, the break time is very tight and you can't let the audience wait too long." "Okay, I'm coming," Yadong quickly agreed, turned around and said to Jiang Che, "Mr. Jiang, I'll go over first." "Go ahead." Jiang nodded. Yin Yadong touched up her makeup, drank some water to moisten her throat, and then hurried back to the stage. She had no time to talk to Jiang Che at all. After Yin Yadong returned to the stage and sang 2 more songs, she suddenly said to the audience mysteriously during the interactive time, "Today, a very special audience member came here, and he is also a very important person to me." Yin Yadong's words immediately made the audience below curious. Who? Who is very important to Yin Yadong? Could it be her family? Jiang Che was leaning backstage on a chair, looking like a complete bystander, but as he listened, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Yin Yadong continued to smile and said to the audience, "He sings very well, even better than me. Do you want to meet him? Is the singing also very nice?" Jiang Che felt like something was wrong. The audience below became completely curious. Singing better than Yin Yadong? That person must not be her family. Could it be Xiaomu? Nowadays, Yin Yadong is often compared with Xiaomu and is even called the Tianyu Gemini. So when people hear something about Yin Yadong, the first person they think of is Xiaomu. Only Xiaomu could make Yin Yadong say that his singing was better than hers. So the fans below immediately followed Yin Yadong's rhythm and shouted loudly, "I want." Why not spend some money to listen to the songs of these 2 big guys? Then, as expected, Jiang Che saw Yin Yadong suddenly turn around and look at him, eyes full of expectation. Jiang Che could see Yin Yadong while sitting backstage, so Yin Yadong could naturally see Jiang Che when she turned around. Jiang Che was a little confused. He just came here to take a look and wait for Tang Chiyue to come home. Why did he have to go on stage at a concert? But it seems like this can also earn you admiration points. Before Jiang Che became a live streamer, he used other live streamers' viewers to earn admiration points. Now, he can do the same as before. He is not a star, but he can use Yin Yadong's viewers to earn admiration points. Besides, Yin Yadong had already said it. If Jiang Che didn't go up, wouldn't he be embarrassing Yin Yadong in front of so many people? So Jiang Che walked directly onto the stage without much hesitation. The audience stretched their necks to look at the entrance leading to the stage from backstage, wanted to see who the person Yin Yadong was talking about was and whether it was Xiaomu. But when they saw Jiang Che coming on stage, everyone was stunned for a moment. The venue with thousands of people was silent for a few seconds, and then there was a tide of cheers. Jiang Che didn't dress up before coming, just casual clothes. But even so, when he came on stage, many girls in the audience cheered. For most star-chasing girls, appearance is justice, and their worldviews are determined by their looks. However, what they were most concerned about was the relationship between Jiang Che and Yin Yadong. This was Yin Yadong's first official concert, and she actually invited a boy to come, and he was so handsome, so for a while everyone was very curious about Jiang Che's identity. The relationship is definitely not simple. In addition, Yin Yadong said that this young man's singing skills are better than hers. But this person is clearly not a famous artist. At least they have never seen him. For a moment, everyone was confused. Chapter 175, Shock. However, Yin Yadong didn't care what so many people were saying, nor what rumors would come out tomorrow. When she saw Jiang Che walking up to the stage, she smiled and greeted him. "Brother Xiao Che, can you dance with me?" Yin Yadong bowed as she spoke and saluted Jiang Che. Because she was performing on stage, she was definitely not wearing her usual clothes, but a set of hanfu. Coupled with the bow she was making at the moment, she looked exactly like an ancient beauty with a quite unique flavor. Naturally, she could no longer address Jiang Che as Mr. Jiang, or else her identity might be revealed. Seeing this, Jiang Che bowed slightly, extended his hand towards Yin Yadong, with a smile on his face, looking very gentlemanly. This scene immediately drew cheers from the crowd. Yin Yadong's hanfu and Jiang Che's casual clothes, the ancient beauty and modern fashion were perfectly integrated under the stage lights. Of course, it was mainly because one of them was handsome and the other was beautiful. Otherwise, no one would care about you even if you were not wearing anything. Everyone looked at the two people on the stage, who could be described as a perfect match, and excitement appeared on their faces. Under the illumination of the magical lights on the stage, coupled with the good looks of the two, the photos taken by the audience below can be used directly as wallpapers. However, a young man in the VIP seat in front of the stage looked at Jiang Che's hand reaching out to Yin Yadong, and a gloomy look appeared on his face. Seeing Jiang Che extending his hand, Yin Yadong handed the microphone to Jiang Che. She also wanted to hold Jiang Che's hand and dance together, but she asked Jiang Che to come up just on a spur-of-the-moment basis. The two of them had never rehearsed before and therefore could not dance together. So she had no choice but to hand the microphone to Jiang Che. The meaning was very clear. She let Jiang Che sing while she danced beside him. Jiang Che naturally understood what she meant. He took the microphone, glanced at the system all, quickly selected a song, and started singing. That year, the snow fell and the plum blossoms bloomed on the branches. That year, there was too much sorrow beside the Huaqing pool. Don't say who is right or wrong in a relationship. I just want to get drunk with you again in my dream. Considering that Yin Yadong was wearing hanfu for the dance, Jiang Che naturally had to sing a song with a more ancient style. Jiang Che's voice started, and Yin Yadong also began to dance beside him. Although she is a singer, she must have learned how to dance. There are few singers who can't dance. In addition, dancing was supposed to be in sync with the song, but she and Jiang Che had never rehearsed before. So when she heard Jiang Che singing a song with an ancient style, she just danced to the rhythm of Jiang Che's singing. This is like doing a Chinese reading comprehension task. Even if you don't understand what the article is saying, you can still get a few points by making up a few cliches based on the question. Yin Yadong is like this now. As long as she dances in a way that feels ancient, it's fine. Anyway, the audience below basically don't understand. However, in fact, few people are paying attention to Yin Yadong now. As soon as Jiang Che spoke, almost everyone's attention was drawn to him. Advanced musical mastery is no joke. Every time Jiang Che sang a line, a picture appeared in their minds. The heavy snow covered the plum blossoms on the branches. One of the four beauties beside Huaqing Pool. There's a faint sadness in the air. Again, it's a question of artistic conception. As soon as Jiang Che opened his mouth, the audience below was completely immersed in it. Jiang Che's voice seemed to have a strange magic that brought them into another world, another story. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the quality of the lyrics. What they don't know is that this is just the appetizer. After a while, we finally reach the climax. Love and hate happen in an instant. Raise your glass to the moon, and your love will be as great as the sky. Love and hate are both boundless. When did you fall in love? The music on the stage and Jiang Che's voice became louder at the same time, and the audience below the stage suddenly got goosebumps. It was definitely not because Jiang Che's singing was bad, but because they were shocked by Jiang Che's voice. There's a voice change in the middle of this song from male to female. Jiang Che's perfect transformation coupled with that artistic conception. Extremely shocking. There's another very appropriate way to say getting goosebumps when listening to music, skin orgasm. Orgasm on the skin, pleasure in the mind. The ultimate pleasure, the ultimate enjoyment. This feeling is a bit like the gentle caress of a lover, so comfortable that it gives you goosebumps. All in all, Jiang Che sang very well. The sudden change of voice and high-pitched voice made many viewers hear the climax. This was the first time he sang in public after gaining advanced musical proficiency, and the effect was obviously excellent. Even Yin Yadong, who was standing behind him, paused slightly and looked at Jiang Che with even stronger admiration. It turns out that the last time I heard Jiang Che's voice, he wasn't at his strongest. The last time Jiang Che taught Yin Yadong to sing, he had not yet achieved advanced musical proficiency. The audiences were mesmerized and completely immersed in the concubine's tragic love story. Some sentimental audiences even felt tears in their eyes. Because in Jiang Che's singing, they are the protagonists. Yin Yadong danced on the stage like a light butterfly. And in Jiang Che's singing, she was like the concubine in the story who was loved but could not be obtained. Both inside and outside are a perfect artistic conception. The staff members in the backstage were not working either. Led by Tang Chiyue and Yin Yadong, they stood where Jiang Che had sat before, staring at Jiang Che on the stage with burning eyes. Such a man is really like jade. A few minutes later, Jiang Che finished singing the song, but the audience was still immersed in the story and did not wake up. After 3 full minutes, scattered applause broke out from the audience, and then the applause grew louder and louder. However, at concerts, people never express their excitement through applause, but through cheering. So soon the whole venue became agitated, and thousands of spectators shouted Jiang Che's name in unison. Of course, they didn't know Jiang Che's name, but they heard Yin Yadong called Jiang Che little Che brother just now, and the girls in the audience followed Yin Yadong's lead extremely enthusiastically. Then the feedback to Jiang Che was, add 1,000 to your worship value. Add 1,000 to your worship value. Add 1,000 to your worship value. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows. Just add 1,000 at a time? In terms of numbers, there are only a few thousand people here, far less than the number of viewers during the live broadcast, but the number has increased by thousands. Is it a question of degree of worship? Is it because the shock I brought to them by this song was so strong that it achieved this effect? Well, this is a pleasant surprise. Chapter 176, Blocking the Road. It was supposed to be Yin Yadong's concert, but the audience all called out Jiang Che's name. Of course, Yin Yadong was not jealous at all, and even looked at Jiang Che with a strange look in her eyes. The paparazzi and media in the distance quickly took out their cameras to capture this scene. There's something wrong with the way Yin Yadong looks at Jiang Che. Big scandal. Coupled with the effect caused by Jiang Che's singing, they could already imagine how big of a sensation this news would cause. Shocked. Yin Yadong is suspected to be in love. Shocked. Yin Yadong's boyfriend is also a popular singer. Shocked. Anyway, it's right to be shocked. Jiang Che didn't think too much about it. After singing the song, he smiled and waved to the audience, handed the microphone to Yin Yadong, and went back to the stage. After all, this is Yin Yadong's home court, and Jiang Che can't always steal the limelight. But after listening to Jiang Che's singing and then Yin Yadong's, I felt a sense of boredom. It's not that Yin Yadong is weak, but Jiang Che is too strong. In contrast, everyone felt that Yin Yadong's singing was not as good as before. However, although Yin Yadong has not been famous for a long time, her singing skills have been recognized by almost everyone inside and outside the entertainment industry. She is only slightly inferior to Xiaomu. With more training, she will definitely be no worse than Xiaomu in the future. With this comparison, everyone became even more curious about Jiang Che's identity. Why have I never heard of such a strong person before? Could it be Tianyu Company's secret weapon? They even wanted Jiang Che to come up and sing another song, but Jiang Che did not go up again. It was enough to get a wave of admiration points and feed the audience at once. It would be difficult to gain so much admiration points in the future. It's the same principle as hunger marketing, steady wins the race. In addition, although Jiang Che showed his face during the live broadcast, the esports circle is different from the entertainment circle. People who play games and watch the live broadcast may recognize Jiang Che, but it is normal that these star chasers did not recognize Jiang Che. Besides, it is common to get to know someone on the phone and suddenly forget him in real life. But after the concert, Jiang Che might be exposed if he is reported. After Jiang Che walked down the backstage, he was greeted by everyone's admiring gazes. There's always been a legend circulating in Tianyu Company that their chairman is not only wealthy, but also multi-talented. Today, they have witnessed it. About 2 hours later, Yin Yadong's concert finally ended. It was almost evening, so Jiang Che prepared to go to the hotel with them to rest for the night and go back tomorrow morning. Yin Yadong, Tang Chiyue, and Tang Xiaozhu followed Jiang Che to the parking lot, ready to go to the hotel with Jiang Che. It sounded a bit strange. As soon as she got in the car, Yin Yadong couldn't wait to ask Jiang Che, "Brother Xiao Che, what was the name of the song you sang on the stage just now? It was so beautiful. I almost cried when I heard it." She no longer called him Mr. Jiang and simply changed to this more intimate name. "Let the new concubine get drunk." Jiang Che replied with a smile. "Why is the new concubine called drunk? Is there an old one as well?" Because I just wrote it 2 days ago. It's relatively new." But the three girls looked at him with admiration, which made Jiang Che feel a little flattered. "Also, Brother Xiao Che, why do I feel like you can easily bring the audience into that emotion when you sing?" Yin Yadong asked curiously. As a singer, she was also very envious of Jiang Che's skills and wanted to learn from him. "Well," Jiang Che thought for a moment and said, "it depends on talent." Yin Yadong, although it seems to make sense, why does it feel shameless? Jiang Che had no way to explain it. He couldn't say it was a gift from the system, right? The system has said before that no matter what skill it is, elementary mastery is basically the pinnacle that humans can achieve, and advanced mastery almost represents surpassing the limits of what humans can achieve. At present, Jiang Che only has the king of glory and advanced mastery of music, and there is no specific standard for comparison. If Jiang Che obtains advanced mastery of running, he can easily break the world record. Jiang Che added, "Maybe part of the reason is that I wrote the lyrics myself. I can naturally sing more deeply into the story I wrote myself." So that's it. Yin Yadong suddenly realized and felt that what Jiang Che said made sense. She naturally understood the artistic conception of the lyrics she wrote. "It seems that I will have to write more lyrics in the future," Yin Yadong said, and after thinking for a while, she smiled at Jiang Che and said, "But I'm not very good at writing lyrics. If I encounter anything I don't understand in the future, can I ask Brother Xiao Che to teach me?" Jiang Che, "I always feel like I've been plotted against." But since Yin Yadong said so, Jiang Che naturally agreed. Of course. When Yin Yadong saw Jiang Che agreed, a smile of success appeared on her face. However, just as Jiang Che was chatting with Yin Yadong, a bright red Ferrari suddenly stopped in front of Jiang Che's car. At this time, Jiang Che was preparing to leave the parking lot, but the Ferrari blocked the exit of the parking lot, and Jiang Che's BMW could not get out. There's also a heart shape made of flowers on the hood of the Ferrari. A young man got out of the car, holding a large bouquet of roses. The young man stepped forward and smiled, thinking he was a gentleman. "Miss Yin, can I invite you to have dinner with me?" This young man was the one who was sitting in the front row of the venue. After Yin Yadong became famous, many people got to know her, including some wealthy young men. It was normal for them to fall in love with Yin Yadong at first sight when they saw how pure and lovely she was, and they naturally came to her. Some rich young men like celebrities just because they think it's prestigious to take them out. However, Jiang Che was speechless when he saw him like this. "I'm afraid this is not a brain problem." Yin Yadong obviously didn't bother to pay attention to him. She frowned and said, "Sorry, I've been singing all afternoon, and I'm very tired now. I have to go back." But this person obviously would not give up just because of a few words, and still insisted, "It's just dinner. It won't waste too much of your time." Jiang Che couldn't help it immediately. "Didn't you realize that this meant I was too lazy to bother with you? Besides, how could someone treat you to a meal like this?" He suddenly stopped the car at the door, and if I hadn't braked in time, I would have crashed into it. So Jiang Che immediately stepped on the accelerator. Of course, the car was in neutral, so when you stepped on the accelerator, there was only a roar, but the car didn't move. But the young man was startled, thinking that Jiang Che was really going to hit him. He didn't think much about the danger and jumped to the side in an instant. His movements were so swift and light, just like a gorilla. In an instant, the calm and gentlemanly demeanor that the young man had just put on disappeared, leaving only a look of shock on his face. Jiang Che stuck his head out of the car window and said, "Can't you see that I'm too lazy to fuck with you? Move your car out of the way." "You." The young man became furious after realizing what was happening. "Are you looking for death?" "Looking for death? Let me die first and see." John Said Kadmi. The young man sneered. Don't think you're great just because you can sing 2 songs. Stars like you are nothing in my eyes. Apparently, he had seen Jiang Che singing before and thought he was a singer like Yin Yadong, but his words showed complete contempt for Jiang Che. But Jiang Che is not a star. Yin Yadong, whom he wants to treat to a meal, is a star. Chapter 177, Going Home. I have to say that this guy is a talent. He clearly wanted to mock Jiang Che, but ended up scolding Yin Yadong instead. Sure enough, Yin Yadong's face darkened and she said coldly, Celebrities are nothing in your eyes, so why did you invite me to dinner? Don't stop me from going back. The young man finally realized that he had said something wrong. No, that's not what I meant. The young man hurriedly explained. Whether that's what you mean or not, I'm very tired now and want to go back and rest. Yin Yadong didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. Seeing Yin Yadong's tone, the young man's face gradually turned cold. I'm already giving you a lot of face by coming here in person to invite you. Have you heard of a new group? It's not smaller than Tianyu. If I spend some money, it will be easy for you to be ruined. Before Yin Yadong opened her mouth, Jiang Che couldn't help himself. There are always some self-righteous idiots who show off their IQ everywhere all day long. Then you should go, Jiang Che said calmly, and then said to Yin Yadong, let your bodyguard drive this idiot away. Okay. Yin Yadong agreed immediately and called 4 bodyguards. Nowadays, Yin Yadong has to bring bodyguards with her when she goes out because she might encounter impulsive fans at any time. Today, she did not let the bodyguards follow her because she and Jiang Che walked through the back passage to avoid those fans. Now the bodyguard was called with just 1 phone call. Do you dare to attack me? The young man said stubbornly. He originally had a few lackeys, but today he just came to pick up girls, so he didn't let them follow him. But he didn't expect to meet such an unreasonable person. Move his car away. Forget it, just smash it. Jiang Che said after thinking for a while. You should be taught a lesson for keeping me here for so long, so that he will remember not to be so arrogant next time. How dare you? If I scratch a little paint on my car, it wouldn't be enough to sell your junk BMW. The young man looked at Jiang Che with contempt. The bodyguards were also a little hesitant. Smash? This sports car? I'm a little afraid to start. What are you afraid of? If you smash it, I'll take care of any consequences. Jiang Che became even more upset when he saw that he dared to despise his BMW. It was just a Ferrari, so what if he smashed it? When the 4 bodyguards heard Jiang Che's certainty, and they also knew that Jiang Che was wealthy, they did not hesitate and took action immediately. They took out a few handy weapons from the security room in the parking lot and started working. The security guard in the security room saw a BMW and a Ferrari, both of which he could not afford to offend, so he hid in the security room and did not come out. As for now, he dared not speak even more. The young man looked at the 4 bodyguards in disbelief as they smashed his car. He had specially asked a friend to get it from abroad. It was his favorite sports car, but he didn't expect it to be smashed without any warning. Do you know how much this car is worth? The young man looked at Jiang Che with a gloomy face. What's the money to me? Jiang Said nonchalantly. Seeing that the 4 bodyguards had almost smashed the car, he said again, All right, move the car to the side. Upon hearing this, the 4 bodyguards pushed the car to the side and let Jiang Che leave. Jiang Che glanced at the angry young man over there, drove away without paying any attention to him. So arrogant. If you have money, you could do whatever you want. As for how this person would retaliate or cause trouble, Jiang Che didn't care even more. After the 4 of them returned to the hotel, they had a meal together, and then, they each went back to rest. Yin Yadong's concert lasted a whole afternoon, and I was really tired. Jiang Che and Tang Chiue have to go back early tomorrow morning, so they have to go to bed early. The next morning, Jiang Che and Tang Chiue drove back in a BMW. Jiang Che's hometown is a bit far from Jiang'an City. He got up early in the morning and drove for 5 hours before reaching his hometown in the countryside. The roads in the countryside were not easy to drive on, but luckily Jiang Che was driving an SUV. If he had been driving a sports car, he would have had no chance of entering the village. However, the sudden return of a BMW in a small village is eye-catching enough, especially Jiang Che's BMW X7. Its huge size looks very domineering, coupled with the unique design of the front of the car. Even if you don't recognize the BMW logo, you know that this car is very expensive. This immediately aroused the curiosity of some people. When they saw the car parked in front of Jiang Che's house, they became even more curious. Jiang Che's village was not wealthy at all. It could only be said to be middle class. When did he get to know such a rich person? However, when Jiang Che and Tang Chiyue got out of the car, people's curiosity turned into shock. Could it be that this is Jiang Che's car? Although Jiang Che was admitted to Jiangnan University, which was considered a big deal in the village, how could a college student have the money to buy a car? Jiang Che paid no attention to the gazes of these people. He rushed into the house impatiently as soon as he got out of the car. Huh, Xiaoke, you're back. When Jiang's mother saw Jiang Che, she was stunned for a moment, then immediately showed a happy smile. And Tang Chiyue also called sweetly. Xiao Qi, you came here too. Jiang Ma's face was full of smiles. Tang Chiyue and Jiang Che have such a good relationship, so the relationship between their two families is naturally very good. In fact, Jiang Che almost grew up in Tang Chiyue's home when he was a child for some reasons, which is why the relationship between the two is so good. So when Jiang Ma saw Tang Chiyue, her face was full of smiles. Why are you back now? Have you had lunch? Jiang Ma asked, holding Tang Chiyue's hand. Not yet, Jiang Che said with a smile. I left early in the morning and just got home now. Then why don't you buy something for Xiao Qi in the car? Jiang's mother blamed. What if Xiao Qi gets hungry? Jiang Che, I shouldn't have spoken. However, despite what Jiang Ma said, she immediately went to cook for the two of them. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang had already eaten lunch, so all they had to do was heat up the lunch. Jiang Che and Tang Chiyue soon had their hot lunch. Although the food was not very good, Jiang Che ate it with great relish. While they were eating, Jiang's father came back. When he saw Jiang Che, he immediately asked with some curiosity, Why are you back again? Jiang Che. I almost choked to death on my meal. Although I just came back during the summer vacation, I don't know why I came back now, but this is not the question. Chapter 178. Car. Father Jiang also realized that what he said was not right, and added, aren't you going to class? Why are you back at this time? Alas, I came back specially to give someone a car, but he didn't appreciate it. Jiang Che sighed and pretended to be sad. Send a car? When Jiang's father came back, he also saw the car at the door. When he heard Jiang Che say this, he couldn't help but ask, Is that car yours? It's not mine. I bought it specially for you. Jiang Che said. For me? Jiang's father became even more curious. He turned around and looked at the handsome BMW again. This BMW must cost at least tens of thousands, right? Jiang Che. Tens of thousands? Dad, you guessed it right. Exactly 35,000. Jiang Che rolled his eyes. Jiang Che also knew that his father was joking. They had a close relationship and didn't follow many rules when talking to each other. Jiang Che even remembered that when he was 17 and in the first year of high school, he fell in love with a girl in his class, but he didn't know how to pursue her, so he asked his father for advice. Then Jiang's father gave Jiang Che some advice, and Jiang Che successfully went to college as a single person. Jiang Che seriously suspected that his father did it on purpose. I can only blame myself for being young and ignorant and listening to slander. In short, the relationship between the two is more like friends and father and son. When Jiang's father was young, he worked with Jiang's mother in a big city to support the family. It was for this reason that Jiang Che grew up with Tang Chiyue when he was a child. Therefore, Jiang's father could not say that he knew much about this kind of luxury car, but he definitely knew that this car could not be bought without millions. Don't lie to me. Jiang's father obviously knew that Jiang Che was making fun of him and said, This car must be worth at least 1 or 2 million, maybe even more. Where did you get the money from? Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother couldn't help herself and went out to see the car Jiang Che drove back. $1 million car? Is my son so capable? Jiang Che explained, Of course I bought it. Didn't I tell you before that I made some money by starting a business outside? What kind of business are you in? I saw you doing nothing at home during the summer vacation, and you made millions in just 1 or 2 months. Jiang's father obviously didn't believe it and looked at Jiang Che with some suspicion. I started a business with a classmate in new media and made a lot of money. It won't be a problem to share a few $100 million when the dividends are distributed during the new year. Jiang Che said directly. Jiang Che had naturally thought of this in advance. The reason why he said it was new media was because his parents didn't really understand these things, so it was easier to fool them. Otherwise, if you say you sell things, it's obviously impossible to make millions a month, and the more you explain it, the more wrong it will seem. New media? What is that? Zhang's mother didn't understand and asked worriedly, "Don't do anything illegal. How many hundreds of millions?" Zhang's father was also shocked. This was a sum that many people could not earn in their entire lives. After a long while, he asked hesitantly, "Where is your girlfriend, Shure?" Jiang Che was confused when he heard his father ask this. Why did he suddenly talk about this? But since his father asked, Jiang Che answered truthfully, "We broke up for some reasons." "Then you have found a new girlfriend, right?" Jiang's father continued to ask. "Well, I've found one." Jiang Che felt that his father would definitely urge him to get married, so he simply said that he already had a girlfriend. "Who's older, your new girlfriend or your mom?" Jiang Che. After all this time, Jiang's father suspected that Jiang Che was hooking up with a rich woman. But if Jiang Che, who looks so fair and tender, really wants to find a rich woman, it seems that he can do it. Seeing Jiang Che not speaking, Jiang's father became even more worried and quickly said, "You are still young and have a chance to strive for success. This kind of rich woman, let me do it." Jiang Che. My mind was full of question marks. I felt helpless to have such an unruly father. But before Jiang Che could say anything, Jiang Ma looked at him with murderous eyes. "You old pervert. Say it again." "Hee, just kidding," Jiang's father quickly said with a smile. Tang Che almost laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Her uncle was still so naughty. This turn of events really caught her off guard. But Jiang Che had already told her what to say on the way, so he said at this moment, "Uncle, Aunt, don't worry. Jiang Che really made the money by starting his own company, and I have quit my job to work with him." Did he really start a company? Father Jiang suddenly became serious and asked Tang Chiyue, "Yeah, that guy know that? How many hundreds of millions can you make in a year?" Jiang's father asked again. "Yeah." Tang Chiyue nodded again. In fact, she knew that Jiang Che must have made more than hundreds of millions every year. Tianyu Entertainment Company alone had an annual profit of more than hundreds of millions, not to mention that Jiang Che had other industries. But it's hard to explain in too much detail. There is no difference between a few hundred million and tens of billions or hundreds of billions to my family. They can't be spent anyway. Of course. Father Jiang looked at Jiang Che in amazement. "You have a style I had back then." Jiang Che. "How many hundreds of millions can we share by the end of the year?" Jiang's mother was a little confused for a moment. For an ordinary family, making hundreds of millions all of a sudden, it always felt a bit magical. It's so unreal, like a fucking dream. Jiang Che looked at his mother and nodded affirmatively. "He has made progress. My son has made progress." Mother Jiang looked at Jiang Che, a hint of pride emerging in her eyes. For his parents, Jiang Che, as the only son in the family, can be said to be his parents' greatest hope. 3 years ago, Jiang Che was admitted to Jiangnan University, which made his family very proud. Now, he earns hundreds of millions a year and even bought a car. No one in the whole village has such ability. Although Mr. Jiang was a little naughty, he was still somewhat touched at this time. He was very pleased that his son thought of his family first when he became rich. "You should drive the car back. I'm very happy that you have this intention. You will also need a car in the early stage of your business. Remember not to spend money indiscriminately," Jiang's father advised. "No, I have a car. I have several cars worth tens of millions." Jiang Che waved his hand and said generously. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt that what he said seemed to be wrong. Sure enough, I saw my father looking at me. "Father Jiang, you already have several cars worth tens of millions. Why do you buy me such a junky car?" Jiang Che. "I'm just afraid that people in the village won't recognize the logos of cars worth tens of millions, which will affect your popularity," Jiang Che said. "That's pretty good." Father Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Obviously, the personalities of this father and son are in line with the saying, "If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door." Stop showing off. Drive the car your son bought for you to buy some groceries and call his aunt and uncle over. We'll have something delicious together in the evening. Jiang's mother couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Che's aunt and uncle are Tang Chiyue's parents. The two families have a good relationship. Jiang's mother wanted to celebrate, so she naturally wanted to call them together. Tang Chiyue happened to be there too. Okay, when Jiang's father heard this, he agreed happily, took the car keys from Jiang Che, and went out to pretend. No, he went out to buy groceries. Along the way, Dad Jiang opened the car window, greeted acquaintances when he saw them, and introduced his son, to the car he bought. Watching the neighbor's eyes change from curiosity to surprise and then to shock, Dad Jiang felt so comfortable. Actually, showing off the car is secondary. The most important thing is to show off to my son. No matter how expensive the car is, it was bought by Jiang Che. The better the car is, the more capable Jiang Che is. In short, Jiang's father deliberately took a long detour from home to the vegetable market, and he stopped to chat with people whenever he met them. He left at noon and returned at 4 or 5 o'clock. I spent the entire afternoon buying groceries. Fortunately, I came out early, otherwise I would not be able to have dinner and would have to have a midnight snack. Chapter 179, Dinner. At home, Jiang Che's uncle and aunt had already arrived. They chatted with Jiang Che and lamented that Jiang Che had made great progress. Jiang Ma was curious, wondering why the old man hadn't come back yet after going out to buy some vegetables. At around 5 o'clock in the evening, Jiang's father finally came back. "You were just buying some vegetables. Why did it take you so long?" Jiang's mother asked with a puzzled look on her face. "Well, there was a traffic jam on the road." Jiang's father explained embarrassedly. "Jiang Ma, can there still be traffic jams when buying vegetables in the countryside?" Jiang Che's uncle Zhu Xin said with a smile. "Lao Yin, you gave birth to a good son." Jiang Che's father's name is Jiang Yin, and his mother's name is He Yunxia. Aunt Jiang Yu also looked at Jiang Che and said lovingly, "When this child was admitted to Jiangnan University, I knew he would have a bright future. Now he's already a big boss before he even finishes college." Zhu Xian and Jiang Yu definitely treat Jiang Che as their son, just like Jiang Che's parents treat Tang Chiyue as their daughter. Especially Jiang Yu, who treated Jiang Che better than her own son when they were young. Jiang Che smiled awkwardly when he heard that. He couldn't be so naughty in front of his uncle and aunt. Seeing this, Jiang's mother smiled and said, "You guys chat first. I'll go cook and we'll have a good meal tonight. Let me help. It's too much trouble for you to handle so many dishes by yourself," Jiang Yu said when seeing this. Tang Chiyue's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she quickly said, "Let Jiang Che cook. His cooking is delicious." "Huh, Xiao Che can also cook." Jiang's mother looked at Jiang Che with some disbelief, and Jiang Yu was also a little unconvinced. "Of course. The last time he came to my place, he cooked for me, and it was delicious." Tang Chiyue recalled the taste of Jiang Che's cooking that day, and her mouth couldn't help but drool. Jiang Che looked at Tang Chiyue speechlessly. Couldn't he just take a break? "Oh, then you go and try it." Mother Jiang handed the dish in her hand to Jiang Che. "Jiang Ki. Okay, today I'll let you taste my cooking skills." Jiang Che took the dish and walked into the kitchen. Of course, Jiang Ma and Jiang Yu didn't really just leave it at that. They helped with testing and washing vegetables and so on. After Jiang Che mastered the art of cooking, not only did his cooking skills improve, his knife skills also became very good. The sound of chopping vegetables made Jiang Ma and Jiang Yu stunned. This guy really has some skills. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether a knife skill is good or not just by one try. Judging from Jiang Ma and Jiang Yu's many years of cooking experience, it takes several years to master knife skills. When did Jiang Che develop such a skill? But this also made them feel relieved. With such knife skills, the dishes would not be too bad. They were worried that Jiang Che would make the dishes unpalatable. Not long after, various dishes were put into the pot. Waves of aroma wafted out, attracting the attention of Jiang's father and Zhu Xian who were chatting. Tang Chiyue looked like she had expected this and sucked the saliva from her mouth. About 2 hours later, Jiang Che finally finished cooking all the dishes, sweating all over. After it was served on the table, everyone couldn't wait to take a bite and showed amazed expressions on their faces. The taste was really not exaggerated. When you say starting a business and opening a company, don't you mean opening a restaurant? Jiang's father asked in confusion. With such good skills, it seems that if he invested more money in the early stage and opened a bigger restaurant, it would be quite profitable. It was exactly the same as what Tang Chiyue thought back then. Jiang Che shook his head and said, "No, I just practiced cooking by myself and I moved out." Jiang Ma and Jiang Yu were speechless after hearing this. They had been cooking for more than 10 years, but they were not as good as others who cooked for a few days. However, when this person was Jiang Che, it seemed that there was nothing they could not accept. "Mom, Dad, and Aunt and Uncle, do you want to move to the city with me in a few days?" As they ate and chatted, Jiang Che said directly, "I came back this time for this matter. I want to take you to live in the city. I bought several houses there." It's good that you have this intention, but you'd better save some money in the early stage of your business. We can't get used to living in the city, Zhu Xian said. Father Jiang said directly, why go to the city? Are you dissatisfied with the house at home? Okay, Jiang Che knew they definitely didn't want to go to the city, so he just asked for the sake of indication. Seeing they disagreed, he said, then I'll have someone demolish the house and rebuild it. Make it bigger so it's more comfortable to live in. This house is still good. Why give it up? Jiang's mother was reluctant to do so. Although she had money, she couldn't waste it. It would be a pity to give up the house. Jiang Che said, this house is many years old, and the walls are cracked. Build a bigger one so you can live more comfortably. Otherwise, go to the city and rebuild your uncle's house. Jiang Che became tough and decided that the house must be renovated. Seeing Jiang Che's attitude, Jiang's father thought about it and said nothing more. Okay, the house is pretty old. Let's fix it up. Zhu Xian thought about it and said nothing, which was considered as his agreement. Given his relationship with Jiang Che's family, he was not an outsider, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were a family. Therefore, saying more would make it seem too distant. Speaking of houses, cars naturally come to mind. Zhu Xian said, I just happened to save some money and plan to buy a car during this period. Now I have both a house and a car. Speaking of cars, Jiang Che immediately added, what car? I've already bought one for you, uncle. It's a Mercedes-Benz. I'll have it delivered tomorrow. It's not easy for Chiyue and I to drive today. Really? Zhu Xian was also surprised and asked in disbelief. Of course it's true. Jiang Che answered affirmatively. In fact, Jiang Che had forgotten. I ignored it for a while, but now Zhu Xian said he wants to buy a car, so I must arrange it. Chapter 180, Blind Date. This isn't a good idea, Zhu Xian said hesitantly. The two families were close, but Jiang Che had already promised to help them get a house, and now he gave them a car, a Mercedes-Benz. If they accepted it calmly, it would feel a bit weird. But Jiang Che said, what's wrong with this? You treat me as an outsider, don't you? Of course that's not what I meant. Zhu Xian said quickly, your money didn't come from the wind, so you can't spend it carelessly. You don't need a Mercedes-Benz at all. It was obvious that Zhu Xian was a little reluctant to spend the money. But for Jiang Che, this money is not much different from the money blown by the wind. Since Xiao Che has already bought it, you should accept it. Zhang's father also advised. Well, okay, then I won't buy it. Zhu Xian thought about it and nodded in agreement, with a smile on his face. Oh, I wish my kid could be so ambitious. Jiang Yu sighed with a smile. Jiang Yu and Zhu Xian also have a son who is the same age as Jiang Che, but he is also attending college away from home. He will definitely be able to make a lot of money after he graduates. Father Jiang said with a smile. I hope so. If not, let him follow Xiao Che. Zhu Xian also laughed, and the family chatted happily. After talking about his son, Zhu Xian thought of his daughter again and said, Chiyue, you're already 26 years old this year. Isn't it time for you to find a boyfriend? Tang Chiyue, who was enjoying her meal, suddenly fell in anger when she heard this. Why are you in such a hurry? You're only 26. What do you mean, only 26? In 4 years, you will be 30, and then you'll be an old maid. It will be so fast. Zhu Xian said with some dissatisfaction. The friend of the daughter of your fourth aunt's third uncle's brother-in-law is the same age as you, and her child can walk. Dan Gai, your second aunt told me a few days ago that there's a good young man in their village. He bought his own car at a young age. Although he is not as good as Xiao Che, he is also very good. Tomorrow I will ask your second aunt to contact him for you, so you can go and meet him. Zhu Xian said. Tang Chiyue glanced at Jiang Che, then said reluctantly, no. Tang Chiyue never expected that she would be forced to go on a blind date when she came back this time, and she was extremely unwilling. Go and take a look. You cannot get married, right? Jiang Yu said. Tin. I have a boyfriend outside. Tang Chiyue said after thinking for a while. Who are you trying to fool? Go and take a look. If it doesn't work, come back. You won't lose any meat. Zhu Xian could tell at a glance that Tang Chiyue was fooling him. Chiyue, you should think about this at your age. Zhang's father also chimed in. Men should get married when they are old enough, and women should get married when they are old enough. Just go and take a look. If you feel it's not suitable, you can come back. What if you find that you are right for each other? Tang Chiyue couldn't refuse directly when Zhang's father asked, but she was still unwilling in her heart. She glanced at Jiang Che and said, then let Xiao Che go with me. Okay, Zhu Xian agreed first. Let Xiao Che help you take a look. They felt more at ease having Jiang Che following them. After Tang Chiyue agreed, Zhu Xian and Jiang Yu felt relieved. The group ate and chatted, and it took them 2 hours to finish. Jiang Dad and Zhu Xian enjoyed the delicious food and were in a good mood, so they drank a little too much at once, and both of them had red faces from drinking. As for Jiang Che, he only drank a little and was fine. With Jiang Che's current physical condition, it is not easy to get drunk. Let Xiao Che drive you back. His uncle is so drunk that he can't ride a bike. Jiang's mother said when she saw this. Okay. Jiang Yu looked at Zhu Xian, who was almost unconscious from drinking, and agreed reluctantly. Hearing this, Tang Chiyue hurriedly said, I won't go back. I'll stay at my aunt's place. We can go meet the person you mentioned tomorrow. That's fine. Jiang Yu didn't think much about it. Tang Chiyue used to often stay overnight at Jiang Che's house. So Jiang Che drove Zhu Xian and Jiang Yu back. When Jiang Che came back, his father had already fallen asleep due to the influence of alcohol. His mother had already cleaned up the house, and Tang Chiyue seemed to have gone to rest as well. So Jiang Che took a shower and went to his room. Lying in bed, it was still early and I couldn't sleep, so I leaned against the bed and started browsing on my phone. As soon as Jiang Che opened Weibo, he immediately discovered that 3 of the top 10 trending searches were about himself and Yin Yadong. It seemed that the sensation caused by the two singing together yesterday was indeed quite big. Everyone was guessing who Jiang Che was and what his relationship was with Yin Yadong. There are even many scouts asking around for news about Jiang Che. With his looks and talent, if he makes his debut, what will happen to those popular young actors? Of course, their idea was doomed to fail, as Jiang Che would not pay any attention to them. As for those who speculated about Jiang Che and Yin Yadong's identities, Jiang Che didn't pay much attention to them. He let them guess. They were just using these things to deliberately discredit Yin Yadong. Jiang Che felt that it was necessary to let those people see how powerful money was. Jiang Che was watching when he suddenly heard a slight sound coming from the door. He turned around and saw that it was Tang Chiyue coming over. But this is not the key point. The key point is that Tang Chiyue seems to have just taken a shower. She is wearing very cool clothes, a pair of shorts, and a large area of white skin on her upper body is exposed. Jiang Che can't bear to look away. How is it? Does it look good? Tang Chiyue felt Jiang Che's gaze and rolled her eyes at him. Of course it looks good, Jiang Che said with a smile. Tang Chiyue ignored him and ran to the bed and leaned next to Jiang Che. Jiang Che smelled the scent of shower gel or Tang Chiyue's body, and he moved a little closer. But he didn't expect that Tang Chiyue also moved a little inside with Jiang Che, just to lean on Jiang Che. Because there is no air conditioning at home, Jiang Che is only wearing shorts and lying on the bed without a shirt. The two of them leaning against each other like this are a little too close. What's wrong? Jiang Che looked at Tang Chiyue. I'm going on a blind date tomorrow, Tang Chiyue said to Jiang Che. Well, then go ahead. I'll go with you, Jiang Che said. Don't you have any reluctance at all? You are such a heartless person. Tang Chiyue was unhappy and reached out to pinch Jiang Che. What do you mean you're reluctant? Jiang Che didn't quite understand what Tang Chiyue meant. Tang Chiyue saw that Jiang Che still didn't understand and suddenly didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked out angrily. Jiang Che scratched his head. Something seemed to be wrong, but this was his cousin. Chapter 181, Blind Date. The next morning, Zhu Xian had drunk too much last night and was still sleepy. So the blind date will probably have to be postponed for a day. As for today, Jiang Che decided to accompany Tang Chiyue to go out and play and stroll around the street. Although Jiang Che had accompanied Tang Chiyue shopping once when he went to Tianhai City last time, that time was just for the mission to spend money, and he also brought Tang Xiaozhu with him. This time, I came here specifically to accompany Tang Chiyue out to play. The two of them walked down the street, Tang Chiyue holding Jiang Che's arm, and they looked like a couple. Jiang Che didn't think much about it. It was normal to hold his sister's hand. The two of them walked around the streets, went to some lively places to play, and didn't go back until the evening. When I went back, I brought some clothes for my parents and my uncle and aunt. When Jiang Che came back this time, he didn't bring anything except a car, so now is a good time to make up for it. On the way back, the Mercedes-Benz that Jiang Che had someone sent arrived. Jiang Che drove the car with Tang Chiyue to his uncle's house, where they had dinner and stayed overnight. I woke up in the morning, had some breakfast, and around 10 o'clock, I was about to go on a blind date. Jiang Che drove Tang Chiyue to the only coffee shop in town, which was the location of the blind date. Jiang Che parked the car on the side of the road and prepared to go in with Tang Chiyue. But at the entrance of the coffee shop, Jiang Che suddenly stopped Tang Chiyue and said, "Wait a moment." "Huh? What's wrong?" Tang Chiyue looked at Jiang Che puzzledly. "Look at that person." Jiang Che pointed at a person in the coffee shop. This type of coffee shop has a large piece of translucent glass on the wall, through which you can see the scene outside. It is not very clear from the outside, but at such a close distance, you can still roughly see the scene inside. At this moment, Jiang Che saw through the glass that there was a young man in black clothes leaning on a chair, talking excitedly to the waiter in front of him. The waitress in this coffee shop was a young woman. When she heard what the young man said, she covered her mouth and giggled. As the young man was talking, his hand touched the waiter's leg. The waitress twisted her waist and dodged the young man's hand, but her expression did not show much disgust. Instead, it seemed as if she was flirting. Logically speaking, this matter had nothing to do with Jiang Che, but this young man happened to be Tang Chiyue's blind date today. Tang Chiyue saw the other person's photo last night. Well, Tang Chiyue looked at the scene inside and thought for a while before asking, should we wait until he's done touching it before going in? Because Tang Chiyue came to reject the other party, she didn't feel angry at all when she saw this scene. She even felt relieved and didn't want to disturb the other party's good thing. "Why go in?" Jiang Che said with a smile. "Let's just go back." But this person was introduced by my third aunt after all. If we don't go in directly, will it be considered as standing him up? Tang Chiyue said, "If we go in directly and refuse him now, he will definitely be speechless." "No need." Jiang Che took out his mobile phone and took a short video of a few seconds as evidence. Let's go play somewhere else. If your third aunt asks you why you stood someone up, just show her this video." Jiang Kisaid. Okay. Tang Chiyue readily agreed. She was naturally too lazy to go in and get entangled with such a person. With this video, her third aunt couldn't blame her. So the two of them did not go in and just left. After arriving home, Zhu Xen asked curiously, "Why did you two come back so soon? Didn't you have dinner with each other?" "Dad, who did you ask Annie San to introduce you to?" Tang Chiyue was already very dissatisfied with the blind date, and now that she had found an excuse, she naturally said, "We haven't even entered yet, and we saw him flirting with a waitress in the coffee shop." "Huh? No way," Zhu Xine asked in disbelief. "Your third aunt said he was quite honest." "Do you think third aunt is honest?" Tang Chiyue asked. Zhu Xine was speechless for a moment. Tang Chiyue's third aunt is a distant relative. Tang Chiyue has only met her a few times, but she doesn't like her very much because she seems a little unreliable, very concerned about face, and a little unreasonable. If you don't believe me, look, there's a video. Tang Chiyue took out her phone and showed Zhu Xine the video she had taken earlier. "Look at this kind of person. I saw what he did. If I hadn't seen it and was deceived by him, what would happen if we really dated in the future?" In order to avoid having relatives arrange blind dates for her in the future, Tang Chiyue exaggerated the matter as much as possible. "What if I hadn't seen this, and I went in to talk to him and found him to be nice, and then got cheated?" Tang Chiyue continued, "So don't keep urging me to go on blind dates in the future. I don't even know who the other person is. I can arrange my own affairs myself. In that case, forget it." Zhu Xine was also a little angry when he saw the content of the video. Your third aunt is really something. She is so unreliable about such things. So don't let my relatives introduce anyone to me in the future. Tang Chiyue said, "Unless they are better than Xiao Che. Then you should also do your best to show your respect. Bring a boyfriend back for the new year, otherwise you still have to make arrangements." Zhu Xian said, looking at Jiang Che, "Xiao Che, if you want to meet some good classmates, you can arrange it for your sister. You are so old, and there is no rush." "Okay." Jiang Che nodded with a smile. Chapter 182. Conflict before the wedding banquet. The blind date was called off, and the person Jiang Che had arranged to come and repair the house had already arrived. Jiang Che simply asked them to tear down and rebuild their house. After Jiang Che bought in architecture mastery, in the system he designed a house type and drew the blueprints, and gave them to the engineer to build it according to the blueprints, making it look like a small villa. John's father and mother are temporarily living in a makeshift mobile home for a while. Building a house is neither fast nor slow, But Jiang Che doesn't care about the little money. He hired a few more workers and asked them to take turns working, so he estimated that the house can be built in less than a month. Things like building the house could be left to Jiang's father at home. Jiang Che rested at home for 2 days and then prepared to go back with Tang Chiyue. But after Jiang Che told his parents that he wanted to go back, his father told him that one of his sisters was getting married the next day and asked Jiang Che to wait until he had the wedding banquet before going back. Jiang Che thought about it. Although his cousin was not as close to him as Tang Chiyue, he hadn't seen her for a long time. So he agreed and planned to drink the wedding wine before going back. This day wouldn't make any difference. The next morning, Jiang Che drove his parents to the best hotel in town, where his cousin's wedding was held. Tang Chiyue's family also went. Jiang Che's relatives were naturally also their relatives. As soon as I entered the hotel, I happened to meet Tang Chiyue's third aunt, Zhao Qi, who was the one who introduced Tang Chiyue to the blind date. She was also there. Zhao Qi is around 40 years old and still has some charm, but her thin lips make people feel that she speaks in a somewhat harsh way. In fact, this is indeed the case. As soon as Zhao Qi saw Tang Chiyue's family, she came over with a sullen look on her face and said to Tang Chiyue in a sarcastic tone, You've been in the city for so long that you look down on us country folks. Your third aunt introduced you to a date, but you didn't even go. Tang Chiyue explained. Third aunt, you introduced that person. Zhao Qi interrupted her directly, her tone full of contempt. What's wrong with me introducing that person? He's young and has a house and a car. So how could he not be worthy of you? Even if you're not satisfied, at least go and take a look. Do you know how my nephew complained to me when he came back? I asked him to go on a blind date, but he didn't even see anyone. Jiang Che was immediately displeased when he saw her expression. Why are you marrying someone so powerful? Where are you from? You speak so disrespectfully. Zhao Qi got angry when he heard this. Tang Chiyue's family is a distant relative, so naturally they have nothing to do with Jiang Che's family, and she doesn't know Jiang Che either. Before Jiang Che could say anything, Zhu Xian spoke up, and his tone was quite dissatisfied. Her third aunt, can you at least introduce someone more reliable? When my daughter went there, she found that your nephew was flirting with a clerk. What kind of matchmaking is this? He went back without even entering the door. Flirting with a clerk? How can my nephew, who is so honest, do such a thing? If he doesn't want to go, why are you looking for these excuses? From your tone, you still want to blame me. Zhao Qi said unconvincedly, forget about it. It's easy for my nephew to find a girlfriend with his conditions. I introduced her to your family with all my heart, but you blame me. As Zhao Qi was talking, a young man came over. Seeing Zhao Qi's appearance, he couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Why are you arguing? When Zhao Qi saw the young man, he immediately said, didn't you go on a blind date a few days ago? But he didn't even show up. I came to ask why, but he doesn't like us, so there's nothing to say. This person was Tang Chiyue's blind date that day, Wang Shufei. When Wang Shufei heard this, he couldn't help but look towards Jiang Che and his group, and then his eyes were fixed on Tang Chiyue. Aunt, the blind date you introduced to me, is she the one? Although Wang Shufei was talking to Zhao Qi, his eyes were looking Tang Chiyue up and down. Zhu Xian frowned immediately. He looked like he had never seen a woman before. This was not acceptable to him. Yes. Zhao Qi nodded after hearing Wang Shufei's words, but they didn't even go. Wang Shufei was very angry when he was stood up a few days ago and felt that he was fooled. But now when he saw Tang Chiyue in person, all his dissatisfaction suddenly disappeared. He immediately smiled and said, it's okay. Maybe something happened that day and he was delayed. It's not too late to get to know her now. My name is Wang Shufei. Stop. Your name is none of my business. I don't want to get to know you. Tang Chiyue said with disgust. She felt sick when she thought about how he had touched the waitress that day, and now he was pretending to get to know her like this. Hey, look at her attitude. She doesn't think highly of us at all. Zhao Qi seemed to have found an excuse and pointed her finger straight at us. She obviously didn't go there that day, but she still falsely accused you of molesting the waitress in the store. Wang Shufei was originally a little angry because of Tang Chiyue's tone, but when he heard Zhao Qi's words, his expression suddenly stiffened, but he said, what are you talking about teasing the waiter? I was clearly waiting there for the whole morning. Really? Jiang Che smiled and took out his phone. Did I take the wrong video? It shouldn't be you in the video, right? I'm so sorry for wrongly accusing you. Jiang Che also had a sarcastic tone. As a hermaphrodite, Who wouldn't be like that? What video? Zhao Qi took a closer look and then fell silent. Although the video is only a few seconds long, you can see that the man in the video is touching the waitress, and the young female waitress is also half-hearted, giving people the feeling that the two are having an affair. The most important thing is that the person in the video is obviously her nephew. Even the clothes are the same as what he is wearing now. She had just sworn that her nephew was definitely not that kind of person, but she was slapped in the face so quickly. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Wang Shufei felt a little annoyed. You took a sneak shot of me? Who is interested in filming you? Jiang Che deleted the video while talking and said with disdain, if I didn't film it, would your aunt admit it? After all, you were so honest, right? You. Wang Shufei's face was full of anger, but he didn't know how to start. My nephew is young and can earn millions every year. What does it matter if a few women are interested in him? Zhao Qi said as if it was a matter of course. Who do you think you are? We don't even look down on you. Zhu Xian and Zhang's father both frowned. What does this mean? According to this statement, as long as you are good enough, you can have affairs outside and earn millions every year? Our little Che makes hundreds of millions every year without saying a word. Jiang Che, however, did not show any sign of being angry. Instead, he calmly reasoned with her. Well, now you look down on us, right? Just now you were shouting that my sister Chiyue looked down on your family. So now you can just look down on us? Okay. Using her own words to attack her own shield, Jiang Che slapped her in the face with her own words twice. Zhao Qi lost her temper again, and then said angrily, what does it have to do with you? I didn't tell you. Besides, my nephew makes millions every year, so what if he looks down on you? Why should he look down on you? Some people dare to say anything when they get angry. They're used to being superior and always feel they are superior to others. They may be restrained at other times, but their true nature will be revealed once they get angry. Just like some people on the internet who do something and then arrogantly say, my father is so and so. Don't they know they shouldn't say such things? Everyone knows that this kind of thing cannot be said casually, but the problem is that they just said it. Because he is used to being superior, he said it unconsciously, and with an arrogant expression on his face, he looked so cool. Just like Zhao Qi at this moment, she already had a sense of superiority in her heart, and then she spoke without thinking. Perhaps Zhao Qi also looked down on Tang Chiyue's relatives in her heart. When introducing the blind date, she probably just thought that Tang Chiyue was pretty, and there was no one as pretty as her in the surrounding villages. Over 1 million per year? That's really impressive. Jiang Che nodded in agreement, then silently took out his BMW key. As long as you work for 2 or 3 years, you can afford this car. Zhao Qi, Wang Shufei. The two of them were silent. The two of them didn't know Jiang Che's family at all, and didn't know his family's financial situation. So when they saw the BMW car key, they were frightened for a moment and didn't dare to say much. Even if Wang Shufei has money, he can't drive a BMW yet. What's more, Jiang Che said that this car will be enough for him to work for 2 or 3 years. Doesn't that mean it will cost 2 or 3 million? A car costs several million, so there must be at least tens of millions in the family, right? For a while, neither of them dared to speak. Zhu Xian and Jiang Yu felt relieved when they saw them like this. At first, they were a little concerned about their relationship, but Zhao Qi actually said such words. Why do you look up to us? It was obviously your nephew who was not disciplined and said such things. If Xiao Che had not been here today, there would be no way to refute it. Now Zhu Xian and Jiang Yu no longer want to bother with this distant relative. In the words of a certain dragon king, it's better not to have such relatives. As they were talking, Jiang Che's other aunt, Jiang Yun, came over, followed by Jiang Che's cousin, Yang Qing, the person he was getting married today. Jiang Yun had a smile on his face. What's wrong with you? Why are you quarreling on such a nice day? Stop talking and go sit inside. Although Jiang Yun was talking, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Qi and called out affectionately, Xiao Qi, you guys are finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Fei, you the big boss, can actually find time to come. Jiang Yun said half-jokingly. Although Wang Shufei's annual income of 1 million is nothing in front of Jiang Che, he is the envy of all the relatives around him. After all, an annual income of 1 million is not a small amount. Even for someone like Mu Hanxue, Jiang Che only pays her about 1 million a year. So Jiang Yun unconsciously looked up to Wang Shufei and was more enthusiastic towards them. But just as he finished speaking, he saw the car keys in Jiang Che's hand. Xiao Che, did your family buy a car? No, this is the BMW key, borrowed from a friend. Jiang Yun didn't mean to say this, but Jiang Che's family wasn't well off before, so a car worth 100,000 yuan was fine, but buying a BMW, her first reaction was to borrow it. And then she said it. As soon as he said it, he realized that there was something wrong with what he said, and immediately explained, I mean, it was borrowed. Zhao Qi seemed to have found a breakthrough and couldn't wait to say, You have no ability, but still like to brag. Your face is thicker than the soles of my shoes. I really thought you earned it? Turns out you borrowed someone else's car. Wang Shufei's face was full of disdain, and his previous sense of superiority returned in an instant. The two of them were mocking each other to the utmost, as if they wanted to get back the face they had lost before. When he thought about how he was really frightened by Jiang Che just now, he suddenly felt very angry. Chapter 183. Jiang Yun's son-in-law. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yun asked curiously. What did Xiao Che say? He actually said that he bought the car himself and used it to mock Su Fei. Zhao Qi said with disdain. Jiang Yun, your relatives are really all kinds of people. One said he was going on a blind date, but no one showed up, and the other is showing off his wealth with someone else's car keys. Jiang Yun also felt a little embarrassed and explained awkwardly, This may not be borrowed, it may be bought. But anyone could tell from the tone that it was just a forced explanation, and even she herself obviously didn't believe it. A BMW, even the lowest configuration, with everything ready, would cost 400,000 or 500,000 yuan. Based on Jiang Yun's understanding of Jiang Che's family, they probably couldn't even come up with 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. So how could they suddenly buy a BMW? Yeah, maybe someone will suddenly win the lottery, Wang Shufei said with a chuckle, but anyone could hear the contempt in his tone. Not only was Wang Shufei's eyes contemptuous, but even Jiang Yun's eyes when he looked at Jiang Che's family were a little strange. It was okay for him to have no money, but using someone else's car to show off his wealth was a bit. He was simply losing face. Jiang Che did not explain too much, but he took in everyone's expressions. He found that even Yang Qing, who was standing behind Jiang Yun, looked a little indifferent and even a little unfamiliar. He had no intention of coming up to say hello, nor did he smile as he did when he saw him before. To be honest, Jiang Che came to attend the wedding banquet today, mainly to see his cousin whom he hadn't seen for many years. Although his relationship with Yang Qing was not as good as Tang Chiyue's, she was still his cousin after all, and they often played together when they were young. It was just that he went to study in another province in recent years, and they met less frequently. This time he just happened to come and see her. However, Jiang Che did not expect that when they met again, everything had changed. After 2 years in society, Yang Qing was obviously no longer the little girl with a smile on her face. She had also become materialistic. Su Fei, let's go in. There's nothing to say to this kind of person. Zhao Qi looked at Jiang Che and Tang Chiyue's families with disdain and pulled Wang Shufei to go in. But before going in, he thought of something and took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Yun, a little gift. Judging from the thickness, it is estimated to cost at least 2,000 yuan. Considering the relationship between the two families, giving 2,000 yuan as a gift is considered very generous. Jiang Yun felt the solid thickness in his hand, and the smile on his face became brighter. Oh, you are too polite. Come in and sit down. Although he said politely, he stuffed the red envelope into his pocket without hesitation. Although Zhang's father was somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Yun's attitude, it was someone else's wedding and he couldn't make a fuss. Plus, Jiang Che's indifferent personality was partly inherited from his father. Zhang's father himself was also free and easy and didn't care about their expressions at all. His son earns hundreds of millions a year, so what can he say to you guys who look down on others? When the big villa is built, I will tell you about it when I invite relatives to dinner. Let's see whether this car and the mansion are bought or borrowed. So Zhang's father was too lazy to say anything. He was ready to pay the share money, have a meal, and go back. He just wanted to visit relatives less often in the future. The share money prepared by Jiang Che's family was 1,000 RMB, which was not a small amount. However, Jiang Che stopped Zhang's father and did not let him pay the share money. Of course, Jiang Che didn't want to eat a free meal. Instead, he took out a crumpled 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Yun with a smile. Aunt, this is just a small token of my respect. Jiang Yun's face stiffened. It was really a small thought. Is there anyone who still gives 100 yuan as a gift these days? And he isn't even willing to give a red envelope. How perfunctory is that? Do you look down on our family? But even though he had a lot of thoughts in his mind, he still showed a stiff smile on his face and took Jiang Che's money. Okay, you guys go in too. Seeing this, Tang Chiyue followed Jiang Che's lead and took out 100 yuan from her pocket. But she didn't have any whole money in her pocket, so she took out 2 20 yuan notes, 3 10 yuan notes, 5 5 yuan notes, and 5 coins. Well, this is our family share of money. Tang Chiyue looked at Jiang Yun with an innocent expression. Jiang Yun. Jiang Che quietly gave a thumbs up. This guy is even more ruthless than himself. Feeling the strange expressions of those around him, Jiang Yin couldn't hold back his expression, but what annoyed him even more was Yang Qing behind him. Today is her wedding. Aren't Jiang Che and Tang Chiyue humiliating her by doing this? Aha, the kid is just joking with you. Zhu Xin saw that they were about to explode and said with a smile, then took out the red envelope prepared by his family and handed it to Jiang Yun, which was also 1,000 yuan. After all, it was a wedding for the younger generation, so Zhu Xin felt that it was a bit too much to take out 100 yuan in change as a gift. Jiang Yun's face looked better then. However, Jiang's father didn't react at all. Obviously, the 100 yuan given by Jiang Che was their family share of money. Jiang Yun and Yang Qing couldn't help but feel a little more resentful towards Jiang Che. It's so funny. How can a boss like you who drives a big BMW only give 100 yuan as a share? It doesn't suit your status, Zhao Qi said sarcastically. Didn't Aunt Jiang Yun say that this was borrowed? Jiang Che said without any shame, my family is poor, so I can only give this little, but the thought behind it is great. Wang Shufei still smiled contemptuously. Come on, let's go in first. You haven't seen my son-in-law yet. I'll take you to see him. Jiang Yun really couldn't stand Jiang Che anymore, but he couldn't get angry, so he simply ignored him and took Zhao Qi and the others in. Jiang Yun introduced his son-in-law to Zhao Qi and Wang Shufei. Jiang Che and the others followed behind and heard some of it. Maybe Jiang Yun let Jiang Che and the others hear it to show off. In short, Jiang Yun's son-in-law seems to be a top student. He now works in a large company and usually earns 30,000 to 50,000 yuan a month. The most important thing is that the year-end bonus is very high, almost the same as a year's salary, so the total must be over 1 million. Then he gave her family 600,000 yuan as a wedding gift, and took Yang Qing to buy this and that. The total amount spent on the wedding was over 1 million yuan. I don't know if Jiang Yun was bragging or not, but according to her, her son-in-law is very capable and a complete rich son-in-law. This made Zhao Qi and Wang Shufei look at him with respect, and they said with a smile that Yang Qing would enjoy a good life in the future. Yang Qing next to her also revealed a happy smile upon hearing this, and was obviously very satisfied with her boyfriend. As he was talking, Jiang Yun saw his son-in-law talking to others in front of him, and couldn't help but called out, Xiao Gao, come here. The young man whom Jiang Yun called Xiao Gao looked over here when he heard the voice. He had a warm smile on his face, but when he saw me, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't care about dealing with the person he was talking to, and walked over quickly. Chapter 184. Which company? Xiao Gao, this is you. Jiang Yun was about to introduce Zhao Qi and Wang Shufei to his son-in-law, but he didn't expect that he completely ignored his mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, walked directly in front of Jiang Che, and then shouted in front of everyone's surprised eyes, Director Jiang. He unconsciously bent down slightly, looking extremely respectful, and even his expression looked a little terrified. Jiang Yun and Zhao Qi looked confused for a moment, not knowing what was going on. Jiang Che looked him over and asked, do you know me? My name is Li Gao, an employee of your company. Li Gao's expression was excited but a little nervous, and he even stuttered when he spoke. Jiang Che didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that Yang Qing's marriage partner was actually an employee of his own company. What a small world it is. However, Jiang Che thought for 2 seconds and asked again, which company of mine are you from? Li Gao. Father Jiang. Everyone. Li Gao sighed in his heart. His boss actually has several companies. But I answered immediately. I used to be a programmer at Shark, and now I work in the technical department of Moon. Oh, Jiang Che nodded and looked at him again. His hair was sparse, and his face was haggard. He looked 82 years old, but he was 28 years old. It was obvious that he was a very hard-working employee. Thinking of this, Jiang Che couldn't help but patted his shoulder and said, not bad. Work hard, I'll give you a little more bonus this year to buy milk powder. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, Li Gao said excitedly. Jiang Yun, who was standing behind him, was completely confused. He asked in confusion, Xiao Gao, what Mr. Jiang? He's the chairman of our company. Li Gao explained briefly, and then tried to get closer to Jiang Che. By the way, President Jiang, why are you here too? Oh, your mother-in-law is my aunt, and your wife is my cousin. Jiang Ke explained. Li Gao's expression suddenly became pleasantly surprised. What a great thigh. But Jiang Yun still didn't understand, and kept asking Li Gao, what chairman? Didn't you say your company is big, with a market value of billions? Li Gao's attitude towards Jiang Yun also improved a lot because of Jiang Che. He patiently explained, yes, the Moon Live platform just acquired the Shark Live with a market value of tens of billions a few days ago. Now I work at Moon Live, and Mr. Jiang is the chairman of Moon Live. Everyone, hundreds of billions. Father Jiang was also frightened. Didn't this little bastard say it was just a few 100 million? Jiang Yin opened his mouth slightly, his face full of disbelief, and muttered, hundreds of billions. It must be fake. How much does hundreds of billions have to be? Tens of billions. This was beyond her comprehension. But Li Gao was not happy to hear this. What's fake? How can I admit my mistake as my own boss? It's okay. The company also borrowed it from a friend. Jiang Che chuckled and was too lazy to explain. Borrowed too. Li Gao thought for a moment and realized that Jiang Che's tone was not right. He couldn't help but ask Yang Qing, Xiao Qing, what's going on? Yang Qing was also shocked, and there was a strange look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Che. She didn't expect that this little brat who used to only follow her and call her sister was already worth tens of billions. It's a pity that I just looked down on them, thinking that I have a husband who earns $1 million a year and I will no longer belong to the same world. But it seemed that we are not from the same world anymore. At this moment, she heard Li Gao's question and hesitated to explain. Just now, my cousin took out a BMW key and my aunt said he borrowed it. Zhao Qi was also in shock, but when she heard this, she immediately retorted. What do you mean I said it? It was clearly your mother who said he borrowed it. But I don't know either, I'm just guessing, Jiang Yun explained. Li Gao probably understood what was going on after hearing this. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and his face suddenly turned cold when he looked at Yang Qing and Jiang Yun. You have to know that Shark has just merged with Moon. Jiang Che did not directly fire Shark's old employees because he wanted to think it over. In a month or two, Moon will definitely have a large layoff to eliminate the redundant people. Under such circumstances, my daughter-in-law and mother-in-law actually offended Jiang Che. If Jiang Che holds a grudge against me because of this, he will fire me. Then, I have worked hard for so many years after graduating from college to achieve what I have today. If I get fired, I will have to start all over again. And with Jiang Che's ability, whether other companies would dare to hire him after he was fired is another matter. This is ruining your own future. Although Jiang Che had no such idea at all, Li Gao couldn't help but worry. For a moment, his eyes turned extremely cold when he looked at Yang Qing and Jiang Yun. He even felt that this marriage was better off not being concluded. Yang Qing looked at Li Gao and was frightened by his eyes. He panicked and pulled Li Gao's arm to apologize. I'm sorry, I really didn't know. When the couple chatted in their daily lives, they would definitely talk about company matters. Li Gao had told her about these things when he first went to Yueyang, saying that the company might lay off employees in a month or two. But Li Gao was still quite confident at the time and told Yang Qing that he should be able to stay. Li Gao said this to reassure Yang Qing, and secondly, he was confident in himself. He had high enough skills and worked hard, so he shouldn't be laid off, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Yang Qing also knew how much effort Li Gao had put into staying in Yueyang, but he didn't expect that he might lose his job because of his and his mother's attitude towards Jiang Che just now. Although Jiang Che did not show any dissatisfaction just now, it can still be seen that Jiang Che is not indifferent. For example, he directly took out a crumpled 100 yuan from his pocket as a share of the money. Obviously, Jiang Che was still a little unhappy, and this unhappiness might very well cause Li Gao to lose his job. Jiang Yan also felt very guilty. He looked at Li Gao and said, Xiao Gao, this matter. I hesitated for a long time and didn't know what to say, and I felt very nervous. Auntie, you don't have to say anything. Li Gao interrupted her directly. Jiang Yun and Yang Qing were both shocked. Li Gao had long ago changed his address to calling Jiang Yun Mom, but now he called her Auntie. What did this mean? Could it be that? However, before Li Gao could finish his words, Jiang Che interrupted him again. Why is the atmosphere so tense on such a happy day? And Li Gao, you please be nice to my cousin after you get married. If I find out that you bully her, I will not be polite to you. Jiang Guki said. Yes, yes, yes. Li Gao immediately nodded in agreement, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Mr. Jiang probably meant that he didn't take this matter to heart, right? Right. Jiang Yun reacted immediately and quickly pulled Jiang Che and the others to sit inside. When Xiao Che was admitted to Jiangnan University, I knew he was not an ordinary person. Now he's made great progress. Father Jiang smiled silently and took out the money he had prepared earlier. Little sister, this is our family's money. The 100 yuan before was just a joke from Xiao Che. Jiang Yun took the red envelope from Jiang's father, and the smile on his face froze again. For some reason, the thick red envelope in his hand felt hot. Chapter 1, 85 Yoga Hall. Father Jiang ignored her stiff expression, and the two families walked in and took their seats together. As for Zhao Qi and Wang Shufei, no one knew where they had gone. During the dinner, Jiang Yun and Yang Qing came over several times to toast. Even Li Gao's parents, when they heard that their son's boss was here, came over with wine glasses and asked Jiang Che to take care of him. After the meal, Jiang Che had no intention of staying any longer and prepared to say goodbye and go back. Jiang Yun, Yang Qing, and Li Gao personally escorted the two families to the door. When Jiang Yun and Yang Qing saw Jiang Che and his family of 3 getting into the BMW, they felt mixed emotions. However, when Zhu Exan drove out a Mercedes-Benz, their expressions changed again. When did Zhu Exan's family become so rich? Zhu Exan felt relieved when he saw Jiang Yun's expression. He sighed in a pretentious manner. Xiao Che is a successful kid who still remembers his family. It's not enough for him to buy a BMW for his dad. He also insisted on buying a car for me. Jiang Yun. Yang Qing. After returning, Jiang Che explained things to his parents and took Tang Chiyue with him. The two returned to Jiangnan City together. Of course, Tang Chiyue returned to Tianyu Company to continue working. After Jiang Che returned, there was nothing to do. Moon Live broadcast was already back on track. Chinsi Pharmaceutical could not be listed for the time being, and other industries were also operating normally. However, Jiang Che did not forget that he was still a student. After there was nothing more to do in the industry, Jiang Che went back to school. This was his first time to come to school after returning from his trip to Longhu Bay. Where are the people? Jiang Che was a little confused. When he returned to the dormitory, there was no one there. Jiang Che thought that his 2 roommates had gone to class, but when he arrived at the classroom, he found that it was also empty. He was a little confused. After thinking about it, I decided to call Su Junju and ask, I'm at school. Where are you? Did you go out to play? Jiang Giki asked. You actually came to school? What a rare guest. Su Junju said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. Where are you? Jiang Giki asked. We are in a basketball hall. The school team is playing against Jiangti University. We are all watching the game. Su Junju said. Jiangti is the abbreviation of Jiangnan Sports University. You don't know how to play basketball, so why are you interested in basketball games? Jiang Giki asked. You don't know how many big-breasted and long-legged girls there are. Jiang Giki. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't say anything, Su Junju continued to ask, Do you want to come? The girls at Jiangdi have such great figures. Jiang Che thought about it and decided that since he was already at school, he might as well go and take a look. He definitely wouldn't do it for a girl. As soon as Jiang Che arrived at the stadium, he heard a huge cheer coming from inside. Apparently a team had scored a goal. Jiang Che stood at the door and took a look inside. The gymnasium of Jiangnan University is not small, with thousands of seats inside. However, these thousands of seats are now full. Jiang Che thought about it and decided to call Su Junju. It would be strange if he could find them if he went in like this. When the call was connected, Su Junju told Jiang Che that he was sitting at the very edge of the court with the members of the Jiangnan University basketball team. Jiang Che was a little confused. When did Su Junju become familiar with the people on the basketball team? Why was he sitting with them? However, Jiang Che didn't care too much about it. After hanging up the phone, he walked inside. Su Junju was indeed sitting next to the team members. But in addition to Su Junju, there were some people Jiang Che was familiar with who were the rich second generations who attended the party at Li Dongxian's birthday party last time. However, One of them was wearing the basketball uniform of Jiangnan University. Jiang Che remembered that his name seemed to be Li Jun, and he was also a wealthy second generation. The last time he met him, Jiang Che thought he was tall and strong, but he didn't expect that he was on the basketball team. In this case, Jiang Che understood why Su Junju and the others were here. It was obviously because of Li Jun. I, Jiang Ke, Dis. Suyun Su waved Ati, Jiang Ke. Chapter 186 Master. Jiang Che nodded and walked over. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is here too. Isn't this our school's beauty? Brother Jiang is really good at this. When the rich second generation saw Jiang Che, they all greeted him with smiles, and there was a hint of flattery in their tone. Ever since Jiang Che revealed his identity as the chairman of Tianyu Company last time, Jiang Che's status in the hearts of these people has skyrocketed. What's more, Jiang Che later made such a big fuss with the Sharp platform. They're all young people who often watch live broadcasts. Some are even interested in spending tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, and can even invite the female anchors out for in-depth exchanges. So I also know that Jiang Che is also the chairman of Moonlive. The market value of these two companies combined is 70 to 80 billion. Therefore, they were naturally very enthusiastic when they saw Jiang Che. Su Junju smiled and introduced Jiang Che. This is Li Jun. I met him at the last party. Do you remember? He is the captain of the basketball team. Hello, Brother Jiang. Li Jun also greeted Jiang Che with a smile. Hello. Jiang Che naturally couldn't ignore their enthusiasm, so he smiled and said hello. Remember, you are the young master Jianlin property, right? Yes. I didn't expect Brother Jiang still remembers me. Li Jun said with some surprise. The last time Jiang Che had dinner with them, it was less than an hour. More than a dozen people introduced themselves to Jiang Che. He was not outstanding in this small group, but Jiang Che did not expect that he remembered them so clearly. However, what they didn't know was that Jiang Che had been transformed by the system. Not only was his body stronger, but his brain power and memory were also enhanced. But your situation isn't very good. Jiang Che glanced at the scoreboard and said with a smile. This should be the second quarter. The score between the two sides is already 14-34, with Jiangnan University lagging behind by 20 points. Li Jun smiled helplessly. They're a sports school after all. We can't beat them, and they have a very strong freshman this year, the small forward named Pang Wan. Li Yun pointed at Jiang Shi. But even if Li Jun didn't say it, Jiang Che had noticed that person. It could even be said that everyone's attention was on this person. Pang Wan is about 1.9 meters tall, slightly taller than Jiang Che. He is not very tall on the basketball court, but his athletic ability is surprisingly strong. His arm span and Achilles tendon length are very outstanding. His talent is visible to the naked eye. Just as Jiang Che and Li Jun were talking, Pang Wan scored another goal. He received a pass from his teammate outside the three-point line, accelerated and broke through the defenders of Jiangnan University easily, then jumped high and made a jelly layup. This caused another round of screams. Of course, it was mainly the audience at Jiangdi and the players on the bench who were cheering. The atmosphere at Jiangnan University seemed a bit dull, especially after Pang Wan scored a goal and made a provocative gesture of thumbs down. It would be strange if I could get excited when my school's basketball team was beaten and ridiculed. However, some girls from Jiangnan University could not help but cheer for him. After all, Pang Wan was not bad-looking, with well-proportioned muscles, and his unstoppable momentum on the court, which naturally attracted the interest of many girls. Li Jun's face darkened when he saw his gesture, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just rush up and beat him up. What? You want to get him? Jiang Che asked with a smile. I'd like to, but it's not easy, Li Jun said in a low voice. Why? Does he have a powerful background? Jiang Duque asked curiously. That's not the case. It's just that his talent was noticed by a coach of the Empire basketball team, and he plans to take him to the youth training camp for training in a while, so it's not easy to do anything, Li Yun explained. Jiang Duque nodded casually. These things had nothing to do with him. Even if Pang Wan was taught a lesson by Li Jun, it was because he was too arrogant. Just play basketball, but if you want to provoke others, it's normal to get beaten. Jiang Che didn't bother to care about these things. He sat in the seat next to Su Junju and watched the game with peace of mind. Pang Wan seemed to be in good form, playing more and more fiercely. The morale of the entire Jiangnan University team was extremely high. On the other hand, the members of the Jiangnan University team were all dejected. When the second quarter ended, the score had reached 15-45. That's right, Jiangnan University only scored 1 point a few minutes after the second quarter because the guard was fouled while shooting and made one of 2 free throws. Otherwise, they might not have scored any points. The whistle blew to end the second quarter, and several players from Jiangnan University came off the court dejectedly. On the other hand, there was a huge cheer coming from Jiangdi, as if welcoming the return of heroes. Both the audience and the many team members were in high spirits, and some team members and spectators even cast provocative glances in this direction. This made many audiences at Jiangnan University angry, but they couldn't say anything. What was there to say if they were not as skilled as others? Li Jun looked at his teammates and didn't blame them. Instead, he said, "I'll play in the next quarter. You guys should double-team Pang Wan. If you can't defend him, foul him. By the way, where is your coach?" John Duque asked curiously. A school team must have a coach to arrange tactics. After the first quarter, he felt embarrassed and left, Li Jun explained. John Duque. Chapter 187. 2 chapters combined into one. The few minutes of rest passed quickly, and at the beginning of the third quarter, Li Jun took the court himself. As the captain of the basketball team, Li Jun may have some status reasons, but his own strength is also unquestionable. Given his background, if he didn't really like basketball, he would definitely not bother to be the captain of a basketball team. It would be great for him, a rich second generation, to play with cars and watches, but he just likes basketball. Coupled with his good physical talent, his skills are naturally not weak. He made a 3-pointer as soon as he came on the court, slightly narrowing the gap. However, Pang Wan on the opposite side did not play. He had already played for 2 full quarters and needed a rest for a while to recover his strength. Therefore, the Jiangnan University team, led by Li Jun, launched a small counterattack, narrowing the score difference from 30 points to less than 20 points, which made the Jiangnan University audience cheer. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Pang Wan came on the court again halfway through the third quarter. Pang Wan, who had a good rest, was like a tiger out of a cage, constantly attacking with the ball. I have to say that Pang Wan's physical talent is indeed terrifying. His height of 1.9 meters and jumping height of nearly 1 meter allow him to dunk with both hands easily. Soon the score difference was widened to more than 20 points again. The morale at Jiangnan University dropped again. Li Jun bent over, holding his knees with his hands, sweat dripping from his forehead. It was obvious that he was very tired, but there was still a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He didn't want to lose like this. Although he knew from the beginning that this game would be difficult to win, now that we are already on the basketball court, we must aim to win. No matter how big the gap in strength was, as long as he was standing on a basketball court, Li Jun had only one thing in mind. Win. Win. No one wants to lose. The ball possession changed, and it was Jiangnan University's turn to attack. After the point guard dribbled the ball across half court, he passed the ball to Li Jun. Li Jun stood at a 45-degree angle outside the 3-point line, looked at Pang Wan, who was blocking him, and then looked at the basket. This ball must go in. Li Jun gritted his teeth and cheered himself up in his heart. Then he moved his feet, dribbled the ball hard, and rushed inside. But Pang Wan's speed was naturally not slow either, and he followed closely behind. It stands to reason that the hit rate of a forced layup in this kind of breakthrough without getting rid of the defender would be very low, especially when the defender on the opposite side is Pang Wan, so the ball should be passed or slowed down. But Li Jun couldn't care about so many things at this time. The huge score difference made it difficult for him to calm down. At this time, he just wanted to score this goal and get 2 points for the team. When Li Jun jumped up to prepare for a layup, Pang Wan also jumped up at the same time and unsurprisingly blocked him from behind. Bang! With a loud bang, Pang Wan not only blocked Li Jun's ball, but their bodies also collided with each other. Li Jun was already exhausted, and he could no longer control his balance under the huge impact and fell to the ground with a bang. Team leader, Oh Yun. Brother Jun, are you okay? Several team members gathered around him, and Li Jun hugged his knees with a look of pain on his face. It took him more than 10 seconds to recover. It doesn't look like there's any big problem, but with a knee injury, he definitely won't be able to play in the next game. Do you know how to play basketball? Seeing that Li Jun was fine, some of the team members with hot tempers couldn't help it and pushed Pang Wan forward. You know, as the captain of the basketball team, Li Jun is usually very nice to his teammates. Li Jun is not short of money, so he often invites them out to eat, go out to play, etc. The relationship within the team is still very good. It is reasonable for them to stand up for Li Jun when they saw that he was injured. But now the players from Jiangdi were also dissatisfied, and they surrounded them one by one, looking like they wanted to fight. Beep! A quick whistle sounded, and the referee hurried over to separate the two teams. Li Jun glanced at Pang Wan, but waved his hand to stop the impulsive team members. The captain of Jiangdi also hurriedly stopped his players. Although Pang Wan was very powerful, he was still a freshman and was not the captain for the time being. However, the old captain of Jiangdi knew that Li Jun was different from them and was a rich second generation. It was normal to bump into each other on the basketball court, and Li Jun wouldn't say anything. But if they really fought, Li Jun would have a reason to cause trouble for them, and that would be difficult. Anyway, he didn't dare to do it. The referee was relieved when he saw that there was no conflict between the two teams. He asked Li Jun, "Can we still take free throws?" "Yes." Li Jun agreed, limped to the free throw line with the basketball in his hand, took a deep breath, and tapped the ball twice. The audience below could clearly see that Li Jun's left leg had lost its strength and was even shaking uncontrollably. It was obviously not as fine as he said. Under these circumstances, the audience became a little quieter. Even many girls cast interested glances at Li Jun, although Li Jun is not sure of girlfriends. One of the reasons why girls like boys who play basketball is because boys who play basketball are generally tall and handsome. Another part is also a kind of heroism, just like a person like Pang Wan who dominates the field and keeps scoring, which naturally attracts the attention of the opposite sex. Li Jun's character is also a kind of heroism. Although he lost, he showed an indomitable will. There are girls who appreciate this kind of character. Sometimes, characters with tragic colors can even stir people's emotions, so they can attract the attention of the opposite sex. Li Jun ignored the situation around him. His left leg trembled slightly, but his hands were steady. He adjusted his posture and then gently flicked the basketball out with his right hand. The basketball drew a graceful arc in the air and then fell into the basket with a swish. Ba-ba-ba. Applause suddenly broke out from the audience. Originally, the audience from Jiangnan University were dissatisfied with the school team members. They felt ashamed to see them being so bad. But after seeing Li Jun's look, they really couldn't get angry anymore. They saw the persistence in Li Jun's eyes and his belief in winning. Regardless of winning or losing, Li Jun has tried his best and is a player worthy of respect. But if he really couldn't win, it could only be attributed to the fact that Jiang was too strong, not Li Jun and the others' fault. After Li Jun got the ball, he patted it a few more times and then threw it out, but this time he made a mistake. His unstable feet caused his body to be unbalanced, and the basketball hit the basket and bounced out. One of two free throws. After serving the ball, Li Jun had to walk off the court to prepare for substitutions. The team members who were resting below came forward to support Li Jun. However, Su Junju and the others smiled and said, "You can't do this? You were beaten like this." Li Jun smiled helplessly, knowing that they were not mocking him, and said, "This freshman from Jiangti is too awesome. I really can't handle him. Didn't you play tricks at the nightclub last night? I only told you one, but you insisted on three." Another person said with a smile, "Get lost. I only wanted two." Li Invitational. Jand Ke. Really good at playing. The game continues over there. Li Jun came off and was replaced by a substitute small forward. However, even Li Jun was beaten like that when he played in person. It would naturally be even more difficult to play when a substitute came on. Several people were completely unable to defend against Pang Wan, and the score gap widened further. But the audience at Jiangnan University was fully excited because of Li Jun's injury. As long as their side scored a goal, they would give the warmest applause and cheers. Even though the score difference is huge, the momentum remains undiminished. The players on the field were also infected by the atmosphere. They fought hard as if they were given a shot of chicken blood. For a while, they managed to hold on to the score, and the difference hovered around 30 points. Although the gap did not narrow, it was already a rare achievement for them to keep the score stable under Pang Wan's attack. To some extent, this is also the home advantage. The audience at Jiangdi was shocked when they saw this. They were only leading by 30 points. Suddenly, everyone started shouting loudly, cheering for Jiangdi's team to widen the score gap. For a moment, not only were there conflicts between the two teams, but there was also a tense atmosphere in the audience seats. Jiang Che glanced at these enthusiastic audiences with a hint of interest in his eyes. With them in this mood, he should be able to gain a lot of admiration by saving the world. The third quarter ended quickly, 56-84, a gap of 28 points. Hearing the whistle that marked the end of the third quarter, Lee Jun glanced at the scoreboard and smiled bitterly. There is no hope of winning. The players who came down showed some helplessness on their faces when they heard this. It was impossible to win, and they could only try their best to ensure that the score difference remained within 30 points, but it was a little difficult to keep it stable. The reason why everyone was so brave in the second half of the last quarter was entirely because of their momentum, but they were interrupted in the middle, and it would be difficult to get back to the same state when they come back on the court. In war, it is also important to strike hard at the first blow. The second will weaken, and the third will be exhausted. In addition, everyone fought so hard just now that their physical strength could not keep up, so they might be abused in the fourth quarter. But at this moment, Jiang Che suddenly asked, "How about letting me go up and play for a while next period?" Huh? Li Jun was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Jiang Che to say this. Others stared at Jiang Che in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly said that. Don't go up there and embarrass yourself with your skills. So Hun Futist. He had played basketball with Jiang Che before. Jiang Che's basketball skills were not bad, but they were still far behind those of the school team that trained every day. Wouldn't it be pure torture to go up now? Jiang Che really ignored Su Junju and explained, "I also like playing basketball. Seeing you guys playing so intensely makes me want to play. Do you want me to go up and play? Of course, if it's inconvenient, forget it." "It's convenient. Of course it's convenient." Li Yun nodded quickly. Anyway, it's already difficult to win in the current situation. Since Jiang Che wants to go up and play, why would Li Jun disagree? Not only did he agree, he also took the initiative to say, "I just happen to have a new jersey here, Jiang brother. You can wear this." Okay. Jiang nodded. Jiang Che went to the player channel next to him to change his clothes. After that, the break time ended quickly and Jiang Che replaced the substitute small forward. Although Jiang Che was not a member of the school team, he was from Jiangnan University after all. In addition, the referee was also from Jiangnan University, so he was naturally biased towards them. He didn't say much when he saw Jiang Che on the court. How could people from other schools know whether Jiang Che was a member of the school team? The players at Jiangni didn't care at all. There was only one quarter left, so it didn't matter who they replaced. Jiang Che knew what these people in Jiangni were thinking just by looking at their eyes. However, Jiang Che just smiled faintly and bought a basketball mastery in the system. I secretly opened a hack. Jiang Che was indeed quite good at playing basketball in high school and was even a member of the high school team. However, he didn't play much in college and was a little rusty about it. Therefore, it would not be enough to rely on his own strength alone, and he also needed the help of the system. After obtaining Basketball Mastery Elementary, Jiang Che's basketball skills directly reached the top level on the planet, that is, the level of the NBA. Jordan's jumping and body coordination, Iverson's breakthrough, Ray Allen, and Curry's three-pointers. When all these abilities are concentrated in one person. However, before the game started, the audience was excited because they recognized Jiang Che. One reason was that Mu Hanxue had brought Jiang Che's poison to school, which made him famous on forums and other places at Jiangnan University. In addition, Jiang Che later spent millions to invite his classmates to visit Longhu Bay, and word spread quickly until half of the school knew about it, which made him even more famous. However, Jiang Che was not at school at the time and didn't know about it. But the main reason is that Jiang Che is now a big anchor with millions of fans. Many of these people in the university watch his live broadcasts, and Jiang Che also shows his face during the live broadcast. Before, Jiang Che was in the audience, and no one paid much attention to him, but now when he put on his jersey and stood on the court, everyone was excited. "Handsome Emperor! You handsome Emperor! I want to give birth to a baby for you. Handsome Emperor! Handsome Emperor! Look at me! I'm your biggest fan. Fuck, it turns out that Handsome Emperor and I go to the same school. The Handsome Emperor is even more handsome than when he was in the live broadcast room. This is too depressing." These people were simply boiling with excitement. Some of them were girls. They took out their phones and frantically took photos and recorded videos. For a moment, the situation was almost out of control. Not only was the referee stunned, but even Jiang Che had a confused expression on his face. Sloppy. He had completely forgotten that he was now considered a semi-celebrity. He didn't expect so many people to recognize him. He just wanted to come up and play some ball. This wave was a mistake. Jiang Che was a little uncomfortable with the enthusiasm of these people. Pang Wan practiced basketball all day and didn't play games, so he didn't know Jiang Che. He asked his teammate next to him in surprise, "Who is this person?" The team member also said excitedly, "What a handsome guy. A streamer with millions of fans, a big dick, and a really good gun." Pang Wan. Jiang Che felt a little headache looking at the noisy people around him. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come up to show off. Now, he almost turned a basketball game into a fan meeting. Are you still going to play ball? Chapter 188. The game is over. Looking at the noisy people around him, Jiang Che had no choice but to calm down a little, but he didn't expect the scene to become much quieter instantly. Don't talk, play ball. John Duke Said Conchizity. Okay, handsome emperor. Come on, handsome emperor. By the way, can the handsome emperor play basketball? I've seen that the handsome emperor can do many things. Shui Huang, you'd better stop fighting. Otherwise, getting abused will ruin your image in everyone's mind. Li Jun and his men smiled slightly. Brother Jiang was still Brother Jiang. His aura was different when he entered the arena. The discussions of these people made Jiang Che feel like he was watching a live broadcast. However, he didn't say much to signal the referee that it was time to start. The referee, who still didn't understand the situation, had to blow the whistle to start the game. Jiang Che was on offense, and the point guard passed the ball directly to Jiang Che after crossing the center line. Of course, he was happy to attack personally, as he came here just to show off. Jiang Che dribbled the ball forward and took 2 steps to stand at the 45-degree position of the three-point line, the same place where Li Jun attacked before. Pang Wan was defending Jiang Che, bending down slightly, looking at Jiang Che provocatively and said, "Come on, let's see who is stronger between you and Li Jun. I just blocked a shot from Li Jun here." To be honest, he didn't think much of Jiang Che. A game anchor with millions of fans? What does that have to do with playing basketball? Is he here just to attract attention? Wait until I beat you up, and you'll know how serious the matter is. Pang Wan is very inflated. Jiang Che glanced at him. So arrogant? But there was no point in talking nonsense. Jiang Che dribbled the ball twice, did a step back, like Harden, and shot instantly, hitting a three-pointer. Handsome Emperor. So handsome. What a quick move. Is the shooting so accurate? The big sniper rifle has an 8-fold scope, right? Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. Add 100 to your worship value. As expected, as soon as Jiang Che scored a goal, there was a burst of cheers from the audience. Some people were truly amazed at Jiang Che's skills, while others were joking. In short, every time Jiang Che scored a goal, the cheers from the audience were much louder than before. Although it would be cooler to rush in and dunk, Jiang Che now wants to catch up and make up for the 28 points he lost before, so of course he will choose the more efficient three-pointer. Pang Wan was stunned for a moment, as if he had just realized that Jiang Che's step back and shot seemed a little too fast. The action was done in one go, and it seemed extremely skillful and smooth. Pang Wan could tell from this move that Jiang Che was obviously not here to play around. "I underestimated you," Pang Wan whispered as he looked at Jiang Che's back, his expression becoming serious. The ball was served and passed across half-court. As expected, it landed in Pang Wan's hands after a few passes. Jiang Che and Pang Wan faced each other again, but this time it was Pang Wan who attacked and Jiang Che who defended. Pang Wan held the ball in both hands and bent slightly, his attitude obviously much more serious. With this move, he could shoot, break through, or pass, but it was obvious that he would not pass the ball and had to shoot by himself. Jiang Che seemed to be more relaxed, but Pang Wan, who was standing in front of him, felt a huge pressure. The audience saw the two people confronting each other, one in front and one behind, and became excited as if they were seeing a duel between two peerless swordsmen. They watched the two people without blinking, afraid of missing any exciting moments. Finally, Pang Wan moved and dribbled the ball to the right. Just when everyone thought he was going to break through, he suddenly jumped up and shot the ball out with a pull-up shot. There are no fancy dribbling moves. Scoring is all about efficiency. With such fast dribbling and a pull-up shot, ordinary defensive players may not be able to react in time. If your personal ability is strong enough and your shooting is accurate, you will score. Some people play basketball and do a lot of tricks and then miss all 3 shots. It's totally useless. Someone like Pang Wan is a complete scoring method. But Jiang Che obviously wouldn't let him score so easily. With Jiang Che's physical fitness, It was impossible for him to be unable to react in time. He just jumped up and gave a solid frontal block. Bang! The basketball was directly blown away by Jiang Che. Beautiful. The players from Jiangnan University who were resting in the audience shouted excitedly, especially Li Jun. He was blocked by Pang Wan just now, and now Jiang Che was helping him get revenge. How could he not be excited? But this was not the end yet. The basketball was hit by Jiang Che, but it did not go out of bounds and landed on the center line. Jiang Che and Pang Wan rushed over quickly. Jiang Che and Pang Wan stood face to face, and the ball fell at the center line behind Pang Wan, so it was obvious that Jiang Che was going to lag behind Pang Wan a little. But when the two started running, everyone was surprised to find that Jiang Che's explosive power was far stronger than Pang Wan. He almost surpassed Pang Wan by one body length at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he reached the center line, he slightly bent down, grabbed the basketball, and rushed toward the opposite basket without slowing down. Even if Jiang Che was dribbling the ball, Pang Wan couldn't catch up with Jiang Che. He could only watch Jiang Che step into the three-point line, jump directly from the free throw line, hold the ball with one hand, as if gliding in the air, and finally slam the basketball into the basket. The huge impact force made the basket make a clang sound. Now everyone really quieted down, frightened. Those sitting on the sidelines even saw the soles of Jiang Che's shoes. Free throw line dunk? Even among NBA superstars, few can do this, right? What's more, this is an actual combat. What kind of devilish physique is this? Everyone was shocked. This, Li Jun stared at the Jiang in amazement. He was so damn handsome. The handsome emperor is corrupt. Fuck, I'm not bluffing. This ball would get full marks in the NBA dunk contest. What kind of devilish jumping ability is this? Is this still a human being? His gaming skills are better than those of professional players, and his singing is as good as that of top singers. This dunk is directly at the level of the NBA slam dunk contest. I am convinced. There is no doubt that the audience below was boiling with excitement again. Pang Wan seemed to be stunned by Jiang Che's dunk. He stood there and watched Jiang Che fall from the basket. How the hell do I fight this? Is this a joke? Although Pang Wan is very confident in his own strength, he has to know his limits. When he meets someone like Jiang Che, I have the will, but not the strength. Pang Wan still held on to a glimmer of hope, praying that Jiang Che was just physically strong, but his actual skills were not that great. But it was obvious that he had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. After a few rounds, he found that Jiang Che was a complete BUG, and there was no way to defeat him. It was like a level 100 boss appeared in the novice village. He couldn't defend against Jiang Che's attack, and he couldn't score against Jiang Che's defense. This is also playing a hammer. Although Pang Wan is strong, he is far inferior to the NBA level. His skills and physical condition are not on the same level at all. The cheers from Jiangnan University were getting louder and louder, and there was a hint of provocation in them. Weren't you arrogant just now? Now the score has been caught up, right? Everyone felt extremely comfortable, and all this was thanks to the man wearing the number 3 jersey on the court. The fourth quarter was over quickly, and the score at the end of the game was 107-91. Not only did they make up for the previous 28 points, but they also surpassed the opponent by 16 points. All the advantages that Jiangdi had established in the first 3 quarters were easily made up by Jiang Che alone in the last quarter. Jiang Che also made a lot of money. This game earned him nearly 100,000 admiration points. It's so scary. Chapter 189, Xiang Mu's Request. At the end of the game, players from both teams shook hands friendly. But these were none of Jiang Che's business. Jiang Che was going to go back to the dormitory to take a shower, but he didn't expect to be blocked as soon as he left the gymnasium. Handsome Emperor, give me an autograph. Handsome Emperor, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Shui Huang, do you know how many days it has been since you last did a live broadcast? Why are you here playing basketball? Shui Huang, can I interview you? Why are you so outstanding? Jiang Ke. Another headache, but Jiang Che had no choice but to patiently sign autographs for them and answer some questions. In the afternoon, Jiang Che was going to the pharmaceutical factory to check on the production of his own contraceptives, but at this moment Xiang Mu called. Hello. Jiang Che answered the phone, wondering why Xiang Mu called him. Mr. Jiang, can I ask you for a favor? Xiang Mu asked with some hesitation. What's up? I've already recorded the song you wrote for me, but I also want to shoot a music video, so I'd like to ask you for a favor. Help. Jiang Che asked. Do you want me to star in your MV? Well, yes. Xiaomu agreed hesitantly. I can consider shooting an AV, but as for an MV, if it's inconvenient, forget it. Xiaomu said with some disappointment when he saw that Jiang Che had not spoken for a long time. She also knew that she would most likely be rejected if she approached Jiang Che, but after thinking it over, it seemed that Jiang Che was the only one who was perfect in her heart. Before she met Jiang Che, she could have found an artist from Tianyu or other companies to collaborate with her to shoot this MV, but after meeting Jiang Che, she suddenly felt that those previous partners were not good enough for her. Jiang Che did not refuse directly and said, "Send me the song you recorded first, and let me hear the effect." Seeing that things were taking a turn for the better, Xiaomu immediately agreed. Okay. A few minutes after Jiang Che hung up the phone, he received a document from Xiaomu. In order to hear the effect, Jiang Che specially opened the music file on his computer and then put on his 420,000 yuan headphones. The beautiful prelude gradually sounded. It wasn't long before Jiang Che heard Xiaomu's voice. Take off your beautiful but rubbing high heels. Lock the door, turn off the lights, and turn your back on the noisy world. The plain face has restrained its eyebrows and eyes. As soon as the voice sounded, Jiang Che felt amazed. Xiaomu's voice is gentle and charming, which makes people feel seductive unconsciously. However, people who have heard Xiaomu's songs will involuntarily think of her pure face and her previous pure voice. The huge contrast makes people inexplicably feel a sense of enjoyment. Some people say that the two things men like to do most are to persuade prostitutes to become good women and to lure decent women into prostitution. When they heard this song, they felt like they were trying to drag a decent woman into the water. A person who was very pure before suddenly became so charming and seductive. The reaction of those old perverts can be imagined. Besides the sound, the word itself is also very good, coupled with Xiaomu's singing skills, is almost perfect. I have to say that Xiaomu is extremely talented. She was able to perform such a difficult song, which is almost contrary to her previous style, so well in such a short time. So Jiang Che was a little hesitant for a moment. It was not difficult to perform in the show. Moreover, the song would be a hit once it was released. He could add icing on the cake, improve Tianyu's reputation, and earn himself some admiration points. Anyway, I will definitely try to become a star and earn admiration points in the future, so now I might as well experience this feeling in advance. In addition, Jiang Che felt that with Xiaomu's personality, something like what happened to Chiolei would probably not happen again in the future. With the contact during this period, Jiang Che was more confident in Xiaomu's character and had no more concerns. So after listening to a song, Jiang Che called Xiaomu again and agreed to it. Xiaomu was very happy, and the two agreed to shoot the MV together tomorrow morning. Jiang Che thought about it, and it seemed that there was nothing to do now, so he turned on the computer and prepared to play games and live broadcast for a while. As the top star of Moon Live, he had to take the lead. However, as soon as Jiang Che started broadcasting, before he even started talking, the barrage of comments started flying like snowflakes, without stopping for a moment. Moreover, after a few minutes, as the number of viewers increased, the number of barges also increased. You still remember to come back? Do you know how I've been spending the past few days? You picked it, idol. Shui Huang, you didn't even broadcast your basketball game yesterday. I had to watch those crappy AV quality videos somewhere else. Unlock a new skill, basketball. Show us what else the handsome emperor can do. Shui Huang, tell the truth. What is your relationship with my goddess Yin Yadong? Why did you appear at her concert? Handsome emperor, I saw you at the gym yesterday. You were so handsome. Are you playing games today, handsome? I haven't seen you show off your skills in a long time. Barges of comments came one after another, with all kinds of questions. The video of Jiang Che playing basketball at school yesterday naturally became popular as expected, and many people who were not at the scene at the time also saw Jiang Che's superb basketball skills. The incident about Jiang Che and Yin Yadong's concert became even more popular, but Jiang Che hadn't been doing any live broadcasts in the past few days, so no one had the chance to ask him. Jiang Che looked at the comments and said with a smile, "Of course I'm not live streaming because I have something to do. I'm very busy." The audience naturally didn't believe it. What are you busy with? Counting money. Don't rich second generations go out and play every day? What are they busy with? Shui Huang, don't lie to us. Why don't you believe it? Jiang Che said, for example, Xiaomu just invited me to be the male lead in her new MV. I can only live stream it to you today because I have nothing to do. Audience, Chapter 190, Meeting an Expert. I seem to have heard some incredible news. Shui Huang, if you didn't brag, I would still consider you a brother. Why are we looking for you for the music video? The one upstairs, because he's so handsome. I don't believe you. You're trying to trick me again. Most people still held an attitude of disbelief. How could such a coincidence be possible? Seeing that they didn't believe him, Jiang Che smiled and said, "What's there to brag about? I'm familiar with many celebrities in Tianyu, including Xiaomu. Otherwise, why was she able to come to the moon live last time? And Yin Yadong too. I happened to see her at a concert in the capital last time, so I went to sing for her as a guest." Jiang Che explained. This explanation convinced many people. After all, it was normal for Jiang Che to know these big stars given his status. Since we're talking about this, Jiang Che helped promote Xiaomu, so the new song Phone You that Xiaomu told you about last time will be released soon. Everyone remember to support it when the time comes. It will definitely subvert your perception of Xiaomu. Really? The new song is so good. Shui Huang, don't lie to me. What kind of subversion can it achieve? I didn't have any feelings about this singer, but now that the handsome emperor has spoken, I'll go check out the new song when it comes out. I have to go to the song of Goddess Somerset. Jiang Che looked at the content on the barrage and didn't say anything more about it. He said, "Let's just talk about this. Let's continue the live broadcast. What do you want to watch today? Eat chicken. King of Kings. I want to see you sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. I can do it all. I played all the games that the handsome emperor plays, but they're not as good as his." Jiang Che was just asking out of politeness. He had already decided what game he wanted to play, so he didn't even look at the comments. He just said, "Since everyone wants to watch PUBG, let's play PUBG today." Everyone said he didn't say that. What's the chicken? Let's talk chicken again, civilization be damned. Do you want to bring Miss Zongzi with you? She's a little bit tacky, but she's cute. Jiang Che glanced at the comments and said, "We won't invite her today. We'll play by ourselves and match ourselves with strangers." Yu Yin ran oh. Jiang Che logged into his account, clicked to start the game, and entered the game after a few dozen seconds. "Hello, can you hear me?" As soon as I entered, I heard the voice of teammate number 2, who was a girl. "Wow, girl." Teammate number 3's slightly excited voice followed. "Number 1, number 4, do you two have microphones?" Yes. Number 4 seemed to hesitate for a moment before speaking, and she was also a girl. Fuck, another girl? Number 3 was excited. "Number 1, you're not a girl too, are you?" However, Jiang Che, who was number 1, went to the toilet. Shocking. A certain anchor is making millions a month playing games on his own. The handsome emperor is coming back soon, with 2 girls. Fuck, why don't I have such good luck? I can get 2 girls just by randomly matching. A few minutes later, Jiang Che came back. He put on his headphones and heard number 2 and number 3 chatting animatedly. "Number 2, where should we jump?" "Number 3, let's skip to City P for this route." "P City? There are too many people there. I can't defeat them all." Number 2 said worriedly, "It's okay. I'm just a small account. You just wait to loot the loot. I'm in the gold rank. Just give me a gun, and I'll kill people indiscriminately." Number 3 said confidently, "Real. Of course it's true." Number 3 said affirmatively, "We should quickly capture P City first, then head northeast to the school. After dealing with the people in the school, we may be able to pick up an airdrop, and then continue to head northeast to Y City. After we capture Y City, it will be almost a final round. We will defend Y City and have the advantage of time, place, and people. It won't be difficult to win the game." Jand Ki. What a great tactical command. The audience also burst into laughter. 666, Zhao Ritian, would like to call him the strongest. True. Master of tactical command. Awesome. From landing to winning. Everything is covered in detail. Shui Huang. Wouldn't it be a pity if you didn't bring such a talent to the CG team? He is the perfect match for both the dragon and the phoenix. Jiang Che was speechless. He had already mastered the basic level of PUBG, but he didn't know the pattern of the changes in this circle. Now, he hadn't even landed on the ground yet, but this guy could actually see that the circle would shrink to Y City in the end. Besides, Y City is so big. How can 4 people abide by the law? Although Jiang Che was playing a gold account, what he said sounded a bit like that of a bronze player. No, not even bronze, more like a cloud player. Of course, it is also possible that he said this on purpose in order to show off in front of the girl. Regardless of whether Jiang Che believed it or not, the girl believed it anyway, and her tone was full of admiration. Then I can just lie down and win this time. I haven't won many chicken dinners playing this game. I've always just lied down and got points. Steady. Teammate number 3 agreed confidently, and then said to Jiang Che and teammate number 4, "You two should listen to my instructions and don't fall behind." Jiang Che was initially planning to use the microphone to communicate. After all, chatting with teammates was also a kind of live broadcast effect. But now, there was no need to use the microphone, just listen to the command. As for the girl number 4, she just said, indifferently, which sounded somewhat similar to Jiang Che's speechless attitude, except that she was just too lazy to say anything to number 3. Number 3 didn't care. Seeing that they were about to land, he said, "We are almost there. There are a lot of people behind us. Be careful." "Okay, I'll follow you." Number 2 quickly agreed. But just as number 3 finished speaking, he found that Jiang Che had already landed, and he just happened to pass through a window and parachuted directly into a house in Peace City. He didn't even have to open the door, which saved a lot of time. "Huh. Number 1, how did you land so quickly?" Number 3 asked in confusion. He was still dozens of meters from the ground, and the others were also floating in the air. As for the detail that Jiang Che happened to fall into the house, he thought it was just a coincidence. Jiang Che didn't turn on a microphone, so naturally he ignored him. He found a UMP-9 submachine gun in the room and went out to start shooting birds. He found the gun before the others landed on the ground, and then started shooting at the people in the sky who had not yet landed. In high-end games, although Jiang Che's parachuting speed is a little faster than others, the most he can do is to get the gun first. It is impossible for others to be in the sky when he gets the gun. After all, fast parachuting is not a very advanced skill, and even experts can do it. But in this golden round, Jiang Che is more than just a little ahead of them. When Jiang Che pushed open the door and went out, there were indeed quite a few people floating in the sky. When number 3 heard Jiang Che ignore him, he muttered in annoyance, "Why are you pretending to be an expert?" But before he could finish his words, he heard a burst of gunfire, and then a message popped up on the screen saying that Jiang Che had killed his opponent. Number 2 said excitedly, "Wow, he killed someone so quickly. Number 1 is amazing. He must be a master." Jiang Che heard this and said to the audience in the live broadcast room with a smile, "If that's the case, I can't open the microphone to talk. I have to maintain my image as a master. Generally, masters don't talk to people." While Jiang Che was chatting with the audience with a smile, he pointed his gun at the second person. After a volley of bullets, the person was also knocked down lightly and effortlessly. But this is a full team of 4 people, and even if 2 are down, there are still 2 left. Jiang Che's submachine gun also needed to be reloaded. By the time the bullets were loaded, the 2 men had already landed. Jiang Che rushed over with a gun. At this time, number 3, who had just landed, couldn't help but speak again. Just now they were in the sky and couldn't fight back. Now that you are on the ground, you can't beat them if you rush over. Wait for us to find guns and attack them together. Chapter 191, Slap in the Face. Then, beep, 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 beep. Jiang Che knocked down 2 more people, and together with the 2 before, he got 4 heads and wiped out a full team. Number 3. Haha, this is so funny. Number 3 must be really confused. Number 3 said, "Emperor Shuai, can you please give me some face?" It's not enough to slap your face once. You have to stretch your face out to beg the handsome emperor to slap you again. I want to see how long this expert can survive. It would be hilarious if he gets killed as soon as he lands on the ground. Kill 2 more. Number 2 was completely surprised. For someone like her, who was trying to gain points by hiding herself, it was simply unimaginable that an entire team could be wiped out with just a submachine gun before even landing. It was beyond her comprehension. The 4 kills Jiang Che got in less than a minute after landing might take her a whole day to get. Sometimes it depends on luck. So naturally I was extremely surprised. Is number 1 a young man? Can he speak on the microphone? Asked girl number 2. But Jiang Che was completely unmoved. I am an emotionless killer. When number 3 heard what the girl said, he couldn't help but say, the opponent is just too bad and didn't find the gun. Number 4 gave a timely reminder. None of us, including you, have guns yet. Number 3. Jiang Che listened to the conversation with great interest while he started collecting equipment. There are other people in Peace City. According to his previous way of playing, As long as there are bullets in the gun, he must kill all the others first and then search for equipment. But now, I have teammates, and I have to leave some gaming experience for others. Otherwise, it would be boring to just loot without any enemies. So Jiang Che searched for equipment calmly. About 30 seconds later, number 3 suddenly shouted, "I found the gun! Jiang Ke." This guy is really a talent. If you don't find the gun, I will kill them all. I found a long time ago, but I'm not very good at using the M762, and I can't hit anyone, said number 2. M762? Number 3's tone rose slightly. I can do it. How about we switch? Okay, what kind of gun do you have? Number 2 agreed directly. For her, it was good to have a gun in her hand. It didn't matter what kind of gun it was. It couldn't kill people anyway. Giving this tough gun to number 3, the master, would probably make it more useful. P92 pistol, said number 3. Jiang Ke. Number 2. Number 4. So when you said you found a gun, you meant a small pistol? Number 2 was also a little speechless. Although he could use any gun, wasn't it a little inappropriate to exchange a pistol for his M762? Doesn't your conscience hurt? But number 2 thought for a few seconds and agreed. Okay, I'll come find you. After all, eating chicken is the most important thing. It doesn't matter if you suffer a little injustice. You have to consider the overall situation. Number 2 quickly ran to number 3 and gave his M762 to him. When number 3 got the macho gun, he suddenly became confident again and said, "Just follow me. I'll protect you." "Okay, I'll help you carry the medicine," number 2 said immediately. Others feel safe when they hold a gun in their own hands, but she feels safe when she sees her teammates holding guns. She just wanted to follow number 3. Number 3 was naturally very satisfied and said, "When I came down just now, I saw that there should be 2 people in the house over there. I will give him to you when the time comes." Heads. Number 2's eyes lit up immediately. In this game, killing enemies is probably more fun than looting. However, for a cute girl like number 2, this is just an unattainable dream. If you want to loot the loot, you can pick up some things that are left by others, but forget about killing people because basically you can't even beat the AI. So as soon as she heard a head, she followed it immediately. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, walked towards the building opposite. "You wait downstairs first, I'll rush up." Number 3's voice became a little lower, as if he was afraid of being heard by the people in the room. Number 2, who was following behind him, also looked nervous. Number 3 said as he rushed forward with a macho gun in his hand. Maybe he really was playing a small account. Before going upstairs, he switched to the first-person perspective to give himself a wider field of vision, and then went up with that perspective. It did require some technical skills. He could have thrown projectiles to attack the building first, but there was a second girl downstairs. He was afraid that if he threw projectiles, the 2 people would jump down from the building and kill the girl downstairs. Wouldn't that be a complete failure? So I chose to go straight for it. The 2 men upstairs seemed to have heard footsteps and pointed their guns towards the stairs, but number 3 had already reached the stairs and opened fire the moment the man poked his head out, and his gun happened to hit the headshot line, killing him instantly the moment he appeared. Then he immediately rushed forward, but the opponent was a little slow to react and was knocked down by him after being hit by number 3 twice. "Nice!" Number 3 praised himself, and then immediately said to number 2 as if to take credit, "Come up, they've all fallen." "Okay." Number 2 ran up excitedly after hearing that. "You kill them, I'll give you some medicine first," number 3 said. He had been hit by several bullets from the opponent before, so he was now low on health. Upon hearing this, number 2 excitedly took out his P92 pistol and pointed it at the 2 people under his feet. Even though the kill was made in this way, the credit still went to number 3, but number 2 was already very happy to feel the thrill of beating someone. The muzzle of the number 2 pistol was pointed at the man's head, and he gently clicked the mouse with both hands. Snap! It went off track. Number 2. The man lying on the ground couldn't help but said, "Fuck, brother, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Is this fun?" Sorry. Number 2 quickly apologized and shot him twice as an apology. But the damage of the pistol was too low. After 2 shots, the man was still alive. When she was about to fire the 3rd shot, footsteps came from the stairs again. Chapter 192, 8 Guns. Someone is coming. Number 3, who was still spraying pesticides, said quickly, "I'll wear." Number 2 was startled and turned around quickly. When he turned around, he saw 2 black men holding AKs appearing at the stairs. With a series of thump, thump, thump sounds, number 2 was knocked down directly. Number 3 didn't care about applying medicine anymore, and hurriedly stood up and took out his macho gun. However, because he was a step slower in applying medicine, and he was in a low health state, he was knocked down 2 seconds later. The two of them lay on the ground, looking at each other in silence. The scene was very awkward for a while. The two people coming over were obviously the teammates of the person who was knocked down earlier. Number 3 pretended to be cool and didn't make up for it, so he gave it to number 2. As a result, he can't make up for it now. The man who was insulted by number 2 suddenly became excited and shouted, "Don't attack them first. Pull me first." His teammates might have known each other as they were in the same 4-person team, so they did not rush to help him, but obediently started to rescue him first. Number 3 was overjoyed to see that they didn't make up for him, and hurriedly said, "Number 1, number 4, come here quickly. They're pulling their teammates." Number 4 said, "It's probably too late for me to get there from this distance. You two shouldn't be so reckless." Although she said this, she still rushed over there, but she still felt a little resentful in her heart. If she didn't save them now, it would be too late. What would it be like then, just her and number 1 fighting against 4? 2 against 4 is almost gone, and then we will lose points again. If I don't go there now, it would seem a bit disloyal. It was mainly because I didn't expect there were 2 more people behind them, number 3 explained, but then he saw that number 1's head mark was motionless and asked angrily, "Number 1, come and help? You are closer, so you should be able to come over now." As number 1, Jiang Che was standing by the window of his room. Through the quadruple mirror, he could see 6 people in the opposite room, 2 teammates and 4 opponents. His angle of vision was just enough to aim at the opposite side's position, and he could kill the 2 people on the opposite side with just a single shot. But Jiang Che didn't rush to shoot. If he shot and killed them all now, Jiang Che could only get 2 heads. He would wait for these 2 people to rescue their teammates, and then kill them again. That would be 4 heads. It's just nice. Besides, the protagonist usually appears last. Only in this way can he show his role. He will never take action unless it is absolutely necessary. So Jiang Che completely ignored what number 3 said. "Master number 1, won't you come to save us?" Master number 2 asked pitifully. If a normal boy heard this sound, he probably wouldn't be able to bear it, but Jiang Che remained unmoved. "That's it? You still want to stop me from getting kills? Don't call him. Let's play by ourselves." Number 3 said unhappily. Number 4 didn't think too much about it. There was nothing much to say about some experts looking down on noobs like them, but she felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, the 2 people who were knocked down by number 3 were also helped up. However, these people did not immediately deal with number 2 and number 3, but stood in front of them and danced. "Are you happy?" The man who was humiliated by number 2 before jumped up and down in front of number 2 and said, "Now you know what it means that things will change, right? You were not happier just now, were you? It looks like he's going to humiliate you in return." Number 2, "How about you try to be cute to them?" Number 3 thought for a moment and suggested, "If you say you're a girl, maybe they won't kill us." "Huh? That's so embarrassing." Number 2 said hesitantly, "What are you afraid of?" "A real man can bend and stretch," said number 3. "But I'm a woman." Number 3, "Don't worry, I'm coming." Number 4 was already downstairs, pressing his pace. "But it's not easy for me to come up here. It's 1 against 4, and it's useless for me to go up. It's possible to quietly throw a mine, but if you do that, both number 2 and number 3 will probably be destroyed as well. Number 1 isn't coming either. Otherwise, wouldn't it be enough to just have hands to fight 2 against 4? Number 3 complained. Number 2 probably realized that number 1 was too lazy to deal with them. So he didn't talk to Jiang Che, but said, "How about I turn on the voice chat and chat with them? Act cute, distract their attention, and then number 4, you could take the opportunity to rush up." This is the only way. Number 4 agreed, ready to rush forward at any time. But at this moment, a series of SKS gunshots rang out, breaking the silence of P-City. Then the 3 teammates saw the information popping up on the computer screen that number 1 had killed 4 opponents. Especially number 2 and number 3, they saw the 4 people jumping around in front of them turned into 4 boxes in almost 2 seconds, and the interval between the 2 was definitely no more than 2 seconds. So 2 people were killed in 1 second? This series of SKS gunshots sounded even faster than the rate of fire of the dog. Is this the legendary 17 shots per second? Jiang Che looked at the 4 boxes opposite him with great satisfaction. It only takes 2 shots for SKS to hit a level 2 helmet, which means Jiang Che just fired 8 shots in total, all of which hit the opponent's head accurately. This also requires pulling the gun and aiming, which is a rare operation for Jiang Che. This level of operation can be called hanging on the wall. 666. I will never be able to learn this operation in my lifetime. Not bad, just a little bit better than me. The show of Tihua. It turns out that the real strength of the handsome emperor can only be seen when he is fighting for the kill. This operation, is there any problem? Orphan Anchor? Stop talking nonsense. If you think there is a problem, please report yourself. Don't complain here. As always, there are people in the barrage who think Jiang Che is cheating, but now most of the audience already trust Jiang Che, and as long as it is not an obvious cheating operation, other people basically will not think that there is anything wrong with Jiang Che's operation. Jiang Che naturally didn't bother to explain anything. After killing 4 people, he didn't pick up the box and continued to collect equipment on his own. After all, Jiang Che doesn't lack anything now, and the annihilation of the team is nothing to him. There is nothing to be proud of. He just needs to continue searching for equipment. However, in the eyes of several teammates, this look made him look more like an expert, and they were completely disdainful of sharing equipment with them. Number 2 saw the 4 people in front of her suddenly turned into 4 boxes and didn't know what was going on. It wasn't until the computer screen popped up the information of Jiang Che's kill that she realized that it was Jiang Che who killed the 4 people from such a distance. She immediately shouted happily, "Wow, we are saved. Number 1 is so powerful. I misunderstood you just now, I'm sorry." Although Jiang Che hasn't spoken yet, he must be a handsome guy to be so powerful. Number 3 opened his mouth, wanting to ask if Jiang Che was cheating, but he swallowed the words back. After all, it was Jiang Che who saved him just now, so asking directly seemed inappropriate. Number 4 was also a little confused. Isn't the firing rate of this SKS too fast? Mouse macro. But she wasn't a talkative person to begin with, so like number 3, she didn't say anything. Jiang Che disdained to lick the box, so the 3 of them divided the contents of the box. Adding these to what they had picked up originally, they basically had no shortage of equipment. However, number 4 saw that there was a 98K in the box that no one wanted, so he asked tentatively, "Number 1, there's a sniper rifle here. Do you want it?" Jiang Che thought for 2 seconds and decisively ran over. He was originally planning to pretend to be an expert and ignore them, but now, it smells so good. How can I not take the big cock gun? When the girl number 2 saw Jiang Che actually wanted a sniper rifle, she immediately said, "Brother number 1, I have an M24, you can take mine." Number 3 felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that the girl who had been following him all along was suddenly so nice to Jiang Che. He immediately said, "Number 1, just use SKS. You're pretty good at it. Are you having fun?" This operation was considered very rare in Jiang Che's own eyes. In number 3's eyes, he only gave it a decent evaluation. He was indeed a master who could predict the position of the circle before landing. However, Jiang Che obviously ignored him and directly changed into the M24 given by number 2. AK plus M24, this is a sure thing. After destroying 2 fully strength teams, there were still a few people in P City, but they no longer posed a threat to Jiang Che and his team. It didn't take long for them to take care of them all. Well, it was Jiang Che who took care of them all. Number 3 and number 4 couldn't understand why Jiang Che could always run into people, but they couldn't even see a single person. Finally, when he was about to shoot, an M24 bullet flew in from nowhere and shot him in the head, taking his head away. After the battle in P City, Jiang Che got 12 kills, while number 4 only got 1 kill, and it seemed that he was still a robot. As for number 3, it was even worse, as he didn't get a single kill. As for number 2, let's not talk about it. They turned a shooting game into a game of picking up equipment. As for number 2, she was happy, because this was her ideal way to play the game. Number 1 was still reliable, unlike number 3, who said he would take her to pick up kills, but almost lost himself in the end. Now number 2 has turned to follow Jiang Che. Chapter 193, Another Team Destroyed. After searching for a few times and not seeing anyone, number 4 asked, "Where are we going now?" "Go to school." Number 3 replied, "Didn't I say that before? What are you going to school for?" "Class." Number 4 asked back. Number 3. Jiang Che smiled. This young lady was quite good at arguing with others. Number 4 then said, "Go to school, and then go to Y City as you said before?" Y City is no longer in the circle. Okay. When number 3 opened the map, he found that the first wave of circles had moved to the left. The upper left corner of the map was G-Port, and the right side only included our city, and Y City was no longer in the circle. But isn't the school still within the circle? Number 3 said somewhat unhappily. So, we've been fighting in P City for such a long time. How can we not finish the battle in a place as big as the school? What are we going to do without people and equipment? Number 4 seemed to be a little annoyed by number 3's chaotic command and said bluntly, "At most, there are only a few people over there in the dormitory building. There's no need to deliberately go over there to kill a few people. Maybe we'll just be killed there." Okay, where do you want to go? Number 3 didn't want to talk anymore. Number 4 thought for a moment and asked, "Number 1, where do you think we should go?" "Ask me?" Jiang Che said that this kind of situation did not require any tactics. All he had to do was run around and kill anyone he saw. However, since Miss Number 4 asked, Jiang Che thought it would be better to just give a perfunctory answer. So he opened the map and glanced at it casually. Without thinking, he moved the mouse on the mouse pad casually, and then the mouse arrow landed on the high mountain location across from Port G. Jiang Che casually marked a point there. This mountain. Number 4 saw Jiang Che's punctuation and said in agreement, "This high point is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The people from Port G should not have left yet. Let's go there and guard it for a while. When a second wave of circles refreshes, the people from Port G will definitely come out. By then, the experts are really experts." Jand Ki. I just casually turn around, but it has such a profound meaning. A mouse that costs thousands of dollars is really amazing. It can even choose its own position. Mouse. Number 3 didn't say anything this time, and number 2 naturally wouldn't say anything either. Everyone just went wherever they wanted. So, and number 4 directly found a car in the garage in City P, and the 4 of them drove to the top of the mountain in Port G together. Number 4 specifically gave up the driver's seat to Jiang Che. Jiang Che drove the 4 of them to the top of the mountain, but halfway there was a rumbling sound in the air. Everyone looked up and saw that it was indeed a plane carrying an airdrop, dropped from the sky, not far from Jiang Che and the others. Jiang Che decisively changed direction and followed the airdrop. The other 3 had no objection to this. It didn't matter where number 2 went. Number 3 also wanted to grab the airdrop, and number 4 thought it would be nice if they could grab the airdrop. But Jiang Che's team wouldn't be the only one that wants this airdrop. Before Jiang Che and his team reached the airdrop, they encountered a jeep, which also contained a full team. Start fighting without saying anything. If Jiang Che could shoot, he would definitely kill the driver on the opposite side in the first place, and then it would be easy to fight. Unfortunately, he was in the driving seat and couldn't shoot, and his 3 teammates were also in the car, so they couldn't switch positions. The number 2 on his team could basically be ignored, so the firepower was not as good as the opponent's. Unfortunately, number 4 was hit in the head by a bullet and fell off the car. "It's over, it's over," number 2 shouted, although the M4 in his hand was firing. The muzzle had already floated into the sky. Jiang Che was also shot several times and only had half of his health left. If he continued to stay in the car, he would only get beaten, so Jiang Che decisively drove the car a few times to move around, then stopped when he saw a tree in front of him and jumped out before the car stopped completely. Number 3 was knocked down before he could get out of the car. Jiang Che carefully cut his seat first, using the car as a cover, and then immediately ran to the tree. As for number 2, he got out of the car, but in his panic he almost blew up his own car. Although Jiang Che only had half of his health left, it was impossible for him to take medicine. He aimed, zoomed, and fired in one go behind the tree. The driver was killed instantly. The single-shot damage of AK can be said to be the highest among all fully automatic rifles. A single burst of bullets directly hitting the head can kill a person instantly. Then Jiang Che pulled the gun again, aimed at the person in the passenger seat, and fired another burst of bullets. The person also fell out of the car. I killed 2 people in 1 second, and it didn't even take 2 seconds. At this distance, Jiang Che's shooting skills are no worse than Locke's. However, after these 2 people were killed in seconds, the remaining 2 people on the opposite side also reacted and started shooting at Jiang Che. But Jiang Che was not greedy. After killing 2 people in seconds, he immediately retreated and perfectly avoided the opponent's bullets. Then switched to the right probe and clicked the mouse again. Because the other driver had been killed instantly by Jiang Che, he had no way to control the direction. The first reaction of these gold ring players was not to get out of the car, but to sit in the car and look at Jiang Che's position behind the tree. So Jiang Che easily killed another person in seconds, and after killing this person, Jiang Che put away his gun again. With Jiang Che's marksmanship, he could have easily killed the remaining man at the same time. However, Jiang Che remembered that the M24 on his back had not yet fired, so he retreated behind the tree and elegantly cut off his sniper rifle. And then, bang! The last person turned into a box and fell down. Another team was destroyed. To the audience in the live broadcast room, seeing Jiang Che destroying a team was as easy as eating and drinking. Not a drop of blood was lost. He just leaned forward, aimed, and fired. Then he changed the direction and fired again. The whole team was gone. They were unable to execute the last sniper shot. But when they really start to operate the game themselves, something seems to be wrong. He learns it as soon as he sees it, but becomes useless as soon as he learns it. It can only be said that Jiang Che's skills are far beyond this level. He can destroy a team without any high-end operations. It's like when you play basketball with O'Leary. He just needs to stand under the basket, catch the ball, and dunk. There's no need for any dreamy footwork show. The three teammates lying on the ground were also stunned. Is the game over? I thought the game was over. Number 1, you're quite strong. Number 4 said in shock. Yes, brother number 1, you are so strong. Number 2 said excitedly. Although she was not good at it, she had played many games and reached the gold level. She had never met a teammate like Jiang Che. Number 3 remained silent. He had nothing more to say. Jiang Che still didn't turn on a microphone and started to help his teammates. Number 2 and number 3 had already fallen down and had to be helped up quickly. Seeing that Jiang Che still didn't speak, number 4 didn't ask any more questions. Only number 2 kept asking Jiang Che in an admiring tone if he could play with her in the next game and guide her again. Soon, Jiang Che helped all 3 teammates up. After taking the medicine, they began to lick the box, but number 4 realized something was wrong while licking it. The helmets of these 4 people are all broken, but he didn't lose a drop of blood. Number 4 said hesitantly. Number 3 was like discovering a new world, and quickly said, "That's right. It was the same with the team in City P before. All of them had their heads smashed, but the durability of their armor didn't drop at all. It's impossible that every shot hit the head, right?" Chapter 194, Identity Exposed. Miss Number 4 asked hesitantly, "Number 1, are you cheating? It must be a padlock. Otherwise, how could it be so accurate?" Number 3 said affirmatively. After hearing this, number 2 asked in disbelief, "No way, number 1 is so awesome, it's impossible that he's cheating." It's only considered cheating because he's so abnormally good. With such shooting skills, why doesn't he go for professional games? Number 3 said, and he hasn't turned on the microphone yet. Maybe he's afraid of being exposed. Jiang Che in front of the computer screen had a speechless expression on his face. He was misunderstood as cheating again. This kind of situation happened less frequently in high-end games before, because even Jiang Che couldn't play so easily in high-end games. The opponents would move in block positions, and it was impossible for Jiang Che to hit the head with every shot. In addition, teammates in high-end games had a deeper understanding of the game and could tell the difference between cheating and not cheating, so there were not many misunderstandings. Now I played a trumpet and didn't expect to encounter this situation again. The comments also mocked him. "What's wrong with you, Handsome Emperor? Why are you cheating again? Why don't you change your ways? Handsome Emperor, this game is unplayable. Why don't you let people operate it? Envy, I also want to be scolded for hanging on the wall while playing games. This is proof of strength. Handsome Emperor." Jiang Che listened to the discussion of his teammates and felt that he needed to explain. Otherwise, if he continued to talk like this, he might really be considered a cheater. It would be embarrassing to be shot to death by them. The light of righteousness. Ahem, Jiang Che coughed twice on the microphone. "After all, I have saved you several times. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to say this?" Brother number 1 has started talking on the microphone. His voice is really nice. Number 2 felt that Jiang Che was not cheating, and he felt his body soften when he heard this voice. "Cheat and save us." Number 3 said disdainfully, "If I knew you were cheating, I wouldn't bother asking you to save me. It's just a loss of points." "No, this voice is so familiar." Number 4 said in surprise. After thinking for 2 seconds, he suddenly said excitedly, "Wait for me. What's wrong?" Number 2 and number 3 asked curiously, but number 4 was silent. Jiang Che suddenly felt something was wrong. Sound familiar? It's impossible that someone can be recognized just by hearing the voice, right? I'm not that famous yet, am I? But it was obvious that girl number 4 recognized him. In less than 10 seconds, girl number 4 suddenly came back and said excitedly and incoherently, "Really? Handsome Emperor, I'm your fan. Jand Ki." Oh wow. It seems that in the future, when playing solo, it's better not to turn on the microphone if you want to play the game quietly. Handsome Emperor? Are you kidding me? Number 3 obviously knew the character, Handsome Emperor, and said in disbelief, "How can I meet Handsome Emperor in the Gold League?" Miss number 2 was confused. Who is the Handsome Emperor? Is the Handsome Emperor? Is the boy number 1 a star? Does he have fans? Number 4 said, "Who wants to tease you? Why don't you just go to the Moon Live and watch it yourself?" What is Moon Live? Miss number 2 couldn't help but asked. It's a live streaming platform, and now it's the largest live streaming platform. Room number 111111. Go and check it out for yourself. Number 4 explained. Okay, I'll go take a look. Number 2 also became curious about Jiang Che. Number 2 and number 3 both left, and number 4 said excitedly, "Shui Huang, I like you very much. Can you turn on the microphone and talk to me?" She was an old fan who got to know Jiang Che from Yu Yinran's live broadcast room. At that time, she was immediately captured by Jiang Che's song, "Love You." However, a man like Jiang Che was completely out of her reach. She could only watch Jiang Che talking and laughing through the screen, and she followed him with a silly smile. But now I actually met Jiang Che. So fucking excited. Jand Ki. What should I say? I didn't expect that Miss number 4, who looked a little cold before, would suddenly become so enthusiastic. Jiang Che felt a little embarrassed by Miss number 4's enthusiasm, but he couldn't ignore her, so he still greeted her. "Hello, miss." Hello, Handsome Emperor," number 4 said enthusiastically. "Handsome Emperor, I have always wanted to tell you something." "What's the matter?" Zhang Guqi asked. "Shui Huang, can you record the songs you sing and release them?" Miss number 4 said, "I really like the songs you sing, but every time I can only wait for you to sing one song during your live broadcast." Okay, I'll record it when I have time and put it on the music software." Zhang Duke nodded in agreement. It wouldn't be difficult to record a few songs. Then, "Handsome Emperor, can you sing a song now? You haven't done a live broadcast for a long time," Miss number 4 said a little embarrassedly. Jiang Che smiled. It was a very happy thing to meet someone who liked him so much, so Jiang Che agreed. "Okay, I'll sing for you after this disc is finished." "Yeah," little sister number 4 shouted excitedly. There is nothing more joyful than having her idol sing a song for her in person. This is a song specially sung for myself. At this time, number 2, who had gone out earlier, also came back and said hurriedly, "Brother number 1, you're so handsome, aren't you?" Jand Ki. Although this is true, it seems a little wrong for you to say it so directly. Just averagely handsome, Jiang Che said modestly. "Little brother, I'm going to get you a gift," said number 2 excitedly. Jiang Che wanted to call her, but before he could say anything, he noticed a series of full moons flying across the computer next to him that was broadcasting live. On the Moon live streaming platform, a full moon costs 999 yuan, which is about 1,000 yuan. Jiang Che took a look and saw that there were 10 full moons in total, which equaled 10,000 yuan. The ID of the audience who sent gifts is called player number 2. Wow, rich woman. Love it. I didn't expect my teammate number 2 is actually a rich woman. I don't want to work hard anymore. I also want to make a living by my face. Congratulations to the Handsome Emperor. You have found a rich woman. But to be honest, Shui Huang is probably the anchor who feels the least about gifts on the entire network. By the way, where is the number 3 teammate of the Handsome Emperor? Why is he silent? Jiang Che said to number 2 helplessly, "You don't have to give me a gift. Judging from your voice, you're probably still a student, right?" "Hee hee, I'm in college now. I'll give you my weekly pocket money." Number 2 said, "Just consider it as your reward for taking me to eat PUBG. By the way, little brother, what is your real name?" The name Shui Huang is so strange. Number 2 continued to ask, "My name is Jiang Che." Jiang Che's real name is no secret. He had mentioned it when he first played games with Yu Yinran. The audience in the live broadcast room all knew it, but they generally didn't call him that. They all called him Handsome Emperor. Brother Jiang Che, why don't you stop live streaming? I'll support you. No, you can be my companion and play games with me. I'll pay you 10,000 yuan every week. Number 2 said expectantly. It would be so comfortable to hear this kind of sound that can make your ears pregnant every day. And if you're a full-time playmate, maybe you will become my boyfriend while we're playing together. Then I lived a shameless and carefree life, which is exciting just to think about it. But it was obvious that she didn't know Jiang Che very well, and didn't know how rich Jiang Che was. Chapter 195. Singing. Miss Number 2 accidentally spoke her mind. Haha, someone from the Handsome Emperor wants to support you, just give in. It's been a long time since I met such a bold and wealthy woman. Many rich ladies have said this in Xiao Zongzi's live broadcast room before, until everyone found out how rich Shui Huang is. But I still don't know how rich the Handsome Emperor is. I still can't count all his industries. Jiang Che also smiled and said, 40,000 a month? My salary from live streaming is more than that. So how much do you earn a month? Number 2 asked naively. Even if they don't have a salary, I still have to pay them because this live streaming platform is mine. Number 2. Goodbye. After holding back for a long time, Miss Number 4 finally found an opportunity to interrupt. Handsome Emperor, I don't have money to buy you a gift. How about I sing a song for you? Jiang Che's eyes lit up, and he smiled and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, there are benefits. Miss Number 4 thought for a moment and said, Shui Huang, I will sing the song you sang the first time in Xiao Zongzi's live broadcast room. I like that song the most. Okay, Jiang Che naturally nodded in agreement. The song that Jiang Che sang for the first time in Yu Yinran's live broadcast room was called Love You, a very gentle song. Miss Number 4 cleared her throat and spoke. I close my eyes and breathe close to your heartbeat. And now we are the only ones left on Earth. The shape of your smiling lips always captures my heart. Compared to Jiang Che, her singing was certainly not the best, but it was also very good, especially her gentle voice, which made the single dogs in the live broadcast room unable to stop and shouted with envy. Wife, why are you singing here? Come back with me. At the Peach Festival, everyone wants peach. It sounds nice. The ladies sang well. Is this song also sung by the Handsome Emperor? What did I miss? The song was quickly finished, and Jiang Che smiled and said, you sang well, very good. Thank you, Handsome Emperor. Miss Number 4 seemed very happy to hear Jiang Che's praise. Let's continue playing games. I haven't eaten chicken in a long time. Miss Number 2 said with some dissatisfaction. She can't sing, and she always feels like eating dog food when she looks at these two people. Okay, Jiang Che agreed, but suddenly he realized that Number 3 seemed to have not spoken for a long time. Number 3? Why is Number 3 gone? That's right. In the lower left corner of Jiang Che's computer screen where the teammates are displayed, Number 3 has already exited the game. But thinking about his previous command, and then discovering Jiang Che's identity, it doesn't seem so difficult to understand why he quit the game. Don't worry about him. Let's play by ourselves. Number 4 was too lazy to pay attention to Number 3, the self-righteous teammate, and it would be better if he retreated. Okay, Jiang Che agreed, and took the two girls to pick up the airdrop. There was an AWM in the airdrop. Without a doubt, Jiang Che took the gun since neither of the two girls could use a sniper rifle. After Jiang Che came along, the two girls completely turned into mascots, following behind and calling little brother, little brother. Then when they met people, they would just watch Jiang Che's operations and wait to loot the loot. They had 100% confidence in Jiang Che's skills, especially Number 4. Jiang Che naturally wouldn't let them down, and in this golden game, he basically just killed them randomly. When Jiang Che successfully won the game in the final round of 1v4, a bunch of 666 appeared on the computer screen. Miss Number 4 became a little excited because Jiang Che had just said that he would sing a song for her after the fight. Miss Number 4 rarely plays games. Her interest in Jiang Che is far greater than her interest in games. Handsome, we won the game. So what song are you going to sing? Miss Number 4 asked impatiently. Hearing this, Miss Number 2 also became excited. She found that Jiang Che had been live streaming since he started it, so she would occasionally see words like sing on the screen. Coupled with Miss Number 4's reaction, she became completely interested before she even heard Jiang Che sing. This guy can play games, is so handsome, and can sing? Naturally, I started looking forward to it. Since he had already agreed, Jiang Che would not cheat. However, He did not know what song he should sing for the moment, so he thought for a while and asked, "What song do you want to hear?" As soon as this was said, Miss Number Four's comments became excited before she even spoke. "Shui Huang, just sing the song you sang at Yin Yadong's concert last time." No, I want to hear a new song. The Handsome Emperor, please sing another song I haven't heard before. The song Love You that the young lady sang just now was quite nice. Hero, just do whatever you want. Whatever you sing will sound good. Waves of comments floated by, but Jiang Che smiled but did not agree. Instead, he waited for Miss Number 4 to speak. After all, he had promised to sing for her, so he naturally had to do as she wished. Miss Number 4 thought for a moment and said, "I want to listen to a song similar to Love You, about the feelings between lovers, but I can't sing a song that I've sung before. Is that okay?" After saying this, Miss Number 4 felt a little embarrassed, as it seemed that her request was a bit too much. Originally, she wanted to hear Jiang Che sing Love You again, but after thinking about it, she wanted Jiang Che to sing a new song, so she made this request. Jiang Che smiled and replied, "Of course, but let me think about what song to sing." Yeah, little sister Number 4 nodded quickly, feeling a sense of happiness in her heart. The little brother is so easy to talk to, and this is a song I sang specifically for myself. So handsome. The Handsome Emperor really loves his fans. Come on, husband. My dear husband, the handsome wife is asking for your address. She's going to send you a 40-meter-long treasure. By the way, how many songs does the Handsome Emperor have in his head? Why does it feel like he's like a search engine, pulling out whatever he wants to sing? It's terrifying when you think about it. Regarding love, it can't be the same as before. It was not difficult for Jiang Che, and he quickly found a suitable song in the system. So he smiled and said, "Okay, I remember a song I wrote last time called Chapter 196, Why Not?" The song is called Why Not, Jiang Che continued. It's also very nice. Stop talking nonsense and sing for me. The Handsome Emperor is going to release a new song again. Thanks to the young lady's blessing, I can hear the Handsome Emperor sing again. Shui Huang, you must remember what you promised before and record all these songs. I also want the Handsome Emperor to sing a song for me. During the discussion, Jiang Che had already taken the guitar, plucked it twice to test the sound, and then started talking. The sky wants to rain. I really want to live next door to you, standing stupidly downstairs of your house, looking up and counting the dark clouds. If there's a piano in the scene, I will sing to you, even if there are many basins of water pouring down. The sound of the guitar and Jiang Che's voice give people a very light and cheerful feeling as soon as they appear, laying the foundation for the lighthearted and cheerful melody of the song. There is no doubt that this song and the previous song, Love You, are both songs about love, which meets the requirements of Miss Number 4, but there are some differences. From the song, Love You, the audience can hear the strong love. The two people hug each other tightly, and they don't want to separate. The love comes to the face like the aroma of mellow coffee. But this song is very different. It is like the fresh scent of gardenia after the rain, which reminds people of the purest love in their youth when they were 16 or 17 years old. In addition, the lyrics have a strong storyline, and everyone can't help but think of the scene in the lyrics, where the male protagonist coaxes the female protagonist, and a very doting atmosphere makes many single dogs feel like falling in love. As for those who have a partner, they suddenly feel that their partner's image has become perfect in their eyes, and some minor flaws and willfulness seem to have become the symbol of cuteness. The climax is coming soon. There's no style in singing this song for you. It just means I want to make you happy. I will be a moth to the fire to thaw the glaciers for you. Nothing is unworthy. There's no style in singing this song for you. It just means I want you to be happy. I'll toss and turn for you. Why not give up the world for you? The coolness of late summer and autumn with a little warmth and the colors of the changing seasons. The emotions expressed in the climax are even stronger. I am willing to throw myself into the flame for you, and I am willing to give up the world for you. Nothing is unworthy. In a dormitory of a university, a long-haired girl was sitting in front of a computer. The interface of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was on the computer screen, and the screen of Jiang Che's live broadcast room was on the mobile phone next to her. The girl was beautiful, but at this moment, her delicate face was covered with traces of tears. Xiaoma, why are you crying while playing games? The roommate next to her accidentally noticed the tears on the girl's face and asked in surprise, "Did someone scold you?" "No," the girl covered her mouth and sobbed. I cried because of the song. Isn't this the anchor who can sing that you mentioned last time? Although you said it sounded good before, I never saw you cry while listening to it, asked the roommate after seeing the picture on her phone. But this time he sang the song specially for me. I was so moved that I cried. The girl wiped away her tears. Roommate, how good can a host sing? Can he sing as well as those stars? Isn't it nice to be a fan? Why a host? The roommate said in confusion. And even if the song was sung specially for you, you don't have to cry like this. Don't say that about him. He is not a host. He is much better than those so-called stars, the girl said fiercely. Okay, I won't tell anyone. The roommate didn't try to provoke her and went about her own business. The girl continued to stare at Jiang Che playing the guitar on the phone screen, her eyes fixed on him. When Jiang Che finished singing, it wasn't just teammate number 4 who cried. After Jiang Che put down his guitar, the comments became more intense. Why do I cry every time I listen to Shui Huang songs? I feel like falling in love when I hear this song. But why can you cry when listening to such a happy song? What do you know, you single guy? Is it okay to think of my ex? Whoa, I suddenly want to get back together with my ex-boyfriend. I have tried so hard to forget him for so long, but was defeated by a song by the handsome emperor. I feel that Shui Huang's singing skills have improved again. It's really amazing. I want to fall in love. 3 times. Okay, now that we're done singing, let's continue playing games. Jiang Che put the guitar aside and said with a smile, Brother Jiang Ke, can you give me a hand again? Little sister number 2 said impatiently. I was stunned by Jiang Che's singing for a moment and didn't react. Now, when I heard Jiang Che say that he was going to start playing games, I hurriedly spoke. Although her reaction was not as exaggerated as number 4's, she was also deeply attracted by Jiang Che's singing. She originally thought that Miss number 4 was a bit of a brainless fan because her thoughts were similar to those of roommate number 4. How good could a host singing be? She felt that a big part of the reason might be that Jiang Che had a more outstanding appearance, so even if his singing was not that good, the audience would still buy it. But after listening to this song, she found that she had greatly underestimated Jiang Che. This singing skill is not inferior to those stars at all, and it is even better. Who doesn't like such a great treasure boy? And in me, there was still some tearfulness in number 4's tone, and it was obvious that he had not recovered from the emotions just now. Okay, Zhang Guqiagrid. There was still one person missing among the 3, so he just called Yu Yinran over. But when Yu Yinran came in, her tone was somewhat resentful. Brother Xiao Che, you didn't even call me when you were live streaming your games. You didn't even call me when you were singing. Yu Yinran's tone had that of a resentful woman in the boudoir. She was also watching Jiang Che's live broadcast just now. Yu Yinran is now also a host in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds area, but Jiang Che did not invite her when he live-streamed the game. He also brought 2 other girls and even sang a song specifically for girl number 4. Yu Yinran felt a little unbalanced. Although Yu Yinran knew that this seemed to have nothing to do with her, and Jiang Che already had a girlfriend, but she felt a little disappointed that Jiang Che didn't call her. Zhang Ke. It is the most difficult to accept the beauty's grace. Of course, he knew what Yu Yinran was thinking, but this was very difficult to deal with. The audience immediately started to watch the excitement. Oh no, it's over. Caught in bed. Handsome emperor, just marry Xiao Zongzi. If I weren't ugly and poor, I would have gone to find such a good girl. The person upstairs positioned himself very accurately. The handsome emperor's girlfriend said, As long as I am alive, you will be the crown prince for life. You are all my younger brothers. By the way, what is the attitude of the handsome emperor? When will the wedding banquet be held? Chapter 197, Social Games. Old fans have long seen Yu Yinran's feelings for Jiang Che. It is no longer a secret. In their opinion, it is normal to be attracted to a rich and handsome boy like Jiang Che. There is nothing strange about it. There are even fans who call themselves the couple's CP support club. So when I see this situation, it's natural to make fun of it. Ahem. Jiang Che coughed twice, ignoring the comments, and Yu Yinran, and directly started the game. He felt that he must have been kicked in the head by a donkey just now. Why did he think of pulling Yu Yinran over? He should think twice before doing such things in the future. But now that I'm here, I can only continue playing games. However, Miss number 4 obviously had a high EQ. Seeing that Yu Yinran seemed a little aggrieved and unhappy, she immediately understood what was going on and said in a happy tone, Little Zongzi, I'm also your fan. I watched your live broadcast every day when I was in Shark. Although his tone was not as excited as when he met Jiang Che just now, he also had the same excitement as a fan seeing his idol. Yu Yanran was indeed a little unhappy at first, but when she heard what number 4 said, she was stunned for a moment and immediately agreed. Oh, hello. You can't just ignore the fans who greet you, right? So Yu Yanran's first reaction was to say hello, which sounded a little silly. But number 4 didn't care about this detail at all, and still looked very enthusiastic. Before I met Shuai Huang, your live broadcast was my favorite. I remember that there was a misunderstanding when you played games with Shuai Huang for the first time. Now, you have to work harder, Miss number 4 said with a smile. Yu Yanran blushed. This come on was obviously asking her to come on and pursue Jiang Che. Although this was no longer a secret, it was still embarrassing to point it out in front of so many people. However, because of these words, her unhappiness completely disappeared. Because the meaning of what Miss number 4 said is already very clear. She's just a fan. She regards Jiang Che as her idol. Isn't it natural for her to be excited to see Jiang Che and want to hear him sing? One sentence made it clear what the identities and positions of the 3 people were. Yu Yanran and Jiang Che were from the same circle, and he was just a passing fan. This way, Yu Yanran would no longer be unhappy. She wasn't a petty person. She just cared too much about Jiang Che just now. Thank you. Yu Yanran's tone returned to normal, and she agreed sweetly. But then she thought again, would the way she looked just now make Jiang Che think that she was too stingy? Jiang Che sang a song for his fans, which was also a kind of live broadcast effect, which could attract more viewers. Jiang Che's girlfriend had never said anything, but he just said that because of this, will Jiang Che find me annoying? Will you be too lazy to call yourself during live broadcasts in the future? When Yu Yanran thought of this, she felt unwell again. Brother Xiao Che, I'm sorry. Yu Yanran suddenly apologized to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, who was already skydiving, was a little confused. What are you sorry for? Did you jump off the right side of the sky? No, just now Yu Yanran wanted to say something, but didn't know how to express it, so she hesitated and couldn't speak clearly. Jiang Che was speechless. Why was there so much going on when playing a game? Just do it when you get the gun. Why think so much? Women are such trouble. It was obvious that boys and girls had different brain circuits. Yu Yanran had already imagined a 100,000-word novel in her mind, while Jiang Che only felt that he was still missing a few rifle parts. The two were completely on different wavelengths. Don't talk. Someone is coming, Jiang Che warned. Okay, Yu Yanran agreed humbly. Do you really think I'm annoying? You don't even want to listen to me anymore. However, Jiang Che said that he just wanted to listen to the footsteps. Miss number 2. What a complicated relationship. I don't understand. Jiang Che had nothing to do in the morning, so he played games with the 3 girls for the whole morning. Although the atmosphere among the 4 of them was a little awkward at the beginning, playing games is the best way to help strangers get along quickly. For example, when you go to a new environment, everyone doesn't know each other, and then, Person A, do you play King of Glory? B, yeah. Do you want to play too? A, of course. B, want a round? Person A, come on, go online. C, take me with you. I'm Han Xian, a very good fighter. Timmy, after a few games, you will naturally become familiar with it. This is basically the situation in university dormitories when freshmen start school. So sometimes games have become a means of socializing rather than simple entertainment. There are always people saying that games are electronic opium, but if you're addicted to games and delay things, it is your problem, not the game's problem. So, I didn't have a big problem with one question in the level 6 test yesterday. In short, after a few games, the gaming atmosphere among the 4 people became joyful, and under the influence of this atmosphere, Yu Yanran gradually put other things behind her. The mysterious operations of the 3 girls often brought bursts of joy to the audience in the live broadcast room, and also forced Jiang Che's game to increase a lot of difficulty, making the audience watch with relish. The audience found that Jiang Che's live broadcast room was never dull and boring. Various beauties, matching ones, or other beautiful female anchors often appeared. There are far more female anchors than just Yu Yanran. You have to know that with Jiang Che's current status, there are many people who want to take advantage of his popularity. As the boss of Moonlive, Jiang Che sometimes will guide some outstanding anchors, both male and female. And this will also make Jiang Che's own live broadcast more interesting. Even without the girl, Jiang Che was able to display strong skills when playing high-end games solo, allowing the audience to learn a lot. In addition to his skills, everyone will also appreciate Jiang Che's singing, and a large number of people are even more interested in Jiang Che's singing than playing games. Moreover, Jiang Che sometimes brings some surprises to the audience, such as the last time Jiang Che broadcast live to the audience on the beach of Longhu Bay. The live broadcast content is so rich that it is hard not to attract viewers. This is why Jiang Che quickly became one of the strongest anchors of Yuelyang. Otherwise, even if Jiang Che is the chairman of Yuelyang, no one will buy it. The morning passed quickly. After playing games for a few hours, Jiang Che said goodbye to the audience with a smile and prepared to go find Xiaomu in the afternoon to shoot an AV. No, a MV. Chapter 198. Filming. Are we filming here? In the afternoon, Jiang Che and Mu Hanxue had arrived at the entrance of Tianyu's filming base. Although it is still lacking compared to those famous film and television bases, the conditions are very good, both in terms of area and function. Many of Tianyu Company's music videos and low-budget movies were shot in this place. Yes, Xiaomu nodded. She had put on some light makeup today because she was going to shoot the MV, and she did it in the style of the song. She looked quite charming, and Jiang Che couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Mr. Jiang, let's go over there and put on some makeup first, said the accompanying staff member. Okay. Jiang Duque nodded in agreement. Although Jiang Che doesn't need makeup given his looks, he still needs to make some adjustments to his clothing. He can't just start filming in casual clothes. Jiang Che said this and followed the makeup artist to put on makeup. As for the others, except Xiaomu, they were all fully prepared and waiting for Jiang Che, and Xiaomu only needed to change his clothes. Jiang Che was not late. He arrived exactly as agreed, and even a few minutes early. However, these people were afraid of wasting Jiang Che's time, and others did not dare to keep Jiang Che waiting. According to what they thought, a young and promising man like Jiang Che, who had assets worth tens of billions and knew so many other things, must be very busy and had a very strict plan for his time. When to deal with company affairs, and when to study things like writing songs, everything was arranged very carefully, so no one dared to waste Jiang Che's time at all. However, if they knew that Jiang Che slept until he woke up naturally in the morning and then played games with 3 girls for half a day in the morning, they probably wouldn't think so. Jiang Che and the makeup artist came to the dressing room together. The makeup artist was also a young girl. When Jiang Che sat on the chair, she was doing makeup for him. Not sure if she was nervous or excited. Her hands were shaking slightly. Jiang Che saw that her hand holding the eyebrow pencil was shaking slightly and couldn't help but smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Just do it the same way you usually do." "Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang." The girl hurriedly apologized, calmed her accelerated heartbeat, and gently placed her hand on Jiang Che's face and began to fiddle with it. The makeup artist felt the delicate touch on the back of her hand, blushed a little, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. "Your skin is so good." She is a makeup artist who specializes in serving Tianyu's top stars. She has worked with countless top stars, both male and female, but she has never felt that anyone's skin is as good as Jiang Che's, so good that she hardly needs makeup. Jiang Che said that his skin was at least of legendary quality. After all, it was transformed by the system. Jiang Che's appearance is so high, and it is inseparable from his good skin. Otherwise, no matter how good his facial features are, if he has acne all over his face. So cool. After being transformed by the system, all of Jiang Che's parts are top-notch, including his little brother. Ahem. This MV didn't require any complicated makeup, and Jiang Che already had a very good base, so the makeup artist only needed to give him a slight makeover. However, the clothing has changed a lot. Jiang Che changed into a set of clothing from the Republic of China period, which is a black suit with a black hat. It is a bit similar to the one in Master Xing's Axe Gang. It has a unique flavor. The main thing is that he is handsome and has his own style in whatever clothes he wears. He is a handsome guy when wearing modern casual clothes, but he becomes a handsome man in ancient times when wearing ancient costume. After putting on makeup, Jiang Che and the other person went out again. Everything on the scene was ready, just waiting for Jiang Che to return for filming. However, before filming, Jiang Che still needs to familiarize himself with the script. The script of this MV is very simple, a very short story, and most of the story logic is explained through some plot fragments, relying on the audience to sort out the logic themselves. It can be remembered by just watching it twice, and there are no requirements for the actor's acting skills. Jiang Che took a look and understood. Once you understand it, you can start shooting. The lighting team, props team, and all the staff are also ready. However, Jiang Che discovered that while he was reading the script, Xiaomu had already changed into a cheongsam. A blue cheongsam with some floral patterns on it. But the color of the cheongsam is not important at all. The most important thing is that the cheongsam perfectly outlines Xiaomu's figure. Although Xiaomu used to be a pure girl, her figure was also perfect, with an angelic face and a devilish figure. That's what she meant. The cheongsam is known as the dress that best expresses the beauty of Oriental women. It is dignified, yet carries an inexplicable allure, and this feeling is even more evident when worn by Xiaomu. Director Jiang, is it ready? The director specifically asked Jiang Che before filming began. Okay. Jiang Che turned his gaze away from Xiaomu speechlessly. He had nothing to do with the first shot, so why ask himself if he was ready? After getting Jiang Che's approval, the director shouted start. Upon hearing this, the photographer immediately started filming, and the actors began to perform. The director stared behind the monitor, which was displaying the synchronized images from the camera. If the director saw anything wrong, he would immediately call a stop. Jiang Che also went over to take a look out of curiosity, since it had nothing to do for the time being. There was only Xiaomu, or to be more precise, only the high heels that Xiaomu was wearing, and the focus was very blurry, so one could only see that it was a pair of high heels with some patterns on them. High heels were worn on Xiaomu's feet. The camera slowly moved forward, and the picture became clearer and clearer, until finally Xiaomu's slightly enchanting back was fully revealed. Okay, the director shouted and asked to stop. Director Jiang, we have finished shooting the first take. The director explained, the MV shooting is relatively simple. We can just do some post-processing on this scene when we get back and use it as the first scene of the MV. Yeah, Jiang Che nodded and, at the same time, purchased the performance mastery skill in the system to cope with the filming later. Although shooting this doesn't require any acting skills, it's always better to have them, and you may need them in the future. Seeing Jiang Che nod, the director continued to arrange the shooting of the second scene. In the second scene, Xiaomu is still alone, but he needs to change his clothes to normal modern clothes, and the makeup on his face also needs to change to a different style. Xiaomu left with the makeup artist and came back not long after. She was wearing a pair of jeans, a very thin jacket on the upper body, and a slightly tight t-shirt underneath. She looked like an ordinary modern young woman. In addition to Xiaomu's clothes needing to be changed, the environment for the next shot has also changed, so Jiang Che and others also have to move to another location. Need to switch to a room scene for shooting. The last chapter is repetitive. I will correct it later. You don't need to read it for now. I've been busy these past few days. I didn't get back from the exam until around 9 p.m. My mind is a mess. I forced myself to write this chapter. Let me take a shower and calm down, then think about it and write again. Chapter 199, Director Wang Gong. The scene just now was shot in the corridor of an old building, where Xiaomu was walking in the corridor wearing colorful high heels and a cheongsam. However, the previous segment was mainly to show Xiaomu's figure and clothing, and not much attention was paid to the surrounding scenes during the filming. If the audience is not careful, they basically will not notice what scene this is. In the second scene, Xiaomu returned to his small apartment wearing normal urban clothes, just like a white-collar worker who had just got off work. Likewise, the filming doesn't focus too much on the surrounding scenes, but rather focuses mainly on Xiaomu. Xiaomu sat on the edge of the bed with a computer in her hands, browsing a cheongsam on JD.com. It was the blue pattern cheongsam that appeared in the first act. After some hesitation, Xiaomu pressed the confirmation purchase button. After putting down the computer, Xiaomu seemed to be ready to take a shower and rest. The camera focused on her calves, then her clothes fell off, and she was half naked in the bathtub, and even Xiaomu's snow-white breasts could be vaguely seen on the bathtub milk. Very tempting. Good, the director called out again, and this one was passed. The MV shooting is simple and does not require much attention, so the shooting process went smoothly. According to the plot in the script, Xiaomu fell asleep while soaking in the bathtub due to exhaustion, and then in her dream she came to Old Shanghai during the Republic of China period wearing the cheongsam she had just bought. At this time, Jiang Che also had a role. It's just that the MV is mainly based on songs, and the background characters don't need any dialogue. They only need a few actions, eyes and scene arrangements to express the story. Jiang Che rarely watched MVs when listening to songs before, so he found it even more boring when filming. It was just a matter of walking a few steps on the road, as required by the script, and having some eye contact with Xiaomu, and there was nothing else to do. The performance mastery that I just bought, apart from making Jiang Che's eyes look more lively, had almost no effect. All in all, the filming process was quite boring. Because the finished MV at least has music, the music matches the plot, and it knows what the scene should be at the beginning and what the scene should be at the climax, so it looks interesting. However, during the shooting process, these almost unrelated shots were taken one by one, and then spliced together in post-production. Plus, the filming process involves almost no technical skills, and I can't even test my acting skills, so it's still a bit boring. The afternoon passed quickly, and the filming was finally completed around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and Jiang Che was ready to go back. As for what the MV will look like, Jiang Che doesn't know yet. Director Jiang, this MV can be completed in 3 days at most. I will send it to you for your review then, said the director. No need. Once it's done and you and Xiaomu are satisfied, you could just sell it directly. Jiang Said. He doesn't care about these things, it's just a MV. And Xiaomu must be more concerned about it than herself. If she thinks it's okay, then there's no need for her to check it again. Jiang Che said goodbye to everyone and left with Mu Hanxue. However, Jiang Che did not go home for the time being, but first came to Tianyu Entertainment Company to ask Pan Wenlu about the matter of finding a director that he had previously instructed. It has been a while since this happened. Jiang Che had given instructions long before he went to Longhu Bay for his trip, but there has been no movement until now. Jiang Che felt that he needed to ask about it. Tianyu Entertainment Company, in Pan Wenliu's office. The director hasn't been found yet? Is it so difficult to find a director who can make a movie? Jiang Che asked with a little dissatisfaction. No, Pan Wenlu explained. I have found the director, but communication is a bit difficult. He is not very willing to help us make a movie. He also said that if you want to make a movie, you have to talk to him in person. Pan Wenlu understood that when Jiang Che said being able to make movies, it certainly didn't mean just finding a random director who could make movies. The status of a director is very high in the entertainment industry. With the same fame, the status of a director is far higher than those of actors or singers. A second-rate director will try every means to invite superstars and big names to star in his movies to help increase the popularity of his movies. It's different with top directors. When a top director wants to make a movie, actors of all levels will scramble to audition and get an important position. Because the things shot by such big directors have guaranteed reputation, and participating in them is not just about making money. The most important thing is that it can increase your own popularity and reputation. It is not uncommon for an actor to be crowned the best actor because of his amazing acting skills in a movie. Therefore, directors are at the top of the food chain in the entertainment industry. Another thing that reflects the director's status is that there are often news reports about directors taking advantage of female stars. If the director doesn't have enough power, how could those actresses be willing to offer themselves to him just for a position and some scenes? During the filming process, the director is the soul of the entire crew. As long as the script is not a drag, the level of the director basically determines the level of the film and its box office. So a good director is crucial to a movie. It was easy for Pan Wenlu to find a director who could make movies, as Tianyu Entertainment Company had one. But it is a bit difficult to find a director who can perfectly shoot the script provided by Jiang Che, so Pan Wenlu took so long. What director? Not willing to help us shoot? Jiang Che asked with some confusion. A good director can make a movie, but a good movie can also make a director successful and increase his fame. The man's name is Wang Gong. He is probably almost 60 years old, but he has made many good movies in the past and is very well known. Pan Venyu replied. Prince, Jiang Che thought about it and seemed to have heard of this name before. He has indeed made many good movies, but his reputation is not very good. He completely left the entertainment industry a few years ago because of some negative news. Jiang Che did not expect that Pan Wenlu would actually want to find him. Wasn't he forced to quit the entertainment industry because of the incident of him taking advantage of a female star? And his reputation isn't very good either. Why did you invite him? Jiang Che asked with some confusion. I'm not really clear about his affairs. As for the negative news that was exposed, it seems that he was slandered because he offended a big boss in the industry. I'm not sure about the specific situation, but his ability to shoot movies is unquestionable, so I wanted to give it a try. Pan Wenlu explained. As for the reputation problem, it is mostly because of his bad temper. When I communicated with him recently, I found that his temper is indeed a bit weird and not easy to communicate with. To be honest, Pan Wenlu originally wanted to find another director, but Jiang Che asked her about it today, so she naturally had to report the results of her efforts during this period. You want me to talk to him in person? Jiang Che asked. Yes. Fan Venyu nodded. Chapter 200. I'll do it myself. Okay, you contact him, and I'll ask. Jiang Che said. He wanted to know why this prince had to look for him. Okay. Pan Wenlu took out his phone, called Wang Gong, and then handed it to Jiang Che. A few seconds later, the call was connected, and Wang Gong's slightly impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. Didn't you ask your chairman to come and talk to me? Jiang Che felt a little unhappy when he heard the voice. He's just a director with no movies to make. How can he be so awesome? Pan Wenliu's position in Tianyu Entertainment Company is second only to himself. He can basically make decisions on his own about anything. But hearing Wang Gong's tone, he seems to be looking down on him. Jiang Che agreed calmly. I'm the chairman of Tianyu. Are you the chairman of Tianyu? Wang Gong's tone was a little doubtful. From the sound of your voice, it seems like you're still a little kid. This is none of your business. Jiang Che said unhappily. I heard you wanted to talk to me, so just tell me if you have something to say. The prince's tone slowed down a bit, and he chuckled. Then I'll speak frankly. To be honest, I read the script you gave me, and I don't think it's very good. Oh, Jiang Che raised his eyebrows. This script was given by the system. How could it be bad? If you invite a director over, he must read the script first. He will only agree if he thinks it is good. Otherwise, wouldn't it ruin the director's reputation if the script is too bad? So Pan Wenlu had already shown him the script, but Jiang Che didn't expect that he would actually say that his script was not good. What do you think, Director Wang? Jiang Che asked. To be honest, I want to change the script, said the prince. What script? I haven't been a director in the past few years, so I spent a lot of effort to write a script for a science fiction film, which will definitely open a new era of science fiction films in the empire, said the prince. If you're so awesome, go take the photo yourself. Jiang Che sneered and was about to hang up the phone, not bothering to pay attention to him. This obviously means that he treats Tianyu as a sucker. He is afraid that he has not even read the script he gave him seriously and just wants to use Tianyu to make his own movie. What he said about, I haven't been working as a director in recent years, is just because he offended someone and was banned. In other words, Tianyu doesn't care about these things and only asked because he saw the other party's ability, otherwise who would dare to use him. I wrote a script myself and then wanted to shoot it with the help of Tianyu's financial resources. How could it be possible? Moreover, science fiction films require the most investment. Those special effects shots are just burning money. Hundreds of millions of dollars are invested and not even a splash can be seen. Want to change your own script? Are you dreaming? Wang Gong didn't react much when he heard Jiang Che's tone and still said calmly, I'm not saying that, although I have faded out of the entertainment industry in recent years, I still pay close attention to the things in the industry. You Tianyu don't think that you can cope with the pressure of the dynasty by supporting a singer, right? As far as I know, the movie that Dynasty has been preparing for several years is about to start shooting. When a movie comes out, they will surpass you again. But if you can take advantage of the victory and surpass them in the movie, maybe you can completely suppress them. The prince persuaded. It is true that I spent several years writing this script. Although I'm a director, I have come into contact with so many scripts and screenwriters in my life. I dare say that this script is definitely an excellent one. Why not give it a try anyway? You all want to make a movie, right? If you don't believe me, you can ask your Tianyu screenwriter to take a look at my script. Jiang Che nodded in agreement and said, That makes sense, so go find someone to take the photo yourself. As soon as I finished speaking, I hung up the phone. I didn't plan to waste any more time talking to him about any big principles. I really thought I was somebody. Jiang Che knew Tianyu's situation very well. Yin Yadong's last album had caused quite a stir. It was a rare masterpiece in the music industry, even after decades. Even if Jiang Che didn't make movies, as long as he released 1 or 2 such albums every month, his performance would not be any weaker than Dynasty. As for the situation of the movie, what Wang Gong said made sense. If he could surpass Wang Chao in a movie, he might be able to completely suppress Wang Chao and let him sit safely in the second position and not have any ideas about the leading position of Tianyu. But Jiang Che is sure that his own script can do the same. The script produced by the system is almost 100% capable of surpassing Dynasties, so there is no need to take risks with something written by this prince. He is just a band director, but he takes himself so seriously. Jiang Che returned the phone to Pan Wenlu and said, "Don't bother with this person." Okay. Pan Wenlu nodded. The prince's request was indeed a bit excessive, and it made people feel uncomfortable. Then I'll look for it again. If that doesn't work, we'll have to let the company's own director do it. Pan Wenlu said hesitantly. Time was indeed a bit tight. After all, Dynasty's movie had already started shooting, and they didn't even have a director. Jiang Che thought about it and said, "If it really doesn't work, I'll be the director myself." Pan Wenlu was stunned for a moment. You were the director yourself? It's no wonder that Pan Wenlu was scared. Being a director requires extremely professional knowledge and a long period of study. Otherwise, given the high status of directors in the entertainment industry, wouldn't everyone become a director? Jiang Che took the photo himself. It really makes me feel a little uneasy. Let's decide it. I will be the director myself. Jiang Che made the decision before Pan Wenlu could come to his senses. Jiang Che was a little hesitant at first because although it was easy for him to buy a mastery of directing skills in the system, he had never done such a thing before, and it was also a challenge for him. But thinking back to my plan some time ago, I wanted to rely on this movie to completely stabilize Tianyu's position in the empire, and I didn't have much else to do later, so I decided to do it this way. It took a few months to get this movie out. Mr. Jiang, are you kidding? Pan Wenlu asked in disbelief when he saw that Jiang Che had made up his mind. Of course, Jiang Che nodded. Seeing Pan Wenlu looking a little worried, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, my directing skills are no worse than my singing skills. I'm definitely not inferior to those so-called top directors." When it comes to singing, Pan Wenlu actually believed it a little. After all, she also didn't believe it when Jiang Che talked about singing at the beginning, but later Jiang Che used actual actions to tell her that he was so good. Not only can he sing, but he can also write lyrics. Both the songs and the lyrics are top-notch. Then maybe he can really be a director? Thinking of this, Pan Wenlu couldn't help but feel relieved. Moreover, after Jiang Che became the chairman of Tianyu Entertainment Company, Tianyu has been thriving every day, and there is no longer the sense of decline that it had a month ago. Therefore, Pan Wenlu nodded subconsciously to Jiang Che's decision. Okay, then I will release the audition information as soon as possible and let the artists who are interested come to audition for the casting. Well, I'll leave this matter to you. Jiang Che said, "This matter has been decided.